Chen Jian transmigrated into the great desolate world, becoming the young master of the Tang dynasty's Chunlu Marquis Manor. He carried with him an exchange system capable of trading time, enlightenment functions, and various cultivation resources. Anything the system deemed valuable could be exchanged. Coincidentally, the original owner was also named Chen Jian, the third son of the Tang dynasty's Chunlu Marquis, a notorious playboy. At just 17 years old, he was already a regular at all the pleasure houses in Chang'an. Today, drunk out of his mind at Qingyue Pavilion, he was egged on by his so-called friends and ended up publicly committing the act of abducting a common girl. If it had been an ordinary commoner, it might have been overlooked, but this time, he provoked the Western Marquis by kidnapping the disguised Xining princess. Who was the Western Marquis? He was a pillar of the nation, guarding the western borders and sacrificing his life to repel the barbarian monks' invasion. The Western Marquis had no sons, only an unmarried daughter, Li Xining, who had recently been bestowed the title of Xining princess by the emperor. So, when the Western Marquis's elderly mother entered the palace with her cane, weeping before the emperor, the young Marquis, who had been sleeping soundly at home, was personally arrested by the capital's magistrate and thrown into the imperial prison, awaiting the emperor's judgment. Recalling the events of the day, Chen Jian had a headache. The original owner was not only morally corrupt but also incredibly foolish. The whole incident reeked of a clumsy scheme. Given the young Marquis's usual habits, it was unlikely he would leave Qingyue Pavilion in broad daylight. But today, after just a few drinks, they clamored to move elsewhere, and not only that, they insisted on passing through White Tiger Street, a place they normally avoided. Even worse, they walked unusually slowly, and as luck would have it, the second son of the Ministry of Revenue's vice minister had sharp eyes and recognized the Xining princess as a woman. The convergence of these many coincidences ultimately landed the young Marquis in prison. Before his consciousness faded, the original host's thoughts were still fixated on his so-called good brothers. Chen Jian couldn't fathom how someone like him had managed to survive in Chang'an, a city rife with schemes. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. He took a sip of wine, frowning as he contemplated how to extricate himself. After much deliberation, he realized that aside from leveraging the original host's most notorious skill, relying on his father's influence, there seemed to be no other way out. Fortunately, the Marquis of Chunlu didn't have many sons and likely wouldn't abandon him so easily. Though this young Marquis was both wicked and foolish, he had his merits. His cultivation talent was exceptional, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. By the age of 17, he had already reached the rank of first-grade martial artist, just one step away from entering the Xiantian realm, unlocking the gate of creation, and becoming a true cultivator. The emperor of the Great Tang also bore the surname Li, but this Great Tang was not the same as the one from Earth. In this world, cultivators and grand supernatural beings existed, capable of soaring through the skies, tunneling through the earth, moving mountains, and filling seas, traveling from the North Sea at dawn to the Kangwu Mountains by dusk. A single sword's cold light spanning 19 provinces was no longer just a scholar's fantasy but a tangible reality. It was said that the emperor of the Great Tang was himself a grandmaster of unparalleled cultivation. The reason Chen Jian was confident his family wouldn't abandon him, aside from the original host's decent talents, was that he was the undisputed heir to the Marquis of Chunlu. The eldest son, Chen Jibai, was a bookworm who never put down his scrolls, hiding in the library tower and rarely coming downstairs. Since the Great Tang dynasty was founded on martial prowess, they naturally wouldn't let a weakling inherit the marquisate. The second son, Chen Zhiming, was once a prodigy who shook Chang'an with his birth, accompanied by celestial phenomena and unparalleled talents. But at 15, his cultivation stagnated and even regressed. Now, he might not even qualify as a martial artist. His fame in Chang'an stemmed from the high-profile annulment of his engagement to Zhu'er, the holy maiden of the ethereal sect. Back then, as a genius, Chen Zhiming had been betrothed to Zhu'er since childhood, a joyous arrangement. But as his cultivation kept declining, the engagement became a stain on Zhu'er's otherwise perfect life. So, on a slightly noisy afternoon, Zhu'er, arm in arm with Jiang Huayu, the holy son of the Sword Sovereign sect, haughtily and coldly returned the betrothal letter to the Marquis of Qinliu's residence. At that moment, Chen Zhiming's face turned pale as he silently accepted the letter. The usually jovial Marquis Chen Aman, seated in the host's position, wore a terrifyingly dark expression, making no effort to conceal the murderous intent in his heart. Just as the killing intent reached its peak, Jiang Huayu, the holy son of the sword sect, sneered coldly. A figure slowly emerged behind him, staring at Chen Aman with utter disdain before the group strode away. After that, Chen Zhiming became increasingly withdrawn, living in seclusion and rarely interacting with others. Even Chen Jian seldom saw him. At this thought, Chen Jian's expression suddenly froze. A genius crippled, a childhood sweetheart coming to break off the engagement, humiliated to his face. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, Don't mock the youth for being poor. This cheap second brother was practically the chosen one of destiny. Chen Jian instantly sobered up. Details the original host had never noticed before now surfaced vividly in his mind. There was at least an 80% chance Chen Jiming was lying low in the shadows, waiting for the day to shock the world. Even 5 years ago, when Chen Jiming ventured into the martial world alone, he was likely already on his way to the ethereal sect. Chen Jian had no time to ponder the succession of the Marquis of Chenlu. Instead, he began recalling whether the original host had ever mocked his second brother or bullied him out of arrogance. After a long while, he let out a relieved sigh. Fortunately, though the original host was bad and foolish, he wasn't beyond redemption. He treated his family decently, at most acting a bit smug in private. The original host had even stood up for his second brother, beating up those who mocked him. If the second brother might be extraordinary, was the eldest brother really just a bookworm? Chen Jibai appeared utterly ordinary, always with a book in hand, seemingly reading the spring and autumn annals. The only oddity was that, as far as the original host could remember, he had never seen his elder brother lose his temper. His face perpetually wore a gentle smile, making him feel incredibly approachable. This was too bizarre. Even a clay Buddha has a bit of temper, yet his elder brother remained eternally composed. Had he truly cultivated sainthood? Chen Jian suddenly recalled the incomplete martial arts manual the original host had casually tossed into a dusty corner, and his head throbbed with pain. On his 12th birthday banquet, Chen Jibai had gifted him an ancient-looking old book, telling him to practice the figures depicted in it during his free time, claiming it was a rare martial arts manual. This was the only gift Chen Jibai had ever given him. The original host had spent half a day practicing but made no progress, concluding that his elder brother wasn't much of a cultivator and that the gift couldn't be anything special. So he tossed it aside and never practiced again. Alongside that nameless fragment was a sword manual gifted by Chen Jiming. The sword manual was even more absurd. The entire book depicted only a single crooked, hideously ugly sword, like a child's scribble. Out of respect for his second brother, the original host had skimmed through it a few times before letting it gather dust alongside the nameless fragment. The only item Chen Jian wore constantly, never parting with it, was the jade pendant gifted by his younger sister. He took off the warm jade pendant engraved with the characters Jian, feeling slightly comforted. His elder brothers might both be hidden masters, but at least there was little sister Chen Jidong, only 14 years old. Her birth had been without any unusual signs, and she had stayed by the original owner's side all these years, making her someone he knew inside out. Aside from her phoenix eyes occasionally appearing profound and inscrutable, there was nothing particularly special about her. Still, being stronger than a younger sister who was never destined to inherit the title didn't seem like much cause for celebration, and who knew if even she was hiding some secret. The original owner had been hailed as a prodigy in the Chunlu Marquis household for over a decade, only to possibly end up as the least capable of them all. If the speculations turned out to be true that the eldest brother was a hidden master and the second brother was the chosen one, wouldn't the entire Chenlu Marquis household be on the brink of disaster at any moment? It was common knowledge that protagonists often had tragic backgrounds, even if they weren't orphans. Embarking on the path of cultivation was usually accompanied by misfortune befalling their loved ones. The tiny Marquis Chenlu residence actually concealed two yet to rise sons of destiny. This was far too dangerous. At this moment, Chen Jian suddenly found the musty, decaying smell drifting through the prison cell unusually refreshing, far better than the Marquis Chenlu residence where a crisis could erupt at any moment. Calming his mind, he lowered his head and murmured softly, "I feel the situation is dire. Wouldn't you consider giving a beginner's gift package?" The prison cell was utterly silent, save for the old jailer's snores gradually rising. Just as Chen Jian thought there would be no response, a mechanical, indifferent voice replied, "Equivalent exchange, fair to all, no negotiations." Still unwilling to give up, Chen Jian asked again, but silence was all that answered him. As a transmigrator, Chen Jian also had a system in place. It's just that compared to his peers who give away resources like crazy for stepping on, saying weird things, doing multiple choice questions, signing in and clocking out, etc., he looks like a greedy and duplicitous merchant. In front of the window hang two pieces of fat that you can't resist. One is called time and the other is called enlightenment. Each piece of fat is marked with a price. One day is 500 taels of silver. One enlightenment is 1,000 taels. It can also be traded for something else of equal value, such as yuanshi, antiques, treasures, techniques, or even the original belly band of a goddess. Everything can be exchanged for anything that the system measures and finds valuable. Chen Jian kills fish all these years. Exhausting work a day is only $200. Taking the purchasing power of this great Tang silver to convert it, it would take about 10 years of drying up without eating or drinking to buy a day in the system. Silently weighing the current family base of Marquis Chenlu, Chen Jian became more and more despondent. Chen Aban is not good at business. All rely on the fiefdom share of the tax to live, plus salary. The net income of a year is about 60,000 taels of silver or so. Putting aside the expenses of the Chenlu Marquis residence and the 800 old and sick people that were raised, there is basically nothing left, coupled with the original owner of this guy all day long hanging around the hook bar to cause trouble, up and down to spend silver, so that the Chenlu Marquis house of the treasury has been stretched to the limit. The other day Chen Aben had subtly reminded the original owner to go out and play with as little money as possible. Turns out the original owner was too stupid to pay attention to Pops. In the treasury at this moment, there seemed to be only 3,000 taels of silver left, just enough to last until the fall tax collection. It also means, even if Chen Jinan wants to chew on his old age and swing for the fences, it has become a luxury. Silently closed the system panel. Chen Jian turned his head to look at the sleeping Zhang Xiaoer and said expressionlessly, "Brother Xiaoer, come here, I have something to tell you." Zhang Xiaoer hesitated for a moment, having the intention to refuse, but thinking of the status gap between the two, he still walked over with a stiff upper lip. His body bowed slightly as he was about to speak, but Chen Jian stretched out his right hand like lightning, yanked him by the neck and slapped him on the head, saying viciously, "You robbed me of my wine? Without 500 taels, this matter can't go away." Zhang Xiaoer was dazed by his slap. Bewildered, he watched as Chen Jian reached into his robe and fumbled around. Even the boots were yanked off by Chen Jinan for closer inspection. After a clean scavenging, Zhang Xiaoer was already unclothed and naked on the ground, with a fierce tiger coming to life on his chest. Chen Jian pulled up the panel and brainstormed all of these things for the system to price, and as a result, except for the broken knife which was given 2 taels of silver, the rest were coldly rejected. Finally, Chen Jian pulled out a money bag in the most hidden crevice of his prison robe, waited for a moment, and slapped it down again. Poor bastard, just 5 taels of silver and still hiding? Bah! Zhang Xiaoer was twitching. I don't know whether he was angry or beaten. His head was white smoke, his face was red, and he directly fainted. Not far away, the corners of the old jailer's mouth twitched, quietly wrapping his prison robe, leaning against the wall and snoring like thunder. Chapter 3, Luckily I have Jian. Early the next morning, Chen Jian, who had been thinking hard all night, had just opened his eyes when he saw a middle-aged man with a naive smile standing in front of him. The man was wearing a brocade robe, holding an exquisite food box in his hand, his not-so-tall body carefully blocking the sunlight that leaked in. Seeing Chen Jian open his eyes, the man rushed to offer the food box in his hand, and his mouth was even more cowardly. "Son, it's all Dad's fault, letting you suffer." Chen Jinan opened his mouth. That old undead sentence that the original owner often hung on his lips didn't come out after all. Taking the food box, he picked up a meat bun and slowly ate it. This man was none other than the great Tang Marquis of Chenlu, Chen Jian's father, Chen Aben. Chen Aben is average in appearance, average in cultivation, average in talent, and has added good Chen Liu King into Chen Liu Ho. These years have not been less by the original master sneering, "A mouth of an old immortal." Half of the respect for the old man is not, but Chen Aben most loved this unfilial son. No matter how much trouble the original owner caused, he did not see Chen Aben spare half a harsh word to him, just happily following along and wiping his ass. Even with Chen Jian's 2 lifetimes of experience, he was unable to understand the root cause here. It is the original master of that brainless, feel that their own rightfully deserve such treatment. After all, he is the Chenlu Marquis unicorn son, the heavenly successor. Seeing Chen Jian finish a cage of buns, Chen Aben hurriedly took out a bowl of stone-ground soy milk from the food box and laughed naively. "Drunken guest house's soy milk, your favorite. Drink it while it's hot so that you can get on the road." Hear that? Chen Jinan's outstretched hand froze there. Drink it while it's hot for the road? Just huggingly sheening and nibbling a few times, tearing a few pieces of his shirt, and it's so serious that he has to be beheaded? Chen Jian was still frozen there, but he saw Chen Aban's heartless face full of smiles and said, "Quickly drink your big brother and little sister are waiting at home to give you a reception. There's a great thing waiting for you, just go back and find out." Saying that, he smiled deviously towards Chen Jian, with a look of inviting credit. Chen Jian was speechless. Taking the soybean milk in Chen Aban's hand, he said quietly, "Pops, don't know how to speak less in the future. Do you know that talking nonsense will scare people to death?" Gulped down the soy milk in 2 gulps, Chen Jian pushed open the door of the prison cell. As he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure in the shadows and slipped over to TSK and laugh. "Little brother too." The picture of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain on your chest was traced with a paintbrush, wasn't it? It's a bit faded. Zhang Xiaoer's face was red, tugging at his pants with one hand and covering the faded tiger on his chest with the other. His heart was filled with grief and anger. He had a tiger in his chest, but he folded and sank in this small prison. Don't even dare to show the slightest bit of hatred. Yesterday, I drank some bad wine, plus I saw that it was His Majesty himself who ordered the arrest of Chen Jian. Tell him to think that this dude punk is completely planted and can't possibly turn around. A moment of carelessness, words a little unrestrained, was punched when the wine sobered up most of the time. Understand that although Chen Liuho's reputation is not obvious, he is after all one of the 18 vassals of the Great Tang, not something he could mess with as a mere jailer. Chen Jian patted Zhang Xiaoer's shoulder and walked towards the prison gates with a big smile. Behind him, Chen Aban nagging son of a grown-up, son of a finally called my father and so on words also step by step to follow. The house of the Marquis of Westborough. Elder Tai Junyu's eyes were slightly closed, and the dragon-head walking stick in her hand made a dull sound on the green stone board. At his side, Shiboho's undeceased Wei's eyes were slightly red, and she said miserably, "Old Tai Jun, do you really want to betroth Ninger to that nasty bastard? That." "Shut up." Elder Tai Junyu's eyes shot out with a brilliant light as she said in a cold voice, "What else can we do if not this? Ninger's affair with that little thief has already spread all over Chang'an. Are we going to force her to die?" Wei was glared at by old Tai Junyu's eyes. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and that pair of lofty mountains even more so. Yu Lao Taijun has accumulated authority for a long time, not to mention the Wei clan. Even when Shiboho was alive, he was as afraid as a tiger. However, thinking of her brother's promise, she summoned up enough courage and said in a trembling voice, "That little thief hangs out at the hooker's fence, boils the eagle and walks the dog, and does all the bad things in the city by bullying the people. So if you betroth Ninger to him, aren't you pushing Ninger into the fire pit? So where's not the fire pit?" Elder Taijun, you stared at Su slyly, hoarsely and indifferently. "The Hachan Wei family? That nephew of yours who forced the death of Ruyu Pavilion's purveyor at the age of 13? Or your piggish cousin? If you dare to say anything more, I'll cane you to death here." Upon hearing this, Wei's face instantly turned as white as paper, kneeling on the ground without saying a word. "Do what you're supposed to do in this capacity." Elder Taijun Yu indifferently said, "Although Marquis Shibo is gone, it is not your turn to be in charge of this Marquis house. If I find out that you had a hand in what happened in Xining, you know the consequences." "Concubine." "Got it." Wei knelt on the ground and didn't dare to slowly get up until Elder Taijun Yu's figure disappeared. The Chunlu waiting mansion is on the Hesitant Alley in the west of Chang'an City. With a shrill sound of a young marquis returning to the house, the vermilion door creaked open. The 8 powerfully armored martial artists were divided into 2 rows, and the 4 yellow-shirted maidservants nodded and waited. At the very front, a man with a scroll in his hand stood quietly at the bottom of the stone steps, looking mildly at Chen Jian, who had jumped down from the carriage. He was about 30 years old, with a slender figure and a straight spine, a wooden hairpin pinned casually on his head, a green shirt that reached the ground, and cloth boots on his feet. This person was none other than Chen Jibai, the first eldest son of the Marquis of Chenlu. If we just talk about looks, he was not very outstanding, not to mention Chen Jian. Even compared to Chen Jiming, whose name of waste resounded through Chang'an, he was slightly inferior. Only now Chen Jian is suspicious of this big brother, suspecting that he is a hidden big brother. I only felt that those gentle eyes were hiding endless stories of vicissitudes, and I actually did not dare to look at them. "Just come back." Chen Jibai first nodded slightly with Chen Aban before he gently said to Chen Jian, "Little sister has prepared your favorite drunken shrimp for you. Change your clothes and hurry. Don't keep her waiting for long. Right this way." Chen Jian quietly glanced at the scroll in his hand, vaguely visible the word Dao, too late to look at it again, was surrounded by 4 maids towards the courtyard. Behind, Chen Aban looked at his back and sighed. "Shibai, Jian actually called me father after this night in jail. If your mother knew that, she would be very pleased. Children always grow up." Chen Jibai said mildly, "I've looked at it. The soul is normal." Chen Aban patted Chen Jibai's shoulder and laughed. "Father is not letting you see this. In father's eyes you are also a child. Don't be Twilight all day long. The whole thing is even more rotten than those old undead." Chen Jibai was slightly stunned and said gently, "Child knows, you few are all too demonic, making me half-existent as a father. Fortunately there is Jian." Chen Aban's thick eyebrows flew up, his face full of relief. Chen Jibai laughed. The second brother entered the Sword Pavilion ruins. His perseverance is not small. The sword intent left behind by the sword Saint Xu Qingho's sword to open up the sky was hard yanked by him into the Qi Sea. When he is able to hide his sword intent, he will be able to be in the Void God realm in one fell swoop, and the Yin God will travel thousands of miles in an instant. And when you look at the younger generation of the world, there will be no one to compare with him. That boy is also stubborn. A few moments of pity appeared on Chen Aban's face. The path of cultivation is full of thorns. The 3 grades of martial arts: innate, refining Qi, imperial Qi, transforming emptiness, virtual God, Tongxian, Dong Tian, returning to the truth, quasi-saint, saint, quasi-imperial, imperial realm. Every realm crossed was like a heavenly rift. Countless pride of the heavens, turned into white bones. Outsiders can help very little in the end. Want to climb to the top, all depends on their own. Back then, when Zhu Wan'er brought the royal sword Sek's heavenly pride to the door to withdraw from the marriage. It could be said that the face of the Marquis of Qinliu's residence fell to the ground and stomped to pieces. According to Chen Aban's nature, he was going to behead them on the spot, even going so far as to raise an army to directly trample the two clans. If his son hadn't asked him to come to the door to collect the debt, how could he have let that Zhu Wan'er and Zhang Huayu leave with all their whiskers intact? The Misty Sect and the Imperial Sword Sect have joined forces over the years. In the era of the Sword Pavilion does not come out. The Taoist door is not visible hidden ambition to ascend to the top of the Jianghu, but do not know. Someone sitting in Chang'an City, day after day remote look, just waiting for my son to climb the mountain and the iron horse to crush the two gates. Chapter 4, I want to start a business. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, four good sisters. Can you go out first? In the inner mansion, Chen Jian was lying naked in the large bath, for slightly red-cheeked maidservants half kneeling on either side of the service, single thin dress wet by water spray, exquisite delicate body hidden. These four maidservants, spring, summer, autumn and winter, either grew up with the original owner or he snatched them from outside. The gestures are all quite impressive. In the past 2 years, the original mainstream even hooked the bar. Naturally, has long since eaten these few. I see the poor girl clean, but it was just a simple bath, and these four sisters tacitly removed their clothes, with an attitude of being at the mercy of the king. How can anyone top that? Of course Chen Jian couldn't top it. Just a first-timer. Does the prince dislike us? Xiao Ju and Dong Mei blushed slightly. They were different from Chuanxia. They were snatched from outside by Chen Jian. From their initial reluctance to their gradual resignation to their current contentment, their hearts have long been tied to the prodigal son who snatched them back. Born in an ordinary family, in this chaotic world of war, to be able to fill the stomach has been the greatest luxury. In these 2 years in the Marquis, Chen Jian treats them very well, even at home also sent a living camp, where they will still have resistance. At this time, when they saw Chen Jian letting them leave, their hearts were terrified and they immediately bowed their heads and wept. Forget it, you guys dress me. Spring, summer, autumn and winter smiled like a flower and began to carefully wipe his body. After grinding for most of an hour, Chen Jian arrived at the front yard refreshed. Just as he entered the courtyard, he saw a red dress swooping in, which had 2 shallow dimples hanging on its face. The bells on the wrists between the run issued a crisp sound. Sounded a little bit relaxed and happy. Third brother, come and see the drunken shrimp that I made for you. I personally went to catch them in Shaona Lake. Oh, the visitor was none other than Chen Aban's youngest daughter, Chen Jidong, who was 14 years old. Chen Jian hugged his little sister, rubbed her head, and smiled too. Quickly serve it to third brother. I've been craving your handiwork for a long time. To say who the original owner of the family is closest to, it must be the youngest Chen Jidong. Over the years, Chen Jibai has committed himself to the book depository, and Chen Jiming has been out of his mind, so it's just the two of them who have nothing to do all day but stay together and play. It was only in the past 2 years when the original owner felt like an adult that she gradually interacted less and less with the younger kids, but the feelings are still there. After the two of them had been fooling around for a while, the old housekeeper of the mansion came scurrying out like a ghost, pulling out a dry and hoarse voice to say that the Marquis had been waiting in the living room for a long time, and asked the third young master and young miss to hurry over to dine. Chen Jian was taken aback by this old butler. Giving him a deep look, he took his little sister's hand and headed down the hall. Memory of this guy seems to always be this windy ghost look, hoarse and dry voice, like a castrated old duck. Anyone who sees it thinks his days are numbered, and yet, he has hard-boiled many stewards who look younger than he does. The old butler caged his sleeves with both hands and followed behind the two with a low brow. Entering the hall, Chen Jian found a chair table and casually swept the dishes on the table. In the bottom of his heart, he sighed. The Chunlu waiting house is indeed out of money by and large. These bowls and dishes, if placed in the usual family, has been considered sumptuous, but in the Chen Lu waiting mansion, even a bear's paw and bird's nest do not have a seat, can only be called shabby. You know that in the original owner's memory, 1 bear paw per meal was the standard. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Chen Aben, who was sitting on the main seat, said with an apology, "My son, all the money in our coffers has been sent to the home of Wang Fugue, the prefect of Kyoto, so let's spend a few days in misery, and when the tax money from Qinliu's side arrives, father will make up for the bear's paw for you." "No, I got tired of that bear paw stuff a long time ago, so I won't eat it." Chen Jian picked up his chopsticks and picked up a crystal-clear drunken shrimp, cheerfully saying, "Little sister's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Just eat these." Chen Aban's face was slightly stunned. His own son's temperament he is more than clear. According to the custom, if the table is missing the bear paw, not to say a big fuss, yin and yang mock a few words is inevitable. But since getting out of jail, my son has changed a lot in the way he treats people and has become too nice. If he hadn't secretly checked Chen Jian's divine soul, he would have wondered if his baby son had been taken over. Chen Jian, who had taken all of this in, remained unchanged. He knew that he wasn't the original owner after all, and many of his movements and habits simply couldn't be hidden from the people he spent time with. The reason why. It's also an opportunity to rebrand a persona. Is it normal for a person to realize his conscience and become less stupid after a night in jail? That's normal. Only 3 points of regret, 3 points of remorse, 3 points of embarrassment, and 1 point of relief were on his face, and his voice was low as he said, "Pops, big brother, little sister, there's so much that's fishy about Li Xining, and I've been thinking about it all night in the slammer, and I've finally figured it out. It's a traitor trying to harm me." When these words came out, Chen Aban's face was filled with questions. It's so tempting to ask one's own good oldest son if he needs to think about such a straightforward plot for so long all night. Chen Jibai, on the other hand, trembled slightly with the scroll in his hands. Only Chen Jidong frowned slightly. His Danfeng eyes flashed with coldness, and in this instant his small face actually revealed a few points of majesty. Chen Jinan was oblivious. Yang Xianxian, Qian Sangua, Wei Zixian. I had thought they were all good friends and brothers. I didn't realize that. It was they who actually stabbed me hard in the back. Speaking here, he looked at Chen Aban and apologized. Pops usually wants me to stay away from those foxes and dogs. I just take it as a whisper. Now it seems that they're not good people after all. Hear this. Chen Aban was completely relieved. It's true that he's my son no less, and even his repentance is so stupidly adorable. Yesterday's matter seems to be the household minister's family two boys set up. In fact, deeper is the East Palace Prince wants to take the opportunity to test Chen Lu Waiting House. It involves a 2-generation feud. The Marquis of Chen Lu's house has not been well known and has a weak presence in Chang'an City over the years, and Chen Liujia is dying of old age. It made that little guy feel like he was able to tease the depths of the Marquis of Chen Lu a little bit more. It was just that Chen Aban was not prepared to say these words to Chen Jian. After all, there's no point in talking about it. Just let him continue to think those guys aren't good people. If you really let your own stupid son go up against the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, I'm afraid I won't even know how to die. Son smashed, this matter can't be blamed on you. Just don't interact with them in the future. It just so happens that old dad has negotiated a marriage for you. Strive to become a cultivator as soon as possible, and finalize the marriage. Chen Aban tiger eyes with tears. Although his son is stupid, at least to be able to return to the right path. The main thing is that, finally from the bottom of the heart to recognize their own father, which is not better than anything else. Chen Jian was so engrossed in his performance that he didn't even listen to what Chen Aban said. The conversation turned, full of color, said, "Pops, I see that our family coffers are out of money. Or you find the Wuhan candidate to borrow some of the capital? I want to start a small business to subsidize my family." Chen Aban froze there in confusion. Merchants are untouchables. My youngest son has always disliked those people. How come after being locked up for a night, he wants to run that cheap business? But think of the son is not easy to have a little want to do things, but also not good bad mood. A wave of the hand said, "My son want to do what business?" But said no harm. "Father support you." Chen Jian smiled shyly and slowly spat out 3 words. Open hook bar. Chapter 5, Buying an Enlightenment. At these words, the room was filled with silence. So much for doing business. Chen Aban asked himself shy old face to go to the Marquis of Wuhan guy. More or less still can borrow a few thousand taels of silver. But what the hell is an open hookup? Is that a decent thing to do? In this instant, he deeply suspected that this kid was trying to use the name of opening a hookah to get close to the water. Seeing that Chen Aban didn't say anything, Chen Jian spoke eloquently. Opening a hookah is a wonderful business that I thought about for most of the night, and it has great potential. I have done research. Chang'an City hook bar hundreds of places, ranked on the name of the flower leader herdsman 20 or so, can be said to be 100 flowers competing for color. But, Chen Jian stretched out his chopsticks and swept them across the table full of dishes, picked up a chopstick of drunken shrimp, and said in a spirited manner, "But they don't have any specialties, and their blowing, pulling, playing, and singing are all the same. Even the most famous flower girl Li Qing'er, only with the so-called Chang'an City's first beauty title cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Then there's the low bar for hookups. While the come-ons can make some hard-earned money, they can't attract the self-proclaimed flamboyant talent. You know, the ones who speak the loudest and have the most money in their pockets in this world are always the cultivators and the readers." Chen Jian reached out and yanked his hand in the void, saying in an impassioned manner, "And what we're going to do is to wipe them out in one fell swoop." Chen Aban was speechless. When I looked at the good son, who was holding the chopsticks and talking so eloquently, I felt that he was radiating a light like never before. The spirit is strong and vigorous. At this moment, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that my Chen family's unicorn son, his true talent, is to open a ing hookah? How can I face my ancestors? How will he face his mother? And how are you going to get them all in one place? Chen Jibai, who had been reading in silence, removed his gaze from the scroll and opened his mouth to ask with interest. That's easy. Chen Jian took a bite of the drunken shrimp and said with a smile, if you want to catch them all in one go, you first have to catch their eyes, then hook their stomachs, and finally catch their hearts. As for the specific operation, it involves a lot of complicated details, so I will not expand on the details. Anyway, just give me 6,000. No, 8,000 taels of silver and I can return you an inexhaustible mountain of gold. Chen Jibai was non-committal and continued to look down at the book. At this moment, Chen Jian saw clearly that the book he was holding in his hand was called the Heavenly Tao Volume. This book Chen Jian had never heard of. I can only keep it in my mind and guess I'll steal it again sometime to take a look at it. After a small half-day of contact, he was now 50% certain that this big brother was not a simple character. This strengthens Chen Jian's determination to open a hookah. Nothing else, make money to earn a living. Two guys who were very likely to be the sons of heaven's destiny were hanging around under his nose, and a carelessness would be the calamity of extermination coming down on his family. How could he not be in a hurry? It's not like he hasn't considered arms, glass blowing and soap making like his fellow travelers. Nah, he was a liberal arts student in his previous life, and he doesn't know any of these things. In this life, the original owner, in addition to being gifted in the matter of shopping in the hookah, the rest of the line of work is also a black eye. Nothing. Think ahead. The only business he felt he could do, and really the only thing left to do was to run a hookah. With a career, he has a legitimate reason to hide out and not come back. Keep a low profile, make money and practice until he is invincible and then come out again. Love whoever. Anyway, the Marquis of Chunlu killed and did not return. Chen Aben was silent for a long time, his face changing. Looking at his spirited good son, he could only eventually respond with a bitter face. With that, he reintroduced a request that he must personally go to the Shibua Marquis residence this afternoon to propose marriage. It's not that Chen Aben is in a hurry. He is really afraid that one day the matter of his own stupid son opening a brothel outside will reach the ears of the old Taijun of Shibua Marquis house. At that time, even if Old Li is no longer a good talker, I'm afraid that he won't be able to easily get over it. Get committed. Chen Jian had a big stone in his heart, so he naturally agreed in one breath. Child brides abound in this world, and he has reached the age of binding his hair. So it's not a big deal to fix a marriage. What's more, that Xining County princess is a good-looking thief, and her nature is cold and stubborn, so he is still more interested in her privately. If it is not because the original master used force in broad daylight and made a big fuss about breaking people's reputation, wanting to marry Li Xining is about only a delusional dream. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Jian politely declined Chen Jidong's invitation to see her treasures in her yard and returned to the inner mansion alone. Chen Jidong is quirky and knows the original owner, so he can have less contact, and he had more important treasures to look at. So where did he find the time to look at the little girl's treasures? Just as he entered the courtyard of the inner house, two dog legs immediately pounced on him, one holding one of his thighs, kneeling on the ground and howling miserably. If you didn't know, you'd think they'd lost their dad. These two were none other than his number one evil servants, Chen Zhang and Chen Yi. Chen Jian kicked the two men one by one and went straight to the attic. Pushing open the door, Chen Jian rummaged through the box in the compartment, looking in every corner, but never saw the two broken books. Where did it go? The two books are missing from anywhere in memory where they might have been. Suddenly his mind clicked and he got down on the floor and looked under the bed. Sure enough, the two books were piled up together, but the original owner's stupid ass used them to pad the foot of the bed. Lifting up the foot of the bed and carefully holding the two tattered books in his hands, Chen Jian summoned the system in his mind. What a waste of a brother really is depends on this shiver. Only a red light swept by. Then the system's mechanical voice sounded. The martial Dao scroll is worth 99,000 yuan stones. The sword scripture is worth 77,000 yuan stones. Does the host trade? The great desolate world, a yuan stone is equal to about 500 taels of silver. And these two broken books, priced according to the tutelage, have a market value of nearly 100 million taels. You should know that the Great Tang Treasury's tax revenue is only 300 million taels of silver a year. The money these two crappy books can sell for, it's more than 3 months of tax revenue for the Great Tang? If there was only a 50% certainty earlier, this time, the possibility of Chen Jibai and Chen Jiming being hidden greats directly soared to 99%. The last 0.5% is a way of giving face to the god of thieves. Who would have thought? The Chunlu Marquis residence, which is the least conspicuous among the 18 vassals and is privately mocked as the Tiger Master's dog and rat grandson, is actually harboring this kind of demon? Solid. The clown is myself. As the cheap younger brother of the son of heaven's destiny, the chances of death were only that much lower than poor old dad Chen Aban. A single word of danger kept flashing in the blackness of his mind. The host may choose to exchange it. Is it a trade? Just as Chen Jian was filled with death threats, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Hidden. Chen Jian felt that unity sun. the adulterer, seemed to have a few expectations. No sale, don't even think about it, no way. Indifferently turning off the system panel, Chen Jian opened the book of martial Dao remnants. Word by word, the interpretation begins. How could this kind of secret book, which was very likely to be a holy book of cultivation, be sold at will? Unless there's an upcharge. 2 hours later, Chen Jian raised his head, his brows furrowed, his head full of green silk like a mess. It's still the same as before. The damn book. He couldn't read it. He knew every word. Just don't get the point of it at all. I really am a loser. Sighing mockingly, Chen Jian silently searched many trinkets from the house and shyly shouted in his mind, Unity Sun, buy enlightenment once. The words fell. Another red light swept through. The table setting disappeared. Transaction successful. Enlightenment once, may choose the first of the remnant scrolls. Ha, traders. These things are the original owner's many years of treasures. Really want to take out to sell. At least can be sold for 1200 taels of silver. But the unified sun directly erased the zero. But now is not the time to count on that. Chen Jian flipped through the martial Dao scrolls. The scene in front of him changed instantly, and his consciousness was pulled into a void space. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He found himself transformed into a blood-soaked soldier in the middle of a battlefield. He bare hands, along with the army rushed to kill, running between the body of the chi and blood tumbling, turned into a rushing river, like the sea steaming. Just one punch. He even directly crushed a fierce beast that lunged at him into a bloody mist. Gradually, there were no more robes beside him, and he was surrounded by enemy soldiers. Countless broken bodies were piled up like mountains. Chen Jian stepped on the bones of the corpses and walked up to the city head step by step, and as far as the eye could see, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and the corpses were all over the place. He tilted his head and let out a sad roar, handing out his last punch in this life towards the ferocious beasts that came like a tidal wave. Chapter 6, The Strongest Enlightened One. Boom! Space shattered and Chen Jian's consciousness returned. Reality. He had sat on the bed with his knees crossed at some point, his face as white as paper and drenched in sweat. The white skin was even oozing fine beads of blood, mixed with somewhat sticky filth, and the whole thing reeked of an acrid odor. Enlightenment is over. The first piece of the martial Dao remnant scroll is complete. Chen Jian was stunned and speechless, out of this world. After a moment of silence, he hurriedly collected his mind. His fists were lightly clenched, and a snorting sound rang out from his fingers. It's got the meta running through it. So this is enlightenment. Casually dispersing his yuan qi, Chen Jian muttered. In that moment earlier, he was in the scene, completely substituting into the killing of that soldier who practiced the remnants of the martial arts, the trajectory of the first scroll of the remnants of the martial Dao, and even the mourning of that cultivator and the bewilderment of drawing his sword and looking around. He felt as if he were in the same situation. A brief moment of enlightenment. The first piece of this remnant scroll had been melted down to near completion, and the threshold of the innate realm, which had been delayed in entering, was also knocked into in the unconscious operation of yuan qi. Nowadays, he was already a cultivator at the early stage of the innate realm, the great barren world. Martial cultivation, regardless of whether it was a third or second rank or a first rank, was just a non-starter. Only by crossing into the innate realm would one be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation. A line is as wide as a moat. Many martial artists who have spent their entire lives and reached the end of their martial arts cultivation have never been able to perceive the innate energy to open the door of creation. Eventually the chi and blood wither away, reduced to a white bone on the path of monasticism. If Chen Jian remained the same Chen Jian from before, perhaps he would be able to be among the innate realm approximately in this life, but it would never be this fast. Have to say, although Unity was a treacherous businessman, this kind of almost enlightened enlightenment really smelled good. If there is enough money, the cultivation secrets of this world were no longer half secret to Chen Jian. If you can't do it once, do it twice. As long as he can afford to pay, he is the strongest gnosis. Think about it. His smile grew perverted. I'm so stupid. Really, you're all ing open and you're still thinking about practicing hard? Why would I go through that when I can pay for it? Getting money laid is the way to go. Having his dog-leg Chen Zhang boil the bathwater, Chen Jian laid down in the tub to feel the changes after crossing into the innate realm. At this moment, the chi and blood in his body transformed into a babbling brook, swimming along the meridians around his body to nourish his physical body. Beyond that, he clearly felt the heaven and earth yuan qi around him being slowly ferried into his body through his pores. Unlike most cultivators, yuan qi did not enter the qi sea, but was instead stirred up by the babbling brook. It dissolved into pure qi and blood. This was precisely the hegemony of the martial arts scrolls. God and soul are one, and only one body is cultivated. Use your body as a furnace and refine it into a universe. The cultivation paths in this world are very mixed, with the Taoism of the Great Tang, the Buddhism of the West, the sorcery of the South, and the priests and body refiners of the northern wilderness, but it's the same thing. The many Taoist traditions are only different in their external aptitudes, but in essence they are actually all about the nano-yuan qi in the sea of qi, and then evolving all the laws. However, this martial way scroll was a different approach, not like cultivation, but more like a derivation of the martial way. The killing power is unmatched. Toward evening, Chen Jian, who was in the bathtub mulling over plans to get money, was finally gripped up by Chen Aban, changed into a slightly more sedate green shirt, and rushed toward the western marquee mansion by the exotic beasts that were used to fill up the doorway in the backyard. The beast looked like a horse, not a horse, with a snow-white unicorn horn on its head. The first Chenlu king captured the 3 generations of Genros on the battlefield. Over the years, the Chenlu Hofu family is thin, and the beasts that are eating mountain treasures have been reduced to eating grass and are as thin as wood, and have long since lost half of their divinity. If this trip were not so important, Chen Aban would not want to use it to pull the cart. Not that there are feelings or anything like that. Mainly this is treacherous and cunning. You have to eat 5 pots of berries before you want to go out when you get the chance. At this point, Chen Aban sat in the carriage, holding 2 jade Buddhas in his hands, his face full of flesh pain. After all, this is the last of the Marquis of Qinliu's family fortune. Chen Jian looked on and said understandingly, "Pops, if it's not possible, let's return home. I see that these 2 jade Buddhas are almost worth 10,800,000. We sold them to open the hookah. Betrothal. I'm not in a hurry. A mere 8,000 taels is nothing." Chen Aban endured the pain and handed the 2 jade Buddhas to Chen Jian, looking away from them. It's hard to beat a penny. Chen Aban does not know how to run a business, and is an idle marquis. These years no war to fight. The palace reward is very little. An illustrious marquis is worse than a magistrate. Chen Jian silently took the jade Buddha. What's with feeling like you're back in your previous life dumping your family's money on a daughter-in-law? It didn't take long. The old butler's dry and hoarse voice rang out. "Marquis, the Shibua Marquis mansion has arrived." Upon hearing this, Chen Aban's aura instantly changed drastically. An air of bitter seriousness emanated from it. Chen Jian was a bit confused. However, I saw Chen Aban give a cunning smile. The love field is like a battlefield. Either the east wind overpowers the west wind, or the west wind overpowers the east wind. Dad's got experience, so watch my face when you get in there. The house of the Marquis of Westborough. Elder Taijunya sat in the eunuch's chair with her eyes slightly closed, and her dragon head walking stick was pestled on the lapis lazuli board, making a dull sound, a sound that was heavier than a sound. At the bottom of it, Chen Aban was seated with a serious expression, exuding an aura of bitterness and hatred. The atmosphere was somewhat eerily quiet. Under this weird atmosphere, Elder Taijunyu's face gradually became gloomy. The walking stick to the ground a fierce pestle, green stone played like a spider web cracked, debris splash. In his mouth, he even shouted, "Chen Aban, if you regret, you can push this marriage. Let's gather our troops and horses, and fight to the death on the battlefield. My Shibua Marquis house is not a marriage with your old Chen family." "Old Taijun, what do you mean by that?" Chen Aban looked at Lao Taijun in a daze, thinking that I came to propose marriage with good intentions, and this old woman of yours is somehow pulling something about you and me? Chen Jian was filled with black lines. Earlier I felt that the old man is not a reliable. You really want to be experienced. You will not be in the old mother died so many years still a bachelor. Seeing that Elder Taijun was agitated and boiling with murderous intent, Chen Jian hurriedly stood out from behind Chen Aban, his body bowing low to the ground. "Old Taijun, Jian begs your pardon. Yesterday's faults were all caused by the knowledge of peace. Old Taijun is magnanimous and willing to marry Xining. Jian's family is overjoyed. How could they back out?" Hear that? Elder Taijun's face warmed slightly. For the first time, he landed his gaze on this dude who had caused the Shibua Marquis house to lose face. It's rumored that this little thief walks his dog, hangs out at the hookah, and never does anything for anyone. She had expected about a thieving fool. Unexpectedly, this bad embryo was wearing a down-to-earth green shirt, head with a wooden hairpin, hanging jade at the waist, matched with a pair of red lips and white teeth with a clean face. At first glance there is actually some stranger's style, like a scholar. Pity, the gold and jade are not as good as the gold and jade are not as good as the gold. The whole thing is a straw man. The whole family. If it were not for His Majesty's mediation, she would have been reluctant to marry the Chunlu mansion. After yesterday's incident, she had no trouble seeing from the clues that the conspiracy was targeting more than just the Marquis of Chunlu and her Westborough house. She had thought that even if Chen Aban was a waste, he should be able to see the ins and outs of the matter clearly. I didn't expect to wait all night. Whether it is the second boy of the family of the minister of the household, the oldest 3 of the Wei family in Hajang, and the fixer Qian Sangao, who was mixed up in the officialdom, are all safe and sound. It's just as well that Chen Jian, the little thief, is stupid. After all, he has a reputation. As Chen Liu, you don't even have any temper? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yu Lao Taijun snorted coldly, more and more disliked that Chen Aban, who was full of bitterness and hatred, whisked her sleeve and said, "Little Marquis, come with me." Chen Jian passed a look to his old man, hurriedly ran up to help the old Taijun, leaving Chen Aban sitting in the hall full of confusion, like a little cutie. Chapter 7, Half-Brothers and Half-Brothers. Do you know why the old body agreed to betroth Xining to you? Walking on the quiet corridor, Elder Taijun Yu suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Chen Jinan was slightly stunned. If we follow the original owner's thinking, this question is very simple. Naturally, it is because the little master is gifted with extraordinary qualifications and has a vast future. But after all, Chen Jian was not the same young marquis from back then. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, "Yesterday, it was Qian Sangao who said that a new hookah had opened on White Tiger Street, Yang Laoer who saw Xining's disguise, and finally Wei Laosan who pushed me, and it was a conspiracy, not exactly incorrigible." Elder Taijun Yu nodded slightly and continued, "Is there anything else?" Chen Jinan raised his eyebrows slightly, hesitant to speak up. "There's certainly more to it than that. There are just some not so nice things to say. My Shibua Marquis house looks like the holy favor is not shallow, but it's just a candle in the wind, a family of widows, and when the old body closes its eyes, it will also be extinguished with the wind." Elder Taijun Yu's face is calm, but her words are bleak and desolate. "If you marry Xining, it will be like marrying the entire marquis. No need to cover up. I want to know what you really think. Then no one will be straightforward." Chen Jian slowly said, "This conspiracy has never only targeted my Marquis of Chenlu, but also the Marquis of Shibua." Elder Taijun Yu's face remained unchanged, signaling him to continue. Chen Jian helped her to sit on the stone bench on the porch bridge, and said softly, "The Wei family in the river wants to eat the extinct family, but the threshold of the Shibua Marquis house is too high. In that case, it can only cut the threshold. If you hadn't gone to the palace and His Majesty hadn't interceded, I'm afraid that today's marriage proposal, it wouldn't be me, Chen Jian. Instead, it's Wei Zixian, a disgraced Xining County princess, coupled with Aunt Wei's full support. It's no longer out of reach for Wei Laosan to join the Marquis household or even marry explicitly." A hint of surprise flashed in the bottom of Elder Taijun Yu's eyes. She wouldn't have been half surprised if these words had come out of the mouth of a bystander, and many people in Chang'an City were able to smell the flavor of this foolish plot. But coming from this reputable dude, it's a little unbelievable. Who doesn't know in Chang'an City, the Marquis of Chenrezig's family is full of trash? A Chen Aban who didn't even keep his hereditary throne, a nerd with no qualifications for cultivation, a loser whose path to cultivation has been cut short. There's also a claim that it's hard to see a practicing fool for 100 years. Master Tiger's dog and mouse grandson is not a reputation that was spread overnight. At this time, looking at this green shirt and the ground in a leisurely manner of the young man, Yu Lao Taijun suddenly felt that Chenlu Marquis house may not be so simple. At least this Chen Jian in front of him, his speech and demeanor were by no means stupid. There was a long silence. She spoke. "In that case, why hasn't Chen Aban made half a move? Just willingly give a? Because of the River Wei family. It's just a gun, too." Chen Jian showed a teasing expression on his face. "You may not know that Servant Yang is a member of the Crown Prince's people, and so is Qian Sangwa." At these words, Elder Taijun Yu's pupils shrunk slightly. Minister Yang of the Household Department has contradicted the Crown Prince more than once, and they all say that he is a traitor under the 4th Prince Li Qingbong's door. But it turns out that he is actually the Crown Prince's man? How did Chen Jian learn of such a hidden secret? And, Chen Liu Ho is a straw man. Do you need to target him like this? She was a little skeptical that the little thief was just making up random stories to put a face to her own. "See this." Chen Jian did not explain. About the matter of Minister Yang of the Ministry of Revenue, he also heard from Li Chang'an. The 3rd prince, Li Chang'an, was a concubine, and his cultivation qualifications were mediocre, with no semblance of possibility of inheriting that throne. Early moved out of the palace, hanging out all day at the hookah, and Chen Jian wolves, stinking, call each other close friends. It can be described as the number one dude in the sky, with a reputation worse than Chen Jian. And why the Crown Prince is targeting the Chenlu candidate house, Chen Jian actually did not figure out, and can only be attributed to Li Chengdang's head hair pumping. "Let's go. The old body will take you to meet someone." After a long silence, Elder Taijun Yu got up and walked towards the inner mansion. Chen Jinan was vaguely looking forward to it. Yesterday, the original owner drank dizziness, only shook his eyes and felt that the girl on the street was a good-looking thief, and then he was kicked by Wei Laosan into Xining's arms. Didn't even look closely. Crossing a long corridor, Chen Jian realized that something was wrong. This is not the way to the lady's boudoir. Traveled to a wigwam. Elder Taijun Yu stopped in her tracks. The walking stick tapped lightly on a boulder bump, and the wigwam parted noiselessly, revealing a narrow pathway. the old dame walked into the trail without a word. Chen Jian hesitated for a moment and also buried his head and walked in. Just entered the narrows. Immediately a low grunt of pain was heard. Chen Jinan raised his eyes to look, only to see a man covered in blood hanging from a stone cell not far away. The face is vaguely visible. It was actually the oldest member of the Wei family in Haja. Yesterday's playdate at Qing Lok Fong. Seeing Chen Jian and old Taijun you show up together. That old crone stopped the whip covered with barbs in her hand and retreated into the darkness silently. For his part, Wei Laosan's face became extremely complicated. I didn't realize. I've been plotting for days, but I've given you a fool's futility. Chen Jian ignored him. In his heart, he couldn't help but think highly of this old Taijun who was dying. Although the Hajang Wei family is from a bad background, the ancestor is a former eunuch, but they have done tremendous business over the years, holding many industries in the river. Legend has it that Wei Zhongli, the head of the Wei family, is even among the Tongshan realm, and his cultivation is quite impressive, a great power that can be called a minor sect master. And Wei Laosan, as Wei Zhongli's youngest son, was favored tightly, and was always followed by a Dao protector of the void transformation realm. When we used to play together, Wei Laosan didn't shout out to show off. And now, Wei Laosan was actually caught by this old woman without a word. This man is in your hands. Whether he lives or dies is up to you. Elder Taijun Yu glanced at Elder Wei and sat aside with her eyes closed to fake sleep, appearing indifferent. In terms of affinity, the Wei family was close to the Shibua Marquis residence. Wei Zhongli's own sister-in-law was none other than Wei, the second wife of the Shibua Marquis. When I was a child, Wei Laosan also often went to the Shibao Marquis house to play. Smart and well-behaved, very good at pleasing the old Taijun. It's just that things don't change. A guest in the hall then, a prisoner now. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, knowing that this was the old lady's test. Casually picking up a piece of reddish brazier in the fireplace, Chen Jian walked over to Wei Laosan and smiled faintly. Zi Xian, I should actually thank you. You're the one who should be thanking me. Mockery was written all over Wei Laosan's face. Without me, how would you, a pig-like fool, be enough to get to Xining? I've done all my calculations, only I didn't expect the dead old woman to become less and less bold the more she lived all these years, not even daring to kill a waste. What's more, I didn't expect that His Majesty would pull strings for you swine. One wrong move is all it takes. Saying that, Wei Laosan violently pounced on Yu Lao Taijun, his face full of grimace, saying, Old Demoness, is your insidious, poisonous, and murderous determination buried along with your short-lived ghost son? Ah, pop. Chen Jian backhanded him with a slap, directly knocking him back. Stepping on Wei Laosan's chest with his foot, Chen Jian winked at him. Zi Xian, you don't actually have to die, so don't make a fool of yourself. Old Taijun has said that whether you live or die is all up to me, so why seek death? Think about our relationship. Hearing this, Wei Laosan froze. The reason why he was so crazy was that apart from resentment, more than anything else, it was actually fear. The old witch is so vicious that it would be worse than death to fall into her hands, but if it falls into the hands of Chen Jian, he couldn't help but have some hope when he thought about the stupid, adorable past of this fool. Seeing this, Chen Jian continued, Zi Xian, we are brothers from different fathers and mothers, and although you designed to harm me yesterday, I have nothing to lose. On the contrary, I got engaged to Xining because of the misfortune, so in this way, instead of being able to kill you, I have to thank you. Jian, do you really think so? Wei Laosan was a bit impressed. However, I saw Chen Jian sighing in a low voice. Zi Xian, do you know? I, the Marquis of Chenlu, have run out of food. Yesterday, in order to save me, Chen Aban donated the only 3,000 taels of silver left in her house to that traitor Wang Fugue. As long as you're willing to shell out the money for your ransom, I can do the honors and let you go. Wei Laosan was silent. He was more than aware of the situation of the Chenlu waiting house. A nest of losers and poor business practices have reached the point of no return. Knowing that Chen Jian wasn't selling out, it was just that there was something about shelling out money to redeem himself that he always felt was a little less than plausible. Turning her head to look at the old Taijun sitting on the side, she only saw that her old face was gloomy, but she did not speak out to scold Chen Jian. The heart couldn't help but believe a few things. I also thought that probably the father among the Tongshan realm. This old hag also has a scruple, the so-called money for ransom, but is looking for a reason to find a step down. Just read about this. He thought he saw through the truth and branched out. Unperturbed, he sat down and asked coldly, how much do you want? Chen Jian's face showed joy as he hurriedly said, 8,000 taels of silver, one hand to pay and one hand to deliver. Out of breath, Wei Laosan was a bit disgusted. The Chenlu waiting house has really fallen out of favor. I'm only worth 8,000 taels? That's a little bit of money. It's not enough for him to hang out in Chang'an for a year. Chapter 8, Who'd bother with a dead man? Wei Laosan fished out a ring from somewhere. Wrist flip. Immediately, A few light silver tickets appeared in his hands, and Cloud said, "This is 10,000 taels of silver tickets. No need to look for them." Chen Jian was pleasantly surprised. "Zi Xian, you've actually stepped into the innate realm? Is it hard?" Seeing Chen Jian's face full of joy, Wei Laosan felt a bit puzzled. Mockingly, he said, "A once-in-a-century cultivation genius. A cultivator who can step into the innate realm. Who wouldn't live more than 100 years? It's only you, the Marquis of Chenlu, who think this is something great. Kirin ha, it's outright humiliating." Chen Jian was unimpressed. After all, who would be angry with a dead man? After receiving the silver ticket and carefully tucking it into his arms, Chen Jian picked up a key from the wall and began to unlock Wei Laosan. Wei Laosan raised his eyebrows slightly. The more he looked down on this little marquis, it only felt like the old hag was senile to look at this money-minded loser. Chen Jian said as he unlocked the door, "Zi Xian, is the royal food at His Highness the Crown Prince's house good?" "Just average," Wei Laosan casually responded, and suddenly his face instantly changed. As the world knows, the Wei family of Haja is the eagle dog under the door of the second prince. In a moment of inattention, I was actually set up by this punk. Alertly, he looked up, only to see Chen Jian positively looking at him with a face full of regret. "Then I'm sorry. In your next life remember not to mess with other people's bowls." The words fell. Chen Jian raised his palm, and Yuan Qi was saved between the seams of his palm as it fell with a loud bang. Pust. Under one palm, Wei Laosan's eyes instantly filled with blood. The head burst like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Jian turned his head to look at Elder Taijun Yu and grinned. "Grandma, are you satisfied with this answer sheet?" Elder Taijun Yu was speechless. This teenager with blood on his hands and a smile on his face. Is that really the idiot who's been walking his dog and hanging out at the hookah? After a long silence, Elder Taijun Yu slowly got up and sighed. "Go see Xining, the inner mansion of the Marquis of Westborough." And Wei led Chen Jian to Li Xining's small building with a complicated expression. Wei Zixian is her own nephew. Although she didn't know about the Wei family schemes, her elder brother and nephew had asked her more than once to find a way to help pull strings. It was natural for her to be happy about the kissing. After the incident at White Tiger Street, she immediately realized that this was an opportunity, but she didn't expect to be reprimanded by the old Taijun just as she opened her mouth. It didn't even hide its murderous intent, and it messed with her mind. At this time leading this infamous young marquis, her heart vaguely grumbled that the old Taijun was perhaps truly senile. This little marquis is not only better looking, but he is not half as good as my nephew. But she was so small in person that she could only keep these thoughts to herself, poking and prodding and praying for the old woman to ascend soon as she stomps on seniority. It's time for her to turn over a new leaf. Young Marquis, Xining Pavilion has arrived. Since you've entered the door of the Shibua Marquis residence, I still hope that the young Marquis will respect himself. Don't do anything to embarrass everyone. After giving a few words of explanation in an ungentlemanly manner, Aunt Wei turned around and left. Chen Jian ignored her at all, just quietly listening to the eerie sound of the piano coming from the attic. Wait for a song to end. Chen Jian picked up the steps, set aside the twofold beaded curtain. He walked up behind Li Xining. It just so happened that Li Xining was turning around as well. 4 eyes. Li Xining's cheeks instantly crawled with red frost, and there were even watery mists splashing under her eyes, but she always stared stubbornly and indifferently at Chen Jian. Look at each other for a long time, looking at the light-colored red line on Li Xining's jade neck. Chen Jian was defeated. The original owner really wasn't a thing. Even with Chen Jian's extensive knowledge, he had never seen a woman like Li Xining. Her eyebrows looked like distant mountains without a trace, and her lips looked like painted sand without a dot of vermilion. Just a slight frown. Just let the whole earth lose its color. This kind of cold and stubborn exiled fairy, the original owner of this dam, can also get down? But on second thought, and it's a good thing he did it, Li Xining clutches the strings, oblivious to the fact that his long, white fingers had been cut. Meeting those cool eyes, Chen Jian lost again. 2 lives. He talks about hundreds of dollars of pure love most of the time. I don't really have a lot of experience with this kind of thing. Li Xining stood holding his chin, letting the blood slowly drip down his fingers onto the floor without realizing it. See this scene. Chen Jian suddenly became a little disinterested. I only felt that the woman standing alone in the attic, seemingly surrounded by flowers, was actually unsupported, like dry grass swaying in the wind in winter. It will fall apart when blown. He walked over to Li Xining and tore off a piece of white cloth, ignoring her struggles, and began to bandage the wound. Li Xining looked at the side of his face and wondered what came to mind. Without further resistance, let him do his bidding. After bandaging his wounds, Chen Jian turned to leave, walked to the door. He suddenly spoke. Believe it or not, what happened on White Tiger Street was indeed not intentional on my part. After saying that, he strides away. Li Xining was stunned speechless. After a long moment, she looked down at the scribbled bandage marks on her palm. A sigh of relief was eerily released. Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence. Crown Prince Lee Sung-din was sitting on his throne, his face full of gloom. Beneath the throne, the Crown Prince washing horse Zhu Wuchang stood there respectfully, his fan not shaking, his body trembling slightly. Behind him, Yang Xianxian, the second son of the household ministry minister's family, was kneeling on the ground and trembling. Can someone explain to this palace why Chen Liuho and Shi Boho have gotten mixed up? Li Chengdaing stout, wearing a four-clawed dragon robe, the voice of the cold, once angry, even as a cold wind blowing through the hall, calling people shudder. Your Highness, this matter is my humble servant's responsibility. I didn't anticipate that Elder Tai Junyu would go to the palace to cry to His Majesty, and let that loser get away with it. Zhu Wuchang was filled with guilt and couldn't stop asking for forgiveness. Li Chengdaing whisked his sleeve and said, Sir, there is no need to blame yourself. This matter is not your fault. The unconventional's faces slowed down slightly, and they stood there quietly. Of course he was right. He wasn't even in Chang'an when he plotted the Marquis of Chunlu. The reason why he came out to ask for forgiveness was just a passing gesture that he had to have as the crown prince's washer horse. After all, in theory, the staff of the prince's residence were all dispatched by him. At this moment, his gaze if anything fell on that shivering second son of the Young family, and his heart was indescribably happy. It is true that things are grouped together. People are grouped together. That little marquis is a waste. Yu Yang Erlang perennial and he hangs out in a place. But it is no better. If it weren't for Squire Yang's connections, a wasted dim sum like you wouldn't even be able to get in the door of the Eastern Palace. How dare you try to destroy a marquis residence? I don't know what to say. Yang Xianxian knelt on the ground in fear and said in an aggravated manner, Your Highness, I don't know why that old demon woman wants to enter the palace. At these words, the room was filled with silence. Even Li Chengdaing was stunned by the answer. Is this my East Palace staff? Exasperated and laughing, Li Chengdaing held back his anger and asked word for word. You didn't expect Elder Tai Junyu to enter the palace. So this palace asks you, where are the assassins you arranged? Slayer, the killer is missing. Yang Xianxian cowardly said, originally everything was evolving according to my plan, but when the chaos started, the killer suddenly disappeared. Your Highness, I suspect Xian Sanko is the mole. Only he and I know about the assassin. I didn't leak the information. It must be him. Li Chengdaing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yang Xianxian with a calm face, lost in thought. Is this jumped-up character really stupid? Or is he just pretending to be? He didn't believe there were such stupid people in the world. That's just it. Back off. Li Sungjiang sighed mentally. The harpies are not enough to plot. After all, with Squire Yang's connections, you can't be too harsh. Chapter 9 800 Chunlu Armor. After the idlers have left, Li Chengdaing's majestic image suddenly faded, and he roared in anger, Sir, please teach me. How could there be such a stupid person in my hallowed crown prince's residence? Waste. Stupid. Wei Zi Xian, Yang Erlang, Qian San Gao, all ing idiots. Is stupidity contagious? Ah! After a fit of rage, Li Sungdin sat on his throne in a state of disorientation, his eyes scarlet. He was never known for his tactics in the first place. The reason why he became the crown prince relied on the fact that he was a general. When he was defending the northern wasteland, he made great military achievements, and went south with supreme glory, and became the crown prince of the Eastern Palace in one fell swoop. He had thought that after becoming the crown prince, he would be able to show off his strength and ambition to unify the world. Unexpectedly, he returned to the city with a big change, became a prisoner trapped in Chang'an. A body of Tangshan realm cultivation was useless. His Majesty is in his prime and has a long life expectancy. He just sat on the dragon chair and watched with cold eyes, and Li Chengdaing did not dare to make half a move to cross the line. A return to truth realm grandmaster. There is no one in the world but a handful of people. Otherwise, according to Li Chengdaing's nature, what old 2 old 3 old 4, or the old 5 old 6 that may come later, kill them all cleanly, and naturally, no one will block their way anymore. Your Highness, my humble servant has something to say. I don't know if I should speak or not. Seeing Li Chengdaing gradually quieting down, Zhu Wuchang shook his fan and said, Say, in my opinion, in fact, Your Highness need not target Chen Luho. Zhu Wuchang spoke eloquently, Master Tiger's canine son, Mao's son, Chen Ah Barn, a straw man. The cultivation is only the realm of the transformation of the virtual realm. There is no one to succeed him, and he is only an idle marquis. Let them live and die on their own. Why should we lower ourselves to provoke them? Even with the addition of the one-widowed Shibua marquis house, it was just 2 mole crickets holding on to the warmth of the house, not even qualifying His Highness to make a move. To put it bluntly, messing with them won't do half as much good as upsetting His Majesty. Why doesn't this palace know? Li Chengdaing sighed. Chen Aban is not enough to be feared, but if the 800 Chen Liujia held in his hands are not dispersed for one day, this palace will not be able to live in peace for one day. The irregulars were slightly stunned. He is a newcomer who has only come to prominence in recent years, and is good and young, only in his 50s. Don't even know what the hell Chen Liujia is. There's no record of it in the history books. Li Chengda's face showed reminiscence color. Lamented, good warrior without heck. Chen Liujia's reputation is not obvious, but the most elite team of the Great Tang, the so-called Divine Strategies Army, Xuanjia Army, and compared to it, even mentioned shoes are not worthy. Hundreds of years ago, wherever Chen Liujia passed, 10,000 beasts were silent and 1,000 armies retreated. They are like a ghost on the battlefield, reaping the lives of their enemies as well as their own, fearless of death, even embracing it. He once attacked 1,000 miles by night, slaughtered 100,000 troops of the northern barbarians in one night, and killed the Northern Throne royal court for hundreds of years, not daring to go south. Because of the overkill, the history books don't even dare to leave a trace. Speaking of this, Li Chengda looked strange and said, I'm sure you've also heard that King Shenlu didn't get the throne correctly, and got it by licking the previous emperor's ass. Zhu Wuchang did not answer. After all, it involved certain privacy of the late emperor. He just blinked his eyes. There's no need to be so small-minded when it comes to this palace, Li Chengda teased. If King Shenliu's throne came by licking the ditch, the many princes of the Great Tang probably all lined up to lick it, because the king of Chenlu is the first owner of Chenlu. Speaking of this, Li Chengda looked away to the north. In a trance, he seemed to see above the vast grassland. There were 800 battle armor clad in black robes, holding a stranger's sword, standing solemnly in a straight line, faced with a vast sea of iron riders coming like a tidal wave. Their faces were dead silent. As King Chenlu's battle flag waved, 800 battle armor raised their butcher knives, and the beasts on their hips roared and hissed, as thousands of troops retreated and human lives fell like grass. Corpses are everywhere. Blood is flowing. The impermanence was silent. His Highness holds Chen Liujia in such high esteem, yet his heart is set on burying them completely. There's more than likely an unresolvable grudge involved. Li Chengda slowly sighed. Soon after the late emperor's death, the king of Chenlu also left behind his widow and orphan to sail to the west, and that child is Chen Liu. Your Majesty wishes to follow the example of the late emperor and make a brotherhood with Chen Aban, so that the ruler and the ministers will be of one mind. Originally, everything was fine, although Chen Aban's cultivation qualifications were not good, but holding the Chenlu armor in his hand was not a weak name for the king of Chenlu. However, a change of heart 14 years ago made many of his Majesty's plans come to naught. My stupid mother knew about Princess Chenlu from somewhere, taking advantage of the fact that King Chenlu returned to his hometown to pay homage to his ancestors, and that the Hofu's defenses were empty. He mobilized 2 of his family's patriarchs to surround and kill Princess Chenlu. Chen Aban, angry hair, in a fit of rage, mobilized 800 Chen Liujia into the capital, killed the blood, the queen's relatives, was slaughtered. If it wasn't for His Majesty's intervention, I'm afraid that even my mother and I would have gone to be buried with Princess Chenlu. After this point, the king of Chenlu was stripped of his throne, and the dying 800 Chenlu armor was relieved of its armor and returned to the field, and was forbidden to enter the capital for life. So it is. The irregulars were filled with shock. 14 years ago, when Kyoto was in turmoil, the empress's own family rebelled and was decapitated. Crown Prince Li Chengda knelt for 3 days and 3 nights in the imperial study. Finally, His Majesty the Emperor felt compassion and did not kill anyone, but only sent Empress Su to the cold palace. Also after that day, instead of being implicated, the Crown Prince leapt to become a supervisor. The incident was then a big deal and the world was in an uproar. They say the Queen's kin are stupid. The throne that was clearly within their grasp was played off by their deaths. The most glorious gateway to the world fell apart and bled out overnight. It also says that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is loyal and filial, and that His Majesty the Emperor is holy and benevolent. The reason why Zhu Wuchang worshipped under Li Chengda was also because he saw from this matter that His Majesty the Emperor had special expectations for the Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, the turmoil 14 years ago hid such a truth. After a long period of silence, Zhu Wuchang said quietly, only 14 years apart. Isn't your highness worried that Chen Liujia will enter the capital again and kill a river of blood? A mother is always my mother, even if she's stupid. Li Chengda's eyes flashed with anger, looked at the palace and said icily, as my mother's only son, I can't stand by and watch her wither away in the cold palace and be that lonely ghost. Chen Liujia has been hiding in the darkness for more than 300 years. They are old and deserve to be buried once and for all. This palace has waited and watched for 14 years. Li Chengda turned his head in a huff, his eyes scarlet as blood. I can't wait. Sir, do you understand? Zhu Wuchang was slightly stunned and bowed low to the ground. Wuchang is willing to use 7 tails of bone to carry the sword and chop off your head for you. Chapter 10, I heard you lost a killer? After returning from the Shibo Marquis mansion, Chen Aban dawdled for a long time. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker before he gritted his teeth and walked towards the Marquis Wu's mansion not far away. one of the 18 vassals of the Tang dynasty, in order to open the hookah to find an old brother to borrow money. The pace is more or less heavy. Inside the gate, Chen Jian touched the freshly muffled storage ring in his hand and silently cheered for Chen Aben. What's face? For the money, no less. After sending off his old dad and chatting with his little sister Chen Jidong for a while, Chen Jian took a cheerful step back to his study. He couldn't wait to pull out Wei Lao San's relics. Earlier in knowing Wei Lao San has stepped into the innate realm, Chen Jian face full of surprise is really from the heart. After all, the storage ring thing requires Yuan Qi to open. With the River Wei family's heritage, once Wei Lao San became a cultivator of the innate realm, the things contained in his storage ring would certainly not be shabby. As a brother in arms, isn't Wei Lao San's storage ring his storage ring? Mobilizing his body's qi and blood, Chen Jian twisted his hand around the storage ring, blood qi transforming into Yuan Qi lingering around his fingertips. A few moments later, only a slight sound like the breaking of straw paper rang in his ears. Hey, it's done! Chen Jian rubbed his hands together, then flipped his wrist, and an exquisite small box appeared on the table out of nowhere. Open the box, an ethereal scent hit his nose. As far as the eye can see, beautiful flowers. Chen Jinan froze. Pick up a piece and watch it closely. Unsurprisingly, it's the blasphemy of Li Qing'er, the #1 beauty in Chang'an City. Why are you so sure? Because the original owner peeled. Picking up another piece, it was Cheryl's. Undeterred, Judah picked up another piece, and it was from a small water droplet. After a long time, Chen Jian crumpled into his chair. Throughout the study, there were familiar smells everywhere. Sure enough, things come in small packages. Wei Lao San and the original owner were able to play together, and other than a drop of ill intent, the rest was probably really smelly. Thinking of another dear friend, Chen Jian gathered the blasphemous clothes into the box again, and silently took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone and began to write a letter. Son on pro-enlightenment, my little brother has gotten a big treasure. I won't see you tomorrow at noon at the Qingla Square. Enveloping the envelope, Chen Jian called Chen Zhang and asked him to make sure to send it to the third prince's residence overnight and hand it over to Li Chang'an. Chen Zhang was full of joy, patted his chest to ensure that he would accomplish the task, and ran out in a puff of smoke. Ever since the young master was locked up in the dungeon for a night, he hadn't even been very close to them since he returned, knowing that they had been inseparable before. The young master ate meat when he went to the hookah, so his own two brothers could at least have a mouthful of soup. Today, I overheard the master exclaiming that the young master had cleaned up his act and grown up. The two brothers were depressed. I thought that I would have to say goodbye to the good sisters of the hookah. I didn't realize it wasn't even nighttime yet. Young master asked himself to send a letter to His Highness the Third Prince again. That's not good enough. With the third prince around, it's time to clean up your act. Chen Jian called Chen Yi to the study again. The master and servant hooked up and muttered for a long time. Chen Yi left with a sinister smile. Everyone has his uses, just as even a torn piece of blasphemy always has a place to go. Since we're going to have a hookup, it's only natural that we put our two dog legs to use. They're not good at anything else, but they're very experienced in hanging out with people from all walks of life. I know exactly where the best-looking girls are in Chang'an. Moreover, they were the ancestral private sons of the Chunlu Marquis house, serving around from the generation of their great-grandfather, and there was absolutely no problem with the loyalty piece. Putting tomorrow's events in order, Chen Jian is lying on the desk again, writing hard, checking the gaps, and the words are all about screwing the money. Outside the study, Chen Aben pinched a few silver tickets in his hand, looking at the window reflection of the shadow of old comfort. Sun Smash is really growing up and starting to know how to study hard. Jinka Lane, Chang'an City. A carriage slowly drove towards the Yang mansion at the end of the alley. In the carriage, the second son of the Yang family was drunk, and a few points of aggression were especially visible on his face. This time to set up the game, he asked himself has done the best. Grass ash snake thread ring 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 ring. The Chenlu Marquis house and the Shibua Marquis house to play in the palm of the hand. Although the assassin did not strike his plan to kill Chen Jian in the street, but the results are not unacceptable. After all, he sent Chen Jian to the heavenly prison. As for the matter of Yu Leo Taijin, that old hag who went to the palace overnight to sue and make peace with his majesty, in his opinion it was all unpredictable providence. It is not a crime of war to fail in one's plans, but it is the will of God. Earlier, when he was relieved of his wrath by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he was unconvinced in his heart, feeling aggrieved. So after coming out of the East Palace, he turned around and slipped back into the Qing Lafang and drank a widow's wine alone. Thinking of the past and Chen Jian play a scene, Yang Xianxian cannot help but come to have a few points of annoyance. Many thoughts rise and fall, and ultimately turned into a sentence. People in the jungle. The body cannot help but snort. A snort of laughter suddenly rang out in the carriage. A laugh as clear as a bell, like an ignorant girl hearing an extremely funny joke. Listen to the sound. Yang Xianxian was slightly stunned. He turned his head, only to see a girl in red looking at herself with a smile at the corner of the carriage. The two dimples are kinda nice. He doesn't remember bringing a girl home tonight. Then, who is she? When did you get on the wagon? The girl ruffled the broken hair on her forehead. I heard that you lost a slayer? Yang Xianxian was silent. The loss of the slayer was a pain he couldn't touch today. If another person dared to say that in his ear, he would let the guy know what cruelty meant. Just this little girl, really cute. Holding back his anger, Yang Xianxian asked in a deep voice, who are you? Where are you from? And what do you want? Well, who am I? The little girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, suddenly rejoiced. I am the killer of mode feelings. You lost. It is my brother who depends on me. I came to avenge him. Saying that, the little girl reached out her hand and pointed, and the vast ocean like Yuan Chi instantly drowned Yang Xianxian. Put! Yang Xianxian was like a heavy blow. A mouthful of blood was spat out. His brocade clothes were torn into willow flakes by the agitated Yuan Chi, looking miserable and incomparable. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were so unforgiving. The little girl spat out her tongue and held up her little fist menacingly. Next time don't lose your brother. It'll kill you. Suddenly, her ears twitched slightly and she muttered something about a smelly old man in a muffled voice, instantly dissipating in place. Yang Xianxian coughed out another mouthful of blood. His body curled up in the corner, his face full of fear. That little girl didn't look more than 14 or 15 years old, and her cultivation had actually reached a profoundly uncharted realm. With a casual finger, the vastness of Yuan Chi like an ocean was almost no less than that of a void transformation realm powerhouse. Even in Yang Xianxian's memory, the void transformation realm powerhouses also seemed to be unable to do such a heavy lifting. If that little girl had tried to kill him, I'm afraid he would have been a corpse by now. No wonder that killer didn't show up. Even his sister is as strong as this. As a brother how could he, as a brother, assassinate a loser who's not even a cultivator? High achievers are always proud and have their own arrogance. It's not that you can't kill them, it's that you don't care to do it. Boy, I heard, you lost a slayer? Just when Yang Xianxian was afraid afterward, a voice as hoarse as an old male duck slowly sounded. Yang Xianxian's body stiffened, listening to the familiar question. He suddenly felt like it was going to be bad. Looking up with difficulty, he saw an old man hunched over in the same spot where the little girl had been sitting earlier, looking at him slyly. After half a second of silence, Yang Xianxian tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked, you, which of his relatives are you? Chapter 11, I, Li Sung'an, have voted for this project. Count me as a servant in his house for now? The old man's face was full of folds, and a few white hairs lay sparsely on his head. He didn't look like he had many years left to live. However, in his heart, Yang Xianxian, who has long since elevated the mysterious killer to an unlimited level, only felt that the old man's eyes were permeated with a coldness that went deep into his bones. The nerves completely collapsed, and he cried miserably to, old man, I will definitely keep a good eye on that lord next time, and never lose him again, so please be merciful and spare my life. The old man was unmoved, slowly extends claws as if they were dry bones. Ka-ching! A sound of cracking bones rang out. Yang Xianxian's arms and legs were broken, and his posture was strangely posed as a big dead character. Yang Xianxian fainted in pain. The old man looked at his masterpiece and finally laughed silently, slowly disappearing. I don't know how much time has passed. Another figure appeared in the carriage. The visitor was an old woman carrying a long whip covered with barbs. Seeing Yang Xianxian, who had been manipulated to the point of being almost inhuman, a look of surprise flashed across his face. A moment of silence. She expressionlessly ferried Yuan Chi into Yang Xianxian's body. Old Taijun said that she wanted to make certain people in the dynasty learn a long lesson, so naturally she couldn't do it quietly. Under the nourishment of her Yuan Chi, Yang Xianxian woke up quietly, just opened his eyes and saw the old crone in the corner, and was filled with life. Come on, screwed up a killer. The next day, Cheng Lafong, TSK, Yang Lao Air is so miserable. Hearing Yang Xianxian's misery, Chen Jian bared a mouthful of wine, unable to speak of his regret. Yang Xianxian does not speak martial arts. Chen Jian naturally will not be easily let go, thinking hard about hundreds of ways to retaliate, but did not think that all cannot be used. I heard that Mr. Yang had no good flesh on his body, and returned to the mansion already mad, repeating nonsense like he had lost the killer and would never dare again. Beside Chen Jian, Li Qing'er, who was known as the #1 beauty in Chang'an, sighed quietly and was also filled with regret. Unlike this little marquis who just has a good skin, although Mr. Yang is also a straw man, but after all, his family is in charge of the silver, and he is generous. Thinking that from now on, one of his gold masters would be gone like this, Li Lanqing truly regretted it. Thinking about it was even sadder than when he was forced to take his first night, but born in a lousy pond. Where is there any room for sadness? Having lost one golden master, the rest are even more treasured. thinking about it. Her cheeks were slightly red. Licking her red lips, she said in a glutinous manner, "Little Marquis, little bunny wants to eat wine too." Chen Jian's gaze dropped and he waved his big hand. Drink with me, drink with me. I don't seem to have come at the right time? Just as things were about to get out of hand, a thief in white slipped in. Li Laosan. It's not easy for me to get my hands on him, but you're coming out to stir things up at this moment? Chen Jian glared viciously at the visitor and casually threw a wine pot over. The man reached out and steadily caught the wine pot, tilted his head and drank it all, smooth. I don't know why I always feel that the wine in the hook bar is exceptionally good to drink. Out of breath, Chen Jinan snorted. To this Li Chang'an, who didn't look like a prince at all, the young marquis had always had no half respect. After all, no matter how big the power and wealth is, when he stays with you on your bare ass for a long time, naturally it will be hard to create a distinction between noble and lowly again. Say, what's the big treasure you've come to see, my lord? Taking another sip of wine, Li Sunan asked, crossing his legs unimaginatively. Chen Jian found an excuse to send Li Qing'er out before he spoke. There's no hurry about seeing the treasure. I have a promising business with great returns. Are you interested in learning about it? Doing business? You don't have a fever in your head. Li Chang'an reached out and touched Chen Jian's forehead. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know that we're trash? This mind is not as good as having a few more concubines to try to reproduce offspring. It is unlikely that a unicorn child can be born to the father by the son's honor. What kind of business are we in if we're just waiting to die? Chen Jian was silent in response. I opened my mouth and thought it made so much sense that I couldn't refute it. Looking at Li Qingnan's taken for granted expression, Chen Jian thought to himself that the odds were that this guy was hopeless, only to make the most killing force of the previous life to persuade, you have a point, but not to come or here. Sure enough, this statement was made. Even Li Sunan, who had made up his mind to mingle and wait for death, couldn't refuse and quietly waited for the following. Seeing this, Chen Jian pulled out the plan he had stayed up all night last night to write, and compelled. I'm going to open the most profitable hookah in Chang'an City. For this reason I have been lying in wait and tarnishing my own reputation for 3 long years, and I have finally made the perfect plan. As long as we follow my plan, one day we will be able to rise to the top of the entire hookah world and become the leader of the industry. Even the whole world's hookah will change because of us. Li Sunan took the plan and read it without thinking. Although Chen Jian was talking a lot, he was lacking in interest. Not to mention that Li Sunan had completely laid flat. Even if his fighting spirit is not quenched, the imperial prince of the great Tang kingdom goes to run a hooker. Isn't this trampling the royal face on the ground? When he opened the planner and glanced at the top of the page, he saw the words 6 elements of hooking up for money, and Li Sunan smiled. I thought to myself that this guy is really uneducated. Such an ugly font, so crooked it might as well be a 3-year-old Montessori. Just about to snicker a couple of sentences, saw a few lines of small words. The bottom of his eyes suddenly flashed a trace of amazement. Carefully study and read up. Chen Jian picked up his wineglass and drank alone. The demeanor is laid back. With his understanding of Li Sunan, as soon as he saw the plan, he would definitely be captivated. It has nothing to do with making money. The main thing is that this guy is an elegant parker. More than once spit out the city of Chang'an. These girls close off too fast. The wine is also too boozy. He wants to be elegant. Nah, the girls are only vulgar enough, but how they can't be elegant. Chen Jian, this planner. It is like a bright light suddenly lit up in a long dark night, so that prisoners struggling in the darkness can see the way forward. Li Sunan is the prisoner who fell into darkness. Read through the thick dozen pages of the planner. Li Chang'an raised his head and held Chen Jian with both hands in a death grip. Good brother, how much is the difference? Chen Jian stretched out 2 fingers. 16,000 taels of silver. Let you be the second proprietor, accounting for 20% of the shares. And in the future, the flower girl. You choose first. Really? Li Sunan's eyes were bright and piercing, slapping down a stack of silver bills. For this project, I, Li Chang'an, vote. Chapter 12, to be a gangster, you have to talk about power and background. Chen Jian pulled out the deed he had prepared long ago from his pocket. Li Sunan raised an eyebrow. Looking at the 3 words Ji and Lu on the deed, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this guy Chen Jian. At least before entering the heavenly prison, there would never be any of these pie-in-the-sky ideas in the mind. It's even more unlikely that you can plan ahead and even have the deed ready, signed in block letters and stamped again. Li Chang'an frowned. Jian, are you hiding something from me? Chen Jian's heart thumped. I did not expect the Chunlu waiting house people did not suspect themselves, but was actually found by Li Chengan the end of the. Well, you sure are up to something. Seeing that he didn't respond, Li Chang'an sneered. I knew that you saw Mr. Lu in jail. Mr. Lu Bai Park was caught as your girl lit the fire. I did not expect you to be so shameless. Actually take advantage of people's danger to let him give you advice? Chen Jinan was silent. Sure enough, talking and laughing are all stupid, and there is no talent in the world. Redundancy is so careful now. Ha! You're still a bit young to try to fool this king. Lee Sun-on seemed pleased with himself for guessing the truth. Slamming the signed deed on the table, the old cunning man said, "Since there is Mr. Lu as a resistance, this king reluctantly will play with you." After saying that, he snapped open his folding fan and made a move to leave. "Aren't you going to play some more?" Chen Jian froze and asked. Li Changnan disdained. "What's the fun in a broken flower?" Before the Jian building was opened, "This king will never stroll the hookah again." As he stepped out the door, he turned his head and smiled evilly. On the day of the opening, remember the flower girl this king chose first. It's good that you're happy. Chen Jian waved his hand helplessly, telling him to get lost. Pulling on Li Sun-on as the second proprietor was well thought out, putting aside the fact that the guy is a loser. In terms of status and position, Li Chang'an could definitely rank in the top 10 in the Great Tang. Over the years of hanging out at the hook, he has beaten up countless second-generation people. You even have to make amends on your doorstep when you get punched in the face. This kind of thigh is condemned by heaven if you leave it unclasped. After Li Sun-on left, Chen Jian summoned Li Qing'er again. Formally extend an invitation to this first beauty of Chang'an City. Although Li Qing'er is in the hook, called Chang'an City, many powerful people already know the depths, but after all she has the name of the first beauty. There would be a place for her on the future flower leader list no matter what. All it took was to make up a more poignant story and find a few literati to carry the pen for her, and Chen Jian was confident that he would be able to turn her image around. After listening to Chen Jian's lofty talk, Li Qing'er raised her autumn watery eyes to look at him with an innocent face. Small white hands unconsciously touched elsewhere. With her insight, it's hard to understand the so-called persona, image, sass, and other stuff. All she could think about was serving the few gold masters who could afford to eat her. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Or, are you used to making a direct offer?" Saying this, he reached out and peeled away Li Qing'er's small hand, and said seriously, "Join Jian Lu, and in the future, not only will you be paid 300 taels per month, you'll also have 7 days of vacation." 300 taels per month. This is not a generous wage. Those who could earn so much by selling their physical strength in the vast city of Chang'an were almost non-existent in the secular world, except for those who flew around as cultivators. In Qinglafeng, Li Qing'er had her hands full with the richest few gold masters, and at best, she only earned 100 taels or so. It's still not that much every month. Hearing this condition, Li Qing'er decided to agree. The little head nodded frantically. At the end of it, he licked his lips and said that he had nothing to offer but to give his body in return. Li Qing'er here to talk about it. Chen Jian asked her to go and call Qinglafeng boss Huma Zi. Huma Zi is called Ma Zi though, but he didn't have half the pockmarks on his face. Instead, he has an excellent complexion because of his pampering. Hearing that Chen Jian wanted to ransom Li Qing'er, the face of Huma Zi, who was full of smiles, instantly turned gloomy. Li Qing'er was his money tree, earning him at least 600 taels of silver every month. A large part of the reason why Qinglafeng was able to stand among the many hookahs in Chang'an City was because of her. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. How dare this punk kill my parents in front of me because he has a father who's a marquis? The man who killed my father is right in front of me. Huma Zi didn't even want to pretend anymore, and said sorrowfully, Li Qing'er was born a person of Qinglafeng, and died a ghost of Qinglafeng. Little Marquis is always welcome if he wants to play, but if Little Marquis wants to poach me, I'm afraid you're looking for the wrong person. Oh, Chen Jian smiled in disbelief. As far as I know, Li Qing'er and you signed a living contract. How much silver did her father sell her for back then? I think it's 20 taels, if Little Master remembers correctly. According to the law of the Great Tang, a hooker woman who wants to redeem herself, as long as she is not the belonging of a criminal official, only needs to pay twice the amount of the deed, that is, 40 taels. Saying this, he pulled out 2 silver ingots and placed them on the table, faintly saying, "Please trouble boss Hu to fetch Li Qing'er's deed, and we'll settle it clearly face to face." Huma Zi laughed in exasperation. It's not true that Li Qing'er was bought by him for 20 taels of silver, but this fool wants to buy his own money tree for 40 taels. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Young Marquis, it seems that my humble self did not make myself clear just now. Li Qing'er was born a man of Qinglafeng and died a ghost of Qinglafeng. It's okay to leave. Looking sorrowfully at Li Qing'er, Huma Zi spat out a few words between his teeth. Leave your life behind. Are you sure? Chen Jinan asked. Humpty Dumpty was silent. That wouldn't be much fun. Chen Jian leapt up and struck out like lightning. Pop! Only a crunching sound was heard as Huma Zi's body smashed against the wooden window and broke through it again to smash down to the bottom of the building. Chen Jian deceptively leapt down, raising his foot and stepping on Huma Zi's chest smirked. Who gave you the bottom? Dare to yell in front of this marquis to kill people? That's a lot of movement. A few old parkers who worked day and night stretched out their heads in dissatisfaction, and were about to scold angrily, when they glanced at the Huma Zi, who was lying on the ground with half of his face dilapidated. and suddenly extinguished their voices. Seeing the notorious green-shirted young marquis again, he hurriedly closed the door with a fawning smile. Can't afford to mess with it. The Parkers could hide, but the captive thugs of Qing Lufan couldn't. But in a few moments, a dozen or so fierce-faced thugs surrounded Chen Jian. Just don't dare do it. Chen Jian looked around sideways, his eyes lingering briefly on a shadowy man. This one. It was the Qing Lufang provider, Qi refining realm cultivator Chang Wei. With Chen Jian's current cultivation, there was no certainty of winning against him, but out of the mix is to speak of power. Fight background. Can't fight. There's no point. With his toes crushing Humazi's chest, Chen Jian sneered and asked, Boss Hu, can you hand over her deed now? Little Marquis, Hu, put my word down here. How you took her today, how you will send her back to me tomorrow. Humazi spat out 2 broken teeth and said with sinister eyes, even if half of his face was shattered by a slap, Humazi didn't dare to let Chang Wei do it after all. And even this slap from Chen Jian, on the contrary, cleared his head a lot, realizing the gap between each other's identities. After all, although this dog thief is stupid, the identity of the little marquis cannot be made false. Is the street robbed, the Xining County princess can still be all whiskers and tails from the heavenly prison out of the power. It's not something that a little hooker like him can fight against. Previously, it is also the financial road was cut off, a hot blood on the head, coupled with privately listening to enough Chen Lu Marquis house full of waste taunts. It made him a bit confused about his own weight, but for him to just admit defeat, then all those years in Chang'an were for nothing. Thinking of the people behind him, he said sorrowfully, fetch the deed of Li Lanqing for the little marquis, and respectfully send them out the door. Seeing his own boss concede, the fighters were quietly relieved. The same is true of Standing Will. Swoosh went down and took the deed and handed it to Li Qinger. Paki, I'm waiting for your tactics, don't disappoint me. Chen Jian bent down and patted Humazi's face. Rampant to the extreme, he led Li Qinger away with a big swing. Chapter 13, from now on, please call me Master Tong. Out of the Chinglish place, Chen Zhang, who had long been waiting outside the door, hurriedly lay down on the ground to act as a human-sized horse stool to allow the two to board the vehicle. Seeing this, Chen Jian was slightly stunned. This ing ritualistic, it's kinda hard to throw away. Holding Li Qinger's hand in boarding the carriage, Chen Jian waved his hand and said in a spirited manner, rise and shine, Crescent Lake. Li Qinger curiously looked at the scenery skimming beside her. She was 12 years old when she was sold to Humazi by her own father. All these years of going around in circles, only playing around in the various elegant rooms of the Qing Lufang. Do the math. Today is actually the first time she left that alley and really saw Chang'an City. Looking at the street vendors, looking at the street chasing and playing children, she did not have to come to the eyes gradually red. The younger siblings of the family, perhaps also live this kind of uninhibited living a small life. Young master, Lunar Lake is here. About half an hour later, the carriage stopped in a remote wasteland. Chen Zhang lifted the covering cloth of the carriage and prepared to kneel on the ground to receive the two off. Chen Jian laughed and kicked him, telling him to get lost. Then he jumped off the carriage and carried Li Qinger down horizontally, teasingly saying, come on, beauty, take a look at the fish pond this marquis has contracted for you. Li Qinger looked blankly at a wild lake in front of her. I don't understand what Chen Jian is doing by bringing her to this deserted place. Chen Jian didn't explain and flew up, standing on a huge rock overlooking the Moon Lake, far away from the downtown, winding paths, but also with the entire Chang'an city's most prosperous Jinka alley far away from each other. This kind of hooks and bars holy land, but even ing used to raise fish, really call people feel incredible. Crescent Lake. It was Chen Jian who sought a resting place for Jian Lu. There are 3 small islands on Crescent Lake, spaced no more than 100 meters apart from each other, forming a small cluster of islands. If you build a few lofts and pave them with iron ropes, you can easily hook them together and make them into a hookah mecca for eating, drinking and playing. There are also lakes that form a natural barrier for parkers to be free from worries. Even if the tigress of the house came to the island to arrest them, they could still leave with ease. There is never a question of fleeing in a panic with your clothes on. The security and secrecy are second to none. The more you look at it, the more you like it. This place must be taken. Chen Jian jumped off the boulder and said to Chen Zhang, call that ship's captain here. I want to talk to him personally. Chen Zheng heatedly smiled. Lao Er had the boat captain waiting, just waiting for your signal. With that said, he slowly and methodically pulled a piccolo out of his pocket, poofed it to test the pitch and then whimpered and blew. The sound of the flute is heard. Chen Jian raised his eyes and looked, only to see a small boat slowly emerging from the shadows on that crescent island. Chen Yi stood at the bow of the boat, a piccolo also placed at his mouth. The sound of the flute echoed, echoing with Chen Zhang. Chen Jian looked at this scene in surprise, and only after half a second did he say quietly, dogs, you guys are hiding very deeply now. Chen Zheng humbly smiled. They are all unimpressive little tricks, not worth mentioning. Oh, Not worth mentioning. Ha! Chen Jian sneered. No wonder the original owner always felt that these two dogs were out of the ordinary before. It turned out that there is this kind of secret craftsmanship evening. Snatching the piccolo from Chen Zhang's hand, Chen Jian scrutinized it carefully and saw that although this thing looked no different from a piccolo, there are actually some nuances. With a metal card at its base, the island was about 2 miles away from them, yet Chen Yi could hear the sound of the flute, thinking that it was because of this card. After studying it clearly, Chen Jian returned the piccolo to Chen Zhang and casually said, "This thing, where did you get it?" "Hey, I built it myself." Chen Zhang hid the piccolo into his arms, and couldn't help but say proudly, "Young master, it's not that I, Zhang, am bragging. In the whole Chang'an city, no, in the whole of the great Tang dynasty, it's the flute in our brother's hands that can travel the farthest. We won the top prize in the competition last year. Even the flute of Li Dog's son at His Highness the Third Prince's house doesn't travel as far as we can." "Great." Chen Jian patted Chen Zhang's shoulder with satisfaction, too lazy to delve into what inexplicable bouts these lapdogs are playing in private. Earlier, Chen Jian was still wondering how he could do it without fail. Wouldn't it be nice to have this? If the lakes are full of secret sentries, and someone comes to the door to catch the husband, they will use the piccolo to transmit the voice, and then make up different tunes to transmit different messages. So much for that. In the future, Parkers can say that they are high on the list. He didn't mention it here though, the less people know the better. Not much longer. The boat stopped at the edge of the lake and Chen Yi led a man to it. The man was dark-skinned and dressed in a short shirt, like an old farmer more than a pond owner, and as soon as he came ashore, he immediately bowed to Chen Jian. With a fawning smile on his face, little man Zhang Fugue greets the little marquis. All hail the little marquis. Chen Jian narrowed his eyes and surveyed this pond owner. Something looked familiar to me. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized where the familiarity came from. This guy even looks like that jailer Zhang Xiaoer has 8 points of resemblance. These 2 days were so busy that I forgot about the fact that Zhang Xiaoer still owed himself 495 taels of silver. Isn't that a coincidence? Picking up Zhang Fugue, Chen Jian said smilingly, "Does Boss Zhang's family have any relatives working in the Kyoto prefectural jail?" Zhang Fugue's face flickered with smugness. "My son's strength is humble, and he just filled the vacancy of the Kyoto prefecture prison's heavenly warder a few days ago. Could it be that Dog's son has the honor of meeting little marquis? Oh, I've seen it. Why haven't I? I've been friends with little brother too for several hundred taels of silver at first sight lat." Saying that, Chen Jian's face changed. "Boss Zhang, you don't want your junior to stay in jail for the rest of his life, do you?" The smile on Zhang Fugue's face froze. He shelled out a whole 100 taels of silver to send his own second boy to jail, to be able to eat public food. What does this little marquis mean? Is the world so dark? As a pariah, you can't even be a jailer? Flopped to his knees, Zhang Fugue said in a trembling voice, "Little marquis, I didn't say I wouldn't transfer Crescent Lake. I beg you to be magnanimous. Don't drive my family's little two out of the heavenly prison." Chen Jinan was slightly stunned, slightly awkward. Changing the topic, he said, "This marquis is just joking with you to regulate the atmosphere. Don't be afraid. How much are you going to sell this lunar lake?" Zhang Fugue hesitantly extended 8 fingers. Chen Jian frowned. In the Great Tang, where wars are unceasing, the price of arable land is not too expensive. A mu of good land is about 10 taels of silver, and thin land and hills are even cheaper. There are even some unclaimed lands that go straight to whoever opens them. Crescent Lake is only 400 acres or so, and even at the price of good land, it's just over 4,000 taels. Zhang Fugue looked so coy that he opened his mouth and asked for 8,000 taels. This is treating my lord as a fat pig to be slaughtered. After half a second of silence, Chen Jian reorganized his language and said quietly, "Boss Zhang, you don't want your junior to be whisked out of the heavenly prison, do you?" Zhang Fugue shivered, clenching his teeth and bending down a finger trembled. "Little marquis, 700 taels cannot be lower, and then my whole family will not live off." 700 taels? Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. 700 taels of silver? Yes, young marquis, it can't go any lower. Wang Fugue cowardly said, "This is too expensive." Counting out 7 silver tickets from his pocket and handing them to Zhang Fugue, Chen Jian said with great affection, "Boss Zhang, little brother heir has a fierce tiger in his chest, and this marquis here wishes him to guard the heavenly prison forever. My lord's earnest wishes, be sure to pass them on for me. Go on, let E take you to the delivery. Thank you marquis for your love." Zhang Fugue wiped his cold sweat and tugged the 700 taels of silver tickets in his hand to leave after Chen Yi. Before leaving, he quietly glanced at Chen Jian. His heart flashed a few points of triumph. "Although you have earned, I am not at a loss. No matter what you can do, you will never imagine that my lake is only sold for 700 taels. Hey, 10 years of fishing for nothing." On the crow's nest, Chen Jian stood at the bow of the boat overlooking the large crescent lake, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "From now on, I'm also a human child with a fish pond. Xinger, from now on, please call me Lord Pond Master. Chapter 14 Luanjia Jones is to rebel? After strolling around Lunar Lake for most of the day, Chen Jian already had a vague sketch of the construction in his mind. He predicted that he would buy the lake with 3,000 taels, but he didn't think that he would buy it with 700 taels. The rest of the money he decided he'd better put it all in. The third island was built as a private residence and served as his lair. That island is remote, and not far from it is Fox's Hill. After the Fox Child Mountain is the west gate of Chang'an City. Into the attack and retreat can be defended. Then Shunlu Marquee House do not know how many times better. Late afternoon, Chen Jian led Li Qing'er away from Lunar Lake and had some headaches about what to do with her. It's one thing to visit a hookah and another to bring a hookah home. After all, just betrothed to Xining, turned around and led the hooker woman back to the house. I'm afraid that Yu Lao Taijun is going to let that old crone carry a whip to the door overnight. Little Marquis, slavery is lowly and lowly. Don't care about slavery. Where you can't settle down, there's always a place to go. Seems to see through this guy's hesitation. Li Qing'er TT Gas said. Chen Jian was touched. Little Qing'er, I didn't expect you to be so understanding. Unlike other sisters who would only tell this Marquis to make things difficult, he said as he made a move to leave. Li Qing'er was stunned and speechless. I never expected this guy to be out of line. Isn't this the kind of time when you should just wave your hand, take a beautiful woman into your arms and say I've got everything? Tease the girl for a while. Chen Jian had the driving Ajeng divert and sneak off to Li Chang'an's residence. In the daytime, Huma Zi's old face was beaten to pieces and still dared to put a vicious word, most likely to have a root thigh. Chen Jian naturally will not really care about her. Li Sunan's reputation couldn't be worse anyway. Taking in a hooker is nothing. Drunken guest house, White Tiger Street. A buxom woman was half lying on the bed like a lazy Persian cat. On the other side, two boys dressed as teenagers half-kneeled and carefully massaged her. Under the bed and couch, Huma Zi waited respectfully. Even if he had already been sitting here cold for most of the day, he didn't dare to show any displeasure, because this woman was Drunken Guest House's Jiang Baihu, the helmsman of the White Tiger Hall, a void transformation realm cultivator, the widow of the Langya Jiang clan, and the proprietor of the Qing Lafang in the true sense of the word, his master. Back then, he also served as these two boys. With a hand of skillful maneuvers, Chen Jian led little Qing'er to Lunar Lake. Just as Huma Zi was reminiscing about that year, Jiang Baihu sat up lazily and licked his scarlet blood-like red lips. The word Chen Jinan was bitten extremely hard. Yes, Huma Zi hatefully said. They have been hanging out at the Moon Lake for half a day, and now they are heading in the direction of the third prince's residence, probably to play the two dragons playing with the phoenix, two scums. Thinking that his own money tree was being played with for nothing at this time, Huma Zi felt the other half of his face raw and painful, and said in a miserable voice, Miss, you have to do it for little Ma Zi. Kong Beko hides his mouth and eats a laugh. Her life favored clean young man. The first time I saw Chen Jian, he was not the infamous little Marquis, just a tease-too-will blush fledgling. Time passes so quickly. A turn. That little teenager is actually starting to steal his own chicks. With a wave of his hand, two white-clothed, sword-carrying men immediately stood out from behind the screen, and Jiang Baihu said softly, Go to Jinka Alley and bring little Qing'er back. Don't hurt her. Nah. The two men answered in unison and left straight away. See this scene? Huma Zi some touched and some apprehension. Miss, that Li Chang'an is a person of the royal family. Directly to the door to ask for people will not. Kong Beko was non-committal, destined to have no chance to ascend to the top of the waist of the emperor only. To the Langya Zhang's heritage, can be respected or not. I really don't know whether these powerful people in Datong have a pit in their brains. All ing brain to the pile of people. Where is the comfort of a detached villa on the street with a courtyard? Chen Jian sat alone in the car, thinking about the earlier sight of the two alien beast limousines each in their own way, and couldn't help but open his mouth to spit. So much for being stuck in traffic in a previous life. I didn't realize it was still jammed even in ing ancient times. Young master, words can't be said like that. Chen Zhang was full of envy. To be able to stay in Jinka Lane's family are all big shots with real power. The unicorn that blocked the road earlier, but the family of the secretary of the Ministry of the Army's car, to be placed elsewhere. Who dares to stop? Hear that? Chen Jian was silent. The blockage is really blocked, and the fragrance is also really fragrant. Previously that beast seems to have a trace of the divine beast Qilin bloodline, spitting breath between the two white refining flow, at least ahead of the royal Qi realm great demon. The piker who drove the car was also a man with deep cultivation, and confronting it from afar was a beast with a hideous head and horns. The two divine handsome fey beasts blocked the street, letting no one go. It was blocked for half an hour, but no one dared to have half an opinion. At most, they just turned around and changed direction. Look at the other family's beasts, and then look at your own old one-horned horse. Chen Aben is at least a marquis. My ancestor was a king with a different surname. Why did he get mixed up like this? It's not interesting. Chen Zhang about also thought of their own situation. No sound. Gray driving the carriage toward the hesitation alley. Just as they left Jinka Alley, two white-clad swordsmen happened to walk outside the alley. The swordsman marched straight ahead in the darkness of the night, and pedestrians avoided him. Even those divine handsome exotic beasts, as if sensing the sword chi condensing from the two of them, uneasily pawed the ground with their hooves. Not much longer. They stood in front of a mansion with the words Anyang Wangfu written on it. The guards saw these two people in white clothes with long swords on their backs, forcing them to be not small, full of kindness to ask the reason for coming. However, he saw the long sword behind the two swordsmen chirping softly. Visions. The long sword sheathed, transformed into two sword light broke through the crowd and flew into the king's residence. The two trailed the long sword, even ignored the king's residence guards straight to the hall. What kind of curmudgeon dares to trespass on the Anyang king's residence? The commander of the guard's face was grim as he shook the human child while leading 24 guards to surround the two. One of the swordsmen laughed coldly. The swordsmen under the Luanjia Zhang clan, Jiang Bai Hu, have come to the king's mansion to receive him, said he threw out 2 ingots of silver on the table. Shaped like a ghost broke into the back hall, without saying a word carrying a face full of confused Li Qinger away. The guard commander clangingly drew his sword. These two are ing rampant. How can His Highness still hang around in Chang'an if this is rumored to be a robbery in the royal residence? He was about to swing his knife at the man when he saw another man's eyes shoot coldly. Not seeing any movement from him, only a buzzing sound was heard, and the long sword hanging above his head appeared 3 inches in front of the guard commander's brow, as if as long as this commander dared to make the slightest movement, the long sword would splash blood. The guard commander instantly stiffened his body. The Langjia Zhang clan, is it going to rebel? The swordsman put away his sword and stood, coldly saying, wait for the thunderous wrath of His Highness the Third Prince. After that, the two of them swaggered away. The many guards of the Anyang royal house, none of them even dared to stop. Chapter 15, This Little Brother, do you think I'm blind? The two came and went on the wind. By the time Li Sunan from the back of the house ran to the lobby in his clothes, the swordsman had disappeared. The guard commander Su Lao Peak's face burned as he crossed his sword and knelt on the ground without saying a word. In that earlier moment, he had wimped out when faced with death. Let the two swordsmen waltz in and snatch the man. As a guard commander, this was a complete and utter dereliction of duty. Your Highness is notorious though, but being bullied into the house is not the same after all. The lord is dishonored and the minister dies. Su Lao Peak's face showed determination, grabbed the ground with his head and said, Your Highness, I no longer have the face to be this guard commander, willing to lead the death. After saying this, the sword was sheathed and instantly cut across the neck. This slash was so decisive and incomparable that not to mention Li Chang'an, who had no cultivation, even the royal housekeeper, who was also at the royal chi realm, was too late to stop it. It seems to know shame and indeed want to die. Li Sunan just looked at him in silence, a smile still on his face. Just as the bloodline between his neck splashed open, Li Qingnan's fingers lightly snapped, and the sword that Su Lao Peak was holding tightly even instantly came out of his hand. It was pinched in its fingertips. Old Su, how many years have you been with me? Su Lao Peak looked at Li Chang'an incredulously. The world says that His Royal Highness the Third Prince has a bad birth and no cultivation qualifications, and is destined to have no possibility of ascending to that throne in this life. That's why they let loose and broke the pot and made up their minds to be a rich, idle man who waited for death to eat and die. Some years ago there were rumors that His Highness was biding his time, tarnishing his reputation and secretly building up his strength to wait for an opportunity. But as His Highness acted more and more absurdly, and after stealing the home of the Minister of War one green night, those rumors were no longer spoken of. It was after that night that Lao Su completely lost his desire to go up. With a change of heart, the iron-blooded and brave martial artist of that year became the meticulous guard commander of today. But now, looking at the precious sword in His Highness's hand as if it were scrap metal, think of some kind of possibility, Su Lao Peak said in a trembling voice, back to Your Highness. Old Su has been following Your Highness for 7 years and 3 months. My subordinate deserves to die and is ashamed of the king's favor. Has it been 7 years? Li Chang'an casually threw his hand and the sword was tightly sheathed. Today's matter. The root cause lies in me, making the sword dusty. You go out of the city. This temple will take care of your family for you. From here on out, don't call Su Lao Peak anymore. Call, Old Thief Su. Your Highness. Su Lao Peak fell to his knees, and his heart, which had been cold and silent for a long time, gradually began to beat. Go on. Don't go back when this temple has already caned you. Su Lao Peak knelt 3 times, unsheathed his sword, and turned to leave. After Su Lao Peak walked away, the butler behind Li Chang'an hesitated. Your Highness, Wu Fu was afraid of death to such an extent that you are assured of letting him enter the Black Wind-walled city? Li Chang'an said. Around is just a jokey trick. Let him be. It's better than seeing him add to the trouble. Thief mother asterisk 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 that crazy Kong Beko bullied her way into my head. Odd shame. I can't even get her. The butler's mouth twitched. Su Lasher thought that His Highness was biding his time and secretly building up his strength, but as a close minister of Li Changnan, he knows very well, His Highness is to show this appearance. Simply do not have the meaning of half coveting that throne. Tarnish your own reputation? It doesn't exist. Silently pitying that Su La Peak, who had rekindled his fighting spirit again for a second, the housekeeper asked, regarding Li Qingers being snatched back by the Jiang clan, should the old slave deliver a letter to the Chenlu waiting house? Of course. Li Chang'an yawned and said rightfully, what does it matter to me, Li Chang'an, that his Qin Jian's building license was robbed? This palace is not as favored as he is, and I don't have a real father to help me out. After saying that, he picked up the 2 silver ingots on the table and put them into his bosom, and said joyfully, on the day when Jian building opens, I'll use these 2 silver ingots to buy and drink wine. The butler was speechless. Calling a boy, he told him to go to the Marquis of Qinliu's residence to report the news. The boy had received his orders and was preparing to leave. However, he saw the butler clang a fist dropping on his eye and smiled grimly. Go crying and say that our highness was held down and beaten by those 2 swordsmen, and that even the commander of the royal guards was killed. The boy whimpered and cried, running towards the outside of the royal residence with a panda eye. Seeing this, Li Sunan nodded in satisfaction, returned to the inner house to hug the 2 side consorts and sleep. Chenlu waiting house. Chen Jian looked at the boy, who was full of aggrieved and miserable, and felt that his mother was too ridiculous. A royal prince, being held down and beaten up in your own lair, even with coming out of your mouth? And you're a ing prince who's already been crowned king, and you want me, a loser who hasn't even gotten his title yet, to help out? What kind of people did the original owner's stupid ass date? Looking around, there is not a single reliable one. Gnashing his teeth, he looked at the boy for a long time. Chen Jian was so angry that he kicked him out, sitting dumbfounded on the threshold, pondering what to do about this. No wonder Huma Zi dared to threaten himself sorrowfully. It turned out that his backstage was actually that crazy woman in White Tiger Street. If there was a choice, Chen Jian really didn't want to deal with that woman, but Li Qinger must be saved, not to mention the fact that she was one of the future floor names of Jianlu. What's more, if he conceded this time, in the future, if Jiang Baihu sent those 2 ES to snatch people at her door, could he just watch her snatch them? It's just a matter of robbing the building license plate. What if she robs me? The memory of that crazy woman could have been drooling over herself for a long time. Think long and hard. Chen Jian was clueless and found it tricky. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Baihu casually picks out 2 swordsmen who are big men of the realm of transformation, and secretly I don't know how many more cards are hidden. In terms of status, that woman's back is against the Langya Jiang clan. It's a lineage that once produced a saint, although these years fell out, but the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Casually pull out 2 pieces of holy weapons, is not a small one Chunlu Marquis house can ruffle, not to mention that Pops is a loser who even had his throne cut. Didn't you see even that bastard Li Sunan wimp out? If you really want to fight that woman, according to Li Qingnan's nature, I'm afraid I would have wailed and led a group of slaves to hit the door. Why did you come to me and play the victim? Think about it. There was nothing too good to do for a while. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly glimpsed a green shirt slowly walking down from the book depository. Chen Jian instantly smiled evilly. That's it. Isn't there a hidden bigot here? I, a passerby, can't afford to mess with you, Jiang Baifu, but you, Jiang Baifu, can't afford to mess with the son of destiny in the same way. The world knows, but any woman with a little bit of beauty meets the son of destiny. The end of the old miserable. It's not enough to be eaten up. It's enough to make you want to be eaten up. 10 points of IQ dried straight into 1. As long as Big Brother steps in. Not to mention a Luanjia Jiang clan. Even if there has been a great emperor's family, we'll have to play for you to waste. Sneakily smashed a punch on the bridge of his nose. Chen Jian rolled and crawled to hug Chen Jibai's thighs, and said miserably, Big Brother, my little brother is being bullied. That crazy woman Jiang Baihu robbed my little brother's money and threatened to catch my little brother as a facehead. You have to do something for my little brother. Chen Jibai's hand holding the book trembled slightly. This little brother. You think I'm blind? Chapter 16, there's no such thing. Sandy, how do you want me to help? When Chen Jian had cried enough, Chen Jibai asked gently, although he knew that Chen Jian was pretending to be miserable. Chen Jibai did not break it down. Passing a handkerchief to wipe a tear from his eye, he waited quietly for what was to follow. Chen Jian looked up at this elder brother who was full of gentleness, and suddenly hesitated a little, not knowing whether to involve him or not. Big Brother looks so ordinary. What if it's just that he's looking the other way and he's not some big shot? Letting an ordinary person go to Kong Beko is no different from delivering a product. This idea just started. Immediately thought of their own money tree is waiting to save their lives. Half a bit of hesitation suddenly disappeared, and squarely said, Big Brother, You read a lot of books. Go to persuade that crazy to understand the feelings of reasoning, so that she will Li Qinger back to me. Chen Jibai didn't refuse and said gently, I'll go for my brother, but there's no guarantee that it will work out. Chen Jian was overjoyed. He was just giving it a try. He didn't expect Chen Jibai to actually agree so painfully. After all, the memory of this big brother is an old geezer, who has not seen out of the door several times a year. After the business talk, Chen Jibai turned around and went into the bookstore, saying that he wanted to find a book to bring over as a doorstep gift. Chen Jian's head was filled with black lines. First time I've seen a book as a doorstep gift, let alone a widow? But thinking that the big man was always different from the norm, he let it go without reminding him. Taking advantage of the gap between his elder brother going to prepare the entrance ceremony, Chen Jian slipped into the side room and found that old housekeeper with a stiff upper lip. Although I don't know what realm the old housekeeper is in, but just with that godlike step and especially able to stay alive, Chen Jian guessed that this old Inbi wasn't any good either. After all, it's big brother's first time out, so it's better to be on the road for insurance. Hearing his intention, the old butler pulled his face full of folds and smiled sorrowfully, not saying yes or no. Seeing this, Chen Jian took it as a yes from him. Full of joy back to their own study, ruthlessly refused to spring, summer, autumn and winter four sisters to recommend themselves to the good intentions of the pillow. During this time, he has to save up his energy to make money with all his might, and women can only affect his speed of making money, which has time to draw his sword. The curfew for Chang'an City is at the hour of midnight. With the sound of that twilight drum in the palace, the prosperous Chang'an City gradually fell into silence. Pedestrians return home, stores close, the streets are roaming with homeless, lonely souls on the prowl for scavengers. At the foot of the Son of Heaven, the imperial city of the great Tang dynasty, no beggars and stragglers such rats are allowed to exist. It's too ugly to whisk people away in broad daylight, and it doesn't have a good reputation. So the Kyoto prefect Wang Fugui's unusual brain a flash of light. There is the occupation of scavenger. They carry long swords on their waists and hold clubs, and once the hour of the Ohio is over, the whole city of Chang'an will be their world. Chen Jibai rode the moonlight and slowly walked down White Tiger Street. With his ordinary looks, plain green shirt, and a pair of linen shoes under his feet, he didn't look like a rich and powerful master. It was reasonable to say that such people who dared to set foot on White Tiger Street during curfew hours were often the focus of the scavengers' attention. Favorably, the fierce scavengers ignored him, even as if they hadn't seen him. Passing through the heavy forbidden ground without hindrance, Chen Jibai stood at the entrance of the drunkard's house with a scroll in his hand, looking up at the 7th floor. Guest, curfew time has come. If you want to eat wine tomorrow, please be early. The store assistant who cleaned up the mess saw Chen Jibai staring at his own restaurant obsessively, drooping a rag to drive people away. Junior, I'm not here for the wine. Chen Jibai lifted his boarding gift and said mildly, I'm here to seek an audience with Miss Jiang, the proprietor of your building. Please bother little brother too to inform me. The shopkeeper was slightly stunned. After looking Chen Jibai up and down, he snorted disdainfully, not to mention that the curfew is over. Even if it's daytime, is the proprietor of our house something you can see just because you want to? Do you know why White Tiger Street is called White Tiger Street? Chen Jibai honestly said, I don't know. I wish to hear more. Because all the stores on this street belong to our young lady, said the store assistant, shoulder rag flung, look proudly pointing at the door, reprimanded, asshole, get out. My lady minutes hundreds of silver into the account. You also deserve to see? Do you really think you're a scholar after a few days of study? I've seen a lot of losers like you who want to eat soft food. Chen Jibai sighed. With a single step, his figure disappeared. The shopkeeper suddenly stared at the empty street with wide eyes, incredulously, and hissed, ghosts, 7th floor. Jiang Baihu, who was half lying on the bed and enjoying Li Qinger's massage, suddenly got up, and his lazy expression became cold and cold. The slender white palm of his hand tugged at the void, and all of a sudden, Yuan Qi surged and sword Qi rose up uncontrollably. The 3 single small swords resounded with buzzing cicadas, like lines cutting through the air. Wow! The special solid wood door of the boudoir was cut into numerous pieces, revealing a plain green shirt outside the door. In the face of the 3 killing intense small swords, that attacking green shirt had no action, just smiling and mildly looking at Jiang Baihu. But the little sword was like being stuck in a quagmire. It hangs a foot in front of his chest and may not enter an inch. Who are you? Jiang Baihu was appalled. This person came to the 7th floor silently. His own divine thoughts did not have half a warning. If she hadn't heard the shopkeeper's shout and seen the reflection on the window, she wouldn't have been able to spot this person at all. Even the cicada sword, which was at full strength, couldn't even make the incoming person make a move to block it. The visitor just frowned lightly and his own sword was gone. Chen Jibai has met mess. Jiang, I hope you'll pardon me for disturbing you so much by visiting late at night. Chen Jibai rare some embarrassment. After all, now Jiang Baihu dressed cool. As a reader, Plainly look at the woman is not appropriate. He had wanted to knock on the door earlier, but unfortunately the shopkeeper didn't give him the chance, and Jiang Baihu's killing intent was so heavy that he directly lifted the doorhead. This was not the case with Kong Baek-hoo. She was half self-conscious about leaking her spring light, and her thoughts turned 1,000 times as she analyzed this green-shirt guest's intentions. You can't win a fight for sure. Although she was at the consummation of the void transformation realm, there was even a Zhong's void god realms offering secretly hidden in this building, but facing this green-shirt guest, she knew there was no half chance of winning. Since we can't fight, only talk. Thoughts turned 1,000 times. She could never remember when she had messed with such a great power, and for a while she did not know how to speak. The void transformation realm nurtures divine thoughts. The void god realm in God goes out on a trip. The Tongxian realm God and soul as one nurtures the Tao seed, and the cavernous heaven realm Tao seed creates its own heaven and earth, with a different heaven. Earlier this green-shirt guest's means of shattering the sword chi at a glance. At least the divine soul is complete, and the Yin spirit travels out without dispersing. Add to that the miserable state of the cicada sword as if it were stuck in a quagmire. This green-shirt guest was at least a Tongxian that had birthed a Tao seed, and possibly even a cave heaven that had formed its own heaven and earth. This character, she could never forget a name if she had ever dealt with it or heard it, but for the life of me, I don't have half a memory of this man in my head. Chen Jibai. The name is quite familiar, and it resembles Chen Jian. Chen Jian, but also a bit entangled. Is it? Glancing at the aggrieved Li Qinger beside him, Jiang Baihu instantly pinched that thought. How could a person who could be called a patriarch seek out the door for a hooker who was as good as a human being? There is absolutely no chance of that. Chapter 17, Seek your own death and no one can save you. I've come for Miss Li. Chen Jibai tilted his body slightly and looked at Li Qinger and said gently, my humble brother Jian, I've made Miss Li suffer today. Li Qinger froze, staring blankly at the uninvited guest. Earlier, Li Qinger had actually thought for a moment that this man was here for herself, only to pinch off that thought before Jiang Baihu did. She doesn't deserve it. I didn't realize he was really here for himself? Jiang Baihu, on the other hand, said in an aggrieved manner, Sir, Xiao Qinger is the flower girl of Cheng Lefang. Chen Jian first injured my man and then snatched her away in full view of everyone. If my concubine doesn't show any sign, my Jiang Baihu's reputation in Chang'an for more than 10 years will be considered lost. Would you let them go so easily if they were in a different place? Previously Jiang Baihu did not feel clearly Chen Ji by bottom details dare not trespass. This moment know that he is for Li Qinger. Instantly have a way to deal with it. A gentleman can be deceived by a square. If Chan Qian is here, most likely, they will sigh a woman really is not much sense, and then a slap down directly snatch people and run away. Pity, Chen Jibai is not Chen Jian. He thought very seriously for a moment before gently saying, as far as I know, Jian, is that she paid 40 taels of silver to ransom Miss Li? And according to the Great Tang law, Miss Li is currently free. In that case, there is no reason for Miss Jiang to force her to stay in the drunken guest house. He's buying by force. Jiang Baihu was like an aggrieved daughter-in-law. Xiao Qinger is the flower girl of Qing Lefang. Her income is more than 40 taels a day. How could we sell her? It's fine if Mr. insisted that he could buy Xiao Qinger for 40 taels. I'm a woman. And what can a widow who lives alone do? This matter ultimately depends on Miss Li's wishes. If Miss Li is not willing to redeem herself, Jian, no matter how bad she is, will not forcefully take her away. So, Chen Jibai looked at Li Qinger and asked, Miss Li, are you leaving with me, or will you continue to stay at drunken guest house? Li Qinger looked at Kong Baek-hoo, another look at Chen Jibai, mind scared and a little smug. Two characters on the clouds waiting for their own choice. Afraid of the hooker world is also counted as a unique one before. Miss Li doesn't need to worry about her safety. Jian or Miss Jiang, none of them will be moved by your choice. Chen Jibai's words were soft, in Li Qinger's ears like a spring breeze, but fell in the ears of Jiang Baihu, as if the mouth of the heavenly constitution of the holy decree. Not being able to generate half a bit of disobedience, for a while he didn't dare to open his mouth to speak. This is the promise of a patriarch. With this promise, Li Qinger could even just break away from the hookah and become free in the true sense of the word. Sir, I'm coming with you. Li Qinger hesitated for a moment and walked over to Chen Jibai. Though she was just a hooker woman, she hadn't read much or understood much of anything, but she understands. If the young marquis hadn't brought himself out of Qing Lefang, he would never have been able to meet people like Jiang Baihu and Chen Jibai. What's more, the little marquis promised to give 300 taels of silver a month and 7 days of vacation. Miss Jiang, I'll take Miss Li away. I'm sorry for the many offenses tonight. Chen Jibai nodded slightly towards Jiang Baihu, gently placed the volume that was used as an entrance gift on the doorstep, and turned to leave. Jiang Baihu snorted coldly and looked away from him. It wasn't until after the duo left that Jiang Baihu walked to the doorway and picked up the book on the ground, his pupils suddenly shrinking. White Tiger Sutra General Outline. The White Tiger Sutra is Zhang's untold secret. 10,000 years ago, the Zhang clan's old ancestor observed the divine beast White Tiger epiphany into the Tao, a move into the saint, suppressing the contemporary. This is the reason why there is the Langya family Zhang clan, which has been passed down for 10,000 years. After the sage sat down more than 5,000 years ago, the general outline of the White Tiger Sutra disappeared with him. Although Jiang had also practiced the White Tiger Sutra over the years, he was missing the most important general outline and was unable to form his own system. Not to mention the realm of saints, even the realm of returning to the truth has not been glimpsed for many years. But now, the general outline of the White Tiger Sutra, which the Jiang family had searched for more than 5,000 years without being able to find, was casually thrown at their doorstep. And that's because of a hooker? Any ginger white tiger born by 7 exquisite heart. Think to also feel absurd incomparable. Looking at the two silhouettes that were moving away, she sighed quietly. If you had taken out this book earlier, not to mention little Chinger going with you, even if you want my mother to go with you, it's not impossible. Dumbfounded for a long time, Jiang Baihu put the scroll into his storage ring, and with a slight snap of his fingers, a white-clothed swordsman immediately flew in. It was the two who broke into the Anyang king's residence today. Anger was hidden in the bottom of their eyes, and the long swords they carried on their backs trembled. If Jiang Baihu hadn't secretly stopped them just now, they would have sheathed their long swords long ago. The lord is dishonored and the minister dies. As a sword attendant of the young lady, to have someone waltz into her boudoir was undoubtedly a naked humiliation for them. No one is to reveal half of what happened tonight. Jiang Baihu paid no mind to their anger and lightly licked his red lips. Also, in the future, when you see someone from the Marquis of Qinliu's residence, back off. Nah. The two swordsmen retreated angrily. Another rickety old man showed up, his face heavy. Chenji Bai's realm, the old slave cannot see through. I did not expect Chen Luo Strawbagay, but gave birth to this kind of demon too. The future generation is fearful. Uncle Fu, don't say that again, Jiang Baihu coldly said, a cultivator in his 30s who is at least in the Zhongshu realm. How many of this great Tang's worldly families and clans have this kind of heritage? The Chen Aban who can teach a character like Chen Jibai, and is he really the straw man in the outside world's legends? Fu Bo's face changed slightly. Is it possible that Chen Aban is playing dumb? If Chen Aban is playing dumb, then back then Jiang Huayu led Zhu Wan'er to the door to withdraw from the marriage, and even Lao Wu showed up to threaten. No, I have to immediately fly my sword to send a message to the royal sword sect in Langya, so that they can make plans early. Uncle Fu's fingers flicked up a small jade-faceted sword, preparing to pass back the matter of Chen Jibai. However, he saw a slender palm pinching the small sword. Uncle Fu, what does what happened to Jiang Old Five and the Imperial Sword Sect have to do with me? Jiang Baihu? I don't know when you became Jiang Lao Wu swordsman? Fu Bo's face suddenly changed and fell to his knees. The old slave will always be your father's sword servant. Just the same Jiang clan. Seek your own death and no one will save you. This is the approval Jiang Lao Wu gave my father back then, and I'm returning it to him today. Jiang Baihu looked at Fu Bo coldly, his lips pursed into a straight line. Seek your own death and no one will save you, Fu Bar murmured. Thinking of the young master who was crucified at the Jiang clan's gate, the old man burst into tears and dispersed the jade-faceted small sword in his hand hissing. The old slave knows. Chapter 18, Lu Qi's release from prison. February 2nd, the dragon carries its head. More than 3 months had passed since Chen Jibai's line at the drunken guest house. For more than 3 months, Chen Jian had kept a somewhat excessive low profile, and Chang'an City had gradually lost his legend. The ones who are now in the limelight in Chang'an are Xia Yuanho, the youngest son of the Xia family of the Minister of War, Go Yuquan, the eldest son of the Marquis of Wuan, Li Changxian, the daughter of the King of Jinnan, and Shou Qian, the youngest brother of the Minister of Rights. On the night of the New Year's Eve, Li Changxian, Xia Yuanho, Go Yuquan, and Shou Qian, the 4 imperial Qi realm celestial pride, joined hands to travel far and wide with the wind, beheading more than 300 bandits outside of Chang'an and overthrowing 7 mountain strongholds in a row. Overnight fame. Known as the 4 Dukes of Chang'an, the young generation of Chang'an City carries the throne. Compared to them, the so-called Chang'an 4 playboys are like a toad to a golden toad. There is only a small difference in appearance. In just 3 months, Chen Jian and their set of dudes, as if they were the front wave that was slapped to death. No one asked for it again. Chen Jian didn't mind this. He had spent most of these 3 months or so in Luna Lake, personally keeping an eye on the tall buildings being built on top of the deserted island. Hundreds of craftsmen and thousands of laborers rushed to work day and night, and nearly 10,000 taels of silver were spilled out, and Lake Luna had already undergone a radical change. Watch him build a tall building. Watch him feast. Watch him build even taller. Lying on the recliner specially built by his order, Chen Jian sighed half-heartedly and said with a smile, Little Chinger, in at most 1 month's time, our Dunka building, 1,000 gold building, and drop treasure building will be completed at the same time. Oh, congratulations little Marquis. Li Qinger was holding a Luo fan, chasing away the dust for her own boss while giving perfunctory compliments, more or less distracted. Chang'an City, the first beauty. Hundreds of hooks and bars of the head of the flower girl reduced to serving tea and water made, all day in the wind and the rain. Pudgy, how does that make her happy? With the spring breeze, and thinking about the news from her little sister earlier in the day, she felt extremely challenged in her career. Fanned a burst of ash, Li Qinger bit her lip and said pitifully, "Boss, I heard that recently Qing Lafeng has held another flower girl. People are getting old and gray. What can we do? What's the point of panicking? My lord has his own arrangements." Chen Jinan shook his head more than once. This ninny probably genuinely loves this career. Since hearing the news of another flower girl being introduced in Qing Lafeng, it has been shattered no less than 3 times in old age. She was only 21 years old, so hell if she knew where this sense of crisis was coming from. But the thing about the new flower girl being introduced at the Qing Lafeng, it can't be ignored. It's also time to meet Mr. Ryu. After staying for a while longer, Chen Jian went alone to seek out old Yang Tu, the chief engineer of the treasure drop building. Falling Treasure House was the place where he settled down, so naturally he couldn't be sloppy. From design to construction, all of them are taken care of by the close friends of Chen Liu Hofu, and the chief engineer is even served by the military craftsman, who is specially transferred from Chenliu County by Chen Aben. Chen Jian provides the ideas and the military craftsmen go to execute them. Concealed sentries, secret passages, treasure rooms, and defense formations were all arranged in place. That old army craftsman with a white beard said that when the Lakpa building was completed, not even a fly could fly into it. Chen Jian's heart thumped when he heard this and hurriedly jumped up to cover the old man's mouth. That's not a good thing to say, but judging from the past 3 months or so, the old man and the construction team under his hand probably still had some level of skill. No ambiguity in what he does and a thief in execution. If they weren't all a bit old, Chen Jian would have liked to keep them around as a construction team to take on some projects. When Chen Jian sought out old Yang Tu, he was carrying a craftsman with thinning hair and a face full of folds to reprimand him. One bite of a puppy egg. Seeing this, Chen Jian quietly retreated out. This old man training people do not care if you are a small marquis, cannot afford to mess with. After inspecting the 1000 Gold building and the Denka building again, Chen Jian led Li Qinger to leave the island and head towards the Chang'an prefectural office. Wang Fugue is a fat man with a big heart, and has been sitting in the position of prefect of Kyoto for more than 20 years. Chang'an is not easy to live in. It's even harder to be an official in Chang'an. His Majesty today is in the prime of spring and has a tiger in his heart. I want to be the ancient saintly emperor who ruled with a clear river and a calm sea, with peace and tranquility. Being the chief official of a party under his watch, the danger index rubbed up. Before Wang Fugue, Kyoto prefect of this position to do the longest at most but 5 years, few good deaths, and most of them were clicked off with a knife by an enraged His Majesty the Emperor, without even a chance to be tried by the 3 secretaries of departments. Wang Fugue, however, has been sitting in this position for more than 20 years, and may even keep sitting. At this point, Wang Fugue was lying in a rocking chair. Because of the overweight, the rocking chair was squeezed and creaked as if it was about to fall apart, and it looked a little funny. The way to be an official is to be loyal. Loyal, or ing loyal. You're the one who got that Lu Qi in the first place, and you're the one who's trying to get him out now. After all, that Lu Qi has written taboo poems. Let him out is against the way of this official. Little Marquis, you call this official very difficult nah. Another rocking chair. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth twitched. Your way to office and your loyalty. In less than 4 months, you've already taken 425 taels of silver from our family, and you still have the face to talk about being an official? Have a mind to ignore this deadbeat asking for money, but the dog officer has a hostage in his hands. Hesitantly, he reached down to the ground. Chen Jian was surprised. Wang old brother, your backyard has grown a bag for nothing, like the one you lost before? Wang Fugue was instantly interested. Hee, it's really like the money bag containing 200 taels of silver that this official had before. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched again. After picking up the bag and adding a silver ticket, he threw it to Wang Fugue. Wang old brother, this time the money bag don't fall off again. And then fall off again. Lu Qi will die in jail counting show. Wang Fugue took the money bag to confirm that there are 200 taels of silver. Only then smilingly said, this official is confused. Taboo is Lu 3, and Lu 7 has nothing to do with Chang'an Prefectural Office Jail. The jailer, Zhang Xiaoer, raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently to a man with hair like a mess and slightly gray temples, Lu Qi, you can go now. The prisoner walked out of the pen without a word, stopping when he reached the door. He turned his head and slowly said, having known each other for a while, I have nothing to give away, so I'll just send little brother a sentence. When the water rises, the water runs dry. Zhang Xiaoer frowned slightly with displeasure. He recently had a series of happy events. First of all, the family's rotten lake was sold for a full 700 taels of silver. And with the money from the sale of the lake he managed to buy the hat of a jailer. Under the agitation of the heart is even more successful among the first-class martial artists. It can be said that the career rubs off on you. It's the time to be spirited. This scumbag heard the news of my family selling the lake from somewhere, and dares to scare this jailer by pretending to be a ghost. Do you really think you can talk big just because you got through to that loser? Think of the punk who humiliated himself. Another burst of anger rose in Zhang Xiaoer's heart, and he said in a cold voice, "Ignorant pariah. If you babble half a sentence more, this official will cane you to death here." Lu Qi gave him a sly look, shook her head and sighed. "You would have had a way to live, but it's a pity. Make preparations early." Saying that, he slipped out with a swish of his feet like the wind. Zhang Xiaoyi furious chase out the door, but long ago did not see the figure of this guy. Chapter 19, Lu Qi and Jian. The other side. Chen Jian tugged at Lu Qi and said coldly, "Mr. Lu, I spent thousands of dollars to get you out of jail, and you want to slip away without showing half a sign? So it's little Marquis." Lu Qi waved his hand to force Chen Jian back, and said indifferently, "It was you who arched the fire when I was first caught in, and you still want me to work for you? You ing White Park got a point?" Chen Jian said indignantly, "They're both Parkers, why don't you pay? Every time you crawl into bed, in the end, it's the old boys who pay the park money. You're having fun, have you thought about us?" Wei Zixian that dog thief said well, "Lousy shopping a kiln feel head green, you do not go in who go in?" This statement was made. Lu Qi was slightly stunned. Thinking about it, he actually felt that there were a few points of truth. After all, the girls in Chang'an City were really being raised by Chen Jian and his group over the years. Turning her head to look at Li Qinger, who was squatting aside to count ants, Lu Qi mused, "Qinger, what do you think?" Li Qinger gave a blank ah. Lu Qi sighed helplessly. "This ninny was tight with me before, but I didn't think she'd go rogue so soon. See this." Chen Jian struck the iron while it was hot, stretching out 2 fingers, "Join Jian Lu. In addition to a fixed salary of 200 taels of silver per month, you will be given 0.5% bonus, and this marquis promises never to force the girls to work. Even, this marquis requires them to take a mandatory 7-day break every month and have regular checkups, so that you, the gynecological saint, will still have a use for them." Hearing these words, Lu Qi was slightly moved. Surprised, he glanced at Chen Jian, seemingly not expecting this pig and dog thing to have compassion. For his part, Chen Jian was delighted in his heart. "Little Qinger really didn't lie to me. The way is right." With a slightly solemn face, he continued with his hands in the air. "Does Mr. Lu know that the Marquis built Jian Lu, but he also wanted to give the women of the world a home? How can I bear to see a girl who has spent half her life on the streets and is discarded when she is old and gray? The world has suffered from hookers for a long time. If we don't stand up for them, who will? Really, for the sake of money, why would this Marquis be here?" Lu Qi was silent. Because of his origin, he pitied those girls from the bottom of his heart. The hooker woman looks like a springtime woman, but she is a rootless floater. Half a breeze could crush them to pieces. They were so entertained by sex, so lowly, so scorned that no doctor would treat them even when they were sick. For this reason he specialized in medicine and spent a year reading all the medical books in the world, becoming a gynecologist. He also learns the art of fortune-telling and selects good men for the women of the hook. Finally step into the practice and hold up a wall for the girls. The girls see him as a mentor. The owners of the hookah, however, regarded him as a beast of prey. Chen Jian easily got him into the prison. Those shopkeepers, is quietly out of the force. There was a long silence. Lu Qi looked at Chen Jian's eyes and said, "I have one condition. The hooker woman goes and stays as she pleases. You shall not interfere." Chen Jian whisked his sleeve and smiled. Of course, Lu Qi is a genius, even a demonic genius. He is a gynecological sage, a practitioner of an unknown realm, a Taoist outcast, a Confucian madman, and a protector standing behind a hooker woman. The hooker woman dared to defy her master's orders for his sake, and he dared to berate the emperor, who never makes mistakes, for the sake of the hooker woman. With a wave of his arm, he could tell Chang'an City to lose its color at night. Such a demon was bound to the rotten ground of Chang'an City and could not break free. Let Chen Jian pick it up. Li Chang'an guesses that Chen Jian is hooked up with Lu Qi in the prison, so he doesn't hesitate to drop the silver ticket. Chen Jian didn't care at first, because in the original owner's stupid opinion, the only powerful thing about Lu Qi was that he could white park the entire Chang'an. It wasn't until the other day when she was tired of being read by Li Qinger that Chen Jian began to pay attention to Mr. Lu, who had been put in jail by the original owner. It doesn't matter if you don't pay attention to it, but once you do, Chen Jian suddenly can't forget it. Immediately operate to retrieve people from the jail. 200 taels of silver. In the traffickers can buy more than 10 watery girls. but Chen Jian still did not hesitate to pay the money. Wang Fugue thought he had earned it. In fact, even if it was another 200 taels of silver, Chen Jian would still be willing to shell out. After all, such great talent is not taken under his wing when his heart is in a bind. By the time he figured out that only power was everything in this world, I'm afraid he could only look up. Lu Qi returned to his position as he wished. Chen Jian dragged him to Lokpa House to talk by candlelight. Chen Jian has 2 worlds of insight, many thoughts like a gazelle hanging from the corner, calling Lu Qi to clap. And Lu Qi is as wise as a demon, checking for Chen Jian's thoughts. The two complement each other well. Not only did you fill in the many details of the plan in just one night, there are even rules already in place for the hookah world. Seeing that the sky was brightening, Chen Jian clapped his palms together, and the 2 righteous brothers who had already been waiting outside the door immediately came in with an iron pot. Even before the lid was uncovered, the pungent aroma had already caused Lu Qi to lose her concentration slightly. Can't wait to open the lid, only to see the iron pot in a clear distinction between 2 soup base, one white and one red, shaped like yin and yang. Cood, is this what you call Mandarin duck hot pot? Are there herbs added to the soup? The flavor is actually so strong? Oh, they're all small tricks, not worth mentioning. Chen Jian pointed to the plate in Chen Yi's hand and laughed. This hot pot is the most energizing when eaten with shabu shabu, and the conditions on the island are simple, so there's not a lot of good stuff. I've got 2 10-year-old turtle fish for you and some antelope meat that was delivered to the island yesterday, so you can eat that. When we have money later on, demonic beast meat and wild mountain treasures in hot pot will be a masterpiece. Lu Qi ignored him. With just one glance he knew how this hot pot should be eaten. Let Qin Zhang put the iron pot on the stove. Pick up a piece of crystal clear fish fillets thrown into the pot. A few moments later fishing out, holding chopsticks into the mouth slowly chewing. The eyes glowed instantly. The freshness of the fish combined with the mellow flavor of the bottom of the pot is much more delicious than stewing, and half of it is not firewood and chewy, leaving a good flavor on the lips and teeth. Then shabu shabu, a slice of antelope meat, thin as a piece of meat into the pot, instantly rolled into a ball, fish out into the mouth. Contempt, Lu Qi exclaimed in admiration. With this hot pot, the first 3 floors of the 1,000 gold building will be full of guests without worry. Chen Jian smiled to himself. A one-stop shop, that's where it's at. Wait for the mahjong, pai gao, poker, theater stuff to get out again. The whole city of Chang'an. No, the nightlife of the entire Tang dynasty will be contracted by me. Mr. Chen. In his plan, the 1,000 gold building was a sanctuary for eating, drinking and having fun. Unfortunately, he couldn't make beer and didn't think he could cross over when he first drank it and couldn't remember the ingredient list. Otherwise that thing would come out, zap beer and jerk off, and think of the money to be made. As for burning knives in 2 pots, Great Tang has a stronger wine than this. Chang'an City's powerful nobles do not like. The vast majority of them are sold to the northern wilderness of the group of barbarians. The absolute smallest portion is used to dunk criminals, and is listed as one of the 10 great tortures of the Great Tang dynasty. The wine torture. It's no good. When Lu Qi finished eating the hot pot, Chen Jian arranged the 2 Chen brothers to him, so that the 2 of them would follow around in the future. They don't have the qualification to cultivate. Staying by their side for the rest of their lives will only be the life of a dog's leg, so they might as well learn some skills to be used in the world here in Lu Qi. Lu Qi took the man's hand short and ate the man's mouth softly to account for both. Naturally would not refuse, and led them to catch people in Chang'an City. Chen Jian's package is desperately short of people, and he's going to dig in. Before leaving, Lu Qi looked deeply at Chen Jian and casually changed the name of Jian Lu. The greenhouse. Chen Jian was slightly stunned, and his eyes moved slightly as he whispered, odd change and even change? Lu Qi, Chapter 20, Grasping the Grass. Is it a small dark room? A few people left. Chen Jian slept until sundown at the makeshift command post. It's too hard to make a career. There is no one to carry the banner under his hand. Many things have to be done by his own hands. These 3 months, busy feet do not touch the ground. In the future, with Lu Qi, he could finally be a shirker. He could not hide his excitement at the thought that he would soon be making money by the day. Standing at the top with a long whistle, he punched once against the setting sun, inducing small streams of qi and blood to flow in his body, and only stopped when he was exhausted. One set of punches finished. Chen Jian internal view realm, still thundering early innate realm, the brook gurgles and flows, gain negligible. The qi and blood in his body rolled around with great vigor, but the progress was slow. This martial arts scroll eats yuan qi too much. With his natural talent that was hard to come by in 100 years, if he practiced his method, he should have stepped into the middle stage of the innate realm in more than 3 months anyways. The lower the realm, the smaller the sea of qi, and the less yuan qi needed to advance. But not so with this martial arts scroll. It was as if it was a bottomless pit, and the yuan qi that Chen Jian absorbed was all churned up by the small stream in his body and turned into pure blood qi. The sea of air is empty. Hell knows when he'll be able to advance to the middle stage of the innate realm. He wasn't panicking at all though. After all, punching was purely just moving his muscles. It's impossible to be bitter in asceticism. As soon as the greenhouse opens, you can then lie down completely flat. Drill again the martial arts scroll of boxing. Chen Jian jumped into the lake. All of a sudden around the lake water hot steam. Just as he was wandering around the lake catching fish, a dark figure all over came sneaking up on the island. The man walked in a remote corner, seemingly extremely confident in his concealment techniques, prancing from side to side, dodging the artisans doing work in the treasure drop building. Only he didn't know it. The moment he stepped into the treasure drop building, the craftsmen all had slightly darkened faces, and the hammers and saws in their hands clanked like thunder. This mother asterisk 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 where's the dumbass from? Chirp. The dark figure hid in a remote corner pretending to be a small bird chirping twice. Chen Jian smiled helplessly and leapt up from the water, cupping 2 grass carp in his hands and casually tossing them to Li Lan Chang, who was waiting by the side, so that she could go and stew the soup. Walking to a remote corner, Chen Jian whispered, "Older brother, is it done?" "It's done. On the day of Ji and Lu's opening, they'll land on the island with the wind. It's just that Sienna is a bit reluctant." The black shadow was shrouded in darkness, leaving only one eye exposed. Chen Jian frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Girls are reserved. It's normal for her to be reluctant. It's just that you can't spoil her. Old brother, men and women, either the east wind overwhelms the west wind or the west wind overwhelms the east wind. I've had experience with this, so listen to me, and bring her here even if you have to." Dark Shadow nodded approvingly, secretly wondering whether to learn this guy also play a rogue once. Chen Jian added, "What was her attitude after the name of the 4 Dukes of Chang'an was spread?" The young girl Mu Qiang, "Love this kind of sword walks the riverside drama. You have helped her fulfill her dream, at least should have some good face to you." Hey, hearing this, the Dark Shadow sighed. "When I was fighting the bandits, I even fed my head to her sword, but she always looked at me with a slanted eye. It's really hard to do." Confused, Chen Jian squinted and sneered, "What are you feeding her human heads for? It's hard to take her out, and you're not taking advantage of the situation, but you're going to be a lickspittle?" Uncertainty now. She now also thought that those good head is based on her true ability to cut is smuglu. "I told you licking dogs don't get a good death. It's so rotten." When the Black Shadow heard Chen Jian say this, he panicked and begged in a low voice, "Good little brother, how can I save myself? You teach old brother, if you weren't my half-brother and half-brother. And also, I'll help you one last time." Chen Jian let out a long sigh. "I heard that in addition to liking swordsmen, little sister-in-law also likes poetry?" When the Black Shadow heard the words little sister-in-law, the corners of his mouth instantly grinned in joy, only to turn his eyes and become sad again. Sullenly, he said, "I hate dancing and inking in my life. Where can I write poems? It is Zhou Chen that little white man is good at. I would like to find him to borrow a song." He actually refused, but also said that I have no ink, do not deserve to be with him, and called the prince ashamed to be with. Heck, yesterday I put on a sack and beat him up. Chen Jian silently held his forehead, hurrying to stop the Black Shadow from babbling. He spoke, "You know Mr. Lu, right, old brother?" The Black Shadow was slightly stunned and raised his voice. "Lu Qi also beat up Zhou Qian? Well done. I knew that guy was a hypocrite, and said that he hadn't been to a hookah. How could Lu Qi beat him up if he hadn't been to the hook lane? No, I mean Mr. Lu is good at writing lyrics. Aren't you leaving the capital soon to make a break for it? If you can ask for one, read it out when you're slightly drunk, and then take the wind and go far away from the world. I'll make sure my little sister-in-law's heart hangs in the air from now on." Just, Chen Jian wanted to speak but stopped, sighed, "Just Mr. Lu for the world of the madman, but his words are not so good to seek. Jian, you treat me so well." The Dark Shadow patted Chen Jian's shoulder and moved. "You just go ahead and beg. No amount of silver is a problem." Chen Jian gritted his teeth and stretched out 5 fingers, "At least 5,000 taels." "That much?" the dark figure shrieked. Chen Jian secretly said that it was not good, and was about to change his words, but he saw the Black Shadow gouging and searching and fished out 2 tickets from his pocket. "One song is not enough. I'm afraid I need 2. Chen Jian, Mighty emotionally collected the ticket. Chen Jian looked at the dark night sky and fell into contemplation. They're all ing marquee, and the gap between rich and poor is so wide? Jian, brother's happiness for the rest of his life depends on you. Go for it. You can do it." The Black Shadow thought that Chen Jian didn't have confidence, and filled him with a bowl of stinky chicken soup, and then sneakily pranced from side to side, drifting towards the outside of the island. "Stay away from him." Chen Jian tugged tightly at the ticket in his hand, his emotions complicated to the extreme. Hard working for more than 3 months and half a cent into the account did not. Whoever thought that 3 words to fool so much? If only there were more people like Brother Dog in this world. It would be great. After sighing a bit, Chen Jinan turned his head back to the temporary command post. She happened to bump into Li Qinger, who was carrying a pot of fish stew and had been carefully dressed, walking shyly. Those eyes like autumn water couldn't tell you how seductive they were. Calling Chen Jimin's tip trembled. Li Qinger licked her lips. Boss, the moon tonight, it's so white and round. Chen Jian raised his head and looked at the sky. Dark and black. Where is the moon? Taking the fish stew from her hand he turned and walked away. Li Qinger gritted her teeth and looked at his back. This wooden fish head. It had been more than 3 months since the young marquis had bought her without touching her. It's a good night to have no one around. It's not that she's empty and lonely and has to be how. It's just that she's getting paid to do her job. And she feels she's not worth 300 taels of silver. Trying to struggle a bit. Just 2 steps. But saw a bang. The command post door closed. Inside the door, Chen Jian smiled smugly. This ninny wants to mess with my heart to seek the way. Not a chance. After waiting so long, I finally have some free money in my pocket now. If he's going to be serious, he won't have time to look at the white, full moon. Can't wait to summon the system. Chen Jian slapped the silver ticket on the table atmospherically. Tuzi, give the master the time to get on 10,000 taels. There was only a flash of red light. Chen Jian and the silver ticket disappeared at the same time. In the meantime, a cry of surprise rang out. Grip, it's a small dark room? Chapter 21. Watching him build a tower. Chen Jian felt like he was going crazy. Turns out the so-called time. It's just a matter of putting him in a small room and letting him fend for himself. The hut was Spartan beyond words. There was only a lone stone bed and nothing else. It's worse than ing jail. When you're in jail, at least you have 2 jailers to keep you company. And you can have a little drink. I'm afraid the only thing that this little black room could give him comfort was the constant flow of yuan qi. The abundance of yuan qi here was more than 10 times more abundant than outside. It didn't even require him to take the initiative to absorb it. At this moment, Chen Jian was lying on the bed, allowing the yuan qi from all directions to pour into his body, and then being churned into blood qi gurgling down the stream. He didn't know how much time had passed, because there is no time, no sun, and no white, round moon. From the initial shock, to the ecstasy, to the sadness, to the grumpiness, to the final numbness, he was now mad, eyes empty looking at the pitch black overhead. I'm so stupid. Really, Unico. It's been a few days now. Deadly silence. No feedback from the tutelary. I'm not buying it. Refund. Let me out. Unico remains silent. Oh, I'm so stupid. Really. The prince's residence. Wash Horseshoe Wu Chang, holding a feather fan, picked up a chopstick of bamboo fish from Crescent Lake and said with a smile, Today, my humble servant heard a few words that were quite interesting. Oh, may I hear it? Li Chengning's unpleasant color flashed. He has been in the army for many years. Straight to the point, the most annoying of these handlers' pretense. It's just that as the crown prince, he had to suppress his likes and dislikes, and in many cases, he showed more patience. Watch him build a tall building. Watch him feast. Watch him build even taller. Zhu Wuchang slowly spoke out, and then the corner of his mouth hooked up in a light smile. Your Highness, do you know who said this? Speak up. Sir. Li Chengding didn't bother to guess. His fists slightly clenched. His expression gradually became unkind. He had given a mission to Zhu Wuchang more than 3 months ago, telling Zhu Wuchang to look into Chen Liaojia's details or find a way to get Chen Jian killed without anyone realizing it, and frame it on any one of the oldest 2, the oldest 3, the oldest 4, or even His Majesty, who never makes mistakes. This guy, however, made no move, and now he has the face to pretend in front of himself? If he wasn't really bad at strategizing, he really wanted to tell this great injustice to know what it meant to be courteous. Zhu Wuchang may have sensed the boss's hidden anger. Did not sell any more secrets? Numbly said, this is what that little marquis said at the Moon Lake. Tall buildings are rising on Moon Lake, and in a few days, Ji and Lu will be opened. What's that punk building doing? Running a hookah? Li Chengding in his heart of hearts is not to see Chen Jian or even that nest of Chen Lu Hofu. If he hadn't been afraid of Chen Liaojia, he would have found a reason to flatten Chen Liuwu's residence. The main reason why he was bent on getting Chen Jian killed was also that he wanted to probe Chen Liaojia's bottom. Your Highness has a discerning eye. That loser is exactly the one who opens the hookah. Zhu Wuchan laughed, watching him raise a tall building, watching him feast his guests, watching him. The building collapsed. Jian building opened that day. The Crescent Lake Dragon and Snake mixed. It is not guaranteed that there are many red-eyed. His building built too high in the mud pond and the people desperate to take risks. The only Qilin child with cultivation qualifications died prematurely. Do you think Chen Aben can still sit still? When a man is angry, blood is spilled. At that time, if he, Chen Aben, dares to mobilize the 800 Chen Liaojia into the capital again, I'm afraid that even if His Majesty is merciful, he won't let them leave alive. Li Qingding's face moved slightly as he helped Zhu Wuchang pour a cup of wine and asked in a low voice, "Has Mr. figured out how to take my crown prince's house out of the picture?" If Chen Aben recklessly mobilized his troops into the capital, even if His Majesty were to behead his entire family in anger afterward, it would be meaningless to someone who was already dead. Mr. should understand. Killing a punk is simple. It's who you borrow the knife from that counts. The impermanents stroked their whiskers and laughed. Some days ago, Chen Jian used 700 taels of silver to buy Zheng Fugui's lake. Zheng Fugue, a straw man, spread the word around, and as a result, it accidentally got into the ears of His Highness the Fourth Prince that Crescent Lake is adjacent to Fox's Child Mountain, which, in turn, is a hunting ground given by His Majesty to the Fourth Prince. There are quite a few secrets in there. In the past, it was just, after all, the Moon Lake is rare, but if the hookah is open, many people, the secrets of the Fox Child Mountain is not a secret. I will not allow others to snore beside my couch. No, that jailer Zhang Xiao'er, who already has a grudge against Chen Jian, is sharpening his knife, wanting to lay down his life to fight for a future. Li Qingding frowned slightly. Would Lao Si be so stupid as to kill a marquis son for a wild lake? Although the oldest four probabilities did not know the terror of Chen Liujia, and it was normal to slaughter a loser with his hands, would this conspiracy be a bit too hasty? Zhu Wuchang lightly shook his feather fan and smiled inscrutably. Your Highness is thinking that the Fourth Prince's strike is too casual? Actually, no. Your Highness may know. The Fourth Prince's chief staff Pang Yuanshi is the next minister to the best friend. With him, the Fourth Prince to do what stupid things are possible. Li Qingding turned around haughtily to look at his military advisor, and known as the world's crouching dragon Phoenix Daisy Zhu Wuchang and Pang Yuanshi is actually a close friend. Sir, would Phoenix be willing to join me? Li Qingding's heart is on fire. If Pang Yuanshi also worshipped under his own door, doesn't this palace have two great talents at the same time? The future is bright. The future is bright. Zhu Wuchang smiled lightly as he stroked his beard and said quietly, Your Highness, Yuanshi has always been your man. Back then, the two of us watched the sky at night, peeped into the sky and knew that there was a bright master descending into the world, so we agreed to go out to the mountains together. Over the years a light and a dark, clearing the way for the bright Lord, waiting for the day when the sky changes, to help the bright Lord ascend to the top, and return the world to a clear sky. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Li Qingding laughed happily, his laughter shaking the four fields. I am not good at strategizing, but God has sent two great talents, Wulong and Feng Daisy, to assist me. I deserve this world. Happy for a long time. Li Qingding personally poured wine for Zhu Wuchang, and asked, if the old four out, he is qualified enough to be a scapegoat. But this palace still feel that it is not right. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Can a small jailer kill Chen Jian? Of course not. Zhu Wuchang said quietly, Wei Zixian's life and death are uncertain. Recently the Hezhangwei family sent a void god realm cultivator to the capital. Many people have seen him enter the second prince's residence. If Chen Jian was first injured by the Hezhangwei family, who had a dead son, and then stabbed to death by the disgraced jailer, in that case, it's foolproof. Li Qingding was overjoyed. Mr. Great talent. This palace is not as good as. This plan is intertwined and the grass is gray. It seems to be the revenge of the jailer in the river, but in fact it is the authorization of the second and the fourth. Chen Aben, a straw man, at most, can only check here. Even if he thinks about it, he won't understand that all these things are actually done by the palace. Ha ha, fantastic. Ha, a trivial trick. Not talented enough. Zhu Wuchang humbly smiled lightly. There is another layer to this plan. That the beginning of the chaos should be started by the hooker shopkeepers in Chang'an City. Contempt. Li Qingding sighed in admiration. In this way, you can rest on your laurels. Watch him raise a tall building, watch him feast his guests, and watch his building collapse. Sir, the palace was wrong about you earlier. When Chen Liujia enters the capital, this palace will cook wine with you and sit back and watch the heads roll. Chapter 22, Boss, how do you want to eat? Tick-tock tick-tock. In the small dark room, Chen Jian stood in the corner with his hands clenched into fists, drops of sweat falling from his jaw to the ground. I don't know how long it took, but I only saw his fist slamming into the darkness as slow as a snail. As the fist falls, the yuan qi a foot in front of him instantly exploded, followed by an airborne explosion. Pop! The fist retracted like lightning, and when it came out again, it became as slow as a snail. After repeating this for thousands of times, he was so hot and steamy that he collapsed directly onto the bed and began to lie down. Dog system, if you don't let me out, I'm going to starve to death from you. Listening to the gurgling sound coming from her stomach, Chen Jian turned her head to look at the casserole in the corner and sighed in disappointment. Jude remembers the last time he ate, or the last time he did. He didn't know how long it had been since he'd eaten, even the last splinter, which he'd chewed up and eaten the last time. If it wasn't for the abundance of yuan qi in here, which could be constantly incorporated into the body and turned into qi and blood, he suspected that he would have become the first host to be starved to death by the system locking him in a small black room. Deadly silence. Just when Chen Jian thought that the system would not respond as before, the entire small dark room suddenly blazed with light. A blinding red light then poured down. Chen Jian raised his head and looked around blankly, only to see the scenery around him change, and there was a sound of footsteps moving away outside the door. Ding! The host's purchase time has been used up. Is it renewed? Renew the damn fee. Dumbly looking at the dark still sky, and looked down at the feet of the clean and dry casserole, Chen Jian jumped up 3 feet high. I will not buy again. Roll. You give me a roll. The system was silent. After about a minute, a mechanical voice sounded. The host refuses to renew. This transaction is complete. I wish you a happy life. Also, creation space can be customized. It is recommended that the host browse the manual in advance next time. And the small dark room is in hell mode. Not recommended for newcomers. Ha! Chen Jian was furious. This grandson definitely did it on purpose. Because there are no instructions in the system window at all. Don't have the energy to wrestle with the system. The hungry Chen Jian dived into the lake to catch 9 big fish and knocked on Li Lunqing's door. Li Qinger, who was hiding in her room in depression, heard the knock on the door and immediately darted out, eagerly looking at the boss who had returned to her senses. Then, she dug into the kitchen with 9 large fish in her raw hands. Hands up. After more than 3 months of killing fish, her heart has gradually become as cold as the knife in her hand. Man, May. Chen Jian squatted down to supervise the work. Have to say, some geniuses are geniuses at everything they do. For example, Li Qinger, she was a genius at being a flower girl, and she wasn't bad at killing fish either. In just 3 months, her techniques were already more skillful than those masters who had been killing fish for years, only to see a dazzling meal of blades flashing. A large fish has been sliced into cicada-thin fillets. Skillfully start a pot over the fire. But for 10 minutes or so, a pot of steaming shabu-shabu was set up on the copper stove. Taking advantage of the gap between bending down to start the pot, Li Qinger twisted her waist that could be held in a handful of hands and kept dangling in front of Chen Jian's eyes. Chen Jian was so hungry at this time that his eyes were blurry. Where did he have time to look? Only one urged her to continue filleting the fish. Half an hour later, Chen Jian, who had finished eating 9 large fish and 2 legs of yellow lamb, sighed as he lay comfortably in his rocking chair. It's ing called life. After sending Li Qinger, whose eyes were full of grudges and resentment, away again, Chen Jian began to feel the changes in his body. 10,000 taels of silver, 20 days. Although he didn't actively cultivate, the abundant to thick yuan qi in the small dark room still caused the qi and bloodstream in his body to expand as far as the eye could see. Seeing no one around, he clenched his palm slightly. A snorting sound rang through his fingers. This was the sign of qi and blood leaving the body and evolving into yuan qi again. Late innate realm. After lying in the little black room for 20 days, he was finally among the late stage of the innate realm, and was even just 1 step away from reaching the peak of the innate realm. And it wasn't just any innate realm. The remnants of the martial arts scrolls were inherently overbearing, directly crushing yuan qi to convert it into qi and blood. And although it was only the innate realm, the yuan qi required for advancement was not at all less than that of the refining realm of normal gongfu. Even more, I'm afraid, this advancement speed was demonic. It is important to realize that although 20 long days have passed in the small dark room, the real world is really just a moment. If I had to do it again, Chen Jian muttered, then shivered as he thought of that horrible little black room. No way. Not again in this lifetime in a small dark room. Casually dispersing the genjutsu between his fingers, he became that mediocre first-rate martial artist again. The martial arts remnants of the divine soul is one. If he does not take the initiative to release his yuan qi, no matter who looks at him, his sea of qi is empty and he is just an ordinary martial artist. Another month or so passed. This month or so, Chen Jian completely laid flat. Every day when I woke up, I went to the very top of the Lokpal building to cast a rod and fish, and reclined in a rocking chair and watched the construction of my own high-rise building. Even the bait was put out by Li Qinger. He only gets up and moves his muscles when the fish are biting. A generation of flower girl Li Qinger, completely reduced to his private secretary, killing fish techniques by leaps and bounds, the heart also with the knife completely cold. Doing the math, it had been 12 days since she had said anything about returning to the hook. Even the dog-legged Xinjiang worriedly said that there was another popular flower girl outside she didn't care. Boss, the fish is hooked. Li Qinger numbly shook Chen Jian awake, then opened the sheath on her waist and pulled out a bright and shiny fish-killing knife. Chen Jian lazily pulled the fishing rod, and not long after a fish glistening with silver was dragged up to the roof by him. Ha, it's actually a silver blade? Chen Jian gave a light eep. The silver swordfish is a specialty of Crescent Lake, 6 feet long, covered with silver scales, inhabiting the bottom of the lake. seldom surfacing. Meat is delicious. It is not an ordinary fish, but a fish with cultivation. The battle power of an adult silver swordfish was about as strong as a third-grade martial artist. Eating it can replenish qi and blood. Chen Jian had also discovered this kind of treasure only after diving to the bottom of the lake earlier. I didn't expect to have a lucky day and actually catch one up. Little Chinger, you're in for a treat today. Dropping the silver swordfish into a large basin, Chen Jian rolled up his sleeves. Fetch my knife. This young master will personally handle the knife. Li Qinger glanced at the silver blade fish and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Only a blade flash was seen. The grimacing silver swordfish instantly separated head from head. Yes. Chen Jian looked at Li Qinger in surprise. A silver swordfish that was comparable to a third-grade martial artist. Actually letting her slaughter it with a single slash? Ha! A little carving skill. Not worth mentioning. The scholar is not a good man. This more than a month Chen Jian lying flat fishing. She is not idle. Practicing the fish-killing blade technique painstakingly every day had actually allowed her to feel the sense of qi. Nowadays, he was barely considered a third-grade martial artist. Removing her knife pouch, Li Qinger's slender hand wiped across a row of chili fish-killing knives and asked coolly, "Boss, how do you want to eat?" Chapter 23, I have underestimated the people of the world. Eat the chopped fish. A green shirt walked quickly in the distance. The visitor first glanced at the silver swordfish in the basin, and then at Li Lanqing, who was exuding a murderous aura. Qinger's sword is getting colder and colder, but does it have a sense of qi? Greetings, Mr. Ra'u. Li Qinger bent over slightly. Yesterday when I killed the fish I felt a thumb-sized stream of qi flow intermittently in my body. It should be qi sense, right? Yes. Lu Qi was surprised. This is the sign of first entering the martial way. I didn't expect you to have the qualification to cultivate. No wonder Lu Qi was surprised. After all, he had checked Li Qinger's qualifications at the beginning. The qi was tightly closed, and there was absolutely no possibility of cultivation. Stretching out two fingers and placing them on Li Qinger's brow, Lu Qi's face changed slightly. The sea of qi that she had closed in the first place had actually loosened up, which was undoubtedly opening the door of creation. You should know that the worldly practice is heavenly. The Taoist sect calls it the Tao seed. The Buddhist sect calls it the Buddha's fate. The Northern Court calls it the divine mandate. And the vast majority of people call it the creation. Those whose qi seas are closed do not have enough creation and do not have the opportunity to see the great Tao. And Li Qinger's gate of creation opened for no reason, which is a rare thing in the world. After a long silence, he opened his mouth and asked, "Little Qinger, are you willing to worship me as your teacher?" Li Qinger looked up at Chen Jian who was frowning slightly at the side. Of course she wanted to say yes, but after all, she was bought back by the boss at 40 taels, and she was paid 300 taels of silver every month. Depends on the boss. No, Chen Jian shook his head. I'm afraid she has another master. I can't say anything about this. Li Qinger inexplicably had cultivation qualifications, and this matter mostly had nothing to do with her own big brother, although big brother had not indicated anything. Since Li Qinger had embarked on this path because of him, it was even if there was a master and disciple. The law is not to be passed on lightly in this great wilderness world is not to be taken lightly. Mastership is not much lighter than bloodline. Lu Qi was not disappointed when he failed to take in a disciple. He's a spunky guy. The person himself is also a wild origin, and does not see the teacher's succession as important, but still passes on to Li Qinger a self-comprehending gong method. The flickering trick. It's a beautiful name, but it's not a weak kill. The path is light and strange. Cultivation to the great completion can be flicked into a knife. 10,000 flowers into blades. This was a gong method that Lu Qi had tailored for hooker women. Finish passing the flick. Lu Qi spoke some more roughly about the greenhouse, and only then did he start to enjoy the silver knife chopped fish. During this period of time, Lu Qi held the power in his hands, and all the affairs of the greenhouse were decided by him. After he announced that he was going to be in charge of the greenhouse, the entire Chang'an city's hooker poms have become terrified, and have stared their own money tree in the face, even hating to tie it to the waistband of their pants. No way. This guy Lu Qi's status in the hearts of the hooker women was too high. They are afraid that this guy does not talk about martial virtues and raise his arm to directly make the flower girls change their families. Of course Lu Qi wouldn't do that. He's not willing to use the hooker women as bargaining chips, which defeats the purpose of what he's trying to do. He went to the parsonage and bought the parsonage girls. The hooker women are pitiful, and the women in the parsonage are even more pitiful. As the family of the criminal, they signed a death contract, except for the old age and color when they were thrown out to fend for themselves. Basically impossible to get rid of the registration. After Lu Qi stood in front of the master of the teacher's workshop and took out a thick pile of silver bills, that master hated to sell himself for money. The entire 326 teachers' square girls were all bought back by Lu Qi at a price of 80 taels apiece. Nothing is too much these days. It's just a lot of offending officials, and they can't be killed, one after another. Plus this Datang is not like the Blue Star. Most of the people who visit the hookah are mudbloods, and they can't make a few bucks at all. They also have to take care of their food. So the master of the teacher's workshop sells the girls without any pressure. He also bought one and gave one away, and packaged those men and old women together and gave them to Lucci as well. The next batch of offender family members have even been booked. Ryuichi signed the contract of intent with an expressionless face and paid on the spot. Once you are in the church place, you will always be a pariah. Lucci's own sister, in the beginning, was killed in this teaching workshop, and he was saved by an old Taoist who was passing by. After many years of separation, the master of the teacher's workshop could no longer remember the child who was dying with a head full of blood. That's how the situation is. I've bought all the offender's family members in the teacher's workshop. Lucci reclined in his rocking chair and narrated the matter of buying the women of the teacher's workshop. Apart from the 200 or so women of proper age, the remaining 300 or so boys and old women can only be considered a liability. However, if they were left alone, the Pope's place, which was short of financial resources, would certainly not continue to take them in as untouchable slaves. They were basically dead when they left the teacher's workshop. After all, Chen Jian opened a greenhouse is not a charity. He took the liberty of buying back a bunch of towers, but where the pattern is smaller. I'm afraid I'm going to flip out immediately. Lucci was already prepared for Chen Jian to flip out, which Chen Jian just rolled over and continued to sunbathe. You're not mad? Lucci said quietly. After all, there are hundreds of extra mouths for nothing. So you don't suspect me of using your money to buy fame and earn reputation under false pretenses? Would you? Chen Jian stood up, overlooking the pavilion that had been completely completed. When it was agreed that you would be in charge of the greenhouse, I would not interfere with your decision-making, not to mention 300 people, even if it's 3,000 or 30,000. I believe you, Mr. Lu. Chang'an City is. It's too small. We have to look at the entire Great Tang, and even the entire Great Wilderness. One day, I want the flag of the greenhouse to be planted all over the Great Wasteland. You said, should I suspect you of false publicity and fame? Lucci was stunned and speechless. He didn't expect that this infamous playboy trash in front of him would actually have such ambition. More than that, I didn't expect it. It's amazing that he has such a broad-minded pattern. It's me who underestimated the world. Lucci also stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. There is no lack of cultivation Dao seeds among the offending officials' family members. I have already taken them as disciples and am preparing to secretly train a group of greenhouse deacons. The greenhouse opens in 10 days. Mr. Lu, feel free to let go of your hand. Chen Jian laid back in his rocking chair, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. That's a 99 out of 99. One more point for fear of being proud. Each of the inmates' family members in the education department is a talented person, and the skills of playing, singing, dancing and inking are essential. It had been in his original plan to buy them. Lucci had half bought and half given them away, and was even prepared to go down to the religious in person, so it was too late for him to sneer. So how could he possibly blame them? Chapter 24, The Opening of the Greenhouse. Old Zhang. I heard that there's going to be a hookah on Luna Lake. In a gambling house in Chang'an City, the sharp-tongued man wrapped his companion around him and laughed cheaply. Let's go drink oral soup then. What hooker? They run a greenhouse. Old Zhang gave the man a disdainful look. Dog egg? You still don't believe me when I say you're uneducated. A greenhouse is not the same as a hooker. It's a one-stop service. One-stop service? Is the proprietor of that greenhouse so brave? Dare to use an ancient beast to receive customers? Nonsense. Old Zhang said disdainfully. My family's Sanhwa Z works as a waitress at their place. Do you know how much the pay is? 2 white bumps. 2 taels a month. Really give that much? Dog egg is full of jealousy. When the greenhouse recruitment he also went, but unfortunately people think he is too old. Did not want. That's not true? Old Chang proudly pecked a mouthful of wine. Know how much it costs to board the island once? 5 taels of silver. And that's just boarding the island. The island has hot pot, pai gao, mahjong, poker, theater. You've never even heard of these things, not to mention the Denka up. Stairs rouge list. I heard that the rouge list of the girl, clear color are all the national beauty of the Lord. The little song sung by that called a soul seducer. Weird. You say, preferably, people don't take customers. It says it's called something about selling out. Now it's not the guests picking the girls, but the girls picking the guests. What do you call this? Dog egg shouted in dissatisfaction. What's the point of opening a hookah if you don't take customers? Isn't this a game? I'm definitely not going to this hellhole. Old Zhang squinted at him. You have the ing money to go? It's not even enough to take a look from afar. You know Li Qinger, the flower girl of Qingla Square before, the first beauty in Chang'an City. I heard from my 3 children that she didn't even make it to the rouge list, so she washed her hands of the world in a fit of pique. If you can't even get this kind of girl on the rouge list, what else do you want to do? Wash up. The greenhouse is on fire. It hadn't even opened yet, and its reputation had already spread throughout Chang'an City. The streets and alleys can hear words like the greenhouse is opening, the greenhouse is crazy, the greenhouse killed not to go. Hookers who had been worried for months also popped their crowns. Park capital is so high. Cootie. Just go. Especially after inquiring that the proprietor behind the curtain is the young Marquis of Chunlu Marquis. The shopkeepers of the hookah have even revealed their unspoken smiles. Idiot. Do you really think that just because you've spent a few years in the hook, you can figure out what's going on here? Cinco de Mayo. The lights are on. With a booming plunge, fireworks exploded in the night sky of Crescent Lake. And the fireworks that exploded turned into two big bright red words, greenhouse. The greenhouse, which has been in preparation for half a year, opens today. Crescent Lake. Standing thick with people watching, they looked at the three towering pavilions on the island from afar, and they were all shocked by the master of this greenhouse's grand gesture. 12 whole floors. See Lai Chang'an City's building, in addition to the Imperial City Bayou Jing, never seen higher than this. There were flower boats of the greenhouse stationed on the shore long ago, totaling 12 flower boats, each of which stood a maid in a short skirt, who stood in the bow of the boat in a row, looking at the guests on the shore with a light smile. Contempt. Looking at these 12 beautiful maidservants, many people unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. Although the great Tang folk style is tough, the girl's dress is also considered bold. It's rare to find one so bold. Even the hooker girls have never been dressed in this kind of piece of jacket covering their bodies. Few dared to board the ship for a while. On the one hand, he was intimidated by the 5 taels of silver paid first for boarding the island, and on the other hand, he couldn't figure out the routine of this greenhouse. Just as the crowd was hesitating, another flower boat came slowly from the island. Standing in the bow of the boat is a green shirt woman, her face like gelatin, skin white than snow. Ju lips want to drip. A red ribbon will be full of green silk binding. She was holding a penny in her hand and stood at the bow of the boat, bending slightly. Your Highness the Third Prince, the boss ordered my slave to come and receive the driver. Please board the boat. Wow, is His Highness the Third Prince also here? People followed the woman's line of sight as the crowd parted on both sides, revealing a divinely handsome beast. Above the foreign beast, a brocade-robed male holding a folding fan was smilingly looking at the woman. Little Chinger, I didn't expect it to be you who came to pick me up. You were at least the #1 flower girl in Chang'an. And now, ugh, your boss is so cruel. This statement was made. The crowd was in an uproar. His Royal Highness the Third Prince's reputation was well known, and although it was unexpected for him to stroll through the greenhouse in a dignified manner, it was reasonable. But this penny woman in front of me is actually the #1 beauty of Chang'an City. Li Qinger? Before I heard that the Qinglu assessment rouge list to Li Qinger fell, people still do not believe. At this time, looking at this beauty like heavenly fairy by people actually really fell into such a situation. The flower girl who was brushed off the rouge list is already as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. So wouldn't the girl on the list be an exiled fairy coming down to earth? Many bite the bullet and pay to board. The rest of you who don't have the money will just have to stay and watch. Li Sun'an smiled faintly. With a light tap of his foot, his figure floated and landed on the bow of the boat. Right after Li Sun'an left by boat, suddenly another voice exploded from the crowd. A brawny white tiger rolled up the maple leaves in the sky and came apart from the crowd. It was more than 2 feet long, with a pair of tiger eyes looking down at the crowd, like a monarch parading his territory. On its back, 2 white-clad swordsmen stood with swords, and in front of the 2 white-clothed swordsmen, a red dress lazily lay on the tiger's back with tired eyes. Who's this? Someone in the crowd whispered a question. Blind your dog's eyes. Can't you see this white tiger? Aside from the Langyajiang clan, who else could captive this ancient beast? Langyajiang clan? Then, wouldn't she be the owner of Chang'an City's White Tiger Street? Jiang Baihu? Nice. I didn't expect. Even she's here. Speaking of Jiang Baihu, I heard that Li Qinger was forcibly purchased by the young marquis from Qinglafang in the first place, and since then there have been 2 Void Transformation Realm swordsmen who broke into King An's residence at night. I'm afraid it's those 2. There's actually such a thing? If that's the case, why did Li Qinger appear at the greenhouse again? Could it be that this greenhouse was actually opened by Jiang Baihu? Even if it isn't, I'm afraid it's still relevant. Have you ever seen when Jiang Baihu has appeared in the hookah? The background of a greenhouse is as terrifying as this. Noisy. Just as people were talking, the eyes of those 2 swordsmen opened, and the mighty pressure of a Void Transformation Realm powerhouse swept across the scene. The crowd all froze. There was a lot of shutting up. The white tiger exhaled a mouthful of white refined yuan qi, and with a leap of his body, he swept past the 12 flower boats and stepped on the lake water toward the island. Heavens, this white tiger is actually at least a Void Transformation Realm foreign beast. Green mansions. The rising trend is irreversible. In the crowd, there were hooker owners who looked sourly at the faraway Kang Bek Ho, itching to tie her to their hooker. Before the greenhouse was open, the most ostentatious hookah is Qinglafang. because it was once the favorite place for the four dandies of Chang'an to go. Now that the greenhouse is open, first Li Chang'an drifted in, and then Jiang Baihu rode the tiger to the island. Thereafter, I'm afraid all the powerful people in the whole of Chang'an will only go to greenhouses. Wow, look at the sky you guys, someone exclaimed. Who is that who came with the wind? Man, it's the four dukes of Chang'an. Xia Yuanho, the youngest son of the Xia family of the Minister of War, Go Yuquan, the eldest son of the Marquis of Wuan, Li Changxian, the county princess of the King of Jinan, and Zhou Qian, the youngest brother of the Minister of Rights. They actually showed up at Lunar Lake together. And on the wind. Oh my god, is Lu Qi such a big deal? How dare even they come? Since the New Year's Eve, the name of the four dukes of Chang'an has been a sensation in Chang'an. They were only in their 20s when they were already among the Qi royalty realm, able to travel on the wind. He beheaded more than 300 bandits outside Chang'an city and uprooted 7 mountain fortresses in a row. It is regarded as the new generation of the Chang'an city's bearer. I didn't realize that even they drifted in on the opening of the greenhouse. Go! Let's board the island. Ditto ditto ditto. Chapter 25, simply. Let's kill him. The topmost floor of the Lotpal building. Li Changnan was lying on a rocking chair watching the four dukes of Chang'an who were falling towards the 1,000 gold building on the royal wind. And a treacherous smile appeared on his face. Jian, you're really a ING talent. It's not even a problem to invite Jiang Baihu here. You actually invited the four of them as well. This time the greenhouse is considered to have completely made a name for itself in Chang'an city. The fourth prince is rather the one I managed to invite. Jiang Baihu. No. Chen Jinan frowned slightly. This crazy woman, Jiang Baihu, had molested the original owner before, and he'd made Big Brother go to the drunkard's house to ask for someone who was feuding. Her landing on the island today was not seen as a good thing. Old Li, why don't you go keep an eye on Jiang Baihu? Chen Jian frowned and said, I'll go keep an eye on the fourth prince. Lest Li Changxian get into any trouble. No go. Li Sunan refused the offer without even thinking about it. He was afraid that one couldn't help but directly strike. You know that those two swordsmen beside Jiang Baihu in the beginning had beaten his face raw. Then you go see the fourth prince, and I'll go see Jiang Baihu. Chen Jian sneered. Don't forget, you're the second owner of a greenhouse. You can't do nothing, right? Why do I feel like I've fallen into your ING trap? Little master, the prince of Great Tang, pimping for you? Li Chang'an glared at Chen Jian in dissatisfaction, but he still stood up and walked towards Denka Island. By this time the island was swarming with guests. Everyone was richly dressed. There were many people who could afford to pay 5 taels of silver, but those who could pay 5 taels of silver for a place on the island could never be poor. Chen Jian even saw Chang'an prefect Wang Fugue in the crowd, but that guy was in disguise. In addition to Wang Fugue, the minister of ceremony, the minister of war, the butler of the Marquis of Wuan's family, and the commander of the guards of the Prince of Jinnan's residence all mingled in the crowd in disguise. It should be for the fourth prince. There were also some guys he thought looked familiar. Thought they were some gentry from an unusual family. Walking through the crowd, there were those who knew him who bowed and saluted. He responded politely as well. It was all about food and clothing, so where could he slack off? In his eyes, there were one or the other here, and at this point they were all not people but golden plugs. Lu Qi, who was explaining things to the two brothers of the Chen family, saw him appear and immediately greeted him and said in a low voice, I was just about to go and look for you, but Elder Yang said that there were a couple of guys on the island with bad intentions, and that he had already asked the deacons to go and arrest them. I suspect they're going to go after you. Are those the hookers? Chen Jian was puzzled. Those guys can hire an expert of the royal Qi realm and that's the top of the list. With old Yangto's means, it's not something to worry about, is it? Old Yangto was precisely the military craftsman that Chen Aban transferred from Chunlu, and their group of 20 people stayed at the Lokpa building after it was completed. According to old Yangto, the group of old brothers under his hand were all Qi refining realm experts back then, and old Yangto was even at the royal Qi realm. Although his Qi and blood were withered nowadays, it was still not a problem to clean up an ordinary Qi refining realm. They were in a group of 10 and formed a battle formation that dared to fight even at the royal Qi realm. After the completion of the Lotpa building, originally Chen Jian was ready to send them back. Na Yangtu begged Chen Jian to take them in, saying that he was afraid of being poor in Chunlu County. You don't get enough to eat every day. Chen Jian thought that it was all because Chen Aban was too much of a waste of space that they had ended up here, so he agreed to stay as a deacon of the greenhouse. You think too highly of the hookers. Lu Qi looked at Chen Jian with a complicated face. They were able to invite 3 Qi refining realms and 1 Qi royalty realm to try to set a fire, and they have been buried. Thinking of the scene where those 4 cultivators had their necks casually snapped by a crippled old deacon, Lu Qi still felt absurd. Having 20 Void Transformation Realm powerhouses and 1 Void God Realm powerhouse nestled in a greenhouse as a fighter. I'm afraid only Chen Jian could do such a thing. There was a long silence. Lu Qi slowly said, upstairs in the 1,000 gold building, There are two Void God realm powerhouses, killing intent induced but not emitted. They are by no means proper guests. We'll find a chance to bury him later. Void God? Chen Jimin's heart trembled. The Void God realm was a powerful existence capable of the Yin spirit traveling thousands of miles. Many clan heads were only at the Void God realm. Lu Qi actually said that there were two Void God bigwigs poking and prodding trying to make a move against him? Are you sure? Chen Jian did not move and took a step back, hiding behind Lu Qi and asking in a low voice. Lu Qi smiled faintly. Originally there was none, but now there is. The two walked and talked. It didn't take long to reach the 6th floor of the 1,000 Gold building. The first 3 floors of the 1,000 Gold building are the lobby and the last 3 floors are the elegant rooms. With Jiang Baihu's status and position, it was naturally impossible for him to squeeze into the lobby with those ordinary people. She had chartered the most luxurious Qingfeng pavilion. Sister Ginger is eating? When Chen Jian knocked on the door and entered, Jiang Baihu was picking up a chopstick of silver knife and putting it into his mouth. Zhu Luer, who was ranked number 1 on the rouge list of the greenhouse, was flicking up ice to help her calm her drink. Zhu Luer is the first daughter of Zhu Ji, the former royal historian, who was arrested and imprisoned for impeaching the crown prince for excluding dissidents and killing innocents when he was supervising the state, and was exiled for 3,000 miles. She and her brother, Zhu Anlu, were relegated to pariah status and enrolled in the teacher's workshop, where they were bought back by Lu Qi. In terms of face value alone, she is certainly no match for Li Lancheng, but she has a scholarly spirit. When she was famous in Chang'an with a song, Nian Anu, is a famous talent. Chen Jian forcefully put her in the position of leader. Somehow she didn't make an appearance at the Denka building, but instead appeared at the 1,000 Gold building to accompany Jiang Baihu for a drink. Seeing Chen Jian and Lu Qi enter, Zhu Luer stood up holding the wine pot and curtsied. She was grateful from the bottom of her heart for these two bosses. She was about to be placed in a position to receive a client at the teacher's workshop, and even her youngest brother, Zhu Anlu, was about to be purified and brought to the palace. Just when she was filled with despair, Mr. Lu bought her over, and even signed a contract that was too lenient to believe. He also accepted his youngest brother, Zhu Anlu, as a disciple to embark on the path of cultivation. It's all about rolling in the dust, though, but there's simply a huge difference in treatment between being in a greenhouse and being in the teacher's workshop. So when Jiang Baihu proposed to meet the Rouge ranking leader, she stepped forward without hesitation. Little Fawn is wrapped up by her sister today. Jian, you're okay with that, aren't you? Jiang Baihu ate the hot pot without any image and sipped another mouthful of chilled yellow wine with a smile. Where does little brother have a problem with that? As long as dear has no problem with it, little brother can do it. Chen Jian laughed. Is Sister Jian still satisfied with 1,000 Gold House's hot pot? Ugh. Jiang Baihu put down his long chopsticks, his lazy eyes gradually growing cold. Jian, if you say you're opening a hookah properly, why do you still want to make a restaurant and gambling house? Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. You're forcing your sister to the brink of extinction. Chen Jian picked up a chair and sat down, laughing. Sister Jiang, the world's business people do. You opened the restaurant and gambling house and did not allow my little brother to open it. It's too overbearing, right? Seek death. The two swordsmen standing side by side behind Jiang Baihu took a step forward at the same time, the long swords on their backs emitting a buzzing tremor. The powerful sword chi came at Chen Jian. Just as the sword chi was about to fall, Jiang Baihu's cold voice rang out, unbridled, stand down. At the same time, she was seen dislocating her body, instantly appearing in front of Chen Jian, her slender fingers clamping down on the tips of the two swords. Sister Ginger, is that what you mean? The smile on Chen Jinan's face also went cold. Jiang Baihu looked at the two swordsmen with cold eyes. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Miss, the two swordsmen said in a cold voice, Chen Jian has disrespected you and should be punished. How dare you? Who gave you the right to trespass? Jiang Baihu raised his eyebrows slightly as his killing intent grew. She has long said to see the Chenlu waiting for the people of the house to avoid 3 times the previous so-called cut-off people's wealth words, but for the shares of the greenhouse to lay the groundwork for just. But his own men took the liberty. It doesn't seem to be Sister Ginger's intention? Just as Jiang Baihu was analyzing the success of his own sword servant in his mind, Chen Jian suddenly opened his mouth. Since it wasn't Sister Zhang's intention, it's a scourge to keep this kind of thing that rebels against its master. Simply, kill it. As Chen Jian's words fell, Lu Qi, who was standing behind him, suddenly took a step forward. When he reappeared he was already behind the two swordsmen. His palms captured their necks and twisted them gently. Click. 2 swordsmen had their necks broken. The body dies. Chapter 26. Watching his building collapse, Jiang Baihu's face changed slightly. She knew Lu Qi and had even felt sorry for him at first. Points out that it is a diamond in the rough. If he puts all his energy into cultivation, it may not be impossible for him to step into the realm of the Void God in the future. But right now, where was the need for a future? People had already stepped into the Void God realm. What puzzles her is this: a Void God realm powerhouse. Where in the world can not go? Why bother with Chunji and this little guy stirred up together to open a greenhouse as a big teapot? Where she understands. Lucci wants to change the miserable situation of the hookah women, wants to define the rules for the hookah, and values this greenhouse more than anything else, not to mention the two swordsmen. Even if she, Jiang Baihu, if it wasn't for Chen Jian's gesture, he was planning to just get her killed. Readers can be much more ruthless than coarse martial artists. Didn't you see that the two Void God realm powerhouses were just hiding upstairs and peeping, and he had even figured out where people were buried? Looking deeply at Lu Qi, Jiang Baihu exhaled. Jian, believe it or not, I'm not here to cause trouble today. On the contrary, my sister wants to take a stake in the greenhouse. 30,000 taels of silver, 10% of the shares. I'm sorry, I have no intention of doing that. Chen Jian got up and left. Before they made their move, perhaps I would have considered it, but unfortunately they made their move. Sister Jiang had better take care of her own business first. If those two swordsmen hadn't made a move, were you really going to agree? After leaving the Qingfeng pavilion, Lu Qi couldn't help but ask questions. He wanted the greenhouse to be pure. Once there were too many voices talking, there was no way to ensure that the current system would be perfectly enforced. Businessmen value profit. It's not like anyone is like Chen Jian who doesn't care about anything. Of course not. Chen Jian laughed. I even wanted to return Li Sungyan's money, so how could I agree to her joining? Just planting a thorn in her side. It seems that the Langyajiang clan is not an ironclad one, and those two swordsmen unleashing their killing intent on me must have been authorized by someone. I just don't know if it's someone from the Royal Sword Sect or the Langyajiang clan, or both. Whatever, it's a matter for Cheap 2 to deal with on his own. Mother asterisk 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 Let's just say that the family members of the Son of Heaven's destiny can't do it. Little Master is hiding outside to open a greenhouse. They actually want to target me. The two walked up to the 7th floor. The 7th through 12th floors are gambling houses. Mahjong, Pai Gao, and poker were all available. And the lotteries were masters heavily hired by Lu Qi from various gambling houses. After another month or so of training, I can't say enough about my skills. It's a handful to bully those white guys. The maidservants in short skirts shuttled from table to table, offering fruit and snacks to the giants, and their service attitude was by no means comparable to that of other gambling houses. The chief manager of the gambling house was Chun Zhang. This guy is untutored. Long ago secretly bought a large number of family slaves of the world's sons, gave them a percentage, and let them skewer and poke their own masters to come over to play cards. It was only a short time after opening, and the 7th floor was basically already full of guests. Chen Jian even saw Yang Xianxian in the crowd. He was so spirited that he almost stood up in his wheelchair when he fell out of the king bomb in excitement. Chen Jian remembered the profane clothes in his storage ring that had not yet been given away and called Chen Zhang to have him keep an eye on Yang Xianxian. If this guy wins, bring him to the $1,000 house. It's already for the sake of his disability that we don't mess with him. How can we let him leave with money from the greenhouse? After touring the gambling houses, Chen Jian and Lu Qi took the cable car to Dunkalu again. Those two Void God Realm powerhouses didn't know what they were waiting for and actually didn't make a move at the 1,000 gold building. The first 3 floors of the Denker building are a theater and storytelling. At this time, the theater is staging the drama of the 4 gentlemen of Chang'an who traveled far and wide with their swords to kill 300 bandits in a row. The actors are all martial artists, although they have not stepped into the innate realm. However, flying over the walls is not a problem. With the lute song of the 10-faced ambush, ups and downs, killing opportunities hidden in all directions. The guests, who had never seen this kind of theater before, watched in fascination and paid their rewards. In the elegant room, although the 4 dukes of Chang'an were drinking a little wine, in fact, their minds were all on this drama. After all, it was their story that was being played out now. What young chivalrous man would not want his story to be sung by the world? Chen Jian this drama, then in person to blow them 1,000 times more comfortable. Even with Chen Jian despise Li Changxian, are impressed with him, thinking that the prodigal son who had slighted his bosom friend wasn't all bad. Chen Jian didn't bother the 4th prince, continued to ascend the stairs. He was like an old farmer at harvest time, harvesting the golden sheaves of wheat with enthusiasm. The 4th level is a cabaret, when with the twanging and melodious water song plays, those bookworms who came to the island in a critical spirit were completely bowed down. Worthy is this ditty. It's a masterpiece of literary poetry that will live on for generations to come. Su Qid, the 2nd-ranked member of the Rouge ranking who sang the water song, received countless invitations as soon as she stepped onto the stage. Pearl Current, the self-proclaimed scholarly men who boasted of their flair didn't even dare to compose poems. They have condemned people to go to Chang'an City to invite the real Confucian and literary heroes. Being overpowered by a greenhouse girl, they had to get back on their feet. One time, Many famous Chinese scholars keep pouring into the Denka building, and then continue to shake people. Chen Jian stood upstairs and watched a suave reader scratch his head, not to mention how happy he was. Sue everyone's words, not to mention you guys. Throughout the 5,000 years of his previous life, he could not find a single person who dared to say that he was overwhelmed. Further up, it's just a quiet, chic elegant room. Chen Jinan didn't bother. Just call out to Chen Yi and tell him to make sure he pays attention to the movements of the girls, and if anyone dares to use force, straightforward messy stick strikes. Just as Chen Jian was harvesting the wheat, the Chang'an City Crown Prince's mansion of all the irregulars are also waiting to harvest the fruits. When will the moon rise? Whisking his fan lightly, Zhu Wuchang laughed softly. I have to say, although that little marquis is a straw man, but this greenhouse is not bad. How dare he find such a talented woman? With this one lyric out there, that Su Qid, too, is good enough to be immortalized for the ages. Poetry is the path. A man with an ugly face sat across from him and laughed coldly. Without power, everything comes to nothing in the end. My great Tang was founded on martial arts, and it is the gallant martial artists who will guard this border from loss, not those poetic scribblers. The chaotic world is about to start. The northern throne court is eyeing my Datong. The western region Buddhist kingdom is even more dignified to degree my Datong people. The entire western frontier, do not know whether it is still considered my Datong territory. Even the witch clan in the south jumped out to make trouble. Enemies on all sides. Not to mention the fact that the ancient remnants of the Forbidden Zone would make a comeback sooner or later. But it seems that the court is blind to it, and all day long, they dance and play with ink, drunkenness and dreaming. Brother uncanny. You say this world, is there any salvation? The impermanence was dumbfounded. This good friend of their own everywhere is good, is too cynical. The Great Tang was founded only a few hundred years. Want to solve this many external problems which is so easy. Unless there is a saint in the dust, it is only a delusion to want to subdue the nations. As for the restricted area, that's even more outrageous. 10,000 years ago, how astonishingly talented the desolate ancient emperor was, suppressing the invincible in the world, subduing the Forbidden Zone imperial clan, forcing them to seal themselves off from the Forbidden Zone, but he was unable to completely eradicate it. Now that the Great Wall of the People has been left unguarded, who the hell can we, scheming ministers who don't even have a proper official position, care so much about? It's all about taking care of the moment. Silently pick up the teacup and drink a mouthful of tea. Zhu Wuchang got up and looked at the direction of the moon lake, waiting for the building to collapse. Chapter 27, A Licking Dog Shall Not Die. After inspecting the greenhouses, Chen Jian was ready to hide in the drop treasure house. After all, two Void God Realm powerhouses were spying from the side. He was in a bit of a panic. Just as he paced and was about to leave, a bellowing cry suddenly came from the box on the fourth floor. A figure then broke through the door and stood in the hall and chided. Zhou Qian, how dare you hit me? Chen Jian looked over suspiciously. The figure that broke out of the door was none other than his beloved family friend, the great ingrate who had spent 10,000 taels on the two lyrics, dog. What's the situation? Chen Jian walked over, and immediately a purser attached his ear to him and told him the cause and effect. It turned out that the four dukes of Chang'an got great pleasure after watching the theater curtain, and they all felt that it was a worthwhile trip. Dogs are a can handle. Thinking that it is not easy for my brother to open a greenhouse, I propose to go upstairs to listen to the music and enjoy the dance, to support my brother. If it's usual, the feather-loving gentleman will not agree to this invitation, but today, they are really comfortable with Chun Jian's scene, and half-heartedly responded. Just went up to see Su Qid is bending over and thanking the guests, a cadre of flirtatious talents scratching their ears, full of contempt. When I asked around, I found out that there was a masterpiece coming out. The county princess Li Changxian, who was a keen poet, was moved on the spot by the line but wishing for a long time, thousands of miles to be together and wanted to get acquainted with Su Qid. Naihasu Keiru is deeply inspired by Qinjian. Is a knowledge of hunger marketing? Has long already indicated that this day do not see guests. Seeing your sweetheart lost, Zhou Qian immediately said that he would write a poem, and let the cleaner waiting beside him send it to Su Qid, saying that she would certainly be willing to come out for a talk after reading it. The purser went there himself and then came back empty-handed. Su Qid accepted the poem, but refused to see the guest. Now Zhou Qian's face was more or less unsettled. When Dog saw this, he was immediately delighted. Indicates that he is suddenly bursting with literary ideas, and also wants to compose a whole lyric to help. I saw him drink a mouthful of sake furiously, call for pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and write down with a big brush. The different smoky trees and the crescent moon lake. The scenery is all the same as in the previous dynasty. Decaying poplars and ancient willows, several times climbed and bent, emaciated Chu Palace waste. The setting sun is idle and the autumn light is old, and the thoughts of separation are full of Asurumio. A song of Yang Wan, the sound of the broken heart is over. alone with the orchid radius. This word came out. Not only did the purser freeze, even Li Changxian, who disliked dog, was surprised and couldn't close his mouth. The rest of the guys were stunned. Unbelievably, he looked at Go Yuquan. The dog was screaming, looking at Li Changxian with deep emotion in full view of everyone. Then a sloppy brush against her brow. Li Changxian was still in a daze. Where did he care to resist? This time Zhou Gongzi, who had been admiring Li Changxian for a long time, quit and slammed his fist on the dog's eye door, knocked the dog out of the Yahoo. Listen to the grudge. Chen Jinan frowned. Zhou Qian, this guy should die. How dare he beat up my beloved friends and relatives, making trouble in a greenhouse? Find a place to bury him. Just as Chen Jian was about to shake someone to get Zhou Qian, he only heard a cold voice from his ears. Lu Qi was ordering a crippled old man to let him bury people. Chen Jian's face darkened. Old Seven's a bit of a floater. The old father of the secretary of the Ministry of Rights family is a Tongshan realm big shot, and is a veteran of 2 dynasties, with countless disciples and old friends, and the old man has a son with Zhou Qian. I'm afraid that burying him won't save the Chunlu waiting house from itself. That crippled old man is also a not afraid to die. Actually do not know where to pull out a shovel. Really want to go to bury people. Before the crippled old man could do anything, there was another change in the field, only to see Zhou Qian, dressed in white, holding a 3-foot green blade floating down the hall, looking coldly at Go Yuquan. Dog thief, if you dare to insult the county princess, even if the Marquis of Wuan arrives in person, he won't be able to protect you. White boy, you are more or less unaware of the sky. Go Yuquan sneered and turned his wrist. A long knife broke through the air. With his paws on the ground, Go Yuquan flew up with both hands holding the long handle and slashed at Zhou Qian with the momentum of splitting the mountain. As the same 4 dukes, there was not much of a realm gap between them. But who is Dog? That's the young Marquis of the Marquis of Wuan. A fierce man who always wanders the border to fight grass. The noble gentleman who spends his days chanting poetry in Chang'an City is no match for him. Aura together. A wave of ironic killing intent surged out, causing Zhou Qian's face to change abruptly. Visions, the green blade and the long sword struck each other, and Yuan Qi instantly stirred away as Zhou Qian took several steps back. His face flushed. Go Youquan's face was as usual as he bullied his way up, holding his sword and slashing again. Boom! The ancient 3-foot green blade shattered. Zhou Qian's figure was smashed against the wall like a cannonball, and blood gushed wildly from his mouth. Go Yuquan trailed off with a long, domineering whistle. Lift the foot on Zhou Qian's chest. Indifference. White boy, I have long been sick of seeing you. Before being set sack you ing did not grow memory right. Zhou Qian looked at Go Yuquan incredulously. He had always thought that Go Yuquan was able to rank alongside him among the 4 dukes because of the status of the county princess's fiancé. For this reason, I don't know how many times I have privately mocked Go Yuquan in a conspiratorial manner, not worthy of being ranked alongside him. At this time was stepped on the ground to understand. The original Go Youquan's real strength is actually as strong as this, and before I was beaten up by someone in a sack for no reason. It turned out to be this thick-browed, big-eyed old six who did it. Go Yuquan, stop! Li Changxian finally snapped out of his dementia. She savagely yanked Go Youquan's leg away and lifted Zhou Qian from the ground, carefully wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. See this? Go Youquan's face turned ugly. Li Changxian was his fiancé, and it was not a private betrothal like Chen Jian and Li Xining. Rather, they have placed 3 books and 6 appointments, and invited the whole court to eat wine, which has been known for a long time. It's just as well that Zhou Qian admires her, as long as she doesn't go out of line. Go Yuquan will at most beat up Zhou Qian, but you, Li Sung Sane, are making love to another man in public, and even wiping his blood for him. That's a bit much. Sung Sane, get out of the way. No. Li Changxian looked at Dog in disgust. Go Yuquan, you disappoint me too much. Mr. Zhou merely punched you, and you even injured him like this. Even if he made the first move, you were the one who was rude first. Are you not at fault at all? Get out of the way. Hearing Li Changxian's words, Go Yuquan's eyes flashed with disappointment. If you're going to hit him, hit me first. Li Changxian was like a mother hen protecting her pups, stopping Zhou Qian behind her. And behind her, Zhou Qian raised his head and looked at Go Yuquan, revealing a smug sneer. Great. Go Yuquan laughed. He had worked hard for more than a year, and had deliberately rushed back to Chang'an from the border wilderness for the sake of this marriage, even giving up a heavenly opportunity. It was meant to be a heart for a heart. I didn't realize that genuinely fed the dog. The smile converged, and he said word for word, tomorrow I will have someone send the marriage certificate to your house. Wishing you grow old together. What did you say? Li Changxian looked at Go Yuquan incredulously and said emotionally, Go Yuquan, you want to withdraw from the marriage? Go Yuquan turned his head away from her and ignored her, revealing a smile that was even worse than crying and said, Jian, old brother is sorry for you. The words you wrote for me are useless. I'm leaving. I'll see you in the jungle later. Brother dog, don't worry about not having a friend in the world. Chen Jian sighed, what for gentlemen? Coaxing women's contraptions just. Little brother in Chang and waiting for the dog brother famous Jianghu. Go Yuquan. Stop right there. Li Changxian flew up and tried to yank Go Yuquan. She didn't want to marry Go Yuquan though, but the marriage between the two was authorized by the emperor's decree. If Go Yuquan withdraws from the marriage because of this matter, not only will Jinnan King's face be lost, even his majesty's face will be lost. Get out. Go Yuquan turned back and gave her a cold look, the light in his eyes no longer there, like looking at a stranger. The aura climbed. The violet yuan chi shocked Li Changxian back a few steps, and he said indifferently, Jian is right. Licking dogs shall not die well. In the future we will say goodbye and have no more entanglements. Ugh. Xia Yuanho, who was also a fourth prince, also got up and left. As he passed by Li Changxian, he said softly, Sheriff Master, the fourth prince's reputation was made possible by dog. The 100 or so bandits you killed, it was also dog who fed under your sword. Zhou Qian. If it wasn't because you had to drag Zhou Qian into the gang, what qualifications does he have to stand with us? I didn't realize it would turn out like this. Be good. Is that so? Li Changxian's body trembled slightly, yelling at Go Yuquan who was about to disappear in the doorway. Is that so? Go Yuquan. Answer me. Answer me. Chapter 28, talking about losing money. No one responded to her. At this point, everyone was looking at her like she was an idiot. She looked back in dismay. However, Zhou Qian's face changed, and he actually wanted to escape from the hole in a puff of smoke. He just took 2 steps, just got slapped back with a shovel by a crippled old man. Smashed up my building and you're still trying to run? Chen Jian was expressionless as he walked down the stairs step by step. Chen Jian, you're a punk. How dare you make a move on me? Zhou Qian climbed up and looked at Chen Jian coldly. The stares around him were too piercing, like a sharp blade shot at him. The taunts that kept pouring into his ears even made his entire person look a bit grim. Chen Jian faintly said, hands off not so much, opening the door to welcome guests, which is the reason to take action against the guests. It's just that Mr. Zhou smashed my building. If I don't show something, how can I still hang out in Chang'an City in the future? Today you smash my building. Tomorrow someone else is going to blow up my island? Leave 10,000 taels. Mr. Zhou can go or stay as he pleases. 10,000 taels? Zhou Qiandi looked at Chen Jian with a grimace. It doesn't cost 10,000 taels to build a building, but you want 10,000 taels for a hole? What? Too little? Chen Jian said flatly. Then it's 20,000. After all, you're holding a beauty. Put out dog's share too. What if my lord doesn't agree? Zhou Qian said in a cold voice. My lord is standing right here. What can you, Chen Jian, do to me? Do you really think that any cat or dog can ride on top of my Zhou mansion? Marquis Wuan Zhou Qian still has a few scruples. The Marquis of Chenliu's residence? It's just a bunch of losers. I can't believe I'm trying to take advantage of the fire. My lord, go ahead and leave. I would like to see who dares to stand in the way. Do you really think my Zhou mansion has no one? A man in a green robe with a jade around his waist stepped out from the crowd. With each step, the aura on his body was 1 point stronger, and by the time he reached Zhou Qian, he had become imposing. The void transformation realm cultivation poured out without reservation. A strong and extremely powerful pressure spread across the entire field. Man, it's actually Choli. I heard that he has long been among the void transformation realm, and is the successor being groomed by the Minister of Rights. I didn't expect him to appear here. Zhou Qian is the youngest son of the old Shangshu. It makes sense to have a Taoist protector by his side. After all, although the Minister of Rights is a third-ranking official, what does that count for in the eyes of the old Shangshu? With him here, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for the little marquis to make compensation. Seeing this man in green robes stand out, people were all in an uproar. Zhou Li, Minister of Rights, private son of the Zhou Mansion, Void Transformation Realm Powerhouse, and Zhou Qian's protector of the Dao. Not to mention it Chen Jian. I'm afraid that even if Chen Aban personally arrived, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be overpowered. However, the surprise had not yet dissipated. Another figure stepped out from the crowd. The Minister of Rights is so powerful. Those who don't know would think that Chang'an City is owned by your Zhou family. The visitor is an old woman. She is old. Her voice is hoarse and cold. The moment she opens her mouth, it is like a cold wind blowing through the hall. Everyone involuntarily shivered. Beside her, there was a white-clothed male looking at Chen Jian in a clear and cold manner. Xining, what brings you here? Chen Jian looked at the white-clothed male in surprise. In the past 6 months, he and Li Xining had seen each other only a handful of times. This niece is too cold. Chen Jian every time to go also just sit quietly on the sidelines to listen to the song. Talk very little. I didn't expect that when the greenhouse opened today, she actually came to the door with Granny Yu and stood up for herself. Don't get me wrong. I'm here to seek out Sister Changxian. Li Xining met his gaze and blushed slightly, skimming her head and whispering, "Greetings, Auntie." Granny nodded slightly to Chen Jian and took a step towards Jolie. "I wonder if I'm qualified enough to make Mr. Joe pay for his loss? This old woman has such a strong aura." The crowd was shocked. This old woman called the little Marquis aunt, and the little Marquis called that white-clothed male Xining. Could it be that it was actually the Xining County Lord herself? Mostly. I've long heard that Princess Xining is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, but I didn't expect her to look so good in men's clothes, as if she were an exiled fairy in the dust. Little Marquis. What a blessing. Seeing Li Xining, the onlookers instantly soured. Half a year ago, Chen Jian and Li Xining's affair was a big deal all over the city. Everyone thought that the little Marquis had fallen this time. There's no time to pop the question yet. The next day there was even news of the marriage of the two marquises. Thought it was empty. Does this look real? Chen Ergu, you say, can I go and rob a girl on the street now? Hey, a stabbing at the food market will definitely do the trick. Just as the crowd murmured sourly, Jolie gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction and laughed coldly. Shibua Marquis House, are you sure you want to make an enemy of my Zhou mansion for the sake of a loser? Great Tang was founded on martial arts, and the heads of these families were basically fierce men who had fought together with the late emperor back then. Don't look at the Minister of Rights as a civil official. In fact, take the route of killing. That is, over the years, the old master returned to hiding, which gradually raised a bit of civilization. Jolie, as the Minister of Rights, is not a soft scholar, and is extremely murderous. The old woman, holding a long whip covered with barbs, sneered, so what if it is? So you, just die. Jolie had already taken a step out as he opened his mouth, his yuan qi stirring and killing intent boiling. Only his body shape was like electricity. With the momentum of wind and thunder, he slammed his fist at the crone. Boom! The old woman had prepared for this, and as the two yuan qi struck each other, the entire Dinka building was stirred by the vastness of the yuan qi and creaked. Several windows were even shattered. Damn it! Just when the two of them were gathering yuan qi again and wanted to let go of the fight, a furious voice rang out. Jolie and the old woman were stunned at the same time. I only felt a flash of light in front of my eyes. A green shirt, downtrodden figure appeared in the middle of the two, his pale palm holding down Jolie's head, his face filled with anger. Where do you think this is? This is my old man's greenhouse. Do each and every one of you think this is a ring? It's not easy for me to find a goal to strive for, and this is what you're allowed to mess around with here? After saying that, he pressed his palm downward. Ka-ching! The light palm seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. Only two crunching sounds were heard. Jolie dropped to both knees. The green-shirted guest looked at Jolie's knee in pain, seeing the lapis lazuli slabs intact under his feet. Only then did he curse. He his mother's. You don't pay for the money even if you don't. Why do you have to break my window? You are in the void god realm? Jolie looked up at the indignant green-shirted guest, his heart appalled. He was in the late stage of the void transformation realm, and this person was able to press his palm down on top of his head without a sound and make him defenseless, so he was at least a void god without a doubt. How can there be such a strong presence in a greenhouse? It's Mr. Ru. Some of the eaters exclaimed. Mr. Lu is actually a cultivator as well? And it's a void god realm powerhouse. A supreme existence that can be called a minor patriarch if you take it a step further. Oh my god, is the world gone mad? I actually drank with a void god realm big shot? In the crowd, a lewd fat man thumped in his heart and quietly retreated behind the crowd. The one I got into the prison on trumped up charges was a void god realm big shot? Chapter 29, find a hole to bury yourselves. Or should I dig it for you? Mr. Ru, we can talk. Jolie, paralyzed, kneeling on the ground, his face iron blue, said, this official is willing to compensate. 20,000 taels we will leave immediately. People have to bow down under the roof. If he had known that there was a void god realm bigwig like Lu Chi in the greenhouse, he wouldn't have been so tough at all. 20,000 taels of silver is nothing. Although the Ministry of Rights is not as good as the Ministry of Households, it is nominally in charge of the entire Jianghu of the Great Tang Dynasty. The piety that those cultivating sects offered every year was also a considerable fortune. Although the sects that made offerings were only small sects that could not be brought to the surface, a mosquito is still neat even if it is small. The House of Chao's family, not exactly what they say he is. He had expected Lu Chi to agree. However, he saw Lu Chi shaking his head expressionlessly. 30,000. Jolie's two knees were already unconscious. Fearing that they would be wasted if he was late, and wanting to get out as soon as possible, he gritted his teeth and said, we'll pay 30,000 taels. It's not about the money. Lu Chi frowned slightly. Whether you guys can leave or not, it's up to my boss. Boss? Chou Yuri swept around in bewilderment. When he saw Chen Jian standing with his hands behind his back, his face turned ugly. A loser who wasn't even a cultivator was actually really the proprietor? Not a puppet pushed to the front by Lu Chi? Not to mention Chen Jian, Even his father, Chen Abin Jolie, has never put in his eyes. I didn't expect to have to bow my head and be small in front of this punk today. Nay, the situation is stronger than the people. Barely pulling out a smile, Jolie hoarsely said, "Little Marquis, Zhou Mao accidentally broke the window of your building. Willing to compensate 30,000 silver. I hope that the little Marquis will be generous." Chen Jian took in the change in his face. Showing a difficult face, he said, "According to reason, 30,000 silver coins to repair the building is enough. But brother dog is my beloved friend and relative. Your family Zhou Qian inappropriate son, forced the dog brother far away from the world, and since then the life and death of two confused dog thief. Do you still want face?" Before Jolie could speak, Zhou Qian, who was standing on the sidelines, jumped out in anger. 30,000 taels of silver, not to mention repairing the building. It's more than enough to buy the greenhouse. Listening to this dog thief, you think it's too little? And it was decided long ago that Go Yuquan would go into the jungle. It's only because of Go Yochuan's farewell that the four gentlemen are going to the island. What's it got to do with me? Chen Jian swept him lightly. Since Mr. Zhou is unwilling, forget it, Mr. Lu, find a pit to bury him in. Yes, why not? Jolie knelt on the ground and tugged at Zhou Qian's clothes, itching to slap him to death. His mother's. There's a time for you to act like a pussy. I'm almost dead and you still care about this? 40,000. Mr. Zhou is willing to offer 40,000 taels. With that, he pulled out a money pouch from his storage ring. Needlessly, he counted 80 thumb-sized yuan stones and handed them to Chen Jian. Chen Jian took the yuan stone and carefully counted it again. Make sure there's a lot of them. Instantly changing his face and piling on the smiles, he said, "Aya, why is Tajin Zhou kneeling on the ground? Men, hurry up and help Lord Zhou up. Dancers, piano players, what are you waiting for?" Then came the music and the dance. A special song for the two honored guests of the Zhou mansion. With his command, the girls of the greenhouse resumed their dancing. The two honored guests of the Zhou mansion were even pushed up to the main seat. The hospitality is too great to be denied. Jolie vomited blood as he watched, and finally fainted completely. Seeing this, Chen Jian sighed regretfully. He asked Zhou Qian for another 300 taels for the performance, and only then did he respectfully send them away. Looking at the heavy-footed Zhou Gongzi, Chen Jian reluctantly stayed. "Nay, Mr. Zhou's intention to go has been determined, so I can only set a death pact, so that he will often come in the future." After Mr. Chao left, Li Sunghyun was also taken away by the head of the mansion's guards. For this county princess, Chen Jian had nothing to say. Just tell Li Qinger to figure out the breakdown of the four of them spending and let her settle the bill and leave with no less than a penny. Before leaving, Li Changxian cut Chen Jian severely. Chen Jian found it inexplicable, kind of regretted not giving her a couple slaps in the face for dog. Thought for a moment. He ran to the most luxurious private room on the 12th floor of the Denka building and pried open the door of that dog thief Li Chang'an. Adding to the story of what had happened earlier, Li Suman said it was none of his business. Chen Jian said Li Changxian is your old man's own niece, and the Marquis of Wuan betrothal or your old man held the line. If you know this thing must be happy to take off. Li Suman was instantly energized, ran to the palace overnight to report good news. I heard that it didn't take long for the palace to have two ruling eunuchs go to the Jinnan king's residence. The king of Jinnan sat in the southern border all year round. There are no masters in the house of Chang'an City, not even a dare to plead for mercy. The two ruling eunuchs kneeling on the ground while beating and crying. Their hands are swollen. When Chen Jian heard the news, he was lying in a rocking chair listening to Xining play music. $1,000 house. Two ordinary-looking middle-aged men shabu-shabu the mutton while unmovingly surveying the surroundings. A tall stack of empty plates had been built up on their table. These two were precisely the Void God realm powerhouses that were previously hidden in the shadows. They didn't eat the hot pot initially, after all. As assassins, they had to be constantly vigilant when on a mission. Nay, the smell of hot pot kept going up their nostrils and the waiting fire never got going. They had to show up and ask for a mandarin duck pot. This food is more than 2 hours. Big brother. According to reason, this 1,000 gold building should have caught fire long ago. Killer Elder whispers as he fishes 2 slices of lamb out of the pot. You tell me, could they have been planted? Mostly. The boss was dissatisfied. When we made the plan, I said that we don't need to use that trash. We are 2 void gods. So what if Lu Qi is even stronger? It's just a matter of chopping and cutting. Mr. Preferred not to let it. Said something about the grass and ashes of the snake ambling 1,000 miles. Readers are ing losers. So what do we do? The second oldest was worried. After all, we are the offerings of the Wei family in Haja, and the Wei family master gives quite a lot of money. If we don't do anything, I'm afraid we won't be able to give a good explanation to the Wei family master. Wait for another half an incense stick. If there's no movement, we'll do it ourselves. The boss fished out the last piece of meat in the pot and was silent for a moment. How about 10 more plates? Listen to Big Brother. I want the silver sword. The two men smiled at each other. This hot pot from Thousand Gold House is delicious. Just as the two brothers were eating hot, a green shirt suddenly stood in front of them with a smile on his face. Two big brothers, the flavor is still good, right? Not bad. The boss's mouth was stuffed with mutton, and without lifting his head he and I've never eaten such a delicious hot pot in my life. Big brother, the second stretched his leg and touched him, and kept nuzzling. Kick me for what? The oldest glared at the second in dissatisfaction. Eat up so you can do your business, the oldest too cowardly said. Lucci is here. Who's coming? The boss looked up with an open mind at the man in the fallen green shirt. I'm coming. Lucci held down their heads with each of his two palms and smiled. Will you find a pit to bury yourselves or will I help you dig it? Chapter 30, Squeezing Two Void Gods to Death. Will you find a hole to bury yourselves, or shall I dig it for you? As Lucci smiled and said these words, the air in the entire lobby instantly became austere. The few remaining tables of guests saw the situation and dropped their chopsticks and ran. They all went to see the lively scene in the Dunka building, and know that Lucci loves to bury people. Even the Minister of Ceremonies of the Void Transformation Realm was pressed to his knees with one hand. It's time to bury someone, and I'm afraid of spilling blood. You found us already? Feeling the endless killing opportunity that was drawn from above his head, the boss's pupils shrunk slightly. After a short while, he calmed down again and said coldly, they're both at the Void God realm. I don't believe that you can suppress the two of my brothers with just your hands. Devil Road Scattered Cultivator Black and White Double Male Well, destroyed the existence of Qingyang full of doors. I would not have dared to suppress you with only one hand. Lucci looked at the two of them like they were retarded and said, on the off chance that you ate the hot pot, on the off chance that there is a connoisseur of using poison on the island, do you think it's a coincidence? You use poison? The two of them were immediately shocked and rushed to mobilize their yuan qi, finding that their qi si was really empty. No kidding. Lucci smiled. Our boss asked me to ask, who the hell is so shameless as to send two Void God realms to kill him? I just don't like him. No one orders us around. The boss colored and said, you're also a Void God. You should know that although the toxin can erode our qi si, it can't erode our in spirit. So, Lucci asked, that's why you can't make a move. We can instantly travel far and wide with our thoughts. Even with that old woman guarding Shenjian, we won't be able to stop us from striking to the death. Oh, I don't believe it. Lucci raised his eyebrows and pressed his palm down suddenly. Only two sounds like watermelons bursting apart rang out, and the heads of two Void God realm powerhouses burst apart. Lucci picked up the tablecloth and wiped the blood off her hands, and carefully stabilized their bodies again. Make them look like they're drunk and make sure you don't scare the other guests. It was only then that he smiled. You may have your Yin gods traveled far. The black and white twins Yin god was stunned. I didn't expect Lucci to actually dare to make a move. Although the Void God realm was able to have the Yin spirit travel, it didn't mean that it could completely get rid of the physical body. If the Yin Shin travels far away for 3 days and does not return, it will only go up in smoke. Only a Tongshan realm that had birthed a Dao seed could host their Yin spirit in a Dao seed. This is also the reason why the Tongshan realm is honored as a minor sect master. Lucci would crush their heads at the drop of a hat, and unless they could find a suitable physical body to take over within 3 days, they would surely die. Life and death are at hand. The two Yin gods looked at each other, not caring about revenge. It instantly disappeared in front of Lucci. They want to carry Qin Jian's head to take credit, so perhaps there is still a ray of hope. Outside the Lokpal building, a stout old man with white hair looked up suddenly and gave the two instantly arriving Yin gods a disgusted look. The palm of his hand yanked toward the void. Catch the Yin god like a chicken, and then a light grip. Snort! The two Yin gods instantly turned into ashes. The old man slapped his palm disgustedly, as if he were patting dust on his hand. The highest part of the Lokpal building, Chen Jian was listening to a little song while listening to his private secretary, Li Qing, reporting on the results of the battle, and was ignorant of the fact that two bigwigs had died outside. By this time the hour of midnight would have passed and most of the guests would have already left the island. The rest are either powerful people who have no fear of scavengers, or parkers who want to stay the night. In short, one can count the money. Boss, as of now, the restaurants, gambling houses, theaters, song and dance venues, discos, and hookah places combined yielded 76,429 silver coins, and the preliminary estimate is that the profit is 49,000 silver coins. Li Qinger held the ledger and read out the income summarized for tonight. Her eyes filled with shock. She had known that the greenhouse was bound to make money, but I didn't expect that the first day of opening would be so profitable. The whole 70,000 taels of silver. Based on her previous income and the Qing Lafong, it would take almost 100 years of drying without eating or drinking to make up for it. But that's just one night's earnings from the greenhouse. It's not pure profit, but it's appalling enough. Even Granny Yu, who was hidden in the shadows, turned her head in surprise when she heard this figure. Li Xining may not understand the significance of these gains, as Yu Lao Taijuan's maid. She is the housekeeper in charge of the small treasury of the Shibua Marquis house. She can understand how difficult it is to earn money. Earlier years, Shibuaho sat in Minshan. She manipulated the border trade annual income is only more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. This is just a small place, but the revenue for one night is more than 70,000 taels? Don't be too optimistic. Chen Jian took the account book and said while reading it, this is just the first opening of the greenhouse. Plus we created enough momentum. The people of Chang'an City just want to have a fresh look. The number of guests boarding the island after tonight should be cut by at least a third. Not everyone can afford to shell out 5 taels of silver to board the island. But after tonight, the Green Mansion is considered to have a foothold in Chang'an City. There's no rush for a thin stream. Read the ledger. Chen Jian added, take 5,000 taels to give everyone happy money, and put the rest in the treasury first. The gambling house can't catch big fish with too thin a base. Yes, Li Qinger was slightly stunned and answered, the greenhouse already pays far more for work than anywhere else. Even the slave girl who serves tea and water gets 2 taels of silver a month. Stewardship is even a staggering 5 taels, and there are 7 days of vacation per month. Now the island employees nearly 700 people, 5,000 taels even if divided equally. Each person can share 7 taels, higher than 3 months' salary. The boss didn't follow me wrong. After muttering in a low voice, she turned to leave, the resentment of missing out on the flower girl finally dispersing completely. Li Qinger had just left with her front foot. Lu Qi pushed the door again. Boss, those 2 void gods have been buried. I planted a willow tree in Falling Treasure House and buried those 2 void god realm flesh bodies with my own hands. That fast? Chen Jian's face was joyful. The 2 void gods spying in the shadows earlier had told him to sleep and eat in peace, purposefully leaving Granny Yu behind. He spent another 10 yuan stones to open the defense array of the Falling Treasure building, fearing that those 2 big brothers would not speak of martial arts to him. I didn't expect to keep quiet. The 2 void gods actually really told old Seven to bury them. It's also thanks to Granny Yu's fallen god scatter, or else the fight would have destroyed the 1,000 gold building. Lu Qi nodded slightly towards the darkness and arched his hand again. Granny Yu hurriedly stood up and returned the salute, saying bluntly that she didn't dare. Although she was older, she was only in the void transformation realm. This Lu Qi was a void god realm powerhouse, an existence that could destroy her with just her hands, so how would she dare to be negligent? Honestly, until now, she hadn't been able to get to the bottom of Lu Qi, and she vaguely felt that this greenhouse boss was afraid that this was not as simple as an ordinary void god realm. After all, an ordinary void god realm wasn't qualified to suppress 2 void god realms with just one hand. Every time she thought of the image of this guy approaching her for fallen god scatter just because he was worried about destroying the greenhouse, not worried about not being able to defeat those 2 assassins, it was all incredibly absurd to her. The void god realm was an existence that could completely start a sect. In the Jianghu, he can be the head of a clan, and in the temple, he can be in charge of a government office, but he was actually working as a shopkeeper in a greenhouse, still working under the hand of Chen Jian, a dude who has not even stepped into the innate realm, and willingly. Here's the root cause. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. Old Seven, did you ask who sent them? Chen Jian wasn't as shocked as Grandma Yu, only cared about who was trying to kill him. After all, his family's 2 cheap old brothers were hiding much deeper than this guy, and weren't they also being called a piece of crap? A void god being the head of a greenhouse. It's quite reasonable. No, I was afraid that their Chi Si would recover and destroy the 1,000 gold building, so I killed them directly. Lu Qi calmly said, but it doesn't matter. If you dare to cause trouble in a greenhouse, whoever comes will be the same, just digging their own graves. Chapter 31, Welcome to the Master's Vacation. The Prince's Residence. Li Qingding looked up at the bright moon hanging high outside the window. Mr. Zhu, you said that you watched him raise a tall building, watched him feast his guests, and watched his building collapse. This greenhouse, it didn't collapse. Your Highness, my humble servant missed. There is nothing to say. Zhu Wuchang got up and bowed deeply towards Li Qingding. My humble servant had done all the calculations, but I did not realize that Lu Qi was actually a void god realm powerhouse. What's more, I didn't expect the black and white double heroes to be famous in the Jianghu, but they are actually 2 wastes, and they died in the 1,000 gold building without a word. That's just it. The fault is not yours. Li Qingding picked up Zhu Wuchang, his face grim. This assassination was plotted by Zhu Wuchang though, but he's also the one who gave his approval before the operation. It was reasonable to say that killing a first-grade martial artist, the 2 void gods should be foolproof. The bias missed. Even the riots didn't set off half as much. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingding suppressed the anger in his heart and said quietly, that jailer, do you know that you are behind this assassination? Never, Zhu Wuchang whispered. Even Brother Xiwan was not involved in this matter, and only provoked a gatekeeper of the 4th prince's residence to step forward. and that gatekeeper was the secret guard that His Highness the Second Prince had buried beside the fourth prince. He was so eager to get credit that he thought he had taken credit from brother Shi Wan. So even if this matter is leaked, Chen A-ban draws the line. At most, to the second and fourth princes will be broken. Li Chengdang's face slowed down a little, and he said in a deep voice, "It's better to deal with that jailer, and it's important not to let Chen A-ban know that there's a shadow of us in this matter." Chen Liujia gave him too heavy a shadow. That massacre in Chang'an City back then slaughtered the empress' entire family and his invincible Dao seed. No one can know. He was already at the Tongshan realm more than 10 years ago, but now, he is still at the Tongshan realm. Since that massacre, his strength hadn't improved half as much. The Taoist seed withers. Chen Liujia will not die for a day, as long as he is not able to realize his thoughts. Yes, the irregulars bowed their heads in response. A flicker of disappointment flashed under his eyes. The next day, Chen Jian slept until the sun came up. Just after getting up, I saw Li Qing'er come in with a letter, with inexplicable pity on her face. "Boss." The boss's wife left, and before she left she asked me to give you this letter. Chen Jian rubbed his eyes, a little bewildered. Yesterday Xining boarded the island. He was very curious. Just too many things did not bother to come over to ask. I was thinking of not rushing. I never thought she'd leave a letter. Thinking of Dog's tragic encounter last night, he couldn't help but thump in his heart. Could it be that little master is going to be green too? Open the envelope. It was empty, with only a wooden pin. Chen Jian looked at Li Qing'er suspiciously. "Are you sure this is a letter for me?" The meaning of pity on Li Qing'er's face grew thicker. "Princess Xining asked me to tell the boss she left Chang'an, and this time she'll be gone for at least 10 years. She was going to wait until her boss woke up. A plum blossom suddenly floated down from the sky and abducted her." Chen Jian, the unmarried daughter-in-law, was abducted by Manhwa. It's Tian Xianzi. Lu Qi had also come to Falling Treasure House at some point. County Lord Xining was approximately taken away by Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi. Which one is it again? Chen Jian looked up in confusion and asked. Taoist sect headmaster. Born with a Taoist body. Return to Truth Realm Grandmaster. The most powerful woman known in the world. Lu Qi revealed a few moments of fascination inside. Her Dao seed is a cold plum. After the Taoist recluse, she hadn't been seen in the world for many years. I didn't expect to actually pick a plum blossom from the cave to show the boss lady the way. Boss lady, what a deep creation. But she abducted my daughter-in-law. Chen Jian glared at the empty sky and asked, "Do you know where the Dao gate is?" Lu Qi said with his hands in the air, "I know, and I don't know." "What do you mean?" Chen Jinan asked. "If chaos does not come, the Taoist sect will not come out." Lu Qi said, "Where the Taoist ancestors are worshipped, they are all Taoist sects. Where the Tao is, it is rumored to be a cave left behind by the Taoist ancestor after his ascension, which cannot be glimpsed by non-saints, and only when a chaotic world is approaching will the Taoist sect manifest itself in the world." Chen Jian pondered. "What you mean is that every Taoist temple dedicated to a Taoist ancestor is an entrance to the Taoist gate, but only saints can enter. Or maybe the chaotic world is coming before the Taoist sect takes the initiative?" "Right, that's what my master said anyway. What is a chaotic world?" "The Great Tang has constant natural disasters and beacons on its borders. Is it considered a chaotic world?" Chen Jinan asked again. "Doesn't count." Lu Qi was silent for half a second and spoke. "The forbidden area is in turmoil. The ancient remnants are knocking at the gate, and the great wall of the human race is chanting with swords. It is the chaotic world." Xining said that she would return after 10 years. "Wouldn't it be that chaos will reign after 10 years? You can't say that." Lu Qi Muoming laughed. "The so-called chaotic world does not arrive and the Taoist sect does not come out. It's just for us. Doesn't apply to people within the Taoist sect. After all, they're not sinners. It's up to them when they want to come out. It's all fine." "Ha!" Chen Jian glared at him. "You might as well say that she's trapped inside and can't get out." The little master still feels comforted for a few moments. Lu Qi rightfully said, "I won't lie. Roll. Schadenfreude, both of you." Chen Jian pinned the wooden hairpin on his head. Annoyed, he began to chuck people out. "Actually, the boss doesn't have to be sad." Lu Qi laughed. "This wooden pin can withstand at least 3 full force strikes from a Tongshan realm minor master. The boss's wife left it behind, so I guess she still has you in mind." "Really?" Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly and removed the wooden hairpin to survey it, not realizing anything special about it. "I'm not going to lie. Yes, Mr. Lu's character is still guaranteed." Chen Jian beautifully inserted the wooden hairpin on her head and asked, "Did you come over for something?" "Zhang Xiao'er is dead." "Who?" Lu Qi said. "Zhang Xiao'er, the jailer, the one that owes me money?" The corner of Lu Qi's mouth twitched slightly. "Yes, he drowned in Crescent Lake, and the coroner said he lost his footing." "Pity," Chen Jian lamented. "He still owes me 495 taels of silver." Lu Qi was silent. "Little Qing'er, you and Mr. Lu keep an eye on the greenhouse. I'll go and fling 2 rods first. Chen Jian lamented for a while afterward. Moved to the roof. Xining is gone. Leave a wooden pin. Chen Jian wasn't too lost. The betrothal with Sinan would have been a rather ridiculous thing to do. To be affectionate. He is there for Xining. But it's not much. It stops at the lustful stage. And I'm afraid Xining hates him more than he loves him. It's just that in this world, even if a woman's status is honored, a lot of things are out of her control. This time, Xining left with the Taoist sex Tiang Xuanzi, and it wasn't a rebellion against her fate. Raising his head to look at the sky, Chen Jian said to himself, since you've left, it'll be good to see you again in 10 years' time. After all, I'm only 17, no less. From the storage ring, he pulled out half of the incense and lit it. Chen Jian took a comfortable pose on the recliner. Tuzi, give the master 70 yuan stones of time to customize the sunny beach luxury vacation mode. Ding, 70 yuan stones were collected, and 2,000 silver coins were collected for the private ordering fee. Please bring your belongings with you. The transaction will begin soon. A red light swept through. The scenery in front of Chen Jian's eyes changed, and he was instantly on top of a golden beach. Into the eye. The waves are raging. The waves are clamoring. Warblers of all colors are playing on the beach. And around him, the 4 baneful level girls crisply said, welcome to your master's vacation. Chapter 32. The average and unusual boss of a greenhouse. Marquis Chenliu's mansion. Chen Aban's fingers crushed a secret letter. Little Li Zi's heart of thievery is not dead nah. Screwing my son 2 times in 3 days. Dead is honest. The old butler's dry and hoarse voice rang out. I'll walk to the crown prince's residence? Not yet. Chen Aban frowned slightly. Old Li has been too low-key all these years. Even the border beacons he is indifferent. I'm afraid that when it comes to the critical juncture of returning to the realm of perfection, a great master of the perfection realm, I'm not too sure about screwing him. Sooner or later he's going to take a shot at you. The old butler said indifferently. Lier is too much like his father, with a thin and cold nature. You'd throw away your first wife, let alone a son, to test you. The day he ascends to the holy realm is the day he raises the butcher's knife. Depends on who takes that step first. Chen Aban said quietly. Old Huang, you go to Chen Lu. Send those old guys to Jian. Isn't he working on some kind of greenhouse deacon? Just in time to help the old man out. Thieving bastards. 2,000 men eat money too hard. I really can't afford to feed them. The old butler raised an eyebrow. You've decided to leave Chen Liujia to the young marquis? Who else could it be if not him? A trace of bitterness flashed across Chen Aban's face. Right now the oldest's realm is not even understandable to me. And the oldest has obtained Zhu Qingho's sword intent. Becoming a saint is a sure thing. Old 4. I'm afraid Lao Si is the reincarnation of that being. Chen Liujia left them with nothing more than a burden. Who else could I give it to but Jian? Rather, the old butler sighed. Luckily, there's little Marquis. Yes, thank goodness for Jian. Chen Aban said. Old Huang, you will go to Chunlu tomorrow. I don't believe that 6 dozen transformation void and 2 void god realms still can protect my son's safety. The corners of the old butler's mouth twitched. This kind of formation, not to mention escorting a greenhouse, even escorting a royal residence is more than enough. Datong Hutao, Wei House Council Hall. Wei Zhongli, the Wei family head, was sitting on the main seat, pinching a jade sword in his hand, and he, who had always been known for his gentle manners and elegance, appeared a bit grim at this time. The black and white twins' 2 void god realm powerhouses were his hard-earned reserves, only to go and kill a loser who was actually buried without a sound. The deaths of these 2 void god realm powerhouses caused him even more heartache than his son's soul lamp going out. A son can be born anytime, but a void god realm's offerings were not something that could be cultivated at any time. Waving his hand to erase the mark of the jade sword, he spoke. Chang'an flew a sword to send a message for the seat to make a move to assassinate Chen Jian. Can any of you tell me? My Wei family, should I make a move? The council chamber was silent. The Wei family has never been just Wei Zhongli's Wei family alone. Everyone has long been used to the family head deciding at the drop of a hat. At this moment, the family head suddenly asked a question, and those present were all a bit surprised, not daring to open their mouths without authorization. Zichio, what do you think? Seeing that no one had spoken, Wei Zhongli frowned and named them. Father, my son thinks he should make a move. A white-faced scholar stood up and hesitantly said, Chen Luho is a straw man, and so far he is only in the realm of transformation. Killing Chen Jian would gain the trust of the Chang'an side on the one hand, and on the other hand, it would avenge Zi Xian's death. Even, once Chen Jian is dead, it may not be impossible for my Wei family to tie the knot with the Shibua Marquis house. It's a profitable business. What Zichio said makes sense. I heard that Chen Jian is nothing but a martial artist. He hasn't even stepped into the innate realm, so it's effortless to kill him. I approve of striking out. Yeah, I'm for it. A group of people from the Wei clan spoke in agreement. Wei Zhongli indifferently looked at the rowdy hall. A flicker of disappointment flashed under his eyes. The big Wei family, passed down for thousands of years, There is not even one who can advise. They're all idiots. If Chen Jian was so easy to kill, why were the two void god realms buried without even a splash? If Chen Aban was really so simple, with the temperament of the one in Chang'an, why would he sneak around and let himself out? I'm afraid I would have done it myself a long time ago. Although he didn't know what kind of cards Chen Luho actually had, there was definitely something wrong here. Such a shallow truth. It's amazing that none of them can see it. It's just that the Wei family has gotten in too deep. There's no way to turn the boat around. Moreover, the old ancestor's treasure code was in that person's hands, and without it, there was never any way for him to take another step forward. Virtual space. Chen Jian was wearing beach pants. His feet stepped on the rotten slippers, and he was lying leisurely on the rocking chair with the juice in his mouth. Looking at the goblins around him pounding their backs and squeezing their legs, his face was full of dismay. This was already the 70th day since he entered this space. One more minute, the beach would no longer be his. These days, he finally knew what it meant to have fun. Also finally know what is called spring night bitter short day high rise. From now on the king does not early morning. It's not that he didn't refuse. Nay, the world is falling apart. There are always little goblins who spoil his path. After all, when a vast number of seductive and flavorful girls are standing in front of you, letting you play as much as you want when, it doesn't really matter that much whether you practice or not. Ding! This transaction is complete. Please hold on to the wall. Host, the sky rang with the voice of the unicorn's feelings. Joke, the young master needs to hold the wall? With a sweep of red light, Chen Jian held up the wall. In the meantime, the gurgling stream of qi and blood within him suddenly trembled. Wherever the qi and blood passed, the whole body meridian seemed to be stimulated and kept trembling, pulling the body to follow the pendulum. It wasn't until a long time later that the qi and blood streams returned to calm. Chen Jian held the handle of the rocking chair. Thief his mother. The body is a bit weak, thanks to no one to see. Looking up at the sky, only the cloud that had blocked the sunlight remained, unchanged by half. The purposely lit half of the incense was also still the same as it was before they left. Sure enough, even if you spend 70 days in virtual space, the real world, but only in the blink of an eye, the timing and reality of Unico do not coincide, shouldn't be in the same spacetime. After the qi and blood have returned to silence, Chen Jian extended his palm in the void and slightly clasped it. A sharp whimpering sound suddenly rang through his fingers. Mid-qi refining realm. 70 days of beach watching. It allowed Chen Jian's cultivation to span across 4 minor realms, from the late stage of the innate realm to the middle stage of the qi refining realm in one fell swoop, leaving aside the demons. Less than 18 years old among the middle stage of the qi refining realm, it could barely be called a genius among his peers. Even Dog, who wore a hat and traveled far away by sword, seemed to be only in the refined qi realm at the age of 18. The so-called refining. It is to refine the yuan qi absorbed into the qi si for one's own use. If Chen Jian were to hold a long sword at this time, he would be able to channel his yuan qi into the sword, although he could not release his sword energy outwardly. However, the killing power of a sword with and without yuan qi enchantment could not be compared. However, Chen Jian practiced the remnants of the martial Tao, following the path of invincibility of the divine soul in one fleshly body. There was absolutely no need to evolve genjutsu or enchant weapons against the enemy. He's confident. One punch down. It was able to suppress ordinary qi refining realm cultivators. Familiarize yourself with the changes in your body after. Chen Jian waved his hand and dispersed his yuan qi, turning back into the mediocre greenhouse owner. Chapter 33, A swordsman. Time slipped by extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye another half a month passed. This day, a bunch of old men came to the greenhouse. Little Chingara, there's no such thing as carrying a heavy load, but someone is just taking the years off for you. Gaze swept across the stage to an old and infirm man. Chen Jinan sighed helplessly. The greenhouse opened a few days ago, and Chen Aban gave him this whole thing. Originally the building already had 21 old men. Never thought Chen Aban so cruel. Greetings are not playing again to get him 40 dozen. Thieving mother asterisk. I don't have a greenhouse. Opening a nursing home counts for Marty. Boss, they don't eat for free. They have to work. Old Yang too, whose hair was white and whose old face was slightly red, suggested, we can build a house on Foxer Mountain. Rent out what you can't live in. You can go hauling in your free time, too, and won't that make you rich? Good thief. Didn't realize you were still an expert? Chen Jian glared at old man Yang. What kind of a human being are you to let a bunch of old men with no arms and no legs pull a cart? Another sigh. Chen Jian said in a loud voice, old brothers, Chen Aban is not a proper son. We can't do anything unethical. Coming to the greenhouse is like coming home. Chen Jian, put my words down here. As long as the greenhouse doesn't collapse, we won't starve for a day. Like the last batch of old brothers, you'll still be deacons, and you'll be paid 5 taels of silver per month. The stage was silent. The 40 or so old men looked at Chen Jian with scrutinizing eyes, about not believing. Chen Jian coughed lightly in embarrassment and was about to ask Li Lanqing to take them down, but he saw old Yangto's face slate and roared, "Little brats, why don't you hurry up and thank the boss? Are you all dumb?" Suddenly a neat voice rang out, "No, thank you boss," but 4 dozen or so. The voice, however, was like a thunderous explosion. Frightened, Chen Jian almost fell down the stairs. These old brothers, they're a little loud. After half a second of silence, he beckoned Li Qinger behind him and whispered, "Send the old brothers to the 1,000 Gold House gambling house to watch the games, and let the old cripple take. If someone makes trouble, you lie on the ground and blackmail them to death. Don't ever arrange for them to be placed in the Denka building again. I'm afraid their bodies and bones won't be able to take it." The corner of Li Qinger's mouth twitched slightly, for no reason at all. I recalled the scene 2 days ago when the physically disabled Yang Gongzi managed to win money in a landlord fight, only to be blackmailed for 300 taels for bumping into the crippled old cripple. "Boss, it's one thing you don't do when people do it." After a couple of belly laughs, she carefully led the group of old men towards the $1,000 house. "I am afraid that I will be blackmailed too if I am not careful. Send off the old men." Chen Jian's face became a bit complicated as he softly said, "Old 7, what do you think Chen Ban is thinking?" "I don't know," Lu Qi faintly said. "It won't harm you after all, that is." Chen Jinan was slightly stunned, lamented, "If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have known I was hiding so many big shots around me. More than 60 transformation void, 1 void god, thief mother asterisk. The royals of the Great Tang are nothing more than that, right?" Lu Qi sneered. "More than just that. Apart from Crown Prince Li Chengding, the other 3 of the 4 emperors of the Great Tang were already considered a remarkable achievement if they could have a void god realm Dao protector. 3rd Prince Li Cheng'an didn't even have a void god realm Dao protector. Hell knows where that marquis got so many tough old men from. I thought that Chen Ban was a waste that was sacrificed to heaven just like me, but it turns out that I'm the only one who's a waste. This old 6. Chen Jian had previously been puzzled as to why the Crown Prince inexplicably wanted to mess with him. After all, he and the Crown Prince had no grudges. It was thought that the cheap second brother had made a grudge outside. Now it seems, most of the younger generation's sons of Qi hadn't powered up yet. It's the older generation of troublemakers at work. His mothers. "You can't afford to mess with Chen Ban, so you take it out on me? Just wait for me." A stifled breath of anger was exhaled. Chen Jian said quietly, "The greenhouse's Deacon Department, Intelligence Department, and Logistics Department. It's time to officially activate them. Otherwise, Little Master feels like a deaf and blind man." "Just a few more days," Lu Qi said. "Other than the old brothers in the Deacon Hall, both Xiao Qinger and Chen Zhang are newbies. Wait until they've eaten through the Military Intelligence Manual and the Financial Management Manual. You watch." Chen Jinan shook his head. He knew a little about things like talent development, but not much, and Lu Qi was the untutored genius. "One more thing," Lu Qi said flatly. "There are 2 void gods on Fox's Child Mountain that have been hiding for most of the day, probably waiting for me to leave, and then kill you." "Kill me? You didn't say so?" Chen Jian's face darkened slightly, jumping up to hide behind Lu Qi. "Ask yourself. He's low-key enough. What's the point of someone always wanting to knife him for some reason? Is it possible that it's Chen Ban's fault again? I just want to run a greenhouse in peace." All jumped out and ate up. 7. "Can we bury them?" "It is possible to bury. Don't know who they belong to yet though. They're going to kill me. What do I care who he's with?" Chen Jian was furious and said angrily, "7th brother, you call on Yang Lao and go bury them together. No need for Elder Yang." Lu Qi faintly, 2 void god realms are just. The words fell. Lu Qi took 1 step. It went away in a void in the air. Chen Jinan's eyes widened. Only for a moment. Lu Qi's figure had already appeared 100 feet away. Who is the visitor? 2 violent shouts suddenly rang out from Foxer Mountain. 2 void god realm powerhouses rose up from the ground. A black-robed old man. A red-robed youth. Lu Qi stood in the void with his hands in the air. "Yuan gods have crossed the line by invading the greenhouse. I will send you back to silence. Arrogant." The black-robed old man snorted coldly. The withered palm formed an arcane seal and shouted, "Tai Xian seal." As his words fell, a devil's palm fell from the sky. The sky 3 feet above Lu Qi's head was enveloped in demonic palms. It's black. It's like the sky is pouring. The vast mighty pressure even formed a clear palm print on the crescent lake. "Break!" Lu Qi's fingers lightly clasped. Instantly, it formed a huge green-colored palm. Boom! The devil's palm was instantly shattered by the huge green palm. The giant palm went on and held the black-robed old man in its grip. Lu Qi took a step to ascend to the sky and said flatly, "The speed is too slow. Tai Xian seal is not how you use it. Die." Just as the black-robed old man was trapped in the huge green-colored palm, a brilliant blade light attacked. The light of the knife is like a horse, instantly drowning Lu Qi. The red-robed youth stood with his sword inside. "Li Xiu Luo is here. How dare you be distracted?" Haven't you heard that when the Shura sword comes out, the sea of blood floats away? The red-robed youth was an old six. Earlier when Lu Chi came through the air in vain, he poked and prodded back a few steps, taking advantage of the gap between the two fighting to hold back the Jedi Shura blade. This knife is out. He was confident that he would be able to chop this pretender into mush. Looking at Lu Chi, who was drowned by the light of the sword, Li Xiaoluo returned the sword to its sheath and sighed softly. Don't blame Li Xiaoluo. Once the sword is sheathed, killing is out of Li Shura's hands. Oh, is it? The light of the blade dispersed, only to see that Lu Chi was actually standing in the void unharmed, holding a mortal iron sword in his hand. Li Xiaoluo's face suddenly changed. How are you okay? No way. Absolutely not. This blade formation of yours that's leaking all over the place isn't really that hard to crack. Lu Chi looked down at the sword in his hand and sighed. There are always so many stupid people in the world, refreshing my perception of stupidity over and over again. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and said in a loud voice, Boss, haven't you always been curious about what kind of Dao I'm practicing? Watch it. I am, in fact, a swordsman. The words fell. Only the sudden ringing of the sword was heard. A brilliant sword light cut through the void. The blankets of sword chi swept past Li Xiaoluo. Another swept past the black-robed old man further away. It eventually landed on the rocky cliff face of Fox Hill, leaving a deep, bottomless sword mark. Wherever the sword light passes, life is destroyed and all things are silent. A light breeze was blowing. The two Void God Realm powerhouses standing rigidly in the void are like broken porcelain, crashing into a puddle of flesh. Chapter 34, There's no one simple. Grip it. Grip it. Upstairs on the falling treasure building, Chen Jian looked at the pretentious Lu Chi from afar, shocked to the core. He had always known that Lu Chi was strong, but he didn't know that he was this strong. Previously, whether it is poison to kill the black and white duo, pinched to death two swordsmen, or one-handed pressure kneeling minister of ceremony Jolie, all appear to be a bit low profile. After seeing too much, Chen Jian even thought for a moment that the killing power of the Void God Realm was nothing more than that. It's only a drop in the bucket better than him. Only then did I realize that this guy was so ridiculously strong. If he goes all out, I'm afraid this greenhouse can't withstand the scourge of his sword. This backwoods, it's a little too strong. Old Yang Tu appeared behind Chen Jinan at an unknown time, his voice rare and somewhat heavy. Elder Yang, are all the Void God Realms this strong, or is Lu Chi alone this strong? Chen Jian turned his head and looked at Old Yang Tu and asked. No good, Old Yang Tu said in a deep voice. I suspect that Lu Chi didn't use his full strength, but just with this sword, he is already a phoenix-like existence in the Void God Realm. If you really want to count, take Li Xiaoluo for example. If his killing power is 1, this sword of Lu Chi is 5. Surely, is that the who kills by the sword when it's sheathed? Earlier when that guy shot Chen Jian thought it was an expert, but it turned out that it was also a sword second of goods. You think he's weak? Old Yang Tu sneered. Li Xiaoluo's original name is Chu Feng, the fourth prince's protector. This year he is only in his 60s and has already advanced to the late stage of Void God. He was known as a monastic genius that would be hard to come by in 1,000 years, and it was highly likely that he would be amongst the Tongshan existences within 100 years. The emperor's old man has given him the Shura skill. He then changed his name to Li Xiaoluo, and has been in the ascendancy all these years. If he hadn't met Lu Chi, Chen Jian's face stiffened slightly. After all, he was claimed to be a once-in-a-century genius. 1,000 years and 100 years. He can still tell the difference between the greater and the lesser. After being in the realm of void transformation, the Yin spirit nourishes and living for more than 500 years is not a problem. I heard that after advancing to Tongshan, the lifespan is even longer than 800 years. Li Xiaoluo was only in his 60s when he was already among the late stage of the Void God Realm, and now he was still a teenager. The latter, Old Cluck. Old Yang Tu sighed and prepared to go back to Thousand Gold House with his hands behind his back. Just as he took a step, the old butler with thinning hair and caged sleeves suddenly appeared beside Chen Jian. The old butler glanced at Fox Child Mountain in the distance. Yui said, Little Sparrow, go to Jinka Lane and tell the Li family's oldest for that in the future. Fox's Child Mountain's surname will be Chan. Tweety. Who's Tweety? Chen Jian looked at the old housekeeper who suddenly appeared in confusion and was about to inquire, but he saw Old Yang Tu's body instantly tense up. The hands behind his back were even more hastily scattered. There's no trace of old age left. Yes, Commander. After responding with a fawning smile, Old Yang Tu rolled up a residual shadow and disappeared into the treasure house in the blink of an eye. Run like a thief. Chen Jinan opened his mouth. Didn't dare say anything. Mother asterisk. The old butler really wasn't a simple commodity. A Void God Realm powerhouse seeing him was like a mouse seeing a cat. It must be at least Tongshan or above. How many old Inbis is Chen Aben hiding? And this old Inbi is too brave, isn't it? The hunting ground of the fourth prince. To take it just like that? The old butler pressed on. Ignoring him, Hands caged sleeves ghostly looked at his stepping back in the air Lu Qi. Jia Jia laughed. Afterlife. Is the Taoist door in the people? Lu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, also looking at the old housekeeper slyly. It was only after a long time that he said, I have not entered the Taoist sect and dare not call myself a Taoist. The old butler shook his head. It's a pity. With your qualifications, if you had joined the Tao sect. Lu Qi interrupted him and said softly, with a bounded heart, entering the Taoist sect is just one more layman. There are 3,000 great roads, and I'm going my own way. You're confident. The old housekeeper looked deeply at Lu Qi, then turned his head to look at Chen Jian, and laughed. Jia Jia, it's considered good luck for our little marquis to be friends with you. Lu Qi smiled faintly. It's really good luck for the latecomer to be able to be friends with the boss. Old sir, there are still some matters that need to be dealt with in the building, so the latecomer will take his leave first. Lu Qi performed a late generation salute and turned to leave. The old butler sidestepped, did not take this salute from him. After Lu Qi walked away, the old butler spoke again quietly. Young Marquis, the Marquis asked me to relay a message to you. There's no need to be so petty in Chang'an City. Those who are capable of killing you are afraid to do so. Those who dare to kill you don't have that power. Unless, the day he dies. Got it, Chen Jinan sighed. For the people of the Marquis of Chunlu, he had always avoided them when he could. On the one hand, it's the family members of those who are the chosen ones. And historically, the deeper the relationship, the quicker the death. On the other hand, he was not the real Chen Jian after all, and subconsciously resisted being tied too deeply to the original owner's family. It's not even just the Marquis of Chunlu, even to the world. He always had a faint sense of detachment, like a cold passerby. After explaining Chen Aban's words, the old butler also got up to leave. Before disappearing, he hissed sorrowfully, go back and visit sometime. Miss has been thinking about you for quite a while. Spring goes to fall, and half a year passes in the blink of an eye. It had been more than a year since Chen Jian came to this world. Sango, are there foxes on Fox's Hill? On the Fox's Child Mountain. The crisp ringing of the bells echoed in the mountains, and Chen Jidong, who was dressed in red, sat on the swing and asked. There was, but then there wasn't. Chen Jian sat next to Chen Jidong and pulled up the corner of his mouth to smile. Rumor has it that 30,000 years ago, the Fox Emperor transited the Qingqiu. 9 divine thunderbolts descended from the sky to prevent her from becoming an emperor. Thunder rolled in the sky, and the vast heavenly might turned the place where she stood into pieces. Another quartet of paragon emperors sneaked in with their emperor soldiers. At that time, she was carrying Qingqiu on her back, holding thunder in one hand, her emperor's robe stained with blood, and she ascended to the heavens to die after killing 4 quasi-emperors. Before dying, she used her great power to move the Qingqiu emperor's palace to Giant Wild and completely closed the earthly realm, so that there was no fox in Qingqiu. The Qingqiu of the beginning was the Foxer Mountain of today. Is that so? Chen Jidong raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked into the distance slyly. Chen Jian laughed. It's all a legend, tens of thousands of years ago. Who knows if it's true or not? And it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, none of it has anything to do with us. Chen Jidong revealed 2 innocent dimples. Her toes flicked on the ground, and the swing swung high again. Chen Jian rested his chin on his left hand, pushed the swing with his right hand, and looked at Chen Jidong's back with a complicated gaze. Half a year ago, after the old housekeeper sorrowfully reminded him to visit home more often, he heeded good advice and turned his head and abducted his little sister to Falling Treasure House. Then he watched as Chen Jidong walked into the Foxer Mountain alone, and with just one glance, he scared those foreign beasts that the 4th prince had kept in captivity to the point of trembling. What heavenly horses, savage beasts, and demonic fowls were as meek as sheep in front of her, itching to kneel down and kiss her paws, in order to compete for the quota to carry her on the mountain patrol. Even the vegetarian heavenly horses had turned into meat-eating demonic beasts, and they dared to bare their teeth at the sight of the winged tigers with white tiger bloodline. I don't know how many fights. In the big Foxer Mountain, she had become the undisputed king. Until then, Chen Jian did not know how heavy the water of this unicorn son of his was. The entire Marquis of Chunlu residence, except for the fact that I'm a real dish. Everyone else is a deep 6. There's no such thing as a simple man. Chapter 35. What the hell do you know about kendo? After staying with his little sister for a while, Chen Jian waved his hand. A large bird descended from the sky all of a sudden. The big bird awakened a strand of the golden-winged rock bloodline. The wings spread out nearly 3 feet long. It's the strongest person on Fox's Hill. A person's cultivation has reached the realm of void transformation. Ever since Chen Jidong entered the Foxer Mountain, it had become Chen Jinan's ride. Chen Jian skillfully leapt up, and the big bird shivered in dissatisfaction. Again, he rubbed affectionately on Chen Jidong's hand. It was only then that he fluttered his wings and flew towards the drop treasure house. Back to the drop box. Chen Jian tossed Big Bird a silver swordfish. Big Bird looked away in disgust. shivering and hunched over. He flew away. If it wasn't for the demon lord, it wouldn't bother with this human. Chen Jian, who had long been used to this guy's attitude, was not annoyed. Picked himself up the silver swordfish on the ground. Wrist flip. The fish-killing knife appeared in his hand. Just the flash of a knife, a plate of snow-white chopped fish was set on the table. Then Chen Jian picked up the wine that had been shipped from the Buddha's country and took a small sip before picking up a piece of chopped fish, dipping it in the spicy sauce and putting it into his mouth as he lay back in his rocking chair and began to look at today's intelligence book. 3 months ago, the greenhouse's intelligence department was finally prepared successfully. Li Qinger was in charge, organizing the latest current affairs and binding them into a book to be sent to the Lakpa house every day. The entire city of Chang'an today, to be well informed, except for the emperor's old man's listening to the wind tower. It is the greenhouse that is the strongest, after all, ruling the nightlife of Chang'an City's powerful nobles and cultivators, and then deliberately inquiring and combing a lot of news. Want to not know is difficult. The old Shinshu of the Zhou mansion is critically ill, and His Majesty the Emperor has granted him a blood elixir to renew his life for 3 years. Chen Jian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the contents of the booklet. Previously, he had stiffed Zhou Li for 80 yuan stones of compensation, and he had thought that the Zhou family would not relent, but unexpectedly, they had not made any moves. Now it looks like the tree is going to fall. No extra energy to trouble yourself. The real helmsman of the Zhou mansion was never the current Shangshu Zhou Jun, but the old Shangshu Zhou who served the emperor for 2 dynasties, the set of old men who followed Taizhou in the beginning. Aside from the old Taijun of the Shibua Marquis residence, he was the only one still struggling to hold on today. His Majesty the Emperor is trying to show benevolence. The highest courtesy has always been accorded to such old undead who are the only ones left. As long as he stays alive, the Zhou mansion will not fall into oblivion for 1 day, but to bestow a blood elixir for an old man destined not to live for several years. His Majesty the Emperor has been a little too benevolent this time. Blood pills, such a heaven-defying treasure that can snatch people from the hands of the King of Hades. The royal family may not have much either. Turn to page 2. It is the news that the second Prince Li Chengguo was crowned king. Li Chengguo was crowned king of Jin, the fiefdom of Jianzhou, after the year on the pan. Few numbers. A prince who originally had a chance to ascend to the throne was directly sent to the frontier. Jinzhou is located on the border of the Great Tang Dynasty, and further east is an endless sea. On the other side of the sea is the Great Wall of the People, which has been built for an unknown number of years. The Great Wall and beyond, the sea spliced. Nanqi realm cannot ascend to the city. Since the desolate ancient emperor crossed the Great Wall of the human race 10,000 years ago to suppress the forbidden area, the Great Wall has been unguarded for nearly 10,000 years. Although the foreigners have not knocked at the gate over the years, the land of Jinzhou is not peaceful, and there are often demons that cause trouble. It is puzzling that the emperor sent his second son to Jinzhou for no reason, but these had nothing to do with Chen Jinan. It's always not about him. Turn to page 3. Chen Jian's brow suddenly wrinkled. In a small, isolated village in the Hushi corridor of the Great Tang Dynasty, a cloth-clad youth suddenly looked up at a green bird that swept across the sky. He held a wooden sword, and his face was handsome and just seemed a little cold. The moment he looked up, the wooden sword in his hand was already sheathed. It turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky, hovering and stopping in front of the green bird. The green bird stiffened slightly, both wings fluttering slightly to keep still, glancing down at the youth and pacing to the hilt of his sword in resignation, allowing the wooden sword to fly towards the youth with it. The youth ripped open the letterbox at Sybil's feet with familiarity and drew out a red envelope. When he saw the names of both Zhang Huayu and Zhu Wan'er on the envelope, his brows frowned gently and then dissipated. Restore the envelope. The cloth-clothed youth rubbed the green bird's head and said softly, "So it's their happy news. No wonder you're unwilling to stop by." The green bird chirped and rubbed its head against the youth's palm as if to comfort him. The youth laughed softly. "Go, the village chief has left barley wine for you, and those who abandon me, I stopped caring long ago." After saying that, the youth waved his hand. The wooden sword slowly fell into its scabbard. He carried a wooden sword on his back, towards the sword mound on top of the mountain. It wasn't long before he reached the end. There, an old man with a full head of white hair and a withered face sat cross-legged on a rock. Around it, broken swords were densely inserted. "Chen Jimian, your sword heart is in turmoil." Seeing the cloth-clothed youth, the old man Jia hissed, "Shu Qingho's sword intent is tearing through your qi si. You're going to die." Chen Jining said coldly, "With every step I take, the sword intent rips through one of my yuan qi, up to 10 paces. My qi hai will then be completely destroyed. No one in this world can withstand Zhu Qingho's sword intent, even if you are close to his Taoist heart. Even the swords are connected." The old man stretched out his withered bone-like finger, pointing at Chen Jiming's chest from afar. Jia coldly laughed. "Back then, I suffered from one of his swords, and was forbidden to leave the sword graveyard for the rest of my life. And you're hiding a full body of his sword intent in your sea of qi. so it's even more unlikely that you'll be able to leave. Now that your sword heart is unstable, the balance has been lost. This life is destined to accompany me, a bad old man, to guard these broken swords. Be a prisoner in this sword mound now. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you, Chen Zhimian said coldly. You've been chasing his footsteps all your life, and I, from the beginning, was going my own way. He who learns from him lives, and he who resembles him dies. You can't even copy the answers. Know about kendo. Ha ha. I have not lost a single battle in 3,000 sword questioning matches back in the day, and you're saying that I don't know the way of the sword? Ha ha. Ha ha. The old man suddenly burst out laughing. As his laughter rang out, the thousands of remnant swords throughout the sword mound trembled madly. Sword chi crisscrosses the landscape. It's as if it's going to rise out of the ground the next moment. Chen Jimin's eyes watched this calmly. It wasn't until the old man's anger died down that he said flatly, I can get you out of here. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Little thief. Are you stupid from practicing swords? The old man could only wear down a trace of his sword intent even after fighting it for more than 500 years. And you say you can take me away? The old man looked like he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chen Jiming just looked at him. His fingers moved slightly, and a wisp of weak sword chi gulped at his fingers. Seeing this scene, the old man's laughter stopped, and after half a second of silence, he hissed, Mr. Chen, you can open the conditions as you please. Chen Shiming said, I need a sword servant who can carry a sacred soldier hard for 20 years. And after 20 years? The old man asked. Chen Shiming rightfully said, if I can't be invincible under a saint for 20 years, why am I practicing the sword? Chapter 36, The Way is Unspeakable. The old man's face twitched. He ascended to the Return to Truth Realm Grand Master more than 500 years ago. A handful of sword drawing skills that surpassed the entire Great Wasteland world. He was regarded as the most likely sword Dao leader after Zhu Qinghe to enter the Holy Spirit with his sword. However, even for a man of his supreme talent, he had wasted nearly 200 years before reaching the Return to Truth realm. 20 years of wanting to be invincible under a saint. Even Zhu Qinghe's resurrection was impossible. I'm afraid that this is only possible if it was possible to suppress the invincible desolate ancient emperor of the world 10,000 years ago. This youth in front of him, who was only at the consummation of the void transformation realm and half a step towards void god, dared to speak out so confidently and rightfully. He didn't know what to say for a moment. There was a long silence. The old man hoarsely said, the old man can be your sword attendant, but the old man's sea of chi has been destroyed, and his half-crippled body will be able to use the sword at most 3 times. Yes, the wooden sword that Chen Jiming carried on his back flew out, drawing an arc in the air and standing remotely in the void. Only for a moment. The thousands of remnant swords that had calmed down within the sword mound once again clamored, buzzing and trembling. It was as if they were kneeling to worship the King of Swords. Call him. Chen Jiming drank lowly under his breath, and all of a sudden, countless brilliant sword lights surged towards the wooden sword. The old man's body even blossomed with an appalling sword chi, like the sea rushing and whistling out. The old man looked at this scene in shock and said in a trembling voice, so this is Zhu Qinghe's original sword. How dare you carry it? In the meantime, in the small village, the old village chief looked up at the direction of the sword mound with a slight frown, then stretched out and whispered, this day has finally come. I've never seen 2 people whose avenues are so compatible. If it weren't for the very different divine souls, I'd suspect that he's the reincarnation of the swordmaster. Chirp! The green bird rolled its eyes and spread its wings to fly in the direction of the sword mound. Visions! With a sword roar, the wooden sword pressed towards Chen Jiming like a huge mountain. Chen Jimian reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword, instantly crushed to his knees. Collect! Chen Jimian half-kneeled on the ground, holding the hilt of his sword in a death grip as he let out a cold cry under his breath. The wooden sword immediately began to struggle frantically. Unrivaled sword chi wreaked havoc, trying to stir up this kid who doesn't know what he's doing. The corners of the old man's eyes jumped slightly, his face full of shock. At this moment, the wooden sword, having absorbed the sword chi Zhu Qinghe had left in his body and the remnants of the sword intent from the entire sword graveyard, had long since ascended to the rank of saint soldier, the full force of the military, not to mention a half-step void god realm teenager. Even if a Return to Truth realm grandmaster was hit by it, he would never feel good. A gentleman hides his weapons in his body and waits for the time to move. This kid actually used himself as a furnace, nurturing his sword intent and suffering the pain of 10,000 swords piercing his heart every day. I've traveled across the great wilderness for hundreds of years, and I've never seen someone so ruthless to himself. One person, one sword, and so it was a stalemate. Chen Jiming's face gradually lost its blood color, and the sword chi on the wooden sword gradually weakened, surging towards Chen Jiming's sea of chi and transforming into a small jade-cut sword. Put! After half a cup of tea, Chen Jiming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, followed by his half-kneeling body standing up straight. Wipe the blood from the corners of your mouth. he showed his teeth and smiled. Casually, the wooden sword was slung back behind his back. This moment, the wooden sword is no longer half of the pressure, the sharpness of the convergence, as if it is an ordinary sword. It's ready to go. Sword Kuei. The old man looked at Chen Jiming with a complex expression, not expecting that the sword intent that had imprisoned him for more than 300 years would actually be incorporated into this kid's body. This kid looks weak, but he's actually a cauldron that could explode at any time. Once he couldn't suppress the sword intent in his body, Xu Qingho's heaven-opening sword erupted and opened up, and for 10,000 miles in a radius. I'm afraid that no one under a saint would be able to survive. How did you do that? The old man asked hesitantly on the way down. Chen Jiming casually said, wanted to do so, and so he did. The old man was speechless and opened his mouth in silence for half a second and asked, are you Xu Qingho? No, Chen Jiming said. When you get a glimpse of reality, you will realize that everything is just a different path. There are 3,000 great paths, and the sword path is number one in killing power. So I parsed Xu Qingho's sword intent and got a glimpse of its original face. Just like your sword drawing technique, you're pursuing supreme speed, yet you're always a hair slower than Xu Qingho, not because you're not fast enough, but because you haven't glimpsed the essence of the way of the sword. The old man asked, what is the essence of the way of the sword? Unspeakable. Chen Jiming stretched out his palm, allowing the green bird to rest in his hand, and slowly said, the Tao is not to be spoken of, and there's no way to teach you what I've seen to be true, but you can try to slow down. The old man was pondering, and after a long period of silence, he whispered, my surname is Li, just call me Old Li in the future. Yes, Old Li, the day has come after all. In the village, the old village chief was hunched over, looking at the wooden sword that Chen Jimian carried on his back, his cloudy eyes filled with despair. The world knew that Xu Qingho had opened the sky with his sword to cut down the gods who wanted to descend across the heavenly gate, without realizing what the sword sect had paid for it. In that sword, Xu Qingho borrowed the sword from the world and joined hands with 3,000 sword cultivators of the sword sect to ask for the great wall of the human race. At that moment, the sword chi in the sky converged to form a heaven-opening sword, decapitating the quasi-emperor deity that had crossed over. In exchange for hundreds of years of peace and stability under the great barren world, those sword cultivators, however, never returned. All of the sword cultivators went to their deaths, and only Xu Qingho's sword servant returned with a sad cry on his back with a broken sword. Since then, the sword gate was closed and never appeared in the world again. Today's sword gate is nothing more than a small, ordinary village. When Chen Jiming appeared in the village 6 years ago, causing the wooden candle to resonate, the old village chief knew that one day it would leave. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. Leaving today? The village chief suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Today, Chen Jiming whispered. I'm sorry, there's no way for me to remove the wooden candle right now. The Qihai sword intent needs it to carry it. The wood candle chose you. You were meant to be its companion. No need to apologize. The village chief wanted to caress the wooden sword, which suddenly emitted a buzzing sword sound, so he had to withdraw his hand sardonically. Seeing that the atmosphere was slightly awkward, Chen Jimian gave a dry cough. It's a bit naughty. The village chief hid his loss. Young people should go out and break into the world. These years no one from the sword sect has walked the world. The world may have forgotten the existence of the sword sect. When you go out, the old man will not pay attention to the tit-for-tat between peers, but if someone bullies the young with the big, you can pass the sword to the world despite. Even though I'm an invalid, I still have no problem cleaning up those straw men. Chen Jiming was slightly stunned. He had been in the village for 5 years, and while he had gotten along with most of the people in the village over those 5 years, and had even been unanimously elected as the village's private tutor, he hadn't interacted much with the village chief. Even the village chief had a dark old face every time he saw him. He thought for a moment that the village chief hated him, and he had little dealings with him on a regular basis. I didn't expect the village chief to say something like that when he was close to leaving. Chapter 37, Heaven's Remarkable Ranking. The old village chief seemed to see through his doubts and said with a black face, anyone who is happy with the who abducted his friend will never be happy. The brats are waiting for you at the village entrance. Go say goodbye. Village chief, the sword sect will not be forgotten. Chen Jiming bowed deeply to the village headman for a long time before getting up and heading out of the village. There, a group of teenage girls, about 12 years old, looked at him with reluctance. As his eyes swept over the group of teenage boys and girls, a hint of a smile flashed across Chen Jiming's pale face. Then it became serious again. With a stern face, he said, Zhu Taiye, Li Qingluan, Jiang Candlefire, you barbarian Chong. I remember that it is now Mr. Zhang's Great Wasteland Forbidden Land Beginners class. You guys don't stay properly in the private school. What are you doing running over here? The students kept their heads down and didn't dare look at him. Only the female student, Li Qingluan, said with red eyes, we can't bear to part with Mr. Can Mr. Stay? Chen Jimian walked over, knocked them one by one and rubbed their heads again. Little children who cry can't be sword cultivators. The students grinned a smile that was worse than tears. When you guys grow up, you'll know that the jungle isn't far away, and I'll be waiting for you in the jungle. Mr. Gone. Little Chinger, has there been any movement in the Jianghu recently? In the Lakpa house, Chen Jian asked while shabu-shabuing the hot pot. The greenhouse is already on track, with a net profit of about 10,000 taels of silver per day, and lately Chen Jian has been lying completely flat. Nowadays, his cultivation level was approaching the qi refining realm perfection, and about the next time, he would be able to step into the royal qi realm. Li Qinger sliced off a slice of snow-white Kalam's 5-flower and threw it into the pot. Responding familiarly, the second prince of Haijian, Wei Ziqiu, stepped into the royal qi realm in Chang'an City, becoming yet another heavenly pride who ascended to the royal qi realm before the age of 30. The day he ascended to the royal qi realm, second Prince Li Chengwa gave him 2 sharp beads to help him stabilize his realm. Prince Li Chengdang gave him a green dragon gun, rumored to be the clan soldier of Wei Zhongxian, a former eunuch. He's been hotter in Chang'an City lately. The Royal Sword Sect and the Misty Sect had launched the Heaven's Pride list, which contained the proud sons of heaven under the age of 30 in the Great Tang, and Wei Ziqiu managed to make it into the list, ranking 52nd. At the top of the list was a young Taoist priest called Zhao Wuji, only 20 years old and already a half-step void transformation realm powerhouse, rumored to be a contemporary walker of the Taoist sect. Ranked second was the second Prince Li Chengwa, a 27-year-old perfection of the royal qi realm, who could fight over the levels, and the general void transformation realm was not a match for him. The third ranked Zhang Huayu, 26 years old at the perfection of the royal qi realm, known in the Jianghu as Zhang Tanhua. It was rumored that he had already bred sword intent and was invincible within 10 steps of the same realm. Ranked fourth was the Misty Sect's saint daughter Zhu Waner, and there was news that she was already in the late stage of the royal qi realm, and that her twin swords with Zhang Huayu could cut down the void transformation realm. Ranked fifth is the silver gun Shui Yiman, is the Hedong County Whitehorse Villa young master, a hand of silver gun make out of the gods. I heard that he is dissatisfied with this ranking, has departed to the Royal Sword Sect, intends to challenge Zhang Huayu. Ranked sixth was the saint son of the Snow Mountain Sect, Ouyang Shui, who had a record of sealing the river with a sword, and he was also dissatisfied with being ranked after the Shui Clothesman, and had already carried his sword towards the Royal Sword Sect. Ranked seventh was Zhang Lul of the Five Poison Sect, known for his ruthlessness, having poisoned over 200 people in one night. Ranked eighth was the Iron Sword King Songyang, 29 years old, who had the battle record of killing 2 royal qi realms with one sword. Ranked ninth was Lu Mayer, who used Mr. Lu's flickering flower technique and had killed many flower pickers recently. Ranked 10th is the Wuanhou family's young Marquis Go Yuquan. He is known as the Butcher in the Jianghu. Into the Jianghu only half a year, has been slaughtered 79 fortresses in a row. Dog? Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect Dog to have made a name for himself so quickly. I thought he had already walked away from Li Chengxian's blow. Chen Jian sighed and asked again. No news of my second brother? No word from the second prince. Li Qinger was puzzled. Isn't the second prince's Sea of Qi abolished, and he has no access to the Great Tao for the rest of his life? Back then, the Misty Sect's holy maiden Zhu Waner went to the Marquis residence to withdraw from the marriage and made a fierce fuss. Even my slave has heard about it. Chen Jian gave her a blank look. With that big brother of ours around, do you think having your Qi sea wasted is a big deal? Li Lanqing was slightly stunned, thinking of the scholar who took her away from the drunkard's house. She immediately shook her head. Yes, with the Grand Duke around, it does seem like nothing is a big deal. Although it was unknown what realm the deep-rooted geek from the Chunlu waiting mansion was in, but both Chen Jian and Li Qinger felt as if nothing in the world could be difficult for him. Speaking of the Grand Duke, lately that tigress from White Tiger Street has been skulking around in Doubtful Lane quite a bit, and I suspect that she's got her eye on the Grand Duke. Boss, why don't we ask Mr. Ryu to come along and give her a little shock? Chen Jian put down his chopsticks and shook his head and laughed. Jiang Bai, who is a smart person who knows the score. If she really makes any moves, I would be happy to see it. But enough of that. I feel like Big Brother isn't a human being anymore. About as much as there is such a thing as a child's love. Li Qinger hid her mouth and laughed as she began to clean up the mess. Chen Jian then lay down on the rocking chair and started to doze off. Fingers lightly clasped the armrests of the rocking chair, and Yuan Qi silently saved up in the cracks of his fingers, transforming Qi and blood into pure Yuan Qi. Lately he felt something had changed in his body, and for some reason he always felt hungry, especially since every time you return from a space vacation, you have to eat a lot to replenish the energy your body needs. He had asked Lu Qi sideways about it, and it was extremely rare for cultivators in the world to be in this situation. Thinking about it was about because the martial arts scrolls were too overbearing. The stronger the physical body and the more vigorous the qi and blood, the more energy was required. Now he was eating as much as 8 grown men. He wondered how much more he would have to eat by the time he got to his belly. Luckily, there is a greenhouse to cover the bottom. Plus his little sister Chen Jidong sends him some disobedient demonic beasts to eat from time to time, so that he is not underfed. Asleep, Chen Jian took out Chen Zhang's whistle and blew it, and within a short time a big bird hovered and flew in the air, which was none other than the golden-winged rock king on Foxer Mountain. I don't know what kind of elixir little sister had poured into it, but lately the golden feathers on the rock king's body were getting brighter and brighter. The eyebrows are also getting higher. Basically, he didn't look at Chen Jian with a straight face anymore. Chen Jian didn't get angry with it and leapt up to land steadily on it, flying towards Foxer Mountain. Sango, you're late today. In just 2 breaths, the Rock King appeared at Foxer Mountain carrying Chen Jian. Now that Foxer Mountain had almost become Chen Jidong's backyard, Chen Jian had purposely built her a manor and arranged for a few more old men to be in charge of guarding it. Now that she stayed at Foxer Mountain, it was a bit more than Marquis Chen Lu's residence. Every day also do not know what to be busy. Only the naked eye can see the Fox Child Mountain messy fey demonic beasts more. Chapter 38 Learning Swordsmanship. Chen Jian walked over and rubbed Chen Jidong's little head. With that, she sat on the edge and watched her weave a bracelet. Is it nice, little brother? Chen Jidong raised the bracelet high, reflecting a rainbow under the sunlight. This is a gift for little brother Oh. Good looking. What's wrong with you today? Our little slob actually bothered to braid a bracelet? Chen Jinan casually took the bracelet. The body shivered involuntarily. There was the illusion of being in a freezing cold place under this hot sun. After playing with it for a while, curious, he asked, what is this thing woven? It's actually so magical. Little brother will know later. Seeing Chen Jian put on the bracelet, Chen Jidong revealed a few hints of cunning under his eyes. Yesterday, Pops received an invitation. It was sent by the Misty Sect and written by Patriarch Shi Qingyao herself. Is Pops invited to the ceremony? Yes. She said that the 2 families of the Marquis of Chunlu and the Netherworld sect are worldly friends, and that they can't be separated by a small matter. Speaking here, Chen Jidong sneered. That, about forgot that it was she who brought that little to the door to conclude the marriage contract in the first place, and it was she who tore up the contract. No swearing, little boy. Chen Jian gave Chen Jidong a chestnut and asked after a moment of contemplation. What did Pops say? Pop says he can't make the call at home right now, and asked the ethereal sex messenger to find you. Saying this, she made a pitiful appearance and hugged Chen Jian's arms and pampered him. Little brother, I haven't been out of Chang'an City yet. No, don't agree, don't even think about it. Chen Jinan refused outright. Traveling in the jungle is just too dangerous. Although Chen Jidong was somewhat mysterious, he had an inexplicable deterrent to those foreign beasts and demonic birds, but he'd never seen his little sister strike. Judging by her scared little face every time she swings, there is about no cultivation. The Misty Sect is far away in Langya County, and it is more than 30,000 miles away. So how would he dare to let this young girl, who just turned 15, go alone? Good brother, just let me go. Chen Jidong tootled her little mouth and pouted. I definitely keep in mind the laws of the Jianghu, the road to see the wrong side of the road. Do not mess with women, old men and children. See the monks and Taoist priests immediately retreat. You remember these well. Chen Jian couldn't help himself a little. Ever since he could see that the little guy wanted to run away from home, it has been inculcating the idea that the jungle is a long way off, and that the heart is a wicked place. I didn't realize that instead of dissuading her from traveling the world, instead, it made her yearn for it more and more. Good brother, I must not take any notice of the poor scholar, or go into the broken temple to rest my feet, so let me go. Chen Jian sighed helplessly. Langya County is so far away. Wait for you to go over the yellow flowers and vegetables are cold. Good, we do not go. Little brother, do you really have to be so desperate? When Chen Jidong saw that Chen Jinan was not getting any oil or salt, his tone became ghostly. What makes you say that? Chen Jian had a bad feeling. Asked, taking 2 steps back. Chen Jidong said quietly, a few days ago, I accidentally saw someone pull up Mr. Lu's willow tree, and accidentally saw someone roasting Elder Huang's 500-year-old spirit turtle. Oh, it seems to be roasted with willow branches. Ahem, actually Langya isn't very far away. Chen Jian hurriedly covered Chen Jidong's mouth. This matter is not non-negotiable, but I have a condition. I must accompany, and on the road, you must listen to me. I knew little brother was the best. Chen Jian pulled the corner of his mouth. The pigtail gave way. It can't be bad. He came out of his practice last month starving in both eyes, just in time to see a turtle slowly feeding a fish, where he could care about anything else. Hands up and slaughtered. I didn't realize until I had eaten and drank enough to realize that it was a turtle raised by the old, undead butler. Unfortunately, it was too late. Recently, every time old Seven and old Huang slipped toward Lot Paloft, his heart was in a panic. After a friendly exchange of pleasantries, Chen Jidong pulled out an invitation from his sleeve. He also explained that Chen Jian must do a good job of pacifying his old man. That's when he hopped up and went off to play with the fae that roamed the hills. Chen Jian then summoned the rock bird and rode it back to the drop treasure tower. First thing back, he instantly summoned the system. Magnanimously recharged 200,000 taels of silver. Chen Jidong thought he had taken him. In fact, when he heard Li Lanqing commenting on the Heaven's Pride ranking, then he had already gotten up the idea of traveling in the jungle. After all, after coming to this great desolate world for more than a year, he hadn't left Chang'an City yet. The whole day is a little tired of the red sleeve days. How can you pass up this opportunity to see what's going on? It's just that the jungle is dangerous. Must be a hard kryptonite. The Misty Sect's Supreme Patriarch was a Return to Truth Realm Grandmaster, and the founding ancestor was even a Zun Sage, though both have been seated for a long time. But the holy soldiers remain. The Royal Sword Sect has long been held by the Languejiang clan, which is also a gateway family that has produced saints. The two major sects, the Misty Sect and the Imperial Sword Sect, were joined in marriage. In this era where the Taoist sect does not come out and the Sword Sect does not show up, but anyone with a little bit of brain, about all know that these two families are working together. Certainly coveted the position of the head of the Jianghu Zhangdao. Plus once the Heavens Remarks list came out, within the next month, there will definitely be a convergence of storm clouds within Langya. The buzz is extraordinary. Without some means of preserving his life, how would he dare to get together and make a wave? With the sound of the Unity Sun's mechanical voice, the scenery in front of Chen Jian's eyes changed, and he once again appeared in the virtual space, waving his hand to disperse the warblers and swallows that filled the arena. He took out a mortal iron sword from his Sumeru ring and said with his arms crossed, "Unity Sun, the sword scripture of enlightenment. Let's begin." "As you wish." Visions, a sword chant suddenly rang out. Above the beach, Chen Jian's pupils instantly contracted. Within his sight, an immortal stepped in with a sword. Immortals step in and out. Every step, it then made a sword mark in the air. As the immortal walked faster and faster, the more sword marks there were around his body, and his footsteps became more and more bizarre. Looking around, it was as if there were countless immortals walking towards Chen Jian with eerie steps. Where it landed, it was even covered with sword marks, like a fragmented lotus flower. Chen Jian blankly held the sword in his hand, facing these sword immortals walking in all directions. He had no idea how to defend. Drawing his sword, he looked around in bewilderment, just as he was in a trance. Snort! A sound of a sharp blade entering the body rang out as the immortal's countless figures returned to one, and the sword in his hand. I don't know when it has been stabbed into Chen Jian's body. Ding! The first of the 9 styles of the sword scripture. 8 steps to catch the cicada. Transaction complete. Phew! Chen Jian sat paralyzed on the ground, breathing in large gulps of air. That moment earlier, he really felt dead. Is the sword scripture so perverted? Why don't I feel right? After sitting paralyzed for a long time, Chen Jian supported his sword and stood up, asking suspiciously, "The sword has no set style." The mechanical voice of the Unity Sun rang out. Considering the host's mediocre qualifications and understanding, the system parsed 9 variations for free. Chen Jian shook his head in confusion and was about to ask a question. The Unified Sun mechanically said, "The 9 styles of the sword scripture only represents the system's optimal solution for the host, and is not to be used as a standard answer. Everyone has different perceptions of the Tao of the sword. Chen Jiming may have realized 9 swords in the sword scriptures, or he may have only realized 1. Got it." Chen Jian nodded and hesitated after a long moment of silence. "Can you do it again?" There was silence on the beach. After a long time, the mechanical voice of Unicom's emotion rang out. The system is reanalyzing the host. The host has low qualifications and is unable to comprehend sword intent. Parsing complete. Redefining the sword scriptures. 9 styles of the sword scripture. The first of which is 8 steps to catch the cicada. Please host, take 5 steps to the left with your sword. Chapter 39, my fiancé is getting married. I'll go and pay my respects. 5 days later. Virtual space. A breeze brushed by. Chen Jian's long shirt swept up. His body swung abruptly to the left and abruptly reappeared on the right, leaving numerous messy tracks on the beach. The main one is erratic and unexpected, with the last wisp of clear wind passing through. Okay. His figure stood 10 feet away. Return the sword to its sheath, Chen Jian said with his arms folded. Tuzi, I've already grasped the essentials of the 8 steps to catch the cicada. Roughly 2 more days of familiarization and you'll be in the groove. It would seem that my credentials don't seem to be as bad as you're parsing them. Tadako was silent in response. Only after a long time did he say, in this aspect of Sword Dao, if the world's enlightenment totaled 10 buckets, Chen Ximing has 12. The host owes him 2. Chen Jian sneered. Don't believe it at all. He resumed lifting his sword and began practicing the 8 steps to catch the cicada. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, the once kendo leader, now sword servant, oldly squatted on the ground without any image. In his hand, he held 2 roasted groundnuts. Not far, Chen Zhiming is scavenging for belongings among the dead. Every crumb of silver he found brought a heartfelt smile of delight to the corners of his mouth. It was the 13th day since they had left the village. All the way, 7 sets of unlucky mountain bandits had already died under Chen Zhiming's sword. It's not that they're not open to messing with the wrong people. It really can't resist the scourge of the world. Your Excellency, forget about the mountain bandits in the Hushi corridor. It's a matter of passing by on the way anyway. But this is all Hadong now. Going around for hundreds of miles for a few dozen tael of broken silver. Is it worth it? After Lao Li finished eating 2 roasted groundnuts, he saw that Chen Zhiming was still tirelessly touching the corpse. Couldn't help but spit it out. He really couldn't understand the young man. Really want to like these plugs. With Chen Zhiming's attainments in Sword Dao, he was a guest of honor wherever he was. It doesn't even need to be spoken. Just slip them that little bit of swordplay at random. Those families must be lining up to give away their money. Where is the need to scourge these poor mountain bandits? You don't understand. Chen Zhiming carefully put the 12 taels of silver he got from picking up the corpse into his money bag. Checked again. Only slowly said, other people send money to hold hot hands. Only their own earn to spend to feel at ease. Our Chen family has been poor for generations. Scared of being poor. The corners of old Li's mouth twitched slightly. Don't you dare frame me? Your grandfather was a brother of the founding emperor of the Great Tang. The only king with a different surname. Who didn't know back then that he was a landlord rich as hell? So how could he be short of money? You wouldn't understand. Chen Zhiming sighed. Looking in the direction of Chang'an City, he said quietly, the old man is rich, but who told him to have an unreliable son? Let's go. I heard there's a group of bandits in Yendang Mountain. Old and rich. Let's go around a bit more. Datan Hatao. A scruffy man straightened the green hat on his head. Looking up at the snowy white upstairs, the bottom of his eyes were full of dismay. The girl upstairs caught a glimpse of the Hanyu and lifted the hem of her skirt slightly. The Hanyu's heart trembled slightly at the sight of this. Unconsciously, he moved a few steps forward. Suddenly, he saw the disgusted look in the doorway boy's eyes. And then I remembered my empty money bag. The fire was extinguished for the most part. Without looking back he turned and walked away. As he walked, he muttered, it's true that the jungle is no good. Only the girl's legs are okay. Not much longer. Han came to a dock. Immediately, a boatman came forward and whispered, old dog, the matter you asked me to inquire about has come to light. The Hanyu hurriedly asked, how so? The boatman whispered, in the previous dynasty, in the 927th year of the Tianqi era, the flooding of the river was not an act of God but a demonic scourge. There is a dragon to achieve Taoism. In order to be among the holy realm of the dragon to guide the great zephyr water flooding the river, millions of people have been displaced. At that time chaos was coming. It was blamed by those who had the heart to blame this misfortune on the former emperor's failure of virtue and the heavenly calamity. That's what led to the unveiling of the dynasty's Taizu. I am commanded by heaven to exterminate the Yangwo. The Hanyu frowned slightly. What does this have to do with what I asked you to inquire about? The boatman shook his head in disbelief and held out 2 fingers. The Hanyu pulled 2 pieces of broken silver from his pocket and handed them over. Only then did the boatman continue. Legend has it that at that time that augur had already glimpsed the way of heaven. Just 1 step away from being among the saints. Just at the moment when it was about to turn into a dragon, someone's great master came across 10,000 miles out of thin air and cut it down in the wild. That grand master, most likely, is the one you're looking for? Are you sure about this information? The Hanyu patted the chopkin at his waist and said viciously, you can get your money back if you don't keep it real. I do this for a living. I'd sell you fake news? The boatman was extremely dissatisfied with the Han's skepticism. The battlefield is in Yendang Mountain, so you can go and see for yourself to know if it's true or not. But I advise you not to get your hopes up. It's been too long in age, and even if there really were any Dao secrets they would have been taken away by someone long ago. Then I'll trust you for once. The Hanyu jumped into the boatman's off-boat and knocked on the edge. Come on, get me across the river. Okay. The boatman smiled faintly and held out a finger. 3-1 for crossing the river. Small business. No credit. 2 days later, on the official road between the rivers, the scruffy man was straddling a chopper at the waist with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, riding a skinny horse. Slowly, he followed the merchant caravan heading to Hebei County. It's hard to beat a penny, not to mention the triple text. After being rejected by the boatman with pity and indifference, Han sought out a merchant caravan, a blunt expression of intent to hitchhike. That makeshift caravan was about as desperate for cannon fodder. Seeing that he's big and don't have a sword, it was only a slight hesitation that made him an escort for the caravan. Not only did you not pay a penny, you made 10. The caravan is besides him, and 2 weaklings who don't fit in with the caravan. A pale scholar, an old man with a withered description. According to the scholar, the 2 of them were fleeing from the west side of the river and were planning to go to Langia to join their relatives. The merchant boss is about blind. Nonetheless, they agreed to join. It even gave a full 10 taels of silver for the work. This made the other guards of the caravan disgruntled. After all, those who could be guards were at least martial artists, and the wind and rain were nothing more than a few taels of broken silver. This master and servant are two wasteful vegetables and chickens. Why should they get the same wages as them? So in the past 2 days there were always villains scurrying and poking at the Han to find trouble with the master and servant duo. But the Hanyu didn't bother. He simply wanted a ride. Who cares about this? Dog is from Chang'an? Just as the Hanyu was drifting off to sleep, the scholar spurred his horse alongside him and opened his mouth to ask, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Han didn't want to talk to him. After all, this guy looks like a scum like Zhou Qian. The only one of the little white men he has a good feeling about is his beloved family friend Jian Lao Di, who is far away in Chang'an. Nothing, just looking at dog like an old friend. The scholar smiled faintly. Speaking of which, I haven't seen my late friend for 10 years or so, and I only remember that when he was a child he often had 2 silver dragons hanging from his nose, which was very interesting. The corners of the Hanyo's mouth twitched slightly as he muffled, "Who didn't when they were kids?" The scribe blandly said, "Not me." The corners of the Hanyo's mouth twitched again, and he closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to him. "My name is Chen Ru, the Ru who is like a friend at first sight." As if he didn't see the Hanyo's full of dislike, the scholar continued to chatter, "Is brother dog here for the bandits on Yendang Mountain?" The Hanyu opened his eyes in surprise and asked in a muffled voice, "You too?" "No, I stopped by." The scholar laughed. "I'm going to Langya. My fiancé is getting married. I'm going to go along for the ride." Chapter 40, On Yendang Mountain. There's a dragon. The Hanyu was rendered speechless by the scribe's remark. "What do you mean? Your fiancé is getting married?" Suddenly I remembered what had happened to me. It was a moment of clarity. This scribe is about as difficult as it gets. Taking the flask from his belt and handing it to the scribe, the Hanyu comforted, "A great man has no wife. Don't be too upset." The scholar took the jug and laughed. "Just going to make a break for it." "Miss, did you hear that? That sickly boy is going to Langya to meet his fiancée." In the carriage, the servant girl of the caravan master listened sideways to the conversation between the Hanyu and the scholar and whispered, "I should have known better than to bring him along. Ru, don't be ridiculous. It's not like we're letting him tag along for anything else." A gentle voice whispered, "We're going to Langya anyway, just making a good karma." "Miss, do you think the Jiang family will grant our request?" The maidservant remembered her own family's business and did not care about eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, and said with a worried face, "Is there no place for reason in this world? We obviously didn't do anything. It's useless. Who would offend the Langya Zhang clan and the Misty sect for a tiny Zhong clan?" The lady's eyes were slightly red, and she whispered, "The pleadings we handed in were all returned." Chirp, chirp. Just when the master and servant in the carriage were sad, the jungle suddenly resounded with birdsong. "Hear that birdsong?" The scruffy man looked up brightly, his eyes shooting into the jungle like knives. "Enemy attack! Shoo, shoo, shoo." The words just fell. 2 arrows pierced through the dense forest toward him. Immediately after that, the arrows fell like rain. "Dense! Protect the lady!" The head of the escort was quick on his feet. He had already leapt off his horse when the Hanyu bellowed and drew his sword to stop in front of the carriage. Swinging his sword spilled a curtain of blades. The rest of the guards also danced their park swords in a dense manner, deflecting the incoming arrows. There were just too many arrows. There were still arrows passing through the curtain of swords. Shoo, shoo. 2 arrows passed through the guard. It shot straight into the carriage. The head of the escort's eyes split, trying to fly to the rescue but simply too late. Snort! Just as the arrow was about to pierce the curtain of the car, a breeze brushed by. As if an invisible hand had disturbed the air, the arrow managed to avoid the 2 men in the carriage, nailed to the edge of the wagon. "Everyone, protect the lady!" The captain of the escort couldn't let go of his breath in time, and took a step over to the carriage, immediately crossing his sword to block the front. The scruffy man saw this. With a wild whistle, "Boss Zhong, the 10 pennies owed to you can be paid back by go. The next big road goes one way or the other." Words. He drew the chokan at his waist. The whole person was like a giant beast, kicking up rolling dust and smoke, running straight towards the dense forest against the rain of arrows. In the dense forest, the rain of arrows stopped all of a sudden. The Yuan Qi is released outwardly, and the Imperial Qi is moved. He's actually a Qi royalty realm powerhouse. The escort leader looked at the Han who rushed into the dense forest, and looked at the radiant blade light. Cold sweat brushed down his face, and fearful and thankful. I didn't expect that a random mangaka picked up on the side of the road would be a Qi royal realm powerhouse. He hadn't been able to heckle the Hanyu for the past 2 days. In the carriage, the stunned maidservant Xiao Yun also murmured, "This uncle is actually so powerful. If I had known that 10 taels of silver would have been given to him." "Ru, don't talk nonsense. Miss Jong appeared calmer and stepped out of the carriage to let the chief of the escort count the casualties. The attack was due to the more timely warning of the Hanyu and the quick reaction of the chief of the escort. Except for 2 unlucky ones who were slightly injured, everyone else is fine. After the count, the head of the guard said in a deep voice, "Miss, all of our people are fine. It's just that the scholar and the old servant have disappeared. There was no body at the scene either, so it should have gone off on its own. Probably just got lost." Miss Zhong hesitated for a moment, and after glancing at the depths of that dense forest, she softly said, "Let's leave first. A place of right and wrong should not stay for long." Nah, the dog is as reckless as ever. The dense forest. The scholar stood in the treetops, watching from afar as the Hanyu alone chased after a dozen mountain bandits and cut them down. Where the light of the knife passes, not a single mountain bandit could fall in one piece. Pieces of limbs sprinkled on the ground, reflecting the dense forest as if it were an inferno on earth. This kid has good qualifications. A zongsher is expected. Beside him, Old Li hunched over and commented, "Well, there are a few moments of the Blade Kuei. He's a descendant of the Blade Kuei." The scholar laughed. "It's a pity that he lost his family's Jin Demon Blade skill. He came to Yendang Mountain this time, most likely to track down the whereabouts of the Jin Demon Blade skill. Let's go." He manages to kill. I managed to bury. Big brother, help, life. In the lair of the 12 bandits in Yendang Mountain, a blood-soaked mountain bandit stumbled into the fortress. He was the leader of the hijacking. Innate realm cultivation. In a den of thieves with an average level of martial artist 3rd grade, it was already considered a phoenix-like existence. Unfortunately, he met Go Yuquan, ranked 10th on the Heaven's Pride list. The jungle people call the butcher's dog leftovers. The head of the mountain bandits leaned on the loyalty chair. The brother who greeted the stumbling intruder hadn't had time to get angry. Then I saw a bright knife light flash. The head of a good brother rolls off. Scarlet blood rushed up to the roof like a bright rosebud, and behind the headless body, a blood-soaked pugilist was looking at him coldly with his sword in a mortar. Hold on to the chair. The head of the mountain bandits used all his strength to suppress the fear in his heart. Pretending to be calm, he said, "Brother, the 12 bandits of Yendang Mountain, have not offended you, right?" Go Yuquan shook off the blood on the tip of the knife and smiled with his teeth showing. "No, it's just that you guys weren't too lucky. The old man's got his eye on this place." Hearing this, the head of the mountain bandits fawned and said, "We can go. Too much trouble." Go Yuquan squinted at the cottage, and when he saw a knife mark on the stone wall, a heavy eyebrow shot up. "Or you could give me a reason not to die." The head mountain bandit was silent. He's lost his mind in this life. Rape, pillage and murder without counting. The only good thing I've ever done was rescue a dog when I was about 3 years old. Except that dog ended up being killed for his meat too. I don't know if it counts. Looks like you think you deserve to die yourself. Go Yuquan laughed. Cho Kan, which was mortared on the ground, slowly raised. Wait. The head of the mountain thieves let out a cry of alarm and said hastily, "I robbed a merchant caravan last year. Instead of decimating them like before, they not only let them go, but even gave them a ride. This is proof that my conscience is still intact. The truth is certainly not true about last year. The reason why they were spared, other than the fact that the dots felt solid, and because there was a fierce warrior woman in that caravan who always looked at him with an unkind eye. Sorry you missed the time." Go Yuquan drew his sword. A brilliant blade light flashed. The mountain bandit leader in the late stage of the chi refining realm instantly split into pieces and shattered into pieces. This kid's got such a heavy aura. I'm afraid that this slash just now will give birth to a change of heart. Not far away, Old Li transmitted his voice into the secret. There are traces of the Blade Kuei in that hole, and the one who beheaded that scaly dragon back then was more than likely the Blade Kuei. Now stimulated by that kid's baleful aura, the divine soul of the augur wandering in this space is going to revive. Chen Jimian frowned slightly. If the Jiao Long divine soul revives, can you make a move? Yes. Old Li Jijia laughed. To be counted once. Okay, wait for my notice. Chapter 41 Demon Dragon Remnant Soul appears. Sword Chi Throne approaches. Go Yuquan stood in the middle of a field full of mangled corpses. The look was wooden. The eyes were stained with a blood color at some point. Tick, tick. The cottage became silent, and the sound of birds and beasts ceased. There was only the sound of blood dripping on the ground from the chokan. It set the silence somewhat eerie. Not good. That kid is afraid of being trapped. This dragon soul sensed my presence and is taking over that kid. Old Li passes the word. As the leader of the Sword Dao back then, the number one in sword techniques under the Sword Saint, he actually let a demonic dragon steal a chicken right in front of him. The face is more or less ugly. Jie Jie. As soon as he spoke, Go Yuquan suddenly turned his head, looking at the place where they were hiding. He laughed jaggedly. It has been 500 years, and I have finally regained my life. Are these two poor lambs in the darkness here to observe the rebirth of the king? Both. Why don't you kneel over and worship the king? Death. Old Li waved his hand. A grayish ancient sword was held in his hand as he slowly stepped out from the darkness, and also Jijia sneered, "A four-legged snake only. How dare you go wild? I only need one sword to kill you. Old Li, don't make a move." Chen Jimian reached out to hold down Old Li's arm and said in a deep voice, "Dogu wasn't taken over. He's just temporarily suppressed his divine thoughts." Old Li frowned at Go Yuquan. Upon seeing the Zhankan that kept trembling in his hands, with a face full of anticipation, he said, "The difference isn't much. Being possessed by a divine soul of the return to truth realm, he's hopeless. Just let the old man take a shot. Instead of becoming inhuman, it's better to die." "No, he was my beloved family friend and brother in arms." Two mole crickets. Go Yuquan laughed in exasperation. "Did you ask this king's opinion when you were shouting and fighting? Just shut up." Chen Jiming and Old Li simultaneously chided towards Go Yuquan, who had been occupied in his physical body. "I can keep him alive. I just won't be able to keep his cultivation." Old Li leaped forward with his sword. "No, I'll go first, then you go on." Chen Jiming took a step forward. Transient. The corners of his mouth hung up in an unbearable smile of contempt. "Four-legged snake. What's the use of seizing a waste? With that loser's qualifications, if he wanted to be among the return to truth realm, he was afraid that there was no hope in this life. How can you, a being who is expected to become a saint, be depressed and live under others for a long time? And that punk is a descendant of the Blade Kuei. Their family can kowtow to their old ancestors every year. Aren't you ashamed when you kowtow to your enemies? Might as well come and take me. I'm not so bad." Half-step void god. "And it carries the sword intent of Sword Saint Shu Qingho. Ranking in the sacred realm was only a matter of time. Come on, listen to the harsh sound of this chatter." Go Yuquan grimaced, vigilantly looking at Chen Jimin and Old Li. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about seizing Chen Jiming. He could smell the fragrance of Chen Jiming's body from a long distance away. That was the flavor of the heavenly Tao of Qi. Just another person. The sword in the old man's hand. It gave him a feeling of extreme danger. "Two-footed goat, you want to deceive the king, and how will I fall for your trick?" Go Yuquan sneered. "You want to take advantage of the gap between this king's reclaiming of his body and have that old man make a move to behead me. What? You wimped out?" Chen Jimian mocked. "Do you really think you can seize the dog left behind? Have you forgotten who Sword Zhanken is? I'm afraid you can't even control the hand that holds the sword anymore." Go Yochuan's pupils shrunk slightly, pushed down on the stupid Choken with all his might. The heart was in the wrong place. It is true that he does not have the means to completely take over. The remnant soul of the Blade Kuei was curled up in the Zhankan, and was constantly revolting against him. Just, how can this stupid lamb understand the true intentions of the king? "Come on," Chen Shiming said. "Little master doesn't want to live anyway. You come and take over me. I will never resist. Never." Go Yuquan hesitated for a moment and laughed coldly. "Two-footed sheep are the most treacherous. You must have wanted to let that old man sneak in while this king was coming out of this loser's body. I have lived for thousands of years. How can I fall for your yellow mouth?" With that he slowly walked towards Chen Jiming, holding Zhan Ken in one hand. In the other hand, a scaly dragon silhouette was quietly being generated. Chen Jiming stood still, as if oblivious to it all. To himself, he said, "If you're afraid, I can make a heavenly vow, as long as you take my life." Old Li would never. Chen Jimian's words came to an abrupt end, and his body even trembled for no reason. Immediately following the words he spat out. It becomes the word stupid. "Stupid, you think you can take this seat? What's that old man's half-crippled body? The one that this king has wanted to take over from the beginning to the end, it's all you." Chen Shiming muttered to himself. A flush rose to his pale face. "Ha ha, stupid. Wonderful. This flesh is simply perfect. Take away the creation of heaven and earth. The heavens are unjust. What qualification does such a weak human race have to be the master of this heaven and earth? Darkness." Chen Shiming surveyed his body, and the words spat out from his mouth had become the language of the augur. After a long time, he turned his head to look at Old Li and mocked. "Back then when you were at your peak this king didn't even fear you. Now that you've lost all your cultivation, even if you forcefully break through the realm to return to your peak, what does this king have to fear? Earlier the king was not sure. Now look at you. Fruity is already a wasted man." "Yeah, the old man is wasted, and it's a shame to have a chance." Old Li looked at Chen Jiming with pity, full of sighs. "Follow this king, and when he ascends to the holy realm, he will grant you a creation to erase your old wounds." Chen Jiming stood with his arms folded. "Or this king will send you to your death now." "I'm afraid not." Old Li lamented. "He won't say yes." "Who doesn't agree?" Chen Jiming said arrogantly. "I don't agree." Chen Jiming slowly spat out 4 words from his mouth, like asking himself a question. Immediately after, in its sea of qi, a radiant little sword suddenly shone brightly. Chen Jimian lightly snapped his fingers. "Trapped." Words. A mournful dragon roar rang out from his mouth. "Damn it, you're actually using your body as a sheath to hide your sword. This is Zhu Qingho's sword. Damn! Damn! Ow! Chen Shiming within the Sea of Qi. A dragon with a hideous head and horns was trapped by the sword intent. Thousands of sword chi gulped out sword auras, creating a cage of severe sword intent. Hundreds of feet of augur divine souls. Inside the cage, he kept rolling around and wailing miserably. It didn't take long for the cage to suppress it into a four-legged snake. Above the Sea of Qi, Chen Shiming's void god sat on a throne piled high with sword chi, a pair of radiant golden eyes looking down at the augur. Four-legged snake. I told you earlier that I inherited Zhu Qinghe's sword intent, and you seem to have taken it as a whisper? The dragon wailed miserably. More than 3,000 sword chi almost tore its divine soul apart. Looking up at the radiant void god on the throne, he roared, "Impossible! How could you have Zhu Qinghe's sword intent? He died a long time ago. It's long dead." "Nope, you're Zhu Qinghe, Shu Qinghe." The dragon looked at the pair of golden eyes on the throne of sword chi in horror. That kind of vibe. He will never admit fault. Back then, when Shu Qinghe opened the heavens with his sword and chopped down the quasi-emperor, he had fallen on his knees and trembled. At this moment, facing those golden eyes again, he seemed to see that sword light again. Fear magnified infinitely. The demonic dragon wailed miserably, "Lord Sword Saint, you spare my life." The radiant golden-eyed Chen Jimian looked down at the Jiaolong and spoke, "Live or die. It's up to you, not me. I beg Lord Sword Saint to show me a way out." Chen Jimian's fingers moved slightly, and the sword chi cage collapsed. It turned into a sword light and disappeared into the Sea of Qi, scattered all over the place. There is a lack of a sword packer in this Seats Qi Sea, so from now on, you will be a boatman who carries sword chi. Chapter 42, 2.5 years of practicing hours. Finally Makoto, aren't you afraid he'll backfire? The cottage. While helping Chen Jiming carry the treasures, Old Li opened his mouth and asked, "A great demon of the Return to Truth realm. Even in my heyday, I wouldn't dare to say that I would kill it instantly. You're so relieved to let him stay in your chi si?" Chen Jimian glared at the sleeping Go Yuquan, picking up the beads scattered on the ground and threading them carefully into a string. He casually said, "I've moved in the sword intent of Zhu Qinghe and the 3,000 sword cultivators, so I'm still afraid of it being a scaly dragon? Lice are not afraid to bite, and debts are not afraid to worry. I'm all like this. What do you care?" "Rather." Old Li was silent for half a second and sighed. "I've never seen someone who was so hard on himself. Even if one day you are invincible, even among the Emperor realm, the old man takes it all for granted." "Old Li, you're kissing a little too much ass." Chen Jimian teased with a sentence. "Let's go. Since Ms. Zhong paid the money, we can't break the contract." Chang'an City, the Imperial Palace. Crown Prince Li Chengding sat on a small pier next to the throne and leaned over to look at the noisy group of ministers below. Drowsy, since the supervisor, he is most annoyed by going to court. 1,000 courtiers have 2,000 minds. Everyone has their own ideas. Seeing that the noise under the courtroom is getting more and more fierce, a hint of annoyance flashed in the bottom of Li Chengding's eyes as he clapped his hands and roared, "But it's just a marriage between two clans. Is it worth all of you to quarrel like this? Father has explained this long ago. The Ministry of Rights is solely responsible for jungle affairs. Are you gentlemen going to overstep your authority?" "Zhou Xingshu, you speak." Seeing Li Chengding's anger, the noisy princes snorted coldly in unison. Back in the queue, instantly, he became old and comfortable. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and said aloud, "Your Highness, according to the old rules, the Ministry of Rights should send the hospitality lang to observe the ceremony to show the greatness of the imperial grace. It's just that this marriage between the Netherworld sect and the Imperial Sword sect appears to be two clans tying the knot, but in reality, it's two saint soldiers forming an offensive and defensive alliance. The ambition to spy on the head of the jungle is clear. The move, over the top. The old minister thought it would be better to report to His Majesty and let him decide. Why consult father for such a trivial matter?" Li Qingding was a bit unhappy and said in a cold voice, "Under Putian, there is nothing that is not the king's land. There is no one who is not the king of the land. The Misty sect, the Imperial Sword sect, and even the Jiang clan of Langya are all vassals of our great Tang. When it rains, it pours. Weddings and funerals are a matter of course. There is no need to worry much. Zhou Xingshu, you elect a hospitality groom to go to the ceremony, and wish the two newlyweds eternal love and white heads for this palace." The Minister of Rights answered the promise and slowly retreated back into the queue. Just as Li Chengding was about to announce the exit of the court, at the very back of the courtroom, Xu Wuchang said in a loud voice, "Your Highness, I recommend a person who can go to the ceremony for your Highness. I have heard that Chen Jian, the youngest son of Chen Liuho, is a genius that is hard to come by in 100 years, talented, suave, and able to think and argue well. I commend him to the court as an angel." This statement was made. The gunners in the courtroom all looked at Zhu Wuchang weirdly. This Chang'an City, who didn't know about that between the Chen Lu waiting house and the Misty sect? When Zhu Wanair hit the door to withdraw her marriage, the face of Chen Aben, but it was stepped on and rubbed hard. This guy actually recommended someone from the Marquis of Chunlu as an angel. His heart is in the right place. Even Lee Sun-young felt that this was too harsh. Isn't this a way for Chen Luho to be sent to the door to get a slap in the face? Think about it for a moment. A brilliant light shot out from the bottom of Li Chengding's eyes. The move. Wonderful. Borrowing a knife to kill. Chen Jian is a brainless dude. If he was really told to go forward to the ceremony, being an angel a great power, less likely to make a fuss. It's not even a bad idea to mess up both weddings. At that time, under the attention of the entire Jianghu, the Misty Sect and the Langyuzhong clan wanted to be among the throne of the leader of the righteous path. It is inevitable to make an example of them. Moreover, this trip of 30,000 miles is rampant with thieves and bandits, and it would be very reasonable for something to happen on the way back. So, even if Chen Aban keeps a low profile and stoicism, he will never reveal it easily. Two tigers fighting. Fishers of men. After thinking about these truths, Li Chengding pretended to be calm. Looking at the Minister of Rights, he frowned and asked, Minister Zhou, what do you think? Your excellencies are wise in their eyes, and I second the motion. Zhou Jun, the Minister of Rights, stepped out of the queue and said in a deep voice, the Chunlu waiting house is full of loyal family members, and Chen Jian is even more than blue, gifted, talented and outstanding. It is only fitting that he should be the angel. Your Highness, I request that Chen Jian be given the title of Minister of Ceremonies and Hospitality to observe the ceremony on behalf of His Majesty as a sign of His Majesty's imperial favor. Li Chengding's face warmed slightly. The old piker still knows his stuff, knowing that you take the pot on your own back. So much for that. Even if this plan doesn't work, Chen Aban can only blame Zhu Wuchang and the Minister of Rights at most. Since the Minister of Rights has deemed Chen Jian worthy of the post, the matter is settled. Draw up a decree. Retreat. Visions. Inside virtual space, a sword sound rang out. Chen Jian held his mortal iron sword, his wrist fluttering. A breeze whipped by. His body became a blur. Look around. It was as if there were countless Chen Jians going with the wind. Move like a ghost. Instantaneous. His figure appeared 10 feet away. Countless figures overlapped. Stopped in front of a coconut tree. The long sword in his hand had already disappeared within the tree trunk. Visions. The long sword returned to its sheath. Chen Jian stood with his arms folded and laughed. Tuzi, I really know the 8 steps to catch the cicada by heart this time, so I can leave the mountain. Congratulations to the host for taking 3 months and 17 days to comprehend the first of the 9 styles of the sword scripture. The system automatically deducts the money, and detects the host's remaining wealth value, 73,089 taels of silver. This transaction is complete. Unico's mechanical voice rang out. Chen Jian's eyes flashed, appeared in the secret room of the falling treasure tower. This time, he had made full preparations before his retreat. Picking up the beef jerky on the table, he wolfed it down and chewed it. Not much longer. The table full of food was eaten by him. He finally let out a contented breath. With a light grip on his palm, a snorting sound rang out from Chen Jian's fingers. Reach out and point into the void. Snort! Only an invisible wave of air shot out from his finger, leaving a shallow mark on the stone wall. The Imperial Qi realm. Chen Jinan covered her mouth and laughed. Plus time in virtual space. The length of the exercise was 2.5 years. He had finally stepped into the royal Qi realm. From here on out, you can also be called number 1 in the jungle. Convert the Qi and blood within the sea of Qi into Yuan Qi. Chen Jian's fingers lightly clasped, and a strand of Yuan Qi was channeled into the mortal iron sword, controlling the long sword as it traveled through the air. A little rusty at first. Stay after failing twice. The long sword finally hovered trembling in front of him. Chen Jinan took a breath. Tread lightly. Shoo. The long sword was like a wild horse out of control, instantly scampering out. Snap! Chen Jian's entire body slumped against the wall, slowly sliding to the ground like a lump of mud. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No brakes on this thing? Chapter 43, Whitehead Taishian Scripture. After crashing through 2 stone pillars and 4 stone piers, Chen Jian was finally able to barely move with his sword, rubbing his vaguely aching brain. Chen Jian waved his hand to disperse the Yuan Qi. It's the same mediocre greenhouse owner again. Refreshed and refreshed. I went to the Denker house. See him present. The readers on the Denka building all revealed complex expressions. It was a love-hate emotion. Meet those stares. Chen Jian's face was slightly on fire as he gave a haphazard hug towards the void and quickly slipped into the attic of Rouge Rankings leader, Zhu Luer. For nearly most of the year, with the release of his tailor-made poems for the girls on the Rouge list, the entire Denka building had almost become an exclusive venue for literati. No bookworm can leave a greenhouse with a smile on his face. From the first days of the bright moon and asking for a drink, to lose where to wake up tonight, and then when the golden wind and jade do meet, it's better than the rest of the world. The literati of the entire Great Tang dynasty have dropped their pens and thrown themselves into the greenhouses. Finally, when Li Jianxian sentenced to the sky to laugh out the door, My generation is not the people of Artemisia won out. Even Mr. Chuang, the contemporary saint of words, also had to abandon the pen and admit defeat. Since then, no one dares to recite poetry in a greenhouse anymore. Everyone Zhuang, Chen Jian has shown up at Deer Pavilion, in Su Qi's compartment. A scholar knocked on the door of the room and said as he attached his ear to an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man was at that moment scribbling and transcribing poems. Hear that? Those cloudy eyes suddenly glowed with divine light. When the scribe returned to his senses, the old man was already gone. Not much longer. The old man appeared in front of the Deer Pavilion. The corners of the mouths of the two greenhouse deacons twitched slightly when they saw him. There was no half-hearted hesitation. Familiar reached out with both hands and speared the old man. Chen Jian, I know you're in there. You're capable of writing poetry. Come out and meet me if you can. In the Deer Pavilion, Chen Jian, who was enjoying Deer's massage, sighed helplessly. This dead old man, every time he came to the Denker building, he was blocked. Either that or have him annotate the poem. Either that or get him to do another song. Now the frequency of this old man running to the greenhouse is much more diligent than even that guy Li Sunan. If it wasn't for the fact that he has some influence, Chen Jian had long ago had this old thing beaten out with a messy stick. Chen Jian, the old man knows you're in there. Let the old man in. I won't let you annotate today. There's something for you. It's your life that's at stake. The old man looked like a shrewish scoundrel. Let the two deacons cross their arms and spit. Scholars in the attic to see the scene have silently closed the door of the room, for fear that Zhuang everyone annoyed to take them out. After all, they were all regulars at the greenhouse and had seen it all before. Some of the ruffians wanted to call the shots for everyone in Chong. It was also tugged to death by a fellow friend. The old man has a bad temper. Favorable status thieves. One shoulder picked up the entire wind and bones of the great Tang dynasty. Don't go off the deep end at this time. When the time comes, people will call themselves brothers and sisters to Chen Jian. I'm the one who's in the wrong. This time. I wonder how many bookworms have been punked by these two. It's still locked up in the house behind closed doors. The door to the Deer Pavilion room creaked open, and Chen Jian stood inside, looking at the old man helplessly. Elder brother Zhuang, you'd better be really up to something. Otherwise, this marquis will have to beat you out with a stick today. All like you. How else am I going to shop the building? Zhuang Mo snorted arrogantly, snapped off the arms of the two deacons, walking into the Deer Pavilion with his hands behind his back. He straightaway commanded, Dear, bring 2 altars of daughters read to master. Shu Deer curtsied slightly. Yes, sir. Chen Jian took a seat beside him and spoke. Speak up, old brother. What exactly is it that concerns my little brother's life? Zhuang Mo lifted his wine cup and squinted at Chen Jian with a cold smile. Does everyone Chen know what happened in the courtroom today? How would my little brother know about the affairs of the court? My old man doesn't have a real position. He doesn't even have the qualifications to go to the court. Chen Jinan frowned slightly. Ever since he knew that Chen Aben was the strongest old six, he had hardly paid any attention to what was going on in the courtroom, except for the occasional advice on the development of the greenhouse. Basically, it's kind of a total laydown. Moreover, although Chen Aben was a noble vassal, his actual presence in the courtroom was extremely weak. Being in Chang'an, they are rather like the set of existences that are outside of the royal power. Lately he's been laying low enough. It doesn't make sense to get involved with the court. Today, the former Crown Prince Wash Horse, now Imperial Historian Zhu Wuchang, recommended you for the Ministry of Ceremonies Hospitality lying above the courtroom. The edict will reach the Chunlu waiting house in a matter of days. You are hereby appointed as an angel to lead the procession to Langya to observe the ceremony. Zhuang Mo drank a cup of wine and sneered. That being said, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Chen, on your promotion to the 5th rank. In the future, as an official in the same dynasty, I still hope that your honor will support me. This grandson has a grudge against me? Chen Jian frowned slightly. The world knows about my second brother in Zhu Wan'er, but he chose to recommend me as an angel. His heart is punishable and his form is extinguishable. That guy really doesn't have a good heart. Zhuang Mo nodded and asked with a smirk, what are you going to do? If the king wants me to die, I have to die. Chen Jian said smilingly, Your Highness the Crown Prince's golden mouth has been opened. I really have no other method but to accept it. After all, my Chunlu Marquis house is full of trash. I, Chen Jian, will not give up my face. Must work well for your highness. Zhuang Mo looked at Chen Jian without a word. There was a long silence. He opened his mouth and said, Old me can push this errand for you, and his highness the crown prince should sell old me this thin face. With your attainments in the word world, there is no one else in the current world. It would be a strange shame to die like that. I can thank you. Chen Jian's mouth slightly twitched. This old man's mouth is so stinky. Pouring wine for Zhuang Mo, he said in disbelief, Trees want to be quiet but the wind won't stop. Can't hide for a while but can't hide for a lifetime. If brother Zhuang really pities my little brother, Later on when my little brother is red sleeving, just don't come blocking my door, since you're not afraid to die. There's nothing more for me to say. Zhuang Yamo finished the wine in his cup and got up. If you regret it, you can come to the state prison to look for Lao Fu even before you leave the capital. Chen Jinan warmed slightly. When Zhuang Yamo was about to step out of the door, he opened his mouth and said, "Wait, what? Backpedaling so soon?" Zhuang Yamo turned back. "The heart feels something." Chen Jinan laughed. Zhuang Yamo toned a sliding shovel and sat down. "Drinking, pen come, paper come." Chen Jian paced the attic. Raising his sword, he slowly said, "Xiaokuwa man hu tassel, wu hook frost and snow bright. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, soughing like a shooting star. 10 steps kills a man, 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. Brush one's clothes off when everything is done, and hide one's body in name." As his flat voice rang out, a pin drop could be heard in the deer pavilion, and the only sound was the sound of Zhuang Mo's brush skimming over the rice paper. Like a swordsman, a sword mark was falling in the void. Shu Luer held her breath and looked at Chen Jian, who was pacing with his arms folded. In fascination, trance, it was as if she saw a wildly born swordsman between heaven and earth, was coming toward her with his sword in his hand between his idle steps. Wherever it passes, a head fell, splashing a cold plum. The swordsman didn't turn around, brushing his sleeve to wipe the blood from the blade. Alone, he walked off into the distance. She wanted to chase after the swordsman, take a step and stop. Instead, a sigh was heard coming from the distance. His Excellency, who can book? White head, Tai Xian Jing. Chapter 44, Departure. See you in the jungle. Who can book your excellency? The white-headed Taishian Sutra. Zhuang Yamo stopped the pen in his hand, looking up at Chen Jian who had long since moved away, sighing, "I was wrong about you after all. The man who could write such a verse. And how can you be terrified by an edict? Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. When it's all over, I'll go and hide my body in my name. Drop the treasure upstairs." Lu Qi looked at the crowded scene on the Denka building. Listen to the cacophony of voices in your ears. Another glance back at Chen Jian who looked like a thief. Unable to help himself, he sighed. The owner for the greenhouse, Fruity, really pays a lot. If he had given up business and devoted himself to literature, I am afraid that he would have been another leader in the literary world after Zhang Dede. When you open your mouth, it is half of Sheng Tang. Such amazing poetic talent. The belly is full of beautiful poems, but it can only be sung in this greenhouse. Boss, the site for the Luanjia branch of the greenhouse has been finalized. On the 9th day of the 9th month of September, the Luanhua branch building was opened. When the boss comes, I'll sweep the couch myself. The palace decree. It came a little later than expected. Chen Jian returned to Marquis Chen Lu's residence when he received Zhuang Mo's message, waiting left and right at the mansion. There is no decree for favoritism. Finally eyeing the first 9 months of September in just over 2 months, the decree came only belatedly. The weeping eunuch who had delivered the decree. The decree was read almost on his knees. No way. His leg was broken. The imperial court originally did not have half a good feeling about Chen Jian or Chen Liuho's Gun Gong. Inexplicably began to feel pity for the infamous dude. That great priest Zhuang, who has lifted the entire literary world of the Great Tang on one shoulder, in order for His Highness the Crown Prince to withdraw his decree. How dare you risk your life to enter the harem alone, kneeling in front of the Taiji Hall to scold the prince for his misdeeds. If he hadn't been stopped dead in his tracks by the professor of state, he even had to break into the emperor's presence to tell him off to his face. The results haven't changed though, but that Wuxi who recommended Chen Jian, under the impeachment of countless royal historians, it was eventually stripped of its hood. Elder brother Zhuang, this man can handle it. Knowing what happened, Chen Jian had to sigh a sigh of relief. It's not much use though, but at least Lao had good intentions in the beginning, and after this mess, Chen Jian became a little wary. I thought that Pops had taken care of the prince's side of things. Today it seems. I'm afraid little Li Zi is still a thief. Lord Chen, beyond this mountain is Hetian County, the official road. Chen Jian was wearing a lawn bird official robe, with a purple light sword on his waist, holding a folding fan, and riding the one-horned heavenly horse of the Marquis of Chen Lu's house on his crotch. In the Ministry of Ceremonies, surrounded by many officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies, but also appeared to have 12 points of majesty. As an angel, the mission represents the royal face. All the expenses are top quality. The officials accompanying the Ministry of Ceremonies were clear of all chi refining realm cultivators. The eunuchs accompanying the palace had even reached the realm of transformation. There was an eerie, chilling light in both eyes when they were slightly closed. Calls for a shudder. Even the crotch fey. All of them are great demons of the head royal chi realm. The road is so windy that it's not even a little bumpy. Except for Chen Jian. He was only 18 years old. Still a mediocre first-grade martial artist. To take care of him along the way, the mission had to slow down. So much so that the wedding date is in sight. Their line hadn't even gotten as far as River County. when we get to River County, let's rest for the night. I have long heard that the Huten Hookbar purveyors are not inferior to this official's greenhouse rouge list. Just to see it. Chen Jinan yawned, gesturing for that ritual official to help him dismount. The corners of the Ministry of Ceremonies official's mouth twitched slightly as he looked up at the accompanying eunuchs whose eyes were lowered, gritting his teeth and whispering, "My lord, we'd better hurry all night long. This trip is 30,000 miles. If we keep dawdling like this, I'm afraid we won't even make it to the wedding." Chen Jian glanced at the Ministry of Rites official unhappily. "Lord Sun, are you an angel or is this official an angel?" "You are an angel." The official from the Ministry of Rites clenched his teeth and said with his hands hanging down, "It's just that the Chungyang festival is approaching, so if we miss the wedding date, Your Excellency can't afford it, since this officer is an angel." Chen Jian took a step towards the carriages that were escorted by the envoys. "Lift the curtains of the car." Turning back to look around at the many officials of the Ministry of Rites and the eunuchs accompanying him, he said in a single word, "Since this official is an angel, then please shut up and do your part." Outside the frame, the accompanying eunuch Gao Lishi's eyes closed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. A loser who hadn't even stepped into the innate realm actually really thought he was an angel. "Think of what His Highness explained when he came," he pointedly said. "Lord Sun Tong, since Lord Chen wants to rest his feet in Hejian, let's follow him. With us here, we won't miss the time." Sun Tong sighed helplessly and answered with an arch of his hand, reversing his route and heading towards Hezhi County. Sun Tong is 53 years old. Back then was also a spirited young man, but unfortunately, because of certain reasons, in the Ministry of Rites wasted half of his life. He is over half a century old and has made no progress in his career or training. So far, he's only a 7th-ranked deacon. The ambition to move up has long since been lost. When he received the order to accompany him to observe the ceremony, he realized at once that the errand was by no means an easy one. After all, as one of the few fringe figures in the Ministry of Rites, but any good thing would never come to his head. "Let's hope this trip is uneventful." "Little brother." That eunuch just moved in for the kill. Inside the wagon, Chen Jidong, who was dressed as a man, played with a small 3-inch sword and asked carelessly, "Should we let little Peng Peng eat him?" "No, he won't do anything until the return trip," Chen Jian said. "Among this embassy, except for a very few unlucky ones, the rest of them probably expect me to die a violent death." "What do you think of Chen Aban? It's amazing that there aren't many allies in a dynasty full of people. The strong don't need allies." Chen Jidong tilted his little head and said seriously, "Fierce tigers walk alone. Jackals form a group." Chen Jinan was stunned. The little ninny was sometimes naive beyond words, with clear stupidity in her eyes. Sometimes it's overbearingly unbeatable. Is it a split personality? "Little sister, tell me honestly, what realm are you in now?" Chen Jian stared at those deep Danfang eyes, afraid of missing half a change. "I don't have a realm." Chen Jidong blinked. People are only 15 years old. They still open the gate of creation. Where did they get the realm? Didn't lie to me? Chen Jian was puzzled. How come those foreign beasts on Foxer Mountain are so afraid of you? How would I know? Chen Jidong laughed. Probably because they think I'm cute? Well, Chen Jian reached out and rubbed her head, not pursuing the matter further. Whatever she is in existence, it never changes the fact that it's your own little sister. The two stayed in the car for about half an hour. The deacon, Sun Tong, reported that the river had arrived. Zhang Shouguang, the governor of Hezhi County, sent his men to meet him. Chen Jian lifted the curtain of the car. The official rode. A brocade-clad male stood quietly. The face vaguely resembled that of Wei Zixian, once a close friend. Wei Ziqiu of Hezhi welcomed the imperial angel into the city. Chapter 45, The Nightingale Speaks of the River and Lake. Wei Ziqiu? Chen Jian immediately put up a gentle smile on his face and said with a slight excitement, "Are you the second brother of Wei Zixian? Who is my dearly beloved friend and brother in arms?" "Zixian is indeed my humble servant's youngest brother," Wei Ziqiu faintly said. "Meet brother Ziqiu." Chen Jian ran down from the carriage and affectionately shook Wei Ziqiu's hand, complaining, "Why didn't Zixian come to pick me up? I haven't seen Zixian since I got out of the heavenly jail. How come Zixian resents me for having spent time in jail? Don't want to recognize me as a brother?" Wei Ziqiu looked at Chen Jian with a complicated face. "If I hadn't guessed that the death of my third brother had nothing to do with this guy, he almost bought into the bull ********. Hold back the disgust in your heart," Wei Ziqiu faintly said. "Your Excellency's eyebrows remain the same, and you are happy with your spring. My third brother, but I don't know where he was buried long ago, so how can he come to see His Excellency?" "What?" Chen Jian was shocked. Then he sighed with sadness. "Yesterday he was fine. How come he was gone in a flash? My confidant. Sub-dedication. Woe to the loss of my friend. My lord, the Sith is dead. If Zixian can have a friend like you, it is not worth coming to this world." The past is not to be traced. Your Excellency is still in mourning. My humble servant has arranged a banquet at the Ruyu Pavilion. Please enter the city. Into the city. This way. Chen Jian reached out to wipe away his tears and said cheerfully, Zixian's long-cherished wish in this life is to see 1,000 sails, and as his beloved friend and relative, I will definitely fulfill this last wish for him. A hint of disgust flashed under Wei Zichou's eyes as he sidestepped and led Chen Jian into the city. The Wei family comes from a bad background. It's the private son of Wei Eunuch, a former eunuch. All these years, the Wei family has been plotting to whitewash their identity, in order to climb up the big tree of the Shibua Marquis house, which was rooted in the right place. She even went so far as to send the pearl of her palm in as a concubine, but the plan came to naught. Ended up giving this loser in front of me a free ride. No knighthood. No matter how powerful their underpinnings were and how advanced Wei Zhongli's cultivation was. In this great Tang, always inferior. Those nobles in Chang'an City never thought of them as anything more than a dog. Entered the Ruyu Pavilion. Guests and hosts after a feast. Looking at Chen Jian, who was letting loose and diving headfirst into the pile of girls, Wei Zichou found an excuse and left. As the second son of the Wei house and the doorkeeper of the Haja County Guard, he has never looked at this kind of rouge and powder. The officials accompanying the mission weren't so preoccupied. Under attack after attack by the purists. Even the accompanying eunuch, Gao Li Shi. It's all getting stupid. Seeing that the officials of the mission were gradually becoming a little parched, Chen Jinan waved his hand. Let the girls serve the lords well. While he carried the flower leader Nian Nuer toward the highest part of the attic, when Gao Li Shi saw Chen Jian leaving, he pushed aside the two pursers and was about to follow him. Chen Jian turned around and sneered. What? Is it that Lord Gao wants to enter the cabinet to observe? Don't dare. Seeing that Chen Jian was angry, Goliath hesitated for a moment and resumed his seat. It's not time to tear it up yet. Wait for this loser to finish his mission. He didn't mind personally sending this high-eyed little marquis to his death. Ha! Chen Jian sneered and carried Nian Nuer into the attic. Enter the attic. Nian Nuer, who was still drunk a moment before, quickly got up from Chen Jian's arms and half-kneeled on the ground to pull out a crescent moon jade pendant and offer it to him. Nightingale no. 36 Nian Nuer, meet the boss. Chen Jian took the jade pendant, pulling out his own black jade pendant from his pocket again. He closed it, after confirming that there are no errors. Helping Nian Nuer up, he smiled. You sort of 36. A nightingale who awakened 3 months ago? Yes, slave was awakened by Mr. Lu himself. Nanuru's fingers moved slightly. Use your finger as a knife. Utilizing the flickering flower technique taught by Lu Qi. Chen Jinan nodded slightly. It's confirmed. Tell us what you know about the intelligence. Everything, boss. Slaves insider in the Wei mansion sent word that on the day of the greenhouse's opening, the Wei family master broke 2 glazed marigolds. After that, Wei Zichou entered Chang'an and had several audiences with the second prince. Half a month ago, the 12 bandits of Yendang Mountain were killed by a scruffy man who was suspected to be Go Yuquan, who was ranked 10th on the Heavens Remarks list. Also, Miss Zhong Yan of the Zhong House, a silk family in Heshi County, led the team to Langia to observe the ceremony. There were rumors that the Grand Duke of the Zhong Mansion had offended the holy son of the royal sword sect, Jiang Huayu. This trip to Zhongyan is to pay for his life. Chen Jinan stroked his chin. Qinglu opening day want to kill him really is the River Wei family. Just do not know is the prince authorized or the second prince. The Wei family is the second prince's people on the surface, but secretly they are not clear with the crown prince. It is highly likely that there is even a master in the shadows. The 3 surnames made it like this. It's kind of unique. Wei Zixian died at his hands. He intercepted the Wei family's scheming again. It has become a mortal enemy and there is no possibility of reconciliation. Looks like we need to find a chance to have the old butler bury that old guy Wei Zhongli. As for the dog news, rather irrelevant. Chen Jian isn't short of money to spend these days. Hashi Zhongfu, what's the bottom line? The Zhong mansion has been a merchant for generations, and the head of the family, Zhongwen, is a void transformation realm cultivator, and it's rumored that there's a void god realm Taishang elder in his family. It's considered a top clan in Heshi County. Some time ago, Zhongfu's eldest young master, Zhong Imo, was ill for no apparent reason. And then there was the matter of Zhongfu's young lady, Zhong Yan, leading the team to Langia. I heard that Zhongmo's fiancé is a far-famed beauty who inexplicably went to Langia some time ago. My slave guesses that the cause lies mostly with her. Could it be that little Yakuza Jiang Huayu has taken a fancy to someone else's fiancé again? Chen Jinan stroked his chin. I'm vaguely looking forward to the trip to Langia. Have you heard from my second brother? No, Nian Nuer whispered. There have been no unfamiliar experts with swords in the Jianghu lately. On the contrary, there were a few sets of mountain bandits in Hashi and Hadong counties who died strangely a month ago. Everything of value was looted. It is said that there are lone bandits crossing the border. I don't think it's the second prince. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. Ha! as far back as he could remember. That cheap second brother of his own was no chivalrous man who regarded money as dirt. Instead, it's a fall guy who's suffered from a phobia of poor money since he was a kid. Early the next morning, Chen Jian exited the attic in a refreshed manner under Nian Nuer's grudging gaze. No way. There's a mysterious and unpredictable little sister next door. Chen Jian didn't dare to do anything about it. Outside the door, the officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies were all dressed in civilian clothes and were waiting there early in the morning. After a night of shamelessness, the gazes they looked at Chen Jian had slightly warmed up. After all, it's a shorthand to take. Chen Jinan smiled slightly. With a leap of faith, he jumped on his horse and spurred it toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 46, Wind from the Mountain Rain. That little marquee, what do you think? Wei family attic. Wei Zhengli looked down on the mission that was fading into the streets. In front of it, a long spear was swimming in the void, its tip pointing straight at Chen Jinan's back. Outside of gold and jade, but inside of gold and jade, Wei Ziqiu said softly, my child has confirmed it. He didn't step over that threshold. It's still the first grade of martial arts. Martial arts first grade, Wei Zhengli slowly said. 10 steps to kill a man, thousands of miles to leave no trace. The matter of whisking away the clothes, deep hiding body and name. A first grade of martial Dao can't write a poem with this kind of murderous panache. You mean he's hiding? Wei Ziqiu was puzzled. At his age, even if he is even more of a demon, at most he would be in the qi refining realm. Child really can't think of anything worth hiding in a qi refining realm. Not him. Wei Zhengli's fingertips spun, and his lance drew an imaginary line in the air, chasing after Chen Jian. Lock him in. It's Chen Aben, Wei Zhengli said. With Chen Aben's void transformation realm cultivation, even if you add the entire marquee residence's underpinnings, it is by no means qualified to make that person wary. I even went so far as to use my old ancestors' Dao collection to get me to make a move. My heart is worried. I'm terrified. Father. Wei Ziqiu looked at his father. This single-handedly support the entire Wei house. Rise in the end of the microscopic, so that the Wei house in the body of the pariah, standing in the river for 100 years not to fall in the power of the ruler. For the first time today, hesitation and trepidation were shown. Father, give it up. We won't fight. No contest? On the street, Chen Jian's figure had already disappeared. Wei Zhengli's fingers lightly snapped, and his lance was hidden into the clouds. When the man throws out the olive branch, it's up to us not to fight. I'll go. Father, Wei Ziqiu whispered. Trade my life for Chen Jian's. You can't kill him. Wei Zhengli looked up at the distant clouds and calmly said, on that cloud, there is a void transformation realm demonic beast. And, as long as Chen Jian dies in Hetian, it will be impossible for my Wei family to stay out of it. There you go. Take the old ancestors dowsing with you. Incognito, not to the Grand Master realm. You can never appear as Wei Ziqiu again. Father, Wei Ziqiu's eyes were slightly red. Get out. Wei Zhengli held his hands behind his back and said in a cold voice, I want you to live, not to let you live and let live. The shame of my Wei family needs to be washed away by someone's blood. Father, my child will enter the return to truth realm in this life. Let the future generations of the Wei family stand squarely on Chang'an City. Wei Ziqiu knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Wei Zhengli didn't look back, just looking away from the city. It wasn't until Wei Ziqiu left that he turned back and said in a low nagging voice, the Wei family has been kneeling for too long. I'm tired and don't want to kneel anymore. Little sister, do you have the feeling that there seems to be something in the sky that is directed at us? Wagon. Chen Jian put a sour apricot into his mouth and grimaced. Could it be that old man Wei Zhengli wants to me? Chen Jidong looked up at the roof of the car and casually said, not afraid, it's just the Tanshan realm. Little brother has a hairpin from Sister Shining. He can't stab you to death in one go. As long as one stab doesn't kill you, he's dead. Rather, think of the old butler who is hiding somewhere. Chen Jinan was relieved. It's all about power and background. What's the use of being able to fight? The mission traveled for most of another day. It was only then that Chen Jian felt the hidden killing chance above his head disappear. Feel free to step out of the compartment for air. Seeing him out of the carriage, Deacon Lang Suntong slightly arched his hand and said in a deep voice, does your excellency want to rest for a moment? No, just got tired of being in the car and came out to get some air. Chen Jian waved his hand and said, approximately how long before we reach Yendang Mountain? It will arrive about evening. Suntong hesitated for a moment and whispered, your excellency should go into the car. The road is not too safe. What do you mean? Chen Jian asked in disbelief. After we left the river county, there were more stragglers on this road for no reason. If they see your excellency's official robes, there may be desperate outlaws. A few moments of intolerance appeared on Suntong's face as he said in a low voice. Earlier, Yunat Gao had already beheaded a dozen or so stragglers. Lord Sun, watch out for trouble coming out of your mouth. When Gao Lishur heard Suntong's words, his face turned grim and said, where did the stragglers come from? The ones we killed were clearly mountain thieves and bandits. Sun Tong's face changed slightly. Clasping his fists at Gao Li, he closed his mouth. He had lived on the fringes of the Ministry of Rights for a long time, and all he did every day was miscellaneous chores, living for 50 years for nothing, 7 to 6 on official matters, and 1 to none. Earlier, he watched Gao Li casually kill a few stragglers, and there's no way to stop it. Without holding back, he spoke to Chen Jian, who had the highest official status in the mission. In his shallow official insight about this sort of thing, it is safer to leave it to the person with the greatest official position. But I didn't realize that this move is somewhat suspicious of suing for trouble. Eunuch Gao is so heavy with killing. This official in the carriage actually did not even hear half of the wind. More than a dozen innocent people have become the ghosts of your sword. Chen Jian squinted at Gao Li and coldly said, Eunuch Gao said that trouble comes out of the mouth. This official would like to ask, do you know whose face we represent with our words and actions? Whose majesty are you losing by being so rash? In my Datong law, when has there ever been an ordinance to punish without teaching or asking? That is to say, there is. And who gave you the nerve? Dare to kill in front of this officer? Who gave you the right? Yellow-mouthed child, how dare you insult me like that? Gao Li face green, shouted, we are the Tai Chi Palace of the lackey. That is, 3 public officials and 9 ministers to see our family would not dare to be so reckless. Just a eunuch, Chen Jian said expressionlessly. Calm yourself. If you dare to say another word, this official will behead you with an imperial edict. Harpies, Goliath's veins were exposed. Yuan Qi that looked like substance condensed on his palms, itching to slap Chen Jian to death. Slap! Chen Jian pulled out the imperial edict from his pocket and raised his palms high. Don't force my hand. Ah, damn it! Gao Li shrilled a long whistle that shook the mountains, but looking at the golden imperial edict, he finally relented, snapped and dropped 2 slaps on his face. It was as if he had spilled all his anger on his face, and suddenly the blood flowed. The end of the matter, he said sinisterly. Chen Duran, our family will remember today's shame in our hearts. Ha! Chen Jian stuck his hands in his pockets, not caring at all about this kind of threat that had no threat to speak of. This guy's murderous heart is not hidden. It's only a matter of time before you seek death. If he dares to disobey, Chen Jinan didn't mind sending him on his way right away. That big stupid bird in the sky has been hungry for a long time. After finishing packing up Gao Li, Chen Jian turned to Sun Tao. Lord Sun, you choose a few guards, cash in 300 gold from the bestowed gold for the ceremony. Go to the nearest town to purchase some supplies, and distribute some if you encounter stragglers on the way again. Can't send more than 1. 3 days rations per person. We are, after all, only a spectator mission, and there's only so much we can do. That's not good. Sun Tong was a little heartbroken and a little terrified, hesitating. After all, this is a gift to the Misty sect and the Imperial Sword sect. Fear of what? There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject under the land. All are His Majesty's subjects after all. Instead of giving it to the adulterous couple, it would be better to give it to the stragglers. When the time comes, His Majesty will be blamed. This officer will take it on one shoulder. Chapter 47, Entering Langya. Got Chen Qian to commit. Santone didn't insist anymore. Taking out 300 taels of gold from the Sumeru ring, and gritting his teeth, he pulled out 10 taels of broken silver from his own money pouch, and asked a few guards to go ahead and purchase supplies. The rest of the officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies looked on with cold eyes. There was no stopping it or endorsing it. Chen Jian shot Sun Tong an interested glance, steered his horse ahead of him. He had thought that the accompanying officials were all flies and dogs, but he did not expect that there was a pure white like Sun Tong. No wonder he's been an official for so many years. It's still a character that eats dust. The nature is about as bad as it gets. There's just no hope of promotion. Miss, ahead is Langya. Outside the city of Langya, the Zhongfu merchant fleet finally arrived in Langya after more than 2 months. The captain of the guards strangled the reins and pointed to a majestic giant city in front of him and said, "We don't have an invitation. We need to dismount and enter the city on foot. The Langya Zhong clan is so overbearing." The maidservant Zhong Yun muttered in dissatisfaction, helping Zhong Yen to slowly walk down the carriage. The world knows, Langya is owned by the Kong family. Whether it was the Luanjia County Governor's Office or the Luanjia Military Department, almost all of them were held by the Zhong family. In Langya County, the Zhong family head's order is more useful than the imperial decree of the great Tang Emperor. As for Zhang Huayu, the Zhong clan's contemporary Qilin son, he entered the innate at the age of 12, entered the Qi refining at 15, entered the Qi royalty at 19, and was successful at the Qi royalty realm at 26, crossing over the levels without losing. 10,000 years down the line, the Zhong clan's fifth heaven's pride son, who was expected to be in the sage realm, the holy son of the royal sword sect, a collection of thousands of halos. For the sake of this Zhang Huayu and Zhu Wan'er's big wedding, the Luanjia County governor had long ago issued a ban. Passing merchants. Those without invitations will dismount and enter the city. Anyone who violates the ban will be beheaded. The blind expelled for 300 miles. And anyone who enters the city without looking at them will be beheaded. The very back of the caravan. Chen Zhiming looked up at the huge city in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. 12 years ago, when he was still a genius, he had ridden that one-horned heavenly horse into the city. 12 years later, he's standing again. Mr. Chen, Langya has arrived. Your mission has been completed. Let's part ways here. Just as Chen Zhiming silently looked at the giant city, Zhao Mian walked up to him and softly said, "This trip was more than 20,000 miles. Thank you for sheltering Mr. Chen all the way. It's just a matter of taking someone's money for someone's trouble." Chen Zhimian retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "Miss Zhong doesn't need to make a special trip to thank her." Zhao Mian was slightly stunned. It seemed that he hadn't expected Chen Zhiming to be so cold. After hesitating for a moment, she softly said, "There are 2 sets of guard uniforms in my concubine's carriage, which I was going to use to conceal my identity. If you don't mind, I'll have Yuner send them over." "No." Chen Zhiman frowned slightly. In his eyes, the fellowship along the way was about worth only those 10 taels of silver. It's really just a relatively simple deal. Didn't want to get too involved. "I'm sorry to bother you, sir." The smile at the corner of Zhong Yan's mouth narrowed, and he didn't look away from him. "Miss, let's go." Zhong Yan stared viciously at Chen Zhimian and sneered. Certain people don't know what's good for them and always think that everyone is unsuspecting and has an agenda. In a minute he'll know it's time to cry. "Ha, white boy." A few of the guards also spat disdainfully. "Unworthy of their lady. This little white man is a good point is to escort the lady a ride. In fact, but is just along the way to dabble in food and drink, in addition to reading a few years of books to look good outside. Simply nothing." Instead, the young lady looked at him differently. "Go." Zhong Yan looked back at Chen Zhiman, silently took out 2 sets of guard uniforms from the carriage and placed them on the ground as he walked towards the city. "Chen boy, you're right. Women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword." After watching them walk away, Oldly sat on the ground and buckled his feet and said, "I think that when I was a handsome young man, there were so many wild bees and butterflies that pounced on me." The old man doesn't even look at it. That's how he captured the title of sword champion at such a young age. Chen Zhiming didn't pay any attention to him. Picking up the guard uniform on the ground, he looked again at the banished stragglers in the distance. Mo sighed. "Up to a sword for you against the money for this dress." Into the city. Chen Zhiming and Oldly both searched for a good half day. Finally, he found an unoccupied inn in the most remote part of the western part of the city. Today coincides with August 15th. The moon was just right in the sky. Chen Zhiming was too lazy to stay in one place with Oldly and walked alone to the roof of the building to enjoy the moon. "Brother, do you have any wine?" Chen Zhimian had just walked up to the roof when a soothing voice rang out. The man was wearing a white robe. His face was like a crown of jade. His long ink-like hair was tied high on top of his head, and behind him, he was carrying a silver spear, leaning on a corner of the roof of the building. "No." Chen Zhiming looked up at the white-robed male and calmly walked past him. "I smell the unique fragrance of green ants, so don't hide it." "Brother." The white-robed gentleman followed Chen Zhiming up the steps, smilingly said, "Meeting is destiny. This huge Langya county, we can meet in this remote inn, all up in the mood to enjoy the moon again. Brother has another fine wine. When the float is on." Chen Zhiming looked back at the white-robed gentleman, and after sizing him up, he extended 2 fingers. 200 taels a pot. No second price. "And you're so boring." The white-robed male shrugged, not wanting to be the wrongdoer. Chen Zhiming also ignored it. "Step on the glazed tiles and sit on the roof." Self-consciously, he removed the jug from his belt. "Take a sip against the full moon. The wine is fragrant." The white-robed male gulped. "Green ants are not particularly valuable, and elsewhere 20 taels of silver can buy a large altar, but at this time in Langya, it is extremely difficult to buy. Back half a month ago, the green ants of this Luangpu liquor store, then they were all drafted away by the Imperial Sword Sect." Seeing Chen Zhiming drinking to his heart's content, and all he could do was watch, the white-robed male couldn't help but open his mouth again. "Brother, I'm Shui Yiren of White Horse Villa. Make a friend." Chen Zhiming looked at him like he was an idiot. 200 taels a pot. No second price. Only wine bought by friends is intoxicating. The man in Shui licked his lips and said weakly, "I never pay for alcohol." Chen deceased. Chen Zhiming looked up. The man in Shui's clothes looked at Chen Zhiming in disbelief. Chen Zhiming pointed at the wine pot and said seriously, "Now that we are friends, you can send me 200 taels of silver and I'll buy you a drink." "Brother Chen, you are truly a marvelous person." The man in Shui clothes patted Chen Zhiming's shoulder and took out 2 silver tickets from his sumaru ring and handed them over. "This person of mine loves to make interesting friends in life. This is my meet and greet." Chen Zhimian took the silver ticket and pinched it with his fingers to make sure it was correct, then removed the wine jug from his waist and handed it over. smiling, "This is my meet and greet gift. Ha ha," singing to the wine. Fast. The man in Shue's clothes drank a mouthful of wine with bravado and laughed. "To be able to make a friend like Brother Chen. My man in Shue's trip has been worth it. Brother Chen, look at that tall building. There. It's the ancestral home of the Jiang clan of Luanjia. And it's heard that 10,000 years ago the sage Jiang Yuzhen was born there, and that the white tiger came with the jade to open his invincible path to sainthood. Its holy soldiers, then, are enshrined there." Chen Jiming looked up. The wooden candle that was behind his back seemed to sense where his gaze was going. It trembled slightly. Chapter 48, 3,000 Great Paths, Different Paths, Same Return. "Brother Chen, are you cold?" The man in Shue's clothes poked Chen Jiming with his finger. "Under this windy and cool moon, you're playing the pendulum?" "I'm fine." Chen Jiming's fingers gently tapped the wooden candle scabbard to quiet it down. "Brother Chen, are you here to challenge the Heavens Pride ranking as well?" The Shui clothesman's personality was jumpy, half caring about Chen Jiming's brief and concise response as he said quietly, "The Heavens Remarks ranking created by the Imperial Sword Sect and the Misty Sect in conjunction rank me at number 5. I'd have to be a little low. It's a pity that I've been here in Langya for several days, and neither Zhu Wan'er nor Jiang Huayu dare to see me." "No, Brother Chen, do you see that mountain? I can keep you company, and on the 9th of September, I'll be hiking, too. Good buddy." The man in Shue's clothes patted Chen Jiming's shoulder and moved. "But forget it, it's too dangerous. I'm afraid you won't be able to climb up. Just stopping by." Chen Jiming didn't explain too much. "Brother Chen, it's been a pleasure tonight, but it's time for you to go." The man in Shue's clothes suddenly rose, patting the dust on his body. He turned around and said, "There's going to be blood spilled here soon, not far from a restaurant." A snow-white figure stood alone on the roof of the building. The man carried a broadsword on his back. "It exudes a cold aura. Idle people, get out." When he said this, the man's gaze was firmly locked on the Shui clothesman, but the words were addressed to Chen Jiming. Chen Jiming turned a deaf ear and drank his own wine. "Oh Yang, I hope your sword skills, not like your mouth stinks." The man in Shue's clothes drew the silver spear on his back, pointing away from the man. A cold aura surged from the tip of the gun, and the entire person instantly became stern. Clang! A cold blade light and a gun main intersected. The two of them stepped on the void and exchanged several moves in an instant. Sword chi and spear on swept across the landscape. Rubble splattered everywhere. Chen Jiming reached out and gently pressed his hand in the void. Within a foot of your body, it was as if a barrier had been formed. "Keep the flying rubble out of the walls." Boom! A roar passed, centered on two people, 3 feet square. The raging air machine toppled the roof. The white horse and silver spear Shui man, who ranked 5th on the Heavens Remarks list, and the 6th-ranked Snow Mountain Saint Sun, Ouyang Shui, were on the 15th day of the 8th month, the night of the full moon. It set off the first battle of the Heavens Pride ranking. Spectator, Half-Step Void God Realm Chen Jiming, Royal Sword Sect. Saint Sun Jiang Huayu's eyes were slightly closed as he sat cross-legged inside the hidden sword pavilion. In front of his knees, an ancient long sword flowed with a morose sword intent. Suddenly, an inner disciple of the Royal Sword Sect pushed the door in and said in a low voice, "Sacred Son, just now, the man in Shui clothes fought with Ouyang Shui. The Shui clothesman picked off Ouyang Shui with 3 shots. Ouyang Shui escaped with serious injuries. Jiang Lul of the 5 Poison Sect has already chased after him." "I know." Jiang Huayu's eyes were lowered, as if he did not take this news to heart. A trace of admiration flashed in the bottom of that inner disciple's eyes as he slowly retreated. Not bad for a holy son. The wedding is approaching, but also managed to do the heart like water, immovable as a mountain. "Every day, I hone my sword in this hidden sword pavilion." After that inner disciple left, Jiang Huayu opened his eyes, where there was still a semblance of an ancient well. It's all about desire and ambition. 10 years of learning the sword. He finally comprehended the peerless sword intent half a year ago, becoming the youngest sword executioner in the entire Royal Sword Sect. He's confident. Give him another half a month. Within the Imperial Qi territory, he could already make everyone in the world lower their eyebrows. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked into an evil smile. Jiang Huayu whispered, "Man in Shue's clothes, you wanted to challenge me on the 9th day of the 9th month of the 9th month of the 9th lunar month, but it never occurred to you that I am also immensely looking forward to you coming to challenge me. There's also Li Sunggu, Chou Wuqi, you guys, all of them will become the whetstone for my ascent to the realm of transformation. Brother Chen, am I fierce?" In the remote tavern, the man in Shue's clothes wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and raised an eyebrow. The Snow Mountain sect is an ancient sect that has produced saints, and even though it has fallen away over the years, it is not to be underestimated. That Ouyang Shui is not bad for being chosen as a saint's son. His knife is dead. Chen Jiming said indifferently, "If you make a strike and then use the breaking fury, you will be able to pick him off the roof with just one shot, although it will cause a Yuan Qi backlash. It's not as bad as spitting blood. If you climb the mountain with such strength, you will definitely lose if you challenge Jiang Yuhua. Shui Yi's raised flying eyebrows froze in place. The previous battle was constantly replayed in his mind. That earlier battle started out sharp. The end was also dry. 3 shots later, his aura was at its peak. Make use of the White Horse Villa's untold secret of breaking the fury. A shot nailed Ouyang Shui to the wall. With his current realm and combat skills, there wasn't much of a problem. If you do not have a problem, then the problem is with your opponent. After a long silence, he asked, "Is Zhang Huayu really that strong?" 6 years ago he had already touched the threshold of sword intent. Now 6 years have passed. Even if he is a pig, it's time to crash that door. 2. What you're facing is a sword cultivator who has mastered sword intent. Chen Ximing said indifferently. If you want to nail him to the wall, you have to at least comprehend the intent of the spear. The White Horse Mountain Villa's breaking fury goes the way of the violent and ferocious. You just have to realize it through. It's just a matter of comprehending the meaning of the gun. Gun will, the Shuerobed man muttered, and a moment later jumped up and hugged Chen Ximing fiercely. Brother Chen, I probably get it. I'm going to go into seclusion, and I'll look for you for a drink on September 9th. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, following the battle between the man in Shui's clothes and Ouyang Shui. Like a gust of wind had been set off. Throughout the entire Luanjia County city, cultivators standing on the roofs of buildings and dueling could be seen everywhere. Till later, whenever they saw a person standing on the roof of a building, everyone reflexively slipped out of the inn first, then craned his neck and waited. Those innkeepers weren't annoyed. Even expect them to play as hard as they can. After all, the cultivators never lacked those 3 melons and 2 dates, and the damage fee compensated for a fight was enough to allow them to build a new building. Every duel, Chen Ximing also stood in the crowd. There are 3,000 great roads, but they all lead to the same place. He dragged the sword intent of the heaven-opening sword of Shu Qingho and the 3,000 sword cultivators into his Qi, and although he had glimpsed the essence of the sword Dao, there was no way to master it. On the one hand, it was because his own realm was too low. On the other hand, there is a lack of swordsmanship. Jiangya has been withering away for 6 years. He had long since parsed the essence of the sword intent of the 3,000 sword cultivators. It could be said that there was already no one in the world who knew more about the way of the sword than him. Trying to patch up the sword path, he could only find another way to parse the 3,000 paths. This day, he stood in the crowd and looked up at the 2 cultivators dueling in the sky. It was the 36th and 39th ranked roadies fighting to the death over inexplicable names. It's basically a rookery. Seeing nothing nutritious, he was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fall on him, turned back, just in time to catch a glimpse of Zhang Yan, who had 10 taels of silver to fellowship with, heading out of the crowd. 10 short days. The soft young lady who was there has become dusty. The maidservant Zhong Yun and many guards are nowhere to be seen. Chapter 49, Heaven is clear, but not clear. MS. Zhong, don't you want to see my master? Where is this going? Streets. 2 slaves wearing Zhang's clothing blocked Zhong Yan's way. Slutty language. One of the slaves with a black mole on his brow even put his hand around her waist. Please get out of the way. Zhong Yan's face paled. Reach out and smack that disgusting paw away. I am a member of the Zhong family of Hushi County, a citizen of the Great Tang, not a slave of your Zheng family. If you guys stop me again, I'll report it to the police at once. Report to the police? The 2 evil servants looked at each other and immediately laughed with mockery on their faces. It was like hearing the best joke in the world. Go ahead and sue. And if you don't know the way, my lord can take you there. I'd like to see it. In this Langya territory, what ungrateful man dares to take your pleadings? Hear his words. The garrison guards on the street who were originally maintaining order in the city don't look away. Even more so, actually trotted to the evil slave side of the small-minded flattery. Face piled up disgusting smile, but more like a slave than these 2 slaves. Chancellor's concierge, worldly slave, palace chamberlain. They are lowly though, but it is a being that can pass through the heavens. How's it going, little lady? Going to sue? Be a good boy and come with us. Being able to be a serving maid by the young lady's side is a creation that many people would not be able to ask for. So don't you dare refuse to do it with a toast and take the penalty. Boundless despair welled up on Zhong Yan's face. She had thought that Luanjia Zhong's even more overbearing. Near the wedding date will always cherish the feathers have some scruples. But what she didn't expect was this. Even after offering 80% of the family fortune, Jiang still refused to let her go. And even her body, she wanted to claim it as well. Shaughnessy stood in the crowd, listening to the cacophony of voices in her ears. She looked up at the blackened sky and said nothing. By now the battle over there had come to a close. The crowd came in like a tidal wave, surrounding her and the 2 evil servants. There was a flurry of inquiries to those who had come first about what had happened. When I heard the bystanders tell the story in graphic detail that Zhong Yan was actually going to sue the Zheng family in Langya, I and that he was going to sue the Jiang family in Langya. Uncharacteristically, he gave a look like an idiot. Zhong Yan looked around at the numb masses, his heart ashen. Wipe the tears from the corners of your eyes. She pointed to the tall building and cried out forlornly. What are you laughing at? What did my Zhong family do wrong? Just because my brother's fiancée is pretty. Just because that Juan heir looks at my brother's fiancée. And then, in defiance of the law, they took her captive to serve her so-called holy son? Just because my brother doesn't agree. He instructed the Jiang family's servants to take away my family's property, hurt my father and brother, taking my sister-in-law captive. I'm a woman who has traveled thousands of miles just to beg him to be open to Kang's net. Is it wrong? Zhong Yan's pale fingers pointed remotely at the Jiang clan's ancestral home, hissing an accusation of what the Jiang clan had done. She didn't expect anyone to stand up for her. It is not even extravagant to expect that people who have long been oppressed to the point of numbness under Kang's lechery will be outraged. She just asked for justice and couldn't get it. It's just a death wish. No one responded to her, just the crowd fading into silence. Even the most numb person. You can't help but get palpitations when you hear that. Zhong Yan is a woman, and no cultivation in place. Compared to that behemoth Luanjia Jiang clan and the Netherworld sect, they were barely even ants. They don't even bother to show up in person. Only dispatching 2 slaves had already forced Zhong Yan to be bent on death. Ha! Zhong Yan's eyes were scarlet as he hissed. The Langya Jiang clan, a family of saints, misty immortal sect, leader of the righteous. What did they do? They killed my guards, raped my maidservant, forced me to give in, and made me kneel before that and bow down as a slave. Divine justice is clear, shall not be notified. You all think it's right, but I don't. I, Zhong Yan, hereby swear to heaven, if you die today, do not enter the cycle of reincarnation, falling forever into the Naiad, using the soul of a living person as a matchmaker. He cursed the Jiang clan's path to be cut off, and the men to be slaves and the women to be prostitutes for the rest of their lives. Curse Xuan heir for being a maidservant for the rest of her life. Boom! It was as if the heavens had heard her vow. A thunderclap exploded in the oppressive sky. The crowd of spectators scattered like birds and beasts for fear of spilling blood. These words, it's a sin to even hear it. The 2 evil slaves, on the other hand, looked at Zhong Yan coldly. Those words didn't send half a ripple through their hearts. They've heard enough over the years, the straw that died at their hands. Every dying person puts on a show like this. Just what's the point? No matter how things change in the world, how dynasties change, Langya Jiang, still the Langya Jiang clan. It's a shame about the face. The evil slave with a black mole on his brow scat inside. If this little lady had a chance to serve her master earlier, after she said those treacherous words, he has already cut himself off. After all, saints are not to be insulted. The crowd dispersed. Chen Zhiming, who was mixed in with the crowd, instantly stood out. Scattered raindrops slapped against the lapis lazuli. He was holding an umbrella, standing still in the middle of the road. You said goodbye to me that day outside the city so you wouldn't get me involved? No. Zhong Yan reddened her eyes and said in a cold voice, you've been too self-centered. Chen Zhiming laughed. To himself, he said, leaving the 2 guard uniforms behind. Are you afraid I'll be killed by the guards at the city gates? What are you doing? The 2 evil servants looked at Chen Zhiming mockingly. Are you going to accompany her as a pair of bitter lovebirds? Noisy. Chen Zhimian frowned slightly, his palm tugging casually toward the void. 2 drops of rainwater cut through the void like sharp arrows. Snort! The 2 evil slaves' bodies instantly stiffened. Unbelievably, he looked at Chen Zhiming. At the center of their brows, each has a black hole the size of a fingertip, slowly oozing blood. Chen Zhiming walked through the middle of the 2 evil servants, holding an umbrella. She walked over to Zhong Yan and asked seriously, do you like me? Zhong Yan looked at Chen Zhiming in a daze. She thought he didn't know anything, but it turns out he knows everything. Since entering the city, a few short days, she experienced darkness like she had never experienced before. The guards were casually pinched to death by Zhang's family, and even the handmaiden Zhong Yun, who was like a brother to her, was humiliated in front of her and killed herself in anger. At this point in her life, long ago, I was already as good as dead. If there is still a trace of nostalgia, it is when I think of that sickly scholar. After leaving the inn, she stumbled to the most crowded area, and just to see the scribe again, saw it, and it's okay to die. Reaching out to slowly touch Chen Zhimian's face, Zhong Yan's miserable face pulled up a smile. You know what? You're really good looking. Too bad. I can't see. Talking is talking. Don't move your hands. Chen Zhimin muttered in disgust, but did not push Zhong Yan's hand away, letting her cold palms rest on her face. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The patrolling garrison surrounded the 2 men. Park swords were sheathed as much as they could be. Fear and excitement mingled under his eyes. How many years? This Luanjia County. I don't know how many years I haven't seen a maniac who has the guts to look like this. The pair. It's no longer human at this point. Rather, It's a stepping stone for them to level the playing field and get to the top. It's just a shame. This stepping stone is a bit chunky. Chapter 50. Whoever crosses this line dies. Who is clamoring here? On the street, another Jiang slave stepped forward. At this time, the heavy rain was flourishing, but it did not wet his clothes half a bit. When you see them, you'll see them. The eyes of the patrol garrison commander suddenly lit up as he trotted forward and whispered, Mr. Jiang Bei, this woman's demonic words are insulting Jiang. That scholar was even more audacious, killing innocents in broad daylight. The last general has captured both of them, just waiting for your orders. Thank you Commander Jiang. The old slave will report this matter in front of the young master, Jiang Bei said with a smirk. To the end, he did not even look at the commander. Miss Xiong, to be able to serve the young lady is a blessing you've cultivated over several lifetimes, and you left without saying goodbye. Why bother? Jiang Bei's eyes lowered, coldly said, the Jiang family, even if it is just a dog, it is not a casual kill. You are killing yourself. As for this little brother, have you thought about how you're going to die? Chen Shiming glanced at this old thing somewhat greasily, a casual tug in the void. Another drop of rain swept across the void. It flew towards Jiang Bei like an arrow. Jiang Bei's face suddenly changed drastically. Like a large bird, it flew backward, rolling up the rain in the sky to form a wall of water, trying to fend off this seemingly random strike. However, he was careless after all. Put! He was struck like a blow, and his whole body smashed on the lapis lazuli like a broken doll. Its brow, a small dark hole, gurgling blood. You, not, Miku. After all, Jiang Bei is a cultivator of the perfect Qi realm. Under Chen Jiming's casual wave, actually did not immediately die. Wow! The people watching from afar were dumbfounded. Although Jiang Bei was only at the royal Qi realm, he could be considered unrecognizable in Langya County. As Saint Jiangzi's cultivation grew higher and higher, his reputation grew louder and louder. The slaves who followed him naturally grew in status. As the earliest group of slaves to follow Jiang Huayu, Jiang Bei's status was naturally self-evident. He was even given the name Kong, which represents a supreme honor. And now, Ginger don't die, killed by a drop of water randomly yanked down by this soft scholar. The garrison commander smiled awkwardly. What's that? The last general suddenly remembered that there's something going on at home. Be my guest. Chen Shiming didn't kill him. Picking Zhong Yan up in his arms, he slowly walked towards the outside of the city. Just as he was about to step outside the city, a silhouette scurried out of the crowd. The man's footsteps were strange, throwing out countless silver needles between runs. Actually sneak attacked from behind. Chen Shiming's footsteps did not stop and his fingers lightly clasped. Under a dreary curtain of rain, a brilliant sword light flashed. The sword light sliced through the rain, leaving a chasm of sword intent on the green stone slab. Whoever crosses this line, dies. And the figure, as the sword light swept by, the body had silently shattered into two halves. Wow! Everyone took several steps back in unison. The garrison commander and the city guards on patrol were even more warlike. This scribe, it was actually a sword cultivator. It wasn't until Chen Jiming disappeared into the streets that all of them dared to gasp aloud. My lord, are we just going to let him go? Ginger don't die at the hands of that man. If the saint's son blames it, we are afraid that we can't explain. Well, the vice commander of the garrison looked at the chasm with palpitating fear, backed up by a sense of concern. Which do you choose, to die now or to die tomorrow? Commander Zhang wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead trembling. The vice commander hesitated for a moment. If I have a choice, I want to choose immortality. Good thinking you. The commander sighed and whispered, if you want to live, don't go and do anything. Pointing to the dark figure broken in half on the floor, the garrison commander lamented. Do you know who is lying on the ground? Ghost Sect's true heritage, Yang Beam, who was ranked 11th on the Heaven's Remarks list. Since he had entered the city, there had been no less than a palmful of Heaven's Pride ranking geniuses who had died at his hands. Hard from ranking 29th, killed it in 11th place, but he's in the middle of a sneak attack. He couldn't even block that man's sword. What kind of being do you think that person is? I'm afraid that even the Holy Sun. 3 slaves died in the Kong family. To the saintly family with unfathomable depths, it was not much different from the death of 2 mole crickets, but even if they are as cheap as ants, it's also the griffin of the Jiang family. It doesn't matter if an ant dies, but hurting the master's face is an unforgivable sin. In a separate court of the Jiang clan manor, Jiang Huayu's own mother, Bai, sat on a peach blossom chair, a snow-white civet cat in her arms, and said carelessly, Lord Zhang, I heard you were there? Back to the 7th lady. The last general was indeed present. Commander Zhang said in a deep voice, at that time, I led my brothers to maintain order, and when I arrived at the scene, I happened to see that the evil thief struck out to commit murder, making a move to fly out of the sky and yanking a transparent sharp blade out of thin air to sneak attack. Seriously injured Mr. Kong Bei. It's too late for the endgame to try to rescue them. Is that so? The corner of Bai's mouth hooked up into a demonic smile. It doesn't matter if Jiang Bei is dead or not. It's just that scholar dared to kill my man in Langya. That's just asking for trouble. The seventh lady is absolutely right. Commander Zhang quietly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with a straight face, that crazy thief dared to violate the prohibition by using martial arts. The last general has already reported to the county governor and mobilized the entire city guards to go out to the city to arrest the murderer. I think we'll be able to catch that maniac in less than 2 days. I want it alive. Bai softly said, that girl, I like her very much. I want her to live and watch her beloved little groom die in front of her eyes. When she finished she waved slightly. Immediately 2 swordsmen came out of the corner. Heir. You will follow Lord Zhang from today, driven by him. Bring back those 2 little ones. Yes, ma'am. Commander Zhang grinned at the 2 swordsmen, wanting to cry. Naya. 2 void transformation realm sword cultivators followed them around. I'm not the one who made you do it. This is killing me. Have you heard? 3 slaves died in the Zhang family, and the county governor was furious. 300 garrison guards were mobilized to go out of the city to search for the murderer. It's already killing blood outside the city. In a remote restaurant in the west of Langya city, after a few drinks, the diners began to whisper about the most talked about topic in town lately. I know about this. I was there. A sharp-tongued one coughed softly. When the neighboring diners had his attention, he took a sip from his glass and said in his and its indifferent tone, it's a thing. I'm kind of a witness. 3 days ago, it was a thunderstorm afternoon. A scholar in the crowd carries a wooden sword on his back and sees the color and wants to abduct Zhang's maidservant. It happened that a slave of the Zhang family was passing by. Then he spoke out. Whoever thought that guy was born with red lips and white teeth? But he is a shameless man. A word out to kill 2 slaves. Another sneak attack, seriously injuring Kong Bei, who came to investigate. It caused Ginger to be shocked. The garrison commander knelt in front of Zhang's courtyard overnight to ask for forgiveness. Zhang sent out 2 void transformation realm sword cultivators to assist the garrison commander in chasing the murderer. Unexpectedly, that scholar was extremely murderous, going so far as to massacre civilians outside the city, killing to feed the sword, and now carrying nearly 1,000 lives on his back. So that's it, he deserves to die. The diners were outraged. The scribes were rebuked. Another person asked, with 2 void transformation realm sword cultivators out there, I'm sure that guy has already been put to death, right? Who knows? The man with the shark mouth and monkey cheeks laughed, but I bet he will never live past September 9th. Chapter 51, Mountain Rain has come. Wind blows all over the building. Corner. The man in Shue's clothes drained his glass, stepping in front of the sharp-tongued man. Not a word to look at him. At this point, the man in Shue's clothes was permeated with an inexplicable fury. It was as if he stood there as an indestructible gun. This warrior, you, the man stumbled and asked, you were there? The man in the suit asked, right, I'll give you a breath to think about it. The man in Shue's clothes said faintly. The man's heart trembled as he looked at the face like a crown prince. He sensed that if he lied again, he would more than likely be little. I also heard it from Butcher Wang. Where is Wang Butcher's house? Point a direction. Knowing from the man the stall of the Wang Butcher, the man in Shue's clothes leaped up and went straight across the street like a long spear. Butcher Wang told him another version and then pointed to the address of Taylor Lee's house. The version that came out of Taylor Lee's mouth was slightly different again. In the end, he pointed in the direction of the garrison commander's house. Commander Zhang Debiao was recently homesick. 2 days ago, the seventh lady deployed 2 void transformation realm sword cultivators to him, almost escorting him out of the city. Though in his heart he was a million times more reluctant. But the Zhang family is too powerful. I had to go hard to find the scholar. When at a Taoist temple outside the city, he saw a red line drawn by that scholar outside the door. He didn't half hesitate, dodged back behind the crowd. Then he saw a sword flash. Those 2 pushy void transformation realm sword cultivators didn't even have time to draw their swords. The head then fell to the ground. There were a dozen other garrisons, and they were like ripe watermelons. And anyone who stood within that red line of heads are scrambling and gurgling down. Since that day, he then became very ill, never left town again. Hearing the Schwer-robed man's coming, Zhang Debiao's forehead instantly crawled with cold sweat. He spat out everything he had seen and heard. Listen to the story. The man in Shue's clothes laughed. Brother Chen really isn't an ordinary person. Yeah, I should have realized that a long time ago. How can an ordinary person have the insight that Brother Chen has? 1 sword to kill Yang Beam. Another sword kills 2 void transformation realm sword cultivators. I'm afraid he's not far off even if he's not a void god realm big shot. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the gloom. Grand Elder, can you find a way to save him? In the shadows, the White Horse Mountain Villa's Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Are you sure he's around 20-something years old? Not an old monster? Of course not. The man in Shue's clothes lamented. The old monster won't drink with me. nor will he draw his sword for a woman he met in passing. Today we know, there is a world outside of man. A character like Brother Chen. Until then, it was surprising that there was no half-reputation in the Jianghu. Looking at it this way, that Heaven's Pride ranking created by the Imperial Sword Sect and the Misty Sect was nothing more than a sitting duck. It wouldn't matter about the rankings. The Grand Elder nodded approvingly and said in a deep voice, if he isn't an old monster, a sword cultivator less than 30 years old who is at least in the realm of transformation of the void, rather worth the risk. You're wrong, the Schweroged man said with a straight face. I asked you to make a move to save Brother Chen, not because he has a promising future, rather, because he is my friend. Outside Luanjia City, Chen Jiming stood on a cliff overlooking the densely packed search party below the mountain. There was no semblance of a ripple in his eyes. These people must be prepared to die if they want to use his head as a promotion. Since leaving town, more than 100 people have died under his sword. Many martial artists had not even touched the sense of qi, and after being slightly seduced by someone with a heart, they wailed and fantasized about reaching heaven in one step. There's no such thing as a bargain in this world. Do you regret it? Zhang Yan stood beside him and asked in a low voice. In the past few days, she had followed Chen Jiming around, and her already weak body had gotten weaker and weaker. She almost floated away when the wind blew off this cliff. Sooner or later, I will tear my face off with the Langyajiang clan. It's just bringing it all forward. You don't have to be psychotic. Chen Jimian put a red cloak on Zhong Yan and asked, what are your future plans? Zhong Yan's face climbed up a faint blush, looked at Chen Jiming and said seriously, if by any chance I survive, I would like to follow you, whether it's to wander the world or to return to the mountains and forests. Where you go, I go. It was a great misfortune. Zhong Yan at this time, in addition to her face remaining the same, her nature was already very different from the gentle rich lady of the earlier days. She could never have said such a thing half a month ago. You wish. After a long period of silence, 4 words coldly popped out of Chen Jiming's mouth. With that, he leapt up. The whole person swept towards the bottom of the cliff like a rock. Quick, the pair of dogs are here. Under the cliffs, a burst of noisy and boisterous voices rang out, and the crowd surged towards Chen Jimin like a tidal wave. Brothers, side by side, capture Chen deceased alive and we'll change our names together. Capture Chen deceased alive and you can join the Jiang family name. The riches of the world are at hand. Come with me. Kill. The practitioners who were red-eyed by riches and wealth were desperate to pounce on Chen Jimin. Chen Jiming's fingers lightly clasped. A mortal iron sword on the ground flew into his hand. He carried the sacred soldier wooden candle on his back and held the mortal iron sword. Wherever it passes, a head fell. Zhong Yan stared blankly at the tragic scene below the mountain and muttered, in this life, I'm counting on you. If I have to die, I'll die with you. TSK, TSK, it's true that women only affect the speed of drawing a sword. The cliffs. Old Li, who was shaped like a withered man, swung his feet around and sked. A swordsman with unrivaled swordsmanship, in just 3 days, has become like a butcher and can only be considered a swordsmith. Yo, he's spitting blood. Click one's tongue. Pity. Forcing out the sword would only cause his chi sea sword chi to riot. It is that the 4-legged snake packs sword combing. The sea of chi is afraid of 1,000 holes. Lu, the scourge of the redheads. Mr. Li Sr., not bothering to wonder why old Li too could appear out of nowhere. Zhong Yan scrambled down on the edge of the cliff to look down. It's just that the cliff is more than 300 feet above the ground. Where could she see clearly as an ordinary person? All that could be seen was a jumble of swordlights and bouts of wailing at the bottom of the mountain. Holding a small knife, Zhong Yan slowly retracted his gaze. Old Mr. Li, if he dies, please say something. Ha, the girl child isn't begging for my hand? Old Li gave Zhong Yan a surprised look. Will you make a move? Zhong Yan looked at Old Li and said seriously, if you are willing to make a move, I will save him without asking you. If you don't want to, it's useless for me to beg. If he dies, I go with him. He hasn't opened his mouth. Old man can't make a move. Old Li sked inside, squinting at Zhong Yan. Besides, he doesn't need me to save him. He really pushed him to the edge. Not to mention these straw men at the bottom of the mountain. Even if the entire Luanjia county was tied together there wouldn't be enough people for him to kill. But he won't survive himself is all. Zhong Yan looked at the bottom of the cliff with red eyes. There's already a death wish. It's not that the old man won't save him. It's just that we have an agreement. Without his permission, the old man can't make a move, and that kid can only be blamed for his own death. Lao Li moved aside, away from Zhong Yan. Suddenly, he looked down the mountain again and Jia laughed. Yo, hit the north side and there came a backwoodsman with a sword. It was actually the Void God realm. Beating the west another waste with a sword. Actually is also the Void God realm. Oh, interjection indicating slight surprise. That sneaky one hiding in the shadows was actually an old Tong Shin waste. Sheesh, Chen Kid is dead now. Chapter 52, my last name is Chen. Plain and simple Chen. Under the cliffs, Chen Zhimian wiped the sticky blood off the blade of his sword on a headless corpse. In front of him, the bodies have long been piled high. When he held his sword in his hand, no one could come within a foot of him. Sound battle to this point. At this point, the only people still standing were almost exclusively cultivators. Even the practitioners, looking at the corpses all over the ground, was not without fear. The 4 Qi royalty realm cultivators held their stranger swords across their chests and tremblingly surrounded Chen Zhiming. Even at this point, this murderous maniac was already pale and bleeding from his 7 orifices, as if they were going to die the next moment. They still dare not take it lightly. This Chan stood out. With mountains of corpses piled high, it proved to them one thing: whether it was the royal Qi realm or the void transformation realm, no one was able to resist one of his swords. Just appear a foot in front of him. Where the sword light goes, no one leaves alive. He's no longer able to kill him. Hurry! A middle-aged cultivator stood in the distance and shouted. He is a void transformation realm cultivator. Langia County guard duty. In Langia County is already in a high position. He volunteered to lead the team to come and round up Chen Zhiming. I would have thought I could have used the credit to go to the next level. I didn't expect to meet you. Chen Zhimian's horrifying killing power of wielding his sword like reaping grass made him unable to regenerate half of his ambition and only dared to hide in the distance and give orders. This sword, it's a little dull again. Chen Zhiming looked at the 4 Qi realm cultivators who had surrounded him with a smirk. At most, we can only hope for more heads. You guys, who will die first? The 4 royal Qi realm swordsmen trembled at their feet. They no longer had the courage to draw their swords in the face of this shaky swordsman who couldn't even stand. What are you afraid of? The middle-aged cultivator urged. Flying Yellow is just around the corner. Kill him. Hurry! The 4 men looked at each other. The stranger's sword across his chest simultaneously erupted with a brilliant blade that slashed at Chen Zhiming. They flew right behind them. A flying step is just around the corner. The fight is here and they don't want to miss it. Buzz! Chen Zhimian's arm shook, and the sword, which had long been covered in cracks, turned into 8 fragments. 4 of them shattered the blade awnings. The other 4, on the other hand, shot toward them. The 4 people who had come flying at him trembled violently in the air, falling to the ground. Its brow. The 4 sections of broken sword fragments were emitting buzzing cicadas. Waste. The middle-aged cultivator glanced fearfully at Chen Zhiming and shouted shrilly. You guys go on. Kill him quickly. He doesn't have a sword anymore. Who killed him? This official transfers him to the sheriff's office and becomes the sheriff's office provider. Feats and yuan stones are at your disposal. No one dared to come forward. The ones with courage have been turned into corpses. Those who are still alive at this point either don't have enough guts or want to be that last yellow bird. The praying mantis in front of me was dying though, but still has a sharp sight. They don't want to try with their lives. Chen Zhimian swept his gaze over the crowd, and with difficulty bent down to pick up the stranger's sword, pestling it on the ground like a walking stick. Killing to this point. The swords here have all been used up by him. Seeing Chen Zhiming pick up his sword, the practitioners who were already in retreat violently took several steps back. Chen Zhiming put his sword on the ground and looked around without saying a word. A single void transformation realm sword cultivator killed your guts. I'm in Langia. Are they all drunkards? North side of the cliff. A man in a brocade robe stepped into the air. He had an ancient sword hanging from his waist. The scabbard was engraved with a sword-like Zheng character. When the middle-aged cultivator saw the visitor, his face was instantly delighted. Walking out from behind a large tree, he bowed and said, Shen Yong, the duty guard under the Luanjia County Guard. Meet Elder Jiang. The visitor nodded faintly. Condescendingly, he looked at Chen Zhiming. You are Chen deity? I, Jiang Huasheng, an elder of the Royal Sword Sex Law Enforcement Hall, a void god realm sword cultivator. Today, grant you death. Ahem. Chen Zhimian coughed lightly, wiping away the blood he coughed out from the corner of his mouth, and said with a slight sense of mockery, What? Are you thinking that you have the courage to face my sword head-on now? Watching it for so long. Is it because I don't have a sword in my hand? Or do you think I can't lift it? Seek death. Zhang Huasheng's eyes were lowered and his slender palm slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. Visions. A crisp sword sound rang out. The ancient sword is sheathed. The sword chi shattered the air and swept towards Chen Zhiming with supreme killing intent. Meet the sword light. A hint of disappointment flashed under Chen Zhiming's eyes. This sword chi, it's too cheesy. Boom. The sword chi instantly drowned Chen Zhiming. Zhang Huasheng withdrew his sword back into its sheath without looking at the outcome of the battle, just lowered his eyes and coldly commanded, Clean up this garbage. Don't miss the Holy Sun's pleasure. Elder Jiang. Shen Yong pointed at the pile of corpses, his voice trembling slightly. That person is not dead. Zhang Huasheng let out a light eep and looked back to where the sword had fallen earlier. Only there, the mountain of corpses had been churned to pieces by the sword chi, and blood and broken flesh floated in the air like it was raining blood. In that rain of blood, Chen Zhiming was bleeding from his 7 orifices as he held the stranger's sword in his pestle. but it's still standing straight up. There's even a damn sneer on his face. Above the cliff, the corners of Old Lee's dry mouth were set far apart. Not very happy. That moment earlier, he asked Chen Jiming if he needed to make a move by sending a voice message from 1,000 miles away. I thought I would finally get my first sword after coming out of the mountain, but I didn't expect to be rejected. And the kid who doesn't want to die. He actually dared to drive that four-legged snake to drag sword chi into the sea when the sea of chi in his body was leaking in all directions. Pervert. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Mother asterisk 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 The old man is considered completely convinced. I've never seen anyone so hard on themselves. Which hidden holy land are you a disciple of? John Watson gripped the hilt of his sword. His face sank slightly. That sword just now. He seemed to have struck it casually, but in fact, he had already poured out all his strength. But this young man in front of me, he was actually able to receive this sword with his half-mutilated body. There could not be such a demonic existence in the Jianghu. As a member of the Kong family's side clan, John Watson climbed up the sword path. It took over 100 years to step into the void god realm. Sword Dao attainments are not mediocre. He's sure, even Jiang Huayu, who was known as a saint hopeful, could not possibly reach the heights of this young man, unless a holy land with a continuous legacy or a direct descendant of the emperor clan had this possibility. Are you Taoist sect Zhao Wuji, or a descendant of the Ji family? Chen Ximing mortared his stranger's sword and mocked. My surname is Chen, the mediocre Chen, and my ancestors have not produced any saints or great emperors, much less a divine body. Your Jiang clan is based on bloodline in terms of cultivation, guarding the bloodline of the saints from 10,000 years ago to languish, but never thought about it. The Taishu emperor back then, the desolate ancient emperor, and even the sword Saint Shu Qinho from 500 years ago, none of them rose to prominence in a microcosm. Push across the unrivaled with the qualifications of a mortal body. Shocking. Suppressing countless so-called emperors' sons and holy sons, even the Son of God. Killing the Forbidden Zone is so chilling that it does not dare to take half a step beyond the Great Wall of the human race. Are the people of today necessarily inferior to the ancients? Zhang Huaxing's eyes narrowed slightly. The reasoning is understood. But with the talent of a mortal body wanting to push across the world of the current invincible, it's hard as hell. The Great Wasteland has been under the sky for hundreds of thousands of years. It was only the two of them, the Taishu Emperor and the desolate ancient emperor, who had come out. But none of that matters. Since this demon has no background or power, then we'll just have to. Please go to hell. Chapter 53, Entry of the Legation into the City. That little piece of trash is going to strike. On the cliff, Lali swung his feet and picked up a dead branch from the ground. As long as Chen Jiming opens his golden mouth, he'll have this garbage cleared off the bottom of the hill in no time. Complete the first kill. At this point, everyone was waiting for Watson to use his sword. Jiang Hua's Yuan Qi tumbled within his sea of anger, and his majestic Yuan Qi was injected into the ancient sword. This young man is too demonic. The consequences of letting him grow are unimaginable. This sword, he's going to give it his all. Visions, a brilliant sword light lit up, and under his Yuan Qi enhancement, tens of feet long sword Qi descended from the sky. Boom! Sword Qi poured out like a waterfall. Open your mouth. Old Li leaped forward, his ears vaguely already hearing Chen Jiming's voice transmission. Just as he was about to strike, an ink-colored spear broke through the air. The lance is like a dragon, wrapped in a vast black cloud, like 1,000 armies rushing in. Boom! Sword Qi and the gunwale met, as if thunder exploded under the cliff, and the waves of air that rolled up even drowned the place where Chen Jiming stood. Go! In his haste, Chen Jiming heard an old voice coming from his ears. He looked quizzically at the man shrouded in black robes. Too late to resist, was carried on the shoulders of the person who came, and ran away in a puff of smoke for an unknown distance. In midair, Zhang Huaxing's face turned pale as a stream of blood spat out of his mouth. That shot from earlier came with great force. The agitation of Yuan Qi had hit him hard in an instant. He could only watch as the two shadows slipped out from under his nose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He suppressed the churning blood and looked up at the cliff above, wanting to catch that lowly servant girl, but he realized that Zhong Yan's figure was long gone from the cliff. You're saying that Chen deity is only in his 20s and is already a void transformation realm sword cultivator? Within the city of Langya, the Zhang clan's ancestral home, Zhang Huaxing's face was grim as he told what happened under the cliff today. On the throne of the family head that represented supreme authority, the family head, Zhang Daoyang, lightly eeped. Are you sure he's only in his 20s? There are no traces of time left under his eyes. He should be a young man without a doubt. Zhang Huaxing said in a deep voice. Uncle, if this person is not removed, he will become a great danger. Not a member of the Dao sect, nor a direct descendant of the hidden Holy Land or the Imperial clan. Zhang Daoyang's fingers lightly knocked on the seat and mused. It's just kids being naughty and playing around, but it actually hooked such a big fish. In the midst of the grass, no such demons are allowed. Buster, you go yourself. If a demon is born, there will be a chance. Make sure you pull out the secrets from that kid. Consider it a congratulatory gift to my son from me, a father. Jiang Laobao nodded and hesitantly said, that white tiger girl hasn't come back so far. Should we send her a message? No, Jiang Daoyang said indifferently. She blamed me for letting Lao San die outside the city back then, but she never thought that I was responsible for the rise and fall of the entire family. So how could I act rashly in everything? Hua Yu's wedding. She can come if she wants to. If you don't want to come, there's no point in coming back. Ugh, Ginger Buster sighed. When the third brother, how amazing talent, to the body of the commoner son rose to the end of the microscopic, all the way to sing to become the family head of the most powerful competitor. How could I have expected to fly off the handle? Nailed to the wall with a sword in front of the Langya Jiang clan by a traveling direct descendant of the imperial clan, died of humiliation. Since then, the bones of the Jiang family, 4-1, have gone soft. Nowadays there was no longer even room for a descendant of a reckless origin. Thinking about the flying sword message that Jiang Baihu had sent privately, Old 8 stopped slightly, hesitating for a moment before finally not speaking of that possibility. Straight out of the gate, outside the city of Langya County, 12 imperial guards clad in armor and with stranger swords hanging from their waists rode on the foreign beasts and lined up in front, wearing golden masks on their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes. Behind the imperial guards, 5 snow-white steeds pulled the imperial carriage in a line, both sides of the car driver. There were 8 officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies dressed in green robes, holding a jade maypole in their hands as they walked in an arch. The car is on the driver's side. The accompanying eunuch, Gao Li Shi, held the reins, holding a long golden whip in his hand. Face expressionless, he looked away in the direction of Langya City. It took more than 2 months, with thousands of miles of foot travel in the day. The delegation that departed from Chang'an City to observe the ceremony finally arrived at Langya on the 8th day of the 9th month. Inside the car drive, Chen Jian was half lying on a mattress cushion, leisurely eating wild fruits with Chen Jidong. Eunuch Gao, how come the Langya Jiang clan and the Netherworld sect don't know that the envoys have arrived? Why did no one come to greet them? Seeing that the carriages were stationed outside the city, Chen Jian picked up a milky white fruit and threw it into his mouth, saying vaguely, maybe it's on the way. Gao Li Shi said expressionlessly, besides, the mission's whereabouts are erratic. It's normal that they don't know that we entered the city today. So it is, Chen Jian said lightly. But even the Luanjia Jiang clan and the Misty sect didn't know about something as big as the envoy's entry into the city, so it seems that they didn't put the Great Tang in their eyes, and didn't put His Majesty in their eyes. The corners of Goliath's mouth twitched. His face was expressionless, but his heart was secretly happy. Here it comes. What your highness said is not wrong. This guy is really a straw man. He actually presumed to eyeball Jiang within Langya's territory. No need to push yourself at all. Croon, we'll see how you die. My lord. Why don't we go into the city and press for it? Langya County City is in front of us. Gao Li Shi has almost been unable to resist the desire to quickly see this waste of idiots and Jiang against, breaking the sky to open the mouth to solicit. That won't be necessary. Chen Jian looked at Gao Li Shi with a smile on his face and spoke. We'll just go straight into the city. It's not like we don't have a place to stay. Lord Sun, I'm here. Inform the others that we are entering the city immediately. Yes, sir, Sun Tong answered, turned his horse around and ran toward the back of the carriage, shouting loudly as he ran. Lord Angel has ordered the legation to enter the city. As his words fell, after the car drive, a great group of ragged stragglers stood up, numbly followed the car behind the car toward Langya County. At the city gates, Zhang Dibiao, the garrison commander who had managed to recover from a serious illness, looked at the crowd of people coming in black, and the corners of his eyes trembled madly. Thieving mother ********. Weren't all the stragglers deported 300 miles away? How come they're all together? To be recognized in the forefront of the royal guards and angels honor guards, but also the bottom of the heart screamed, woe is me, my life is over. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Dibiao shed his scarlet cloak, twisted his feet, and instantly retreated behind the garrison, eyes gurgling, when he saw the commander and former old subordinate Li Erdog, who came to change shifts in the distance with great vigor. His eyes instantly emitted a look of surprise called a return to life from the brink of extinction, almost on the verge of thanking his 8 grandparents. Commander Li, quickly, my old illness has returned. I can't hold on much longer. General, Li Erdog greeted him, a hint of disdain flashing at the corner of his mouth. This old thing's body was too weak. In just half a month, he had gotten sick several times. Then the position of garrison chief will not be within the reach of this general? General, go and rest. The last general will just guard for you. Li Erdog growled loudly and rather deliberately, to be turned back. Where else is Zhang Dibiao? Hey, this old piker, running faster than a rabbit. Picking up the armor for a moment, Li Erdog walked out of the tunnel in a spirited manner. just stepped out of the city gates. A lazy voice came from the ear. This Luangjia county guard Jiang Daoma is not to rebel? Chapter 54, Who are the displaced persons? Is this man crazy? Li Ergo glared angrily in the direction of the voice and rebuked. Where did the madman come from? How dare he insult my county governor like this? Men, take down this maniac and behead him. To be able to become a commander, in addition to his excellent licking skills, the most important thing is that Li Ergo has good luck on seniority and training. He was not considered a top-notch captain in the many garrisons, having reached the age of 60, and so far he had only managed to enter the threshold of the royal Qi realm, nay those who pulled out of the hat, except for Zhang Debiao, basically lined up to receive a boxed lunch. It was only then that the position of vice-commander of this garrison fell from the sky onto his head. This led him to be a bit weak in his spiritedness, fearing when he would become a squad leader patrolling the streets of the city again. This state of mind, he was naturally loyal to the bigwigs at the top and willing to be a traitorous henchman. So even if he could see with his shallow eyes that this person must have an extraordinary status, most likely a son of a family, he firmly chose to draw his sword. After all, this is Luang Pu. So what if you have a deeper background? Can a dragon in a river outwit a snake in the ground? What's more, Kong is a proper sitting duck. Chop it up. Li Erdog had just cleared his thoughts when he heard a lazy voice ring out. He looked up suspiciously, only to see that a long golden whip had hung around his neck at some point. A man with a beardless face was grinning grimly at him with a long whip in his hand. Heads on the ground. Beep! A cry of alarm rang out at the city gates. It's only been a few days. How dare someone commit murder in Langia? Things that don't know how to die. How dare the observation mission stop them? Gao Lishur sneered, running his Yuan Qi and said aloud, His Majesty's Angel of the Great Tang Wuda, the young Marquis of Chen Liu's house, and Lord Chen Jian, the Minister of Ceremonies and Hospitality, have been ordered by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, to come to observe the ceremony and wish for the marriage. Where is the Secretary Lang of the Luangjia County Governor's office? And why don't you come to see the angelic order of rites? His voice was shrill, and his Yuan Qi drifted vastly toward the city. Only for a moment. The small half of Langia County City, all know that Chang and Chunlu waiting mansions people have arrived. And arrogant. Chen Jian caged his sleeves with both hands and let Gao Lishur play. After all, he had come to Langia this time, and the old man had given him full capital. The main focus is an infinite arrogance. The shame of Zhu Wan'er's doorstep withdrawal back then. This time it has to be asked back. If his second brother, Chen Jiming, didn't show up, he would roll up his sleeves and do it himself. The sheriff's office. Jiang Daoma, the county governor of Langia, stood in the attic overlooking the envoys at the city gates. This little marquis, he's a bit of an ignoramus. Beside him, Misty Sect elder Wang Hao frowned and said, After all the fuss he's made, I'm afraid it won't have a good effect on you. No harm done, Jiang Daoma said lightly. Langia County is not something Chang'an can sway. That's true, Wang Hao revealed a few moments of envy. Although the Misty Sect was also a holy land, the bloodline of the saints did not remain in the Misty Sect, and even the holy weapons were crippled, unable to utilize their true power at all. Seeing that little marquis, this official is quite curious. Why did your Misty Sect betroth Chen Luyu in the first place? Jiang Daoma said indifferently, and it was also Patriarch Shi who took the initiative to come to the door to exchange the marriage contract. This, Wang Hao stammered. Patriarch has her own ideas, I guess. I'm not very clear about it. Ha, Jiang Daoma said with a slightly mocking look on his face. Whether it's from Chen Liuho's cultivation or his heritage, it's a far cry from the Netherworld sect. Chen Lu is far away in the northern wilderness, land of the ravens. Chen Aban is again notorious for being a waste of space and not good at running a business. Naturally, you are not interested in the title of Chen Liu Hoing taking the initiative to marry him. I'm sure, it's for the sacred soldier of the misty sacred lord, divine fire furnace it is. Wang Hao's face changed slightly. When he had first tied the knot with the Chen Lu waiting house, it was indeed for the divine fire furnace. The divine fire furnace had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the fire had long since been extinguished. They receive insider information. Chen Li had the holy ruin divine flame, but it was a pity that he had been unable to find its traces after years of private searching. It was not until Shi Mengqing led Zhu Wan'er to visit Chen Aban in Chang'an. It was only then that the matter took a turn for the worse. It turns out that the sacred ruins, Chen Jiming, the son of Chen Aban, had actually unintentionally intruded upon it, and have seen the divine fire with their own eyes. So with Shi Mengyao trying her best to set it up, Zhu Wan'er, who was only 7 years old, and Chen Jiming, who was 8 years old, became childhood sweethearts. Another 3 years later the birthdays were exchanged and the marriage contract was concluded. As for what happened after that, Wang Hao is really not sure. I only know that 12 years ago, Chen Jiming brought Zhu Wan'er into the sacred ruins. Not long after that, the patriarch then left Chang'an with Zhu Wan'er, returned to the ethereal sect. Immediately following, Rumors spread in Chang'an City that Chen Jiming's Qi has been abolished and his path is hopeless. After half a second of silence, Wang Hao laughed dryly and changed the topic. Lord Sheriff, are we just going to let the legation run so roughshod over us? Or what? Zhang Daoma said faintly with his hands in the air. A milky dude, do you still want you and I to go to meet it? He came from Chang'an after all. Wang Hao hesitated. Represent the face of that one. Brother Wang, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. Zhang Daoma hegemony said, 10,000 years down. The imperial dynasty changeover do not know how many, but Luanjia has always been my Jiang family Luanjia. It is the present. Nor can you disobey this rule. Tot. Wang Hao looked at the domineering Zhang Daoma. The heart is mushy. If my Misty Sect's holy soldiers are undamaged, who wouldn't still be a holy place? Why stoop so low as to marry the virgin to you? At the city gates, the mission opened the way and led the crowds of stragglers into the city. Chen Jian stood in the carriage. The face looked deeper into the inner city. There was the sound of neatly organized footsteps, coming step by step toward the gates. The footsteps shook the 4 fields, as if stepping on the tips of the hearts of the stragglers. Chen Jian sensed that a repressed emotion was growing in the stragglers. Fear showed in the numb eyes of the stragglers, yet no one moved back. In just 3 months, of the more than 30,000 stragglers who had been thrown out of the city, only nearly 10,000 were still alive today. If we hadn't come across the mission, I'm afraid these 10,000 people would have been buried in the wilderness long ago. No place will take them. They are not refugees, but they are more miserable than refugees, because it's not an act of God. Rather, it's a man-made disaster. Returning to Langia City was their last hope. Even if it's death, they would also prefer to die within the city of Langia. Eunuch Gao. This official has always been curious. In the eyes of you people, aren't the stragglers considered Great Tang subjects? Chen Jian looked at the Luanjia prefectural soldiers that had already appeared in his line of sight, and said with an expressionless face, this is true for Chang'an. This is true for Qinghe County. This is true for Hatao County. And this is true for Luanjia as well. As if by becoming a straggler, they are no longer of the same race as you. Instead, it's the vile and disgusting. The corner of Gao Lishi's mouth pulled up in a cold smile. What kind of people are the stragglers? It's not like they can afford to pay taxes. Chapter 55. Being among the Tongxian, the Buddhas, ghosts, and gods listen together. So that's what you guys actually think. Chen Jian looked back at the stragglers, and after a moment of silence, he got up and slowly said, I don't think this is right, even if you all take it for granted. Angel Sama. 3,000 prefectural soldiers clad in armor and holding lances stood in formation in front of the mission. Shen Yong, the duty guard under the Luanjia County Guard, rode a beast with hideous horns and looked down at Chen Jian. Lord Angel, the reception hall has been cleaned up, and we respectfully invite the delegation to enter the hall and rest. How are the stragglers to be resettled? Chen Jinan looked up and asked. That would not be something for Lord Angel to worry about. Shen Yong coldly said. The county government has long had an injunction that during special times, the stragglers are an eyesore and are expelled 300 miles outside the city, and those who disobey the order are beheaded. You're going to kill them all? Chen Jian knew that the people in charge of the great desolate world were ruthless, but he didn't expect that they could actually be this ruthless. More than 10,000 lives, to execute them all just for being unsightly. What if I don't agree? Chen Jian coldly said. They are the subjects of my great Tang, not the private property of your Luanjia County Prefecture. Lord Angel is so powerful. Shen Yong gently patted the foreign beast and said in disbelief, my Luanjia County order. Even His Majesty the Emperor of Chang'an will not tell me what to do. I didn't think that Lord Angel was so young. I don't care what Chang'an does. Chen Jian interrupted Shen Yong's words and said in a cold voice, but when this official sees it, he prefers to manage it. You're killing our people at will. Have you ever asked the veterans of 100 battles who fought in the world and expelled foreign traitors? Did you ask about the notorious martyrs who died on the battlefield? I'm sure you didn't ask, but I asked. They said, disagree. The words fell. Chen Jian lifted his arms and said, my people of the great Tang dynasty are born to be outstanding people, not to be grass. When they stand on the shoulders of the heroic souls and look down on the lowly cowards. Gentlemen, follow me into the county seat. This officer is going to ask for the veterans of the 100 Years' War. Ask for the martyrs who died on the battlefield. Their descendants. Is not a citizen of my great Tang. Within the boundaries of my great Tang. In broad daylight. Will their descendants and grandchildren be able to stand up straight on their own land? We are willing to go. Within the stragglers, a ragged youth hissed and shouted. I, Wu Guangsheng, would like to follow your excellency in rebuking Zhang Daoma. We are willing to go. Boom. Above the vault of heaven. Between the avenues. Rolling thunder under. Nearly 10,000 people hissed and chanted. Everyone in the city of Langia County changed color. If Zhang Yan swears to the sky is just an ant's mosquito sound before death. Chen Jian set off a wave. is to Luwenjia Jiang a sharp arrow to the hull. Few people are born into exile. Many are people who have been forced by harsh taxes to the point of having no way out, selling their fields, selling their bodies, and ultimately having no way back. Things hurt. Long accustomed to a groveling population, some suddenly began to think, on what grounds? Why should the Kong family always be on top? Why are the taxes so high in Langya? Why should you execute so many people for being an eyesore when the young master of the Jiang family gets married? ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************$**chen this wish. The heavens are a witness to this, and all the Buddhas and ghosts and gods listen to it. Today, Lu Qi, among the Tongxian, Chapter 56, eyebrows like crossed swords, epilepsy like tigers. Boom! As Lu Qi's words fell, a thunderclap sounded in the sky. A blinding ray of sunlight poured down from a blackened cloud, shining on Lu Qi. In the meantime, a mysterious aura surged out from Lu Qi's body, reflecting him like a saint. This moment, the cultivators of Langya Tongxian realm and above all landed their gazes on Lu Qi. It is actually recognized by the heavenly Tao and blessed by the saints. Lu Qi, on the attic of the county governor's residence. Zhang Daoma's face was no longer as domineering as before, and he said gloomily, I didn't expect that this person's way seed could be recognized by the heavenly Tao, and blessed by the ancient saints. This is the gift of the saints. Another forerunner on the holy path. Misty sect. Shi Mengqing looked at Langya County City from afar and muttered, this person is gifted with heavenly talent, but he is willing to commit himself to being a shopkeeper in a greenhouse. Chan Aben, what are you hiding? Ginger's ancestral home. Family head Zhang Daoyan lightly knocked on the seat and slowly said, have fourth brother recruit Lu Qi, and if he fails to do so, make sure to stifle him at the Tongxian realm. It's people and ghosts who are showing, and I'm the only one who's getting beat up. In the carriage, Chen Jian looked at Lu Qi, who was full of force, and was a bit envious. Just being amongst the Tongxian is nothing more than that, but it has caused such a big commotion. Mr. Ryu is a reader. Chen Jidong raised his head and smiled. This is what a scholar should look like. Ha! Said like you've seen a lot of readers. Chen Jian teased a little Jidong, then poked the dazed Gao Lishur with his hand. Go, there's a Tongxian realm minor patriarch guarding the path. What are you afraid of? The carriage continued on its way. In midair, Wang Haod was slightly embarrassed. As a veteran Tongxian realm minor patriarch, he realized that this Lu Qi who had just entered Tongxian in front of him had a heavy aura that was even half a step more prevalent than him. The 3-foot sword cast in mortal iron further instilled an unwarranted fear in him. He had a hunch. If I were to make a move, I would most likely not be able to defeat this guy, and would be cut down by the sword. Between a dilemma, a majestic voice came out. This official, Zhang Daoma, congratulates Mr. Lu for entering the Tongxian minor master realm. Today's matter is nothing more than a battle of wills, and this official welcomes the angel's arrival at the county residence. Lu Qi didn't reply. He landed in the carriage and sat down on his knees. Streets, 3,000 government soldiers faded like a tidal wave, disaggregated in 2 rows. Make way for the missions and stragglers. The atmosphere, which was previously tense, turned into one of welcome. Goliath drove through the middle of the road. Inexplicably, there was a sense of smugness associated with it. In a shrill voice, he sang, His Majesty's Angel of Wuda of the Great Tang, Junior Marquis of Chenliu's house, Lord Chenjian of the Ministry of Ceremonies Hospitality and Mr. Lu of Chang'an's imperial capital, enter the Langya Sheriff's mansion. In a mansion in Langya City, a young man in cloth slowly put down the sword in his hand, with a rare gentle smile on his face. Xian has made a good friend. Ugh, the Zhang family has really gone from generation to generation. A single Tongxian realm gave them such a fright. Beside the youth, old Li, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, casually tossed away a tree fork. Indignation crunched a bite, extremely displeased with Zhang Daoma's retreat. That little marquis, is he your brother? At the mill, Zhongyan pushed the wheat in his hand into the center of the mill. Pretending to be careless, you said you came to Langya to see your fiancé, and that little marquis is your brother. You guessed right. I am Chen Shiming. Chen Shiming said quietly. I told you long ago that you don't need to feel guilty. Sooner or later, Zhang and I will be enemies. Not guilt. Zhongyan's hand pushing the mill gave a slight lurch and said seriously. It's rejoicing. Lord Jiang, this is what I am claiming. Let the stragglers into the city without even giving them shelter. They will find a way to live on their own. Inside the county house, Chen Jian stood at the bottom of the hall, looking at the towering Zhang Daoma, slightly mocking, since life is as cheap as grass, it's always more tenacious than the flowers in the greenhouse. The weeds in this official's house have always been pulled up as they come. Zhang Daoma said indifferently, it's not impossible for them to enter the city to earn their lives, as long as Mr. Lu enters my Zhang family's clan and swears by the heavenly Tao oath to never betray. This official will not only let them enter the city, but also grant them land. You're pretty good looking, that I know, Kong Daomor said. Chen Jian sneered, since you're quite beautiful, don't think too much. You're not forgetting, these displaced people were originally under your rule, and it was you who caused them to be displaced and homeless, and threw their bodies into the wilderness. I'm here to ask you on behalf of the people of Langya, instead of coming to terms with you. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Daoma's face cooled down and he bent his head to stare at Chen Jian. Do you know, who are you talking to? Who gave you the courage to be so insolent? Do you really think I won't dare to behead you? I know who I'm talking to. Chen Jian looked straight at Zhang Daoma. Rather, Zhang Daoma, do you know who you are talking to? Kill. Zhang Daoma said expressionlessly. I've long said that we can't talk about it, but old Five thinks it's okay to kill it, so where do we need to talk about it? Nah. On the right side of the county palace, an iron armor general clad in basalt armor sheathed his sword at his waist. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chen Jinan. The light of the knife was cold. Wants to cut him down by the sword. Clang! Just as the blade light was about to land on Chen Jian, Lu Qi's mortal iron sword slashed out a sword light that came after it. Lu Qi's green shirt stepped in, holding the hilt of his sword in the void, and with your head, wipe my sword blade. A latecomer and a junior. How dare you go wild? Zhang Tiejia is the commander of the prefectural soldiers of Luanjia County, commanding 150,000 prefectural soldiers. A cultivation has reached the late Tongxian realm, but also has the Xian iron armor and Xian iron sword to add support. Is the strongest person in the Luanjia County house, in addition to Zhang Daoma. Clank! The light of the knife is like a weave. It instantly enveloped Lu Qi and Chen Jian. It actually wanted to chop the two of them up together here. Lu Qi swung his sword and chopped out a sword light, pulling Chen Jian's body to retreat violently, appeared outside the county residence. Immediately following, he was seen battling his sword with one hand, and the fingers of his left hand formed an arcane seal. Sky above, a mountain-like green palm of light instantly condensed, and a vast pressure enveloped the entire county guardian's mansion. The Dao Sect Taishian seal? A hint of surprise flashed under Zhang Daoma's eyes. Boom! The glazed tiles of the county residence were instantly annihilated. Above the house dome, the palm print fell. Zhang Tiejia raised his head and revealed a brutal smile as he took a single step, and a silver aura bloomed on his Xian iron armor. Between the dragons and the tigers, it was like a god walking in the void. He actually resisted the Taishian seal and slashed at Lu Qi. You're the only one with a Jedi? Woo! This knife was surrounded by fierce aura, and in the light of the knife, there was even a white tiger silhouette roaring and pouncing at Lu Qi. White Tiger Bible. Zhang Daoma looked surprised that Tiejia was able to summon a white tiger's shadow from his mortal body. It was a pity that his saintly bloodline was thin. If not, this shadow could almost materialize and summon a Tongxian realm saint beast. The white tiger silhouette whistled. Lu Qi's face changed slightly. Worthy of being a sage technique, this white tiger was able to erode his yin shen. Zhang Tiejia licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, with eyebrows like crossed swords, epileptic as a tiger. Chapter 57. The armor is not more than 100, but if it is more than 100, it is invincible. This was the price of hard resistance to the Taishian seal. It was also the price for forcing out the white tiger's sacred art. Boom! Under the blade, Lu Qi was cleaved out like broken cotton wool. But as it is, Zhang Daoma sat on the high official chair, even though the Taishian seal's mighty pressure was like a sea earlier, and the roof of the government office was shattered. He didn't even blink an eye. Chen Qian, now do you know who you're talking to? Sorry. In the distance, a falling green shirt stepped forward. Just entered Tongxian, not quite adapted yet. The sound came from far away. Every step, the sword in his hand then made a sword mark in the void. The sword marks were fleeting. When the last word shell fell, Lu Qi had appeared in front of Zhang Tiejia. Immediately thereafter, a sword light in the void rose from nowhere and fell with a vast momentum. Lu Qi and Zhang Tiejia's figures staggered. Zhang Tiejia's body stiffened. Pupils are dilated. Blood slowly oozed from a thin, invisible line on his neck. The mountainous body collapsed. Lu Qi stood with his sword and muttered to himself, using the sword as a pen, using blood as ink, and dropping the pen in the void. This sword, just call it Willow Words. This sword has been with me for half my life, but it has never had a name. As of today, it is Hao Ran. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Daoma slammed the table, and a hideous white tiger crossed out of thin air and carried Zhang Tiejia's corpse back. Zhang Tiejia's spirit drifted out of the corpse in bewilderment. When he saw his own flesh, he suddenly burst into a rage and immediately wanted to find Lu Qi to fight for his life. Zhang Daoma reached out and yanked his yin god into his sleeve. The mighty pressure was like a mountain pressing towards Lu Qi. Like a tyrant, Lu Qi, Chen Jian, you guys. It makes this officer completely furious. Lu Qi stood cross-legged in front of Chen Jian, not saying a word as he looked at Zhang Daoma. Negative behind the arm. Do not know when there has been blood gurgling straight. Previously, with Zhang Tiejia's slash, Lu Qi was not unharmed. Even the injuries are serious. At this moment, when he was provoked by the pressure of Zhang Daoma's Tongxian realm perfection, he could no longer suppress his injuries. Zhang Daomor, seeing that Lu Qi was injured, Chen Jian stood up and shouted, remember what this official said earlier? This officer is not here to negotiate. Just a question for the martyrs who died in battle. Do their children and grandchildren have the qualifications to stand on the land of our great Tang frontier? There is no qualification to be called a human being. Can they stand squarely in this Langia square inch? You're asking me if I know who I'm talking to. This officer will now tell you. As Chen Jian's words fell, a horn sounded from the carriage. The horns are low, like remembering a fallen robe, or summoning a dead spirit. With the trumpets sounding, on top of a mountain range outside Langya City, a black line suddenly appeared. They were clad in black armor. With a stranger's sword in his hand, he rode a black warhorse, standing as solemn as a statue at the top of the mountain. They didn't make half a sound, like a bunch of ghosts. Even if you don't look closely, you can barely see them, but no one dares to ignore them, because they are Chenrizage. Armor doesn't break 100, it breaks 100 and is invincible. At this time on top of that mountain, it's 360 riders. Wait, Jiang Daomor. Chen Jian stood on top of the carriage, pointing at Jiang Daoma and asking, now please tell this official, the stragglers are not the people of our great Tang. Can you stand on this land with a straight face? Luangpa belongs to. Is it still not my great Tang territory? Jiang Daoma's face turned blue. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see the terror of those 360 black riders. They're clearly over 300 people. The feeling given to Kong Daomor was yet as one person. Just a glance. He then saw the killing intent that was like substance. That's your bottom line. Jiang Daoma, fingers slightly trembling. Negative hand said, that is the case. I Langya Jiang clan and what to fear of. I didn't ask if you were afraid. Chen Jian chided. I'm asking you whether or not stragglers count or not as people. Count. Just as Jiang Daoma was still talking tough, a figure drifted in and grabbed the opportunity to speak. The face of the visitor was vaguely similar to Jiang Daoma's, only that it was more immortal compared to Jiang Daoma's majestic dominance. Only to see the visitor bowing and bowing as if he were a subject having an audience, respectfully saying, Imperial Sword Sect Patriarch Jiang Daozong, I have met the angel of the imperial capital. This matter, it's the oldest who's doing it wrong. Chen Jian sat in the carriage and looked down at Jiang Daozong. What was wrong? The fault lies in not expelling stragglers and killing innocents indiscriminately. Jiang Daozong respectfully said, more than that, I shouldn't have contradicted the angel. I, the Langya Jiang clan, will give the angel an explanation for this matter. How are you going to account for this? Chen Jian played with the bracelet on his wrist with a careless attitude. It's almost really like listening to a subordinate report on his work. Jiang Daomor looked at Chen Jian's behavior. His face was blue and his eyes were scarlet. The killing intent boiled over. The nails sank deep into the flesh, restraining his anger. There are many brothers in this generation of the Langya Jiang clan. The oldest and the fifth are the first sons, and their status is unattainable. The second and fourth were born of a concubine. Their own mother died early, and they have been dependent on each other since they were small. Even now in high places, the feelings remain the same. The oldest three and the oldest 8, on the other hand, were born of maidservants and had the lowest status. So much so that back then they watched the oldest 3 get nailed to the city wall and no one went to rescue them. Senior 6 and Senior 7 died young, watching his elder brother, who was the head of a clan, groveling before this yellow-bellied child, humiliated. The killing intent in Jiang Daoma's chest was almost turning into substance. What? You want to do it? Sensing Jiang Daoma's killing intent, Chen Jian's mouth hung a sneer. What are you commiserating about? Can't take it anymore? When the stragglers are outside the city crying and begging you for a way out, why can't you stand it? When you wielded the butcher's knife on the unarmed stragglers, who cared about their grievances? Don't dare to stare at this official with those eyes again. I will behead you immediately. This official would like to see if the head of your Langya Jiang clan is as hard as those barbarians in the Northern Throne Court. My lord, Jiang Daozong let out a bitter smile. Why would your excellency tease my younger brother? Back then, the ghost black riders killed blood in the northern wasteland, and their blades were invincible. Killed the Northern Throne Royal Court for hundreds of years, did not dare to go south, laying the foundation of Great Tang for the ages. Even my father holds it in high esteem. I just didn't know that it belonged to the king of Chenlu. Today it seems that the world has misunderstood King Chenlu a lot. This matter is my Jiang did wrong. I would like to contribute 30,000 gold to resettle the stragglers, exempt them from taxes for 3 years, and notify the 12 counties of Langya state. Not enough. Chen Jian's voice was grim. The living stragglers can be resettled, but what about the dead? With what? Dead? Jiang Daozong was slightly stunned and never seemed to think that a group of dead people had anything worth compensating for. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. He thought that Jiang Daozong would at least be better than Jiang Daoma. Turns out, it's all the same. In their eyes, Dalits are like grass. Not even a half-assed apology. Chen Jian stood up, took a deep breath, and pointed outside the county governor's mansion and slowly said, Look, this Luangjia city is decorated with lights and colors, but just 100 miles outside the city, starving people are everywhere, corpses are everywhere. You're so high up you can't see it, but this officer saw it. I've seen them eat their children easily, saw wild dogs in packs, gnawing on their bones. There are so many corpses that they even pick and choose. Seeing mothers sell everything they can in order to fight for a chance of survival for their children. But her children, it didn't end up surviving. Torn hard to pieces by a starving man in a frenzy. Speaking here, Chen Jian sighed, lowered his head and slowly said, the dead can no longer open their mouths. No one cares what they're thinking. No one is doing them justice. If this official does not see it, he can also ignore it, and can even talk and laugh with you, and watch the ceremony and return in high spirits. But this officer saw it. See, there would be no way to pretend not to see it. As soon as this official closes his eyes, what surfaces in his eyes are corpses all over the ground. Chapter 58, give you 3 breaths and I'll leave your body intact. Jiang Daozong's face sank slightly. In his opinion, being able to receive the stragglers and even exempting them from taxes for 3 years is already the biggest concession Luangjia Jiang has made. But listen to this little marquis. It seems to want more. Funny thing to say. Chen Jian said it was funny, but he didn't have half a smile on his face. Looking down at himself with an expressionless face, he said, in Chang'an City, this official acted ridiculously, bullied men and women, and was notorious, so I thought that this official was bad enough. Can be the first time in the world. I just realized that compared to you guys, this officer is already a rare good guy. Good man. This officer does not want to be nice, but the ground full of corpses and bones makes it impossible for this official to even sleep. In order to get a good night's sleep for this officer, Condorm, you cut yourself. Phew. At these words, there was silence in the arena. Whether it is the county governor's residence full of civil and military, or follow the delegation after the crowd stragglers, did not expect Chen Jian will say such words. Langjia Jiang clan, a family of saints. When the saint's soldier was activated, even a return to Truth Realm Grandmaster could only avoid the front line for a while. Aside from that year when Jiang Lao San was nailed to the wall with a sword by a direct descendant of the Imperial clan, it had been many years since anyone had dared to come shouting at the first line of the Jiang clan. But now, a teenager. How dare they make a first line of the Jiang clan? Who was at the perfection of the Tongshan realm? Cut himself. You want me to cut myself? Jiang Daoma's aura skyrocketed so steeply that he almost suspected that he had misheard the words. Even Jiang Daozong slowly straightened up and coldly looked at Chen Jinan. Isn't that what you guys are good at? Power over people. Chen Jian looked straight at Jiang Daoma and said in a cold voice, I'll give you 3 breaths of time, and leave you with a whole body. Seek death. Boom. Jiang Daoma struck out tyrannically, his yuan qi tumbling. A brutal white tiger roared from above his fist and pounced towards Chen Jian. The moment he struck, it was the Jiang clan's best art, the white tiger's sacred art. He's going to cane Chen Jian in an instant, because he knew if he didn't make a move, then there may not be another chance to strike. With Jiang Lao San's previous experience, he was not certain that Jiang Lao Wu would activate the Saint Soldier for him. Just as the white tiger was about to tear Chen Jian apart, a withered palm stretched out from within the carriage of the mission. A distant finger was pointed toward the white tiger. Just a light finger. The whole vault of heaven above. The storm clouds instantly changed color. A terrifying fingerprint as black as ink fell from the sky. The vastness of the pressure was like the heavens pouring down, instantly crushing the white tiger. The momentum did not decrease, and directly pressed Jiang Daoma to kneel on the ground. Ah! Jiang Daomor screamed miserably as his fleshly body made a creaking and cracking sound under the pressure of the fingerprints. The body was even permeated with fine beads of blood. In an instant it was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Young master, is it just run over? The owner of the withered palm sat inside the carriage and asked. His voice was dry and raspy, his hair thin and gray. Anyone who saw it would think that the old thing about wouldn't live for a few years. Gives a windswept view, but he was just a finger. It then crushed a small sect master of the perfection of the Tongshan realm to the ground. It was as if killing a Tongshan was no different from crushing a mole cricket. My lord, don't! Jiang Daozong's face turned pale as he rushed out to stop it. This old man was at least a cave realm patriarch. Cultivate the path. The further back you go, the greater the gap between realms. Jiang Daoma, as the Luangjia county governor, had reached the Tongshan realm consummation, and was only one step away from entering the cave heaven realm. But it is this small step. It made it so that he couldn't even catch a single finger. I gave him a chance, Chen Jian said coldly. He said he would leave his body intact for 3 breaths, but he didn't grasp it himself. The words fell. The fingerprints fell with a bang. Jiang Daomor's flesh shattered. Its Yin spirit instantly fled, wanting to escape far away. The old butler waved his palm. There's a gale sweeping through. The Yin gods of Jiang Daoma and Jiang Tijia flew away in ashes. Ginger's ancestral home. Jiang Daoyan looked up with an open mind in the direction of the county guardian's residence, and with a step of his foot, his entire person appeared at the doorway as if he had instantly moved. Come back! A majestic voice rang out from the deepest part of the mansion. Big brother, Jiang Daoyang said in a low voice, Old 4 is dead. I know. Inside the mansion, a majestic voice indifferently said, armor is not more than 100, and if it is more than 100, it is invincible. Back then, on the northern wasteland battlefield, Old Dog Huang had led the Black Riders to hunt down a Return to Truth Realm Grandmaster. At this point I'm in a pinch. I can't afford a half-assed accident. Yes, big brother. Zhang Daoyang slowly retreated back to the family head's throne, his eyes closed tightly, like a clay bodhisattva. After a long time, he opened his eyes. A calm voice resounded throughout the entire Luanjia County. Zhang's descendant, Zhang Daoma, as Luanjia County's governor, did not seek his own administration in his position, expelled stragglers, and indiscriminately killed innocents. Tens of thousands of his subjects were displaced and left to die in the wilderness. Now, by order of the family head, this seat abolishes his position as the county governor of Langia and expels him from the Zhang clan. The position of county governor will be taken over by Zhang Daoshou, Zhang Daoyang. In the square outside the county governor's mansion, Zhang Daozong heard this come to the point of calm voice. Turning his head, he looked at Ginger's ancestral home, letting out a low hiss. The arm holding the sword was rippling with veins, and the sea of qi was full of lakes of yuan qi steaming and disorganized. The meticulous green silk instantly turned gray. Letting out a long whistle to the sky. The long sword in his hand emitted a brilliant sword light, instantly churning the entire county guardian's mansion to smithereens. Chen Ji encaged his sleeves with both hands and coldly watched as Zhang Daozong stormed off. He who kills, man kills. The Zhang family expelled the stragglers for the so-called Holy Son's wedding, leaving the stragglers in the wilderness, starving and dying. The direct executions are even more numerous. The displaced people also have brothers, children and parents, but they had no power and could only swallow their hatred in silence, not even daring to show it in the slightest. Now it's just a status transfer. Kang Duemo has gone from being the aggressor to just being the victim. Chen Daman. After venting, Zhang Daozong turned his head to look at Chen Jinan. The body slowly bowed down and respectfully said, "Tomorrow at noon, the old man will be at the Imperial Sword Sect to welcome the angel's holy carriage." Good point. Chen Jian raised his hand and said, "Patriarch Jiang, and go about your business. This official is waiting here for the newly appointed county governor." Zhang Daozong, quite tolerant, looking at Zhang Daozong's faraway hunched back, Lu Qi slowly said, "The person who wants to kill the boss is one more from now on, so you'll have to keep up the good work." Grand Master Ryu. Chen Jian laughed and lamented, "Compared to me, I'm afraid he wants to kill Jiang Lao Wu even more. None of it matters though. He held back because he knew he couldn't kill me. If he can't kill me, why should I be afraid of him? Just now, aren't you afraid that the Zhang clan will activate the sacred soldier to directly crush you to death?" After a moment of silence, Lu Qi asked, "No fear." Chen Jian sat cross-legged in the carriage and laughed. "When I left Chang'an, Chen Aban gave me a word." "What's the word?" Lu Qi to that Chen Aban who led the Chen Lu King into Chen Lu Marquis. Still more curious. After all, no one knew better than him the terrifying power in the greenhouse right now. He said that now this Jiang Hua, shallow water wine Bashi more, they're all a bunch of little bastards. If you don't like what you see, you can just stomp them to death. Just don't get your feet dirty. Lu Qi was slightly stunned, looking at the Black Riders that had disappeared at some point in time on the mountains outside the city, and sighed with emotion, holding the Chunlu armor in his hand. He does have the qualification to say this. Chapter 59, The Three Siblings Get Together. Zhang Daoshou's position in the Zhang family was awkward. On the surface, he was one of the 8 tigers of the Zhang clan, the youngest Tongxian realm minor patriarch of the Zhang clan, but no one ever treated him like family, except for his long-dead third brother. After Sango's death, he was more than long used to hiding in the dark where no one was watching. Standing outside the door of a remote compound at this moment, he listened to the voice ringing in his ears. Instead of the joy of sudden wealth, he was a little sad. Langia Kong, the so-called family of saints. It's just a rotten remnant clinging to a piece of scrap metal. He was harsh on his subordinates, and plundered them wantonly. Pander to the top and wag your tail. In his opinion, it had long been hopeless. So much so that even though he had received a flying sword message from Jiang Baihu and knew early on that Marquis Chen Luho was hiding quite deeply, he didn't remind Jiang Laowu, because he knew there was no point. Confidence in the blood of the Kong family. After thousands of years of compliments and bragging rights, it has long since turned into pride and arrogance. You don't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Smoothing out the mind, Kong Daoshou knocked lightly on the wood door. In a few moments, a brocade-robed male opened the firewood door from the inside. Seeing that it was Zhang Daoshou, the brocade-robed male's mouth hung up in a bright smile. "Zhang Beiji, congratulations, honored to be promoted to Luanjia County Show. It's just a clay puppet. What's the joy?" Zhang Daoshou entered the courtyard and saw that there was no one in the courtyard. He was puzzled and said, "Mr. Shui, where are Senior Li and Mr. Chen?" Brother Chen went to visit relatives, and old Li Tu and Miss Zhong had to follow. "I wanted to go too, and he wouldn't let me." the brocade-robed male said sadly. He said that my gun intent fury is insufficient. Had old Lee Tu draw me a gun and said I could go out when I was too scared to look straight at that painting. Elder Lee drew this for you? Zhang Daosho looked at the brocade-robed male in surprise, his face more or less complex. Here, right there. The brocade-robed male pointed to an earthen wall crawling with cracks and laughed. Old Lee's skill is not working. It's crooked and the drawing is quite ugly. Kang Daosho raised his eyes. The eyes just fell towards the wall, instantly stifled a grunt and retreated a few steps, his eyes 2 lines of blood and tears. As far as the eye can see, where was it a crooked painting? It was clearly a long spear of fierce intent. What's wrong with you? The brocade-robed male helped Zhang Daosho, who had almost fallen to the ground. I don't understand why a broken painting has scared Master Zhang Beiji into such a ghostly state. I'm fine. Zhang Daosho waved his hand, wiping away his bloodied tears, and said in a complicated tone, Mr. Shui, you really know how to make friends. That's right. The brocade-robed male smiled smugly. At that time, when Brother Chen walked past me, I could tell at a glance that Brother Chen was extraordinary, and by no means did he just smell the fragrance of wine. The brocade-robed gentleman. It was the man in Shue's clothes who made the Grand Elder fight that day. That day, after the White Horse Villa Grand Elder broke Jiang Huasheng's pouring sword with a single shot, he carried Chen Jiming and ran away. The man in Shue's clothes then quietly slipped away with Zhang Yan and old Li Tu. Then on the way, he bumped into Zhang Daosho who was ordered out to hunt Chen Jiming. The man in Shue's clothes held old Li Tu and Zhang Yan behind him. Without hesitation, he drew his lance and pointed it at Zhang Daosho, already ready to die. Zhang Daosho, however, did not make a move, but instead bluntly stated that he was willing to help them to escape Zhang's pursuit. Of course the man in the Xeroxed clothes wouldn't believe it. Just as he was hesitating, Chen Jinian walked out of the darkness. The two didn't know what they were talking about. The man in Shue's clothes vaguely heard only a few words about the Grand Duke and White Tiger Street. Finally, their group came to this small remote courtyard with Zhang Daosho. Seeing that Chen Jiming isn't here, Kang Daosho did not linger too long. After bidding farewell to the man in Shue's clothes, he turned around and walked in the direction of the county governor's residence, Luanjia County Governor's office. The crowds dispersed. Chen Jian looked at the figure in cloth clothes carrying a wooden sword stepping slowly from afar. The smile on his face stiffened a bit. He hadn't really met this second brother after all, and all his impressions of Chen Jiming were just memories of his predecessor. It was just that the pale-faced young man seemed so kind, so intimate that Chen Jiming patted his head and roughly rubbed his head full of green silk without half a bit of anger. Jian? The corner of Chen Jiming's mouth hooked up in a smile. 6 years have passed since I've seen you, and you're so big. And little Jidong, what are you hiding from? Chen Jimian yanked Chen Jidong out from behind Chen Jian, rubbed her little face hard, and messed up her hair in the same way. 6 years apart. When Chen Jiming left the country on his own, Chen Jian was only 12 years old and Chen Jidong was only 9 years old. Stinky second brother. I'll have to settle the score with you sooner or later. Chen Jidong stared viciously at Chen Jiming and waved his small fist. It was this second brother that she had been most afraid of since she was a child, but after 6 years away, I can't help but miss it a little. Seeing this milky and fierce look of hers, Chen Jiming once again ruthlessly rubbed and messed up her hair. It was only then that he restrained his smile and bowed slightly towards the old housekeeper. Greetings to Elder Huang. Jian is stubborn and unruly, laboring you to escort the road for a ride. A part of the job. The old butler smiled sorrowfully and pulled his dry voice. Since the second prince has arrived, then the old slave will take his leave first. After saying that he took a step and his figure appeared 10 feet away. So a few steps later, Langia City will never see him again. Old Gao, what are you standing around for? Go bring a chair for second brother. After the old butler left, Chen Jian glared at Gao Lishur, feeling that this guy was a bit of an eyesore, and instructed him to serve the chairs. Goliath nuzzled, have the heart to refuse, but after seeing this county house full of wreckage, he dutifully went to seek a chair in the ruins, then stood by and stared at the stragglers in the square without a word. I don't know what I'm thinking. The remaining officials of the Ministry of Right saw this and quietly walked away, afraid of touching this young master's mold. Idle hands retreated. Chen Jiming picked up a chair and sat down, looking at Zhang Yan who was mortared behind him with a slight frown. Gao, go serve another one. Chen Jian first instructed Gao Lishur to bring another chair before he smiled at Chen Jiming and said, second brother, no introduction? Zhang Yan, Chen Jimian introduced dryly. So it's Sister Zhang from Hoshi County. I've heard of you for a long time. Like thunder. Chen Jian stood up and bowed, and flirted with the story of the crazy student Chen who drew his sword for his confidant and fought bloody battles in the city of Luanjia. I've heard it all the way here, but my ears are calloused. Greetings, little Marquis. Zhang Yan blushed slightly and tugged tightly on his sleeves, inexplicably at a bit of a loss for words. Chen Jiming corrected, it's called Jian. Hey. Chen Jian smiled cheaply. Sister Zhang, second brother can call you whatever he says. There's no need to be so polite as a family. Is your skin itching? Chen Jimian drew out the wooden candle on his back and laughed coldly, making a gesture to hit Chen Jian. Chen Jian stood up in a huff and hid behind Zhang Yan, scowling at Chen Jiming. Chen Jidong grinned, letting out a silver bell-like laugh. Zhang Yan stood by and watched the scene. Some envy. Chapter 60, Woe to the Sovereign. The three siblings jostled for a while afterward. Sun Tong stiffly came to report that the newly appointed Luanjia County governor has arrived. Chen Ximing had to take Zhang Yan and leave first. It came out of nowhere. The walk was also abrupt. After all, he was Chen Deity now, the most arrogant wanted man in the entire Langia County city. Though the Zhang family was now preoccupied with themselves, and the odds were that they didn't have the energy to trouble him, but Kong Dao Shou still had the burden of hunting him. After all, really bumping into each other in public. For Kong Duo, the impact is not too good. After they leave, Chen Jian retied her long hair and casually sat on the stone steps, looking at Zhang Dao Shou, who had arrived on the royal wind. From a distance, Zhang Dao Shou, the new county shouter of Langia County, meet the angel. Zhang Dao Shou slightly bowed, said in a deep voice, the matter of the displaced persons, the next official has been explained down. Within today for them to resettle the residents. The victims have also been arranged to patrol the city guards to go to the convergence of the burial buried. It's done. My humble servant can only try to make amends wherever possible. Chen Jian nodded slightly. This matter is your Luanjia County internal affairs. According to reason, this official is only a ceremonial mission, should not meddle in the matter. It's just that what I've seen and heard along the way is truly alarming. I hope that the sheriff's honor will take good care of himself, as it should be. Zhang Dao Shou sighed. There is no place like the heights. My Zhang family has stood on the heights for too long. Some people have forgotten that everyone has parents and children. Even the lowliest man's heart aches. It's best if the sheriff's honor thinks so. Chen Jian stood up, looked at the crowed stragglers and said, Lord Sheriff, this official does not ask you to love the people like a son. I only hope you will not treat them as weeds like Zhang Lasher and pull them up with your hands. I bear that in mind. Kong Dao Shou responded. Gone. Chen Jian walked step by step towards the chauffeured vehicle parked in the square, and the stragglers consciously made way. When they saw him step into the carriage, they could not see him again. I don't know who started to shout. We, the untouchables, kneel to thank Lord Chen Jian. I pray that Lord Chen Jian's disaster will not come. Peace for all generations. As his words fell, the huge crowd knelt to the ground. The voice resounded throughout Langia County City. I pray that Lord Chen Jian's calamity will not come. Peace for all generations. The carriage slowly moved. Chen Jian lifted the curtains, looked at the crows kneeling into a field of stragglers. The heart is a little throbbing. He wasn't a purely good person. In my previous life, I killed fish, and I don't know how many fish heads I cut off with my hand. She will fight with someone over a few dollars and use a knife. Or she will poke and curse her stingy boss for life and secretly climb the window of her boss's wife's car. But even as a jerk as he was, he had been unable to resist standing up for the poor uninvolved man. It's like that saying, I was living a less than ideal life myself, but I can't always see the suffering of the people. As he traveled along, it was almost unbelievable to see the bodies all over the road that had fallen to the side of the road. Those who grew up under the red flag have never seen such suffering. There's no way to pretend you can't see it because you haven't seen it. So he's arrogant and reckless. Decapitated Jiang Daoma's head. With 360 riders of Chunlu armor, he presses Jiang not to raise his head. Lord Chen, where are we going? Outside the carriage, Gao Lisher asked, holding a long whip. To the greenhouse. Chen Xian put down the curtain. Mr. Lu's Taoist heart is firm, and he planted the Taoist seed with the Qinglu as the medium, so we can't drag him back. So let's use the might of this angel's vastness to arch a fire for the Qinglu. Gao Lixi wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't dare to admonish. With a wave of the whip, he sang in a shrill voice, His Majesty's Angel Wuda of the Great Tang, the little Marquis of the Marquis of Chenlu, Lord Chen Jian, the Minister of Ceremonies and Hospitality, and Mr. Lu of Chang'an, the imperial capital, led the envoys into the Qinglu greenhouse. Where is the greenhouse? Inside the city of Langia County. The people who heard the unfamiliar word greenhouse were a little confused. I don't understand why this young marquis who made a huge wave didn't enter the Luanjia County Prefecture's clubhouse, but went to a greenhouse. A greenhouse. A hookah. A merchant from Chang'an stood out and spoke eloquently. More than a year ago, the young marquis built a hookah at the Moon Lake, and its name, it was called the greenhouse. Previously, the sword was used as a matchmaker, and the greenhouse was used as a medium to plant the seed of the Tao among the Tongshan realm. He is the owner of the greenhouse. Yesterday I saw a building on Pathfinder Lane that looked familiar. Now it seems, mostly that would be the greenhouse. I didn't expect little Marquis to build a building in this Langia city even without saying a word. What? With Mr. Lu's level of cultivation, how could he be willing to be a greenhouse keeper? The crowd was not convinced. After all, the golden light that shot down from the clouds earlier was so blinding, and the commotion that Lu Qi made when he was ranked amongst the Tongxian was so great. Who would believe it? Would such a patriarch, destined to have an unobstructed path, have taken up that untouchable business? Unbelievable? The merchant from Chang'an revealed a look like a bumpkin and squinted. Do you know how much the entrance fee for a greenhouse is? 5 taels. The whole 5 taels. And that's just the ticket to get started. The real flower difference comes after getting started. When the greenhouse opened yesterday, what was reflected on the water of Crescent Lake was all in the shape of silver. I still don't believe it. The people of Luanjia County retorted. Even if the greenhouse is making money day in and day out, with the position of the young Marquis and Mr. Lu, it must not be to make money. That's true, the merchant from Chang'an exclaimed. Now the girls at the hookah in Chang'an City are living many times better than before. There was little Marquis and Mr. Lu standing behind them to shield them from the wind and rain. It's not often you hear about things like forced prostitution and forceful buying and selling. In previous years, you don't see a lot of dead girls in that gutter. Little Marquis said it's called the rules of the trade. Lord Wang Fugue, the prefect of Chang'an, even gave Mr. Lu and the young Marquis a plaque for this purpose. The head of the epistolary hookah, the conscience of the industry. Speaking of this, the merchant revealed a smile that all men understand, and lamented, in order to support Mr. Lu and little Marquis, the opening of the greenhouse. I'm high and low enough to go and drink a few cups. Ditto ditto ditto. People chimed in. For a while, the tavern was filled with merriment. Patriarch, woe is me. Misty sect. Wang Hao ran into the main hall in a panic. As a Tongxian realm cultivator, at this time, his footsteps were even a bit staggered. The seat already knows. Shi Mengqing looked at the grand elder who stumbled in and let out a long sigh. Who would have thought that mediocre Chanaban would be hiding such a ruthless killing move? 360 horsemen in black armor. The ghost black riders that killed the northern throne court back then. It actually belongs to King Chenlu. Sovereign, what now? I don't think that Chen Jian is a magnanimous master. This time, leading the black riders to come. I'm afraid it's going to stir up a bloody storm. Wang Hao did not care about the status gap. Complained, at the beginning we should not provoke Chen Aban. Provoke cannot offend. To Wan Er and Chen Jiming together. We are still afraid of what the Zheng family? What's the point of you talking about this now? Shi Mengqing's moonlight-like cheeks revealed a few points of meanness, coldly saying, why didn't I see you objecting to the marriage with Chen Aban in the first place? Why didn't you object when you returned the letter of marriage? Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. Come as you are. As long as Chen Jian dares to lead the black riders to the door, I will risk my life. The body is dead. Bite him before you die. 2. Chapter 61 September 9th. Today's wedding. Shi Mengqing is a woman. And yet, he was able to take charge of the ethereal sect, a huge sect. The cultivation is not weak. After the death of the supreme patriarch back then, she ascended to the position of patriarch with her Tongxian realm cultivation, and used iron-blooded methods to purge the many elders and disciples who did not obey her. Kill the heads. You could say that you stepped on heads to get to that throne. Now that more than 100 years had passed, she was already among the cave realm. With the support of the crippled saint soldier divine fire furnace, she even dared to face an average return to truth realm grandmaster head-on. This was the reason why the Netherworld sect had not been annexed by the Zhang clan for so many years. That's her bottom line. Waving her hand for Wang Hao to retreat, she took a step and appeared at the residence of the ethereal sect's holy maiden, Zhu Wan'er. Zhu Wan'er is a holy maiden. The place where they lived was naturally different from ordinary disciples, with extremely high specifications. It was getting dark at this point. The gateway that reads Holy Maiden's residence is decorated with lights and colors. The joy is compelling. There were also many maidservants and servants busy setting up the courtyard. When he saw Shi Mengqing, they have stopped and bowed. Shi Mengqing ignored these slaves and walked straight to Zhu Wan'er's boudoir. At this point, Zhu Wan'er was sitting in front of the cloud water mirror combing together her green silk, perhaps soon to be married to a woman. The pair of autumn water-like eyes threw a few points of a different kind of charming. Master, seeing Shi Mengqing's reflection in the cloud water mirror, Zhu Wan'er ruffled her long hair and said with a smiling face, Master, does it look good? Good looking. Shi Mengqing whispered. The Marquis of Chunlu is here. It's that young Marquis, observing the ceremony on behalf of the Son of Heaven. That little brat? Zhu Wan'er picked up the lipstick on the dresser, gently placed it on her lips and took a sip, and said in disbelief, I've long forgotten what happened back then. So come on. Shi Mengqing picked Zhu Wan'er's hair and softly said, back then in the sacred ruins, what exactly happened to you and Chen Jiming? Zhu Wan'er's wrist flicked. With that, he continued to apply the rouge. Nothing was encountered. There was nothing inside, and the legendary market fire had long since gone out. Chen Jiming picked up a booklet in the embers of the ruins fire. Is that so? Shi Mengqing's face was ghostly cold. If it was just like this, Why would Chen Jiming have his qi smashed and become an invalid? I don't know. Perhaps he can't afford to be favored by heaven? Speaking of which, the corner of Zhu Wanner's mouth hooked into a mean smile. My dear Mother-sama, you were the one who took your daughter's birthdate and engaged him, and you were the one who made her leave him. It's more you. Let her daughter climb up to Jiang Huayu and bring him to her door to withdraw from the marriage. What? Now that you found out that Chen Aben has the black riders in his hands and Chen Jian is at the city's doorstep, you're scared? Trying to pin all this guilt on your daughter? So that you can continue to be this flawless misty fairy? Xi Mingqing's face changed slightly, only to see the green silk wrapped around her fingers instantly pop straight. Shu Wan-er yelped in pain. Only then did Xi Mingqing slowly put down her fingers and sighed softly. I have my own hardships. Tomorrow you'll be a member of the Kong family. A woman's place is in the home. Don't be like me. Having said that, Xi Mingqing's figure dissipated. Outside the door, a maid holding a red wedding dress with a longing face was about to step into the lady's boudoir when a red line suddenly appeared on her slender white neck. On the bright red wedding dress, soaked in scarlet blood. You're always so careful. Is it so unseemly to be my mother? Shu Wanner looked slyly at Xi Mingqing who had already disappeared, then paced to the door. The face was expressionless as he put the body of the maidservant into the sumaru ring. Only then did she pick up the scarlet wedding dress that had fallen to the ground and put it on, saying dully, it's so pretty. The 9th day of the 9th month of September, Chongyang, Jiang Huayu, the first son of the Jiang clan of Luanjia and the holy son of the Imperial Sword sect, and Zhu Wanner, the holy daughter of the Netherworld sect, are getting married today. On the streets of Langia City, the garrison guards who patrol the city parade around in brand new iron armor, holding their strangers' swords 3 steps at a time. Each of them straightened their chests and took neat steps. At the slightest breeze, the entire street would resound with the sound of densely drawn knives. Just as they traveled to the Pathfinder Street line, always stop without fail, because at the end of the line, it's the greenhouse of Chen Jian, the youngest marquis of the Marquis of Chenlu. Greenhouse, opening today. The young marquis disliked the fact that the patrol garrison would scare the guests, and had the faceless and straight eunuch draw a red line early on. At this point, Zhang Debiao stood straight at this end of the red line, and smiled sardonically toward Gao Lux, who also stood straight at that end of the red line, and chimed in, Eunuch Gao. Does the little marquis have an account of when he will depart for the mountain? Not ever. Gao Lishur glanced at Zhang Debiao, seeing that this person was only a city patrol commander and his cultivation was low. Enzup Fan coldly spat out 2 words and then stopped speaking. To say that when he entered Luanjia City, he was still in some awe of the Zhang family. After witnessing that old butler crush Jian Daoma with a single finger, that little bit of awe in his heart faded. After all, it's the inner eunuch whose name has been memorized by His Majesty. Where are the idle characters to get into his eyes? Pretend to be what you are, castrated dog. If you're any good, you're still standing in the street like me? Zheng Debiao poo-pooed it in his heart, but smiled sarcastically on his face and said, Eunuch Gao, if the little marquis wakes up, please notify me, and I will also escort him around. Escort? You? Gao Lishur swept a glance at Zhang Debiao and said in a snarky manner, even our family is a heap of dishes. A waste of chi realm, don't add to the chaos. Stay wherever you are. Asterisk. Zhang Debiao cursed in his heart. I thought to myself that this eunuch is so annoying. After smiling awkwardly, he stood there like a stake, not bothering to come up for air to be disliked. The sun was getting higher and it looked like noon was approaching. In the direction of Pathfinder Lane, the delegation's chauffeured vehicle finally slowly approached. Chen Jian was wearing a Luan Bird official robe, with gold silk boots, his right hand shaking the breeze fan, his left hand playing with the imperial gift of jade, half leaning in the carriage, slanting a glance at Gao Lishur, who was standing straight. Chen Jian's mouth hooked into a smile. Old Gao, let's go. Goliath leapt up numbly, familiarly picking up the golden whip on the chauffeur. He took the reins and leisurely drove towards the east of the city. Before you leave, he actually turned back to look at that Zhang Debiao in disgust again. Asterisk you. Castrate. Zhang Debiao shattered his mouth and hurriedly gathered his brothers under his hand, following the envoy from afar. The Royal Sword sect was on a mountain called Sword Peak, east of Langia City. Unlike other cultivation sects, the Royal Sword sect had chosen a location within the city since the beginning of the sect. Initially, it was just a small sword sect that was not known, and even once almost extinguished because it could not recruit disciples. Until 2,000 years ago, a first son of the Zhang clan gave up his sage's mastery and joined the Imperial Sword sect in a different way. Under the control of that Zhang clan's first son, in just a few hundred years, the Royal Sword sect had turned from a small sword sect on the verge of extinction into a behemoth. At this point, at the foot of the Imperial Sword sect's mountain, there were 48 white-clothed swordsmen standing on both sides of the stone steps with long swords on their backs. The look of coldness, it was like 48 cold statues. Some of the guests picked up the steps and felt the stern edge coming through them. the timid had begun to tremble in both strands. After all, these white-clad swordsmen, but all of them are royal Qi realm sword cultivators. And by the stone steps, a stone monument stood silently. The stone monument was engraved with several large scarlet characters with a sword-like intent. Sword Discharge Monument. Chapter 62. If nothing else, accidents mostly come. Next to the stone tablet, a broad man in a rough sweatshirt casually swept a glance at the scarlet sword stele. Without stopping his steps, he picked up the steps with his iron sword on his back. Your Excellency, please disarm your sword. A royal sword sect disciple stretched out the hilt of his sword, stopping the broad man, and said indifferently, "Today, the royal sword sect is celebrating a great occasion, and swords and soldiers are not allowed to enter. So please unload your sword." The broad man frowned slightly, his eyebrows squeezing into a straight line. "The sword is here and the man is here. Unload your sword, or catch the next one," the Imperial Sword Sect disciple said indifferently. "This is the rule of my Imperial Sword Sect." May. The broad man's body sank slightly, and his paws stumped violently towards the stone steps. A rusty 4-foot iron sword rose up into the sky. The man was close behind. Borrowing the recoil of his feet, he flew straight up into the sky as if he were a long spear. Immediately following the hand holding the hilt of the sword upside down on the body, the blade inverted from the sky. The sword's breath is austere, powerful. This sword actually gave the illusion of being unavoidable. The Royal Sword Sect disciple's face changed violently. The long sword is sheathed. Hastily, he scratched a Yuan Qi barrier above his head. His body shape even drifted far away, wanting to escape from the square inches pointed by the iron sword's blade. Pfft snort. The Yuan Qi barrier instantly shattered as if it were paper mache. The iron sword came with unabated momentum and plunged 3 inches in front of the Royal Sword Sect disciple. Half a step further and he was afraid that he would immediately be splattered in blood. May. The broad man drew his sword back into its sheath and spoke succinctly. "Please do." The Imperial Sword Sect disciple took half a step back, no longer the coldness he had earlier, cupped his fists and saluted. "Thank you for not killing me. Can I leave my name? Make a register in the next." Wang Song Yang. The broad man picked up the steps, looking extremely cold. "So it's him." That Royal Sword Sect disciple looked down at the sword in his hand. His mood was a bit low. The Iron Sword King Song Yang, who was ranked 8th on the Heavens Remarks list, is in the same Qi royalty realm, and I can't even block one sword. Under the stone steps, a gray-clothed boy with caged sleeves in both hands, hunched over and hidden in the crowd, looked at Wang Song Yang's back, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Interesting. This stutterer has actually given up his life to come out of the mountain. So I have another name on my death list." What that gray-clothed boy didn't know was that just as he was staring at Wang Song Yang and sneering, a green-clothed woman in the crowd also happened to land her gaze on him. "My lord, the Royal Sword Sect has arrived." As noon was approaching, the delegation finally arrived at the bottom of the Imperial Sword Sect's mountain. Chen Jian lifted the curtain of the car and looked at the stone steps that could not be seen at the end of a glance. Without getting out of the car, he waved his hand and said, "Drive up." Cao Lixi was extraordinarily obedient these 2 days. There was no half-hearted hesitation. "Stand up abruptly." A soft gulp. The late boy transformation realm cultivation was on display. A channel of Yuan Qi was like a clear wind, lifting up the 5 snow-white steeds and running towards the mountains. The 5 steeds themselves were not mundane, and after a slight panic, they stepped calmly into the void, showing their majesty. Just moments after the mission climbed the mountain, a long bell and drum sound rang out from the top of the mountain. A voice of vicissitude spread throughout the 4 fields. Jiang Daozong with 3,000 disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect, welcome His Majesty Emperor Wudu's angelic presence. Looking at the chauffeured car that stepped in the void, and listening to the greetings that spread throughout the 4 fields, guests who climbed the mountain looked sideways, thinking about whether to prepare another gift to send to the greenhouse, or to go to the greenhouse to set a seat after the gift is completed here. The matter of the sheriff's office. It's not far from being well known. Chen Jian bestowed the death of Jiang Daoma with a single word in front of a large crowd. They all thought that Jiang Daozong had lost his brother, and even if he didn't lose his temper and pull out his sword to chop Chen Jian on the spot, he would still treat the envoys from Chang'an with a cold brow. Today it seems that everyone had underestimated Jiang Daozong's patience after all. Even more so, he underestimated the monstrous power of this little marquis. The carriage arrived at the Imperial Sword Sect's mountain gate within a short time. Outside the mountain gate, Jiang Daozong really stood respectfully in front of the door, and behind him was a great number of disciples carrying long swords. Even today's groom, the holy son of the Royal Sword Sect, Jiang Huayu, stood at Jiang Daozong's side in a red robe. It was just that his eyes were downcast, making it impossible to see if he was happy or angry. Chen Jian shook his fan and walked out of the chauffeured carriage. Looking down at Jiang Huayu, "I believe this is Saint Jiang, the Scout of the Heavens remarks ranking, at the young age of 26 years old at the perfection of the Royal Qi realm. Today, I saw that I was indeed born with a handsome and talented appearance. Patriarch Kong. Congratulations on teaching a good disciple. Ha ha, thank you, Your Honor, for the compliment. Hua Yu, why don't you thank His Excellency? With a smile on his face, Zhang Daozong urged Zhang Huayu to thank him for his grace, as if he was truly relieved of yesterday's events. Only the frosty white hair at the ear temples looked a bit harsh. Zhang Huayu raised his head to look straight at Chen Jian and said lightly, "Thank you for your compliments, Your Excellency. I still have some important business to attend to, so I won't accompany you." When he finished speaking, he got up and wanted to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist drawing his sword. Chen Jian's compliments without any semblance of sincerity were like sharp needles in his ears, especially the condescending attitude. It made him almost unable to suppress his killing intent. "Wait." Chen Jian called Zhang Huayu to a halt and said with a smile, "On the wedding day of Saint Sun Jiang, this official can't be without some indication." After saying that, he casually handed the folding fan in his hand to Zhang Huayu. "This is a lady's fan painted by this official himself. It's quite precious, so I'll give it to Sage Sun Jiang today, on this hot summer day. It's also good to cool down the fire for Saint Jiang." Zhang Huayu exhaled a deep breath of resentment. Turning back to receive the fan with both hands, he said in a low voice, "Many thanks to Your Excellency for the treasure." "Oh, I should." Chen Jian patted Zhang Huayu's shoulder. "Sage Jiang, take care. There are quite a few friends coming to the door to watch the ceremony today. Why did Your Honor irritate him?" After Zhang Huayu walked away, Zhang Daozong also led Chen Jian towards the viewing platform. Same to each other. Chen Jian sat at the highest part of the viewing platform, looking at the full house of guests. His eyes narrowed slightly, knocking lightly on the edge of the table and said, watching him raise a tall building, watching him feast his guests, watching him collapse the building. The old Chang'an is no different today. The 9th day of the 9th month of September. The good time has come. With a bell ringing, snow-white petals slowly fell from the sky. Immediately after that, 12 white-clothed swordsmen of the void transformation realm appeared above the void. They have long swords on their feet. Arching over a sedan chair strolled. Inside the sedan chair, it was none other than Zhu Wan'er, who was dressed in a scarlet wedding dress with red lips like blood. The wedding of the holy son of the royal sword sect and the holy daughter of the ethereal sect. Then the curtain was lifted under the attention of this full house of guests. Inside the imperial sword sect's main hall, Zhang family head Zhang Daoyang was sitting firmly on the high platform. On his left and right were imperial sword sect patriarch Zhang Daozong and ethereal sect patriarch Shi Mengqing. Immediately following them were the 8 Tongxian realm minor patriarchs within the 2 clans. Then after that were 18 void god realm cultivators, the bewildering number of transformed realms. Then they can only stand sideways. The guests looked away, feeling the strong aura that was unintentionally emanating from the hall, and only felt their scalps tingle. Langya Zhang clan, royal sword sect, misty sect, this behemoth that is entrenched in Langya, if nothing else, after today, will really step on the throne of the Jianghu leader now. Today's jungle, there is no longer any equal to it. Thinking of this, the crowd again looked to the highest part of the viewing platform. There, the youngest Marquis of the Marquis of Chenlu, first-grade martial artist Chen Jian, was looking at the sedan chair in the air with a smirk. The guests' hearts were in their mouths. If nothing else, accidents mostly still come. Chapter 63, Snowy Mountain Immortal Cicada. Gentlemen, just as the guests were poking and prodding in anticipation of the rest of the story, an imperial sword sect elder rose and said aloud, "Today, the direct descendant of my clan, Jiang Huayu, and the Misty Sect's saintly daughter, Zhu Wan'er, are tying the knot, so I would like to thank the Imperial Capital Angels and all of my fellow Jianghu practitioners for going out of their way to be here. In appreciation of your fellow travelers, I've prepared a theater for the occasion. Please appreciate it, fellow travelers." As his words fell, countless sword chants resounded within the great hall. A flying sword formed a long dragon of sword chi, hovering over the viewing platform. Pervasive sword chi was spread out, calling out to people who are afraid to look at them. Some of the timid ones had even ducked into the table and shivered. Miku, with a neatly harmonized voice, hundreds of white-clothed disciples drifted down to the square to line up. In a split second, a long sword with a sword-like aura drew countless lines of arcs in the air, like a bird swooping into the forest, burrowed into the scabbard behind them. These disciples, all of them were able to use their swords through the air. None of them were Royal Qi Realm sword cultivators. Hundreds of people at the Royal Qi Realm. There was hardly any clan in the Jianghu today that could be compared to it. Even the Snow Mountain sect and the Netherworld sect, which had produced saints, could hardly look up to them. And even more shocking, leading the front of the formation were actually 72 Void Transformation Realm sword cultivators. By them alone, it would already be enough to sweep away the average Jianghu sect. Observatory. The faces of the patriarchs and sect leaders who came to observe the ceremony were all a bit ugly. The Royal Sword sect is putting on this show today. It looks like a cheer. but it's a demonstration. Its ambition is clear. Compared to the 360 horsemen Chen Liujia who showed up yesterday, the Jianghu clans are more frightened of the strength displayed by the Royal Sword Sect. After all, although Chen Liujia was terrifying, it's not the same jungle as they hang out in. As long as their heads don't go crazy and do something treasonous, they basically don't cross paths too much. However, this was not the case with the Royal Sword Sect. The world knows that the Royal Sword Sect is a paw of the Luangjia Zhang clan stretching out in the Jianghu, and all of them are rolling around in the same pool to compete for food. Although the jungle is big, the resources are always limited. The 18 states and 72 county governments of the Great Tang Dynasty. Which Yuan Qi-filled mountain doesn't have a clan holding it? Which discovery of a Yuan mine wouldn't cause a great clan fight to the death? Nowadays, the resources of the Great Wasteland world are drying up, and it's hard to find traces of treasures used for cultivation, so much so that sometimes it's damn near impossible to kill someone for a yuan. Sure. This time, the Royal Sword Sect and the Netherworld Sect are tying the knot. It's clear that the hand is going to be extended even further. From now on, in this world, I'm afraid that only the Prosperity Sect far away in Kunlun, the White Emperor's City by the East Sea, the White Horse Villa in Yuzhou, the Five Poisons Sect in the southern borderlands, and those reclusive clans holding the Undying Cave Heaven can rest on their laurels. Just knowingly, who among the sect masters and patriarchs present here would dare to say half a word of disapproval? The Royal Sword Sect elders stood outside the main hall, looking at a room full of stumped guests. The heart was slightly smug. Only when his eyes swept over that little marquee at the highest part of the viewing platform, his complacency instantly dissipated again. A light cough, he said in a loud voice. Fellow disciples, my Royal Sword Sect has been based in Langia for over 3,000 years, always upholding the right path. Convince people with virtue. Today's sword dance is just for fun, absolutely nothing else. I hope you all do not think too much about it. The elder's words just fell. On the viewing platform a young man dressed in white and snowy clothes got up and stood with his hands in the air. Royal Sword Sect. What heavy majesty! The crowd followed the sound and their faces were slightly surprised, because the person who exits, it was actually the man in Shui's clothes who nailed him to the wall with a gun in the first place. Ouyang Shui, the saint's son of the Snow Mountain Sect, who was also being chased by Jiang Luer. The aura on him at this time was simply incomparable to that day. Just get up. It was like a sheathed snow knife. On the observation deck, the gray-clothed boy's brows lowered. A hint of astonishment flashed under his eyes as he muttered, could it be the Snow Mountain immortal cicada? I didn't expect the simple-minded fool to learn the long-lost mastery of the saints. No wonder I can't sense the seed in him. This gray-clothed boy was none other than Zhang Luol of the Five Poison Sect. He had traveled north from the southern border in order to pocket the geniuses on the Heaven's Pride list, to plant seeds for the future before they grew up. The Five Poison Sect was a devilish sect, yet it managed to grow wildly in the Jianghu, by virtue of the fact that it was never poisonous kung fu, but the Dead Man's Sutra that had been passed down from ancient times. He did not kill Ouyang Shui after tracking him out of the city that day, but only injected the poisonous strain into his body during the fight, originally thinking that he had successfully planted a seed. I didn't expect to be cracked by this guy by mistake. So it's the Snow Mountain Sect's saint's son in person. The Royal Sword Sect elder revealed a kind smile and rolled up his sleeves. Mr. Ouyang seems to have a different opinion on this saint's words. Ouyang Shui took half a step back. Coldly, he said, this saint's son will not bother with you. Let Jiang Huayu and Zhu Wan'er come out. What shall you do? The Imperial Sword Sect patriarch asked with a smirk. Naturally, I'll behead the two of them under the sword and step on their heads to rank in the Void Transformation realm. Ouyang Shui shoots her long sword. And you old thing. Get lost. Who doesn't know you're full of trouble? People are afraid of you. Royal Sword Sect. I, the Snow Mountain Sect, am not afraid. This statement was made. The entire viewing platform was silent, and all the guests looked at the snow-white Ouyang Shui in unison. He's really brave. As you wish. Inside the great hall, an indifferent voice rang out. Zhang Huayu slowly walked out of the main hall with an ancient longsword in his hand. When the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect saw him appear, they bowed in unison and saluted. Greetings, Holy Son. Zhang Huayu stepped onto the square of the viewing platform, yanked down a ribbon to tie his long ink-like hair casually, and pointed his sword at Ouyang Shui. Come on, I'll behead you with one sword. Tension, Ouyang Shui sneered, steeply rising from the ground. The person was still in the air, and the snow knife in his hand was already sheathed. Ice seals 1,000 miles. Misty blade light surged out from the snow blade. In just an instant, snowflakes actually drifted up within 3 feet of Zhang Huayu. Wow! It's the immortal cicada technique. On the viewing platform, a knowledgeable person exclaimed in shock, marveling, this is the sage technique. Back then, the first generation of the Snow Mountain Sect's patriarch, it was on the snowy mountain that he picked up this divine skill, which made him among the Return to Truth realm. It's just that hasn't the immortal cicada technique been lost for a long time? What is the immortal cicada technique? Chen Jian asked to Gao Lishur, who was standing in a mortar beside him. He didn't think this move was that impressive. After all, compared to his 8 steps to catch the cicada, the so-called ice seal 1,000 miles was just that. Ask a question. Just thinking that in the heat of the day. It's a pretty practical trick. Immortal cicada technique. A heaven-defying sage technique. Drooling at the corners of his mouth, Gao Lishur said enviously, the reason why this technique is called immortal cicada is because with each level of advancement, one can obtain a new life. Even the most serious injuries. Just don't die. It will be able to break out of the cocoon. Chen Jian glanced at Gao Lishur with a weird look in his eyes. It can grow back even if it's broken? Yes. The corners of Goliath's mouth twitched. Continuing, he said, it is rumored that the immortal cicada has a total of 9 layers, corresponding to the 9 realms under the saints. For each level of comprehension, the cultivation level can then be raised by 1 realm. When the 9 layers are consummated, then you will be able to be among the sage realm. Chapter 64, Unparalleled Sword Intent. One sword fall and the world is shocked. That's about it. Chen Jian skimmed his lips. If the system isn't fooling around, any one of the martial Dao scrolls and sword scriptures in his hand would be able to kill this immortal cicada technique, which was at least an emperor realm technique. When he stepped into the royal Qi realm, the Qi and blood were monstrous, and the fleshly body was matchless. Using only his fists in the epiphany, he had no idea how many imperial Qi realm pawns he had hammered to death. If you add the 8 steps to catch the cicadas, which is an erratic sword technique, frozen for thousands of miles, the odds were that it wouldn't be able to seal a sword of its own. Above the square, Zhang Huayu frowned and stood there. A thin layer of ice had formed on his body, frozen under 1,000 miles. Even the Yuan Qi was frozen. Ouyang Shui held a long sword in her hand and slashed at him with the momentum of opening the sky. It seemed to want to split him in half hard. Contempt! Exclamations of surprise rang out from the viewing gallery. I didn't expect that this Ouyang Shui was not only brave, but her methods were also so ferocious. The power of this blade. Was it going to end the myth of Zhang Huayu being undefeated in the same realm? Ka-ching! Just as the crowd exclaimed in shock, an ear-piercing sound rang out from the square. The sound of shattering ice. In the ice, Zhang Huayu suddenly raised his head and turned his wrist, a brilliant sword light illuminating. Buzz! The entire square resounded with the sound of swords. Ouyang Shui's landed body suddenly stiffened. Unbelievably, he looked at the arm holding the knife. The arm was broken at the shoulder. It fell within 3 feet of Zhang Huayu and instantly froze into an icicle. Its matchless sword intent. Inside the main hall, the royal sword sect belonged to, all of them were shocked and exclaimed in astonishment. Sword intent is unrivaled. It was a mastery created by Zhang's predecessor who gave up the White Tiger sacred art to join the royal sword sect after he had realized the royal sword sect's sword art. After comprehending the unparalleled sword intent, he's 1 step ahead of the rest. From the Tongxian realm, he had crossed 2 great realms in a row and was among the Return to Truth realm great masters. Since the return of that Zhang Senior, the royal sword sect had no shortage of celestials who had comprehended the unparalleled sword intent, and even today's patriarch, Zhang Daozong, had also comprehended this sword intent. However, he only came to comprehend it after stepping into the Tongxian realm. Throughout the thousands of years of the imperial sword sect, there had never been an appearance of a character who had comprehended peerless sword intent at the royal Qi realm. Sage Weather, God bless my royal sword sect. The royal sword sect elder looked at Zhang Huayu, who was in charge of the peerless sword. No more of that kind face, the look of madness. Do not stop kowtowing to the hall of the ancestors. Inside the great hall, the corners of the Zhang clan's family head, Zhang Daoyang's mouth lifted slightly. This is his son, so young to have the weather of a saint. Give him a couple hundred more years, the Zhang family might not be unable to produce another saint. Converging his smile down, Zhang Daoyang's eyes flowed, looking towards old 8, who was sitting silently on the side, and snorted coldly in his heart. Some time ago, that Chen deceased, who was among the transformation of the void at a young age, and whose sword skills were extraordinary, must have had the opportunity. Too bad we didn't catch it. You've already half stepped into the transformation void. Ouyang Shui stood 3 feet in front of Zhang Huayu. Fuss. He was known as a genius since he was a child, and even more so, he had a chance to fall from the sky. Once lost his footing and fell into the snow cave, but did not die, but mistakenly got the immortality of cicadas. With this saint art below the top, in the Snow Mountain sect young generation of disciples invincible unrivaled, and eventually ascended to the position of the saint's son. Whoever thought of first entering the jungle? First, he was nailed to the wall with a shot by the White Horse and Silver Spear Shui Clothesman. Then he was inexplicably chased by Zhang Luol of the 5 Poison sect, and now he was chopped off his arm with a sword by Zhang Huayu. Transforming the void, Zhang Huayu put away his sword and sheathed it, slowly saying, before the battle with Zhao Wuji of the Dao sect, the sword intent shall not be perfected, and he is unwilling to step in. So it is. Ouyang Shui smiled bitterly, picking up his right arm and snow knife from the ground. He hung his head and headed down the hill. Observatory. Zhang Luo's brows lowered. It seems the Zhang Huayu seed can only be slowed down for a while. On the other side, there was a woman in green with her eyes licked his lips. Iron Sword Wang Songyang's eyebrows squeezed into a horizontal line, silent for half a second. 3 children's words popped out of his mouth. Fight not over. A sword falls and the world is shocked. Zhang Huayu was in charge of Wushuang, and with just one sword, he made everyone on the Heavens Pride ranking not dare to make a move. The wind is in the sails. Sweeping his eyes across the room, no one actually dared to meet their eyes. When he saw Qin Jian, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile and he wordlessly spat out 2 words. Coward. Qin Jian doesn't think so. Looking away from the stone steps in front of the square, and then wait for half an incense stick. Old brother if not yet come. Small master high and low have to charge some money. Let you know what is called the enemy of a lifetime. The royal sword sect. But damn it's high. At the foot of the mountain, on the stone steps, there was a line of people picking up the steps. A scholar in cloth with a sword and a weak woman, and a withered old man with his hands behind his back. And behind them, a brocade-clothed male carrying a cracked earth wall was bitterly looking at the stone steps that reached up to 999 steps and spitting. That Jiang Wushuang back then. He still had some sword skills. The old man looked at the stone steps and sighed. Unparalleled sword intent comes out. One sword astonishes the world. It's just that the offspring pull across a bit. When I wasn't a sword leader, I fought with their last patriarch. The sword intent is too weak. It doesn't have that flavor. Old Li too. Just blow it off. The man in Shue's clothes had his back to the earth wall and picked up his mouth. I admit that you're strong, but even stronger? You're not as strong as to reach the heights of Jiang Wushuang, right? Thousands of years ago, that Jiang Wushuang was the closest person to the sage realm in the Jiang family. Even back then, the great desolate world, not many people would dare say they walk alongside him. Don't believe me? Old Li Jiajia laughed and said, wait a while and you'll know if the old man is bragging or not. Ha, if you really want to be so strong, why would you ask Brother Chen for sword instruction? Humph. Old Li too shrugged off and ignored him, walking sullenly up the hill. Zhang Yan guffawed. The man in Shue's clothes and Old Li too had been bickering from time to time, and they had gotten used to it a long time ago. And don't bother trying to persuade. It was always just half an incense burner before the two had to hook up and play together again. A few people were traveling halfway up the mountain when, just in time to see a downtrodden figure descending the mountain alone, eyes slightly red, not even looking at them. The man in Shue's clothes gave the figure a surprised look, turned around and stood on the stone steps and shouted, "Oh Yang, who cut you? Give it to my brother. Brother will avenge you." At the sound of his voice, the man ran faster. It's matchless sword intent, Chen Ximing said faintly. It's a bit adulterated. It's about the power of the Wushuang sword. It's not pure enough. Brother Chen, you can see this too? The man in Shue's clothes was surprised. Chen Ximing looked at the Shuerobed man doubtfully. You can't tell? The man in Shue's clothes climbed the mountain in silence. After a half-long silence, he hesitantly asked, Old Li Tu should really not be the sword Kuei from 500 years ago, right? The Return to Truth Realm Grand Master who received a sword from Zhu Qingho and didn't die? No, Chen Ximing said. I told you the old man was nowhere near that outrageous. You're mistaken, Chen Ximing said indifferently. What I mean is that Old Li did not receive a sword from Zhu Qingho without dying. Zhu Qingho's sword. Didn't think to kill him. Chapter 65. Someone wants to climb the mountain to accompany the gift. Don't let the wait be long. The plaza. Zhang Huayu swept the entire field with his peerless sword in hand. There was an invincible confidence between his eyebrows. Gentlemen, anyone else who wants to challenge, please rise. His voice was soft. However, it was clearly and incomparably transmitted into everyone's ears. No one in the viewing gallery, where nearly 1,000 people were seated, responded, and naturally, no one got up. A sword falls and the world is shocked. Even the geniuses on the heavens remarks list didn't dare to make a move. Who else in the same realm would dare to draw their swords in front of him? I'm afraid it's only that Taoist Zhao Wuji. No more? Zhang Huayu looked at the peerless sword with faint disappointment. It's a pity. Sword intent is not complete enough, but there is no one to swab the sword, having to be among the transformation void. As his words fell, where it stands, an ethereal shadow stepped out and stood alongside him. The shadow darkens and the face was vaguely similar to his. After the shadow stopped for a few moments, the fingers tapping, the peerless sword immediately emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately following, a brilliant sword light shot up into the sky, carrying the silhouette as it disappeared into the square. Observatory. The guests looked up at the endless sky. The heart was sour and bitter. This is the realm of void transformation. It's not a greenhouse girl. He said he wanted to get in, so he got him in? Where's that ruthlessness that stopped me in the first place? A realm that Lao Tzu had toiled for most of his life to enter, and he's just one step ahead? Shoo! Moments later, the peerless sword returned to its sheath. The dim shadow also instantly returned to its place. Right at the moment when the silhouette returned to its place, Zhang Huayu opened his eyes and took a step out into the air, overlooking the viewing platform in the void. At that moment, there was sunlight shining directly above his head. The glitter, reflecting him as if he were a little saint. In the younger generation, Saint Sun Jiang is nearly invincible. An aged void transformation realm cultivator on the viewing platform was filled with emotion and sighs. That's not necessarily true, someone retorted. That Chen deity who made a big fuss the other day is also a sword cultivator. And he's not too old, but he's been among the transformation void for a long time. As long as Chen De is alive, the day Saint Sun Jiang can't be called invincible. Shut up! A female cultivator looked at Zhang Huayu standing in the void, and without looking back, she angrily scolded. Chen deity is just an old lecher who sees color. How can he be compared to my cousin? The man swept a glance at the female cultivator. Seeing the number of guards arching around her, he grunted coldly and didn't answer. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. What's this nymphomaniac's origin? Gao Lishur gave the female cultivator a disgusted look and said coldly, the Hutian Bai clan. Zhang Daoyang's seventh wife's maternal family. Zhang Huayu's cousin. So it's a cousin. That's understandable. It's just the mouth that stinks. Remember to rinse out her mouth for her later. Yes. In midair, Zhang Huayu's gaze fell towards his cousin, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a gentle smile. Chen Ju. I was also looking forward to fighting him, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have the courage to climb. Brother Chen, did you hear what that guy was saying? On the stone steps in front of the mountain of the royal sword sect, the Xeroxed man asked with a crooked head, his back against the earthen wall. He said I didn't have the courage to climb. Chen Shiming said, so what are we doing now? The man in Shui shrugged the earthen wall. Did you not come to see the little ginger take a bride? Probably. Chen Shiming laughed. By the way, a gift? Where's your gift? The man in the suit asked. Chen Shiming patted the wooden candle and laughed. The gift is in the sword. So what are you waiting for? The man in the suit asked. Waiting for you to climb the mountain. Chen Shiming looked up at the stone steps, his gaze seeming to pass through 1,000 mountains to see the Scarlet Dowager sitting in the Great Hall, and slowly said, his opponent has never been me. The man in Shue's clothes threw back his head and laughed. What more could a man ask for when he has a confidant like this? The words fell. He lifted up a black cloth to cover the wall of dirt he carried on his back, shrouded in black cloth. The earthen wall was like a dark tombstone, blocking out the sunlight. It also obscures that picture. Whitehorse Mountain Villa Shui Man. Today, climb the mountain to watch the ceremony. Boom! Tombstones rise from the ground. It slammed into the Imperial Sword Sect's square. The man in Shue's clothes held a silver spear and climbed towards the top of the mountain step by step. Every step, the fury in his body thickened. By the time he stood at the top of the hill, the whole person was already like a straight lance. The tip of the gun. It was none other than Zhang Huayu, who had developed an invincible streak. White Horse Lodge? It's the White Horse and Silver Spear Shui clothes man who ranks 5th on the Heaven's Pride list? The guests gasped out in shock, not expecting that with Zhang Huayu already being in the Void Transformation realm. This young lord of the White Horse Villa actually dared to make a move. I've heard that the man in Shue's clothes and Chen deity once drank together. I'm sure. He's standing up for Chen deity, a well-informed person whispered. That day when he fought with Ouyang Shui, Chen deity was watching from the sidelines and had a strong personal relationship. Pity. This young lord of the manor is also a man of nature. Someone lamented. It's just that St. Zhang's sword intent has become. The aura is at its peak. In the invincible belief that it is hard to find an opponent when you draw your sword and look around. I'm afraid young Master Zhuang is no match. You're going to stand up for Chen deity? Zhang Huayu stood in the air, looking down on the Schwerobed man who was as straight as a gun, and said indifferently, although you have also stepped into the void transformation realm, you should know that the gap between people, it's never the realm that can make up for it. Indeed, the man in Shue's clothes thought of his closest friend and lamented. The gap between man and man is even greater than that between you and a dog. Are you trying to provoke me? Zhang Huayu's face was slightly cold. Don't get me wrong. Just stating the facts. The words of the Schwerobed man fell. The entire person had already ascended to the sky. Then the gun came out like a dragon. Clank! When the lance comes out, fury like a demon. There was nothing half as fancy as the shot from the man in the Shui clothes. The first strike was the White Horse Mountain Villa's best technique. Broken fury gun. In midair, Zhang Huayu's face changed slightly when he felt the bone-scraping spear aura. With a flip of his wrist, he similarly rolled up a brilliant sword light. It was precisely the unparalleled sword intent. Zhang Huayu, who was ranked 3rd on the Heaven's remarkable ranking list, and the 5th-ranked man in Shue's clothes. As soon as they met, they coincidentally used their current killing moves with the greatest killing power. sword chi and spear ons intermingled. The black as ink broken fury gun and the snowy unparalleled sword intent, strangling each other in the air. One black, one white. Jingwei. Boom. Moments later, the violet yuan chi instantly stirred up. Within a 10-foot radius, the wild wind whistled and hunted. One shot and one sword later, the two figures disappeared far away at the same time, looking at each other from a distance in the air. Man in shui, you surprise me. Zhang Huayu removed the somewhat bloated red robe on his body, revealing the cultivator's clothes inside. I can feel the peerless sword leaping. It's longing for a battle with you. I'm rather disappointed in you. The shui-robed man looked at Zhang Huayu with slight mockery. Brother Chen said that you had a lack of sword intent, and that it was only by borrowing the strength of the shuangless sword that you were able to break Ouyang's arm. I didn't believe it earlier. At this point it seems, he always seems to be right. Speaking of which, the corners of the shui-robed man's mouth hooked into a smile. Come on Dash, someone's got to climb the mountain and give a gift. Don't keep him waiting. Chapter 66, Chen Jiming, an old friend from Chang'an, climbs the mountain today. Seek death. After Zhang Huayu removed her red robe, it was like unlocking a seal, and the whole thing instantly sharpened. Visions, a black and a white, gun aura and sword aura crisscrossed, raging waves in the air. The two fought to the point of insanity. However, the battle between the two incipient void transformation realm cultivators had actually fought in the darkness of the sky in the midair of the royal sword sect. The gap between man and man is really bigger than between man and dog. On the observation deck, many couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. These two men who fought to the point of insanity were not a fraction of the age of some of them combined, but the realm of cultivation and the means of killing power displayed, it has made it hard for them to look at them. Boom! The sky suddenly resounded with explosions, stirring Yuan Qi to disperse. A figure fell from the air. People followed the sound, only to see that the one who fell to the ground was none other than the White Horse Village Shui Clothes Man. At this point he had blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. With his lance in his hand, he was half kneeling on the ground, obviously badly injured. And mid-air, Zhang Huayu was cloaked, holding the undisparalleled sword in his hand and pointing it at the Shui Clothes Man from afar. I thought that after being amongst the transformation void, I would need to spend more time polishing my sword intent, but I didn't think that fighting with June would allow me to completely comprehend undisparalleled. The world is unrivaled. The man in Shui sighed, slowly getting up. He said to the stone steps, Brother Chen, I've lost. Yes, but you've gotten stronger too. Stone steps. A man of cloth slowly stepped in. The late Chen Jiming from Chang'an. Hiking today. Shuwan heir of the Misty Sect. Request STH. Come out of the temple to receive the gift. He's coming. He's bringing old grandpa. On the viewing platform, Chen Jian rose abruptly, looking at Chen Jiming, who was dressed in cloth and carrying a wooden candle. His heart was thrilled. Ergo, finally arrived at the last minute. At this very moment, looking at the figure standing on the stone steps in cloth and man's shoes, Chen Jian had a sense of excitement of peeking into history. Who is Chen Jiming? Who is Chen Jiming? Guests on the observation deck mingled. Inquiries have been made as to where this person is coming from. After all, the incident between Zhu Wan'er and Chen Jiming happened in Chang'an in the first place, tens of thousands of miles away from each other. It's not like the ethereal sect could make a big deal out of it. Not many people in the Jianghu know about it. Chen Jiming is the second son of Marquis Chen Liu, born with a vision that no one in Chang'an City knew about back then. A guest from Chang'an's brow jumped up and quickly explained. Such a genius has no news in the Jianghu? A guest from Qinghe County asked. Because 12 years ago, his qi was abolished and he became an invalid. The guest from Chang'an lamented. Chen Jiming and Zhu Wan'er were originally childhood sweethearts. Early marriage was contracted. After Chen Jiming became an invalid, within a few years, Zhu Wan'er brought Zhang Huayu to the door to withdraw her marriage. It was almost as if he was rubbing Chen Jiming's face on the ground. The matter was then in full swing in the city of Chang'an. Since then, it is only in Chang'an that the Marquis of Chenliu's house is full of waste, and Master Tiger's dog and mouse grandson. Wait, someone exclaimed. You said that Chen Jiming is the next best Chenliu Ho. Wouldn't that be? Is it the second brother of that young Marquis? Exactly. The guest from Chang'an nodded and said. Otherwise, why do you think the young Marquis would not give the Jiang clan half a chance and just run Jiang Daoma and Jiang Tiejia to death? In addition to really pitying those stragglers, I'm afraid that there is also the meaning of revenge on Jiang. After all, when the marriage was first withdrawn, Jiang sent a Tongxian realm minor sect master to show up and threaten. There was sordidness. I think that this time, the young Marquis led 360 riders of Chen Liujia to come to observe the ceremony. It is to stand up for Chen Jiming. Is there a possibility? A young man said weakly. That Chen Jimian, he doesn't need others to stand up for him at all? How? The Chang'an visitor asked rhetorically. Is it hard to come to the theater without coming out for the sake of 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 coming out? Because, he's Chen Gui. Chen Jiwei, Chen Dai? In midair, Zhang Huayu looked condescendingly at the cloth-clothed man. Are you here to challenge me? At this time, his peerless sword intent was complete, and his invincibility had been established. The killing intent boiled over. Not fearing anyone in the void transformation realm, Chen Shiming ignored him, just looking within the great hall. There, Zhu Wan'er similarly looked up at him, a little timid at first, then suddenly he smiled wryly. With that scarlet wedding dress, the whole thing seemed a little creepy. Chen Shiming, I'll give you a chance. In midair, Zhang Huayu watched the two of them look at each other in all directions, his face a bit ugly. The sword pointed at Chen Jimin and said coldly, come on, I'll give you the chance to challenge me. Chen Jiming still ignored him and said to himself, after a long time of separation, you're still so good at disguise, don't you? Inside the main hall, Zhu Wan'er smiled sweetly. It is said that Chen Jiming's Sea of Qi has been abolished, and that there is no chance to be among the innate realm again in this life. But you are now, already a harmonized void realm cultivator. Aren't you guys going a little overboard? Zhang Huayu was cloaked at this time, no longer able to hide the true emotions of his heart, and said with a slight scowl, certainly here, you guys think I'm a dead man? Husband. Zhu Wan'er gave Zhang Huayu a winking look and pointed at Chen Jiming and said timidly, he bullied me. Husband, kill him for me. Bitch. Zhang Huayu looked at her with cold eyes, his aura changing abruptly. Unparalleled sword intent came out. A tens of feet long sword light fell from the sky, chopping towards Chen Jiming. Chen Jimian paced towards the main hall and picked up the steps, oblivious to the murderous intent of the sword behind him, until the sword light was about to sweep over his body. With a casual tug into the void with his hand behind his back, a disciple of the royal sword sect instantly sheathed his sword in his hand. Buzz. An equally brilliant sword light came after it. It fiercely chopped at the peerless sword intent. Matchless sword intent. On the observation platform and within the great hall, everyone's face instantly changed as they looked in shock at Chen Jiming, who was pacing with his hands folded. This was because the sword that Chen Jiming had casually yanked out was actually also a peerless sword intent. The royal sword sect's unspoken secret. Boom! The two sword chi met, and the radiant sword light emitted a blinding light that made people not dare to look directly at it. When you reopen your eyes, the figure of Zhang Huayu was no longer in the sky. At this point, he's lying on the ground, breathing heavily, his chest heaved and throbbed like a drowning fish in its death throes, and between his chi high, a terrifying sword chi was slowly dissipating. Zhang Huayu is ruined. Looking at that sword chi, the same thought surged in everyone's mind. Then he looked at Chen Jiming incredulously. Don't understand how he did it. Unparalleled sword intent, impossible to grasp by a non-guardian sword sect disciple. Even the disciples of the royal sword sect, only the firstborn could comprehend sword intent in the hidden sword building. This Chen Jiming an outsider, but with unmatched sword intent, with a casual sword strike, he had cut down the holy sun that the royal sword sect had been cultivating with great effort. There is no one left who can match the path of the sword. Beside Chen Jian, Lu Qi, who had arrived at an unknown time, lamented. With Chen Jian in front of him, on the path of pursuing the sword Dao, everyone can only catch up towards him. Don't be discouraged. Chen Jian comforted. After all, besides being a swordsman, you are also a scholar. Someone once said, if the world's swordsmanship enlightenment totaled 10 buckets, Chen Shiming is the only one who has 12 buckets. I owe him 2 buckets. It makes sense for him to be stronger. Chapter 67. Wherever the long sword goes, all are enemies. How dare the harridan? Inside the grand hall, Zhang clan family head Zhang Daoyang took a step forward. Instantly, he appeared beside Zhang Huayu. A vast yuan qi was transmitted into Zhang Huayu's body. Yuan qi into the body. Zhang Huayu's ghastly white face had just gained some blood color, but then he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, his qi si was ruined, just like a broken bag that leaked everywhere. It simply couldn't catch Zhang Daoyang's yuan qi. Any more yuan qi into his body would just make him feel better. Opening his eyes with difficulty, Zhang Huayu looked at Zhang Daoyang witheringly. Father, my sea of qi. It's okay. It'll be fine. Zhang Daoyang's voice hoarsely said. Children of the Langya Zhang clan are not allowed to cry. Having said that, Zhang Daoyang slowly got up. Lake Cave Realm cultivation poured out without reservation. This moment, with a black and gold python robe and the jade crown of the family master on his head, he was like an emperor who was not angry. Come on, man. Return the holy son to the ancestral home and give him to the eldest brother. Tell him, my son is wasted. The only son. Yes. The two Void God Realm slaves who served to the left and right picked up Zhang Huayu on the ground and stepped into the void to leave. Inside the great hall, Zhang Daoshou wanted to say something, but when he looked at Zhang Daoyang, who was drawing out his anger, he had no choice but to sigh. On the other side, Zhang Daozong's eyes were lowered, and the corners of his mouth pulled up a sneer that appeared to be there. Chen Jiming, have you thought about how to die? Zhang Daoyang's palm spread out and the peerless sword automatically flew into his hand, pointing at Chen Jiming from a distance. Old thief! On the viewing platform, Chen Jian jumped up and pointed at Zhang Daoyang and cursed angrily. If you dare to make a move, my master will immediately transfer Chen Liujia into the city, so that you Langyazhang's chickens and dogs will not be left behind, and the city will be full of veiled onyx. Get out! Zhang Daoyang didn't even lift his head and chided with a single word. Rolling waves of sound instantly lifted the crowd under the viewing platform. It's like a pounding drum and a heavy hammer. The remaining sound was unceasing, curling toward Chen Jian. Lu Qi took a step forward and blocked in front of Chen Jian. The Hao Ran sword came out. Shun! Boom! Waves of sound exploded. Lu Qi's face turned slightly white as he swung his sword 3 times in a row, drawing a sword arc in front of his body to block the sound wave. His body was even nailed dead in front of Chen Jian. It didn't hurt him half as much. Old thief! You're killing yourself! Chen Jian supported the staggering Lu Qi, a piercing cloud arrow in his hand. Shoo! Fireworks exploded in the sky. Outside of Langia City, a one-horned old horse looked up at the cloud-piercing arrow with a humanized expression of disgust on its face, spitting the berry out after cocking his head. Front hooves raised, sighs and screams. As it whistled, a black horse like a ghost scurried out of the dense forest. Moments later, the sky descended another 360 black shadows clad in armor and armed with strangers' swords. The black horses carried black armor, 4 hooves in the air, like an oppressive black tide. It rolled towards the Imperial Sword Sect. The old one-horned horse, on the other hand, lowered its head and continued to leisurely eat the vermilion red berries. Wait! In front of the Imperial Sword Sect's Mountain Gate Square, 360 riders of Chen Liujia descended from the sky and stood in front of Chen Jian. Leader! It was a Tongxian Realm Minor Patriarch. Behind him, 18 Void God Realm Black Riders lined up in a row. Each rider was followed by a group of Void Transformation Realm Black Riders. They're mopping the floor with strangers' knives, away from Zhang Daoyang. Depressing. The already depressing square became more and more depressing as Chen Liujia descended from the sky. No one doubted Chen Liujia's ferocity, even if you didn't know the name before. But after yesterday, people learned what a glorious and bloody past these iron horsemen, clad in black armor as silent as ghosts, had. At this point, everyone held their breath. Even breathing is too noisy, because they know that, as long as Chen Jian gives the order, the Black Riders will then charge forward, cut down all enemies within sight. Chen Jian raised his palm. Old thief, I repeat, if you dare to make a move, Chen Liujia will start wielding his sword from the Imperial Sword Sect. Zhang Daoyang held his sword in his hand, and flames flickered under his eyes. It seems to be weighing the pros and cons. Suddenly, his eyes turned ice cold, and he made a distant bow towards Luanjia City. The 28th generation of the Luanjia Zhang clan's family head, the ungrateful grandson Zhang Daoyang. I respectfully request that the holy soldier be revived. Kill the enemy. All members of the Langia Zhang clan, rise and meet the enemy. Boom! As his words fell, a burst of Brahma sounds resounded inside the Langia Zhang clan's ancestral home. On the offering table of the ancestral hall of the clan temple, a piece of jade-faceted white tiger seal trembled, emitting a blazing white light. Only for a moment, the entire city of Langia County felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from within the Zhang clan's ancestral home. Under the vast pressure of the mighty, the people of the city were all on their knees. Sacred soldier White Tiger Seal, recovery today. Outside Langia City, the one-horned old horse looked up sharply, showing his teeth and crunching a bite. Immediately afterward, a rickety gray suit descended from the sky and landed on its back. Let's go, old buddy. The holy soldiers are reviving. The little ones can't resist. The old horse took a step, turning into a stream of light. He instantly appeared beside Chen Jian. Old dog Huang is here too. On the stone steps, old Li's eyes wandered, picking up a wooden stick from the side of the road, looking in the direction of Langia City and leaping forward. Boom! The white tiger seal blossomed with light, transforming into a white tiger of nearly 100 feet that roared to life. It looked ice cold, like a monarch standing on the clouds and looking down on the ants on the ground. Zhang Daoyang bowed and saluted. Invite the white tiger sacred seal and put the evils to death. Boom! The white tiger is the master of killing. At this moment, the saint's soldier activated, and with an open mouth, it turned into a rain of swords that fell towards the viewing platform. It's just a dead thing. On the observation deck, the old butler bristled with cold laughter. A 6-foot-long stranger's sword appeared in his hand at some point. The solo battle rider charged at the white tiger in the sky, which was nearly 100 feet tall. His face was pale, his hair withered, and he charged against the white tiger of nearly 100 feet, like a mole sticking out its foot trying to trip over a running elephant. But no one dares to underestimate him. It was because the killing aura he was emitting at this moment was almost demonic. As his charge was initiated, the sky dome above his head instantly changed colors, rolling up black clouds like ink, pouring down to swallow the world. Now, It's our turn. Zhang Daoyang waved his hand. All the Langyuzhang clan's subordinates all rose. The sword-wielding group surrounded Chen Liujia. There were even densely packed sword lights under the mountain that kept sweeping towards the royal sword sect. Kill! Chen Jian stood on the viewing platform, bent down to look at the densely packed sword cultivators, and finally shouted out that word kill. As his words fell, 360 horsemen of Chen Liujia swung their swords at the same time. The black torrent of suppressed epilepsy instantly strangled the nearly 100 Zhang clan members who rushed at the front. At this point the sun is setting. The remaining sun is like blood. Blood flowed in the square of the royal sword sect gate. The Luanjia Zhang clan and the Marquis of Qinliu's house are killing each other. And so it began quietly. Wherever the long blade goes, it's all enemies. Old dog Huang, Chen Liujia. Now, who else is going to save you? Zhang Daoyang slowly approached Chen Jiming with his shuangless sword in hand, his voice ghostly cold. Hand over the secret of how you remodeled the Gate of Creation to repair your Qi, and this seat can let you die a simpler death. Chapter 68, The Sword Leader's Sword. Why? Chen Jiming looked up at Zhang Daoyang and asked seriously, why is it that when I'm clearly looking for someone other than the Zhang family, you guys are scrambling to jump out and send yourselves to your deaths? You've made a mess of a nice wedding. Let me follow this gift. It's boring. Playing God. Zhang Daoyang's eyes were cold, and his sword pointed at Chen Jiming. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand over the secrets you're carrying. Chen Jiming ignored him and instead took a step towards the Great Hall, saying faintly, Brother Shui, watch Zhang Daoyang. If he does anything foolish again, just chop him up. Gladly. The man in Shui's clothes stood in front of the black cloth, picking up a piece of it with his fingertips, and said with a smile, it just so happens that I would like to see what is called the heaven-shattering sword drawing technique. Seek death. Zhang Daoyang casually slashed his sword at the Shui-robed man. He was able to tolerate Chen Jiming's cynicism towards him because he wanted to drain Chen Jiming of his secrets and figure out the root cause of his remodeling of the Gate of Creation to repair his Qi. But what is the man in Shui's clothes? But just the young master of the White Horse Villa. Even if his great-grandfather Shui Beima personally arrived, he is not qualified to be rampant in front of the Langyuzhang clan. Even old dog Huang, who had led the Black Riders to decapitate a great master in the first place, he dared to ask the holy soldiers to suppress him, not to mention an old man who doesn't know what he's doing. Meet that sword light. The corners of the eyes of the man in Shui's clothes danced madly, but he remained deathly nailed to the square, not even willing to move halfway. Boom! Zhang Daoyang's sword light fell. The power of a sword from a cave heaven realm patriarch was several times like a shocking wave. Even if it was just a casual sword, it was by no means something that the Shui clothesman could resist. Right in the middle of this sword light, the black cloth shaped like a tombstone in the plaza lifted a corner, revealing a cracked, mottled earthen wall inside. Visions. Above the earthen wall, the lance that looked like a child's graffiti was stimulated by the sword's energy, and the black cloth was broken to reveal its true appearance. See that gun? Zhang Daoyang's face suddenly changed, and he no longer had any semblance of majesty. He's backing up, instantly far away. It even hastily struck the white tiger's sacred art. A cave heaven realm white tiger showed its teeth and stepped out into the void. Tilting his head was about to growl. However, when he saw a long spear coming, the white tiger instantly turned into a bit of starlight and dissipated. The lance went unabated. Piercing through the void appeared behind Zhang Daoyang. Zhang Daoyang's face was pale. He didn't expect that after Huang Laodog and Chen Liujia, Chen Jiming actually had a bottom card. The terrifying sword intent contained in this lance made it so that he couldn't even muster the courage to draw his sword against it. At this time, the holy soldiers were held back by the yellow old dog, and although they beat the yellow old dog's hair, they were never able to cut him down, and it was simply too late to mobilize the holy soldiers to rescue him. The words of the previous question to Chen Jiming were still ringing in his ears. Whoever thought that in the end no one could be saved but himself? Visions. Just as Zhang Daoyang was about to be pierced by the spear, a white tiger suddenly appeared behind him. Open your mouth and spit. A terrifying sword light met the lance. Snort. The sword light and the lance oscillated and interlaced in the air, stirring up a piece of the void. Terrifying qi swept away. Zhang Daoyang just stayed on the sidelines. He was then seriously injured by the overflowing qi and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After a long time, the lance finally dissipated, and the white tiger became dim. Until then, it was only then that people saw that the white tiger that looked like jade was actually carrying a white-clothed male. He had a clean face, but his eyes were full of the vicissitudes of life. Zhang Daoyu of the Zhang clan. Meet the sword leader. The white-clothed male's vicissitudes of eyes fell toward the stone steps. There, an old man with a withered description, carrying a wooden stick on his shoulder. He's hiking up the mountain. Sword Kuei? People cried out in shock. Even those who were younger had heard of the sword Kuei's name. This was because this was the only sword cultivator who was expected to be among the saints after the sword Saint Zhu Qingho, a terrifying existence that received a sword from Zhu Qingho without dying. His figure has long disappeared from the Jianghu, but his legend can be heard everywhere in the Jianghu. Speaking of that radiant era 500 years ago, no one can ignore him. Little fellow, able to take half a sword from old man. You're not so bad. Old Li took a step into the sky and sat with his legs crossed in the void, tilting his head and asking, half a foot in the return to truth realm? Barely stepped in. Zhang Daoyu sighed and said with a vicissitude, the white tiger sacred art is defective. The cave heaven is easy to fall. There is no way to return to the basics. Speaking of which, Zhang Daoyu's gaze fell towards Chen Liujia and the Jiang clan's children who were still fighting together, and with a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Daoyan was instantly smashed into the dust. Senior Sword Kuei, how about letting this matter go? Although the latecomer was not fully among the return to truth, he had finally taken a step forward, enhanced by the holy soldier. Even when you were at your peak, you didn't dare to fight. Fighting any longer is just adding to the casualties. Old Li sat on the cloud with his legs crossed, pointing at Chen Jiming who was walking towards the main hall and said quietly, why are you asking me? You'll have to ask him about that. Zhang Daoyu was slightly stunned. His gaze fell towards Chen Jiming who was already about to enter the hall. Sighing with emotion, Marquis Chen Liu has given birth to a good son, to be able to win the favor of Senior Sword Kuei. Ahem. Old Li laughed dryly. I didn't have the heart to say that it wasn't me who was in love with Chen Jiming, but that guy who was in love with himself. After all, as a sword leader, in front of the younger generation, it is more or less a matter of face. Chen Jimian took a step into the great hall and said without looking back, my fiancé is getting married. I'm really just here to follow a gift. You guys had to jump out and get killed. You were the ones who cried foul earlier, and now the situation is reversed. You want to stop fighting? Besides, I'm not in charge of Chen Liujia, war or peace. Ask Xi Indigo. Chen Jian stood on the viewing platform, expressionless as he looked at Chen Liujia, who was killing his way towards the grand hall like a black tide. The fight is here. At this time, the ground has long been full of corpses. Blood is flowing. The vast majority of them were the bodies of the royal sword sect and the Jiang clan. But Chen Luwei, nor was it unscathed. The black armor was invariably covered with dense sword marks. There was even a squad that was surrounded by 3 Tongxian realm minor patriarchs, fighting to the death and not retreating. Went down with them. Once the killing has begun, how can it be stopped? Chen Jian looked up at Zhang Daoyu in the sky, facing the terrifying pressure, straightening his spine and hissing, since second brother asked me to make a decision. Well, I'll tell you what. No way. Under the Iron Cavalry, it is necessary for you Jiang to fill the city with onyx. A hint of coldness flashed through Zhang Daoyu's vicissitudes of the eyes. Today, I realize that the Tiger Master's canine son and mouse grandson is a ridiculous comment. Does the young Marquis really want to pull a Chen Liujia and break the net with me? The Jiang clan? Fish out of water? Chen Jian sneered. Just a bunch of miscellaneous fish. Arrogant. Zhang Daoyu snorted coldly, and his terrifying mighty pressure pressed down on Chen Jian, wanting to press Chen Jian to his knees. Old Li. Seeing this, Chen Jiming's face turned cold as he shouted, put out your sword and chop him. Got it. Old Li smiled crookedly, and his entire body instantly became excited. With a slight grip of the palm of his hand, the void where he stood was instantly churned to smithereens by the stirring sword intent. The terrifying pressure caused the entire Imperial sword sect to be silenced by birds and beasts. Even the fight on the ground came to a steep halt. Woo! A terrifying sword light as fast as lightning swung out from the wooden stick. Where the sword light swept through, the entire void trembled. It was as if the canopy had been cut open by the sword. Chapter 69, The Great War comes to an end. 100 feet away in the void, Zhang Daoyu held the white tiger seal and turned into a terrifying sword light to meet this sword. The face still wore astonishment. Earlier, when Chen Jiming called out to the sword Kuei, he had a bad feeling and instantly disappeared 100 feet away. It even summoned the white tiger seal in the first place. In his opinion, pressuring Chen Jian to kneel was nothing more than a trivial lesson to an ignorant child who didn't know the heights of heaven. I didn't expect Chen Jiming to react so violently. The sword Kuei was actually so obedient again. Boom! The two sword lights intersected. It was as if the end times had come. Sword lights crisscrossed under the dusky sky, shredding the canopy, as if two brilliant galaxies were pouring down to hang the firmament. Old Li held his stick in his hand, slightly disappointed. This sword was strong, but its killing power was no longer at its peak. Zhang Daoyu's white clothes were stained with blood, and he rode on a white tiger while holding a holy weapon. The face was a little hard to see. He had long since seen that the peak of the sword Kuei was absent, and had thought that he would be able to battle with one of them with a sacred soldier. Unexpectedly, the sword Kuei was the sword Kuei after all. Even if his description was withered and his breath was fluttering, the strength of his killing power was still not comparable to that of an ordinary Return to Truth Realm Grandmaster. Sword Kuei, do you really want to do this for a Chen Jiming? To fight with my Kong until death? Old Li put his hands in his pockets. Indifferently, he skimmed the corners of his mouth. As a sword servant, It was natural for the swordmaster to kill whomever he said, where there was room for him to choose. Ta-ta. Just as the two of them were facing each other with their 4 eyes, their sword intent was rampant. Old Huang rode that one-horned old horse, stepping on the void to come and stand side by side with Old Li, dry and hoarse. Little waif, you're quite a bit more accomplished than your old dad. Zhang Daoyu's pupils shrunk slightly as he gripped the saint soldier in his hand. He might be able to fight a sword Kuei who was no longer at his peak, but if he added old dog Huang to the mix, he didn't have half the confidence to shelter the Jiang clan. Once the killing starts again, I'm afraid the city of Langya will be covered in mourning. After half a second of silence, Zhang Daoyu hissed, Senior, how exactly can Marquis Chen Liu uncover this matter? Old Huang glanced down at Chen Jian on the viewing platform and said dryly, Ask him. Zhang Daoyu exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, his eyes slightly closed. It took a long time to open his eyes. Toward the direction of the viewing platform, he bowed slightly. Little Marquis, this matter, can we just leave it at that? On behalf of Zhang, I will give Chen Liujia an explanation. As the strongest contemporary of the Langya Zhang clan, a terrifying existence with one foot in the Return to Truth realm Grandmaster, the voice was more or less hoarse as he held a holy weapon in his hand but had to bow down to an 18-year-old yellow mouth. Even the face that was like a teenager had suddenly aged a lot. Big brother, on the square, Zhang Daoyang rose from the ground, tilted his head and hissed, How long are you going to retreat? When the oldest was nailed to the wall, you said it was a direct descendant of the imperial clan. The oldest was run over and you said you were in the thick of it. Now that my son has been wasted, the imperial sword sect's thousands of years of operation has been ruined. The Zhang clan's blood has been spilled on the spot, and blood has flowed down the river. You're still backing. Ha ha. Langya Zhang clan, sage family. Zhang Daoyang pointed at his elder brother, whom he once regarded as a god, and hissed, Could it be that you want to wait for the death of the first line of my Zhang family before you dare to straighten your spine? Ha, asshole. Zhang Daoyu whisked his sleeve and Zhang Daoyang was knocked to the ground once again. Ha ha. Zhang Daoyang struggled to get up from the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, trembling and hissing, Zhang Daoyu, if I retreat today, my Zhang family will no longer have the possibility of straightening their spine. You have dishonored the saints. To bring dust to the holy soldiers, will be nailed to my Kang's pillar of shame. Life and death. Boom! Another Yuan Chi fell. Zhang Daoyang's questioning words came to an abrupt end, and his entire body was slapped into the lapis lazuli slabs, never able to climb up again. A trace of intolerance flashed under Zhang Daoyu's eyes, and then said expressionlessly, Zhang Daoyang, as the Langya Zhang family head, to his own selfishness to start the war, resulting in the death of the family children injured, the royal sword sect thousands of years of operation destroyed. Virtue is not a good thing. As of today, abolish the position of Zhang Daoyang's family head, to be sent to guard the graves on Mt. Kuju, lifetime ban, the royal sword sect and the mountain closure for 10 years, Zhang Huayu and Zhu Wan heir marriage, voided. Nah, as he spat out these words expressionlessly, at the top of the royal sword sect's mountain, the Zhang clan's children knelt in a great mass. The looks were all a bit dismal. As a family of saints, Zhang has been entrenched in Luanjia for over 5,000 years and has been proud of it for over 5,000 years. High and mighty, arrogance has long been bred into his bones. But today, a fight made them recognize a bloody truth. The Langya Zhang clan is not an invincible existence, not to return to the realm of truth. Even someone as strong as Zhang Daoyu and holding a holy weapon wouldn't dare to act arbitrarily. They resented Zhang Daoyu's compromising retreat and wanted to maintain their undefeated reputation, but the reality of the corpses and blood in the square forced them to admit it. Ginger has lost. Indifference after the verdict is rendered. Zhang Daoyu looked at Chen Jian and slowly asked, Young Marquis, today's matter, can you reveal it? It can be promised. A voice rang in Chen Jian's ears. It was the old housekeeper's 1,000-mile voice transmission. Chen Jian looked down at the Chen Liujia who were neatly and solemnly lined up in a row, then looked up at the old housekeeper, and after a few moments of silence, he softly said, The position of Zhang's family head is vacant. I think. Nice ginger white tiger. Ginger white tiger? Zhang Daoyu murmured in silence for a long time before slowly nodding his head. It's Lao San's daughter. Since young Marquis thinks she's good, then she'll take over the position of family head. Having said that, he stood in the void, his voice low. The 29th generation of the Langya Zhang clan's family head, Zhang Baihu, will take over. This order is effective immediately. The Zhang clan elders immediately traveled to Chang'an to receive the return of the family head. The rest of you, disperse. After these words, Zhang Daoyu nodded slightly towards Old Li and Old Huang. Turn around and leave. On the square of the royal sword sect, Zhang Daozong waved his hand, and immediately many disciples began to clear the battlefield. That earlier battle, Zhang's children were the most tragically killed and injured. the Royal Sword Sect disciples didn't suffer many casualties. After all, although the Royal Sword Sect was Zhang's minion, the sect leader was Zhang Daozong instead of Zhang Daoyang. Chen Jian sat on the viewing platform, looking slyly at Zhang Daozong, who was methodically directing his disciples to clean up the battlefield. Fingers tapped on the edge of the table for a long time before slowly lowering it. After this battle, I'm afraid that the biggest winner is not someone else, but rather this Zhang Daozong, who has great patience. Inside the Great Hall, Zhu Wan'er, dressed in a scarlet wedding dress, sat demurely on a chair and looked at Chen Jiming, who had walked into the Great Hall, and smiled sweetly. Brother Jiming, no one is bothering us now. Where's your present? Are you sure you want to see it now? Chen Jiming said indifferently. I'm afraid you won't like the gift I prepared for you too much. As long as it's a gift from Brother Life, people love it. Zhu Wan'er covered her mouth and said with a smile, just like back then. You're such a pervert. Chen Jiming suddenly turned his head to look at Xi Mengqing on the side. I'm sure Patriarch Xi must be very curious about what Zhu Wan'er and I met in the sacred ruins, right? Xi Mengqing nodded with a complicated face. She realized she never seemed to get a good look at the daughter she grew up with. We entered the sacred ruins and found the divine flame. Chapter 70, the story of the youngest child. You have discovered the divine flame? Xi Mengqing turned around abruptly, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Zhu Wan'er. You said that there is no divine fire in the sacred ruins, only embers. She wasn't wrong about that. Chen Jiming laughed, because the divine fire I gave her was eaten by her. I've been told I'm hard on myself and a pervert, but compared to her, I'd like to think I'm normal as hell. Chen Jiming's eyes were slightly scattered, as if he had seen that year, and slowly said, at that time, I watched as at the tender age of 11 she didn't hesitate to put the sacred fire into her mouth. Her face was twisted in pain and she was rolling all over the floor in a grimace. In the end, I even begged me bitterly to kill her with a sword, but I didn't hold back after all. Instead, he gave himself a sword and quenched her thirst with blood. Chen Jimian lifted his sleeve, revealing a scar on his wrist. Even if countless years have passed, still shocking, she sucked my blood greedily, like a demon climbing up from hell. Too much blood will kill you. Naturally, I'm no exception. I remember bleeding a lot and passing out. When I wake up again, she was the sweet, soft little girl again, and me. Then the cultivation is lost, the gate of creation is closed, and the sea of qi is empty. Became a loser. Speaking here, the corner of Chen Jimian's mouth pulled up a hint of self-deprecation. I didn't suspect her. After all, who would doubt their childhood friend? So when did you start suspecting me? Zhu Wan'er asked in a daze. After returning to Chang'an? No, Chen Jiming slowly said. It was on the way back to Chang'an. You know, I'm too straight-talking and easily hurtful, so very little talking. People who don't love to talk often love to listen, and love to fool around. Perhaps you didn't realize that on the way back to Chang'an, you were acting a little impatient. An inadvertent frown made me notice something fishy, but you didn't say anything. Zhu Wan'er laughed sweetly. So it seems that you are also a pervert. Perverts and perverts? Just perfect for each other. Chen Jiming laughed and said, at that time, I was only suspicious and had to chat with you in order to confirm my suspicions. I remember. At the time you asked me what my biggest dream in life was, Zhu Wan'er said quietly. You said you wanted to be the first female sword saint in heaven. Chen Jiming said, you would never say such words before this. Indeed, I was born a pawn, and pawns don't think like that. Zhu Wan'er sighed. Just based on this, you are sure that I have a problem. Would it be a bit too hasty? Of course not, Chen Jiming said quietly. After returning to Chang'an, the old housekeeper had slapped you. Do you still remember? Remember, he said I was the one who got you into trouble. Zhu Wan'er complained. I didn't even dare to cry at that time. He found my scent on you. On you, Chen Jiming said. Although I don't know how you did it. You ate my yuan qi after all. If it's confirmed, why don't you kill me? Zhu Wan'er laughed sweetly. Is it shedding? Yes, Chen Jiming said. After all, I was very happy during those years with you. Your true intention to kill me was when I brought Jiang Huayu to the door to withdraw from the marriage? Zhu Wan'er laughed. In that case, you still can't let go of me. Yes, Chen Jiming said. But it's different now. Oh, Zhu Wan'er said. Are you willing to kill me now? Now, Chen Jimian smiled. I no longer care if you live or die. Draw your sword. I'll only put out one sword. Zhu Wan'er sighed quietly. Flipping her wrist, an ancient sword appeared in her hand. Back then, I actually liked you. But what's the use of liking it? As a pawn, I wanted to change my fate. Then we can only cut down any obstacles that stand in the way. Zhu Wan'er slowly got up. A mysterious and arcane aura drifted out. The aura climbed step by step. Late stage of royal qi. Complete. Early, mid, late void transformation realm. When she and Chen Jiming were remotely facing each other, her aura had already soared to the consummation of the void transformation realm. The scarlet dowry was shattered by the agitated yuan qi. revealing a perfect figure in a red power suit. Long in the cage, but back to nature. Shu Wanner's right hand wielded her sword, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground, smiling sweetly. Every day, when I look at that punk Jiang Huayu flaunting his power in front of me, how much in my heart do I want to split him with a sword? Brother Fate, you know what? How much I looked forward to your arrival before you came. Come on, kill me, or be killed by me. Visions. Shu Wanner flung her arm, and above the ancient sword, tragic white flames suddenly raised. The flames appear to be extremely low temperature. However, it burned and distorted the void next to the ancient sword. Shi Mengqing looked at the miserably white flames, his face grim. Just a glance. She knew that this was exactly the divine fire that the Misty sect had been searching for years without being able to find. The divine fire furnace would instantly return to the ranks of saint soldiers if they possessed it. The ethereal sect wouldn't have to live under people for a long time. But, it was eaten by Zhu Wan'er. Mother, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Shu Wanner turned back to look at the grim-faced Shi Mengqing and sneered. When I die, you can still chop me into pieces and throw them into the divine flame furnace, so maybe they'll still be able to ignite? You. Shi Mengqing whisked her sleeve and stood aside, her eyes dark, not knowing what she was thinking. Come on, Fate. This battle. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Shu Wanner smiled dementedly, swinging out countless sword lights in her idle steps. Snort! Sword light streaked across the entire hall, intertwined and hooked, and under the scorching of the divine fire, it was like a miserable white sword net that streaked across the hall. Pathfinder. She even learned this sword technique. Shi Mengqing looked at Zhu Wanner's back, her face complex. Zhu Wan'er's natural talent was higher than hers. Back then, when she learned this sword technique, she was already a void god realm cultivator. Chen Zhiming looked at the sword net that seemed to be everywhere. The face was ancient, even his fingers flicked, picking up a sword chi that was like a line through the air. Too bad. You shouldn't have learned the sword. Scatter that sword energy. Chen Zhiming casually yanked, and it was as if the crisscrossing network of swords in the great hall had been yanked by its throat. It collapsed and crumbled instantly. Shu Wanner flew up at the same time as she made the Pathfinder, like a vermilion-colored migratory bird pouncing at Chen Zhiming. People are still halfway there. White flames had ignited on his body. Buzz. Chen Zhiming's eyes were lowered, and the wooden candle he carried behind his back was sheathed. The sword light swept through. Sweep STH. Chapter 71, The Wedding and the Morning. A fresh breeze brushes by. The smoke and flames died down. Chen Zhiming's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Why? Shu Wanner did not answer. Under the red dress hunting, she had scarlet on her lips. She just said foolishly, is it pretty? Today's wedding dress. I wore it for you. Chen Zhimin frowned slightly. Take a half step back. Shu Wanner smiled miserably and stretched out her slender white fingers, wanting to stroke Chen Zhiming's temples. Pa! She stumbled in her steps and fell to the ground. Chen Zhimin looked down at her, his frown deepening. I don't understand why she dispersed her body full of divine fire at the last minute. She wasn't fighting, she was begging to die. Although even if she tried her best, the wooden candle sword light swept through only one way to go. But being killed and committing suicide are ultimately different. Shu Wanner raised her head to look at Chen Zhiming, who had a slightly furrowed brow, and said fondly, Brother Zhiming, you're still the same as before. You know what? I regret it. Shu Wanner spat out a mouthful of blood and looked back at Shi Mengqing standing in the shadows, her lips wriggling as if she had used all her strength. Mother! Shi Mengqing's body trembled slightly, and her footsteps took half a step forward. Yet again, he hid in the darkness. Those radiant eyes flickered. Despair flashed under Zhu Wanner's eyes and she laughed miserably. After all, you never loved me. I've known that for a long time. Just let your daughter loose for once. My daughter doesn't want to be a holy maiden, a patriarch, or a sword immortal anymore. Daughter is too tired. As the words fell, miserable white flames suddenly flared up on her body. The flame got brighter and brighter, like a white lotus flower. Zhu Wanner sat in the firelight, her hands slightly closed between her knees as she made a distant bow to Chen Zhiming. Concubine, meet your husband. Within the darkened hall, Chen Zhimin slowly stepped out. The great revenge of 12 years ago had been avenged, but there was no trace of joy on his face. When the footsteps down the last rung of the ladder, he turned back toward the temple. At this moment, within the great hall, a miserable white flame floated in the air. It's like a light in the dark. After watching for a long time, the wooden candle he carried behind him was suddenly sheathed. Shi Mengqing, you are not qualified to take the divine flame that she traded her life for. Boom! Within the sea of qi, the face of Jiao Long, who was laboriously packing his sword to comb through his sword intent, suddenly changed. In horror, he looked at the mountainous pile of sword intent on the sword chi throne. At this point, the sword chi that was so hard to sort out was disorganized like a jumble. Visions. An angsty sword chant rang out. 3,000 sword chi covered the sky and chopped into the grand hall. Boom! As the sword energy swept past, the Imperial Sword Sect's Great Hall, which had stood for thousands of years, collapsed. Inside the temple, Shi Mengqing was like a lonely ghost, holding the holy soldier divine fire furnace in her hand, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The path of miserable white flames she tried to pick up. It had already disappeared without a trace after more than 3,000 swordlights swept by. Ugh! Inside the Great Hall, Jiang Daozong slowly walked towards Shi Mengqing's side and took her shoulders. The marriage between the Misty Sect and the Imperial Sword Sect. The curtain fell after that pair died and one was wasted. The Langyuzhong clan's family head changed. 4 Tongxian realm minor patriarchs died. 7 Void God realm elders went up in smoke. The Royal Sword Sect sealed off the mountain for 10 years, and the Ethereal Sect's patriarch was seriously injured. The guests headed down the hill with mixed faces. Before leaving, they all coincidentally bowed to the little Marquis who was still sitting on the viewing platform to say goodbye. After today, the name of the Marquis of Chenlu. I'm afraid it's going to sweep through the entire jungle. Yellow Old Dog, Li Jiankui, Chen Liujia, Chen Jiming, Chen Jian. Their names will surely be passed on to the world with the mark that they are not to be messed with. Ergo, under the night, the 2 Chen brothers walked side by side on the stone steps. You don't seem very happy? It's fine, just some leakage from the Qihai. Chen Shiming covered his mouth and coughed, casually shaking off the blood as he calmly said, I've been in the sword pavilion for 6 years, and from time to time, I've been thinking about how I should kill Zhu Wanner, but when she did die in front of me, and I'm not half as pleased. I understand, it's called revenge aftermath. Usually protagonists have these. Chen Jian patted his shoulder and joked, come with me to visit the building once, and all the troubles will be gone. Speaking of buildings, Chen Jian suddenly looked up at the empty carriage behind him. Where is Zhidong? Goliath gave a bewildered ah, hurriedly lifting the curtain of the chauffeured car. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Miss Chen, it's gone, let her be. Chen Jiming looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and faintly said, she'll naturally go back when she's had enough fun. So relieved? Chen Jian frowned slightly and asked, second brother, do you know something? Intuition. Chen Jiming smiled. My intuition has been more accurate since I was a child. Little sister, it'll be fine. Okay. Chen Jian kicked away the stones that crossed the road. Now that he was getting used to these old sixes at home, he didn't have too many worries. Nothing else. Let's just say that old horse, who was a deadbeat ghost a while ago, dared to sigh and rush out to bite the holy soldier today. Worry about them. Might as well watch out for yourself. Leaving his little sister behind, Chen Jian couldn't help but say, second brother, that sword scripture you gave me, how many swords have you actually comprehended? Chen Jimian slanted a glance at Chen Jian and calmly said, 1 sword. Only 1 sword? Chen Jinan raised his eyebrows slightly. A sword. The corner of Chen Jiming's mouth hooked up. Since you opened your mouth to ask, I'm sure you should have gained something as well. So, how many swords have you comprehended? I comprehend the 9 swords. Chen Jian's eyebrows flew up, and he resumed calmly. Sculpture is a small skill. It's not worth mentioning. Indeed, Chen Shiming said. In the future, don't say I taught you. You can't afford to lose this person. Chen Jian resisted the urge to violently punch this guy. 1 sword is stronger than 9? The sword has no set style. Chen Shiming slowly said. 1 sword passes through all laws. When you understand what it means to break all laws with 1 sword, then you are considered to be at the beginning of the doorway of the sword path. But I think it's bad enough. I have nothing to say to you. Chen Jian stifled a grunt and slammed his sleeves as he walked down the mountain. It was too damn devastating. Don't be discouraged. Chen Shiming comforted. After all, you're not useless. At least in this aspect of opening a greenhouse. I can't hope to catch up. Say this. The emotion in his eyes was all too genuine. There was even a hint of envy. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. Does this guy always talk so nasty? Older brother. Seeing that Chen Jian did not speak, Chen Ji-life rushed over to walk alongside him, and after a moment's hesitation asked seriously, older brother, are you my brother's beloved relative and friend? Brother in arms and legs? Wait. Chen Jian's head tilted. Second brother. You don't want money. How do you know? Chen Jimian's old face was slightly hot. I don't want it for nothing. I can make a note. Ha! Chen Jian laughed unexpectedly. No borrowing. Chapter 72 Dog reappears. Outside Luanjia City. Inside a dark cloud, Chen Jidong lay on the golden-winged rock and carefully glanced at the city on the ground, covering his eyes in fear. That's high ugh. Chirp. The golden-winged rock chirped. It then rolled up a dark cloud to cover its form, and curtly twisted its head to rub against Chen Jidong's palm as if pleasing. Chen Jidong giggled, rubbed its head, and waved her small hand. Depart. Ju. Chirp. The golden-winged rock cried out in bewilderment, spreading its wings and hovering over the clouds. You don't know where Juno is? Chen Jidong frowned and said bitterly, but I don't know I. Chirp. The golden wings of the golden-winged rock pointed downwards, signaling her to ask Chen Jian. No. Chen Jidong shook his head and said with a worried frown, "If we're going to go, little brother most likely won't let me go." A man and a bird fell silent. Two dabbling little things. The sword has been matched. I went out and realized I couldn't find the jungle. Pang pang. Little brother said this world could be a ball. Why don't we go in a random direction? Chirp. The golden-winged rock let out a long chirp, clearly approving of this proposal. Spreading his wings, he flew toward the vast, ignorant jungle. At the sword discharge monument of the royal sword sect, Chen Jian boarded the carriage and looked back at the ragged Chen Jiming and shook his head straight. Being the next to Marquis Chen Lu, half-step void god realm sword cultivator, the current strongest of the young generation in the Jianghu, Chen Jiming was dressed up but was worse than a drifter. Rags and rags, wooden swords and shoes. If not, Chen Jian knew that this guy had a penchant for saving money since he was a child. He almost wondered if he would starve 9 times in 3 days while walking in the Jianghu. Casually tossing out a sumaru ring, Chen Jian couldn't help but speak. "Second brother, what exactly are you using all that money for? Change the dollar stone." Chen Jiming took the ring. Yuan Qi transited into the sumaru space, and after feeling the number inside, his eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a light smile. "It's a yuan stone exchange. Casting a sword." "Casting swords?" Chen Jian was puzzled. "You're not carrying a sword on your back?" "Not enough," Chen Jiming said seriously. "Back then, when the 3,000 sword cultivators of the Great Wall of the human race went to their deaths, and all of their innate swords were broken, I yanked their sword intent into the sea of qi, so I am obligated to bring them back to life." So, Chen Jian recalled the 3,000 sword qi that covered the sky in front of the Great Hall earlier. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "It's as if I see it sometime in the future, when the foreigners knock." Chen Jiming carried a wooden candle on his back and stood alone at the Great Wall of the human race. Reach out. Inside the great city of the human race, 3,000 flying swords with boiling killing intent covered the sky and cut through the void, chopping at the tidal wave of enemies. "How many yuan stones have you saved up?" After a long period of silence, Chen Jian asked curiously. "I'm not very good at making money," Chen Jiming hesitantly said. "There are only less than 1,000 pieces." "Ah." Chen Jian glanced at the sumaru ring on Chen Jiming's finger. 1 yuan stone could be exchanged for 500 taels of silver, and 1,000 would be 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels was considered a huge sum of money no matter where it was placed. "This guy is so shameless. It's not even enough. This is what I've been saving up for since I was a kid." Chen Jiming covered the sumaru ring, then rushed to spread it out again. Slightly embarrassed, "I'm leaving first. I didn't bring a pen today." The note first remaining. "Next time you want to kill someone, send a message from a flying sword." When he finished speaking, he disappeared into the darkness of the night with great strides, as fast as if a dog were chasing him. "Watch his back." The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. This money-obsessed second brother is a bit of a disgrace to the son of heaven. The moment Chen Jian suddenly missed dog a little. After all, the action of dog pulling out the money is really handsome. In a broken temple outside of Langya, a large, rugged man in rags was staring intently at the sweet potatoes in the fire. When the sweet potatoes baked slightly black, he reached out as fast as lightning and picked up. The skin is not peeled, swallowed in one gulp. 2 sweet potatoes to finish. He clapped his hands with intent and looked at the direction of Langya city in a daze. This big, rugged man, it was Go Yuquan who was seized by the dragon in Yendang Mountain. That day, after he swung his sword with Zhan Can in his hand, countless memories surged up in his mind, almost bursting his already not-so-complex brain, straight up dangling and passing out. When you wake up again, he found himself buried in the dirt. Lifting the mound of earth, he looked at the words "tomb of beloved family, friends, brothers in arms" written on a broken board in front of the mound and fell into deep contemplation. At first he thought that Chen Jian had buried him, then the idea was debunked, because if it was Chen Jian, there was no way he would have shunned the few coins left on him. Meditate for a long time. Finally a blurry figure appeared in his mind. Chen Jiming, playmate from early childhood, a close friend who could talk as a child and be angry. That stingy bastard. Think of that asshole. Go has the right to be a little indignant and a little worried, though the two hadn't seen each other since he left the capital at the age of 15 to join the army. But as friends who grew up playing together, he knew that guy's stubbornness well. My fiancé is getting married, so I'm going to go along for the ride. What that really means, I'm afraid it's going to be a funeral. Knowing everything, Go has the right to hoof it to Luangjia City, but unfortunately, he was not able to make it on the 9th day of the 9th month after all. Since the time has passed, what should have happened long ago. Go has the right to decide to eat a good meal, recuperate, and enter the city again tomorrow. If Chen Jiming lives, drink with him. If Chen Jiming dies, just build his grave. As for revenge, that was something that could only be considered after being ranked as a Grand Master. Just as he was silently calculating, the mournful sound of wind suddenly rang in his ears. Go has the right to step out of the broken temple with his sword. At eye level, only two silhouettes were fighting fiercely in the dark night sky. One of the silhouettes was holding a broadsword in both hands, and the fight was wide open and powerful. The other was hunched over, prancing from side to side in the air, slipping and sliding. There were no swords or soldiers in his hands, but he just raised ash into the air from time to time, and his mouth also let out Jia strange laughter. It's not a good thing at first glance. Standing in front of the broken temple, Go Yuquan tightened his grip on Zhang Can, silently calculating the battle power of the two. Moments later, the corner of his mouth rose. It's all imperial qi, and although the killing power isn't weak, it's still almost interesting. After sleeping in his grave for over a month, he now had 1 foot in the evolutionary void, plus getting the old ancestor's sword technique. Inside the Goki, he considered himself no weaker. Closer. Go Yuquan mouth silently chanting, plans to wait for these two guys to get closer, then jump up and violently give them a knife. Bundled and interrogated about what happened in Langya City today. Boom! The two in the air fought more and more fiercely. Fierce sword chi cutting through the night sky, followed by a silhouette falling into the jungle. It was the swordsman with the sword in both hands. Previously, that sword chi seemed fierce and invincible, but in reality, it was nothing more than the afterglow that was ignited when his yuan chi was depleted. The hunched figure descended from the sky, standing in front of the swordsman braying and grinning like a pervert about to strip a girl. It's now! Go Yochuan's eyes were glued together, and Zhang Ken was about to unsheath his sword. Shoo! Only a bamboo leaf swept by, and the hunched figure that was braying and sneering instantly stiffened. It fell straight to the ground. Another one? Go Yuquan snapped his head down, frowning slightly. After pondering for a moment, Yui thought, one is a bundle, so is a group. Chapter 73, the third nightingale of the sequence. One is a bundle, and so is a group. In that case, it's all tied up. Go Yuquan sneaks into the jungle and scurries away, sheathing Chankan. Visions. Although this blade was a sneak attack, it was filled with a hallowed and domineering blade intent. The light of the sword is brilliant. It was like a bright moon suddenly exploding in the darkness. The silhouette was suddenly far away, like a fluttering bamboo leaf. Just when the dog brother Jin demon blade came out, in her haste where could she dodge it, and she was sent flying by a slash, crashed into a large tree and passed out. Hit it and call it a day. Go Yuquan jumped over and bang gave the two who fell down first a few more punches to make sure they were unconscious, and carried them one by one towards the broken temple. Bundle up a few people. Go Yuquan sat in front of the fire and waited. The flickering campfire made his bearded face look a little scary. You, who is it? Not long after that, the green-shirted woman woke up quietly. The corner of his eye jumped uncontrollably when he saw the bearded Go Yuquan through the firelight. I ask. You answer. Go Yuquan Pesel Chuankan ferociously asked. You honestly explain. Today Royal Sword Sect, has anything big happened? The corners of that green-shirted woman's mouth twitched. His eyes looked slyly at Go Yuquan, and he suddenly smiled. There are, and there are many. My name is Lu Mayer. If the butcher just wants to know what happened in the Imperial Sword Sect today, it's actually quite unnecessary. You know me? Go Yuquan scrutinized Lu Mayer, confirmed that he had never seen her, and said in a muffled voice, heard of my good name? Sure. Lu Mayer said quietly, there is nothing to worry about, but there is no one in the world who knows you. The owner's beloved family and friends, brothers in arms, the greenhouse belongs to, and who doesn't recognize it? You're one of Jian's old men? Go Yuquan frowned and looked at Lu Mayer with some disbelief. In his impression, Jian's oldest brother was nothing more than an old-fashioned greenhouse owner. The qualifications are hard to come by in 100 years. None of the cultivation levels have reached the innate realm yet. It was only logical that one shouldn't have too many interactions with people in the Jianghu, much less have such a subordinate in the royal Qi realm. I am Mr. Lu's disciple, and what I made earlier was the flickering blade technique. Lu Mayer said quietly, you may not know that today, the entire Great Tang territory, where there's a hooker, there's a boss man, even if perhaps not for a while, but sooner or later it will be. So it's Mr. Lu's disciple. No wonder that bamboo leaf has an extraordinary meaning. When Lu Mayer spoke of the flickering blade technique, Go Yuquan immediately believed 9 points. After all, the world knows the status of Lu Qi in the hearts of the hooker girls. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's revered as a god. Untying Lu Mayer's rope, Go Yuquan said awkwardly, why? You're the one who knows old brotherin and didn't say so earlier? Tied up the wrong person. You give me a chance to talk. Lu Mayer gave him a blank look. I thought that this guy was born with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his sword skills are also upright, but his actions are sneaky. If I hadn't reacted earlier, I'm afraid I won't even get a chance to sit and talk now. Early the next morning, at the gates of Langya, a man and a woman carried 2 sacks into the city. The man looks fierce, face beard like a dense steel needle. The woman is smiling, eyes flow like a messenger of the soul. The two just showed up. Immediately, it attracted the skeptical gaze of the patrolling garrison. After all, the combination was too otherworldly, and with the sacks that were squirming on their shoulders, it was hard not to be suspicious. A freshly appointed squad leader stepped forward. The spirit swung the plain sword at his waist. Not yet cross-examined. Suddenly a huge slap slapped down. Pulling him back a few steps, he shielded the crowd to his side. Zhang Xiaoda, you don't want to live. What's the point of rushing up there? Father, they don't look like good people to me, the junior captain said weakly. You don't look like the good guy to me. This one who protects the crowd to his body is the evergreen tree of the city garrison, the ageless pine Zhang Debiao, and it was his own son that he gripped back with a slap. The junior captain who has just filled the vacancy, Zhang Xiaoda. Know why you got to be a squad leader? Zhang Debiao stood in the corner and asked in a low voice. Because father made the money. Ass. It's because all of my fellow officers, all of them, are lined up to give their heads away so that this hat can fall on you. A cold grunt. Zhang Debiao continued. And know why I can turn the crisis into a safe place every time. The official more and more big? Zhang Xiaoda looked around and whispered. Because you keep in mind the three major principles of the patrol and garrison. Silence. Zhang Debiao slatted his face like a strict teacher who was imparting a great path. Zhang Xiaoda hesitated for a moment and whispered. First, clean up the people in the city who don't know what's good for them. Second, stopping stragglers who have fallen behind. Thirdly, to return in one piece from an encounter with a mugger. Zhang Debiao nodded. Remember, this is an ancestral motto passed down from generation to generation in our family. It cannot be violated. Zhang Xiaoda looked at the pair that had long since disappeared at the city gates and nodded his head vigorously. Pathway Lane Greenhouse. Chen Jian looked at Dog, whose whiskers were squirming and fiercely gnawing on Pig's feet, and was filled with heartache. He thought that Chen Jiming was already the second generation that had gotten the worst of it. I didn't realize that Dog was worse off than him. That's how long it must have been since I've eaten. He's all like this. It's not human to be thinking about his pocketbook yourself last night. Dog, eat slowly and, sighing heartily again, Chen Jian asked the fellow serving on the side to keep a good account so that he could ask Marquis Wuan for it when he returned to Chang'an. Instead, he turned and entered a secret room. The secret room. Lu Qi was picking up the teacup to drink tea. Lu Meier stood quietly at the side to wait. Seeing him come in, Lu Meier curtsied slightly. Chen Jian looked at Lu Meier who was dressed in the same green shirt as Lu Qi, and said quietly, Old 7, you're hiding quite deeply. Lu Meier who was ranked 9th on the Heaven's remarkable ranking list is actually the third nightingale of the greenhouse sequence. Didn't you already know that? Lu Qi put down the teacup and laughed. When Xiao Qinger commented on the Heaven's remarks list, she said that she made it the flickering blade technique. I thought she was just like Qingyi. Chen Jian sat on a chair and leisurely lamented. At that time, I was still thinking about whether or not I could invite her to join the Green Mansion, but it turns out that she's already been a member of our building for a long time. It's just the right time. Lu Qi smiled bitterly. Lu Meier and him were considered to be of the same clan, and back then, when the Lu family was in trouble, Lu Meier's father was also implicated and imprisoned. Lu Meier, who was still in her infancy, was saved from a disaster by being secretly hidden in the stables by the servants of the family. 15 years ago Lu Qi returned to the ruined mansion and saw a small beggar in the mansion. Learning that she was a descendant of the Lu family, she sought out a girl who had already redeemed herself. Let him or her help raise it. Again, when Lu Meier was 15 years old, she appeared to preach her the way. Lu Meier was extremely gifted. In just 10 years' time, he had managed to rank in the royal Qi realm. He was even ranked 9th on the Heaven's remarkable ranking by the Misty sect and the Imperial Sword sect with his unpredictable flickering blade. Logically, she enters the greenhouse and becomes the third nightingale in the sequence. Chapter 74 Dead Man's Scripture. After knowing where Lu Meier came from, Chen Jian didn't ask any more questions. What happened back then? Lu Qi rarely mentioned. Even the always lawless Li Chang'an has kept his mouth shut in secret about the 27-year-old Willowgate tragedy. Just fingers to the sky. It vaguely points to His Majesty the Emperor who now resides in the Tai Chi Palace. Suppressing the thought, Chen Jinan dropped his gaze to the two sacks in the corner. Lu Qi followed his gaze and rubbed his eyebrows with some headache. Mayor, explain it to the boss. Boss, what's in this sack? Is 5 poison sects Jiang Lul and Iron Sword King Songyang. Lu Meier walked to the corner and lifted the sack, saying quietly, after descending from the royal sword sect yesterday, Jiang Luer tailed Wang Songyang out of the city, while I tailed Jiang Luer out of the city. I was going to be a mantis catching a yellow bird. I didn't expect to run into your doggy brother who was keeping watch at the broken temple. He's got us all tied up. Dog? Chen Jian was slightly shocked. Isn't he ranked at the bottom of the Heaven's remarkable ranking? Are you so brave now that you can take you all down? He's sneaking up from behind. Lu Meier obviously still had a grudge against Go Yuquan for sneaking up on her. Gnashing his teeth as he said this, he unconsciously swung his fist, until Lu Qi coughed lightly. Only then did she blush slightly and continue. but I observed that his knife was upright. Although it was a sneak attack, it also had a brilliant righteousness, most likely another chance. Nowadays, the geniuses on the heavens remarkable ranking are dead, crippled, and wasted. I'm talking about killing power. Putting aside that Taoist walker who has yet to show up, I'm afraid that butcher old dog will really be able to stand proudly against the crowd. Don't worry about the road ahead. Who doesn't know you in the world? Chen Jian sang leisurely. I didn't expect that the gift of a sentence before parting would become a verse today. If word gets out about last night, I'm afraid he's really unknown among the younger generation. After an exclamation, Chen Jian sat on a chair and pointed at the sack and asked, "You have a grudge against Jiang Luo?" "Vengeance is not," Lu Meier said viciously. "Jiang Luo is a pervert, controlling the hooker women with bizarre means, letting them loose and doing that in public. I'm going to catch him and castrate him humanely." "It's..." Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, not realizing that Lu Meier was still a chivalrous woman, and even more so, not realizing that this Jiang Luo guy was playing with such flowers. The Great Tang is open though. The women in the hookahs also often intentionally lower their skirts or raise their legs in order to attract customers, but there is shame after all. At least as the owner of a greenhouse, Chen Jian was quite knowledgeable, and yet, I've never seen a fiddler who does things in public. "Jiang Luo, brother Jiang, is there anything you want to say?" Picking up Lu Qi's teacup and taking a sip, Chen Jian said quietly, "If not, I'll let Mayor move the knife." "Don't, little Marquis." In the sack, Jiang Luo only felt a coldness in his lower body and hurriedly revealed a head and shouted, "Everything else is fine, but not this." "Oh," Chen Jian looked toward him, only to see this Jiang Luo dressed as a boy, with clear eyebrows and a few light freckles imprinted on his face. A coy smile was on his face as his eyes lowered. Gives the illusion of being harmless, but when he looked up, the indifference he couldn't hide under his eyes made him seem a little cruel again. If you don't look into those eyes, Chen Jian believed that the girls in the building were even willing to fall back. It's a shame that a nice young man, favorable eyes. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked into a smile. "Or, do you have another suggestion? I'll trade you a secret," Jiang Luo slowly said, "regarding the whereabouts of that Zhong family's captive fiancé. It involves Chen Jiming, so perhaps little Marquis will be interested." "You're wrong." Chen Jian uncovered the lid of the teacup, blew on the bitter tea floating on it, and said lightly, "I don't care if she dies or lives, let alone her whereabouts. So little Marquis is also a fellow traveler." Jiang Luo said quietly, "The little Marquis for the humble stragglers drink languajiang, executed Jiang Daomor. The world is rumored that the little Marquis compassionate, cannot see the suffering of the people, the original. It's all fake. That's because the world misunderstood me." Chen Jian faintly said, "Change the terms, she can't change your life." Jiang Luo was silent, and after a moment her eyes brightened slightly as she pointed to Wang Songyang, who was on the side, and said, "I can sell him to you. And, a genius ranked 8th on the heavens remarks list should always be worth some silver." "Hear that?" The expressionless Wang Songyang on the side suddenly looked up, his thick eyebrows condensed into a straight line, and he said angrily, You shut up, dead stutterer." Jiang Luo was the first one to make a move after him, and chided, "If you hadn't insisted on resisting instead of letting me plant the poisonous plant, where would we have been tied up?" You. Wang Songyang's face turned red and wanted to scold Jiang Luo, but the more anxious he was, the less he could say. After holding his breath for half a day, he finally exhaled in despair, looking up at the gray roof of the house, a look of hopelessness. Chen Jian glanced at Wang Songyang and said indifferently, "Since brother Jiang doesn't have any semblance of sincerity, I don't think there's any need to talk about it. May, draw the knife." Lu Meier raised her eyebrows and a small willow-like knife appeared in her hand, without half a bit of hesitation directly about to lay the knife. I can see that. She really wanted to knife Jiang Luo. Wait. Jiang Luo's face suddenly changed. Panicked. "I'll exchange it with something else. Dead man's scripture. Dead man's scripture, do you want it?" He dared to pull the wool over his eyes because he could see that Chen Jian didn't care about the matter of whether or not he had knifed himself. With a little bloodletting, you can still save your children and grandchildren. Approximately. But at this moment, he saw Lu Meier walking with a cruel smile on her lips. It was instantly understood that Chen Jian might be wanting favors. This woman. "I'm afraid I really want to knife myself." Dead man's scripture? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked up. Is it remarkable? The Dead Man's Sutra is my 5 poison sect's holy scripture. Cultivate it to perfection and it's possible to become an emperor. The corner of Jiang Luo's mouth twitched slightly as he weakly said, "My 5 poison sect is able to stand all thanks to it. Of course it's marvelous. The Dead Man's Sutra is truly remarkable." Lu Qi glanced at Jiang Luo, but the scriptures are missing. Tens of thousands of years down. Never heard of the existence of cultivating to perfection. At most, but the realm of returning to the realm. And the 5 poison sect has a handful of them. Anyone can fix it. Everyone can't fix it. It doesn't count as a Taoist treasure. That's them being stupid. Zhang Luer's face remained unchanged, and she sincerely said, with the qualifications that are rare in 100 years, little Marquis will definitely know it at a glance. And there is another advantage of the dead man's scripture. After being in the realm of transforming emptiness, you can send the Een God and the puppet in advance. As long as the original body is well hidden, it is extremely difficult to be killed. Little Marquis is in a whirlpool. Even if he doesn't become a saint, it's good to have a life-saving card. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, then hid them again in an instant. This dead man's sutra can be if it was really as remarkable as Zhang Luo said, it could send the Een God in advance. It's almost like walking around a jungle. The best tips for killing people over. As for being hard to learn, if others can't learn, can he not learn? Hiding the joy in his heart, Chen Jian said in disgust, a fragmented scripture is not enough to buy the life of a genius on the Heaven's Pride ranking. It's not enough to stay alive. Unless what? The corners of Zhang Luer's mouth twitched, vaguely uneasy. Unless brother Jiang joins the greenhouse and becomes one of his own. Otherwise, I can't bear to let you go out to continue wreaking havoc on the girls. Speaking of which, Chen Jian paused slightly, said quietly, Luanjia Qinglu lacks a runner, or brother Jiang to take up the post? Only for 10 years. You'll be free in 10 years. This would be a way to atone for the girls who were scourged by you. Chapter 75, Its Reincarnation. Chen Jian, don't bully people too much. Zhang Luer said indignantly, I am a direct descendant of the Five Poison sect. How can I do ushering in the hookah? Oh, it seems brother Jiang is unwilling to. Chen Jian waved his hand. Mayor, it's better to cut it. It just so happens that old Gao is good at it. Send it to old Gao so he can taste it. Boss, you can't screw me this time. Lu Mayer licked her red lips, and with a turn of the blade she was about to raise her hand. Stop! Zhang Luer let out a cry of surprise as the blade came to rest on 3 inches. Looking at the regretful Lu Mayer, Zhang Luer said in a lifeless manner, I promise. Is it okay to promise? Wouldn't that have been a waste of time? Chen Jian turned his head to Wang Songyang again. Seeing that he was still looking like a self-loathing ghost, he frowned slightly. Wang Songyang has no evil deeds and can't speak well. Not much use, but he's all tied up and just let him go. Again, it's not too much to hurt the dog. Sulking for half a second, he said quietly, Luanjia Greenhouse still lacks a janitor. Why don't you commit yourself for a few years? Wang Songyang looked up at him and spoke with difficulty. No, you're welcome, it's all due. Chen Jian waved his hand and encouraged. Opportunities are rare. Brother Wang, make good use of them. Come on, I look out for you. Wang Songyang glared angrily at Chen Jinan. That heavy brow. It's getting thicker and thicker. The 7th and 8th ranked Heavenly Pride on the Heavens Remarks list were just like this, thrown into the greenhouse to be the running boy and the guard at the door. Wang Songyang is inexplicably adaptable to thieves. It was only a few words of argument with the old man who led him at first, and after just half a day, he accepted his fate. Zhang Luer was otherwise, always thinking of escaping. It was only after being chased up by a crippled old man and severely beaten that he finally realized that although he was a direct descendant of the Five Poison sect and a genius on the Heaven's Pride list, but as a running boy in this greenhouse, it's not really an insult to his name. Don't you see the guy at the door? The guy upstairs mopping the floor? They're all at the void transformation realm? In the chamber. Chen Jian held a scripture in his hand. Dead man's scripture. The scriptures are new and show almost no signs of having been flipped through. Lu Qi was wrong. This dead man's scripture Five Poison sect disciples did not have a copy of it in their hands. At least Zhang Luer has not just one book in his hands, but more than 10. He also gave a copy to Lu Mayer in order to curry favor with her. But Lu Mayer disliked him for being dirty and didn't want it. Sitting on a futon at this time, Chen Jian looked at the blurred figure on the cover of the dead man's scripture that turned its back on all beings and did not meet its eyes, and inexplicably felt some palpitations in the bottom of his heart. Even if it's just 1,000 printed copies, this blurry figure all gave off a depressing feeling. He vaguely felt that he was afraid that this scripture was really not simple. It was only because the scriptures were flawed and no one had been able to cultivate them to perfection that they didn't seem so precious. System, what is the value of this scripture? Summoning the system, Chen Jian asked. A red light swept by, and the system's mechanical voice rang out. The scripture was originally worth 50,000 yuan stones, and the print is worth half a penny. Only worth half a dollar? Chen Jian was puzzled. The original and the typography. Is the gap so big? The typography of the book has lost its Taoist rhythm, and the practitioner is unable to perceive the true meaning of the dead man's scripture, and the Tao cannot be attained by those who are not gifted with demonic talent. The system mechanically said, if the host wants to perceive the dead man's scripture, he needs to attach another 50,000 taels of silver. It's dark, Chen Jian muttered, his yuan qi transiting into the Sumeru ring on his hand, calculating how much money he still had left. When he left Chang'an, he exchanged most of the silver from the greenhouse for yuan stones and put them in his sumeru ring, ready to be kryptonite at any time. 2 months after leaving the capital, Lu Qi sent some more to him. Putting aside the 50 yuan stones he had given to Chen Zhiming, he now had 529 more, 260,000 taels of silver. It's money, and it can't help but be spent. The greenhouse seemed to be making money day in and day out, but once it was converted into yuan, sure, it was somewhat inadequate. A moment of silence. Chen Jian waved his hand. Stud. This time, I'm advancing into void transformation. Boom. Inside virtual space, Chen Jian's eyes were tightly closed and his back was turned to the vast and incomparable coastline. If anyone sees his back, definitely, he would be surprised by the arcane and mysterious Tao rhythm enveloping his body. He sat there like a lonely great emperor with his back to the beings. Chen Jian didn't know who he was at this point. He is sometimes a mole, sometimes a spotted tiger, sometimes a swaying green lotus. He was like a passerby walking through time, watching myself get killed over and over again by the years. One last time. He finally became a human being and after a lot of hard work stepped into a cultivation sect. The clan is small. Together with the patriarch there were only 13. There is also no dashas to be practiced. Even the patriarch was only a small cultivator of the chi refining realm. Shortly after entry, the patriarch died from serious injuries sustained in a fight with someone over a medicinal garden. The clan, which was already in disrepair, instantly fell apart. The number of brothers is decreasing by the day. Finally, the entire clan was left with him. He didn't go down, because he didn't know where to go. He sat alone on the threshold and watched the sun setting in the sky, like a homeless wild dog. 50 years have passed. He was always alone in the mountains. The Taishang induction and nourishing kung fu, which were rotten in the cultivation world, had long been rummaged through by him. He didn't know which realm he had cultivated to. He only knew that the years seemed to have stopped at him. Another 80 years had passed, and his face hadn't aged half as much. Even the village below the mountain had been reduced to rubble after countless wars, and he remained unchanged. Then one day, he suddenly wanted to go down to the mountains, so he locked the broken clan door and carried a rusty iron sword down the mountain. He was like an ordinary man in the red dusted UU alone. He didn't know if he could fly. It wasn't until one day when he saw the cultivator cut a dozen or so people who didn't have time to kneel in half with a single slash that he finally drew his sword for the first time. A sword swept through that cultivator's sword and head slowly fell to the ground. After that day, he finally realized that the immortals who flew around on high were actually just ordinary people with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Another 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the years traveling throughout the great desolate world, he had also made many friends, but no one could travel with him all the way. Every time a friend dies, he tugs on their soul in the palm of his hand to keep them from dissipating completely. He felt a little tired as he sent the last of his friends away, back to the Raggedy clan. At that moment, his face remained the same, but there was frost under his eyes. He sat on the threshold of the long-demolished ruins, looking at the barrenness of the mountains, his palms spread out, and a soul floated out of his hand. 50 years later, the clan that was there in the first place had suddenly become alive. He sat on the threshold, looking at his lost and found friend, and muttered, "It's reincarnation." Chapter 76. I have lots of money. Lots and lots. Is it reincarnation? Within the virtual space, Chen Jian slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with endless vicissitudes. It wasn't until a long time later that the vicissitudes of the eyes dissipated, become that clear teenager again. Dead man's scripture. So that's how it came to be. I'm afraid that the 5 Poison sect has taken the wrong path from the start. Although this technique touches the soul, it's by no means as bizarre as those poisonous creatures practiced by the 5 Poison sect. The Dead Man's Sutra is strong. It's even strong and a bit perverted. If the martial Tao scrolls were the extreme polishing of the physical body and the sword scriptures were the infinite extension of the Tao of killing, then the Dead Man's scripture, on the other hand, it is a meticulous excavation of the Yin God and soul essence. Ultimately, it points to the fact that, touch the mysterious and unfathomable order of that wheel. Chen Jinan had a premonition. The one in enlightenment, I'm afraid, is the one on the cover of the Dead Man's Sutra with his back to all beings. But he searched his memory, and the great desolate world had ever been. Never heard of such a being, though those who were revived had dull gazes and a vaguely off-kilter look. But just his terrifying means of reversing life and death was already perverse enough. I'm afraid that even if it's not an Emperor realm powerhouse, it's still no better. The existence of such a person, but in the historical record half of the, it seems like we have to torture Jian Lul, meditate for a long time. Chen Jian suppressed his thoughts and took a step, stepping on the void towards the sky, the realm of the transforming void. With more than 500 yuan stones piled up, Chen Jian finally stepped into the void transformation realm. When the ethereal soul is transformed into a tangible Yin God, it was the most important step in becoming a member of the void transformation realm, the Qigong realm of the imperial objects. The realm of transfiguration defends itself. If it was said that before the void transformation realm the physical body and the yin spirit were one and the same, one glory and one loss, after stepping into the realm of void transformation, the physical body and the yin spirit had the possibility of parting ways. Various cultivation sects, too, started on completely different paths from the void transformation realm. For example, the barbarians of the Northern Throne Court, a small portion of the geniuses with outstanding talent after they were in the realm of transformation of the void, turned their physical body cultivation into mind power cultivation, and sacrificed to the gods to refine the yin god by special means. Another example is the kingdom of Buddha in the West. There were two paths to follow after being in the transformation void, either to continue to refine the physical body and follow the path of Vajra subduing the devil, either chanting sutras and practicing Buddhism to nourish the yin spirit. The same is true of the Taoist sect, only the sword cultivator. They didn't cultivate their fleshly bodies nor their yin gods, and after they were among the realm of void transformation, they directly bred their natal swords in the sea of Qi and polished their sword intent. Dedicate your life to it. Either you're sharpening your sword or you're on your way to doing so. This is the reason why they are number one in killing power, but their lifespan is always short. Once the original sword is destroyed, it was almost extinction for sword cultivators. The severity of his injuries was no less than other cultivators with shattered flesh bodies and depleted yin gods. At this point, after the enlightenment of the Dead Man's Sutra, Chen Jian had already birthed the yin spirit and could almost be considered a mature void transformation realm cultivator. But there are shortcomings. The martial Dao scrolls and sword scriptures were still stuck at the royal Qi realm stage. For the average person, the main cultivation of the Dao collection up to A, more will not be able to do. Some gifted, but also continue to practice some of the growth of the killing power of the technique. But Chen Jian is different. Whether it was the martial Dao scroll or the sword scripture, it was impossible for him to part with it. After all, the demonic nature of these two Dao collections was greater than the Dead Man's Sutra. So, which way do I go? Or is it three ways together? Stay in the air for a moment. Chen Jinan raised his eyebrows slightly. This choice may be tough for others. After all, it's better to be greedy than greedy. But for him, it's just a matter of opening another greenhouse. If you earn money fast enough, you'll never be out of your depth. After making up his mind, Chen Jian picked his way down from the sky. The mind moved slightly. A shadow came out of him. The shadowy figure was ethereal, and its face was generally the same as Chen Jian's. Chen Jian looked up at him, just as the figure slowly turned back as well. The corners of his mouth hooked into a light smile. Fellow Daoist, Doyle. Chen Jian similarly hooked a light smile. Fellow Daoist, would it be alright if you were to cultivate the Dead Man's Sutra? Exactly. In a courtyard in the west of Langia City, Chen Jiming was sitting on a stone bench and carefully counting yuan stones. Counted many times though, but he remained tireless. In addition to the yuan stones, there were also many bits and pieces of copper coins on that tattered table. Finally counted through again. He raised his head and said to Zhongyan, who had his chin propped up to the side to watch him count the money, Jian condemned people to say that the person you're looking for is still in the Zhang clan's ancestral mansion. Kang Dusuk promises that he can let her go. And she didn't nod. Speaking here, he hesitated slightly and said, she looks much like Zhu Wan. I already understood when I saw Zhu Waner at the Royal Sword Sect. Zhang Yan sighed. On that day, she accompanied Chen Jiming to climb the mountain, and when the great battle started, she was waved to the bottom of the mountain by Old Li. Afterwards, the Schwerog man told her what Zhu Waner had said before she died. She then knew that Chen Jiming's childhood friend, I'm afraid, had never really forgotten the past. Never thought of marrying Jiang Huayu either. Big brother's fiancé. I'm afraid that's the replacement she's looking for. What are you going to do? Chen Jinyan raised his eyebrows slightly. If you want to go pick her up, I can accompany you, but you have to pay extra. I've already paid the debt of the 10 taels of silver when I came here. Zhang Yan looked at Chen Jiming, trying to see more than just money emotions in his eyes. Chen Jiming looked away from her and just said, if you don't go, I'll leave. Not going. Zhang Yan let out a light sigh and slowly said, after traveling for tens of thousands of miles this way, and after suffering all the trials and tribulations in Langia City, I've come to understand one thing. What is it? Chen Jiming asked. The reasoning of this world. Ultimately depends on the size of the fist. Zhang Yan lamented. When the Langia Zhang clan's fist was big, it was justified for them to expel the stragglers, destroy my Zhong family, and kill and plunder the land. And no one dared to say a word against it, and no one thought it was wrong. When the young marquis enters the city, Kang's fists won't be big enough. Their reasoning then doesn't work. Then there was the incident of Chen Liujia entering the city, the young marquis convicting Jiang Daoma, and the bloodshed of the imperial sword sect. The one who has sense at this point has become the little marquis again. You're not wrong to think so. Chen Jinyan's head tilted. So you want to be the one with the biggest fist? I'm afraid that won't work. With your qualifications, it's hard as hell to even be among the sovereign realm. I don't want to be a fist fighter. I want fist fighters to be reasonable. Real reasonable. Zhang Yan said seriously, because I don't think this reasoning is right. So, Chen Ximing asked, that's why I have to practice, so that when my fist is big enough, I can make them be reasonable. Chen Ximian looked at Zhang Yan seriously. The bottom of her eyes were calm as she looked straight into Chen Ximing's gaze. Dark eyes. It even reflected Chen Ximing's face. I have been the village's initiation teacher and can teach you swordsmanship. But, Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. But what? Chen Ximing retracted his gaze and faintly said, but the clear stupidity under your eyes tells me. Gotta add money. Zhang Yan was slightly stunned and asked after a moment of silence. You seem to like money? Sure, who wouldn't? Chen Ximing said rightfully. Then have you ever thought about the fact that the Hashi Zhong family has been merchants for generations and deals in the most lucrative silk? So what? Chen Ximing tilted his head and said, I have a lot of money. Zhang Yan said, many. So, stupid. She's asking you to marry her, and if you do, her money is your money. Old Li, who was sitting in the corner picking his feet, looked at the two men in disgust and scolded. Can you not get tired of being in front of me? Affecting the old man's pedicure are. Zhang Yan blushed slightly, picked up the dustpan on the ground, and turned around to go into the house to make lunch. Chen Ximian, on the other hand, frowned slightly, looking at her back in deep thought. Old Li, is she really rich? Get out. Old Li threw over a broken shoe, looking up at the empty sky. Thief God, why is it that such a money-grubbing and lustful contraption's attainments in the way of the sword are as high as a few floors? Chapter 77, Divesting the Mind Particles. Langia City, Pathway Lane Greenhouse. Chen Jian, who had squandered his money, withdrew from the virtual space. After adapting to the changes in the void transformation realm in the secret room, he turned back into a mediocre greenhouse owner. A moment of contemplation. He released that shadow and continued to delve into the dead man's scripture. The 5 poison sect is off the beaten path though. However, the weird method of placing the Yin spirit in other people's bodies is not bad at all, and it's perfect to use to save one's life or to travel the world. When he was enlightened in the virtual space, he almost incarnated into that being and experienced with him for hundreds of years. It's quite an epiphany. Although limited by a lack of enlightenment and a low realm, it's hard to touch the real Tao. However, he also succeeded in letting the Yin God go out of the body, transforming into an independent Yin God shadow, becoming a member of the void transformation realm. This is for serious practitioners. It's something that's never going to happen. Not to mention the void transformation realm, even the void god realm. It was also unheard of that someone could have 2 Yin gods at the same time. Looking at the world, on the path of dead man's scripture cultivation, Chen Jian definitely counted as a root. With this foundation, trying to figure out Jiang Lul's means of hosting the Yin God was nothing more than a matter of faith. Turn over the dead man's scripture and wait until you see it somewhere. Chen Jian looked up suddenly, and that Yin God's shadow looked up at him at the same time. Immediately thereafter, the silhouette took a step and returned to its body. When he reappeared, he was already tugging a seed in his hand. Chen Jian reached out to receive the seed, and after scrutinizing it for a moment, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Jiang Lur is not a small thief. The so-called seeds, it's actually a grain of mind. Jiang Lul didn't know when to peel off a grain of his mind and actually placed it on Chen Jian silently. Have to say, those poisons of the 5 poison sect were indeed perverted. A good book of anticlimactic scriptures. After tens of thousands of years of drilling and practicing blindly by 5 poison sect's poisonous creatures, finally going further and further down the evil path, Jiang Lur is only at the complete Qi realm, and he was able to divest his mind to sneak out and plant it on Chen Jian without even being able to get out of his body. From the point of view of the opening of the 5 poison sect, this has not been a successful evangelization. Unfortunately, Jiang Lul had underestimated Chen Jinan after all. Even if Chen Jian hadn't practiced the Dead Man Sutra, Jiang Lul wouldn't have been able to succeed in dozing off. The reason why it wasn't discovered earlier, the reason for this, or is that seed too weak? The mind is like a medium. When the vapors yanked the seeds out of that seed was close to wilting. He was forced to shiver in a corner by the raging qi and sword qi inside Chen Jian. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Jian hadn't practiced the remnants of the martial arts scrolls or practiced the sword within the virtual space, I'm afraid that he would have long since been churned to pieces by the agitated qi. Carefully observing the mind particles at his fingertips, Chen Jian gave a slight nod to the virtual shadow. The essence is the same. It's just that the particles he stripped out are too weak. I think it's because he hasn't yet ranked among the realm of transformation of the void. The void nodded and returned to his body. Chen Jian then put that seed back into his body again and pushed out the door, out of the chamber. It so happened that Jiang Lul, with a towel draped over his shoulder, was leading the guests to their seats. The coy smile on her face couldn't help but tickle the guests who came to play. When the palms of the hands are raised, instantly remembering that this was the territory of that god of kill, he silently put it back again. Chen Jian stood on the second floor and watched the scene, thinking that this guy was also lucky, or else you'll really drop your palms. I'm afraid it's just a matter of fishing in the pot. Don't look at Jiang Luol as a lowly, small, gagging man here in Chen Jian. In fact, he's a cold-blooded, ruthless, wanton, bloodless killer. In his eyes, there is no such thing as good or bad. There are only those who can and can't be messed with, killing people all the way north from the southern border. Those geniuses ranked behind on the heavens remarks list. It is even more unknown how many of them have been pocketed by him, just waiting to be among the transformation void. One can host the Yin spirit, complete control of their physical bodies. Chen Jian imprisoned him in the greenhouse, on one hand, because he wanted to pry into the secrets of the dead man's scripture, and on the other hand, he actually had the idea of placing his Yin spirit on him after he was ranked among the bodies that transformed into emptiness. It's just what he didn't expect. Jiang Luol, that guy, actually thinks the same way. A light cough. Chen Jian beckoned towards Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo answered, and ran up to him in a flash, smiling coyly. Boss, do you have something to order? The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really good at seeing what's going on. 2 days ago, he was sneaking around trying to escape. I didn't realize that after being cleaned up once by the old cripple, he had already started calling the boss beautifully, but it doesn't matter. Who told him not to be martial? Gesturing for him to follow him, Chen Jian led Jiang Luo into the secret room. Getting started. The door to the chamber slowly closed. Chen Jian sat on the chair and looked deeply at Jiang Luo, fingers tapping. Yui asked, the dead man's scripture, was it really passed down by the first patriarch of the Five Poison sect? Jiang Luo was slightly stunned and nodded her head. Yes, right. Anyway, that's what my master said. And so did my master's master. Within the Five Poison sect, is there a portrait of the first patriarch? Chen Jian pulled out the dead man's sutra and pointed to the cover and asked, or rather, the back figure on this picture. Do you know who it is? Yes. A hint of surprise flashed under Jiang Luol's eyes. I didn't expect Chen Jian to become interested in this picture so quickly. In his opinion, although Chen Jian held the Chunlu armor in his hand, his power was overwhelming. In essence, it was nothing more than a waste that hadn't even stepped into the innate realm. Trying to learn the dead man's sutra is simply delusional. It was important to realize that the main reason why the disciples of the Five Poison sect had a copy of the dead man's scripture in their hands was that it was too difficult to cultivate, forcing those old poisons to cast their nets for fish. Trying to think of a blind cat in a dead mouse, Jiang Luo was able to ascend to the position of sovereign's progenitor at a young age. Going back to the source, it was the blind cat that had the best luck. At this moment, looking at Chen Jian actually becoming interested in that picture so quickly, he was vaguely disturbed, because back then, he had stared at that picture and unintentionally entered a metaphysical state before touching the threshold. Think of the silent seed. The uneasiness in Jiang Luol's heart grew stronger. You seem a little scared? Chen Jian cocked his head and said with a smile, this picture, is it the first patriarch of the Five Poison sect or not? No. Jiang Luol suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and smiled coyly. Little is just reminiscing. As far as I know, the back figure on this picture is none other than the first patriarch of the Five Poison sect. The legendary Grand Master who practiced the Dead Man's Sutra among the Return to Truth realm. Is that so? Chen Jinan stroked his chin. Jiang Luo said it was. Mostly not then. The person he saw in enlightenment was definitely more than just the Return to Truth realm. Besides, the man was a bit demented. But he wasn't an old poisoner who went the way of the weird and perverted. The Five Poison sect's avenue is skewed like this. Most likely again like the Snow Mountain sect's immortal cicada technique that was picked up from the nooks and crannies. A half-dozen musings. Chen Jian walked to Jiang Luo's side, patted his shoulder, and laughed wryly. Brother Jiang, I like the Dead Man's Sutra very much, and from now on, you'll be my true beloved family friend and brother-in-arms. Jiang Luo's pupils shrunk. His favorite thing in life was to tap people on the shoulder, and he was most afraid of being tapped. Back then, I don't know how many disciples in the sect were just so patted down that they became someone else's mold. Could it be, he's actually at the beginning of his journey and is able to divest his mind? No, never. Jiang Luo suppressed this absurd thought and looked at Chen Jian's back that had already stepped out of the secret room, a hint of coldness flashing under his eyes. Chen Jian, damn it, ever since he was able to divest his mind and become the patriarch's own, he hadn't experienced this kind of frightening fear in years. Chapter 78, The Return is Coming, Eating Jiang Luo. Half a month passed. Calm was restored in Luangjia City. The Pathfinder Alley greenhouse is also gradually getting on track. Sun Tong had also been careful to mention it many times in front of Chen Jian. It's time to depart for the capital. At this moment, Chen Jian was lying in the place with the widest view of the greenhouse, holding the Dead Man's Sutra in his hand, while his eyes wandered along with Jiang Luo's figure. Downstairs, Jiang Luo's gait gradually became hobbled, suffering all the time. ever since Chen Jian tapped him on the shoulder half a month ago, and he began to suffer. The reason told him that Chen Jian could not have learned the Dead Man's Sutra that quickly, much less planted the seed in himself. But he, with his sixth sense, it always felt like Chen Jian's warm smile was hiding an ill-intentioned knife underneath. Add to that the eyes that have been peering into his own at times lately. It made his heart grow fearful. The fear of waking up in the morning and not being yourself anymore. Jiang Luer, follow me into the pavilion. Just when Jiang Luer couldn't bear it anymore and was close to going crazy, a weary, lazy voice entered his ears. Jiang Luer's body trembled. The corners of his mouth curled up in a coy smile, but the bottom of his lowered eyes were covered with killing intent. He couldn't take it anymore. It must be done today. Either Chen Jian ate him or he ate Chen Jian. The two entered the attic one after the other. Enter the chamber again. Jiang Luo walked behind and slowly closed the iron door of the chamber. Looking at Chen Jian's defenseless back, his mind moved slightly. Begin to hook up with the seeds that were planted earlier. Just for a moment, his sea of consciousness set off shocking waves, as if opening a floodgate and releasing water. The lake full of soul power source into Chen Jian's body in the heart and soul particles. The mind particles that had long lurked within Chen Jian's body suddenly trembled. It turned into a point of light and swam towards Chen Jian's sea of knowledge. The wandering center god particles surged against the wind. It transformed into a hideous shadow in an instant. It was exactly what Jiang Luer looked like. Meanwhile, stirring yuan qi rolled up from Jiang Luo's body. Like an abyss, like the sea. It actually ranked among the void transformation realm at this moment. With the void transformation realm cultivation added, Jiang Luer finally regained his self-confidence. Sensing that the seed had begun to devour Chen Jian's sea of consciousness, Jiang Luer said sorrowfully, "Boss, go in peace. I'll live well for you." At this moment, his clear-eyed face looked incomparably hideous and terrifying. Jiang Luer. Chen Jian turned her head to look at him. The corner of her mouth hooked into a light smile. "It's better for you to go in peace, and I'll do the same for you. Live well." Boom! As his words fell, within his sea of consciousness, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded. An ethereal shadow in a green shirt slowly stepped down from the nine heavens, overlooking Jiang Luo's mind particle. It was like a god looking down on an ant that wanted to take a bite out of him. The silhouette clenched its palm lightly. Jiang Luo's mind particle was instantly held in his hand, as if at this time he held not a virtualization realm in Shen, but only a finger can be destroyed bedbugs. Beyond the sea of knowledge, Jiang Luo's face suddenly changed. After the mind particles split out, he couldn't sense what was happening though, but he could feel that part of his own god that is facing great fear. Yes, you guessed right. I've already learned the Dead Man's Sutra and have stepped into the void transformation realm one step ahead of you. Chen Jian leisurely sat on the chair and laughed. The time of return is approaching. I originally thought that I couldn't wait for the day when you were amongst the body transformation void, but I didn't expect you to give me a surprise. The words fell. A dark shadow stepped out from within Chen Jian. He wipes the corners of his mouth as he walks. By the time he walked to Jiang Luer's body, he had already become Jiang Luer's appearance. Jiang Luer's face was pale. The moment the dim shadowy figure appeared, he understood what had happened. The mind particles that he had stripped out and ferried in most of his soul power to the Yin God were actually eaten by Chen Jian just like that. Not caring about the heartache, Jiang Luer scurried towards the door of the secret room. Mind particles are eaten. He had almost lost most of his battle power. Coupled with the terrifying cultivation shown by that shadow, it made him unable to muster up half a bit of courage to fight, and only thought of fleeing for his life. Wanna go? It's late. The shadowy figure grinned and, if Jiang Luer hadn't hooked the mind particle earlier to ferry the majority of his soul power into Chen Jian, I'm afraid there would still be a few chances of escaping. But now, the shadowy finger flicked into the air. Jiang Luo's body suddenly trembled, stretching out his right hand. He wanted to push open the door of the chamber, but his left hand, in fact, suddenly reached out and held his right hand in a death grip. Within its sea of consciousness, a mind particle, it was disintegrating his already weakened Yin Shen little by little. Little Marquis, I will recognize you, Lord. Jiang Luer turned her head and said with a pale face, "No, your netherworld tells me you don't want to. You even tried to blow yourself up." The girl whose Yin God fled to host the 13th ranked girl on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Chen Jian picked up the teacup and blew on the tea leaves floating on it, and said quietly, "TCH, you even want to come back to seduce me after sending that girl and get me killed in bed? I'm sure of it. Only a dead Jiang Liuzi is the best Jiang Liuzi. Go on your way in peace." Chen Jinan waved his hand. The Yin God shadow standing between the two took a single step and instantly merged into Jiang Luer's physical body. Then, die together. A beastly hiss came out of Jiang Luer's mouth. The body full of yuan qi instantly poured out, rolling up shocking waves wanting to self-destruct and die with Chen Jian. Chen Jian was unmoved and leisurely picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Suddenly a breeze brushed the sea of qi. The tidal wave of yuan qi inside Jiang Luer's body which was like a monstrous wave, instantly calmed down. After a long time, Jiang Luo opened his eyes and looked at Chen Jian and slowly smiled. Fellow Daoist, from now on, I am Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo is dead. The genius ranked 7th on the Heaven's Pride list, died silently in a greenhouse, died under the Dead Man's Sutra that he personally gave to Chen Jian. After thoroughly digesting Jiang Luo's memories, Chen Jian couldn't help but be a bit thankful that he had struck out decisively enough, or else there was a real possibility that he could have escaped. This guy has been like a relentless cedar since he went north on the southern border. 9 of the geniuses on the Heaven's Pride list had actually been planted with mind particles by him. The reason why he had delayed in becoming a member of the Transformation Void was also because his ambitions were too great and he had stripped away too many heart and soul seeds. In his original plan, originally, he had intended to nourish himself with the Een spirits of those 9 geniuses, hosting them the moment they were among the realm of transformation, and dove into their nests, and thus the 999 reached the 5 poison sect's legendary most enhanced void realm. Shunde silently eroded the next generation of the jungle. It's a pity that there's this variable. Ouyang Shui. The immortal cicada technique wore out the seeds of his mind. Foreseeing something bad, he had no choice but to set his eyes on Wang Sonyang again. It was all going in a good direction. He was almost there. Nay, the praying mantis catches the cicada, but the yellow bird is at the back. He had his chicken stolen by the righteous Willow Meyer. Again, he was bundled up in front of Chen Jian by the guarding dog. Even then, he actually has a chance. Nothing more than being cut. With his natural talent and bizarre methods, the big deal was to change his physical body after being ranked in the void transformation realm. Anymore when one was among the great master realm, there was also a chance for the severed limbs to be reborn. For the sake of his own children and grandchildren, he was good enough to offer the dead man's scripture, and personally handed Chen Jian the knife that killed him. Chapter 79 Luanjia Jiang clan's family head, Jiang Baihu's visit to the door. After combing through Jiang Luo's memories, Chen Jian had emptied his Sumeru ring and earned another 90 or so yuan stones for nothing. Unfortunately, the mind particles he planted in those geniuses withered instantly after the death of the main body. Otherwise, you can woolgather again. Even if you don't send the nether gods, it's good to empty their pockets. Recently, as Chen Jian earns money faster and faster, the system's eyesight is getting higher and higher. Can't see past the silver anymore. Every time he cultivated, he had to let Chen Jian exchange it into yuan. Sure, there is a handling fee for redeemable metastones. A yuan stone charges 5 taels of silver, and the channel is firmly held by the royal family of the Great Tang Dynasty. Chen Jian wants to intervene, cannot. Lost a lot for nothing. After exiting the chamber, the doppelganger returned to the bottom of the building to play Jiang Luo, while Chen Jian lay in the attic reading a book. Not a moment later, Gao Lishur knocked on the door and came in to report. Langya Zhang's coming. Chen Jian's gaze fell to the outside of Pathfinder Lane. Just there, Luanjia city guards in 2 lines, guarding a 4-hoofed white tiger stepping on the wind came in a leisurely manner. On that white tiger, sitting at the end of the table was a woman wearing a golden jade crown and a large red robe. It seemed to feel Chen Jian's gaze. The woman looked up suddenly and hooked a light smile. Immediately after, the entire city of Langya heard 3 bells ringing. Jiang Baihu, head of the Jiang clan of Luanjia, seeks an audience with the angel of the imperial capital, junior marquis of the Marquis of Chunlu residence, Lord Chen Jian. Brother Jian, this great gift of yours, sister really doesn't know what to return it with. In the attic, Jiang Baihu laughed as he held chopsticks and flicked beef from the pot. When I received little uncle's flying sword message, I almost thought that this little family of yours had finally grown up and knew the benefits of your sister. Now look at that look in your eyes. It seems that it hasn't grown up either. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. It's not for nothing that the original never traveled White Tiger Street. This tigress showed extremely strong rogue attributes the first time she met the original body. Almost carried him into the drunkard's house on the street. Since then, the original body has never taken half a step into the drunkard's house even if he loved the soy milk. Cutting off a piece of layered beef from the basket, Chen Jian held his chopsticks and put it into the pot. Sister Jiang, you should know the reason why I made you the head of the Jiang clan. I know. Jiang Baihu holding chopsticks slightly stationed, mocked. Langya Jiang seemed to be iron plate, but in fact, each harboring ghosts. You let me be the head of the family, is nothing more than to CR this house and the main house of the sorted. It's just that brother Qian, don't you think too highly of your sister? With that half-step Grand Master Realm Elder uncle around, even if I sit in that position, I'm nothing more than a clay bodhisattva. Why should my sister be presumptuous? Chen Jian gave Jiang Baihu a slice of beef and laughed. Sister single-handedly traveled far away from Chang'an and fought for such a large portion of the kingdom in Baihu Street. Who dares to underestimate you? Together with the 8th master, Kong Du Suk. You two, uncle and nephew, keep watch and help each other. Even if you can't completely take over the power of speech, at least there's no problem in getting a piece of the pie. And what do you want me to do? The corner of Jiang Baihu's mouth hooked as he looked straight into Chen Jian's eyes. The Chen Jian I know was never a good person who didn't ask for anything in return. I need you to step up to the plate at some point. Chen Jian's gaze fell into the distance. Maybe that day will never come, but when it does, you know what to do. A hint of surprise flashed in the bottom of Kong Beko's eyes. With her intelligence, she naturally understood when the day Chen Jian was referring to was. If the Marquis of Chenlu Mansion remains the same Marquis of Chenlu Mansion as it was before the 9th day of the 9th month, nature will not come that day. To return to Truth Realm Grandmasters, 360 riders of Chenlu. It could almost topple the entire jungle and temple. Even the Langya clan could only back down and beg for peace in the face of this iron cavalry. With the activation of the Holy Soldier, what will the others think? His Majesty has been in the palace for a long time now and has been slow to take that step. If you hear the news, and what would one think? The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. I'm afraid that at this time in Chang'an, while the Chenlu waiting mansion is in the gates of the city, there are already a lot of people adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. The embarrassing situation of the Marquis of Chenlu's residence. Jiang Baihu asked himself to be able to see it at a glance. Why can Chen Jian do the same? In her eyes, Chen Jinan was almost still a child, even if the greenhouse is open. But in her opinion, it's all just Lu Qi's fault. Taking a deep look at Chen Jian, Jiang Baihu for the first time regarded Chen Jian as a fellow practitioner that he could communicate with as an equal, and earnestly said, I can't guarantee anything. Like I said earlier, the Jiang clan's family head has never been more than Jiang Daoyu. It's hard for me to take away the power of speech. It's bigger than you think. He put me in this position because he had that confidence that I couldn't turn over a new leaf. And, aside from Jiang Daoyu, there was also a Jiang Daozong waiting in the wings. His patience and ruthlessness is even better than Jiang Daoyu's. We're young. There's no rush. Chen Jian tapped the copper stove with his chopsticks, signaling Jiang Baihu to continue eating. He also personally copied the knife and cut 2 slices of beef into the pot, and slowly said, time is on our side, and I believe in Chen Aban, since he dared to let Chen Liujia and Old Huang make a move. Naturally because he can afford that price. Speaking of which, he smiled slightly. Of course, just because he can afford it, doesn't mean that that price will be small. I just want to make that price small. Chen Liujia is old. What they should be doing is discharging their armor and returning to their homes to spend their days, not reclothing their battle armor and spilling their blood on the battlefield for trumped-up charges. Jiang Baihu gave Chen Jian a sly look. When you were in the Imperial Sword sect, you agreed to reconcile because of this? Not all. Chen Jian slowly said. The old housekeeper told me that at that time, in River County, there was a great master looking out over the Royal Sword sect. Unknown enemy. So, Jiang Baihu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I'm afraid that Jiang Daoyu's retreat, in addition to not wanting to see the Jiang clan's children die or be injured, also had a fear of that great master. For the Grand Master, crossing 10,000 miles out of thin air is just a matter of a split second. If the Royal Sword sect had had another Grandmaster at that time, no matter whether it was for the Jiang clan or for the Marquis of Chenlu, it could have served to turn the tide of battle, even if that great master waited for them to show up when they were both defeated. I'm afraid it's really the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird in the back. A tussle. It's amazing how many secrets are hidden. Jiang Bek couldn't help but look at Chen Jian in a high light again. First, there was Chen Jibai who broke into the drunken guesthouse at night and revealed his terrifying cultivation. Later, there was Qin Jiming who broke Jiang Huayu's qi with a sword, and chopped through the Imperial Sword sect's main hall with a sword, and proudly looked down on the younger generation with his half-step Void God Realm cultivation. In front of these two demons, Chen Jian was actually able to take charge of the Chenlue. Its natural talent is so high that, I'm afraid it's no better than those two. Chapter 80, the envoy leaves the city. The family head rings the bell to send him off. If there really is a day, no matter how the Jiang family, I'll stand up for myself, Kong Beko said with a straight face. Having said that, she rubbed her stomach contentedly and threw her chopsticks on the table and sighed. The hot pot still has to be the most authentic from the greenhouse. The cooks at the drunken guest house have tried it many times, but it's never as good as the cooks at your building. The best time for fondue is always the next time. Chen Jian smiled proudly. In the entire Great Tang, or the entire Great Desolate World, there is no one who knows more about hot pots than I do. You are amazing. Kong Bek let out a light snort, not wanting to continue discussing the topic of hot pot in front of the owner of the greenhouse. After all, there was really no way for her to do a better job than Chen Jian with the hot pot food. What do you think of Jiang Daozong? Jiang Baihu wiped away the oil stains at the corner of his mouth and stood in the attic with his hands in the air looking at the distant mountain like a sword blade and said quietly, throughout the Jiang family, the one I can't see through the most is him. If you can't see through it, you can't see it, Chen Jian said in disbelief. Some people disguise themselves for a long time, and gradually they really become what they disguise themselves to be. But I know he won't. Jiang Baihu looked back at Chen Jian. Brother, you must remember that you should never underestimate someone whose own mother was caned to death in front of him without a change of color. No matter how well he disguises himself. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. Is Jiang Daozong so miserable? I watched my old mother get caned and my brother get run over. What the? Ninjas can't even hold back as much as he can. Anyway, you let Huang Lao run over Jiang Daoma before. Sooner or later he'll come after you to settle the score. So be good. Kang Beko wore a meaningful expression. Chen Jinan smiled non-committally. No matter how deep Jiang Daozong hides, it will not be deeper than the old sixes in Marquis Chinliu's residence. If he dares to come after him, I'm afraid all I can see is my own brain. When will you return to Chang'an? Seeing that Chen Jian didn't take it to heart, Jiang Bai, who didn't say any more and turned to ask about his return date. I've been waiting for you. Chen Jian laughed. You're here, so it's time for me to go. Well, sister will be here to wish you a safe journey. Kang Beck, who picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it all in one go before heading out of the attic. On taking the step over the threshold, she looked back, wanting to speak. Chen Jian raised his cup from afar and laughed teasingly. If Sister Jiang wants to ask me about my big brother, just ask. I know everything. Seeing Chen Jian's teasing expression, Jiang Baihu's eyes, which were as perceptive to world affairs as they were to fire, were rarely at a loss for words. Stammering for half a day, Pale sophistically said, Don't get me wrong. I was just curious. I understand. Chen Jian smiled and said, I don't know about anything else, just that since I can remember, there has never been a girl by his side. Sister Jiang can rest assured. Who cares? Jiang Baihu lightly grunted and turned to leave. It was a long time before a faint voice entered the loft. I'm still a girl too. Chen Jian was dumbfounded. The widow Jiang, who was notorious for her ferocity in Chang'an City, actually said that she was still a girl. Chen Jibai's damn charisma. It's really scary as hell. The first 9 days of October and the fall winds are killing people. The mission from Chang'an City is finally leaving after killing all the heads in Langia City. 1 month. The majority of the displaced people who came to the city with the mission had already found a way to make a living under the watchful eye of Zhang Daosho, mostly working the lowest jobs, but at least they won't starve. The sun is rising at this time. Instead of going on duty as usual, they changed into decent clothes and headed for the city gates unannounced. The proprietors, who were always harsh, all put away their usual majesty and allowed them to leave. The number of people leaving their posts is increasing, like a bunch of tiny ants. 1, 2, get together. As they stood at the gates of the city, a huge crowd had formed. With the sound of that bell ringing from the Luengia citadel, 12 royal guards clad in golden armor and 8 officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies in green robes arched over the embassy's carriage and slowly stepped in. Gao Lishur holding a golden whip, standing on the chauffeur looking at the people kneeling in 2 columns in great numbers, chest inexplicably slightly hot. After a moment of silence, he straightened his spine and stood on the chauffeured car and leisurely sang, His Majesty's Angel, Emperor Wuda of the Great Tang, Junior Marquis of the Marquis of Chunlu House, and Lord Chen Jian, Minister of Ceremonies Hospitality, departing, returning to the capital. The words, he shouted numerous times, but not once has the cry been so well deserved. The citadel. Another bell rang, followed by a second, third. The bells are prolonged, until the 9th bell tolls. The people in Langia City all raised their heads with an open mind and looked towards the Jiang Baihu who was personally ringing the bell on the city wall. The head of the family sending off the family. This is the highest level of etiquette in Luengia City. The last time 9 bells rang, still more than 500 years ago, Emperor Taizu of the Great Tang Dynasty entered the city. The mission is out of town. Inside the Imperial Sword Sect's main hall, Zhang Daozong looked at the city gates from afar, his face ancient and unperturbed, as if all of this was irrelevant to him. Darkness. The eyes of a shawl-covered figure suddenly raised. Zhu Yen, how much longer are you going to hold back? I'm waiting for someone, Zhang Daozong slowly said. Chen Shiming has sword Kuei by his side, and Chen Jian has old dog Huang by his side, so if we strike at this time, we don't have half a chance of winning. Who are you waiting for? The figure's mouth revealed a mean mockery. You're always waiting, waiting for your mother to die, waiting for your brother to die, waiting for your daughter to die. Are you still waiting when I'm dead too? Soon, soon. The corners of Zhang Daozong's eyes trembled slightly as he stepped into the darkness to embrace the figure in his arms, his mottled sideburns looking piercing. He's waiting for me. The candle flame in the main hall was windless, and a hunched figure was reflected on the green stone board. The visitor's face was old and his walk was silent. He was wearing a gray cloth shirt, with both hands slightly hanging down. If he hadn't made a noise, I'm afraid no one would have been able to notice his arrival. See the visitor. Zhang Daozong bowed slightly. Greetings, senior. I will strike at 10 Mile Slope and intercept Chen Jian. The visitor's voice was dark and hoarse. The sword Kuei has been abolished. On Chen Jiming's side, the two of you will make a move to activate the sacred soldier, and make sure to kill him with a single blow. Yes, sir. Jiang Daozong hesitated for a moment and looked up. On Jiang Daoyu's side, pay no attention to him. The visitor hissed. Once Chen Jimian is dead, there will be no way for him to retreat. Yes, after this is accomplished, Luanjia City will be under the charge of the two of you. Don't let the Lord down. Yes. Chapter 81 Killing Opportunities Rise and Fall. Stir Gao Li Shi. 3 days later, 10-mile slope. Chen Jian half leaned inside the carriage, lifted the curtain and looked at the dark clouds gradually gathering in the sky. His heart was vaguely uneasy. It's not the same as when it came. Even without intentionally speeding up the trip, the mission traveled much faster than when they came. The 5 white horses of the royal Qi realm had 4 hooves like the wind, rolling up a trail of broken leaves as if they were traveling through the air. A few short days, the mission is already more than 10,000 miles away from Luanjia City. Seeing Chen Jian lifting the curtain of the carriage, Sun Tong hurriedly patted his horse and walked forward, respectfully asking, "My lord, we've already traveled for most of the day. Would you like to rest for a moment? Where is this?" Chen Jian looked at the deep jungle outside the window, listening to the whistling wind in his ears, frowned slightly and said, "Here is a thicket of trees. It is reasonable to say that there is no lack of life is. How come half of the birds and beasts are not seen? My lord, this is 10-mile slope." Sun Tong respectfully said, "My humble servant heard earlier on the road that there had been a great demon infesting the 10-mile slope, which had been decimated by the Wei clan of Hatian County, so perhaps its residual power has not dissipated, and the birds and beasts don't dare to come here. So, take a moment's rest." Then, Chen Jian poked his head out of the carriage. Perhaps because of the traveling, he stumbled a bit. Sun Tong's eyes were quick and rushed to hold him. On the carriage, Gao Li Shi's mouth corner quietly retracted his arm. "The sky, how suddenly enlightenment, even faster than I help." Helping Chen Jian to a wide place, Sun Tong summoned 2 more officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies and asked them to help spread the mattresses and cushions. Instead, he went to the carriages behind the legation to take out the mountain spring water he had picked up on the way and distributed it to the guards one by one. The guards gave him a small nod of thanks. This slightly gray-haired Deacon Lang was eating dust in the Ministry of Rites, but he was always an official. Status is naturally superior to them. But it's been a long trip. They witnessed Sun Tong out of their own pockets to comfort the displaced people, but also in charge of the mission to eat and drink, inside and outside of the organized, is a good official to do things. Too bad his last name isn't Chow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted half of his life in the Ministry of Rites and still be a 7th grade deacon. Lord Sun. Chen Jian sat on the soft mattress cushion, looked up at the dark clouds that had drifted above his head at some point, and instructed, "It's going to rain. We need to find an umbrella to hold over it. Just come." Sun Tong responded, after handing the bamboo tube holding water to Chen Jian. The feet were not touching the ground as he walked toward the chuffing driver again. "Coming, my lord." With a naive smile on his face, Sun Tong held his umbrella and walked towards Chen Jian. Not even close. The sky suddenly darkened abruptly. Boom! A thunderclap exploded, followed by a downpour of rain. 10-mile slope. A grayish figure appeared in front of Chen Jian like an instant. With a slight grip of his 5 fingers, the entire void oscillated apart. It's like mottled debris. Scatter! In front of Chen Jian, the old butler's hunched figure appeared abruptly, palms spread out. That oscillating void surged towards the gray shadow like a tidal wave, and the mottled fragments returned to calmness like the retreat of all evils. After all this, the old butler pulled his dry voice and said, "So it's a lone ghost. Wei eunuch, weren't you dead a long time ago? You're an old dog and you're not even dead. So how can our family be willing to leave before you?" The gray shadow said in a dark, mute voice, "Old dog Huang, the knife you and Chen Ernia gave our family back then. It really hurt. If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice." The old housekeeper laughed sorrowfully. "Wei eunuch, you have been living like a rat in the darkness for so many years. Why do you need to come out and seek death again? Damn you all." The gray shadow hissed. "Back then, if it wasn't for you and Chen Ernia sneaking up on our family, how would our family have gotten to where we are today? Since Chen Ernia is dead, our family will kill all his descendants. And you, dead dog. Today, let's get it over with." The gray shadow's hunched body slowly stood up. The gray clothes on his body turned into pieces, revealing a scarlet python robe inside. The aura on his body was even more soaring. Under the oscillation of the aura, even the pouring rain was silenced, resting in the void unable to fall. At this time, the python robe was like a black sun that had fallen into the abyss. A battle beyond the sky. The old butler's face was slightly heavy as he flipped his wrist. A long blade as black as ink was held in his hand, and dark black armor emerged on his body, followed by a hissing roar coming from beyond the sky. A skinny horse stepped into the void and fell. Visions. The old housekeeper rode on the horse. holding the knife with both hands. A pitch-black knife light split toward Wei Eunuch. Where the knife light swept through, all tangible things were silenced. Wei Eunuch's 5 fingers spread out, and dense red lines curled up between his fingers, wrapping around the blade light in death. The old butler smiled sorrowfully, dragging Wei Eunuch up to the sky, instantly disappeared into the 10-mile slope. So strong. At the bottom of the 10-mile slope, Chen Jian looked up at the dark sky and let out a sigh from his mouth. My lord, don't get wet. Sun Tong held the umbrella and shielded him from the falling rainstorm. It also covered Chen Jinan's eyes. Ka-ching. Just a moment before the oil paper umbrellas covered the curtain of rain. Within that dark cloud in the sky, a long spear entwined with electric light fell like a shocking thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. The tip of the gun was pointing at none other than Chen Jian under the umbrella. Howren. Just as the lance was about to fall, a falling green shirt appeared in the distance. An indistinct sword light swept past, instantly intercepting the long spear. In the meantime, he ascended to the sky and appeared above the clouds. There, a gentle, middle-aged man with slightly gray temples. Sun Tong na, it's a good thing I was prepared. Chen Jian lifted the oil paper umbrella and looked up at Lu Qi, who was striding with a lotus flower, with a puzzling look on his face. My lord, the umbrella. Sun Tong's eyes drooped slightly, his umbrella leaves spread out, and he drew out a bone sword as thin as a long needle from the umbrella bones. Your Excellency, Your Highness, let me say hello for him. Put. The faint sound of a sword blade entering his body rang out. Chen Jian turned back in bewilderment, looking at Gao Li Shi who had suddenly appeared behind him, the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. Old Gao, what's the matter with you? Goliath smiled miserably. At this point, a bone sword as thin as a long needle was stuck between his chest and abdomen, and blood was slowly seeping out of his thin clothes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell are you doing? Sun Tong gripped the handle of his umbrella, his face grim as he looked at Gao Li Shi with the same bewilderment and anger in his eyes. If he guessed right, the purpose of this eunuch's trip, it's obviously the same as him. He kept dropping his pieces and sewing along the way, finally holding all the cards around Chen Jian. When everyone thought that the killing move would come from Wei Eunuch, or from that middle-aged man with slightly gray temples, that was when the killing move really showed up. For the sake of infallibility, he even poisoned all the guards and ritual officials to death. But what he never expected was, Gao Li Shi, who was supposed to pass the sword with him, actually jumped out and blocked the sword for Chen Jian. Scheme STH, but this eunuch spoiled it. Chapter 82, Looking around. The door is full of thieves and devils. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Gao Li Shi gripped the blade of his sword with both hands, raised his head with difficulty, and laughed miserably. Maybe it's just because I am also a vagabond. The vermilion door stinks of wine and meat, and the road is frozen with dead bones. Gao Li Shi was born in Baozhou, castrated at a young age because of a plot against the case was implicated, and since then living on the streets begging for a living. He has bitten off the ears of wild dogs in order to snatch sour buns from a slop bucket. In order to beg for a coin, he had gotten down on his knees and let a child his size ride on his back and whip. He had also been beaten by a restaurant's waiter until he vomited blood and was nearly half dead just to get a full meal. He did it to stay alive. It took almost all his strength. Later, with the money he saved from begging, he begged the toothman to sell him into the palace. He was 12 years old. Whatever the experience, good or bad, in the short or long years of life, all will always be inadvertently play its usefulness. After entering the palace, Gao Li Shi's past and experience of begging for a living made him appear different from other eunuchs. He could tell when his masters were happy or angry, know what kind of lackeys the masters need. He's good at reading people's minds and getting things done. It took only 5 short years to be remembered by the name of Shu Fei, the birth mother of His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Allow him to serve at his side. From then on, he rose through the ranks and made a name for himself in the palace's inner sanctum. 3 years later, he was specially gifted with the opening of the gate of creation and stepped into the path of cultivation. When he's once in power, then it was completely cut off from the past. The pain he suffered and the beatings he received back then are thorns in his heart that he will never be able to pull out. It is even more abhorrent to stragglers, because every time he saw the stragglers, he could always see in their faces the little beggar who had huddled alone on the streets back then. He thought he had hardened his heart long ago, but when he saw Chen Jian leading the crowds of stragglers into the city and standing in the carriage to chastise Zhang Daoma, his heart throbbed vaguely. When he sees Kong bowing down under the black riders, willing to take in the stragglers and even make compensation. That's it, he thought. That's not so bad. Those Dalits are at least starving. But Chen Jian didn't want to. Chen Jian said that the living can be resettled. But what about the dead? There's no way for a dead man to talk. No one cares what they think and no one will do them justice. Then, he saw a hand reach out from the carriage and crush the towering Kong Daoma into pieces. That moment, he couldn't help but think how much better it would have been if someone had also stood up for his sister, for his brother, for his family full of innocent and tragic deaths. Just in this complex state of mind, he drove the car slowly toward the Pathfinder Lane greenhouse. The stragglers crowed into a kneeling. There is a setting sun on the carriage. At that moment, it was as if a golden rim had been tinted on Gallishire as well. But when the mission left the city and stopped at 10 Mile Slope, look at that dark cloud overhead. He knows, whether one wants to or not, it's time to take the plunge. Chen Jian cannot return to Chang'an alive. It was a destiny that His Highness had long ago planned for him. As the thunder fell, the killers rose and fell. First, a great master drifted in and lured away the yellow old dog. Later on, Wei Zhongli of Haitian County landed a shot and held Lu Qi, who was hiding in the dark, at bay. Chen Liujia is nowhere to be found. At this time, it was the best time to kill Chen Jian. He stared at Chen Jian dead in the face, looking for a chance to strike a blow. But just as he was almost about to strike, he suddenly saw the honest Sun Tong, who had drawn his bone sword from the umbrella's handle. Then, he was inexplicably hot-headed. He actually flew and pounced on Chen Jian's back, blocking the sword that was like a viper stabbing at him. Chen Jian and Sun Tong were both asking him what the hell he was doing. Actually, he doesn't know. Gao, you're such an idiot. Chen Jian looked at Gallishire with complicated eyes. Someone at the mission tried to kill him. He knew it all along. Initially, old Gao performed the brightest, his killing intent almost undisguised. There were several times when Chen Jian was almost about to ask the golden-winged rock to eat him so as not to look in the way. But after entering the city, Chen Jian realized that this guy, old Gao, was about as brainless as it gets. The emotion management piece is a mess. If those nobles in Chang'an really put their hopes of killing themselves on such an idiot, I'm afraid those nobles are the real idiots. He then dropped his gaze to the rest of the mission. But look around. The guys at the mission probably wanted him to be unlucky, but didn't have the character that could pull the trigger. In the end, his eyes fell on the least likely one, Sun Tong, the deacon of the Ministry of Rites, the official white man who was still eating dust in the Ministry of Rites in his 50s, and the kind-hearted Sun Tong. When he walked out of the carriage, he intentionally stumbled, and a mind particle was put into Sun Tong's body, peeping out that underneath this guy's plain and uninteresting face, what was hidden was actually a Yin god of the Void Transformation Realm, a Void Transformation Realm cultivator. The moment the oil paper umbrella covered his eyes earlier, he was waiting for Sun Tong to make a move, and likewise waiting for Gallishire to make a move. I just didn't realize that. Waiting for this result, Chen Jian placed Gallishire on a mattress cushion. Looking around the floor full of quietly dead bodies, he sighed. Looking at Sun Tong said quietly, I once thought of returning to Chang'an and letting Zhuang Laoch step in to transfer you to the Imperial College. Pulling you up. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Tell me who the master behind you is, and maybe I can make your death a little easier. Young Marquis, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. Sun Tong took half a step back, a short poison-hardened blade in his hand, and laughed coldly. Old dog Huang fought outside the sky. Lu Qi is being held back. Chen Liujia is nowhere to be found, and this eunuch is seriously injured and on the verge of death. So now I'm the knife and chopping board and you're the fish and meat. Where do you get the confidence to talk to me like that? Oh, Chen Jian said quietly, if that's the case, why haven't you made your sword yet? What are you afraid of? Chen Jian flipped his wrist and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. Matchless sword. The unmatched sword intent. The unmatched sword that astonishes the world with a single sword fall. It was given to Chen Jian by Kong Baku. Under the curtain of rain, a faint ghostly light emanated from the blade of the peerless sword, reflecting Sun Tong's face in a somewhat eerie manner. Sun Tong was in fear. These shady thieves of Marquis Chen Lu's residence were hiding too deeply. First there was old dog Huang, then there was Chen Liujia, and lastly, that Chen Jiming, who had chopped up the royal sword sect's main hall with a sword and seriously injured Shi Mengqing, before the 9th day of the 9th month. Nobody thinks they're a character, but after the 9th day of the 9th month, no one dared to say they counted in front of them. Previously, he failed to kill Chen Jian with a single sword, and who knows, did this young marquis, who had always presented himself as a first-rate martial artist, harbor any deeper secrets in his private life? Death is not scary. As a dead soldier, he had already put life and death at risk before he struck. It was the failure of the mission that scared him the most. At this time, he saw Chen Jian holding a peerless hand. Sun Tong's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. Sure enough, Chunlu Marquis House. Raise your eyes. Full of shady thieves. Chapter 83. Whether you can live or not depends on your luck. It seems that you don't want to. Chen Jian sighed quietly. One step forward. In the meadow, in the mountains, on the official road, 8 figures appeared in an instant. Each figure held a peerless hand, drawing sword marks in the air as they fluttered toward Sun Tong. Sun Tong's face suddenly changed. These 8 figures were as fast as a shock. Each figure was like substance. He couldn't even tell which one was the real one. Blast! The short blade in his hand instantly struck out, chopping towards those 8 figures in a weird and tricky line. since it's not discernible, then we'll chop them all up. Shoo! The short blade sliced through the air like a swimming fish in the void, penetrating the 8 figures. Found you! With his body crouching violently, Sun Tong was like a fierce beast pouncing on the figure that was walking toward him with great skill. Just as his fist was about to fall, the figure suddenly revealed a wry smile. Snort! The peerless sword blade stabbed in from behind Sun Tong. A sharp blade entering the body is like cutting paper. At the tip of the sword, blood dripped down towards the ground, splashing a cold plum. Sun Tong's forward lunging figure suddenly trembled, turning his head to look at Chen Jian behind him, his eyes full of incredulity. That moment earlier, the aura coming from the short blade clearly told him that the real body was this one directly in front of him. Surprised? Chen Jian skimmed his mouth and laughed coldly. The 9 styles of the sword scripture of the 8 steps to catch the cicada. The supreme sword Tao that combines body and sword techniques. The only sword art that my master has been practicing for 2.5 months. How can I let you see through it with a single glance? You are also a void transformation. Blood gushed wildly from Sun Tong's mouth, transforming the void. Is that great? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked slightly. That idiot Zhang Huayu is a transformation void. So I can't be? I knew it. Sun Tong sighed bitterly, although he had a premonition. He still found it a bit hard to accept when Chen Jian really revealed his cultivation. An 18-year-old void transformation realm. I'm afraid I can't find another one in the whole world. Even Zhao Wuji, the top of the heavens remarks ranking in the legendary Dao sect walker, was only a half step into void transformation. But Chen Jian, smiling miserably, Sun Tong sighed. Little Marquis, don't you want to know who the person standing behind me is? Ahem, come here, I'll tell you. Sun Tong coughed out a mouthful of blood, and a flush rose on his face. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly and stopped in his tracks. Watch him perform. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion rang out. Sun Tong's body exploded like a furnace, and the sky was filled with shattered flesh and broken bones as he pounced on Chen Jian. Broken bones like knives, broken flesh like vectors. Sun Tong chose to explode himself without hesitation, knowing that he would surely die. Wanted to die with Chen Jian. Innocent. Chen Jian snorted, and the gurgling stream of qi and blood within his sea of qi instantly tumbled. Just for a moment, the body then flooded with a steaming fog. His figure was ethereal, avoiding only the knife-like broken bones and ignoring the shattered flesh that looked like arrows. Snort! The broken flesh shattered the official robes he was wearing. Chen Jian flicked his official robe as if it was nothing, as if he was flicking away dust, under the simmering of the remnants of the martial arts scrolls. Although his physical body was not completely among the realm of transforming void, however, it was unknown how many times stronger than the average void transformation realm cultivator. Inside the hollow of transfiguration, about the only ones who could compete with him were the group of barbarians in the northern court and the group of Vajra in the Buddhist kingdom. Ha! Still trying to escape? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth twitched as he reached out and tugged at the void. Sun Tong's nearly shattered Yin God appeared in his hands. There were mind particles resting on Sun Tong's Yin God. He's just delusional if he wants to escape. Holding the tattered Yin God with the tattered face, Chen Jian's Yin God exited his body and stepped into it. After a long time, he casually raised his hand away from the tattered Yin God, frowning slightly. Sun Tong's Yin spirit had long been like a paste, and he looked through his memories, but saw some scattered fragments. The master behind him didn't even see half of his face. Only a black and gold-colored robe was seen. The other side, Gao Lishur half-kneeled on the mattress cushion, holding the bone sword in a death grip. Old Gao, what are you doing? Chen Jian sighed and helped him board the carriage. At this time, the piece of crimson on Gao Lishur's chest was getting bigger and bigger, almost soaking through his shirt. The bone sword is poisoned. Even if Gao Lishur was a great cultivator of the void transformation realm, all had begun to turn blue under the erosion of this toxin. The meridians of the limbs were even more infiltrated with toxins, crawling on the body like a hideous centipede. I'm afraid it won't take long if we don't get help in time. Gao is about to be poisoned. Chen Jian looked through Jiang Luo's memories and only knew that this poison was called Immortal Fall, but there is no solution. Although Jiang Luo was playing with poison, his level was actually sparse. After all, it was much simpler for him to change his physical body than to painstakingly detoxify it. Little Marquis, am I dying? Goliath's lips quivered, and his brown eyes were full of lingering thoughts of the world. Dead or alive? It's up to your luck. Chen Jian smiled and looked in the direction of Langia City and slowly said, don't die first, wait for me for half an hour. For Goliath, Chen Jian's heart was also a bit complicated. In his original plan, this ambush was actually prepared to bury Gao Lishur together. It's just that he inexplicably jumped out to block the sword. Instead, it made Chen Jian a bit overwhelmed and disrupted his plans, regardless of why Gao Lishur stepped forward to take the sword. After all, he took it for himself. So dead or not, it's really up to Goliath's luck. Today the rain fell like a pillar and poured down. Pathway Lane was sparse with only a few hurried pedestrians. The greenhouse, which used to be full of people, suddenly looks a bit cold. John Lure was sitting in the empty and silent lobby, one hand resting on his chin, his eyes staring vacantly into the distance in a daze. Suddenly, his brow furrowed lightly as he glanced out the window at the pounding rain. Where can I find it if it's raining so hard? Climb up to the attic. John Lure pulled out a black crescent moon from his pocket and handed it to Lu Mayer. I need to know Ouyang Shue's location. Immediately, Lu Mayer looked at John Lure, who pushed the door in. A few surprised eyebrows showed. A moment of silence. She pulled a white crescent moon from her bosom and placed it with the black one. It gently closes to form a black and white jade pendant. The moment you see the jade pendant, she bowed and saluted. Nightingale, meet the boss. Although her heart was full of doubts, as a Nightingale, she had to accept Jiang Luo's assignment, because from the beginning of the formation of the Nightingale, Lu Qi then set an iron rule. The Nightingale belongs to, and seeing the crescent moon is like seeing the boss. Ouyang Shui is currently recuperating from his injuries in the ugly alley in the eastern part of the city. Boss, I'll go bring him over? It's too late. John Lure retrieved the crescent moon and leapt out of the window like a swallow. I'll go there myself. Lu Mayer looked at Jiang Lure, who leapt up and fell into deep thought. Don't know what happened though, but she always felt that the Jiang Lure at this moment was not quite the same as before. Chapter 84, Sword Chi spreads across 3,000 li. In a mansion that leaks in all directions in the ugly alley in the east of the city, Ouyang Shui looked up at the rain that pattered and dripped through the green tiles, and a hint of sadness flashed under her eyes. As the saint son of the Snow Mountain sect, the first time I came into the world, I encountered a weight that I couldn't bear at that age. It made his already unstable Dao heart become diluted. Zhang Huayu's arm that was severed by a sword was reattached by him using the immortal cicada technique though, but the damaged heart of the Tao, the immortal cicada couldn't reattach it for him. In order to avoid ganglion, he didn't even dare pay for an inn, thinking that he was miserably huddled in this ugly alley, while those geniuses on the Heaven's Pride list were accompanied by beauty and wine. It was even harder for him. I need a win. Catching the falling rainwater with a wooden basin, he said fiercely, it has to be at least in the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride ranking. I can give you a win. Outside the door schlepped a teenager. The teenager had his hands folded over his sleeves, a coy smile on his face, and a piece of white cotton cloth draped over his shoulder. Oh Yang, I'm so happy to see you. Jianglier. The corner of Ouyang Shui's eyes jumped slightly. That day he was Shui Yiman picked off the roof with a gun. Far away from the city after this guy followed. Inexplicably beat himself up. I didn't expect that even though I was hiding in this lumpy corner, I was still found by this grandson. What the hell do you want? Looking at Jiang Luer's indifferent gaze, Ouyang Shui tightly gripped the knife in her hand and stood up her chest. I'm the sacred son of Snow Mountain sect. I'm not afraid of you. Not afraid, that's not true. Compared to the man in Shui's clothes and Zhang Huayu, he was most afraid of this direct descendant of the Five Poison sect who often wore a coy smile. Those two are strong though, but there's always a way to act, and you don't strike for no reason. This was not the case with Zhang Luer. This asshole does what he wants, is temperamental, and beats him up at the drop of a hat. It was even more perverted to grope all over him afterward. It made him almost lose his virginity. Ouyang Shui's Taoist heart is in shreds. If Kong Huayu is the straw that breaks the camel's back, Zhang Luer was definitely the heaviest mountain pressing down on the camel's back. Oh Yang, I heard that you have the Snow Mountain Immortal Cicada in your hands? Zhang Luer caged his sleeves with both hands, surveying the tattered and torn house, sparingly stretching his feet to move the offset wooden basin upright, so that the rainwater would fall right in the center of the basin. Only then did he say quietly, show me the Immortal Cicada and I'll let you win once. No way. Ouyang Shui categorically refused. Just kidding. The Immortal Cicada is his biggest weapon. If he gives it away for nothing, what else can he take to mix with the world? Are you asking me to grab it myself? Zhang Luer's eyes fell on Ouyang Shui's right arm, and said quietly, the arm has just been connected, so it's not a good idea to move the sword. Ouyang Shui was silent. Zhang Luer is right. His arm has just been connected. Not to win the fight. If this time to move the sword, I am afraid that it will take another month to connect, but tell him to just give it away for nothing. The heart really doesn't want to. Being a holy son, how can you ask someone to simply threaten you for nothing? I don't want it for nothing. Zhang Luer seemed to see Ouyang's hesitation, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in a light smile. I'll exchange it with the Dead Man's Sutra. Who cares about your stupid book? Ouyang Shui smothered a broken sentence. He had done his homework on all the geniuses on the Heaven's Pride list before he walked the rivers and lakes. Knowing that Zhang Luer's Dead Man's Sutra 5 Poison sect has one copy in hand, it's not worth it at all. You don't want it? Zhang Luer sighed. Since you don't want it, I'll have to take it for nothing. Having said that, his body's aura soared. His void transformation realm cultivation was on display as he slowly floated in the air. Looking down at Ouyang Shui, There were even a couple of scented candles between his fingers, as if the next moment will ignite. Burial for Ouyang Shui. When Ouyang Shui saw this, the corners of her eyes twitched madly as she hurriedly drank. Wait, what? Zhang Luo asked with a crooked head. In addition to the dead man's scripture, I'm going to win one more time. Ouyang Shui held a snowblade. Her body rolled up with a strong aura like a long-sheathed sword, and she said in a domineering manner, if I win, I can let you observe the immortal cicada. The corners of Zhang Luo's mouth twitched slightly. How did this guy manage to beg for mercy so dominantly? Come on. Ouyang Shui's long sword pointed at Zhang Luo. In this battle, I will do my best. Boom! A terrifying blade light lit up, instantly freezing the falling raindrops into frost. Ice seals 1,000 miles. The moment Ouyang Shui struck, it was the killing move in the immortal cicada technique. Good and strong. The corners of Zhang Luo's mouth twitched and his face changed drastically as he was cleaved by the power of this blade, smashing through the earth and wall behind him and being cleaved into the alley. There was even some thin ice on it. Unbearable. The corner of Ouyang Shui's mouth curled up slightly, tossing out a thin scripture and throwing it at Zhang Luo, slanting her eyes in a domineering manner. Take it and read it. Saint Sun Ouyang is worthy of being the 6th-ranked heavenly pride on the Heaven's Pride ranking. I'm not as good as that. Under the curtain of rain, Zhang Luo picked up the immortal cicada technique and flipped through it while insincerely letting out an exclamation of admiration. In the meantime, Chen Jian, who was sitting cross-legged on the 10-mile slope, slowly opened his eyes and said silently in his heart, System, enlightenment once, sense the immortal cicada. A red light swept through. The system's mechanical voice rang out. The immortal cicada is a saint's technique, and it has been detected that the host does not have a saint's handwritten book originally, so it is necessary to pay an additional 50 yuan stones to activate the Dao. Can. Chen Jian glanced at Gao Lishur, who had long since fainted. Guess that's money he's mostly willing to shell out. Opened his mouth and said, deal. 10-mile slope did it. On Yendang Mountain, 6 people in black nightclothes looked at the carriage at the bottom of the mountain from a distance. Endless killing intent was hidden in his eyes. Each of them had a strong aura about them, especially the lead two. Even in his night clothes, he couldn't hide that patriarchal demeanor. It was actually 2 cave realm patriarchs. One of them had a rounded aura, as if one step out of the way, it was possible to be among those who had returned to the realm of the true. The other had a slightly weaker aura, giving off a feeling of emptiness. There was just no less than the morose killing intent in his gaze. It almost materialized. And behind them were 4 Tongshan realm minor patriarchs. That's it for today. In the carriage at the bottom of the mountain, Chen Jiming dispersed the sword chi on his fingertips and looked at Yendang Mountain and said quietly, Zhang Yan, keep your eyes open and watch. After the fight in a while, I am going to take the test. Zhang Yan was slightly stunned and responded blankly, yes, sir. The far corner of the wagon, Old Li put on the battered clogs slowly and methodically. He laughed, kid, you can take it easy. If you force the sword out again this time, the chi sea will really be full of holes. Tired that 4-legged snake couldn't comb it. It's nothing more than the sea of chi being wasted once more. Chen Jiming's face was bland as he said, if you get used to it, you'll be fearless. You are marvelous. Old Li Jijia laughed. Then let's have a competition. Who has chopped off more heads? You're going to lose. Chen Jiming laughed. After all, you're facing a fully revived white tiger seal and a crippled divine fire furnace. Boom! In the sky, a furnace fell from the sky. The fire furnace was tens of feet tall, with 9 hideous scaly dragons carved into its body. At this moment, the scaly dragon seemed to have transformed into something with a spirit, and a scorching breath was violently spat out from its hideous mouth. Only there was no fire igniting. Old Li stood on top of the wagon with his hands in his pockets, looking at the 9 scaly dragons that spat out a lonesome. The old mouth with missing incisors grinned. Jia laughed. This crap is thrown out. Looking down on who? And that white tiger. You guys go up side by side, lest the old man not have a good fight. As soon as his words fell, 100-foot-long white tiger from outside the sky rolled up rolling demonic clouds and came. When he opened his mouth and spat out, it was like a galaxy of sword light falling down. The moment, the Luanjia Zhong clan's holy weapon, the white tiger seal, and the netherworld sex holy weapon, the divine fire furnace, were completely revived and gathered at Yendang Mountain to suppress the sword Kuei. The corners of Old Li's mouth quivered. I didn't expect this white tiger to really listen and really come. Little girl, watch this. Old Li looked down at the wooden candle that Chen Jiming had carried behind his back and said in a rare and serious manner, this sword, it is called Jintian. Zhang Yan looked up blankly and, as far as the eye can see, only a terrifying sword light cut through the canopy. The sword's breath travels 3,000 miles across the country, enveloping that white tiger and the divine fire furnace in unison. Visions. After the sword light swept through, it was as if not only did it cut through the canopy, but it also cut out all sound. I don't know how much time has passed. The sound of the sword in Zhong Yan's ears slowly dispersed. Yendang Mountain within a 10-mile radius was plunged into deadly silence, and she could even hear her heartbeat, just like a fierce drum and a heavy hammer. She looked up. The descriptive figure on the roof of the car was long gone, and with him disappeared. There were also the two saintly soldiers that fell as if they were pouring down from the sky and the wooden candle that Chen Jiming carried behind him. Chapter 85, If Flowers on the Stranger. Chen Jiming stood in front of the carriage, looking up at the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the dark curtain-like clouds and see the swordlight and killing in the 9 heavens above. Will you all go together, or will you come one at a time? When he said this, Chen Jiming still tilted his head, not even holding his sword in his hand. It was as if what was in front of him was not 4 Tangshan realm minor patriarchs, but 4 hyenas that could be killed with his hands. But even so, those 4 men in black, however, did not dare to make a move. Even the look hidden under the black cloth was a little tense, because this is Chen Jiwei, Chen Jiming, who had wasted the holy son Zheng Huayu with a single sword, and chopped the imperial sword sect's great hall into ruins with another sword, and seriously injured the cave heaven realm patriarch Shi Mengqing. Just over half a month, the Jianghu had already rendered Chen Jiming as another leader of the sword Dao after Li Jiankuei, and even the later who was expected to walk alongside Zhu Qinho, even though they all knew that Chen Jiming's true cultivation level was only half a step into the void god realm, and compared to them, it was like the difference between a firefly and a white moon. They still don't dare to make a move. Countless lives have long since tested the blade for them, so it was like this for a long time. A black-clothed man said hoarsely, "Don't be afraid, he's only a half-step void god. I don't believe he can still cut out that sword. And look, you guys, he doesn't even have a sword in his hand right now." The rest of the black-clad men nodded in agreement. A sword cultivator without a sword in his hand is like a cook without a cleaver in his hand, and a diner eating without chopsticks. Basically, it's even half a life wasted. On the count of 3, 2, 1, we're side by side. The man in black looked around and spoke hoarsely. Yes, Chen Jimian nodded and smiled. You count. The corners of the black-clothed man's mouth hidden in the black cloth trembled slightly, and the numbers he was just about to spit out instantly got stuck in his throat, emitting oohs and ahs of eerie sounds. He was Wang Haod, the ethereal sect's grand elder, with a late Tangshan realm cultivation, acting in life, never ahead of the pack, but where he has half the gumption. It was also not as if the large Misty sect had been given to Shi Mengqing, when Shi Mengqing had bloodied the Misty sect's elders group. He had even been directly ignored by Shi Mengqing because of his indecisive nature. After all, everyone knows that, when the person who takes his ideas for him dies, he will always quickly find another person who takes his ideas for him. At this moment, he heard Chen Jiming's words. Looking at Chen Jiming's unconcerned look and ineffable confidence, Wang Haod almost wanted to pull his legs out and run. He even vaguely complained about Shi Mengqing, who carried the divine fire furnace to the heavens and fought. We agreed to kill Chen Jiming. What the hell are you doing following Zhang Daozone to heaven? The other 3 men in black turned their heads to look at him, waiting for him to blow the horn to strike. Chen Jiming looked at him, too. When he opens his mouth, Wang Haod's old face slightly reddened as he glanced around with a wandering gaze. When he saw the head exposed in the carriage, he immediately had an idea and quietly transmitted his voice. Let's catch this woman and force Chen Jiming to commit suicide. When he first fought bloody battles for this woman in Luanjia City, it was more than likely that he was his match. The corners of the other 3 black-clad men's mouths twitched slightly, not really thinking that this was a very good idea. After all, Chen Jiming wasn't an idiot and wouldn't immediately commit suicide. Seeing their frowns, Chen Jimian raised his eyebrows slightly and grew impatient. Since you're not shouting, let me do it for you. 1. The words were not yet spoken. The sword chi in its sea of chi was instantly turbulent. The augur that was lying on its back to pack the sword looked up once again, numbly looking at the mountainous, cluttered pile of sword chi on the throne of sword chi. Go on, all of you. Boom! 3,000 sky-covering sword chi swept out, densely packed like a silver torrent, drowning Wang Haod and the other 3 Tangshan realm minor patriarchs. That sword in front of the imperial sword sect's main hall swept through the heavens and earth once again. Only this time, the person facing the sword light directly was no longer Shi Mengqing of the cave realm. Instead, it was 4 hidden Tangshan. They thought that without a sword in Chen Jiming's hand, his killing power would surely be greatly reduced. But they don't know Chen Jiming himself. It's just a sword. He hides his sword in his body, using his body as a cage, and when he releases his sword energy, he becomes the sword. After the rain of swords, the sky over the Yendang Mountains is solemn for a moment. The dense rain of swords seemed to purge the void. Those 4 hesitant minor sect masters, their fleshly bodies together with the Yin gods that were hosted in the Dao species, were fluttering under this rapid rain of swords. All of them turned into broken rain in the air. Chen Jimian's face turned pale, and his aura instantly dropped to a low point. Within the sea of chi, cluttered sword chi fluttered around, cutting 1,000 holes in his chi sea. I'm like a leaky sack. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his sword chi mixed with the blood spilled onto the ground, instantly slicing out a deep, dark line. Stay back. Chen Zhimian stopped Xiongyan, who wanted to come over to help him. At this moment, his sword chi was leaking out in all directions, and I was afraid that Zhongyan would be sliced to pieces if he was next to him. It hurts. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. Chen Zhiming's eyes rolled over and he collapsed on the ground. Right after he fainted, inside the air leakage sea, a miserable white flame suddenly lit up out of nowhere. The flame is weak, floating in the crisscrossing sword light. Sword chi swept under, the original rootless market fire, as if a blow will be scattered. But somehow, instead of dispersing, wherever it passed, the sea of chi that was leaking in all directions was slowly healing. Inside the sea of chi, earlier, at the moment when the sword chi came out of the cage, the scaly dragon skillfully transformed into a four-legged snake, with its two front paws protecting its head and burying itself in the ground, with its eyes tightly closed, fearing that it would be swept by the unseeing sword chi and suffer from an unwarranted disaster. Sensing the abnormality at this moment, it carefully leaked out two brown vertical pupils from its paw slits, looking up toward the throne piled with sword energy. Upon seeing the flames floating on the sea of air, he instantly shrieked like a ghost, stumbling and hissing, "Market fire! It's the marketplace fire!" His mother. What the is this short timer? Chang'an City. Marquis Chenliu's mansion. Chen Aban squatted in the courtyard, carefully holding a light blue orchid in his hand. When he saw the flower bones curled up on the orchid, a naive smile appeared on his face and he shouted toward the hideout. "Shi Bai, come and see. The flower your mother planted has bloomed." Hear his voice. Chen Jibai picked his way down the stairs holding a scroll and smiled gently. "Father, the sacred market is about to open." Yes. The tips of Chen Aban's eyebrows almost flew up as he looked to the north and lamented. After 15 years, it's finally going to blossom. Shi Bai, you get ready. When the orchid blooms completely, let's enter the sacred market together. Show your mother. Her kids are all grown up. Mother will see. Chen Jibai nodded and was about to return to the book collection pavilion when he suddenly turned back and said, "Father, Life Chi Si is destroyed again, but the ruin fire has returned to its place and there are no major obstacles. This time he may be blessed by the fact that, compose the sword she left behind in the sword pavilion thoroughly and be among the void god realm. No big deal." Chen Aban's face was slightly cold. Not even if there are no major injuries. My Chen Aban's son, can't they just kill him whenever they want? Royal Sword Sect, Ethereal Sect, Wei Eunuch. Speaking of this, Chen Aban looked up toward the direction of Langya and said quietly, "This time, in the end, is Li Er set up the bureau, or those few little guys? Forget it. Whatever he is, it's always the dog that his family feeds. It won't kill the wrong person." Chapter 86, Chenlu Kaden Mountain. At the bottom of the Imperial Sword Sect's mountain, in front of the Sword Discharge Monument, 170 horsemen in black armor stood solemnly in a black line, looking distantly at the stone steps in front of the mountain. They came silently, as if they were ghosts, as the Black Rider commander raised the stranger's sword in his hand. The 170 warhorses clad in black armor stamped their feet into the void like a black tide, stepping towards the Imperial Sword Sect's mountain. Wherever the Black Riders passed, countless Royal Sword Sect disciples had their heads cut off before they could even draw their swords. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Sword Sect's main hall, a red-robed and jade-crowned Jiang Baihu sat on the Patriarch's seat, overlooking the dozen or so Void God Realm elders in the main hall. The eyes were cold. The traitor within, Jiang Daozong, stole the Jiang clan's holy army, colluded with the Misty clan's Patriarch Shi Mengqing, and intercepted and killed Chen Zhiming at Yendang Mountain, committing a heinous crime. At this time, the Black Riders have already arrived at the bottom of the mountain. What last words do you still have? Hurry up and say them. What? The elders exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with horror. It's just a little over half a month until the 9th day of September. That killing was still in front of our eyes. Even the sect hall had just been restored. How did we provoke that group of devils again? Family Master, is there a misunderstanding in this matter? Jiang Huasheng stepped forward and questioned. Master has always been steady. If he wanted to kill Chen Zhiming, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? I also hope it's a misunderstanding. Jiang Baihu's eyes flashed through the struggle, and then cold voice, he compelled the holy soldier. At this time is outside the sky and the sword Kuei killed. If not, this seat found the holy soldier missing, is now all in the dark. How could? Jiang Huasheng's eyes burned, tilting his head to look at Jiang Baihu and asked, the holy soldier has a spirit, not the family master or a great master can't be in charge of it. That is, the eldest uncle can only activate it after stepping into the realm of returning to the true realm with 1 foot. Master is only in the cave realm. How can he be in charge of a holy weapon? I see. There must be an uninformable conspiracy here. Elder Jiang, are you suspecting this seat of setting him up? Jiang Baihu's scarlet lips pursed into a straight line as he looked down on the dozen or so Void God Realm elders and said coldly, "Do you all think so as well? If you want it, you can't have it." Jiang Huashang looked straight into Jiang Baihu's eyes and said in a cold voice, "Who in the Jiang clan doesn't know that when third uncle was nailed to the city wall, the person who initially prevented everyone from making a move was none other than Master? You married far away from Chang'an with a grudge and didn't return to the clan shrine to honor your ancestors for 20 years. And now you're having an affair with that little marquis. Who knows what's in your heart?" Great! The last trace of hesitation under Kong Beko's eyes finally dispersed. She naturally resented what happened back then in her heart, but never to the point of killing the clansman. At most, just stand aside and watch coldly. Earlier, when she discovered that the sacred soldier was missing and received the news sent by Qingjian's condemned men, she came to the royal sword sect at the first opportunity, in order to just save those innocent disciples. I just didn't realize that she had paid wrongly after all. Looking at the skeptical and even disdainful gazes of the elders in the Great Hall, Jiang Baihu suddenly realized that Jiang Daozong had been operating in the Imperial Sword Sect for many years, and had long held the Imperial Sword Sect completely in his hands. Instead of the Royal Sword Sect being Zhong's sword, might as well be Kong Dozhong's. It was just that these elders, who had immense trust in Jiang Daozong, were afraid that they would never understand that when Jiang Daozong had made up his mind to intercept Chen Zhimian, then they have abandoned them completely. Smoothing out the somewhat wrinkled red robe, Kong Beko slowly sat up straight. At this point, her eyes were already cold. The palm of his hand slowly swung down, and his vermilion lips lightly opened. "Uncle Fu, kill them all. Send their heads to Chen Liujia, thoroughly investigating the Royal Sword Sect's Jiang Dao sect lineage. Henchmen, execute them all. Yes, Sword Master." As her words fell, a figure with white hair and a sword stepped out of the darkness. "See that guy?" The faces of all the elders in the hall full of elders changed drastically, because of this man. It's an elder of the Royal Sword Sect, that third master's sword servant, a sword cultivator who had long been among the Tongshan realm. After the gifted third master was nailed to the wall with a sword back then, everyone thought he had returned to silence with the third master. I didn't realize he'd come back to life. He also became Kong Beko's swordsman. Buzz! A sword light swept by. 13 Void God Realm elders. A thin red line appeared on their necks at the same time. Their heads then, like ripe watermelons, fell to the ground with a grunt. At this time, all of the Tongshan realm elders within the Royal Sword Sect had been taken away by Jiang Daozong, so it could be said that it was the time when the battle force was at its weakest. The 13 elders present. It is the strongest group of people in the Royal Sword Sect, but even so, in front of this white-haired Uncle Fu, they still couldn't even catch a single sword. After all, not everyone was as demonic as Chen Zhiming. For the vast majority of cultivators, the difference of one realm is like a heavenly rift. What's more, they were facing a Tongshan realm sword cultivator who had established a Dao seed. Squeak! The sect hall slowly opened, and Fu Bo stepped out carrying the heads of the elders. Outside the door, 170 horsemen in black armor stood in a solemn line, dragging their swords on the ground, blood flowing down the tips of their swords. Behind them, the bodies of the Royal Sword Sect's disciples were lying densely. Not far away were nearly 1,000 Imperial Sword Sect disciples kneeling. At this time, according to Chunlu Kadong Mountain, but half an incense stick of time, 3,000 disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect. He who dares to strike his sword, all have become corpses. Commander, the Void God Realm elders of the Imperial Sword Sect have all been executed. Fu Bo threw his head at the commander standing at the front and said in a hoarse voice, "All the beloved disciples of Jiang Daozong's lineage will also be executed." That black-armored commander took the head and the familiar is not on the waist. Only then did he make a weird sound like rusty iron rubbing together. But it was promised. Uncle Fu's gaze swept over the disciples kneeling in a field. His expression complicated. On the one hand, I'm glad they weren't stupid enough to draw their swords, and on the other hand, I'm offended that they were afraid to do so. After a few moments of silence, he flipped his wrist. A sword light swept through, and another 50 or so heads fell. These people, all of them are disciples and grandchildren of Jiang Daozong's lineage. After seeing Fu Bo decapitate 5 heads with his sword, the commander slightly raised his palm and withdrew his sword back into its sheath. Leading the black riders faded like a tidal wave. At the edge of the cloud, another black tide came stepping on the void. No more, no less. It just happened to be 170 riders as well. Each of their riders had a few heads hanging from them, and blood spilled from the air like a bloody rain that had fallen. 340 horsemen of Chen Liujia gathered, forming a black torrent that surged in the direction of Haja County. The world, it's going to be a mess. Fu Bo stood in the square and let out a sigh as he watched the black torrent fading away in the sky. Yeah. Jiang Baihu stood beside him, similarly looking at the black torrent, and said quietly, "Uncle Fu, letting you draw your sword on a fellow disciple. Do you blame me? How?" Uncle Fu turned his head to look at Jiang Baihu. his gaze warm and cutting. Whatever decision you make, it's the right one. The sword servant, as the sword master's closest companion, had practically watched Kong Baekho be born, grow up, and marry, all these years of silently guarding her side. In addition to fulfilling the young master's instructions, how could it not be that she had long since treated Kong Baekho like a daughter? Chaos is coming, Jiang Baihu said quietly. The Jiang family entered the game early, and not wanting to be tipped over by the big power, Baihu only has to be ruthless. Chapter 87, Master Wei. Please take your seat and listen to the song. 10-Mile Slope. Chen Jian, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. After comprehending and practicing for more than half a month, he finally exhausted the inheritance he had inherited from Jiang Lul again, expelled from the virtual space by the system. At this point, his physical body cultivation had reached the late stage of the royal Qi realm, and with slightly 2 more steps, he would be able to join the void transformation realm. Only the sword cultivation remains stagnant. About the 2 buckets of enlightenment that are still owed to Chen Jiming. A moment of contemplation. He tapped his fingers, and an icy yuan qi swept through his fingers. The vital energy leaves the body. It instantly colored a frost on the carriage's ride. Sage-level technique immortal cicada. Under the system's enlightened preaching, he almost quickly comprehended all the means that could be practiced in the void transformation realm. The killing power is slightly weaker, but to save his life, it's not that hard. Lowering his gaze to the fainted Gao Li Shi, Chen Jian muttered to himself and pointed his finger towards his brow. Instantaneous. Goliath was then covered in a light frost. Chen Jian saw this, continuing to ferry a steady stream of yuan qi into his body, sealing the toxins running around in Gao Li Shi's body. Yuan qi transits underneath. It wasn't long before Gao Li's eyes trembled slightly, and he became slightly more conscious. Lao Gao, don't ing play dead. Seeing that he couldn't raise his eyes several times, Chen Jian backhanded him a mouthful and droned. Quiet your qi and concentrate. Mobilize your sea of qi, and follow the yuan qi chakra that I'm ferrying into your body to cultivate. It wasn't true that the immortal cicada was a saint-level technique. However, the yuan qi that Chen Jian had transferred into Gao Li Shi's body would, at best, only keep him from dying for the time being. Trying to actually survive or even amputate a limb to be reborn, it would require old Gao himself to cultivate this technique to the realm of transformation before he could do so. Gao Li Shi was slapped by him and opened his mouth just to make a cunning defense. Suddenly, he felt a cold and bone-piercing pure yuan qi slowly flowing inside his body. The dead fish's eyes immediately shot out 2 auras like a flashback. No, undead, cicada. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy seems to be getting a little excited? Just for a moment. He then felt Gao Li Shi's desire for survival that was so dense that it instantly set off shocking waves in the sea of qi within his body that was originally like a pool of stagnant water. Just like a wild horse that had broken loose, chasing after Chen Jian's feeble yuan qi. Asterisk 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 take it easy. Chen Jian slapped down another slap and said viciously, your ing meridians are damaged, but you can't withstand such a toss. Goliath pulled up his face and smiled sarcastically. The guiding yuan qi carefully followed behind Chen Jian's wisp of yuan qi. After about half an incense stick, Chen Jian retracted his fingers and looked at Gao Li Shi with astonished eyes. At this point, wisps of white velvet like silk emerged from Gao Li Shi's body, an increase in white fluff visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long to wrap him into a cocoon chrysalis. I didn't expect this guy to be quite enlightened. This was the sign of stepping into the immortal cicada transformation void realm. According to the scriptures, when that saint was seriously injured and dying, he observed the cicada breaking the cocoon and reborn, and comprehended the immortal cicada technique. Gao Li Shi at this time suffered from severe poisoning, near death, coincidentally similar to the encounter with the saint. The practice of immortality cicada power actually twice as much work with half the effort. A great creation for nothing. Closed the windows of the emperor's carriage. Chen Jian had nothing to do and looked up at the canopy. The old butler and Wei eunuch fought a battle outside of heaven, with Chen Jian's cultivation realm. Naturally, he couldn't even see half of the traces. Even the battle between Lu Qi and that elegant man, he could only see bits and pieces of images as the sword qi stirred up the clouds. At this moment, Lu Qi's green shirt was still the same, holding the Hao Ran with lotus flowers in his steps, several times like a sword immortal walking in the void. On the contrary, the elegant man with slightly white temples, whose body was covered with sword marks, looked a bit miserable. It's about to die. Wei eunuch is quite willing to give up. Chen Jian pulled up the corner of his mouth and sneered. He hadn't seen this person before, but he knew who this person was. He knew the identity of the owner of the lance when it fell in the sky earlier, the head of the Wei family in the Riverlands. Wei Zhongli, with one's own strength will be the Hezhou Wei family from everyone shouted at the remnants of the castrate party to promote the Great Tang Temple ruthless. When the mission first left the river, there was a hidden killing chance in the sky locking onto Chen Jian, which was generally the same as the killing intent released by that long spear. In order to kill Chan Xian, Wei Eunuch himself went down without saying a word. He actually sacrificed his descendant, Wei Zhongli. One must know that although Wei Zhongli was only at the Tangshan realm, what he was carrying was the entire Wei family. Today, he struck out on a high note. Whether it succeeds or fails, it will completely bury the River Wei family. Wei Eunuch said that back then. It was Grandpa and the old housekeeper who sneaked up on him and made him inhuman. So it seems that this matter involves a grudge from the last 2 generations. Looking at the sky with empty eyes, Chen Jian frowned slightly. Something felt vaguely wrong. The crown prince tried to knife me because of Chen Aban. Wei Eunuch because Chen Ernia wanted to knife me. The Chan family. It seems like the ancestors have been troublemakers for generations. Just crossed over. Chen Jian thought that the mediocre Chen Aban was the unlucky one to be sacrificed first, before it was his turn. Now it seems like it was a mistake to begin with. Chen Erniu, Chen Aban, Chen Jibai, Chen Jiming, and Chen Jidong. And maybe add Chen Xian to the list. Sheesh, there is no such thing as the Son of God. It's all a ing match made in heaven. Ah, just as Chen Jian was thinking blindly, Lu Qi's soothing voice suddenly sounded from the clouds. Master Wei, please take your seat and listen to the song. Clang. As Lu Qi's words fell, a sword chant suddenly rang out. The sword chant was different from the previous murderous aura. It actually seemed to have an ancient zither playing in the void, with a lingering aftertaste. In a trance, Chen Jian saw a green building emerge in the void, and there were green-shirted women stepping in, and they danced with their swords in the void with their long swords. Lu Qi is sitting on a cloud. Ho-Han rested between his knees. The eyes softened as they looked at the blurry-faced, green-shirted women. As the sword chanting stopped, the song ended. Those green-shirted women suddenly transformed into a brilliant swordlight, actually appearing in front of Wei Zhongli in an instant. Wei Zhongli's face instantly changed, and his figure retreated violently. When the sword chants sounded earlier, it was as if he was in a green building. The elegant pavilion, the lingering sound, the beautiful people like a picture, will be full of his killing intent into a soft. With his resilient mind, he had forgotten that he was in the middle of a fight and failed to pull out in time. At this point the song is over. When the song ends, and he was too late to pull out, snort, the sword chi swept past, and Wei Zhongli's pupils instantly fixed. Lu Qi walked past him idly, carrying his head in his hand. It was as if he was drinking with his friends in a greenhouse when he suddenly got the idea to pick a radish in the field to accompany the wine. And Wei Zhongli's god, after Ryuichi walked by, stirred into pieces by countless sword lights, flurrying, turned into a starburst of light, sprinkled on the shadow of a willow tree fishing for the stars in the greenhouse. Chen Jian had his mouth open, his eyes staring blankly as he watched Lu Qi walk down carrying his head. He knew that Lu Qi was strong after stepping into the Tangshan realm. After all, Lu Qi used the sword as a matchmaker, and used the greenhouse as a medium to show the world that the Tao seed setup was recognized by the heavenly Tao and blessed by the saints. But he didn't think it could be this strong, manifesting a greenhouse in the void, sword energy transforming into a greenhouse girl. If Chen Jian's guess was correct, this was Lu Qi mirroring his Tao seed into the real world. The Tangshan realm breeds Tao seeds, and the cave heaven realm Tao seeds create their own heaven and earth. Lu Qi had only just entered Tangshan for the first time, and he had constructed the embryonic form of the cave heaven. When he mirrored the greenhouse to reality, it was almost impossible to find an opponent in the same realm. Even if you are as tough as Wei Zhongli, after resisting for only a moment, she was dragged into a greenhouse. What kind of demonic talent is this? Or rather, how attuned to the way must one be to be able to do? Chapter 88. Chen Jian may have made a small profit, but his highness is not at a disadvantage. 7. U Avenue Pro Water. Chen Jian looked at the green shirt and downtrodden Lu Qi, and couldn't help but lament. Why don't you let the boss of the greenhouse do it? Thief mother I feel like I'm a little bit too virtuous for my position. Avenue Pro Water? No. Lu Qi automatically skimmed over Chen Jian's sour words of abdication and said quietly, I'm a swordsman. Ha! Chen Jian let out a light snort. Before this guy said that he is a swordsman, Chen Jian still believe. Now the greenhouser let this guy to reflect out. Where still count what swordsman? At best a Parker. Lu Qi gave a non-committal smile. He has wasted half his life trying to shield the hooker woman from the wind and rain, but he is deep in the mire and has been hindered time and again. Until Chen Jian woke up the dreamer with a word. It dawned on him that it's better to block than to block. Instead of making enemies with the hookers of the entire world, join them, ride on their necks, and make the rules for them. After joining the greenhouse, he was truly free, like a lone soul walking alone in the darkness of Yuyu, finally seeing the light. It was also then that he saw his way. Late born, the great Tao is within reach. Just as the two men were each silent, the old butler appeared beside them silently and said quietly with his hands cupped around his sleeves, Posterior, do you remember my question from before? Lu Qi was slightly stunned and nodded his head. Senior asked if Senior is a member of the Taoist sect. You said that you have never entered the Taoist sect. That is, if you have entered the Taoist sect, you are just one more layman with a bounded heart, to walk your own path. The old butler laughed, and that pale face was like a gully on barren land, and with the ghastly smile, it looked particularly oozing. That is indeed what the late generation said. Lu Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, not understanding what this return to Truth Realm Grandmaster was rehashing old matters for. Don't be fooled. The old man knows a drunkard. The old butler said sorrowfully. Remember your path. If one day someone forces you to do something you don't want to do, tell him you're a disciple of the drunkard. If he doesn't relent, you tell him again that the alcoholic may be dead, but he still has a drinking buddy. Lu Chi's face changed slightly. Are you a friend of the old Taoist priest? No. The old butler bristled in disgust. How can that asshole be my friend? The late generation has taken note of it. Thinking of that old Taoist priest who had drunk himself to death, Lu Chi sighed slightly in his heart. Strictly speaking, the old Taoist priest was not his master, and although they were master and disciple, they did not have the name of master and disciple. Even on the old Taoist priest's tombstone, Lu Chi's inscription was not that of a disciple. It's just the latter end of the line, because the old Taoist priest wouldn't let it. He said Lu Chi was too stupid to enter the Taoist sect and be his disciple. Old tube. Master dog, has Wei Eunuch been buried? Seeing that Lu Chi was a bit sad, Chen Jian interjected from the side. I've watched you excel since you were a child. You're still the most capable in our family. The old housekeeper glanced at him sorrowfully, and after a moment of silence said quietly, the Grand Master is not so good to kill. Wei Eunuch can be crippled body of Emperor Tianqi Imperial Python robes, and even take charge of the court, is not to rely on licking the ditch to get the honor. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly, inexplicably. I think of the story that is so widely circulated and well documented, my grandfather's Chunlu throne. Legend has it that he licked the founding emperor of the great Tang dynasty to get it also. Could this old guy be a metaphor for something? Go away. The old housekeeper didn't bother to pay attention to him, caged his sleeves with both hands, turned around and disappeared into the 10-mile slope. Watching this scene, Chen Jian drooled with envy. Only after a long time did he turn back and patted Lu Chi's shoulder to comfort him. Don't be afraid, Lao Chi. When the boss earns money, whoever dares to find you in trouble, I'll directly bury him. Lu Chi turned around and smiled faintly. Boss, I'll be waiting then. Let's go. Back to Chang'an City, Eastern Palace Crown Prince's mansion. When a message came back, the smile on Li Chengdang's face converged a little bit. In the fall of the 297th year of Wuda, Wei Eunuch, a remnant of the former dynasty, intercepted and killed Chen Jian, the youngest son of Marquis Chen Liu, at 10-mile slope, and fought with Huang Old Dog Dengtian of the Grand Master realm, and was nowhere to be found. Wei Zhongli of Hajang assassinated Chen Jian, the youngest son of Marquis Chen Liu, and failed and died. Sun Tong, the secret guard of Wind House, assassinates Chen Jian, the youngest son of Marquis Chen Liu, and fails and dies. Zhang Daozong, the head of the Imperial Sword Sect, and Shi Mengcheng, the head of the Misty Sect, intercepted Chen Zhiming, the second son of Marquis Chen Liu, with the holy weapons White Tiger Seal and Divine Fire Furnace, and the sword Kuei opened up the sky with a single sword, dragging the two of them and the holy weapons out of the heaven. The status of the battle is unknown. Kang Daozong suspected to have fled the Buddhist kingdom with the holy weapon White Tiger Seal. Shi Mengcheng's soul lamp is broken, his body is dead, and his crippled holy weapon, the Divine Fire Furnace, is given to Zhongyan of the Hashi Zhongfu by the sword Kuei. Chen Liujia bloodied the Royal Sword Sect, the Ethereal Sect, and the Haja Wei family, but anyone who puts out a sword will be put to death. Chen Aben, Li Chengdang sat on his throne, his gaze sweeping over the heartfelt courtiers in the Great Hall, and after a brief pause on crouching dragon Zhu Wu Chang, a tyrannical aura swept through the crown prince's residence, repressed to the fearful spread of the breath, full of the house, all silent. It was in this horribly depressing atmosphere, a palace maid slipped up and knocked over the glazed calabash in her hand, and hurriedly fell to her knees. Li Chengdang raised his head openly and his palm instantly fell. Boom! That courtesan didn't even make half a sound, instantly turning into a mass of flesh and blood. Wastes, all of them. After casually slapping the palace maid to death, Li Chengdang was like a furious lion as he roared. It's even if you can't kill Chen Zhiming, he has the sword Kuei protecting him after all. Where's Chan Qian? A loser who wasn't even a cultivator. Why couldn't he even kill him? Gao Li Shi, Sun Tong, two void transformation realm cultivators, yet they couldn't even kill a single martial artist. Are all of this palace's subordinates such trash? Your Highness, calm down. Just as the East Palace strategists were stammering, Zhu Wu Chang, who had been relegated to the position of Crown Prince Washing Horse, rose and murmured, there are too many variables in the setup this time, and the failure is not the fault of all of you lords, but is actually the will of heaven. and this trial is not for nothing. Your Highness need not be angry. Oh, Li Chengding coldly looked at Zhu Wuchang, his anger drawn out but not released, waiting for him to explain. Zhu Wuchang was accused of being difficult because he recommended Chen Jian as an angel. Zhuanyamo, that stinking sour midget, in a fit of rage even ran to the front of the Taichi palace kneeling to scold the prince for his misdeeds. To quell the anger of the group of sourpusses led by Zhuanyamo, Li Chengding had to sacrifice Zhu Wuchang and remove him from his position as the royal historian. The irregulars called in sick in a huff. It is only in the last few days that he has stepped into his new role as the crown prince's wash horse. So in a sense, this setup was not participated by the unconventionals. Even paid a lot for this setup. This is the bottom line, that he dared to excuse those schemers. Your Highness, I dare ask. Zhu Wuchang met the crown prince's icy gaze and unhurriedly said, what did you pay for this setup? Li Chengding frowned slightly and did not speak. I only saw Zhu Wuchang continue. Wei eunuch is a remnant of the previous dynasty, not one of your people. Jiang Daozong is the head of the imperial sword sect and Shi Mengqing is the head of the ethereal sect. Not only are they not your people, they are also trying to get their hands on the position of the head of the Jianghu. Technically speaking, they are even the culprits of the turmoil. Wei Zhongli is the descendant of Wei Eunuch's family son. Do you think that between you and Wei Eunuch, he listens to you or to Wei Eunuch? Gao Li sure. It was Xu Fei who gave him the chance to become a cultivator by granting him the creation. Although the second prince is in Jianzhou, that lady Xu Fei has never given up trying. He was even summoned by His Majesty into the Taichi Palace. Do you think Gao Li sure is one of your men? As for Sun Tong, no matter if he is a deacon or a dark guard of Listening Wind House, it doesn't have much to do with you. Speaking of which, Zhu Wuchang shook his feather fan and said quietly, this time, you set up a trap to kill Chen Jian. In the end, what you have paid for is nothing more than the position of the imperial secretary. Chen Jian may make a small profit, but your Highness is not at a loss. Chapter 89, Boiling Wine and Discussing Heroes. Li Chengding raised his eyebrows slightly. What was supposed to be a failed murder came out of the mouths of all the irregulars. It seems to have changed completely. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't find what was wrong. Slightly contemplative. It even seemed to make sense to what the irregulars were saying. The nobodies often see this. Shaking the fan continued. Your Highness, this time, by setting up a trap, you have only lost a few dogs that were already disobedient, but you have spied on Chen Aban's undercard that has been hidden for hundreds of years. If I may say so, your honors are not at fault, but rather meritorious. Even that little marquis, he led Chen Liujia, trampled on 2 mountain gates, forcing the Langya clan to bow down and admit their faults, also counted as a manifestation of the majesty of the court. When he returns to the capital, you should give him a commendation for his merits. Is that so? Li Chengding raised his eyebrows. He was not known for his strategy. This set up Zhu Wuchang betting on illness. He is the first time to independently lead the strategist to practice. It was expected to end badly. I didn't expect that Zhu Wuchang, who is known as the crouching dragon of the world, would be so esteemed. Your Highness, I second the motion. Inside the hall, a cadre of strategists knelt on the ground and concurred. Mr. Wulong's words are reasonable, only that we dare not take credit for it. Everything is your Highness's merit. Ha ha, all the lords have contributed too. Seeing that the hall full of strategists and ministers all recognized the words of Zhu Wuchang, Li Chengding finally put down his heart and laughed. Don't blame all the adults. This palace was also confused for a moment. The strategists stammered and laughed in agreement, unanimously passing grateful glances to Zhu Wuchang. Zhu Wuchang stroked his beard and shook his fan. His eyes were deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Coming out of the crown prince's mansion, Zhu Wuchang wandered around Jinko Alley for half a day, and after making sure that there were no stalkers behind him, he turned his head and walked into a quiet courtyard. A man with an ugly face was cooking plum wine, and an iron sword was placed on the table. After Zhu Wuchang sat down, he picked up his wine cup and said quietly, Brother Xiwan, this time when you set up the trap, do you see the shadow hiding behind you? See half. Without lifting his head, Pang Xiwan filled up the wine cup for Zhu Wuchang and said with a calm face, the great power tipping is imminent. Perhaps that one is in a hurry. Then, who does Brother Xiwan think is worthy of the job? Zhu Wuchang drained the green plum wine and tapped the rim of the cup. The boss is narrow-minded, vindictive, tyrannical and amoral, and does not have the force and brains to match. If he inherits the great treasure, I'm afraid that he won't last more than 3 years or 5 years. How's the oldest for? Pang Xiwan filled up the wine for him again, and after a moment of silence, his face calmed down as he said, yellow-mouthed, pretentious, and worthless. Ugh. Zhu Wuchang tapped the rim of his cup again. What about the second? Cowardly as a mouse. Small and rich. Hardly a great task. Not a majestic lord. Pang Xiwan glared at Zhu Wuchang in disgust and poured the wine in his cup again. Zhu Wuchang frowned lightly. Teacher said that at most 5 years, the great Tang will be 4 soldiers. the world will change the master. But look around. Many of the royal son, but there is no one who can take on a big responsibility. Could it be that the bright master didn't come from the Li family? But as I watch the sky at night, it's clear that the great Tang has yet to run out of steam. Why don't you ask the oldest? Pang Shiwan habitually lifted the wine pot, but saw that Zhu Wuchang's cup was still full, and asked quietly, even though Lao San is a concubine, he is still a royal son. You watched the oldest? Zhu Wuchang looked at Pang Shiwan in surprise, trying to see something in his face, but was hidden by his ugly appearance. After all, Li Sung'an is notorious for hanging out in greenhouses all day long and even sneaking around to climb the backyards of his ministers, and I'm afraid that I can't even count the number of people in the court who support him. He's a royal son, and he stinks of that little marquis. Pang Shiwan coldly said, His Majesty is in his prime. If the world changes hands in 5 years, I'm afraid that the trouble will start from the Marquis of Qinliu's residence. And Lao San is the second owner of the Qinglu, and has an excellent relationship with that young marquis. And again, it's never up to others to tell you what a person's character is. You have to see for yourself. The irregulars were dumbfounded. After half a second of silence, he said quietly, Brother Shiwan, have you ever heard of the Black Wind-Walled City? Pang Shiwan's ugly face twitched slightly, showing some hideousness, and said with a crooked mouth, Good you earth pig. Qingzhou is located south of Chang'an and north of Haja. It has been the world's breadbasket since ancient times. More than 500 years ago, the world's wolves and smoke. The former war god Emperor Tianqi imperial campaign, staging 3 million troops in the Minshan mountain, to be in the 100,000 mountains within the western region of the Buddhist country to fight to the death. Since ancient times, when a good general goes on an expedition, all the soldiers and horses have not moved. The food and provisions go first. Not so for the god of war. In his opinion, the 3 million troops were staged for a duel at Minshan, not to fight a protracted war. This battle was fought with the courage of a broken boat and the supreme merit of Yanran Lashur. He ordered all the generals and commanders, only half a month rations to the soldiers, made up his mind half a month after the return of the division, rewarding the 3 armies. Nay, the great battle came together. The battle was far different from what he had expected. However, although the Buddha's kingdom only had 300,000 troops, they were all like dragons under the blessing of the Buddha's teachings, and they were fierce and fearless. A hard-fought duel has become a protracted battle. Seeing that the battle was stalemated, it was impossible to attack for a long time. The god of war then panicked, ordered Li Yuan, the state herald of Qingzhou, to prepare 5 million stones of grain and grass to be transported to Minshan within 10 days, coinciding with the dragon's apocalypse in Yendang Mountain. Heavy rain fell for more than a month. The due date for the delivery of grain was approaching, but Li Yuan had not even raised half of the grain, so with a hard heart, he cut off the angel and broke his back. In Qingzhou yellow robes, under the banner of Emperor Tianqi's misdeeds, heavenly calamities, and acting on behalf of heaven, step by step, he stepped into that dragon chair. As the place where the imperial family of the current dynasty rose to power, Qingzhou should logically be prosperous. Prefer not to. More than 500 years have passed, and instead of prosperity, the people of Qingzhou have become more and more miserable. Even the land handed down from generation to generation, also inexplicably more and more less and less, most of them have become the private property of the royal family. Now, 5 snow-white steeds pulled the carriage and sped along the Qingzhou official road. Chen Jian looked at the golden rice ears outside the window, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Qingzhou was worthy of being the world's breadbasket. This way traveling across the road, hectares of good land, calling people pleasing to the eye, as if the mood is much more pleasurable. Lu Qi hung his head and looked at how ran between his knees. His voice was low. 10,000 hectares of good land. Fruitful, but it is a dowry for others. The people of Qingzhou who followed Li Yuan to rise up if they see today. Halfway through his sentence, Lu Qi fell silent. Chen Jinan was slightly stunned, looking at the disinterested Lu Qi. A lightning bolt suddenly flashed in his mind. If I remember correctly, Lu Qi's ancestral home is Qinghe County, and Qinghe County originally belonged to the state capital of Qingzhou. The Willowgate tragedy back then happened in Qinghe County. 7. I'm sorry. Chen Jian pulled the curtains together and walked out of the chauffeured car holding a horsewhip. Seeing him come out carrying a whip, the 5 steeds that had been leisurely treading the autumn breeze suddenly sighed and accelerated their pace to gallop towards Chang'an. Inside the emperor's carriage, a trace of warmth flashed under Lu Qi's eyes. He was only 8 years old when the tragedy occurred, and he could not remember many of the inside stories. However, I can clearly remember that night. My father was wearing his hair and writing furiously, madly issued a rebuke, for the ruler of the people, to compete with the people for profit, to take away the people's ancestral property. Heaven and earth will learn. History will be recorded in Chapter 90, Wujian. Come here, I'll show you a treasure. There is a mountain at the border of Qingzhou and Chang'an City. The name of the mountain is Black Wind. It is named for the bone-chilling black wind that blows all year round. It is said that this place was once a battlefield for saints. When Shu Qingho was ranked in the saint realm, he shattered the demon Dao Saint's underworld cavern with a single sword. That black wind was precisely blowing from within the shattered cavernous sky of that devil Dao Saint. At this time, on Black Wind Mountain, Li Chang'an, with a black cloth over his left eye and pockmarks on his face, carrying a 9-ringed machete in his hand, squatted boredly on a boulder inside as he gazed at the official road. Sometimes, I envy that guy Chenjian. Black Wind Wall's 13th leader, Old Thief Su, stood in a daze. Half a day passed to see behind the brothers did not respond to the meaning of his highness. Su Old Thief had to pull his voice to ask, "Big boss, why this?" Li Changnan slanted a glance at him and slowly said, "Although that guy is a waste like me, he has a good father." Chen Liujia. The northern wasteland black riders that made the northern throne royal court fearful were actually held in Chen Aban's hands. It was easily handed over to the guy. "Old Thief, do you think his father is good?" Old Thief Su smiled nervously and concurred. "That would be excellent. Yes, extremely well." Li Chang'an casually threw out a stone and calmly said, "Unlike my father, my mother told him to break my neck when I was just weaned. He thinks I don't know anything, but I was 3 years old then, not a 1 or 2-year-old kid anymore." Old Thief Su's face changed slightly. Thinking to myself, these are not words I can listen to. Deadly pursing his lips, Old Thief Su even wanted to cover his ears. Nay, at this moment, Li Suman looked at him with a ghostly gaze. He could only smile awkwardly. Perhaps there are unavoidable hardships. Bitterness? Li Changnan calmly said. But I'm just afraid that the history books will fall into the criticism of drunkenness and promiscuity. After all, how can a maidservant be qualified to give birth to children for His Majesty Wudu, who is destined to remain in history? Old Thief Su's cold sweat swished. These words are so treasonous that it is a sin to even hear them. He looked back at his 11 brothers, but saw that they were expressionless and seemed to have gotten used to it. He had to smile sarcastically. Eyes wandered to glance around in case there were ears across the mountain. Suddenly, when he saw a lightning-like carriage speeding along the official road, he instantly waited for his savior and rushed down the mountain with his sword on his shoulder. This moment, even if the King of Heaven came, he dared to rob it, because he didn't know what else he was going to hear next in terms of full-blown bull *********. Li Sunan is not afraid of being a prince, but he's not. Technically, he was still a palace guard. It's a retainer sent by His Majesty the Emperor to the king's residence. Where did the stupid thief come from? Whisking the driver on. Chen Jian was more or less excited as he looked at Old Thief Su, who was almost crawling and smashing on the official road. It was the first time he had ever seen a mountain bandit. After all, the existence of mountain bandits and such in the Jianghu Talkbook is approximately equivalent to a ranger's mobile vault. It's time for me to rob the rich and give to the poor. Jie. Smiling sorrowfully, Chen Jian stood on the chauffeur and sang, "I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. If you want to pass from here, leave your money behind." Old Thief Su was lying on the ground, listening to the familiar words, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "There's nothing wrong with that. I'm the ING bandit, Tai." Flying up from the ground, Su Old Thief patted the dust on the body, the treasure knife erased, drank, certain as the Black Wind walled 13 pawns, sensible hurry to hand over the valuable goods out, otherwise a certain white knife into the red knife out, called your intestines and stomach. Sure enough, stupid thieves. Chen Jian swept his gaze over Old Thief Su, slightly disliking his low level of culture. Suddenly a slight frown was raised and, does this guy look familiar? Unconsciously he began to remember where he had seen it, and abruptly and instantly erased the thought. Let's rob it first. After all, it would be hard to do it in case it was really an acquaintance. With a press of his palm on the carriage, Chen Jian's figure was like lightning, darting towards Old Thief Su, looking like a crude martial artist, actually quietly pinched a mind particle. Between his fingers was even hidden the immortal cicada's masterstroke of freezing 1,000 miles. Make sure to make a move. Not giving him a chance to speak. Pop! Chen Jian slammed his fist down, and Old Thief Su was instantly sent flying several feet. A glimpse of the... Chen Jian noticed that this guy's eyes were a bit weird, as if he recognized himself. Mostly it's really an acquaintance. With this in mind, Chen Jian's body shape was like electricity, like a maggot attached to the Old Thief Su. Another punch slammed down, pulling out his Sumeru ring in the process. Only then did he drift far away and sat in the carriage and said in a righteous manner, "I am Chen Jian. Why did this hero rob me?" Old Thief Su slumped on the ground with 2 ebony panda eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. That moment earlier, when he jumped up from the ground and saw the brocade-robed, clean-cut young man, he instantly recognized Chen Jian's identity. He believed that Chen Jian was the same, but this guy actually did not care about the old feelings, plunked 2 punches and smashed over, and specialized in hitting the eyes. Realize that. They used to drink together at the hookah back in the day. Wait for the pain in the eye to ease a little. Old Thief Su pulled out a black scarf and silently put it over his face. He had just rolled so fast that he accidentally lost his black scarf. After covering his face, Old Thief Su climbed up from the ground and said in an earned voice, "This gentleman, I have eyes but no pearls. I don't recognize a high person. I apologize to you. The mountain is high and the road is far, so I'll take my leave." With that he turned around and walked away without a moment's delay. In his mind, since this guy is Chun Xian, this beating is mostly for nothing. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave later. Sure enough, just as he flew in desperation, a soft shout came. "Stop, I only saw Chen Xian shouting. Old Peak Su, you have the ability to rob, but not the ability to admit it?" Su Old Thief's feet slightly paused, and in his voice, "Gongzi, you've recognized the wrong person. I'm not what Su Old Peak. I'm Su Old Thief. The short-lived Su Old Peak is my brother. TSK, do you take me for a cutie?" Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly and teased. "I told you that when the four gentlemen of Chang'an traveled far away from the wind to discuss the bandits, that guy Li Chang'an was actually so attached to it, and even came up with ideas to plan the route. It turns out that he's not a good prince. I can't believe I'd become a bandit leader." As the words fall, he tilted his head back and looked at the dark and hazy Black Wind Mountain and roared, "Li Laosan, get out. If you don't come out, Sule Ocean Peak will really die." The sound rolled like thunder drifting on the official road, startling countless birds and beasts to flutter. Moments later, Li Chang'an revealed his figure on the boulder, slanting up his one eye to look at Chun Jian with a smile. "Jian, long time no see. I have been away for half a year with my beloved family and friends, but today I finally returned to Chang'an. There's no more Chen Xian in the brothels lately. He's lonely as hell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snuck out and hijacked the road himself. Jian, come on, I'll show you a treasure." Li Chang'an stood on the rock and shouted towards the bottom of the mountain with a face full of joy. "And Mr. Lu is also coming." Chen Jian laughed and waved his long whip to get a few white horses to climb the mountain. It was not long before the carriage climbed to the top of the mountain. Chen Jian stepped out of the carriage and felt the whimpering sound ringing in his ears, and couldn't help but look toward a stone cave, as far as the eye can see, only to see that the stone cave was pitch black, with no half-bright light. The hole about the height of a man swallowed up all the light. After a moment's silence, he asked suspiciously, "The treasure you showed me is this black hole?" "Exactly." The corner of Li Chang'an's mouth hooked into a smile as he said cheaply, "This is a real treasure." Saying this he picked up a stone and threw it violently into the stone cave, and within a short time the echo of smashing into the stone wall rang out, no different from a normal stone cave. Chen Jian's mouth turned away. "That's it?" Thinking to myself that it might as well be the pile of crap in my own Sumuru ring. Lu Qi, on the other hand, frowned slightly and walked towards that black hole. After stopping at the entrance of the cave for a few moments, he tapped his toes, and his figure leapt in, and was instantly swallowed by the black hole. Seeing no more shadows, "7? Chen Jian shouted towards the black hole, but there was no half-hearted response. "Don't worry, Mr. Ryu will be fine." Li Chang'an laughed cheaply. "At most, he will be scoured into a little cutie by the black wind. It's just, what's going on?" Chen Jian was surprised. Could it be that there is another mystery inside? Of course. Li Chang'an smiled smugly. "Jian, have you ever heard of cave heaven? The Tongshan realm breeds Dao seeds, and the cave heaven realm Dao seeds create their own heaven and earth." Chen Jian looked at the blackened hole and looked up suddenly. The legend is true. This broken hole is the shattered cave of that devilish saint. Chapter 91, It's getting dark. It's time to eat. I would have thought it was fake too, Li Chang'an said quietly. Half a year ago, the black wind on Black Wine Mountain suddenly stopped. You know, Old Thief Su had always been more curious about this kind of thing, and seeing that the wind had stopped, he had held back for most of the day, but after all, he had not resisted his desire for a quiet path and dove in headfirst, and he deserved it. I'm surprised I didn't get cut to pieces by the shattered void when I went in. Just come out again. It's already half a month later. The walled city was in the process of organizing his funeral at the time. Hungry and dizzy, he sat down at a table to eat, and to his death, he sat at the children's table. The kids who were robbed of their meat dishes were so angry that they grabbed him to me and demanded that I pay them for another table. I'm thinking that we can't do this for nothing. With a hard heart, threw him in again. I didn't realize that he was really lucky, and instead of dying, he stumbled and ran out again, and even remembered the route. Speaking of which, Li Changnan looked at the old thief Su with dark eyes, full of pity. This time he called many people to see the real body. Can't be thrown in again. I had to return the gift money to the folks in the walled city. Alas, tell them to eat for nothing. After hearing the ins and outs, the corners of Chun Jian's mouth twitched slightly. This dog thief, what a good master. At this moment he even felt that the Sumeru ring in his arms was a bit hot. After all, Su Lao Peak had met such a master. It's already pathetic. However, thinking that his own money bag was even more pathetic. Chen Jian didn't pull out his storage ring after all, and only gave old thief Su a pitying look, then without moving moved half a step away from him. Half an incense burner passed and Lu Qi didn't come back. Another 2 incense sticks passed, but Lu Qi still didn't come back. Li Chengnan's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, beckoning Su old thief, who stood dumbfounded, to whisper, quickly go to the fortress and let one carpenter turn out your coffin to primp it. Give a word to Chef Yao. If we're not back by dark. Then they killed the pigs and slaughtered the sheep and prepared the feast. Remember, this time you have to collect the gifts before you let them on the table. Can't get the order wrong. Yes, big boss. Old thief Su memorized the order and turned his head to run towards the fortress behind the mountain. Just as he was about to disappear, Chen Jian flew in front of him and looked at him coldly. Little Marquis. Old thief Su licked his lips, a little apprehensive, and was about to speak. However, I saw Chen Jian coldly said, Mr. Lu is this ho's beloved friend and brother. Coffin, gotta be new, and Palia. I want half. Old thief Su is gone. 3 steps forward and 3 steps back. Looking at the dark hole, the corner of his mouth indisputably shed a few tears for himself and Lu Qi, determined to sit at the kids' table again this time. When it gets dark, the mournful sound of killing pigs came from the cottage. Chen Jian and Li Chengyan squatted side by side on the rock, their gazes ghostly looking at the stone cave. Seeing the last wisp of sunset, Li Chengyan looked up at the moon quietly climbing up the cloud tops, touched Chen Jian with his arm, and whispered, it's getting dark, and Mr. Lu hasn't come back yet. Yeah, it's getting dark. Chen Jian sighed. It's time to eat the banquet. A shaking of the sleeves. Chen Jian got up from the stone, his face full of pain. Old Seven is so miserable. His corpse is nowhere to be found. Fortunately there is still a green shirt he wore on the carriage. Just as the two of them hooked shoulders and stepped on the moonlight toward the black wind-walled city, the dark hole slowly came a falling green shirt, only to see the corner of his mouth hooked in a smile, said quietly, the green shirt is worn out. After all, it is not a real person. Boss, should I lie in? Hearing the ghostly words, Chen Jian and Li Chengyan were on their feet, and after looking at each other, they swooshed and rolled up 2 residual shadows to run down the mountain. When they returned to the cottage, the fortress had been hung with white cloth. A thin black coffin rested alone in the Hall of Loyalty, and the sound of Swana floated in the night sky of the Black Wind Fortress. The cottage was heavy with people. The 12 mountain bandit leaders who had previously followed Li Chengyan were busy greeting the guests who came and went. Whenever a guest enters the hall to offer condolences, they always bow sincerely to thank them. The guest is then guided toward the bookkeeping office. Second leader. Who's missing this time? An old man with gray hair and a walking stick asked as he pulled a copper plate out of his pocket to keep score. Maybe it was because of his back of the ear. He spoke in a loud voice. The corners of the mouth of Second Lord Li Xuanzi, who was about to receive the gift money, twitched slightly and stammered, not knowing what to say. But see that the old man cloudy eyes swept over the 12 mountain bandits' head. See them all healthy. Face instantly changed, pulling his throat and shouted, is the big boss no more, or the military master no more? This statement was made. The cottage was suddenly silent. Immediately after that, there were noisy cries, and some people even cried out to the heavens and shouted, my short-lived big boss alas, no blessed military division alas, you die a good death alas. This is a sincere and heartfelt sentiment. The corner of Li Chengyan's mouth, who had just stepped into the cottage, twitched, and his feet instantly retracted, his eyes darting around, wanting to go to the child's table to hide for a while. Chen Jian and Lu Qi saw this uncharacteristically evil smile. Taking a big step into the fortress, he cried out sadly, woe is me, I've lost my friend. Big dog. I'm late. Li Sunan ended up not receiving the gift money. When the disguised Li Chengyan was grabbed by the group of children in front of Li Xuanzi, the aunts and wives in the fortress instantly recognized that this man was none other than the big boss of the Black Wind Fortress, hardly whisking drunken hombres to retrieve the paltry sums, and then they leave the place satisfied after eating and leaving a mess on the floor. At this point, with a bamboo stick in his mouth, Li Chengyan reclined on the chair Chen Jian had given him, his gaze mesmerized as he looked at the sparse lights in the fortress. Chen Jian lay beside him and asked leisurely, so you were already the Grand Master of Black Wind-Walled City when you were 12 years old? Yes. Li Chengnan spat out the bamboo stick and casually said, staying in the palace annoyed people, so I had to come out and play by myself. The 1,279 families in the fortress are all those who have moved in during these 14 years. They weren't hillbillies in the first place either. It's just that there's no way to make a living in Qingzhou, so I want to make a living in Chang'an. Nay, my cruel father, who inexplicably disliked people of Qingzhou origin, even secretly asked Wang Fugui to kick them out of the city. It coincided with my debut, and I robbed them again with my 9-ring sword. I didn't realize that this robbery actually robbed back a fortress. Chen Jian tilted his head and looked at Li Chengyan for a long time before he said quietly, You and your several brothers are not quite the same. Yes. The corner of Li Qingnan's mouth hooked up in self-deprecation. After all, I'm just a bastard born from a servant girl, and that servant girl is only the daughter of a shabby family in Qingzhou. Don't dare call yourself brother to those celestials. Do you plan to be a mountain bandit leader for the rest of your life? Chen Jian picked up the peanuts on the edge of the table and threw them into his mouth as he leisurely asked, I heard old Seven say that Li Xiansu is a Tongxian realm minor master, the minister of war who shocked the court with a piece of human strategy theory in Chang'an City 20 years ago. Because the policy is too shocking and kill heart too much, even let the cabinet door do not dare to put pen to judge. And finally, to the imperial household, your old man's royal pen gave the 8-character critique of paperwork, misuse of the nation, misuse of the people. Directly put, a civil and military is expected to be in charge of the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War ministers reduced to nothing. A generation of men were stripped of their official robes. Thus, he disappeared into obscurity for 20 years. Who would have thought that he would become the second head of the Black Wind Walled City? Jian, don't get any ideas from your boy. I'm not interested in that position, Li Chenggan said quietly. Li Xuanze is my uncle, my own uncle. I'm not imagining things either. Chen Jinan wasn't mentioning it. After half a second of silence, he laughed. Don't show that black hole to anyone in the future. Old Seven said that that demonic saint was a Taoist senior who had entered the devil, and that although the cave was shattered, it wasn't something an ordinary person would be able to break into. The interior is unique, with a wide range of pathways. In about half a year the demonic aura will be completely dispersed. When the time comes, you can move Black Wind Walled City into it, and be self-sufficient enough to feed at least tens of thousands of people. What? Li Chang'an exclaimed in shock, turning his head to look at Lu Qi, who was playing against Li Xuanze in the distance, and said in shock, Mr. Lu really said that? When has my seventh brother ever told a lie? Chen Jian glared at Li Chang'an unhappily. Oh, how could I? I still trust Mr. Lu's reputation. The corner of Li Qingnan's mouth twitched slightly. Chen Jian, this guy is picking up the treasure. I should have known that I should have stepped in yesterday and gotten Mr. Ryu in jail before him. Chapter 92. What's the difference between being 90% sure and sending someone to their death? Early the next morning, the sky was still clear and misty. The 13 bandits of the Black Wind Wall had silently disappeared into Black Wind Mountain, their divine thoughts covering the entire mountain. Not only do they expel all living things, even the earthworms had them cut in half, and the wild finches had their yolks shaken loose. If that black hole was just a broken cave, naturally, Li Chang'an wouldn't be so cautious. But if it's really like what Lu Qi said, the demonic giant that was killed by Xu Qingho's sword was a Taoist saint, and there was a complete cave inside, he felt that even a little more caution was in order. After all, once this news was circulated, I'm afraid that it would immediately attract countless people to covet it. At that time, not only the Black Wind 13 bandits, even that fortress will never be at peace again. When they encountered the ruthless ones, it was not even known that they would be directly obliterated. The oldest of the 13 bandits led his brothers after they dispersed. Li Chang'an and Chen Jian stood side by side at the entrance of the cave, looking at the black hole with a grave expression. It was as if his feet had taken root, and he did not move for a long time. Seeing that the two of them were hesitant, Lu Qi faintly said, Your Highness, feel free to walk boldly forward. There is the boss to give you a backup. Don't be afraid. Li Chang'an looked at Lu Qi grudgingly and gritted his teeth to break in. Chen Jian followed closely behind. Then it was Lu Qi and Li Xuanze. Just after entering the cave, the bone-scratching black wind instantly drowned Li Chang'an. It gave him a feeling of being on ice. Li Chang'an frowned slightly and looked back at Chen Jian worriedly, somewhat regretting letting him come in with him. After all, with his void god realm cultivation being scraped by this black wind, all felt a bit chilly. Chen Jian is only a first-grade martial artist. I'm afraid that he can't resist this black wind erosion. Turning back, he saw a mouth full of white teeth and a pair of shining eyes in the darkness urging, Come on, what are you gawking at? You're okay? Looking into those shining eyes, Li Sunan's face darkened slightly. Could it be that this guy is like me, a cautious one too? You know that with Su Old Thief's cultivation of the middle stage of the void transformation realm entering this place, he was almost dumbfounded when he escaped. This guy, however, is alive and well. It's a bit catty. Hiss, it hurts. Too much. Sunan, save me. In the darkness, a mouthful of white teeth began to chatter, crying out for Li Chang'an to save him. Seeing this scene, Li Chang'an revealed a dawning realization. Shedding his robe and draping it over Chen Jian, this guy has had a bad brain and slow reaction since he was a child, and just now he probably didn't react. After walking another 10 feet, Li Chang'an stopped his steps and reminded, Jian, be careful. To the crack, Mr. Lu said. Then only a bizarre posture of his body was seen twisting and, like a maggot on the ground, slowly moving over. After going over, he carefully dragged Chen Jinan over again. That's when he got up and patted the dust he didn't know was there. then a slight frown. There was no reference in this dark as ink cave, and the sense of direction was weakened to the extreme, and he had just plopped down on the ground and turned back to pick up Chen Jian, especially the final slap of the ash. I can't believe he forgot his bearings. Left 3 feet. Just as he was hesitating, Chen Jian's voice rang out, there is a crack 3 feet to the left. After that, another 100 steps forward is a broken void. By crossing the void with the Dao Sect's heavenly ladder technique, one can enter the cave heaven. Li Changnan was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. This guy can sense the orientation? Just about to speak, however, he heard Chen Jian scolding, idiot, how many times has old Seven told you, and you still forget? Well, I'm stupid. Li Sunan's face darkened slightly as he carefully walked to the left. Chen Jian followed behind him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This black hole is indeed weird. It can actually erode the Yin spirit and mess with people's minds. It wasn't that Li Sunan had a brain fart earlier. In fact, when crawling through that crack, the black wind blew through, not only the physical body, but also the Yin god. Memory can be inexplicably biased. If he hadn't practiced the dead man's scripture, and his detachment far away in Langya had sensed a bizarre intrusion, I'm afraid he would have thought he was out of his mind. I don't know how much longer I've been walking. They finally saw the light. At eye level, a piece of broken void about 100 feet wide blocked the way forward. The debris was mottled, and under the darkness, it looked like a river of stars across the night. At this end of the river of stars is the infinite darkness that engulfs all light. On the other side of the river of stars is the thriving paradise. Mr. Lu really didn't screw me over. Li Chang'an stood in the darkness, shocked as he looked at the shattered void in front of him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could hardly believe that a devil Dao giant's cave would look like this. Outer devil, inner saint. In the dark, Lu Qi and Li Xuanzi stepped out side by side, looking at the void and lamenting. Back then, Shu Qingho's sword chopped that senior's cavernous sky into 2 halves. I didn't realize that 500 years had passed. It's become 2 worlds apart. I'm afraid that senior also regained his sanity before he died, and only then did he expel the demonic energy to leave behind a paradise. Mr. Lu, are you sure that the Dao Sect heavenly ladder technique can cross the void? Li Chengnan's face was shocked as he said, this void, I'm afraid that once it falls, it will instantly be stirred into pieces. Lu Qi nodded. Li Chang'an looked at Chen Jian again. However, he saw the corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. He had to weasel out, it's not that I don't believe it. At the end of the sentence, he gritted his teeth and violently flung his sleeve. Jian, I'll go first and you come back. If this king plants, you just don't come. You must remember to sit at the children's table when we eat, and help me eat back. Aha! Chen Jian patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry about going, I'll definitely try to score the kids' table. After leaving his last words, Li Suman stood by the darkness with great bitterness. Yuan Qi surged in his body, and his original innate realm cultivation climbed upwards, reaching the consummation of the void transformation realm in an instant. The vastness of Yuan Qi even forced Chen Jian back 3 feet. Thief mother asterisk. This asshole is really an old 6. Chen Jian watched this scene with an expression on his face that said it all. He became suspicious yesterday when he found out that Li Chang'an was the leader of the 13 bandits of Black Wind Walled City. After Lu Qi said that second master was Li Xuanzi, the minister of war back then, he was even more certain that Li Chang'an was by no means as unpleasant as he appeared. At this moment, seeing the vastness of Yuan Qi in his body, he was indeed hiding deeper than himself. Just when Chen Jian thought he was about to make a seal, but I heard that old 6 stifled a grunt and droned. Not enough, only 90% certainty. What's the difference with sending to death? The words fell, his aura suddenly skyrocketed, and he actually ranked from the void transformation realm to the early void god realm. It's not enough, Li Chang'an bellowed. His aura soared another knot, and he was among the middle stage of the void god realm. It was only then that he slowly sighed. It's a pity that I couldn't force it to the later stages, or else my certainty could have been raised by 0.5%. Chen Jinan looked at the guy speechlessly. The Taoist heavenly ladder technique, as the name implies, is to erect a heavenly ladder. Although the product of the Taoist sect must be a fine product, in fact, this divine power is not complicated. It is just a small auxiliary means. Last night when Lu Qi passed the art, with Chen Jian's comprehension, he only had to read it a few times before he knew it. Moreover, Lu Qi had already explored the path yesterday. This time, letting Li Chang'an take the lead was just letting him practice once. After all, this cave was going to be left to him, but this guy is so discreet. Li Chang'an stood at the edge of the darkness and formed an arcane seal with his hands. The majestic Yuan Qi is added to the. Only a golden ladder emerged in front of him, which rose up against the wind and spread out towards that broken void. Seeing that the heavenly ladder was set up, Li Chang'an hesitated and looked back to Chen Jian in the darkness and said bitterly, Jian, You must remember to give me food back. Get out. Chen Jian came striding out of the darkness and gave him a kick up the ladder. Li Sung'an was practically kicked across the void by Chen Jian. The guy was overly cautious, and it took about 2 hours of rolling and crawling to get to the opposite side of the darkness. After crossing the void, Li Chang'an waved his hand to disperse the heavenly ladder, and a smile was put back on his face, as if the one who had left his last words earlier with a bitter hatred was not him but someone else. This place is huge. Standing on the shore, except for Lu Qi, all three of them were a bit shocked. As far as the eye can see, there is no end to this place. After all, it's a saint's cave. Even if it's shattered by a sword, it's still not something we can imagine. Lu Qi walked in front, his feet stepping in arcane steps, leaving a series of footprints on the ground, and as he stepped through, the ground splashed with starlight points. Like a complex formation, the scenery of the standing place changed instantly, and the figures of the four instantly disappeared in front of the starry river. It turns out that after crossing the void, there's actually a door. Chapter 93, How many people return at sunset? Mr. Ryu is a Taoist? Feeling the changing scenery around him, he looked at a dilapidated thatched cottage in the distance. The always silently Xuanzi raised his head and slowly said, "This place, I'm afraid that it is the place left by that Taoist sage for future generations of disciples to preach. Your Highness, we can't keep it for ourselves. No need to worry." Lu Qi looked at the endless cavernous sky and remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "If that senior's will has not dissipated, I'm afraid, wouldn't agree to a Taoist sect member stepping into this place. But we clearly used the Taoist heavenly stair technique to cross the void." Li Chang'an was puzzled. If that one is unwilling for people from the Taoist sect to set foot, why would he leave such a test? Because what he's waiting for is, "It's my master." Lu Qi made a distant bow towards the dilapidated thatched cottage within the cave, and softly said, "Back then, when that senior was ranked in the Holy Realm, he was invaded by an extraterrestrial heavenly demon in his mind, and the demonic heart and Tao seed had become a reality, so he knew that he was powerless to return to heaven. When the killing starts, he yanked my master out of the cave and tried to send him back to the Taoist sect, but it was coldly rejected by the then Taoist head." The Taoists each said, "Since the sage demon heart Tao seed had become established, how could it be proved that the bloodline-connected Zhao Tianling had not been eroded? That predecessor was unable to prove it. This is because in order to prove the purity of the Taoist seed, one needs to cauterize the Yin spirit with Samadhi fire. But my master was only in the void transformation realm at that time, and under the scorching of the Samadhi flame, he wouldn't be pure. He would only be annihilated by flying ashes. That senior begged the head of the Tao to accept my master as his disciple, and when my master was among the Tongxianin gods to host the Tao seed, he burned him with the Samadhi flame. But that Taoist leader said that the Taoist sect is a pure place. How can it accept the demonic body of an extraterrestrial heavenly devil? That senior's Tao heart was unbalanced and smashed the Tao head's Tao body with one punch. Want to force the door of the road. Unexpectedly, the true body of the head of the Tao held the emperor's weapon and waited for a rabbit, and with a single sword strike, he cleaved that predecessor out of the Tao gate. The saints were completely demonized. It even almost devoured my master, and at the last moment a little bit of Taoist solidity knocked my master into the Taoist sect. Since then there have been demonic giants who have plagued the earth. 10,000 miles of red earth. The story of Xu Qingho climbing the mountain and beheading the demon saint with his sword, ranking him among the sword saints circulates. Speaking here, Lu Qi sighed slightly and said, after the saint's death, that head of the Tao was perhaps mindful of past love and didn't expel the master from the Tao sect. It's just that Shifu wasn't happy within the Taoist sect. After all, as the parent child of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, how could one be happy in the pure land of the Taoist sect? After being ranked as a Tongxian, the Taoist sect asked him to enter the Taoist furnace and burn himself. He refused, knocked over the Taoist furnace and left the Taoist sect, becoming a drunkard wandering the world. So it is. Both Li Chang'an and Li Xuanzi were somewhat emotional. It turned out that Lu Qi was that drunkard's disciple, and that drunkard, in turn, was this demon saint's own son? This explains why Lu Qi was able to come to this place with ease. The Taoist ladder technique was fine. Everyone in the Taoist sect knew it. But I'm afraid that the arcane and complex pace from earlier is not something that anyone within the Taoist sect can practice. Chen Jinan, however, was a bit surprised. After all, Lu Qi had always spoken about the drunkard before with the title of senior. Even on the alcoholic's tombstone, all of them are only engraved with a few words of Lu Qi, the last student of the later generation. However, he saw Lu Qi looking back at him and said with a light smile, "After all, that old man has already buried himself. I can call him whatever I want. Can he still crawl out of his grave to find me in trouble?" Rather, Chen Jinan nodded. He knew that the real reason was naturally not so, mostly because when Lu Qi came here yesterday, he found that the key to open this cave the drunkard had handed it over to him long ago. Understand that the alcoholic has a place in his heart for him as a disciple. Only then did he dare to address him as master. This guy, your highness. Lu Qi turned his head to look at Li Chang'an and said seriously, the reason why I asked my boss to tell you the secret of this place last night is because this cave, originally, is a paradise. It's a clean slate left behind after the Taoist heart's demonic seed. I'm afraid that before he died, what he wished for was just to be happy with his children and enjoy his life, so you don't have to be psychologically stressed. As for that thatched hut, I will draw a boundary and relocate Master's tomb here, so that he can return to his roots, and you can just ignore it. Your call. Even though Li Sunan was an asshole, his face was slightly hot at this moment, and he had the weird feeling that he had white parked Lu Qi. It was just that this cavernous sky really made him unable to give it up. Not every cave heaven realm patriarch would open a cave heaven. The so-called Tongxian establishes the Tao seed, and the cave heaven Tao seed creates its own heaven and earth. However, some people's Taoist seeds are simply unable to become heaven and earth. For example, if someone's Tao seed was a tree, then after he was ranked in the cave realm, there would only be a large tree that covered the sky within his cave. When the cave manifests during a great battle, it is approximately a giant tree that smashes down and kills the person. One of the strangest people ever. The Taoist seed is a piece of. It's because he grew up with dogs, and he's obsessed with the smell of dog. The thing that caused it to be the most compatible with the great Tao when it set up the Tao seed at the Tongxian realm was a pile of. After that person was ranked in the cave realm, the great battle came together. There is no one who dares to fight. Cave heavens that could form their own heaven and earth could be said to be few and far between. That's why it's so valuable. Moreover, this was not the legacy of a cave realm patriarch, but rather a saint who had been transformed into a cave that had been transformed into reality. It's not a bad idea to call it a piece of the world. Saints fall, and heaven and earth cry out in sorrow. The reason for this is because of the connection to the great Tao, which is able to reflect the cave into reality. Several people stayed in the cave sky for most of the day, and after traveling around to measure heaven and earth, Lu Qi set a boundary in front of that thatched hut and repaired it before leading the crowd to leave. Out of the cave, Li Chang'an summoned old thief Su and told him to go to the village to kill pigs and slaughter sheep. Su old thief swept his gaze across the crowd, seeing that everyone was neat and tidy, and asked in an unning voice, who are we doing the funeral for this time? Still ordering coffins? Get out! Li Chang'an kicked. Can't we have a wedding? Tell the townspeople that Mr. Lu has found them a home. Old thief Su's face showed joy. Casually, he cut off a blue and silver grass that was standing on its back in the black wind. Huffing and puffing, he ran towards the black wind-walled city. This black wind-walled city is always blowing black winds. Within a radius of 100 miles is not very suitable for living. The reason why the people in the walled city settled here, but there is no place to go. The rest of the Deko were also vaguely agitated. Compared to old thief Su, they were more deeply bound to the people in the fortress, because they are originally from Qingzhou. It was the robes who took off their official robes with Li Xuanzi 20 years ago. 36 years ago Li Xuanzi rose in the end of the microscopic, with the body of the cloth. In many families and valves under the blockade with the literature and martial arts double scouting proud results into the temple. In another 16 years, he climbed from the deacon of the Ministry of War to the position of Minister of War. There are even rumors that Xia Ho, the secretary of the Ministry of the Army, will treat him as a future successor to cultivate, and more than once publicly expressed the intention of wanting to recruit him as a good son-in-law. Nah, the Xiahou family's daughter was still in her infancy at the time. The matter was also put on hold for the time being, but no matter how you look at it, Li Xuanzi is a rising sycamore of the Great Tang. As long as the step-by-step rooted in the Ministry of War, sooner or later will one day grow into a sky-hugging tree. If he hadn't suddenly gone crazy and thrown out a shocking human strategy theory, I'm afraid he would have been sitting on the throne of the Ministry of War by now. After all, that's summer of the Xiahou family. Fancy. After the rest of the bandits dispersed, Chen Jian looked at Li Xiansu who stood silently beside Li Chang'an. At this time, he was sharp and unassuming, standing beside Li Chang'an like a house slave more than an uncle. If it wasn't for Lu Qi's revelation of his identity, Chen Jian would indeed find it hard to connect him with the legendary talented and suave Confucian general. Su sensed his gaze. Li Xuanzi looked up and smiled. This smile is like a valiant meteor. Although brief, the glittering light in the eyes actually let Chen Jian feel some shaking eyes. Jian, why are you staring at my uncle? Li Sunan raised his eyebrows slightly. I'm telling you, it's not going to work. Asterisk 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 off. You old six. Chen Jian throws a jab at Li Chang'an. Good for you asshole. Li Chang'an was also not willing to show weakness, raising his sleeves and fighting with Chen Jian. You punch, I claw. You and I are all about dirty tricks. It didn't take long for the two to fight, even spitting at each other like two urchins. After a long time, they were about tired of fighting, laying on the rock and staring angrily at each other. They suddenly laughed at each other's wretched appearance. When the sun goes down, Li Chang'an, the third son of Emperor Wuda and a prudent person in the middle stage of the Void God realm, Chen Jian, the third son of Marquis Chen Liu and partially early stage of the void transformation realm. Little old 6 Chen Jian, the two wasteful dudes with the most respected status in the Great Tang Empire, hooking up with the setting sun and heading down the hill. Behind them, the greenhouse guest, Lu Qi, Confucian General Li Xuanzi, follow STH, the long, thin shadow dragged on the ground, as if it had left an indelible mark on the river of years. P.S. Volume 1 is over. Volume 2 Dawn of Empire set sail. Chapter 94 Heavenly White Jade Capital, 12 floors in 5 cities, the White Jade Palace in the sky, 12 floors in 5 cities, as the center of power of the imperial family of the Great Tang Dynasty, the White Jade Capital. Since the day it was built, very few Jianghu practitioners have dared to step into this place, because within the 12 floors, there were 12 immortal swords. The immortal sword Nameless, the sword worn by His Majesty the current emperor when he was the king of Qin, accompanied him on his quests in all directions and was extremely murderous. After the completion of Baiyu Jing, Emperor Taizu ordered the king of Qin to offer his sword in the name of the empty defense of Baiyu Jing. The king of Qin held his sword in the palace and took 12 long years to form the Baiyu Jing sword formation with 12 immortal swords. On the day the sword formation was formed, the late emperor announced his abdication. It has since gone into hiding. Along with him, the one who licked the ditch to get to the top, King Chenlu, disappeared. Another 3 years after Emperor Wuda ascended the throne, Emperor Taizu's soul lamp went out in the Taiji Hall. The world is in mourning and the city is full of onyx. At that time, 3 great masters joined hands to enter Chang'an because they had received the news that the reason why Emperor Taizu had hastily abdicated the throne was because of the discovery of the emperor's tomb of the desolate ancient emperor. There is a chance for sainthood in the emperor's tomb. They joined forces and entered the city, forcing their way into the White Jade Palace, forcing the recently proclaimed Emperor Wuda to give up the secret of the emperor's tomb. At that time, Emperor Wuda was sitting in the White Jade capital, facing the abyss and looking down on the world. In the shocked gazes of those 3 great masters, palm down, terrifying sword light instantly swept up within the 12th floor. Every sword, all of them were comparable to a great master. The 3 great masters were chopped into pieces by the sword light, and even the cave sky was stirred into ruins. After this battle, no one dares to enter the White Jade Palace uninvited anymore, and no one dared to question the correctness of His Majesty, the Emperor of Wudu, any longer, because he, too, was a great master. As he settled into his seat in the White Jade Palace, unless a great master struck out with a holy weapon in hand, there were several unrivaled opponents. At this point, Emperor Wuda was sitting in the Baiyu Jing Taiji Hall. The great hall was empty. There weren't any extra furnishings. Even the candle flame on the disc dragon pillar had long been extinguished. He was seen crossing his eyebrows like a blade, wearing a black and gold imperial robe sitting on a futon, his eyes looking deeply at the glazed tiles on the main hall. Your Majesty, the young Marquis from Marquis Chen Lu's residence has returned to the capital. The door of the Taiji Hall opened silently, and a eunuch with a white beardless face walked into the hall like a ghost, respectfully saying, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent the Minister of Rights, Zhou Li, out of the city to greet him, and enthrone Chen Jian as the Chen Lu Bo, to recognize his achievements. The boss doesn't have the brains for it. There's a talented one under his hand. Emperor Wuda's gaze was withdrawn. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken for too long. His voice was a bit hoarse. Where is the second? His Highness, the second prince, after kneeling all night in front of the Tai Chi Palace, has left the capital half a month ago and is almost at Jinzhou. The second one's qualifications are okay. It's just that his nature is a bit weak and can't withstand being scared. Emperor Wuda's gaze was deep. Irony hooked between his lips. Let him be. The disciple of the White Emperor City's city lord. But it's not that good. Where's old 4? The eunuch whispered. His Highness, the 4th prince, attended the state scholarship, and was personally taught by Grand Priest Zhuang. His Highness will come every day. His manners will not be abrogated, and his words will always be addressed as teacher. Everyone in the court praises Ren for being a good student and honoring his teacher, but it's just, only he abused the maidservants and slaves of the house again? Emperor Wuda frowned slightly and indifferently spat out 2 words. Stupid. Where's the oldest? What has old 3 been doing lately? The eunuch's figure trembled slightly as he said in a low voice, Your Highness the 3rd prince. A group of bandits have gathered at Black Wind Mountain, calling themselves the 13 Black Wind Bandits, specializing in robbing transit officials and wealthy merchants. The second in command of the 13 bandits is Li Xuanzi, who wrote the theory of human strategies 20 years ago. Emperor Wuda's gaze was cold and indifferent. Lao San is hating me. A servant girl has kept him in his thoughts for more than 20 years. Since he doesn't want to be my son, then don't do it. Shao Nuer, prepare the decree. As the son of the emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, Li Chengyan gathered bandits and mobilized the people in disorder, and his morality and conduct were in jeopardy. As of today, expelled from the clan family, reclaimed the fiefdom, Not allowed to enter the temple in life, not allowed to enter the clan tomb in death. At your service. The eunuch's body trembled as he knelt down and answered. This decree was a light touch, but it was the abolition of an imperial prince. It even deprived them of their clan status. The third prince acted ridiculously, and I don't know how many powerful people he provoked in Chang'an. At first, no one was counting with him because even if he was no longer good, he was still the imperial son of the great Tang. But when this decree was issued, it almost stripped the amulet from him. I'm afraid that those spiteful and powerful people back then would immediately bare their fangs and tear him to pieces. This move, undoubtedly, he wants His Highness the Third Prince to die, although His Majesty resides in the Taichi Palace, and has rarely asked about the affairs of the court over the years. Sha Nuer is in charge of listening to the Wind Tower, and knows better than anyone else that the Great Tang is still firmly in His Majesty's hands. Even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who is so powerful, as long as His Majesty does not die, he is still only a subject after all. The golden mouth has been opened, and there is no possibility of withdrawing this decree. Choose the showgirls for the palace. Emperor Wuda waved his hand for Shao Nuer to retreat. The emperor's robe covered his body and his back was to the door of the temple. No one could see that just for a moment as he turned around. A deep exhaustion flashed through his deep eyes. 15 years ago, Chen Aban transferred Chen Liujia to the capital, the bloodbath of the empress's relatives, and even to execute the empress and the crown prince as well. That day, Emperor Wuda was seated in the white jade capital, with his 12 immortal swords pointing remotely at Chen Aban, who had intruded into the palace alone. The Chen Aban of his time was like a god of killing. Wherever they go, the imperial court guards were all turned into broken flesh and blood rained down. He killed his way into the Taiji Hall alone, turning a blind eye to the 12 immortal swords, only looking at Emperor Wuda with a cold gaze. Li Heir, you have violated the prohibition. Before the battle begins, Emperor Wuda did not drop his palm after all, because at that moment he realized with horror. Chen Aban, it turns out, has long been among the Grand Master realm perfection. Even 1 foot is already in that unknowable place. The 12 immortal swords might be able to crush an average return to Truth Realm Grandmaster, but never kill Chen Aban. The sword doesn't dare to come out. The raised palm could not fall. He had to bow down. With this bowing of his head, he never stepped out of the Taiji Hall again. The door to the Taiji Hall closed silently. The darkness re-enveloped. Emperor Wuda was sitting on a futon with his shoulders draped over his head, like a lonely ghost struggling in the darkness. A saint. Pops, what do you think little Li is thinking? Chen Liuho's residence. Chen Jian crossed his legs and sat on a rocking chair, picked up a sour fruit on the table and threw it into his mouth, saying with a smile, could it be that he was scared by those old guys? Beside him, Chen Aban held a basket of simple smile, probably touched by my son's righteousness. Figured it out. Pops, you're not making any sense. Chen Jian disliked. I told you long ago, this matter of kissing ass has to be heartfelt. You see, Grandpa is a master of this path. Hard to shoot at Chen Liu King. If you hadn't lost the throne of Chen Lu King, we'd still be a son now. And wouldn't we be more powerful than a self-appointed petty marquis? It's Dad's fault, Chen Aban said seriously. I blame my father for not thinking clearly back then. I won't do it next time. Next time I will fight for a throne for you. That's more like it. Chen Jian had a smile on his lips, a sudden glance of the eye. Seeing a green shirt walk down from the library building, he immediately jumped up from his chair and said in a regular manner, Greetings, big brother, father. Chen Jibai first bowed slightly to Chen Aban before smiling at Chen Jian. Jian has worked hard on this trip. Good job. No hard work, no hard work. Chen Jian paced sideways and waved his hand. Big brother has a hard time reading. So what? I still have some things to do in the building, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he slipped out of Marquis Chen Lu's residence in a puff of smoke. Ever since Jiang Baihu gave Chen Jian that the book Chen Jibai casually carried from the library for a meet and greet gift was Jiang's general outline of the White Tiger Sutra, Chen Jian had a bit of a pestle and mortar on this big brother. After all, that is a saint's gong method, and not the kind of perverted gong method that the dead man's scripture can't learn at all, but is expected to extend the cultivation of the veins and be among the Holy Realm's Tao collection. With Chen Jian's cheek, when the splitter went to Ouyang Shui to ask for the immortal cicada, he didn't even dare to ask for a solitary copy, but just begged to take a look at it. But Chen Jibai just gave it away as a meet and greet gift. How deep is this hiding? And every time he saw Chen Jibai's flat eyes, he always felt like he was running around naked. Jian seems to be afraid of you. In the courtyard, Chen Aban looked at Chen Jian's back and grinned. Don't you scare him, he's just gotten smarter. Chen Jibai said gently, Father, let Jian's path be his own. The old disease is wiped out. There is no longer any hindrance. No way. Chen Aban's eyes revealed an apology. He was timid when he was small, and although he was trembling with fear, he was still protecting Jidong to the death that year. Mind you, he was only 3 at the time too, though the old disease wiped out. It's his turn. it's just as good as nothing. At most, I will not interfere with his cultivation. Chen Jibai was slightly stunned. His gaze towards Chunaban suddenly became hollow, and it was only after a long time that he slowly said, perhaps you're right. Let's do what you want. Chapter 95, Autumn winds gradually rise. Storms are strange. After Chen Jian left the Marquis of Chenliu's residence, slowly pacing and wandering, it's been almost half a year. Chang'an is as old as ever, listening to the street vendors shouting and selling, looking at the crowded Kinko's lane. The corners of Chen Jian's mouth gradually floated into a smile. Now that's Chahan. As he passed by the Shibua Marquis residence, Chen Jian stood still, looking at the mottled marks on the door plaque in a daze. The concierge of the Shibua Marquis residence saw him in a green shirt, with a wooden hairpin on his head and a sword hanging from his waist, with a scholar's style, about not being an autumn wind fighter, and didn't get up to drive him away. After squinting his eyes for a small moment, the concierge suddenly exclaimed, Auntie? Immediately after the center door opened wide, the guy ran into the hall in a puff of smoke, shouting as he ran, Butler, Butler, the aunt has come to the door. Chen Jian stood on the street side with the corners of his mouth slightly twitching. He was just taking a look. He didn't intend to go in. Greetings, Auntie. Within a short time, the housekeeper of the Shibua Marquis residence, Granny Yu, appeared at the door, looking at Chen Jian with a kind face, which, paired with her dry orange peel-like wrinkles, made Chen Jian's heart grow fuzzy. Ha ha, long time no see, Granny Yu. Chen Jian snorted and walked stiffly towards the Shibua Marquis mansion. Into the hall. The old Taijun of the Shibua Marquis mansion was half leaning on a chair and napping. The chair was padded with thick mattresses. It was but early fall, and although the weather had turned cool, it was not cold. After Li Xining left, the old Taijun was afraid that her body was getting weaker and weaker. Chen Jian let out a light sigh and took out a sable cloak from his sumaru ring to cover the chair, shielding the old Taijun from the autumn wind. Jian, you're here. Old Taijun opened her eyes, pulled up a smile and said, it's easy to doze off when you're old. Just now you're still awake. Only this moment you're sleepy. Old Taijun, Jian help you go to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Chen Jian laughed. The sunlight is just right today, and autumn is in full swing, so it's perfect for napping. Yeah. Old Taijun stood up and let Chen Jian assist her towards the courtyard. A maidservant had already put up 2 chairs in the courtyard, and after they were seated, Granny Yu waved her hand and all the maidservants and slaves quietly retreated. Jian, you did a good job this time. After the maidservants and slaves retired, the old Taijuan's eyes showed reminiscence and slowly said, when heaven and earth were opened up, except for a few ambitious gateway families, more, in fact, are just fighting for a way to live. Many died on the road, and we who are alive must look after this hard-won peace for them. I didn't think about it that much. I just had a bad heart. Chen Jian, slightly embarrassed, explained, Jian, this time to go to Langya. This is to go to find things. Even if there is no, those stragglers will also seek other reasons. Just by the way, you're honest. A smile floated up on the old Taijuan's dried-up face. How in the world can there be a saint with flawless morals, with an intolerant heart? That's enough. Jian, do you know how the Shibua Marquis mansion is able to stand in Chang'an for so many years despite not even having a single Tongxian realm minor patriarch? Chen Jian was slightly stunned and slowly said, because the Shibua Marquis house is full of loyalists. After Emperor Tianqi was captured, the 3 million troops collapsed and fled, and only the previous generation of the Shibua Marquis led his private army, and marched against the tide in the midst of the vast routed army. They are defending Minshan Mountain and will not retreat. The father dies and the son succeeds. Husbands die and wives follow. After months of fierce fighting, the battle was dragged out until the then king of Qin led his army to reinforce him. Meritorious to the great Tang. Meritorious to the living people. Yeah. The old Taijun looked out to the west and muttered, a father dies and his son succeeds him. A husband dies and his wife follows him. When my husband died, carrying his great banner, I issued my last military order to my sons and daughters. Fight to the death. Don't retreat. Immediately after the military order was issued, I regretted it, but looking back at the city full of unarmed people behind me, I can only watch my 7 children leading their wives to the tide of enemy invaders charging, then go forward and die. When His Majesty's army comes to the rescue, I'm already the only widow in my full family of the Shibua Marquis. Later, I plowed through the dead again and found the dying old 6. Your father-in-law, Shibo Ho. Unfortunately, he's ahead of me after all. Speaking of which, the old Taijun retracted her gaze and looked at the silent Chen Jian and slowly said, I have no other meaning in saying this. I just want to tell you that since ancient times, what flows in the blood of the Shibua Marquis house is the clanking and proud bones, and it is the promise of 1,000 pieces of gold. Xining says she'll be back in 10 years. I'll be sure to come back. If she doesn't come back, I wish you can go get her. Chen Jian hesitated for a moment, thinking of the wooden hairpin in his hair. He solemnly nodded and said, if she is willing, Even if there are 1,000 difficulties, I will fight through the thorns and bring her back. I believe you. The old Taijun ho laughed. Do you remember the question the old body asked you yesterday? Remember? Chen Jian nodded. You asked if I knew why Xining was promised to me. You said that because of that plot, the mastermind was the prince. The old Taijun ho laughed. In fact, the real reason is that old monster from your mansion approached me, and he showed me that knife. So it is. Chen Jian's face was complicated. These old guys from the last generation are so shady. And don't you feel bad? Old Taijun ho laughed. In the beginning, perhaps it was because of Chen Liujia, but now, I feel that you are not bad either. As you like. Chen Jian skimmed his lips and said quietly, after all, I'm just a pawn, at the mercy of you old guys to swing as you please. Don't be ridiculous. How many people in the world today would dare to manipulate the master of Chen Lue? Before September 9th, some clowns might think of fiddling with you, but after September 9th, I'm afraid they'll just worry that their asses aren't wiped clean enough. Old Taijuan's mood didn't seem too bad when she saw Chen Jian playing her little game. Only after 2 sentences of flirting did he quietly say, recently the storm in the court is strange. That His Majesty suddenly gave a decree this morning to abolish the third prince, and called the showgirls into the palace. I'm afraid that it's dissatisfied with the several dragon seeds now. You need to be careful when you enter the government. Chen Liujia missed the bottom. Don't look at those guys or small-minded flattery, but once let them smell the smell of blood, will be swarmed to bury the whole Chunliu Hofu. After all, one Li family is enough for the Great Tang. No one wants another Chen family riding on their necks. Shinan province. Chen Jian's face sank slightly. Li Chang'an was actually wasted. I'm afraid that His Highness, the third prince, won't have a good time. Old Taijun looked at Chen Jian's gloomy face, and after a moment's thought, she understood the root cause, and said quietly, if you are optimistic about him, feel free to let go of him. I have long said that if you marry Xining, you are marrying the entire Shibua Marquis house. When necessary, someone in the court will be on your side. Old Taijun, don't think too much. Chen Jian put a smile back on his face. I'm just a greenhouse owner. My friend is in trouble. At most I'll buy him a drink. What can I do? Get lost. The corners of the old Taijuan's mouth turned away. This kid's face was gloomy like this, and he was still sophomoric with this. Chen Jian made a noise. Say goodbye and leave. After exiting the Shibo Marquis mansion, he mused slightly. Turning his head again, he went to the Marquis Wuan's residence. In the Marquis Wuan mansion, he didn't have the treatment he had when he was in the Marquis Shibo mansion. Just as he entered the hall, he was almost smashed out by Marquis Wuan's fist. The gallant martial artist, who was in the same lineage as Brother Dog, stared at his bronze bell-like tiger eyes, stretched out his 2 huge bushy palms, and said viciously, pay back the money. Chen Jian realized this. Chen Aban's unreliable last year's loan. I can't believe I haven't paid it back by now. Chen Jian remembered that when he earned money, he had given Chen Aban 10,000 taels of silver with interest. The guy even pretended to excuse himself at the time, finally gritted his teeth and said what should not have wanted, but borrowed the money of the Marquis of Wuan. How to pay back? You can't do something that is treacherous to borrow money and not pay it back. Now it seems, that money was most likely defiled by Chen Aban. The moment the fist was on the ground, Chen Jian's thoughts were clear, and he shouted out the name of his beloved and dear friend, Dog, and only then did he manage to dodge a bullet. Then he burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably as he recounted the story of how Dog had a tough time in the Jianghu and how, with the help of his second brother, Chen Jiming, he gained the inheritance of the Blade Kuei, and even made it to the half-step transformation Void Realm. In the end, he emphasized that Dog was kidnapped by Jiang Luol of the Five Poison sect in Luangjia City in a moment of carelessness, and it was he, Chen Jian, who paid out money to ransom him, and even raised him for more than half a month for nothing in a touching and humane way. Marquis Wuan was touched by what he heard. The name immediately changed from a small old rascal to a virtuous nephew. Not only do not want Chen Jian to hand over 8,000 taels of silver, but also pulled out another 10,000 taels from his pocket. Say it's a meet and greet gift for the juniors. Chen Jian naturally refused righteously, emphasizing again and again that he was Dog's beloved family friend, and that it was a matter of course to help him. Nay, force is not enough. Or call the Marquis of Wuan hard to put the silver ticket into the pocket, and even make a date to come back another time. Only then did he mercifully watch Chen Jian leave. Chen Jian stood on the street and looked back at the gilded mansion. Dog's family is probably Avenue Pro money. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd have been drinking the northwest wind if I'd asked a few generations to be such a scourge. Waving his hand again towards Marquis Wuan, who was still standing outside the door watching him, Chen Jian said nastily, Dog Brothers family, they're all good people in the same lineage nah. Chapter 96, I want you to help me cultivate. When Chen Jian arrived at Moon Lake, past sunset, the officials and dignitaries got off and boarded the boat. while the coachman and servants parked the carriage in an orderly manner at the planned hovering division on the shore under the command of the deacons of the greenhouse. After parking the chauffeur, the coachman and servants hooked up and headed for a hookah on the shore. Greenhouses they are not qualified to go to. After all, it cost 5 taels of silver to board the island once, and only honored guests who spent 500 taels could bring a servant in for free. It's a good thing that the greenhouse is also quite good at coming to the table for fear of their loneliness. After spending a huge amount of money to buy the Ching La Fong moved to the Crescent Moon Lake, servants as long as to show the waste plate issued by the greenhouse can be in the Ching La Fong consumption. A full discount of 50%. If I can invite a new guest to the greenhouse, you can even get a discount. The treasurer of Ching La Fong nowadays is also no longer Humazi. Humazi because the left foot first stepped into the Ching La Fong, violated the taboo, called the Ching La Fong boss Lady Li Chinger dismissed. The current treasurer of Ching La Fong is called Lai Fu. Rumor has it that he was originally a boy in a greenhouse, and sometime called the big boss of the greenhouse heard his name and said that he was compatible with the feng shui of Ching La Fong. Because of this, it was only when he was selected to be the head of the Ching La Fong that he managed to defeat countless competitors, become a Ching La Fong shopkeeper. As soon as Chen Jian entered, he saw Lai Fu beating Chang Wei. Good you Lai Fu, still saying you don't know martial arts? Chen Jian's lips curled into a smile and his face warmed slightly, not expecting this scene to come after all. Chang Wei, that 8-foot-tall big man, had no power to fight back under the iron fist of Lai Fu, and was beaten and wailed. When Lai Fu heard Chen Jian's voice, his face instantly crawled with a fawning smile, and he swooped forward to wipe the recliner for Chen Jian. Boss, all hail and golden peace. How come you are free to come to Ching La Fong to make your rounds today? Then he turned back and chided. Chang Wei, what are you standing there for? Pour tea for the boss. Chen Jian waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to bother, and swept a glance at the full house of guests downstairs and asked, have you heard any news about Li Chang'an? Boss, the news of His Highness the Third Prince I let Chang Wei pay careful attention to probe early in the morning, just organized into a book, is ready to send to the greenhouse. With that, he pulled out a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Chen Jian. Chen Jian looked at him in surprise. I didn't realize that this guy was actually quite prescient. Flipping through the booklet, there were indeed bits and pieces of news recorded about Li Chang'an. On the 15th day of the 11th month of the 307th year of the Wuda era, Imperial son Li Chang'an was stripped of his royal status, expelled from the clan, and reclaimed his fiefdom for gathering bandits and mobilizing the people, and for his moral failures. That same day, at the 6th hour, Shao Nuer, the ruling eunuch of the inner chamberlain's supervisor, led a crowd to seize King An's residence and expel him from it. Li Chang'an was filled with grief and indignation, berating Emperor Wuda for his misdeeds and calling him by his name, and after being seriously injured by Shao Nuer's palm, he was nowhere to be found. No wonder we didn't wait for him at the Anwang mansion. Chen Jian closed the booklet and his face was a bit gloomy. With Li Chang'an's nature, he actually didn't care about the status of royalty, never to the point of grief and anger. It's not even a guarantee that they'll come to the greenhouse to find themselves drinking flowery wine with joy. But today, he's nowhere to be found. Li Xuanze was far away from the Black Wind Wall, and he was seriously injured, yet he didn't come to find himself. After a few moments of contemplation, he instructed Lai Fu to continue to keep an eye out for news of Li Chang'an, and urged him not to move to hit Changwei, before heading towards the greenhouse. Just entered the Lokpal house. A green-shirt Li Chinger knocked on the door and served a message from Li Chang'an. Pretty much the same information that Rifle had. Just one more item. Li Chang'an's birth mother, suspected to have died under Emperor Wuda. Xinger, what do you think? Chen Jian reclined on a rocking chair, looking at the brightly lit 1,000 gold building and Denka building on the other side of the river, and said quietly, speaking of which, if this building can be built, that dog thief has also paid for it. He didn't even ask for his share of the profits. It all went to the Greenhouse Relief Society. Say it's just a ride for the poor guy with no clothes on his back. Boss, before you entered the building, Slave has already activated the Nightingale and searched for His Highness the Third Prince with all her might. Li Chinger said softly, this is also Mr. Lu's intention. Well, count me in. Chen Jian glanced at Li Chinger in surprise, exclaiming, it's a good thing to see our little Chinger, now she can stand on her own. Ha! Li Chinger glared grudgingly at Chen Jian. This guy is a shirker, and Mr. Lu has to prepare for the Luanjia branch building and travel the world in search of the Nightingale. She had been taking care of the greenhouse almost since it opened. She has been alone in the greenhouse for the past half year, and the burden has been put on her. Every time it was late at night, she would always ask herself if she was going the wrong way. After all, in the beginning, she's here to be a flower girl. After giving Li Chinger another round of pay raise to send her away, Chen Jian walked into the secret room. It's not time for me. The old guys say that chaos is coming, but they never say where it's coming from. Chen Jian felt that it was better to raise his cultivation level upwards to be on the safe side. After all, Those who wanted to kill him were never weaklings. Even the weakest Sun Tong, that was still in the void transformation realm. Don't look at the fact that Chen Jian had easily gotten Sun Tong killed. In fact, with those guys' vision, using the void transformation realm to assassinate a first-grade martial artist could be said to be a foolproof way to kill a chicken with a bull's knife. At this point, there were 630 yuan stones piled up in the secret room, which he had instructed Li Lanqing to prepare. The last time a greenhouse gave away money was when it was in Manhwa. More than a month had passed, and the greenhouse had earned him another 600 or so yuan sure, which measured out to a net profit of nearly 7,000 taels of silver a day for the Chang'an greenhouse. It is indeed considered a profitable industry. After all, the royal family of the Great Tang Dynasty is in charge of the world, the jurisdiction of 18 states and 72 counties. The annual local taxes and fees are only 300 million taels of silver only. But that's also because there are places that are held by the families and gatekeepers and don't care much for the royal family. For example, the Jiang clan of Luanjia, the White Horse Villa of Yuzhou, the White Emperor City of the East China Sea, the Five Poisons sect of the southern border, and the Snow Mountain sect of Kunlun. After all, if you are carrying a holy weapon in your hand, or if you have a great master sitting in the middle of the gateway family, you may be bowing down on the surface, but behind your back, you still have to steal from your family. This is an old tradition that has been going on for tens of thousands of years under the Great Wasteland. The royal family and the lineage rule the world together. After all, Emperor Wudu is even stronger. It's also just a prisoner sitting in Shangan. It wasn't like going after a great master for some small amount of money. After a few moments of contemplation, Shen Shimin silently chanted, "Remnants of the martial Tao, open the path to enlightenment." As a red light flashed by, Shen Jian stood on the crumbling city wall again. Kill! Below the city wall, a vast tide of demonic beasts and foreigners surged towards him, their eyes scarlet, their shoulders stepping on each other, piling up into mountains to climb up the city, instantly drowning Chen Jian. Seeing this, Chen Jian lightly slammed his fist, smashing the demonic beasts and foreigners within 3 feet in front of him into broken flesh. Then blood chi rolled over his body, his breath skyrocketed visible to the naked eye, and he was clad in armor, several times like a peerless fierce general. Boom! The sea of chi rolled over. The remnants of the martial Tao were completely unleashed, and the majestic chi and blood set off a wave, forcing back the demonic beasts that had surrounded them again. Come on, let's kill today. Chen Jian's chi soared, and his guts seemed to have grown with it. In the face of the densely packed imperial chi realm ferocious beasts and foreigners, he even wore a cruel smile and advanced instead of retreating. The fist swung wildly, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, shattering a chi royalty realm foreigner with a single punch. Chen Jian pierced through the shattered flesh and clasped his palm around the neck of the demonic beast behind it, yanking it violently. The head of that long-necked ferocious beast was instantly twisted off. Unbearable. Chen Jian smiled cruelly as he yanked up the demonic beast's massive flesh and smashed it towards the city wall. Another piece of demonic beasts was smashed to death. At this time, he was ferocious in his killing nature, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Under one punch, not a single chi royalty realm demonic beast or alien race could die in one piece. After killing the last demonic beast that climbed up the city, Chen Jian, clad in blood-stained battle armor, stood at the wall with a cruel smile. "Gentlemen, you are surrounded by me." Knock! Outside the vast black line, the sound of war drums suddenly rang out. The drums were dense, and the tumbling sound waves swung toward the city. Hearing the sound of that war drum, the fierce beasts and foreign races that were fearlessly climbing towards the wall suddenly let out a burst of angry hisses, fading like the tide. Immediately afterward, a line of spooky knights galloped across the foggy horizon. The ferocious beasts roared hideously, and the Fae rode on their backs, each actually clad in battle armor. However, 1,000 horsemen galloped on the vast grassland, and their momentum was as strong as thousands of horses and armies. Chen Jian gazed out at the knights, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. These little trash don't speak of martial virtues. Kill! The Fae knights threw back their heads and roared, running like electricity, trampling to death countless royal chi realm demonic beasts and fellow Fae. Their hooves dyed with blood rushing straight towards the city. The ones that were trampled to death during the run were even more than the ones that Chen Jian whacked to death. "Come on, little trashies," Chen Jian bellowed, stimulated by the killing intent of these foreign knights. The aura on his body also rose step by step, actually soaring from the late stage of the royal chi realm to the perfection realm. After being in the realm of perfection, his guts were once again much fatter, and he jia laughed. "Little trash, I want you guys to help me cultivate." Chapter 97, a street rat that everyone calls out to be punished. A Fey knight ascended the city wall, and his blade instantly slashed at Chen Jian. Good timing. Chen Jian's figure swept up and met the light of the sword with a fist slamming into the alien knight. Dang! The sound of Jingo clashing exploded. Chen Jian was knocked back 3 feet by the slash, strands of blood spilling out between his fingers. The Fey knight showed his teeth and growled. raising his sword to slash again. Suddenly, however, he saw the blade he had raised shatter by inches, breaking off flush with the handle. Just in the moment of his daze, Chen Jian's figure swept in and slammed him down to the top of the city with a punch. It was only at this point that a few moments of horror appeared on the face of that Fey Knight. This guarding soldier, his flesh and blood body, was able to smash his indestructible chopper. Rubbish! Chen Jian swallowed the blood that was about to spill. The corner of his mouth turned away, and his eyes looked slyly towards the second alien knight who climbed up to the top of the city. These guys, too, in the end, are they not phantomed by the system? Before the sound of the drums, Chen Jian had always thought that these ferocious beasts and foreigners were illusory, just that the system was not bad at faking, and looked more real. However, after the drums of war were beating, the demeanor of these foreigners gradually did not look like illusory puppets, and their eyes changed a few times as if they were real beings. The horror shown by that alien knight when he was smashed with the chopper was not like what the illusory puppet possessed. It's too late to think about it. The second Fey Knight who climbed up the city wall swept in with his blade, and this time, he actually urged out a piece of his blade. It seemed that he was afraid to follow in the footsteps of the previous knight. Chen Jian's figure stormed back several feet, smashing the blade awnings with one fist and standing within the wall with a slight frown. These knights were not weak. The foreign warriors along with the demonic beasts on their hips were all at the void transformation realm cultivation level, and one of the knights had made him almost vomit blood earlier. This one is actually 1 point stronger and knows how to use his brain. That alien knight showed his teeth and grimaced as he clamped his legs together and drove the demonic beast to pounce on Chen Jian. Get out! Chen Jian's chi and blood rolled over. Discarding distracting thoughts, he fiercely crouched backward, stepping on the ground to create cracks. His body shape was like electricity, and a round of brilliant sun-like fists blasted at the roaring knight. Put! After the fist fell, Chen Jian half-kneeled on the ground, his battle armor stained with blood, while that foreign knight, along with the demonic beast, had already been reduced to a flurry of flesh and blood. Tada! I don't know when those nearly 1,000 riders of foreigners had all mounted the city wall. They were clad in shattered battle armor and holding choppers as they looked down at Chen Jian from above. The demonic beast's fishy-smelling spit pounced on Chen Jian, its gaze ferocious, as if it was looking at a dying trapped beast. Chen Jian slowly got up, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Little trash, I told you, I want you all to help me cultivate Boom! When his words fell, the shriveled aura instantly boiled up, the green silk bound on his head roared apart, and his figure was even more visible to the naked eye as he pulled up in sections. In an instant, he actually turned into a 9-foot-plus angsty warbody. The chi and blood vaporized in a white mist. He stepped through the fog. At this moment, Chen Jian, who was clad in blood-stained battle armor and stepping forward, was so furious that he transformed into a true peerless fierce general. Kill! The remnants of the martial Dao scrolls operated to the extreme. A round of brilliant suns blasted out from both of his fists, and he stepped on the fragments of the mutilated corpses, and wherever he passed, blood and flesh flew. Between life and death, he finally comprehended the second chapter of the martial Dao remnant scroll, and his fleshly body was among the void transformation realm. With the remnants of the martial Dao in operation, he seemed like a killing god that never tired. The setting sun is like blood. Chen Jian's battle armor was bathed in blood as he clasped the heads of the two alien knights in his 2 hands and snapped his 5 fingers down. The head instantly exploded, rolling up a flurry of blood rain, which looked particularly bloody under the remnant sun, casually throwing away the wreckage. Chen Jian swept his arm across the room, and 2 more demonic beasts were transformed into blood and flesh splattered in all directions. Roar! The demonic beasts roared and hissed, without a trace of fear in their eyes. The death of their compatriots only made them become more and more ferocious. A few moments later, the alien knights wielded their brilliant swords and rolled up a wave of beasts to drown Chen Jian. In the meantime, the system's mechanical voice rang out. The host is on the verge of death. The enlightenment is over. The transaction will be forcibly terminated. The remaining yuan share will be nullified and will not be refunded. Look out for it. Boom! Chen Jian appeared inside the secret room, still holding the position of his fist smashing out. Qi and blood rolled over, and the rampant Qi energy tore apart the tables and chairs displayed in the secret room. If he hadn't reacted in time, I'm afraid that the wall piled with green rock would have been smashed through by his punch. At this time, he didn't have that battle armor, and his body wasn't stained with blood. Only his green silk was spread out, and his eyes contained fury. After a moment of silence, he muttered, "Those demonic beasts and foreign races, are they really the remnants of the martial arts scrolls that manifested from them? Why is it that this time, instead of feeling like before, it seems to be dragging my being into that wall?" The chamber was silent. The system is basically very high maintenance except for when it's slightly chatty when it's getting paid. Chen Jian has long been accustomed to this question, but it is just a test. Silently sensing the majestic qi and blood in his body, Chen Jian's mind moved. and his 9-foot-plus battle body returned to its previous slightly thin teenage appearance. The martial arts scrolls are too perverted. War body. It's better to use it as a last resort. At this time, Chen Jian's physical body was only at the beginning of the void transformation realm, and under the full operation of the martial Dao scrolls, his body had risen to more than 9 feet. If he was among the Saint realm, I'm afraid that he would transform into a heavenly battle body, a few like the legendary God Devil body. It's scary to think about. Luckily, the chakra remained intact in its original form when it was calm. If the war body doesn't break up, how can he still be a man? Taking out a pile of alien beast bacon from his Sumuro ring, Chen Jian sat down in the ruins and ate. Recently his appetite had skyrocketed, and ordinary meat was no longer enough to fill his stomach. After 10-mile slope, he entered every mountain and hunted many ferocious beasts to make bacon with the help of Lu Qi. After eating the bacon jerky, Chen Jian patted his stomach in satisfaction. He was about to get up and leave when he suddenly sat down again. Frown. After all, it was a once-in-a-century cultivation genius, and it wasn't quite right to keep staying at the first grade of martial arts after all. I don't know. Thought he was hiding a lot of his cultivation. A moment of silence. With a slight movement of his mind, he yanked out a small strand of the gurgling river of qi and blood within his qi sea and transformed it into pure yuan qi. Yuan qi saved between his fingers. Listening to that familiar snorting sound, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked into a smile. This was undoubtedly the yuan qi fluctuation that should be expected of a cultivator at the early stage of the innate realm. Sure is strong. When he left, Chen Jian cleaned up the tables and chairs in the secret room and destroyed the traces. Only then did he walk out of the secret room, pick up a fishing rod and lie down on the roof of the fallen treasure building to fish. At this time, the night was getting late, the curfew had passed, and the 1,000 Gold building and the Denka building were still brightly lit. The sound of silk and bamboo is endless. At this time still stay in the greenhouse are basically the real wealth of the children. Chen Jian also do not mind them noisy. After all, to the money well, an incense stick has been burned. Chen Jian got nothing. I was about to pick up the pole and change the bait, when I suddenly glimpsed a green shirt downstairs at the drop-off point waving a hoe in front of a willow tree that was missing half of its branches. As if sensing his gaze, the green shirt looked up and smiled, and went back to swinging the hoe. Chen Jian was silent and speechless. Lu Qi, this guy just returned to Chang'an and started burying people again. Earlier that willow tree suffered an unmitigated disaster precisely because he had buried too many people and had grown so thickly branched. If he kept burying it like this, Chen Jian suspected that sooner or later that willow tree was going to give birth to a spirit. After burying the soil, Lu Qi stomped a few more feet like an old farmer to level the ground, and only then sure carried the hoe and stepped on the void to ascend the building. Boss. After ascending to the falling treasure tower, Lu Qi's gaze lingered briefly on Chen Jian. Boss, when I buried the man just now, I asked for news about the third prince in passing. Now in Chang'an City, there are at least 8 sets of people looking for him. The crown prince, the second prince's birth mother, the fourth prince, Zhou Jun of the Ministry of Rights, Xiao Bin of the Ministry of Penalty, Xia Ho of the Ministry of Military Affairs, Zhang Zhou of the Royal Historical Office, the King of Jinan. Chen Jian's hand that was putting the fishing bait trembled slightly, his face slightly dark. Even if a few imperial princes want to get him killed, how come other people also come out to join in the fun? That guy is so scared of death and so cautious. Have you ever messed with them on a regular basis? It's hard to say. Lu Qi helped Chen Jian put the fishing bait, and said quietly, after the Marquis of Wuan returned the marriage certificate to the Jinan king's residence, the Yin god of the Jinan king, who was far away from the southern border, traveled 80,000 miles, and hung Li Changxian up and beat him up severely again. Li Sunghian may have been irritated and inexplicably hated Li Sunin, Ministry of Justice Xiao Bin, his son because of handsome, a certain time in the Qingla square out of the limelight, was 2 masked men set of sacks to beat up. One of them said that the beatings do not leave a name, and did not fight nothing different, not enough to enjoy themselves, so the scurrying handful of other people left their names. That name, which happens to be the 13 bandits of the Black Wind Wall, Zhang Zhou, his brother-in-law named Qian Senko, fled Chang'an last year after you were imprisoned, and was robbed and killed by bandits while passing through Black Wind Mountain. As for Xia Ho of the Ministry of War, everyone in Chang'an City knows that Li Chang'an climbed through the backyard of his house. And, Chapter 98, taking the second boss home. No need to count. Chen Jian waved his hand to interrupt Lu Qi's inventory, and said quietly, there is also Wei Zixian, the family of the Minister of the Household Department, and Wang Fuguei, the Prefect of Chang'an. We've all put on sacks. Well, they didn't go. It's just that the Minister of the Household Ministry gave a reward of 10,000 taels, and Wang Fuguei withdrew the scavengers, and after tonight's curfew, all the 3 religions are allowed to enter the city. Speaking here, Lu Qi's voice slightly paused. I suspect, Li Chang'an is in the Ministry of Military Affairs. You mean that first growth summer? Chen Jian frowned slightly. It's not impossible. After all, when Xiaohou hated to tie Li Xuanzi back and betroth Summer in her swaddling clothes, love for the house. It's not that. Lu Qi looked at the lights inside the greenhouse, crossed his arms and said indifferently, since the disappearance of the third prince, I have already buried 7 of those 8 scouts. The world knows that the boss and Li Sunan stink and are close friends with each other. If there was anyone else in Chang'an City who would take in the third prince, that person would be the boss. So if they really wanted to kill the third prince, they would have sent scouts into the building to spy. Just now, after I buried 7 people, noticing that the military minister Xiaohou is missing, he didn't send anyone, naturally, because he knew that the third prince wasn't in the greenhouse, and he also knows that scouts entering the building will surely be buried. There are only a handful of people other than me who know the importance you place on the greenhouse, and Li Chang'an happens to be one of them, Chen Jian said quietly, so he prevented Xiaohou's scouts from entering the building to die, and only caught him in the streets all over Chang'an City to confuse the public, but he didn't think about it. When the scouts of those 7 families were all dead, the only house of the Minister of War that didn't have any dead people looked a little prickly. That good-hearted fool. Retrieving his fishing rod, Chen Jian rose from his recliner. Gather the deacons of the Qinglu and go to the palace of the Minister of Military Affairs to fetch the second boss home. Yes, boss. The palace of the Minister of War is located on Jinka Lane, adjacent to the former Wang mansion from yesterday. 7 years ago after Li Sunan climbed over the wall into the military minister's residence on a green night, Xiaohou was so furious that he caned the chief of the houseguards and the housekeeper, and dragged Li Chang'an into the Taichi palace. In front of His Majesty the Emperor, he disparaged him as worthless, and even almost drew his sword and cut him down. After that the entire Chang'an knew about the discord between the third prince and the Minister of War. Xiaohou was privately mocked for many years. When Li Chang'an was deposed as a prince, there was an endless stream of people entering the Shangshu residence to report their good news. He even elected Xiaohou as the flag bearer for this drubbing and hunting of Li Chang'an. Xiaohou was a good man. Let his son Xia Yuanhou mobilize soldiers and horses, leading the guards and family slaves to search the city. Just 1 day passed. People were exhausted from following Xia Yuanhou, but they didn't even see Li Qingnan's shadow. It wasn't until a void god realm vassal of the Jinnan king's family was silently buried in a greenhouse, followed by the scouts of the 7 most powerful families being buried one after another. The hunting and killing alliance only vaguely felt that something was wrong, because as the flag bearer of the Ministry of Military Affairs, it did not send people to the most likely to receive Li Qingnan's greenhouse to explore. Moreover, although Xia Yuanhou, the youngest son, acted like he couldn't wait to eat Li Chang'an alive, he led only some guards below the royal Qi realm, which didn't match his status of being in charge of the Ministry of Military Affairs and holding a lot of power. Of course, this all just made them suspect that Xiaohou might not be killing enough to pick a peach. After all, that was such a big deal back then that no one suspected a grudge between them. What really made them certain that the Minister of War was an insider thief was the county princess Li Chengxian's single word that revealed Li Xuanzi's identity. The Minister of War that Xiaohou treated like a son back then, the Confucian general Li Xuanzi who shocked the world by throwing out the human strategies theory, is Li Chang'an's own uncle, and is now the second leader of the 13 Black Wind Corps. This statement was made. The Crown Prince, Lady Concubine, the Fourth Prince, the leaders of the 7 families of the Ministry of Justice, the Royal Historical Office, the Ministry of Ceremonies, and the King of Jinnan, and countless other people of the 3 religions and 9 streams of rivers and lakes and grasses, all of them had their gazes falling on that young male. It was only then that I realized that that's Xia Yuanhou, one of the 4 dukes of Chang'an. I don't even know when I've slipped. Then the crowds of people instantly surrounded the Ministry of War's residence. At this point, Xiaohou was sitting in the eunuch's chair, crouching eyebrows furrowed into a straight line as he gazed darkly into the study. When a coat of cloth came out of the study, his eyes instantly focused and he spoke. Sir, how is he? The Een god is fine. It's just, the clothier looked sullen and said, it's just that Sha Nur is after all a cave heaven realm sect master. A random slap is not something that His Highness can withstand. Your Highness's flesh is shattered. I can only stabilize it for him temporarily. If it shatters once more, I'm afraid I'll really be powerless to return to heaven. Ha! Xiaohou Yue laughed, her voice ghostly cold. Your Majesty is so ruthless. It's not enough to abolish him, but to take back his bloodline. Lord Shangshu, the clothier frowned and said, Emperor Wuda is watching with cold eyes and pushing the envelope. I'm afraid those powerful people won't be able to hold back for long before they attack, and it will be difficult for the Shangshu mansion to support them alone. The first order of business is to send your highness out of the city first. Xianzhe is on his way. Xiaohou said quietly, this official has been in charge of the Ministry of War for many years, although it is only a civil official, no military power in hand, but after a long time, there will always be some like-minded friends. If they dare to break into the mansion, they will inevitably have to go on a killing spree as well. At this point, he suddenly looked up and said in a cold voice, Yuan Ho, go out and tell them that Li Chang'an is not here. Believe it or not, those who dare to break into the house will be killed without pardon. Send a letter to the Shaoyan soldiers of the city's South Military Division. I want to eat fish. Yes, father. Xia Yuanho, one of the 4 dukes of Chang'an, bowed and answered the promise, sighing softly before walking towards the outside of the Shangshu residence. Although my father has been a civil official for many years, he has gradually developed some literary spirit, but the bone is always the same steering horse flying Xiahou great general, otherwise it would not be for a Li Xuanze. And Chang'an city this many powerful people hard. It would be fine if Li Xuanze was really his brother-in-law. The question is, that guy, Li Xuanze, is clearly not yet mother pushing open the door of the mansion. Xia Yuanho looked at the crowd of people outside the door of the fire like day, a wave of hostility breeding, chest and stomach bulging scolded, mother you pestle here for what? Going to a brothel? This is the Shangshu mansion, not your mother's greenhouse. Li Suman isn't here. If you want to find it, go to your mother's bed. I'll put it here. Whoever dares to leave the house within 3 feet, I'll be on a killing spree. This statement was made. The crowds outside the door suddenly backed up a few steps, really away from the house 3 feet away. After all, this wasn't somewhere else. It was the palace of the Minister of War, one of the 6 ministries of the Great Tang. Although Xiahou did not take charge of the military power, but the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Logistics, Military General's Promotion and Depreciation, Patrol Garrison, which case is closely related to the martial arts. Who knows whether he privately raised some ruthless people. Just as the crowd was backing up, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Mr. Xia, does Lord Shangshu really want to make an enemy of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for the sake of a ruined prince? The crowd abruptly dispersed and the owner of that voice was revealed, only to see the person dressed in silver armor, holding a longing sword, riding a white horse stepped forward. Drinking, the prince gave the sword here. We were ordered to search and take the rebellious son of Li Chang'an. Those who dared to block the way will be guilty of the same crime as it. Its words fell, as if the hunting and killing alliance had found their backbone. They took a step forward in unison and droned. Those who dare to obstruct will be guilty of the same crime as them. Xia Yuanho swept his gaze over several of the imperial prince's spokespersons. It's true that it's the most thinly veiled imperial family. Li Suman has been abolished, but they still don't feel at ease and want to put him to death. Even the crown prince gave him a sword. Li Suman is not at the Shangshu mansion. Looking at the crowd that pressed step by step, Xia Yuanho's face was gloomy and he puffed out his chest and droned. This place is the Ministry of War's residence? Not your backyard, unless His Majesty decrees to copy the family. Otherwise, anyone who enters without being invited is an enemy. Where is the commander of the Shangshu House Guards? The last general is here. An iron armor general within the Shangshu mansion stepped out with a sword, his body's yuan qi surging, his iron blood sound, and he was actually a void god realm powerhouse. Xia Yuanho's tone was icy cold. General Xia, listen to the order. Anyone who dares to enter the residence will be killed without pardon. Nah. General Xia bowed and answered the promise. His long sword pestled the ground, his eyes sweeping over, lingering for a moment on the one holding the sword in the silver armor, his killing intent soaring. This man, he is actually the 3rd leader of the 13 bandits. The silver armor was swept by his gaze, his heart trembled slightly, and the long sword, which was held high, was unconsciously lowered a little. The situation is once again at a standstill. Xia Yuanho quietly wiped some cold sweat. Damn, this time it's a big game. Hard against the 7 great families led by the crown prince. Even if he lands safely this time, his father is doomed to sit on his ass in the court. Inside the Shangshu residence, dressed in the iron armor of the Shangshu house guards, Li Xuanze carried the dying Li Chang'an on his back, his gaze calmly looking out the door. At this time, his eyes were cold and brilliant like the stars. Even if he was clad in iron armor, he could not hide that peerless elegance in the slightest. There's another one coming. Chapter 99, The Great War Begins. Listening to the wind building. It's the palace. Xiao's recumbent eyebrows stared up. Recovering the bloodline isn't enough. You have to make him die? Li Xuanze looked back at Xiao. For that person, the so-called imperial dragon seed is nothing more than a tool. He has never thought of giving the throne to anyone. It's just that this time it seems to seem a bit hasty. Ha! Xiao laughed coldly. Perhaps he didn't have the means to step into that step, and was scared half to death by Marquis Chen Liu, and began to think about what would happen after his death. Li Xuanze was silent. He was never a man of many words. The palace is coming. Can you still leave? Xiao slowly said, if Wuda goes down, the Changnan military division will not be enough to look at, and I am afraid that the only person in the world today who can arm wrestle with him is Chen Aban, who is holding the Chunlu armor. This is a fact that was forensically proven 15 years ago. Sunan won't allow it. Li Xuanze calmly said. If you want Chen Aben to enter, only that little marquis can do it. And the reason why Chang'an doesn't go to the greenhouse is that he doesn't want to drag the little marquis into the whirlwind. After all, although the young marquis had a deep background, he himself was only a first-grade martial artist. A little inattention and you will be crushed to pieces. Moreover, Wuda has been silent for many years and suddenly made a move. And I am afraid that the spearhead is pointed at the Marquis of Chunlu. You're right, he's probably in a hurry. Ugh, Xiaoho Yu sighed and got up. In that case, I can only roll up my sleeves and go myself. Xuanze, take Summer away. I have only one daughter. Treat her better. Father-in-law. Li Xuanze's calm eyes flashed with a trace of guilt. All these years, I have wronged you. I'm not all about you. This Tang dynasty, sooner or later, it will be destroyed at the hands of Wunderkind. I want the sea to be calm and the river to be clear, and I want my name to be remembered throughout the ages. No expulsion of the West Buddha, horses on the vast sea, allowing the borders to be plagued and the inner regions to be infested with grasshoppers. He was also in cahoots with the families, enslaving the people with exorbitant taxes and, I'm staying in the Taichung Palace. Will it survive to a glorious bloom? Xiaoho's body was flooded with vast yuan qi, his aura climbed upward, and in a short while, he was among the cave heaven realm. As his aura skyrocketed, the bookishness of his body instantly disappeared. Just see its serpentine eyebrows like a knife, Danfeng eyes like candles, long beard like silk, official robe a tug, revealing the inner Xian iron armor, arm wave, crescent moon sword 2. Inside the study, a crescent moon blade that was more than 9 feet long flew into his hand. Xiaoho stepped out of the lobby with a sword, crossed the sword in front of the Shangshu mansion, a few as a peerless fierce general. His eyes looked toward the figure slowly stepping in the distance. Xiao Nuer, your head weight geometry, can you hold the wine or not? This statement was made. Everyone outside the Shangshu residence was in an uproar. Unconsciously, he followed his gaze toward the darkness, only to see that in the darkness, a white-faced and beardless shin-robed eunuch stepped in, seemingly going extremely slow, but he was 3 steps behind. He was already standing within 3 feet of the Shangshu residence. Inner servant supervisor Xiao Nuer, meet Lord Shangshu. Xiao Nuer's body bowed slightly. His Majesty asked the old slave to bring you a message. Chang'an cannot be in chaos. The military department cannot be in chaos. And Li Chang'an cannot live. What is your Majesty saying to this official about this? Xiaoho Yui said. His own son is missing to find this official. This official is not a castrated dog of the inner chamberlain supervisor. There is no obligation to watch his son for him. Ho ho! Xiao Nuer smiled sorrowfully. Lord Xia, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed if you're trying to stall for time. Li Chang'an insulted his Majesty and gathered bandits to rebel. He will die today. As his words fell, the sound of jingo suddenly resounded in the Shangshu mansion, and the raging yuan qi destroyed the entire mansion, revealing Li Xuanze and the rest of the Black Wind Wall bandits inside who were carrying Li Chang'an on their backs. At this point, there were actually 3 Tongshan Realm and 18 Void God Realm cultivators surrounding them. Xiaoho's face changed slightly. I didn't expect you, this eunuch, to still be the owner of Listening Wind Tower. Lord Xia, to the old slave, there are no secrets within Chang'an City. Xiao Nuer laughed sorrowfully. At this time, all the witnesses and material evidence are present. The 13 bandits of Black Wind Walled City appeared in your residence, and even this guard commander, or the 3rd head of Black Wind Walled City. I'd like to ask a question for His Majesty. Lord Xia has raised bandits for self-importance and is harboring the abolished emperor's son. Come, to rebel? The 13 bandits. What 13 bandits? Xiaoho crossed his sword and said quietly. They are just guards from my residence. Where did the 13 bandits come from? You said revolt. This official would like to ask. You Xiao Nuer instructed Listening Wind House to break into my residence, destroyed my ancestral home, regarded the Great Tang laws and decrees as a waste of paper. Is it not? Is it going to rebel? As the words left his mouth, he bellowed. Where are the Xiaoyan soldiers? Boom! There were lances falling from the void. Immediately after, a figure clad in arcane armor descended from the sky. The long spear stirred up the head of a Hearing Wind Tower Void God Realm cultivator, and the figure's spear picked the head and drank. General, the last general is here. As his words fell, neat footsteps sounded in the darkened street. The sound came from far and near, like a fierce drum and a heavy hammer. People followed the sound, only to see that at the end of the street, 5,000 soldiers and horses clad in armor came galloping in starlight, carrying strangling swords, holding lances, and riding war horses. They surrounded the Shangshu residence. Under the neighing of the war horses and the shooting of cold light, the 3 religions that surrounded Li Changnan were all horrified. It's just a deposed prince. A mutiny? Xiao Nuer's face remained unchanged. Her gloomy gaze swept over that Xuanjia who had descended from the sky, and she said quietly, Commander Xiao Yanbing of the City South Military Division, Are you sure you want to seek death? Xiao Yanbing raised his eyebrows slightly and churned the head that was still struggling on the tip of the gun. Even the Yin god was strangled. Ha! Seeing this, Xiao Nuer knew that Xiao Yanbing already had a way to take his death. No more attention. Turning his head, he looked at Xia Ho and smiled sorrowfully. Lord Xia, is there still a bottom card? If not, the old slave is going to have a field day. Chop! Xia Ho fiercely shouted coldly. His crescent moon blade lifted up towards the sky. A brilliant blade light swept through, decapitating a Tongxian realm cultivator of Listening Wind Tower, and drank towards Li Xuanze. Take them away! The moment his words fell, the 5,000 soldiers and horses of the Hyrule Division stabbed out with their lances. The Shangshu family did everything they could. A square sky-painting halberd also surfaced in Li Xuanze's hand, forcing the Tongxian realm cultivator in front of him to retreat, wanting to escape far away. At this point, everyone knows that since His Majesty's men are here, Li Sunan would no longer have a chance of surviving. Not to mention the district military division of 5,000 soldiers and horses, even if it is 50, 000 or 500, 000. In the city of Chang'an is just a matter of more time. Kill! Xiao Nuer's palm fell, and on the eaves of Jinka Lane, a bewildering number of black-robed people swept in. They were dressed in black, carrying crossbows and arrows, and stepping noiselessly, like a ghost walking in the night, listening to the wind. In addition to being the ear of the emperor of the great Tang dynasty, it was also his sword. Even if Emperor Wuda resides in the Taichi Palace and ignores political affairs, the Crown Prince Supervisor has infiltrated many yamen, but has never been able to put his hand into the Listening Wind House. The only time, about the Ministry of Rights, that ash-eating Sunton. Shoo! Dense crossbow arrows shot out. The man in black stood on the roof and unleashed an unrelenting slaughter. Even the people of the 7 great families who hunted Li Chang'an were within their shooting range. Together, Xiao Nuer turned into a grey dark shadow and pounced on Xia Ho. As a late cave realm patriarch, Xiao Nuer's entrance instantly turned the situation around. Dense red threads swept up between his fingers, and the cavernous sky spread out, but it was actually a scarlet python robe. The python robe was attached to his body, and the dense red silk threads instantly cut the void around Xia Ho. Xia Ho snapped back. The cavernous sky spreads out in an instant. A supine moonblade that was nearly 10 feet long fell. Wherever the long blade passed, the red threads broke, and even the void that was cut out was shattered. Xiao Nuer drifted far away and laughed sorrowfully. General Xia Ho's sword has not yet grown old, but it's a pity that he took the wrong path. With a way to take death, Xia Ho coldly glanced at him, and the crescent moon blade chopped again. This cut, the terrifying chi slashed the entire Jinka alley with a bottomless chasm, but it failed to hit Xiao Nuer. Xiao Nuer's python robe covered the back of the bizarre and incomparable. The whole person is walking in the darkness of the shadowy soul, alternating between reality and reality. The crescent moon blade was so rigid and strong that it couldn't cause much damage to him, and after all, he was a late cave realm patriarch, 2 small realms higher than Xia Ho's cultivation. Whenever Xia Ho tried to rescue Li Xuanze, he then stepped out of the darkness, cutting through the void and dragging Xia Ho to his death, like a treacherous hyena teasing an aging tiger. Regret flashed in Xia Ho's eyes. All these years of living in Chang'an have left the precious sword in the dust, and now he can't even kill a castrato. Eyes swept over the Shanshu house. At this moment, Li Xuanze was protecting Li Chang'an in summer, fighting a Tongxian alone, and although he was temporarily unharmed, he was also being held back and unable to escape far away. Xiao Yanbing was also pulled by a Tongxian. The 13 bandits were all colored. That Su-old thief even took a knife for Li Chang'an, and was seriously injured. The large Shangshu residence fell apart in an instant. Chapter 100, Beauties have been as famous as generals since ancient times, and are not allowed to see white heads on earth. Great general, you good military minister not do, have to get involved in this kind of thing to copy the family to destroy the family. Do so many years of civil officials, seems to have not become smarter. Xiao Nuer paced in the void, every step left behind a strand of red thread, and in the blink of an eye, it recut the void around Xia Ho, forcing his way towards him step by step. Ha ha, a certain person acts in his life. Is it not something that a eunuch like you can comprehend? Xia Ho swept his gaze across the battlefield. Suddenly, the pestilent sword laughed long and loud, and the laughter shook the 4 fields, but it was a bit of a bleak one. Xiao Nuer's face suddenly changed when she saw this, and her figure instantly turned into a Inshu storming back, yet as fast as he retreated. Xia Ho's blade was faster. Only in the sky, the nearly 10-foot crescent moon blade let out a mournful cry. Chop! Xia Ho's recumbent eyebrows rose, and his finger pointed toward Xiao Nuer remotely. Boom! The terrifying blade light was like the scorching sun that suddenly rose at night, instantly cutting through the red threads wrapped around Xiao Ho's side, shattering the void and chopping at Xiao Nuer. Xiao Nuer stifled a grunt, reached out and yanked, fading the scarlet python robe in front of his body, and his body even rolled up dense red silk threads to protect him to death. the blade fell, like a shooting star passing by. A moment of splendor. Xiahou Lima stood straight in front of the Xiangshu mansion with a horizontal sword, and his head full of green silk instantly turned into gray. Ka-ching! The sound of iron breaking rang out, and the crescent moon blade in Xiahou's hand shattered inch by inch. This terrifying blade light was actually chopped out by Xiahou from the abandoned cave heaven. Xuanze, go! Xiahou turned into the mansion after chopping out his sword, tyrannical as a devil, even holding a piece of debris to sneak in and cut off the head of the Tongxian realm cultivator who was fighting with Li Xuanze alive. Seeing this, Li Xuanze, the square sky painting halberd swung, taking advantage of that. Listening to the wind-building Tongxian realm cultivator in God has not yet fled, straight to smash it. Only then did he step into the air and swept towards the outside of the city. However, his figure swept up, only to be slammed to the ground at an even faster speed, only to see in the void, Xiao Nuer, cloaked and bloodied, stepped in, like a harsh ghost hissing, "Want to leave? Today, none of you will leave." Xiahou Dan's phoenix eyes stood up, raised his head suddenly, his arm vibrated, and the crescent moon blade that was scattered into fragments trembled, and in an instant it coalesced into a long blade again. Xiahou stood with his sword, just about to open his mouth but violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and the regrouped crescent moon blade clattered and shattered. Scarlet blood spilled on the debris all over the ground, as if Xiahou's essence, too, had dispersed along with it. The body is stooped, and the flashy hair is overgrown. Since ancient times, famous generals are not allowed to see their white heads. The hero is late. In this scene, even the hostile people couldn't help but be a bit moved. Uncle Xia, the dying Li Chang'an struggled to get up from behind Li Xuanze, looked up at Xiao Nuer, who was several times like a stern ghost in the sky, and hissed, "He's seen everything he wanted to see. Let them go." Xiao Nuer stood in the air, her palms spread out, and threads of red threads grew, weaving into a huge network of pathways, enveloping everyone in the Xiangshu mansion. "Stop!" Seeing that Xiao Nuer's giant net was about to fall, Li Chang'an hissed in the direction of Baiyu Jing. "Wood, I don't care what you're planning. Release them. Otherwise, if I don't die today, the next day, I'm going to tear your bones to pieces. On the verge of death, you still dare to be disobedient. Not a subject, not a son." The corner of Xiao Nuer's mouth hooked into a smile. Her gaze swept over the Xiangshu house people, and she sorrowfully said, "His Majesty's civilization and martial virtues are like the abyss. Is it not possible for you chaotic officials to threaten them? One or the other of the Xiangshu family will die today." "I don't believe it." A teasing voice rang out in the darkness. The sound is very soft. However, it was clearly and incomparably transmitted into Xiao Nuer's ears, causing her sorrowful smile to suddenly solemnize. Hear that voice. Almost everyone turned their eyes toward the streets of Kinko's Lane, although people had already guessed. But when they really saw that clean-cut young man with a wooden hairpin on his head, a waist hanging without a pair of pears, and a green shirt, they all inexplicably spat out their breath, regardless of whether they were friends or foes. Marquis Chen Jian, the youngest marquis of the Marquis of Chenlu. "He's finally here." Chen Jian stepped forward. Wherever he passed, people consciously got out of the way. Even the triads lying on the ground wailing and screaming were brutally dragged away by their companions for fear of getting in the way of the little marquis. But in a few moments Chen Jian stepped into the Xiangshu mansion, pick up the steps and stand in front of Li Sunan. Eyes complex. "Sorry, sorry." Two smelly best friends said sorry at the same time. Suddenly they laughed at the same time again. Li Changnan apologized because he had some vague suspicions about Emperor Wuda's scheming, so he didn't want to bring Chen Jian into it, but he failed after all. Chen Jian apologized because he too had some vague speculations about Emperor Wuda's scheming, and had come a little late in returning to the Marquis of Chenliu's residence to confirm one thing. "Unfortunately, we won't be able to eat the mat again this time." Chen Jian stuffed 2 pills into Li Chang'an's mouth and teased, "Before I went to Marquis Chenlu's residence, I would have been ready to sit at the children's table. Ahem. Next time I'll try to get you to eat it." The elixir instantly melted in the mouth, and it was none other than the blood elixir that the royal family also did not have much in stock. After Li Chang'an ate it, his broken flesh slowly healed. After half a second of silence, he laughed to himself. "I'm really not as favored as you are. Wudu used my life as a game, but he couldn't even give me a blood elixir. Don't compare this." The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked into a smile. "Let's go. Go home." In the sky, Xiao Nuer's face was gloomy to the extreme as he wondered what His Majesty was scheming. "He's got orders. It's fishing out the shadows behind Li Sunan and then executing them all." He even specifically asked His Majesty if he wanted to keep the third prince alive. His Majesty did not answer. No answer. It means not to use it. So when he had previously forced the Xiangshu house crowd into a desperate situation, his killing intent was not half watered down. But this loser in front of me, relying on the fact that he had Chen Liujia and old dog Huang behind him, he even directly ignored him, although he was only a eunuch. He was in charge of the inner chamberlain's supervisor and listening to the wind tower, so it could be said that he had more power than any minister in the court. There is a vague tendency to lean towards the former eunuch 9,000 years old Wei eunuch. It was also a long-cherished wish of his heart. It was clear from the scarlet python robe inside his cave. The world may hate him, fear him, but can't ignore him. At this moment, looking at Chen Jian, who was in no man's land, anger gradually rose in his heart. Once anger rises, it's easy to lose your mind. For example, at this time, Xiao Nuer, only his eyes narrowed slightly, begin to speculate on the true intentions of that decree of His Majesty. Could it be that what the decree was really pointing at was not Xiaoho, the Minister of War, but this trash with a deep background in front of him? His Majesty is going to make a move on Chen Aben? The thought came together. The corners of his eyes danced wildly, and were quickly suppressed. After all, no matter how strong old dog Huang is, can he be stronger than His Majesty? No matter how strong Chen Liujia is it stronger than the Great Tang Divine Policy Army? Grimace smiled. The red giant net across the road slowly fell down. Xiao Nuer stood in the void, her palms lightly clasped. Little Marquis, you can leave, but Li Chang'an and the people of the Shangshu mansion, you can't leave. Chen Jian looked up at Xiao Nuer, frowned. He's on fire right now. Emperor Wudu set up a young plot to lure him into the game. Chips, it's Li Sunan's life. With Chen Jian's eyesight, it was naturally difficult to see the conspiracy behind this at a glance, but Lu Qi wouldn't, because Lu Qi knew Emperor Wuda perhaps better than Wuda's sons. That's why Lu Qi had been hesitant to tell Chen Jian when he buried the scouts of the 7 great houses but didn't wait for Xiaoho's scouts, until he saw Chen Jian fishing at night. It was only when the bait bit the hook countless times but never managed to catch a fish that the news of Li Qingnan's presence in the Ministry of Military Affairs was revealed with complicated eyes. Chen Jian is going to pick up someone at the Shangshu residence. Lu Qi naturally followed. It was just that what even Lu Qi did not expect was that when the people were all yards away, Chen Jian hesitated. Chen Jian asked Lu Qi, a tiger's poison does not yet eat its son. What about Wudu? Lu Qi says that Wudu is not a tiger, but an emperor. So Chen Jian went to the Marquis of Chenliu's residence. He asked Chen Aben, Pops, are you sure you can get Wuda killed? Chen Aben said that all conspiracies and plots are helpless actions that are not permitted by strength. Do what you want to do. The sky is not falling. Only then did Chen Jian arrive late. It's just that while he's here, the heart, however, remained upset, for he found himself threatened by that Emperor Wuda whom he had never met. Wudu threatened him with the life of his own son. If he doesn't come, Wudu lost nothing more than a son who had long harbored hatred for him and the secretary of the Ministry of War, whose antipathy had festered. But if he comes, how can you be honest with your father's enemies, even if you sympathize with them? Chapter 101, Honorable Greenhouse Members. As his brow furrowed, the people in the arena were suddenly startled and unconsciously took half a step backward. After all, that tussle on the 9th day of the 9th month had long since spread to Chang'an. At the beginning of the Luanjia county that Zhang Daomor is not believe in evil must try Chen Liajia's blade, and then nothing. There is also Zhang Daoyang, who also does not believe in evil, and is still gnawing on the soil at Zhang's ancestral grave. Xiao Nuer's eyes were cold and silent. Killing intent grew. He didn't believe that Chen Liujia dared to enter the capital, and even more so, he didn't believe that Huang Old Dog dared to carry the 12 immortal swords. Thinking that he had smoothed out His Majesty's will, he seemed to have seen a glimpse of the future of the position and power. He laughed sorrowfully. Little Marquis, you already have the way to death. Chen Jian stopped and looked up at Xiao Nuer, smiling but not laughing. Xiao Nuer, do you know why you are able to command listening to the Wind Tower and the inner servant supervisors even though you're still lightly qualified and an old man under Shufei's door? Because we are loyal to His Majesty. Xiao Nuer bowed slightly towards Bai Yujing. Unlike the former Hearing Wind Tower Master, who was born with a rebellious bone and actually attempted to assassinate His Majesty, you sure are loyal. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth was slightly raised. If you go down there and see the previous generation of the Hearing Wind Tower's owner, remember to ask for clarification so as not to be unknown and be a confused ghost. Kill it. Chen Jian helped Li Chang'an to walk forward slowly. In the sky, on the eaves, a figure dressed in the uniform of a greenhouse deacon emerged. They come and go without a sound, with a stranger's sword in their hand. Before the Hearing Wind Tower cultivators could react, they had already cut off countless heads. They had their heads on their waists, and blood rained down on them as they ran. And those who weren't dead enough could even see their brains. The very few practitioners who were bald were not so lucky, and were directly cracked and thrown into the gutter. Xiao Nuer was shocked and furious, watching the Hearing Wind Tower cultivators that he had managed to pull together with great difficulty have their heads cut off as if they were being mowed down like wheat. The giant net woven by the lines instantly fell towards Chen Jian. Chen Jian drifted off, just holding up Li Sunan as he paced forward. Just as the giant net was about to approach, a hunched old man surfaced. He held out only one finger. The giant net instantly collapsed. A small pitch-black hole appeared at Xiao Nuer's brow. The small hole grew larger with the naked eye, but in an instant it engulfed Xiao Nuer, like a black hole collapsing outwards. After a finger, the old man deflated in disgust. Rush tomorrow to transfer a cave over to you. Old man is at least a great master. Don't you want to lose face by fighting with these goods every time? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth twitched slightly. This one couldn't be messed with. He didn't dare to speak. The sounds of the fighting gradually ceased. The greenhouse deacons sparsely fell behind Chen Jian, each with a few heads hanging from their waists. There was the transformation realm, which was still more of an imperial chi. After all, listening to the Windhouse had already had a crop of heads cut off by Chen Aben earlier in the year, and now it was still some raw eggs. They might have seemed cold and ruthless when they shot the men of the city's southern military division with crossbows, but when they encountered the ancestors of the head-cutting community, they didn't seem to be enough. Chen Jinan swept his gaze across. Old Zhang Tu had no head around his waist, about as far as he could see. That old cripple has the most on his waist, hanging a string full of them and walking around with blood splattered all over the place. It was more than a little brutal. Seeing this, Chen Jian scolded with a slight frown. What are you doing? You are the deacons of the Qinglu, not the bandits of the border to fight the grass, so that the guests see what it looks like? If you don't know, you'd think I've raised a gang of bandits in my greenhouse. If you scare the customers out of their wits, who's going to send you the silver? The old cripple's face changed instantly. This half-year he in the building cannot be less benefit. See the eye of the nimble lay down. Although the big head called the boss to confiscate the public, they can at least stay some money for wine. Sweeping his eyes toward the crowds of besieged allies, he revealed 2 flaps of knockout teeth and hemmed and hawed. Boss, cut off their heads as well. Won't no one see them? The crowd stood in solemn awe. A fat head in ears outside waved his hands and said, Did not see. I did not see anything. Small marquee, you cannot agree. Small, but the greenhouse honored Yuan Stone members, charged 3,000 taels of silver. At first, you said that if I became a Yuan Sure member, I would be your beloved family member and brother in arms. Oh, Chen Jinan turned his head to look at him. It was discovered that this guy was really a regular visitor to the greenhouse. Wang Xiaogue, the cousin of Kyoto prefect Wang Fugue. Frowning slightly, he said quietly, Wang Xiaogue, have you finished spending your 3,000 li of silver? No. Wang Xiaogue was a little hesitant. Didn't spend it all? Chen sighed and said quietly, It's a pity. Ahem. Spent. When Wang Xiaogue saw Chen Jian's expression, he almost jumped up and hurriedly shouted, I've spent it all. I have to charge $3,000 tomorrow. No. 5,000. Ha ha. Brother Wang is indeed my little brother's beloved family friend and brother-in-arms. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. Cripple. Remember, 1 yuan sure member. In a moment, please ask Brother Wan to go to the building to recharge. The old cripple hemmed and hawed in response, secretly impressed. Luckily followed the small marquee mixed. Followed Chen Aben live called What Days 9 meals in 3 days. Still hitting the hay at your age. Casually, he unclipped the head from his waist and threw it into the stinking gutter. He showed his teeth and grinned. This head, don't want it. Pulled out a small book from his arms. The old cripple carefully fell on the name of Wang Xiaogue, and 5 circles, which is 5,000 taels of silver into the hand. Chen Jian then dragged Wang Xiaogue out of the crowd and said with a smile, Brother Wang, I can tell at a glance that you have a long lifeline and a good voice. Good boy. Go squat over there first. Wang Xiaogue wiped the cold sweat on his head and obediently sought a corner to squat. Eyes on the scene. The siege alliance that was surrounded by the city's southern military division clambered up, and one by one, they all jumped out, scrambling to reveal the identity of the VIP of the greenhouse. Anyone would have never expected that. A hunt for a ruined prince actually ended up relying on the honored membership of a greenhouse to save his life. Little Marquis, I'm Paki Zhang. I've used up my $500, and I want to add another 1,000. And me, 2 dogs, I'm charging 1,000. Seeing this chaotic scene, Chen Jian raised his voice and said, Don't be in a hurry. Come one by one. Those from the military horse division. You guys organize the order. Yuanshire members squat in the VIP corner with Wang Xiaogue, gold members squat in the black corner, and silver members squat in the very back. Where's 7? Seeing that the order of the scene was a bit chaotic, Chen Jian shouted, Where did old 7 go? Old Zhang Tu reached up and pointed to the sky, in the middle of opening a greenhouse. Chen Jian looked up and saw an ethereal green building floating in the void. Lu Qi sat cross-legged with his sword across his knees. The last Tongxian realm cultivator of the Wind Listening Tower was being invited to take a seat to listen to the song. That Tongxian realm cultivator's eyes were disoriented and his clothes were half faded. Seeing that he would not survive, Chen Jian raised his hand and waved it, pointing to the void. All honored members, in order to give back to the new and old users, Mr. Lu, the treasurer of the Qinglu, has set up a Qinglu especially for you. Please listen to the song and watch the play in peace and quiet." At these words, there was an abrupt silence in the arena. Looking at that practitioner with misty eyes and half-faded clothes, their movements of pulling out money became more and more skillful. In a short time, the huge crowd was divided into 4 piles. Yuanshi members are the most honorable, squatting in the brightest corner, and there are also the least number of people, only a few dozens of people. After all, the threshold was too high, and if they could casually shell out 3,000 taels, they wouldn't need to come here to wrestle for a place of prominence. The next is the gold members. There are nearly 100 of them, and the threshold of gold members is 1,000 taels. The silver members were the most numerous. There were nearly 500 of them. Many of them were not members before, but in order to live, they had to be if they weren't. 500 taels to buy a life. It was still quite a good deal for the cultivators. The crowd parted. Those who are not members then look a bit out of place. Chen Jian's eyes looked toward them slyly. Nearly 100 people in the group. Some of the ordinary people of the 3 religions and 9 streams. Perhaps they really do not have the money to become honored members. Their faces were a bit dismal. But it was the richly dressed heads of the 7 families. Among them, the one from the Crown Prince's residence holding the sword in silver armor shines the brightest. Meeting Chen Jian's gaze, that silver armor snorted coldly and slowly got up, holding the dragon sword in his hand. His head was raised, as if the unstoppable swordsman. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but secretly praise. This guy is so brave. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Visions. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded. The long sword was sheathed, only to see that silver armor pacing forward, violently kneeling on both knees, holding the sword coldly said, "Little Marquis, I want to be the most honorable Yuanshi member." This guy is shameless. The crowd that was shocked by its aura was speechless. This guy even knelt down with so much momentum. It's true that he deserves to be the silver armor out of the Crown Prince's palace. Chapter 102, Anti-King Li Sunan. It's not just those people. Even Chen Jian was almost blindsided by this tawdry maneuver. At this moment, he inexplicably thought of old Gao who had transformed into a cicada chrysalis. After entering Chang'an and handing over the angel's errand, Chen Jian threw Gao Li Shi to the Ministry of Rights. Anyone who knows the truth about 10 Mile Slope is either dead or all on their own. Just for good measure, Chen Jian also specifically asked the old housekeeper in Wei eunuch during the battle outside the sky, whether it was possible for that eunuch to perceive the ground with his divine mind. Old Yellow smiled sorrowfully and said, "Who dares to be distracted when fighting with him?" Chen Jian was then relieved. As for how Lao Gao explained to the lady princess that everyone was dead, but he turned into a cicada chrysalis to come back, it is not Chen Jian's concern. According to Gao, he sook phase man. This time, he was asked to be the accompanying eunuch, but the order came from the Crown Prince's residence after 3 turns. Reaching out to receive the dragon sword, Chen Jian placed it in his hands to play with it. Night. The blade of the sword flashed with a biting cold light, and there was even a slight dragon's roar, worthy of being the prince's sword, just based on the appearance of the sale. Put into the black market, how can also be worth 1,100,000 silver. It's just that it's still almost as good as the unmatched at his waist. The Wushuang sword, as Grandmaster Zheng Wushuang's original sword, had lost its spirit after the sword master's death, though, however, the peerless sword intent that had been cultivated over thousands of years was not something that could be compared to an ordinary zongbing. Zhang Huayu was able to comprehend the unparalleled sword intent at the royal Qi realm, and in addition to his exceptional talent, he also relied on a portion of the momentum of the unparalleled sword. However, Chen Jian had never felt any of the so-called unparalleled sword intent after getting the unparalleled sword for so long. Just thought it wasn't bad for filleting fish. Return the dragon sword to its sheath. Chen Jian leaned down to look at silver armor and said quietly, "To be honest, I still prefer your untamed appearance. Your sudden flirty maneuvering has made me a bit reluctant to kill you. Young Marquis, humble servant is just following orders." Silver armor from the good face brutal vicious said, "Little Marquis, instead of killing my post, why not let my post to join the greenhouse? I played small long handsome, can be rare, or not become the prince's houseguard's commander. If not, you can sell me." Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy is still the crown prince's houseguard commander? Turning his head to look at Li Chang'an, he saw him nodding his head slowly. It's probably true that the crown prince is good with men. Get your ass to the end of the line and kneel, and don't get up. Chen Jian lands a nice leg kick that sends silver armor flying. Some dislike, but if it's really the prince's pillow talker, it's not like he can't be given a chance. After all, the person on the pillow has always known more secrets than anyone else. Silver armor like amnesty, was about to kneel, suddenly remembered that the little marquis said that he preferred his untamed appearance. He was full of arrogance and head held high and knelt down to the darkest corner of the room. After the silver armor knelt over, Chen Jian turned his gaze to the rest of the people and said with slight disdain, "Chang'an, These ones who don't want to pay and can't afford to pay will be given to you. There's not much use for me to bring them. 2 blood pills went into the stomach. At this point, although Lee Sun-on was still drenched in blood, he was no longer at risk of shattering at any time. Slowly rising, he swept his gaze over the 7 great house stewards. In addition to the silver armor of the crown prince's house that knows what to do, the steward of the Ministry of Justice is not bad, and has long been obediently squatting in the Yuan-Shire membership area. In the end, there wasn't much enmity between the Ministry of Justice and Lee Sun-on. This trip is just a matter of making up the numbers. At this time, the ones who are still standing firm are Shufei, the 4th prince, the Ministry of Ceremony, the Ministry of Punishment, the Royal Historical Office, and the Jinnan King, which are the stewards of the several families. Exhale deeply. Li Qingnan's voice was low and said, Changnan acted ridiculously and offended many of the powerful and noble people behind you all. It is reasonable for you all to receive orders to come and beat up the dogs in the water. I shouldn't have hated it. It's just too many people died for me. Li Changnan swept his gaze over the dilapidated Shangshu mansion, over the Chinese-haired Xiahou, over the old thief Su that Li Xuanzi carried on his back, and over the soldiers who fell in a pool of blood. Finally the eyes slowly closed. The palm falls. As his palms fell, a spear stabbed out, and in an instant, nearly 100 people were pierced through by the spear. Among these people, there were court officials who had faded out of their official robes, stewards of the royal family, and the 3 sects who wanted to catch Li Changnan to change his fate. Maybe some of them don't deserve to die, but if Chen Jian hadn't come tonight, the ones who fell in a pool of blood at this time would have been from Li Chang'an's line, and the one who wielded the butcher's knife. Perhaps it is they. The killing stopped. The night is also late. The people from the City South Military Division cleared the battlefield, and the greenhouse deacon escorted the honored members to the greenhouse. The 13 Corps and the families of the Ministry of War began to pack up their belongings and prepare to leave. The night returned to its rightful silence, the occasional sound of a dog barking in the distance. Kinko's Lane. Chen Qian and Li Sunyan walk side by side, knowing that you may not believe me when I say this, but this is the first time I've ever killed anyone. After a long silence, Li Changnan said in a low voice, when I say I'm not interested in that position, I'm not swindling you, and all these years of lingering in the hook, I'm also really fond of. Just after today, I had to crawl toward that position. I understand. Chen Jian's mouth curled into a smile. I'll be waiting for you to reign in Chang'an. Remember to keep the throne of King Chen Lu for me. I want to honor my ancestors. Ahem. Li Changnan covered his mouth and coughed, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wu Du used my life as a bargaining chip to force you into the game. He wanted to see if you would come to my rescue. If you don't come, he wouldn't hesitate to stomp on me, because to him, the only value of my existence lies solely in my friendship with you. If you don't even show up when I'm in a deadly situation, then there's no point in my existence. After all, you don't even care if I live or die, so how could you push me into that position? I know. Chen Jian nodded. That's why I came a little late. But you came anyway. Li Sunan's eyes warmed slightly. You came so that I could not have to die. He'll even hunt me down while clearing the way for me. Make the most inhumane cuts with me, such as destroying the entire Shangshu family, executing the entire army of the South Division, and perhaps the innocent people in the Black Wind Wall. The more I hate him, the greater the chance of getting into that position. Until he dies, the man dies and his sins are gone. He wants me to sit withered on the throne, pondering the newly appointed King Chen Lu as he does. People are treacherous. Ponder STH. I'm sure I'll figure out the face of a strict father who carries his sins and is willing to die. And I'll also figure out your family, the father killers. By then, another cycle has begun. Ha! Chen Jian laughed quietly. Do you know how to figure it out? I don't know. Li Changnan sighed. People's hearts are treacherous. Perhaps when Wu Du first started out, he did not think that there would be today. I'm a little surprised by your answer. Chen Jian laughed. By all rights, you should have categorically denied it, and even sworn with your finger to the heavens that you must be in love and woefully in love with Chen Jian in this life. I just don't want to disappoint a friend. Both men were somewhat silent after this statement. Life was still long, and they didn't know what the future looked like. After all, back then, Wu Du might have treated Chen Aben as a friend as well. Probably said the same thing. Li Changnan stepped on the mottled dark shadows pacing in Jinka Alley, and Chen Jinan walked alongside him. Although they were walking extremely slowly, there was always an end to Kinko's Lane. 10 paces further on, then there was a light. Li Changnan slowed his steps and looked up at Bai Yujing from afar. Wuda paved the way for me, but he seems to have forgotten. Forget who snapped my mother's neck in front of me back in the day. For 23 years, every time I close my eyes, always seeing my mother on her deathbed, she tried to hug me again, but her hands could no longer lift. Wonder has many sons, but mother, I am the only son, the one person in the world who wants him dead the most. It's not Chen Aben, it's me. Chen Jian was slightly stunned when Li Lanqing said that Li Chang'an's birth mother was suspected to have died at the hands of Wu De. I didn't realize it was true, and it broke his neck in front of Li Sunan. Would, more or less perverted. Chen Jian didn't know how to comfort him, and perhaps Li Chang'an didn't need comforting. He just wanted to answer that question of Chen Jinan. It's also possible that he's just trying to firm up his resolve to rebel. After 10 more steps, they reached the light. Li Sunan stopped between the light and darkness. It was only after a long time that he slowly said, Wu Du has never lost in his life, although he acted wretchedly this time, and even made a show of resigning himself to defeat. But I believe it's all an illusion. He would never admit defeat so easily. You're in Chang'an. Always be careful. I will. Chen Jinan nodded. Go away. Li Sunan retreated into the darkness and stumbled towards the Shangshu residence. There are the entire family of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the 13 bandits of the Black Wind Wall, and the 5,000 soldiers and horses of the South Military Department. Chen Jian stood under the light and looked at the back that was gradually moving away in the darkness. Faint candlelight on Kinko's lane, splitting them into 2 distinct worlds. Up to this point, there will be no more His Royal Highness the Third Prince of the Great Tang, only the anti-king who rose up in rebellion. Chapter 103, The Clown in Pink. Early the next morning, inside the Palace of the Two Eyes, Crown Prince Li Chengdang sat on the supervisor's throne, looking at the suddenly empty line of courtiers, his eyes almost spitting fire. That third brother, whom he had never put in his eyes, had moved almost all the officials in the military department's lineage overnight. If it wasn't for crouching dragon Zhu Wuchang who went out of his way to report to the door overnight, he may not even know until he goes to court. Sweeping his eyes across the hall, Li Chengdang exhaled a deep breath of anger. Who can tell this palace how the more than 5,000 men and horses of the Changnan military division escaped? How did 24 officers from the Ministry of War and over 300 subordinates disappear under your noses? Is it possible that the 5 cities of Chang'an's military, all blind and deaf? Or is it, all turned against you with that old pikey Xiaoho? Your Highness, Yang Ao, the commander-in-chief of the military horse division, stepped forward and bowed to explain. Last night, the last general did not receive the transfer order from the Ministry of War, so he did not dare to go out of the camp without authorization. This statement was made. Everyone in the Great Hall was silent. The Ministry of War's transfer order. Last night was the rebellion of the Ministry of War. How could there be a transfer order? But on second thought, Yang Ao's explanation seemed to be correct. After all, leading troops out of the camp without a transfer order is tantamount to rebellion. For a while the ministers looked left and right, or nodded their heads, or looked down at the pattern on the vamp of your shoe and gawk. Looking at the court officials, this is not concerned about their own corpses. Look, Li Chengdang only feel the eyes of the gold star. The blood rolled over. Humph, squeezing out a cold snort through his teeth. Li Chengdang violently got up and whisked his sleeves away. He was afraid to stay any longer. Couldn't help but curse myself. When the courtiers saw this, their eyes were strange as they bowed in unison and said, Greetings, Your Highness. Those who were able to stand within this great hall after last night probably all knew that the Crown Prince no longer had any semblance of a possibility of sitting in that position. Look at this. It seems that His Royal Highness himself doesn't know. The morning court was scribbled over. After the duty, the sniffing courtiers did not go home in groups or meet for a drink as usual. Extremely tacit refusal of those cuties, of the invitation, walking hurriedly towards his car drive. Even those staggering cabinet ministers are walking much faster today, as fit as a fiddle, only for the greater part of an hour. In the past, the Dorkenby Sparrow car driving sparse hesitation lane gradually congested. Inexplicably many more strange car driving. As the congestion intensifies, Chen Baekwon, the minister of the Ministry of Public Works, lifts the curtain to look out, suddenly glimpses a colleague in civilian clothes on the neighboring car, and hastily puts his head back. But the man also happened to poke his head out. 4 eyes. Ha ha, what a coincidence. Your family's relatives also live in Doubtful Lane. Lord Zhu? Yeah, what a coincidence. On the adjacent carriages, the secretary of the Delizy, Julie, looked embarrassed and echoed a couple of sentences, saying quietly, the little uncle of Lord Chen's family is also in the hesitation alley? Ha ha. The two men laughed dryly for a few moments, silently lowering the curtains and blocking them again. It's all human. They quickly realized after last night's incident that they feared a change of heart. That notorious waste of a marquis is about not a man under a man in the Great Tang. Rather, it's an existence that can be wielded shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty the Emperor. And somehow the two had gotten nasty with each other. So I was afraid that sooner or later one of them would have to be without. There are people who are thoughtful enough to link the death of the assassin of Listening Wind Tower to the blood-soaked rebellion of the Empress's own family 15 years ago. It was more of a swift shock. Chen Aben, that shady thief. I'm afraid it's not the first time to disobey. More excessive things he has done. After figuring out this section, they couldn't sit still any longer. and rushed heartily toward the hesitant alley. A flowing emperor, an iron family, who wouldn't be an emperor? It always comes down to betting on both ends, and whoever sits in that chair doesn't lose out. Just to their dismay, in the hesitation alley blocked for most of the day, even Jinka Lane side of the Baozi vendors have pushed the unicycle ran 2 times, that the mediocre Chunlu Marquis house but never opened the door. My lord, Chan Marquis Chen seems reluctant to see guests. Should we? Why don't we leave first? At this point, blocking the front of the line, it's Xiao Bin, the Minister of Justice. After the house steward tragically returned to the house last night to give an account of that killing in Jinka Alley, he immediately realized that things had become complicated. Called in sick overnight, he came in disguise before dawn and blocked the door of the Marquis of Chinlio's residence. Only he didn't even go in the front door, even though he was early. Looking up at the sun that had long since climbed to the top of his head, Xiao Bin's lips quirked. Wait for another half an hour. Other people may want to flatter Chen Aben by placing bets on both ends. He's different. He was trying to beg Chen Aben to let himself go, although he also knew that Chen Aben probably wouldn't trouble himself over such a trivial matter. But what if, after all, his people weren't hanging around the streets yesterday? Time slips by extremely slowly. The sun is also getting more and more poisonous. Xiao Bin stood in the doorway against the hot sun, and in his heart he had already cursed his own son. Enter your mother. Who would you rather be in a sack than the little Marquis and Li Chang'an? So he scolded his own good son for suffering for a long time. Suddenly, he saw the gate creak open, and a stooped old butler slowly extruded his form from the doorway. See the visitor. Xiao Bin's face trembled, unconsciously backed up a few steps, until the crowd behind him blocked the retreat. He quietly wiped the cold sweat on his head, hardened his head and said, "The next official, Xiao Bin. See the great master." The old steward ignored him, sweeping his eyes over the powerful nobles who had blocked the doubtful lane. He waved his hand in disgust. "What are you doing here? Disperse." With these words, the crowd was abruptly silent. The eyes of the disguised dignitaries flickered as they secretly wondered, could it be that they guessed wrong? Chen Aben wasn't too interested in that position? Or is it that His Majesty's authority is as strong as ever, and Chen Aben is not sure of kicking him down, so he dares not openly receive us? But he's done much bolder things. Still afraid of this? Seeing that these powerful people are unmoved, the old butler stood on the stone steps and laughed sorrowfully. The old man counted to 3. "If you don't leave again, you will have to be personally invited to leave. Just go, just go." Xiao Bin, who was mortared at the front, changed his face slightly. Tongxian realm cultivation poured out without hesitation, turning his head to chide. "Back there, don't get lost yet. Pestle here to seek death?" Being stimulated by its momentum, the beast steeds pulling the carts were uneasy with their front hooves digging into the ground, scurrying around, all of a sudden making a mess, and in a short while, the entire hesitation alley was quieted down. Xiao Bin smiled sardonically towards the old housekeeper. With a swoosh, he scurried into his own car and ran quickly toward the outskirts of the late lane. After the crowd disperses, the hesitation alley is left full of chicken feathers. Powerful people come and go in a hurry, like powdered clowns acting out a farce about power against the closed doors of. Bunch of useless. The old housekeeper deflated his mouth sorrowfully, caged his sleeves with both hands, and turned toward the Marquis of Chinlio's residence, the deer pavilion at Dunkirk House. Shen Jian was leisurely lying on the rocking chair. Zhu Luer and Su Qid were sitting on the 2 sides, one feeding the wine and the other peeling the crabs. "You boys are good at enjoying yourself." Zhuang Yemo picked up a fat crab on the table pry open. Looking at the belly full of red and yellow crab paste side, Ningzhou and Chang'an nearly 80,000 miles apart. Pang Zhe's autumn crabs or the old man has not eaten a few times fresh. In your kid this can be a scourge of the random. If old brother Zhuang likes it, carry some back later. Shen Jian laughed casually. "I don't have anything else here, but I have enough wine and food. No need." Zhuang Yemo finished eating the autumn crabs, placed the crab shells on the table, and leisurely sighed. "People have self-knowledge. I don't have this rich life. I don't dare to force it." Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly and quietly waited for the following. When Zhuang Yemo saw this, his face stiffened slightly, knowing that this dead smart little guy had already seen through his intentions. He could only sit upright and look straight at Chen Jian. "Marquis Chen, what exactly do you think about that position?" Probably cold eyes are watching. Chen Jian waved his hand to signal Zhu Luer and Su Qid to leave, casually saying, "If Chen Aban wanted to sit in that position, 15 years ago it wouldn't have been just the Empress's kin who revolted." "And what was last night for?" Zhuang Mo asked quietly. Old dog Huang pointed to kill Xiao Nuer. Chen Liujia slaughtered all the assassins of Listening Wind Tower, almost eradicating the strength of Listening Wind Tower in plain sight. "Can it be that? Is it just because His Highness the Third Prince is so simple?" "No," Chen Jian laughed. "You old guys, you always like to complicate simple things. Li Suman is going to die. As his friend, isn't it reasonable for me to beg Chen Aben to make a move? Just so?" Zhuang Mo asked again. Just so, Chen Jian laughed. Great Tang was founded nearly 500 years ago. The kingdom has not lost its throne, and there are still many subjects in the 38 counties of the 16 states who have the heart of the Great Tang royal family. If Chen Aben wanted to sit in that position, he would inevitably kill people's heads, and blood would flow and corpses would be scattered all over the place. It even started the Great Tang Civil War, and it doesn't always work out. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Sure, the main reason is still that he really isn't interested. P.S. Sorry for the late first chapter today. Leaders, I wrote and deleted and wrote that chapter last night, always unsatisfied with it, and ended up staying up until midnight to be a little more satisfied with it, which led to me barely getting up for my shift today. There's another chapter coming later, I don't know when. I'll try to make it before 12. Chapter 104, We, your most loyal partners. It's good that Marquis Chen Liu can think this way. Zhuang Yamo saw that Chen Jian hadn't been overwhelmed by the temporary victory, and a big stone fell to the ground in his heart. The people are prospering and the people are suffering. The people are dying and the people are suffering. For hundreds of thousands of years, there has not been a single change of dynasty without bloodshed. It is better to be a dog of peace than a man of chaos, although it is not a prosperous time now. But for the common people, it is always much better than the previous dynasty when Emperor Tianqi was militaristic, and nimbly peeled an autumn crab. Zhuang Yamo gulped it into his mouth and asked vaguely, since Marquis Chen Liu does not intend to change the sky, is he prepared to help His Highness the Third Prince to ascend to the top? I don't know. Chen Jian laughed. You old guys have too many tricks in your stomachs, so don't even think about trying to get words out of me. Go ask Chen Aban at the Lane of Doubt yourself. Ha! Zhuang Yamo looked into the distance and said quietly, they did go, but they couldn't even get in the door. The courtiers want to save face and don't want to enter a greenhouse, so they asked me to ask you, can't even they sit still? Chen Jinan was slightly stunned. Emperor Wuda resided deep in the Taiji Hall, and the Great Tang appeared to be under the supervision of the Crown Prince. In fact, the real decision-makers of state affairs were the three cabinet ministers of the Central. One of them is Feng Jingji, who is known as the Minister of Power with Iron Bones. When Emperor Taizu beheaded the angels, broke his back, and put on the yellow robe, he was the one who carried the sword to cut off his head, and he was also the one who put on the robe for him. The second was Qin Weixian, the former Grand Secretary of State, who knew warfare and was good at leading troops. When Emperor Wuda had not yet risen to power, he had been a hussar general under his hand, and had even worshipped him as his teacher. 500 years ago, it was also him who turned against the Emperor of Tianqi in the battlefield and broke the back of the emperor, which completely buried the former dynasty that was strong for a while. The third was Su Ru, the Confucian minister of the day. As a rising star, Su Ru is considered to be the only Zhongshu provincial pavilion chief who comes from a humble background. He is both a scholar and a martial artist. Back then, he entered Minshan Mountain alone, with the heavenly constitution in his mouth, and used a sentence of Zibubu Jing to break the Buddhist teachings of the Bodhisattva of the West. This led to the supreme achievement of Emperor Wuda leading the Divine Strategies army to behead 100,000 barbarian monks and reclaim 100,000 mountains in Minshan. Su Ru, who was none other than Zhuang Mo's teacher. After half a second of silence, Chen Jian slowly said, I don't know what Chen Aban plans to do. However, Li Chang'an is my friend. Then there's nothing to say. Zhuang Mo sighed. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know that you, Chen Jian, are the future Marquis of Chenlu, and that Chen Aban favors you so much that he even gave you the Chenlu armor? Since you support His Highness the Third Prince, he probably won't have any other choice. It's ultimately up to Li Sung'an himself. Chen Jian looked at Zhuang Mo and suddenly asked quietly, Elder brother Zhuang, you and Su Xiang, who are you supporting again? If we had chosen different people, so what if the choice is different? Zhuang Mo pulled up a cold smile. Could it be that you have hidden a sword and axe man in this building? Chen Jian yanked over the basket on the table and laughed coldly. If it's not the same, you old white Parker, you won't be able to board the door of my greenhouse again. Zhuang Mo was slightly stunned. Laughter ensued. That position is never accompanied by bloodshed. Even the best of friends in the court will not be straightforward to reveal the real heart. But here in Chan Qian, it was as if she was supporting a cleaner to be selected as the top of the rouge list. Half a laugh, Zhuang Mo picked up the autumn crabs on the table and leisurely walked towards the door. Before stepping out of the threshold, he turned back and said seriously, whoever can make the people have enough to eat, whoever can fend off incoming enemies, whoever can make the people of Datong straighten their backbones, I, and my teacher, will support whoever it is. Time rushes. Another month or so passed. The bloodstains in Jinka Alley have long been washed away, and the house of the Minister of War, which was reduced to ruins, has rehung its door plaque, waiting for a new owner. The blurry-faced wanted notice of Li Chang'an was pasted in Chang'an City, only no one cared about it. In just over a month, the already blurry portrait is getting more and more blurry. This bizarre development was as if that fight had never existed in the first place. Only the occasional hissing sound coming from the Crown Prince's residence signaled that there were still people who couldn't get enough of him. That day after the court was dismissed, Li Chengdang returned to the Crown Prince's residence in a rage. Looking at the ghostly white jade capital, he finally figured out something. He has been abandoned. With nothing to do, Wunderkind whisked him out of that chair without even saying hello. Having figured this out, he entered the palace overnight and knelt in front of the Tai Chi Hall for 3 days and 3 nights again. Only this time, Wunderkind didn't have a soft heart. He wasn't even allowed to enter the Tai Chi Hall. As such, he also knew that he had completely lost his chance. I don't know when that fight will come. No matter if Wuda wins or loses, it no longer has anything to do with him. From here on out, he never went to court again. It was as if the courtiers, led by the cabinet ministers, had also forgotten him completely, and did not even pretend to come and invite him. It is still time to go to court and do things, not even with him pointing fingers. It's as if this great Tang suddenly became a little calmer. In the past, the sound of the prince's residence is full of talents, but also gradually cooled down. Nowadays, the only ones who still stay by his side are the Zhu Wuchang who was pushed out by him to take the pot and the eunuch Gaolisher who suddenly ranked in the realm of Void God. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Li Sungdin now realizes that only the ones who remain unflinching when they are down and out are good subjects and good partners. In the beginning, he had raised so many strategists, but the only one who was truly of one mind with him was Zhu Wuchang. As for Goliath, when he was no longer crippled, he was doomed to remain at Suk Fei's side. Your Highness, when it will be light. Zhu Wuchang pushed the door in and looked at the Crown Prince, who was sitting on the ground with his cloak of hair, and respectfully said, Your Highness, it's time for the court. Li Chengdang looked up at him. It's been over a month. Zhu Wuchang would come to invite him to the court every day. Even though he had been scolded countless times and even beaten up, he still came every day, rain or shine. Asterisk 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 off. Li Chengdang looked at the bruises on Zhu Wuchang's face, and just about to blurt out a furious scolding stowed away, hoarsely asked, Wuchang, can this palace still go to court? Your Highness is the Crown Prince supervisor. Why can't you go to court? Zhu Wuchang respectfully said, as long as His Majesty has not withdrawn his decree, you are the supervisor. But, resentment flashed in Li Chengdang's eyes as he suppressed a hiss, but he has already given up on me. He even preferred the bastard born of that maid. What's the point of this palace going to court? Let the entire court watch this palace's jokes and play with this palace as if it were a playwright? The impermanents were silent. Only after a long time did he say quietly, His Majesty's thoughts are like an abyss like the sea. Who can be sure that he has really made a choice? Who doesn't know about this full court? Li Chengdang hissed. He's afraid. He's rotten. 15 years ago he'd been afraid. These 15 years of locking himself up in the Taiji temple hadn't made him any stronger. It only made his fear of Chen Aban grow deeper and deeper. He even saw his own death. So he pushed Laosan to Chen Aban's side, praying for Chen Aban's heart to have mercy and help Laosan's bastard to the throne. That's just what everyone's guessing. Zhu Wuchang said quietly, even if His Majesty has abandoned you, but Your Highness, are you going to abandon yourself as well? Hundreds of thousands of years had descended, and which of the holy emperors who had reigned over the world had gotten their throne by relying on the mercy of others? Didn't they all rise from a mountain of corpses themselves? His Highness sat in the northern wasteland back then and also made great achievements. Should we give away the throne that we've been chasing for nearly 100 years just because of some wild guesses? Since His Majesty has abandoned you, all the more reason for you to prove to him that you can sit up there just as well without him. Li Chengdang looked up at Zhu Wuchang, a faint flame rekindling in his despairing eyes. After a long time, he hissed and asked, Wu Shan, can this palace, really? Your Highness, believe me, you can do it. Zhu Wuchang bowed and bowed long to the ground. You are not alone. You still have me. You still have Pang Xuan. You still have the Minister of the Household Department. And you still have the ministers in the court who have long been leaning towards you. They, all are your most loyal companions and sharpest butcher knives. Yes. Li Chengdang's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly raised his head. Wu Chang, help me up and accompany this palace to the court. Chapter 105 Li Sundin. The Trickster. The dawning of the hour will come. The morning bells chimed in the Hall of Two Rituals. The civil and military personnel who were qualified to attend the court were divided into 2 rows, and they walked in a row, heading inside the Hall of Two Eyes. The civil and military personnel skillfully found their places, then gathered up their official robes to cover the cold wind that leaked in from nowhere and began to doze off. The real things that need to be dealt with have actually been finalized a long time ago. Taking it to this temple to discuss it is nothing more than a mere formality. So they snoozed their hearts out. And now His Highness doesn't go to court. There wasn't a lot of red tape for the 3 courtiers. Basically a court meeting. The vast majority of officials can sleep from the entrance to the exit. After the crowd stood still, the 3 pavilion elders arrived late. they were seen hobbling and walking slowly toward the 3 small tables at the very front of the Hall of Two. Among them, the youngest among them, Su-ru, had lived for more than 500 years, but when it came to physical fitness, he might not be worse than these youngsters. After all, they were, at the very least, Tongxian realm cultivators. Su-ru was even in the cave realm. It's not guaranteed that they'll still be able to sit trembling in front of this court with a new crop of officials. After the 3 were seated, Su-ru coughed lightly, looked around and asked, "Lords, something to start?" Nothing to listen carefully with ears open. It stopped for about 10 breaths or so. Seeing that no one had stepped out of the queue, Su-ru slowly said, "Since there is nothing wrong with all the adults, then, Minister Su, this palace has something to report." Just as the dynasty was filled with silence, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the black-as-ink throne, interrupting Su-ru's words. As the cold voice rang out, several lamps were suddenly lit up on the throne in the Hall of Two Eyes, illuminating a bright yellow python robe. Crown Prince Li Sung-din, after hissing and roaring in the Eastern Palace for over a month, finally sat on the supervisory throne again. Its side, archly standing in the dark red eunuch's court dress, was Gao Lishur. Su-ru's eyes were slightly surprised as he looked up at the combative Crown Prince Li Chengding, and was silent for a long time before he said quietly, "All of you adults, please follow this official for an audience with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The snoozing officials awoke abruptly, conditioned reflexively bowed and sang in the same voice, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Long live Your Highness the Crown Prince." Li Chengding's gaze swept over the entire court, and a flush floated up on his face. He has been a supervisor for more than 10 years. Such sights have long been commonplace, but for some reason, today gave him an extraordinarily different feeling. It was as if a clown had suddenly donned a dragon robe, and the high and mighty men of Gun bowed down in front of him, and yet you can be free of responsibility, even ignoring their likes and dislikes, and don't even bother with any messed up faction veins, except for Zhu Wuchang and Gao Lishur. They are all traitors. This moment, look at the blackened heads. He even had some perverted thoughts vaguely rising. This gun to the public, there is a count one. Sooner or later one day to screw off their heads as a ball kick. With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, the corners of Li Chengding's mouth hooked into a wry smile. "All of you, please rise." The courtiers straightened up and secretly looked remotely at this crown prince who had been disheveled for more than a month, and abruptly they were all a little surprised because of the feeling that Li Chengding gave them at this time. It was as if he had been transformed into a new man, and he exuded a strong sense of self-confidence. The smile that curled the corners of his mouth was even more inscrutable. Trance. It was as if they had seen that years His Majesty the Emperor who first ascended to the throne and reigned over the world. The 3 court elders sat at the small table and exchanged glances with each other, all seeing surprise in their gazes. A few people understood at once. It's a matter of, they didn't do it. Li Chengding took in their surprise and smiled slyly. "Secretaries of the house, why are you stammering and not saying a word?" "I'm waiting for Your Highness to speak." Su-ru arched his hand. "The palace is in no hurry." Li Chengding laughed. "Prime Minister Su, you guys deal with business first. This palace's matters are minor. There's no rush." Su-ru was slightly stunned. This Jerry's heart like a McMahon's crown prince suddenly became a bit bizarre, and it caught him off guard. A half-dozen musings. He drew a thick booklet from his sleeve and spoke. "The end of the year is approaching." This official and Duke Feng and Duke Qin supervised the examination envoys of the Chinese and foreign palaces, and drew nearly 1,000 students from the state prison, and have completed this year's examination results and organized them into a booklet. In Chang'an, there were 275 officials, except those who were in mourning and sick, and all of them were enrolled in the register. Those whose names are read out by this official, please remove yourself from the black veil and kneel to the noon gate. This statement was made, like a cold wind blowing through, no matter whether there is no matter of civil and military ministers, all heart tips slightly trembling, thieving mother asterisk. Did this year's Kachuk come so suddenly? These 3 old undead people are more or less not talking about martial arts, and to have the students of the State Academy as examiners? Called that group of small calves who do not know the high ground to get involved, even if nothing has been found out. Some of them are really something. More than that, his eyes fluttered, estimating that the pillar was sturdier and able to crash to death in one go. A man dies and his sins are over. It is better than entering the heavenly prison and ending up in a miserable fate of beheading the whole family. Right in the midst of the panic in the hall, Su-ru slowly turned over the booklet. At that moment he was holding, not a cold name, but a rolling head. Her lips lightly opened. Su-ru slowly said, "Yi, wait." On the throne, Li Chengdang suddenly opened his mouth, once again interrupting Su-ru's words. Su-ru's face darkened slightly. Closing the book, he looked up at Li Chengdang, who was wearing a wry smile on his throne. "Your Highness, why don't you go first?" "Ha!" Li Chengdang's gaze swept across the hall. His eyes on several Yi officials slightly stopped. "Su-feis, do not be angry. The palace, just think. The Beijing inspection and other serious matters, involving the promotion and demotion of hundreds of officials, and even the head of the neck, handed over to the students of the state children's eunuchs. Whether it is too much of a child's play a bit? Your Highness, Su Ruge's cold silence, said in a deep voice, this matter is the old minister, Feng Gong, Qin Gong's supervision in the palace examination. The state children's supervision is just to assist from the middle, and this matter has already been decided by the Central Committee. It is a matter of performance appraisal, not a child's play. This palace still feels it's not right. Li Chengding hooked up a mocking smile. I believe that all the adults are the same. If you don't believe Su Xiang can ask them. I second the motion. Inside the hall, two ministers surnamed Ji scrambled out of the line. Trembling, said, the participation of students of the state prison in the Beijing investigation. Unreasonable. The three pavilion. This is not a good move. See this scene. The corners of Li Chengding's mouth hooked up as he said quietly, Lords, is this pamphlet thick? Sheesh. I also don't know how many heads can withstand the knife of the Ministry of Justice to cut yo. This statement was made. The court no longer stammers. Said in unison, I agree. The three cabinet ministers, this move is not good. This performance should be nullified. Your Highness reputation. Three small tables. Su Ru, Feng Jingji, and Qin Weixian exchanged glances, realizing that the tide had turned. Never in a million years. The prince had been haunting the Eastern Palace for over a month, and when he sat on that throne again, he had become so bizarrely difficult to deal with. Throughout these 15 years, I am afraid that the whole court has never praised him so sincerely as now, when he wrapped up a full court to force the palace. Even the three cabinet ministers, who were extremely powerful, could only step back for the time being. Silence for half a day. Su Ru looked around and calmly asked, Your Highness, what do you think should happen? The crown prince smiled wryly. Gao Li sure. Present the booklet. Goliath answered the promise. Bowing, he stepped off the high platform and spread his hands out. Su Ru's face darkened slightly. Slamming his sleeve, he placed the booklet in Gao Li's hand and sat down on the table with a cold snort. He has been planning for a long time for this Beijing inspection and performance appraisal, and he even went so far as to give up a few important positions, so that Feng Jingji and Qin Wei not at first. The goal was to purge the court of the ghosts and goblins that had been breeding in the court in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, when I was about to finish the job, I had to let Li Chengding ruin it with this weird thing. But if that's surrendering, he's not Su Ru Su Sang anymore either. This booklet is nothing more than a backup. How could he hand over something so important so easily? He had long ago put the original book that recorded the incriminating evidence into his Sumeru ring when he dropped his sleeve earlier. We have all the witnesses and material evidence, so we can settle the score afterward. Dancing clowns, there is always a time to fall and retire. Li Chengding took the booklet, turning it over carelessly. He glanced at it and raised his eyes toward the great hall. Then another look, and so on and so on. The civil and military ministers at the bottom, more and more terrified. I have a feeling that my name was probably written on that booklet. After a long time, Li Chengding finally finished reading the pamphlet and abruptly closed it, sweeping his gaze across the hall, saying quietly, Lords, you also don't want this pamphlet to be publicized. Chapter 106, Prince, Crazy Demon. My lords, you don't want this pamphlet to be publicized either. Listening to this strange tone, the entire court instantly realized the true meaning of it. His Royal Highness. It's about threatening them. All were silent for a while, quietly waiting for what was to come. The three courtiers also closed their eyes. Sure, unlike this hall full of civil servants, they were just too lazy to pay attention to this creepy thing. After all, the booklet was created by them, and they had their own accounts in their minds as to who was on the booklet and who deserved to die. Even if not, with their rank, as long as they are not crazy enough to rebel, even the greatest sins are just about a breeze over the post to them. Humph, a nest of stabbing goods. Li Chengding looked at the courtiers who didn't say a word and despised them in his heart. If he had seen this pamphlet a month or so ago, he might have been grumpy. After all, it was his world, his future, that they were wreaking havoc with. But not anymore. Now he would only despise these stupid rats, who had actually sent their heads under someone else's knife just for a little bit of petty gain. Despise them, but also take them by the throat, catch them by the tail, threaten them to hand over what they want. A snicker followed. Li Chengding slowly said, This palace heard that the Ministry of Warhouse, is it still empty? This statement was made. There was an abrupt silence in the great hall. The courtiers coincidentally dropped their gazes onto one of those three small tables. That former Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court, now Imperial Teacher and Pavilion Master of the Central Secretariat Province, Qin Weixian. Because everyone knows that. The authority of the Secretary of the Ministry of War has been arranged by Cabinet Secretary Qin long ago. Even, Pavilion Master Qin's youngest son, Qin Badian, was already on his way back to the capital. Li Chengdang also turned his gaze toward Pavilion Master Qin, a hint of fear flashing under his eyes. This old man has been rooted in the imperial court for many years, his forces are intertwined, and he has countless disciples and grandchildren under his tutelage. He also had the support of the Yuzhou gatekeeper family, and with the name of the imperial master, he had never taken him, the supervisor, in his eyes. When Li Sungdin first took charge of the supervisory state, he was ambitious and made many proposals, but he was told to give a hard time. The most outrageous thing of all, the old guy actually got impatient and said he had good advice and not to suggest it in the future. If this old man has his eyes on the position of Secretary of the Ministry of War, yet he is also in trouble. This instant, Li Chengdang even beat a retreat in his mind. Just as he was struggling internally, Zhu Wuchang's groundbreaking words exploded in his ears again. Since His Majesty has abandoned you, all the more reason for you to prove to him that you can sit up there just as well without him. Which holy emperor, who reigns over the world, did you get the throne through the mercy of others? Didn't they all rise from a mountain of corpses on their own? Boom! These words were like the thunder of the avenue, wiping out the fear within him. Next moment, Li Chengdang's chest and abdomen surged with countless great strength, a vast aura overflowed, and his slightly bent spine slowly straightened, eyes like a torch, looking down on Qin Weixian. Since the owner of the Ministry of Military Affairs house is hanging in the balance, the palace does have a candidate. Why not call him out and give all the adults a palm to see if he has that blessing to be able to move in? After this statement, an inexplicable depression rolled throughout the entire hall. Qin Weixian raised his head to look at Li Chengdang, and the murky eyes were ghostly silent, as if they were a bottomless abyss. Li Chengdang met his gaze, his spine straightening. The moment, everyone held their breath. They even had a feeling that if anyone dared to walk between their gazes at this moment, they were afraid that they would be instantly caved in. After a long time, Qin Weixian's decayed face swung open, the corner of his mouth hung up in a mocking smile, just like a withered old tree suddenly sprouting. Since your highness wants to see it, it's good to see it. The corner of Li Chengdang's mouth crooked, ignoring the cold sweat that had long flowed behind him. He braced his spine and hissed, Gao Li Shi, summon Zhu Wuchang into the hall. Gao Li Shi answered in a low voice, and stood across the room and sang, calling the crown prince of the Eastern Palace to wash the horse, and Lord Zhu Wuchang into the palace. As his words fell, the eunuchs on duty outside the great hall sang in turn, their shrill harmonies rippling away and eventually reaching the hall of waiting for summoning within the white jade capital. The civil and military officials all looked sideways at the outside of the great hall. The court meeting had developed to this point, and the crown prince was almost at the end of his tale. Everyone is clear. The reason why the crown prince has become so bizarre, and even hard against the three cabinet ministers, for the sake of, is the position of the Secretary of the Ministry of War, and given the prince's past behavior, he probably didn't have the kind of brain to be in control of the whole situation. Such perfect timing, such playfulness. I'm afraid it's all because of that irregular's poking and prodding behind the scenes. Why else would the crown prince not go to court for more than a month? And when he did, he just happened to bump into Minister Su, who was sharpening his knife. They are not strangers to the impermanence of the, even stood and napped with them in the first place, just as if a flash in the pan, in the position of the royal historian not more than a few days, but because of the recommendation of the young marquis as an angel, was pushed out by the prince to the top of the pot. I didn't realize that now he had returned once and for all. He coveted the position of the powerful secretary of the Ministry of War. Not much longer. A cloth-clothed Zhu Wuchang appeared at the entrance of the hall, only to see his sideburns slightly gray, his face ancient wells, walking like an idle step, as if it is not to enter the palace audience, just to visit friends. This guy has a good temperament. Seeing him in this selling position, the courtiers' hearts faintly praised him. I just feel that the sideburns of the slight white a bit blinding. For a moment I cannot remember when he was the royal secretary is not also this look. After all, there are too many officials. Who pays attention to his hair if he's not a frequent traveler? My humble servant, Zhu Wuchang. Meet your highness the crown prince. Meet the pavilion master. Meet all the lords. The impermanent bodies were slightly bent and saluted without humbling themselves. Lords, Li Chengdang, mouth slightly curved, said faintly, the palace would like to recommend you to serve as secretary of the Ministry of War. Qin Gulao seems to have a different opinion. You said to Qin Gulao said. Zhu Wuchang gazed at Qin Weixian and bowed. Pavilion elder Qin, please test me. Qin Weixian's eyes were slightly closed, as if he hadn't heard Zhu Wuchang's words. The impermanents were not annoyed either, and bowed down and did not get up. The atmosphere in the great hall was then eerily quiet like this. The ministers didn't know what kind of drugs Qin Weixian was selling. Time flows like water. Half an hour passed. Zhu Wuchang still maintained his bowing posture. Qin Weixian still didn't say anything, and people even heard his snoring gradually rising. Until the clock strikes noon, Qin Weixian slowly opened his eyes. His voice, cold voice, I am tired. First please leave the court. He then walked out of the Hall of Two Eyes as if he had no one else to talk to. The entire court was confused. The corners of Li Chengdang's mouth hooked into a smile as he looked at Qin Weixian with an icy gaze. He knew that he had won this round. After Qin Weixian left, Li Chengdang picked up the thick booklet, raised high. His eyes swept across the hall, quietly laughed. The palace appointed Zhu Wuchang for the Ministry of War. In charge of the Ministry of War Authority. Who are in favor of you? Who is against? I have no objection. The civil and military personnel of the court did not bother to ponder over the reason behind Qin Weixian's strange move, and all of them responded in unison, saying, Lord Zhu Wuchang's talent is quick-witted, and he is well versed in both literature and martial arts, so it is most appropriate for him to be at the helm of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Your Majesty's great honor. Since everyone has no objections, Li Chengdang arm vibration, thick book into crumbs fluttering, he looked down on the dynasty of civil and military. The corner of his mouth hanging smile, Gao Lisher proposed a decree. The original Prince Wushang Zhu Wuchang, quick-witted, both military and civil, recommended by all the officials, the post of Secretary of the Ministry of Military Affairs, in charge of the Ministry of Military Affairs. This order shall take effect immediately, and the Secretary is hereby instructed to inform all the counties. Dismissed. At your service. Gorgonites saluted in response to the promise. The entire court retired in turn. After the crowd dispersed, the Crown Prince sat on the supervisor's throne, looking at the empty hall, and suddenly laughed, at first suppressed, gradually becoming agitated, and finally the laughter shook the four fields. 15th year of supervision. He'd never been in more pain than he was today. At the beginning, he was trembling with fear and trembling on thin ice, weighing both right and left, but later on, his ambition grew. He cultivated his party and colluded with the court officials, and then to the hissing heart of death and despair of a month or so ago. There are all kinds of minds in the world. It just didn't ever hurt, just not from today. He doesn't care anymore. No need to weigh the pros and cons, no need to weigh left and right, and no need to care what Wunderkind thinks. Total return. This position of supervisor. He can sit for one day. The Great Tang loves to die or not. The world loves to be in chaos or not. Wudu loves to die or not. Outside the Great Hall, the full court who had not yet walked away looked back at the empty Tu temple, listening to the rampant and eerie laughter. One thought coincidentally flooded his mind. The Crown Prince, mad as hell. Chapter 107, he's not stupid, he's just smart in a less obvious way. Greenhouse. Dear court, Zhu Luer familiarly poured the wine from the western region for Zhuang Mo, and warmed a pot of green ants and set out a few plates of small dishes for Chen Jian, slightly bending over to exit her loft. Zhuang Mo has been hanging out with Chen Jian since. Gradually also from that shoulder up the whole literary world of the giant Confucian turned into a greenhouse old drunkard. Every now and then, he comes to the greenhouse to play the wind, and he has not even paid half a coin. Even every time I come, he has to let Zhu Luer or Su Qid study the ink and wait for them, delaying them from earning money for nothing. But they still never complained, because Chuang Mo was their teacher. It was he who spilled a diatribe, refused to women into the school of rotten Confucianism, scolded a bloody head, and against the gossip. In Chang'an City South Academy, opened the first acceptance of female disciples of the academy. This is what allows women in the world to call themselves bookworms with a straight face. Back then, Zhu Luer and Su Qid enrolled in the City South Academy before their families fell, and their seat teacher was Zhuang Mo. After Zhu Deer retired, Zhuang Mo held the chopsticks and picked up a slice of swordfish and ate it, sighing quietly, Jian, it seems that old me has never thanked you. Where does the thanks come from? Chen Jian also picked up a piece of swordfish, placing the bamboo chopsticks in the sunlight. The tip of the chopsticks was as thin as a cicada's wing, crystal clear. He knew that this must be Shao Qinger's personal copying knife. Nowadays, among the greenhouses, other than him, only Shao Qinger had such skillful swordsmanship. Sure enough, just outside the deer loft, a green-shirt Li Qinger was carefully wiping the grease from the fish-killing knife. As if she felt his gaze, Li Qinger turned around and smiled sweetly at him. This smile, just a smile back 100 winks. 6 palace powder no color. Lamentable contempt could be heard throughout the greenhouse at once. Chen Jian is not a proper son. What a waste. The famous flower girl in Chang'an was abducted by him to become a vulgar fish-killing woman. Chen Jian was unimpressed. Just looking at the flat and unimpressive knife pouch on Li Qinger's waist, he thought that the knife he let Lao Er fight with should be almost ready. Jian? Zhuang Mo swept his chopsticks toward Chen Jian's eyes and said in dissatisfaction, you bastard boy drinking with the old man, and you still dare to be distracted? Chen Jian came back to his senses and glared at Zhuang Mo in dissatisfaction, sneering, I'm their boss, it's only natural that I treat them better. There's no need for you, an autumn guest, to thank me. Ha! Zhuang Mo had a thick skin and smiled without saying anything. Holding chopsticks and eating a few slices of swordfish, he shook his luminous cup and lamented, this time, the Beijing investigation. As you expected, full of civil and military personnel, counting. There are not a few clean. Fortunately, this matter was stopped by the crown prince. Otherwise, according to the teacher's temperament, I'm afraid that today this Chang'an city will really be rolling in heads. After all, there are students from the state academy involved. Chen Jian laughed. That is, the time is too short. A little longer. I'm afraid that the booklet will have to be a few points thicker, and it's unlikely that you, the old man, will have to land a name on it. At that point, Chen Jinan paused. Taking up the warm green ants on the table, he said quietly, moreover, you're also wrong about Su Xiang. If he really wanted to kill people with their heads rolling, how could the crown prince, even if he was crazy, stop his killing intent? After all, he was a cave realm patriarch who had established Confucianism as a Tao species. In the beginning, only one word broke the Buddha's Dharma of the West Buddha Bodhisattva, and he would not let the crown prince open his mouth. So how could the crown prince open his mouth? Zhuang Yimou frowned slightly. It was a long time before he mused. You mean, teacher is deliberately hiding it? Or else? Chen Jian gave Zhuang Yimou a disgusted look. In Chang'an alone there are more than 300 officials and nearly 1,000 yamans Zhuang. The end of the year is approaching. So who's going to do the work if their heads are chopped off? When is the head not to be chopped off when there is always human and material evidence? Is that so? Zhuang Yimou is a great scholar of literature, but also the state scholarship de Xingzhou, great influence in the dynasty, but the political sense of smell is extremely general. Or at first it is not so stupid to run to the crown prince hall kneeling to scold the crown prince of misdemeanor. Now that I heard Chen Jian say this, half believing, turning to think of the teacher's abyss-like city, he couldn't help but believe a few points. Chen Jian is right. The teacher, with his humble background, was able to stand in the imperial court for more than 500 years without collapsing, and even had a seat child within the Hall of Two Eyes, and I'm afraid that if he really wanted to make a move, the crown prince wouldn't have been able to stop him. But a teacher for what? Was it all for nothing? Or, just so the crown prince can seize the opportunity to push Xu Wuchang into the position of Minister of War? Think of this possibility. Zhuang Mo's face suddenly changed. Teacher, the one who supports is actually the crown prince? Chen Jian had perhaps spent a lot of time with the old housekeeper. Seeing the clear stupidity in Zhuang Mo's eyes, he didn't explain, but just smiled sorrowfully. Shomo was lost in thought. Before you leave, he even held a guilty conscience towards Chen Jian, not even carrying away the jug of wine that was still unfinished. Chen Jian stood in the deer pavilion looking at the disoriented Zhuang Yimou from a distance with a slight frown. Su Ru Su sang, these old things, really cannot be underestimated. Chen Jian just gave Zhuang Yimou a small suggestion. This time the Beijing inspection. You can let the students of the State Council a little bit of participation. Su Ru then took the move without hesitation. Even through Zhuang Yimou, the old simpleton, he revealed without a trace that he would be sharpening his sword today. And so it came to pass that the imperturbable's early morning exhortations to the prince through Xu Wuchang is the military advisor of the 13 invaders. The night of the bloodshed in Jinka Alley, it was Xu Wuchang who expended countless efforts to keep Li Chang'an's physical body intact, even at the expense of losing his cultivation. And at only 50 or so years of age, his temples were stained with white frost. When the 7 great families surrounded the Shangshu residence, he took advantage of the chaos to blend into the siege and kill the team. Became the most honored Yuan-Shi member of the greenhouse. Li Sunan reveals his identity to Chen Qian before he leaves the capital. The two hooked up and hit it off. The partnership sent Gao Li Shi to the prince's residence again. Became the head of the Chamberlain supervisor. After today, but also under the authorization of Li Changding, has reorganized the listening to the wind building. It's safe to say, inside that palace, not counting those eunuchs who accompanied Wu Du to live deeply in the Taiji Hall, nowadays, Lao Gao is already the eunuch with the most power on the surface. Su Ru and Chen Jian have never even met, just through a few passages that Zhuang Yimou himself didn't even know about. He hooked and wove a giant net. On the one hand, it pushed Xu Wuchang to the position of Secretary of the Ministry of War, and on the other hand, it killed Qin Weixian's ambition to hold the Ministry of War. Qin Weixian is too powerful in the military department. Many of the generals in the army are his old subordinates. If he is allowed to take charge of the Ministry of War, control the promotion and depreciation of military generals, the Prime Minister of the Ministry of War Logistics, patrol the border, I am afraid that no one in the dynasty in the field can no longer compete with it. This is why Qin Weixian did not say a word in the courtroom. He knew, he was still in a hurry. Qin Weixian, Feng Jingji, Su Ru, one of these 3 evergreen cabinet ministers must be of one mind with Wu Du. I just don't know who it is, or all 3. Wu Du resides deep in the Taiji Hall. Unless he's crazy, there's no way he'd be comfortable letting that dumbass prince oversee the country. After watching it for a long time, Chen Jian shook his head, returned to his chair, and muttered to himself, I'm so stupid. What's the point of thinking about this for nothing? Jian isn't stupid. he's just smart in a less obvious way. The Great Tang Forgiveness State. Under the jurisdiction of Minshan 100,000 mountains in Husher County, Husher further northwest up 10,000 miles, is its capital place, Blackwater City. Blackwater City is isolated and sparsely populated, yet it has become the capital of the Forgiveness State because of only one person. That sword Saint Shu Qingho, who opened the sky with his sword and cut down the quasi-emperor 500 years ago. For it was from Blackwater City that he had originated. Back then he staggered out of Blackwater City with a wooden candle on his shoulder and bad wine in his hand, and then never went back. It's just that as his reputation grew and his swordsmanship became more and more advanced, Blackwater City was gradually reflected in people's eyes, until he opened the heavenly gate with his sword and chopped down the quasi-emperor who came out across the gate with a single sword. Blackwater City became another holy place outside the sword pavilion in the eyes of the world's sword cultivators. After the founding of the Great Tang, the Blackwater City was established as the capital of the state of forgiveness, and it was intended that Zhu Qingho's descendants would be in charge. But Zhu Qingho took the sword as his companion, and he lived for nearly 1,000 years without even a wife. Naturally, there will be no offspring. Finally, people found that this remote small town of agricultural craftsmen to build a particularly durable agricultural tools, after careful study found that the original are to transverse the black water quenching of the Blackwater City. So Emperor Taizu waved his hand and appointed the descendant of the playmate who chipped wood into a sword for Zhu Qingho as the Lord of Blackwater City, and collected the Blackwater workshop as an official use, turning it into a sword furnace. Up until now, sword cultivators in the world gradually spread the rumor that casting swords only use the sword furnace, and practicing swords only learn from the sword pavilion. At this moment, inside a sword furnace in Blackwater City, Chen Zhiming was bare-chested, and said righteously to Old Li, who was picking at his feet beside him, "Although the knife I hit is not handsome in appearance, at least it is durable. I won't allow you to say that about Jian. After all, it was paid for." Chapter 108, Sword Saint Furnace. The Battle of Yendang Mountain. Chen Zhiming forcefully mobilized 3,000 sword qi to kill 4 Tongshan realm minor patriarchs with a single sword, causing the sea of qi, which was already leaking in all directions, to instantly shatter. Although he was stitched up by the market fire and had the auger pack sword to comb through the messy sword qi, he was still seriously injured and even nearly paralyzed. Old Li wasn't much better. He had been trapped by Zhu Qingho's sword intent for more than 500 years. His qi si had long since withered, and even his innate sword had been lost somewhere, so he was already considered a half-wasted man. That's why he said in the first place that he could only make at most 3 swords. Inside the city of Langia, he used a withered branch as a brush to draw a gun for the man in Shue's clothes. Another complete detonation of sword energy in the royal sword sect, barely counting as the first sword. When Jiang Daoyu came with a holy weapon, he held a wooden stick to split it back, which was the second sword. Yendang Mountain chopped open the sky with a single sword, dragging and dropping the cave realm perfection Jiang Daozong, who was holding a sacred soldier, and the cave realm Shi Mengqing, who was holding a half-sacred soldier, into the sky, which was the third sword. Therefore, when he held the wooden candle and beheaded Shi Mengqing to rob the divine flame furnace, and scared the deeply hidden Jiang Daozong into fleeing, the only remaining sword qi in his sea of qi had already dissipated. Wooden candle was Zhu Qingho's sword when he first entered the Zhenghu, and after nearly 1,000 years, it has long been ranked among the holy weapons. However, in this world, other than Chen Zhiming who dragged Zhu Qingho's sword intent into the sea of qi, no one was qualified to use it. Sword kuei is even less likely, because it was the very thing Zhu Qingho was holding in his hand when he lightly chopped down the wildly uncontrollable sword kuei with a single sword back then. So the sword kuei holding a wooden candle in his hand is actually not much different from holding a wooden stick. On that day, after he landed from the heavens and stirred up Shi Mengqing's Dao seed deposited in the divine fire furnace and casually threw it to Zhong Yan, he collapsed straight onto the roof of the car. After Zhong Yan ignorantly received Shi Mengqing's inheritance, the door of creation opened wide and the Yin god grew wildly. He had actually broken through several realms in a row from an ordinary person in one fell swoop, leaping to become a void transformation realm cultivator, become the strongest of the 3 of them. When he looked at the 2 swordsmen who had suddenly turned into invalids, Zhong Yan did something against his ancestral teachings of treason between his eyes. She helped Kenshikai up to sit upright and propped him up with a wooden stick. He also held Chen Zhiming, whose sword qi had gradually subsided, in his arms and carefully combed his disheveled hair for him. Chen Zhiming was in a trance of consciousness, and his heart warmed slightly. Figured I'd better double-check how much money she actually has when the injury heals. However, Zhong Yan actually did not speak of martial virtues and did not give him this opportunity. The witnesses were the old Li, who was held up by a wooden stick. After the ceremony, she threw Jian Kuei into the grove and forced the cave to be rounded up in that leaky wagon everywhere. Afterwards, Zhong Yan said with a serious face that he would be responsible, and contentedly carried Chen Zhiming on his back and picked up old Li Royal Wind to return to the He Shizhong family. out of this, confused Chen Zhiming, and so he became the son-in-law of the Zhong family. That's not all. In Hushi Zhongfu, she even found a widow for Laoli as well, and it almost became raising the dark, ugly and shallow pit-covered fish-killing knife. Chen Zhiming carefully scrutinized it like those casting masters, revealing a satisfied smile after a long time. This is the first time I cast a killing weapon other than agricultural tools. Let's just call it Choyi. Jian will surely like it. 20 yuan stones to cast this thing. It's useless to call it a saint soldier. Old Li gave the fish-killing knife a disgusted look. I thought it was only Chen Jian who was stupid and had a lot of money. If it was anyone else, I would have asked you to return the money. Chen Zhiming was not impressed. Inserting the fish-killing knife carefully into the sheath, he said with a serious face, Old Li, go and put up the sign. From now on, my sword furnace, take up the job of casting swords. Are you serious? The corners of Old Li's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but admonish, Chen kid, you are at least a genius of the sword Dao, and the son-in-law of the Hushi Zhongfu. Why would you be so? If it's really about money, isn't it enough that you can take whatever you want from the Hushi Zhong family? After all, the rice has been cooked. We eat soft rice hard, no one dares to say anything. If you can't get past that, just think of it as that little ninny Jiangyin paying your park money or something. I earn my money with what I have. It's not shabby. Chen Zhiming saw that Old Li's words were sincere, slightly touched, and sighed with his hands folded. Jian can open a greenhouse. I'm just opening a sword furnace. It won't dishonor my identity. Is this something that ing dishonors you? Old Li pointed to the ground on the book Sword Saint Furnace plaque cursed. This ing is a pit. Those boys empty the money bag, for the sword to go to the end of the world, not for the battle of the laborer's burning stick. That's how I let you crooked merchants screw me over back then. Old Li. Chen Zhiming looked at Jian Kuei slyly. Are you going to become an enemy of my path? Asterisk. Old Li stifled a curse and picked up the sign on the ground and walked indignantly toward the door. A generation of sword leaders, after all, wrongly paid. Just as he was hanging the plaque, in the distance came a woman in a green shirt. The woman had a jade hairpin on her head and a sword on her waist, and she saluted from a distance. Zhong Yan greets Senior Sword Kuei. Ho ho! Old Li's old face slumped and he ignored her, suspecting that he had probably committed a great sin in his past life that he was told to meet these two in this life. One sends widows to his bed when he can't move, and the other pisses him off all day. Elder, where is husband? Zhong Yan did not mind Old Li's attitude. After all, the matter was really her doing, not false. Luanjia line, the concepts established by Zhong Yan since childhood were all destroyed, so that she almost changed from inside to outside. To put it before, don't even think about doing such a thing. Nowadays, she can no longer find the gentle and lovely look of a lady of the world in her, and she is drifting away from the path of a chivalrous woman in the jungle. You can't read it yourself? Old Li stifled a grunt, more or less regretting that he had thrown the divine fire furnace to this ninny. At that time is also inexplicably thought of Luanjia city outside the cliff that insisted on with Chen Zhimian together with the poor woman to die, just by hand. I didn't realize it was almost a disaster. A woman would only affect how fast he could draw his sword. After all, the reason why Zhu Qingho's sword was so fast was because he had been a bachelor all his life. He was the one who aspired to be the sword saint. How could he get his hands on those red powdered dead bones? Seeing that Old Li was about still angry, Zhong Yan also stopped paying attention to him. Looking up from himself, he looked at the three large twisted characters on the door plaque and marveled. Husband's characters are sword-like and distinctive without being commonplace. Even if they were only given a cast of a burning stick, they're about as good as they're going to get. Ha, you guys are quite the couple. The corners of Old Li's mouth twitched. These two were worthy of being a family. Even the shameless look was the same. He was convinced of Kid Chen's attainments in the way of the sword, but when it came to calligraphy and sword casting, dogs are worse. Chen Zhiming, who was clanging iron in the sword furnace, heard Zhong Yan's heartfelt admiration and couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth. That's right. How can I be one of those treacherous merchants out there? I can obviously grab. Yet they were still given a burning stick. In this Blackwater city, you won't be able to find a thicker and more honest swordcasting master than me. This thought was not a reason he found in Chen Jiman's heart. He really thought this way. After all, the reason why he opened the sword furnace was in addition to his sincere desire to earn money. The deeper reason is still being forced. That day, when he walked into Blackwater City with a huge sum of money in his pocket, the sight of sword furnaces all over the place in full swing made him think wrongly that the day of recasting the broken sword was just around the corner. After mindfully and secretly traveling throughout Blackwater City, he finally endured the pain of pulling out yuan stones and placing them in front of a swordmaker with white hair and gnarled arms. Then he saw that legendary thick and honest sword-casting master pick up the yuan stones piled up on the table, and without lifting his head, he said, barely enough to cast a cold iron sword. If you want to carve words, it's a different price. At that moment, Chen Jimin almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. After a long period of silence, he asked undauntedly, 1,000 yuan stones plus 327 200 silver and 5 copper plates. Only the cold iron sword? Only one? The master swordsmith finally looked up at him and said, rightfully so, or else. So Chen Jiming silently withdrew the huge amount of money on the table. Carrying the wooden candle, he went to the city lord's mansion and rested it on the neck of Zhu Qingho's descendant's great-grandson, who was his childhood playmate. In a bizarre tone of both excitement and anger, I want a furnace. Right away. Right now. And then there was this Sword Saint Furnace with the scary name. Chapter 109, Sword Furnace's first guest. Husband, it's time to go home for dinner. Zhong Yan sat on the sidelines propping up his chin to watch Chen Jiming work the iron until he put down the hammer. Only then did he open his mouth at the right time. Today I made your favorite roasted geese and steamed cod, which Xian had just sent by flying sword yesterday. Chen Jimin wiped the non-existent sweat with the towel on his shoulder. Meeting Zhong Yan's nymphomaniacal gaze and remembering that shameful night, he grunted softly. Did old Li's saucy keister make it? Of course. When Zhong Yan saw Chen Jiming's demeanor, the corners of her eyes narrowed into a line as she smiled and said, the big snakes that my concubine killed with her own hands, oh, they can be tiring. The corner of Chen Jiming's mouth twitched. Old Li has a good point. Women, it's true, can only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Ever since she and Zhong Yan inexplicably got married, she has gradually become unable to resist this woman's pampering. Sighing inexplicably, Chen Jimian walked forward to hold Zhong Yan's outstretched little hand and walked towards a courtyard not far from the sword furnace. Husband, today the city lord came again also. His grandson Wen Xiao'er will soon celebrate his 100th birthday, and asked if you can lend him the wooden candle to play for 2 days. Oh, Chen Jimian snorted lightly. What did you say? Of course I refused. Zhong Yan smiled and said, I showed them earlier days. To borrow it to play, it's another price. You did the right thing. Chen Jiming nodded. He didn't receive any money for the first time he showed it to him. Don't think about a second time, unless he exempts us from the tax money for opening the furnace. Well, listen to your husband. The two walked ahead, hand in hand. Zhong Yan chattered about some trivial matters. Chen Jiming occasionally echoed a sentence, only when talking about money to talk more. Old Li followed them, looking at the shadows merging on the ground, inexplicably feeling his teeth sink a little. The widow is actually quite handsome. Back to the yard for dinner. Chen Jiming also called on Old Li, who had been reduced to an invalid, to go to the sword furnace to receive customers. After all, the Sword Saint Furnace sign had already been put up. He envisioned that soon the sword-seeking swordsmen would be breaking down the threshold, clattering silver into their pockets with no desire. He had even figured out that he couldn't be like those crooked merchants in the city. He had to be a thick and honest sword maker. Sword casting $1,000 stone. Engraving can be free. Most of the day passed in a flash. The streets were bustling with people. The sword furnaces on the street clanked incessantly, but the door of the Sword Saint Furnace never even had half a ghostly shadow step through it. Chen Jiming and Lali sat on the threshold, gazing furtively at the Jianghu Ranger children passing by outside the door, wondering where the problem was. The ranger is about 20 years old. The breath was vague. A small cultivator who had just entered the innate realm. He's on this trip. Must be in search of a sword, because he had looked at many sword furnaces along the way, and had carefully inquired about the price of each one. Chen Jiming was ready to receive him. Unexpectedly, that guy just glanced at him and walked towards the distance with unceasing steps, even turned around and grunted disdainfully. Chen Jiming looked at the ranger dully, then looked up at the sword-intensive door plaque. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he took a step, instantly appearing in front of that ranger. Why don't you come in, and don't even ask for the price? That ranger's son looked at Chen Jiming, who suddenly blocked his way and asked, is it against the law not to come in? No offense, Chen Jiming said. The ranger asked again, is it against the law not to ask the price? No offense, Chen Jiming continued. That ranger child raised an eyebrow. Then why are you blocking my way? For your information, Anon, I'm from the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Court? Chen Jiming swept over the ranger's chi-si and said quietly, since they are from the Sword Pavilion, why don't they come in and even ask for the price? Is it against the law not to come in and ask for a price? The ranger's eyebrows were raised like two swords about to take off. Breaking the law. Chen Jiming nodded, then gently pushed the ranger child all of a sudden like a feather as a light swing into the sword furnace. Old Li quickly closed the door to receive guests. Old Li's old face darkened slightly as he rose from the threshold and creaked the door shut. Thief mother asterisk. It's the first time I've seen a kidnapped guest come to forge a sword. After entering the sword furnace, that ranger child finally a little panicked. Chest out, to you say Anon, I am the people of the Sword Pavilion. If you dare to mess around, I a flying sword to the sky. Immediately have the Sword Pavilion 3000 sword cultivators toward you this broken stove to ask for the sword. Oh, The corner of Chen Jiming's mouth curled slightly as he gently tugged his palm toward the void. Just inside the sword furnace, there were 3,000 remnant swords instantly raising their heads. The densely packed remnants of the sword glowed with a cold light, pointing at the ranger's son from afar. Is it 3,000 swords like this? Looking at the 3,000 remnant swords that appeared out of nowhere, the ranger looked appalled and dumbfounded. Only after a long time did he slowly regain his senses and fiercely knelt on the ground and cried in fear, "Lord Swordmaster, I just didn't come in and didn't ask for the price, but the crime is not to death." Chen Jiming's face darkened slightly. "I'm really not as good as Ji Yan, the first guest. I can't believe I was scared out of my wits." The ranger had forged the sword after all, and he didn't even pick and choose or ask for a price like he did elsewhere. With unparalleled alacrity, he pulled out all the yuan stones in his sumaru ring. Exactly 1,200 pieces. Ranger child born in Heshi, is the only grandson of the Hoshi County governor. When he was young, he aspired to be a swordsman, and for this reason, he even changed his name to Sword, surname Fan, first name Sword. Half a month ago, he finally succeeded in joining the innate realm as a cultivator. So on a dark and windy night, he borrowed his family's 200 yuan stones and ventured into the Jianghu alone, to find the sword he had yet to match. As the world knows, cast swords only in sword furnaces, learn swords only in sword pavilions. Since we're going to be sword cultivators, it is natural to forge the best sword. Moreover, he also inquired about the most honest and generous swordmaker in Blackwater City with the highest level of skill, and that casting a sword required 1,000 yuan stones, and another 200 for engraving. The earlier inquiry on the street was nothing more than a stroll. What he was really going for was the very same sword furnace that Chen Jimin didn't dare to go to, and the reason why he didn't enter the sword saint furnace was probably because the 3 words on that plaque were too ugly, and the gazes of those 2 men on the threshold were too expectant. A true master. It was impossible to give that pitiful look to the sword seeker. That's why he turned a blind eye and even gave a light grunt of disdain. After listening to Fan Jian tell the whole story, Chen Jimian silently collected the yuan stones, let him come to the door in 3 days to get his sword, and also specially explained that this is the first sword cast by the sword furnace, shoulders a great honor, is of special significance, to be treated well by him. The path of his sword path will begin with this sword. As for naming rights, just don't give it to him. After all, with Fan Jian's intelligence, he probably couldn't come up with a good name, and would only dishonor the sword of this special significance for nothing. To this, Fan Jian certainly didn't have half an opinion. He even wept with joy and swore that he would take this sword as his destiny sword, inheriting the supreme sword Dao. Chen Jiming was satisfied with his attitude, personally escorted him out of the sword furnace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As a sword chant rang out, Chen Jimian slowly withdrew the hammer in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. It was worthy of being the first sword cast by a genius-level master of sword casting. Just by listening to the sword chant, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Old Li stretched his neck to look at it and silently put it back. A mirror. After all, no one here knows the old man, so let's just pretend I'm dead. In a few moments, Fan Jian stepped through the door of the sword furnace with a feeling of apprehension and anticipation. After all, the owner of the sword saint furnace, it was the legendary Chen Jiming who rode through the ranks in the sword path, proudly looking down on the unrivaled of the current generation, rivaling the sword Kuei, and even expected to chase after the sword Saint Chu Qingho, with his attainments in the way of the sword. I'm sure the swords that were forged were no ordinary ones. 3 days ago, after Fan Jian stepped out of the holy sword furnace, he quickly guessed Chen Jiming's identity. As a future sword cultivator, he had naturally long been familiar with his famous peers in the sword path. September 9th, Chen Jiming was so trustworthy that he used his unparalleled sword intent to abolish Jiang Huayu, the saint's son of the imperial sword sect, who had also comprehended the unparalleled sword intent, with a single sword. There were rumors that he hadn't even seen the peerless sword, but only looked at it remotely when he was climbing the mountain. And then he comprehended the peerless sword intent of the world being astonished by a single sword strike. If scrapping Jiang Huayu with a single sword still only made him proud of the current generation, then the deed of Full Lake's sword intent coming out in full force, chopping through the imperial sword sect's great hall with a single sword, and seriously injuring the cave heaven realm patriarch Shi Mengqing, pushed him to a height where he was comparable to the sword Kuei, and was even expected to chase the sword Saint Chu Qingho, when the geniuses of the same age were all still fighting for their lives at the Royal Qi realm and Void Transformation realm. Chen Jiming's opponents had become Tong Xian and Dong Tian, these older generation sect masters. Some people even say that in the path of the sword, Chen Jiming alone occupies a Jianghu. However, Fan Jian preferred the words that had been circulated from somewhere. The Great Wilderness has a total of 10 buckets of swordsmanship in the world, but Chen Jiming has 12 buckets, and the world owes him 2 buckets. Chapter 110, Jian Yi and Chou Yi. With excitement and trepidation upon entry, Fan Jian held back his expectations and bowed to Old Li. who was sitting on the side picking at his feet. With regularity, junior sword cultivator Fan Jian. Meet senior Jin Kuei. Old Li's paw scratching his foot stiffened slightly. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Fan Jian was slightly stunned. Then it dawned on him with a look of realization. It must be the low-profile introspection of Sword Kuei's predecessor. High moral character. Even though he had opened the sword furnace, he didn't want the descendants who sought the sword to choose the sword Saint Furnace just because of his name. Instead, he had to compete with this Blackwater City sword casting masters as an ordinary person. After figuring out this section, he looked forward to his sword more and more. There you are. Chen Shiming held a sword box in his hand. His gaze deepened deep as he looked at Fan Jian who had boarded the door. I'm coming. Feeling Chen Shiming's solemnity, Fan Jian's heart surged and his voice lowered. Come and get my sword. You should have been here a long time ago, Chen Shiming said in a deep voice. You are half an hour late from the appointed time, but I'm still here. Fan Jian's gaze fell towards the sword box. I can already feel its thickness. Chen Shiming brushed his fingers over the sword box, his gaze softening as he said, it is the first sword after the opening of the sword furnace, cast with cold iron from the western regions, 3 feet 3 in length and weighing 99 pounds. Blow the hairs off the head and cut the iron like mud. I hope you treat it well. After saying this, he solemnly handed the sword box to Fan Jian, turned around and said with his arms folded, take it, don't open it, and leave at once, or I'm afraid I won't be able to let you take it away. Yes, I will take my life. Fan Jian took the sword box and held it in his hands. Yun nodded, though it feels a bit heavy to start with, and will be about as meta-intensive as it gets in the future when it comes to imperial swords. But looking at the way Chen Shiming treats it like a treasure, there is no doubt that it must be a precious sword. Old Li sat on the sidelines watching the two men look like dead fathers, the corners of his mouth tugging madly. Chen Shiming, this black-hearted boss, really doesn't even care about his face for money. After Fan Jian went out with the sword in his hand, Old Li ran with a swoosh to lock the door and even hung a sign on the door saying that he would not be accepting customers for the time being. Fan Jian stood outside the closed gate. His heart moved. Lord Sword Master is indeed the most generous and honest sword-casting master in this Blackwater City. For the sake of my sword, he even depleted his mind to such an extent that he had to close down his business. Think about it. He flew towards the city with the wind at his feet. After all, I've heard that person doesn't even have his own sword until now, and only carries a wooden candle on his back as he travels the world, just in case he backs out of town. Fan Jian sought out a hidden corner, and to avoid leaking the wind, he shooed away all the flying insects, birds and beasts before carefully opening the sword box. At eye level, only a dark, 3-foot sword rested quietly on the lining of the box. The sword is pitted and dented. Even the blade of the sword was dark, unlike those famous swords that showed off their sharpness. If I had to describe it, it was about not a sword, but a burning stick that looked like a sword. After staring blankly for half a second, Fan Jian slammed himself in the mouth. Damn, I actually question Lord Sword Master. I must have opened it the wrong way. How can this burning stick be considered a sword? It's said to be just a scabbard. It's the real sword when it's drawn. Thinking about it, Fan Jian picked up the burning stick, only to find it quite heavy in his hand. The palm of his hand wipes across the blade of his sword. Pull hard. The wind stopped all of a sudden. Fan Jian looked to the burning stick, his brow furrowed, and pulled it once more. Still nothing. This was pulled over and over again for a long time. He finally accepted the truth completely, for on that burning stick he sought the name of the sword, Kenichi. In ancient times, a famous sword would have its name engraved on the blade from the day it was forged. That is to say, this burning stick is the sword that Chen Shiming forged, without any scabbard. Fan Jian stood there stiffly. To think that I borrowed so many yuan of stones from my family to travel far away from home, only to carry back a burning stick. I'm afraid it's not just the ass that's blooming, it's got to be the whole body. For a moment, grief rose from the heart. He fell to his knees and bawled his eyes out. Father, my dream of traveling the world with a sword is broken. Inside the sword furnace, Chen Shimian reluctantly looked toward the door for a long time and picked up a rusty broken sword from the 3,000 broken swords and threw it into the fireplace. At this time that broken sword has no half of the sword chi. By the furnace fire, but a few moments will be turned into ordinary iron, completely dissipated in the world, and within its sea of chi, a sword intent was emitting a joyful light chirp, riding a scaly dragon as it swam through the sea of chi to comb through the sword chi. Seeing the sword chi that doesn't obey and scurries around, it viciously pokes at the augur, like a diligent little overseer. So that's it. That kid didn't lose out on spending this yuan sure. Old Li looked at Chen Shiming with a complicated expression. The remnant sword intent left behind by the 3,000 sword cultivators. Are you prepared to give them all away? Yes and no. Chen Shiming slowly said. The broken sword intent was yanked into my chi si, and to me it was nothing more than an ordinary sword chi. However, To the sword cultivators who borrowed the sword Zhu Qingho 500 years ago, it was an inheritance of the great Tao. I can feel their desire to see the light of day again. Only by recasting the 3,000 swords to find a successor for them will the sword intent they left behind completely return to their hearts, piling up a throne of sword energy that truly belongs to me, instead of the way it is now. If you don't listen half the time, you'll have to detain a four-legged snake to carry the sword in Komet. The day he recast the 3,000 swords, that's when my sword heart Dao seed will be generated and I'll be in the Tongshan realm. What a bold, black-hearted boss. Old Li looked at Chen Jiming with contempt and admiration, and sighed quietly. On the day when your Dao seed is generated, all you need is a word about borrowing a sword. And I'm afraid that no matter where the sword is located, the sword that is sold will immediately abandon the sword owner and pounce on you. Back then, the sword that Zhu Qingho borrowed from the world to break open the canopy of heaven will also reappear on earth. I'm just borrowing it. It's not like I'm not going to return it, Chen Jiming retorted. And isn't it a matter of course for sword cultivators to lend their swords to the world since ancient times? That's true. Old Li nodded in agreement. Back then when Zhu Qingho borrowed the sword world without borrowing his sword, he could be dissatisfied for a long time, although he was crippled by then, but it was still much better than those little trash of the Tongshan realm cave realm, wasn't it? Chang'an City, greenhouse. Li Qinger looked at the pitch-black fish-killing knife and raised her eyebrows slightly. Boss, are you sure this is the ultimate treasure knife that blows hair and kills fish without seeing blood? Never mind the selling. The corners of Chen Jian's mouth twitched slightly as he handed the fish-killing knife engraved with the name of the first year to Li Qinger and said in a serious manner, a knife is a killing weapon, so naturally, it should restrain its sharpness and cover its killing intent. If I'm such a big boss, I'll cheat you out of 50 yuan stones. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe the contemporary lord of the sword pavilion. You have to believe. Chen Jimian cast the first sword, and also fell the name of the sword. In no way mundane. Feel the true meaning of this sword. There are no trashy swords, only trashy masters. When you can comprehend the infinite killing intent of the Tao in this sword from it, you will be able to join the innate realm and become a powerful cultivator like me. Come on, I believe in you. Really? Li Qinger listened to Chen Jian's serious reasoning, vaguely felt that something was wrong, suspecting that he screwed himself out of money, but there's no proof, and on second thought it seems to be true. Mr. Lu's Haoran, which started out as a mortal iron sword forged from 5 taels of silver, still has its own name. After all, the boss was an innate realm cultivator, and this handle of the first one, perhaps it really contained the true meaning, and his own low cultivation did not comprehend it. Still, she was a little disgusted. This knife is really ugly, not half as beautiful as she is. She had spent the entire 50 yuan stones, and although 2 of them were the shipping fees for asking Void Transformation Realm practitioners to fly their swords to transmit objects, with only the remaining 48 yuan stones, it would be enough to cast even 100 of fish-killing swords in Chang'an City, not to mention casting a single fish-killing sword. It was only thinking about the fame of the sword furnace in Blackwater City, and it just so happened that the boss's second brother had opened a sword furnace in Blackwater City, that she had gritted her teeth and taken 50 yuan stones. I want to fight a sword that blows hair and kills fish without staining blood, so that I don't have to keep splattering blood on my body when I meet a fish with cultivation when I kill it. Trust me, you can do it. Seeing Li Qinger's intention to move, Chen Jian solemnly handed over the first one. From now on, you will be a swordsman who walks around the greenhouse with a sword. Aha! Li Qinger nodded seriously and took the first year with both hands. I will treat it well. The sword is in the person. First year in, Li Qinger immediately felt a cold and thick aura. It was as if she had fallen into an epiphany. Immediately, he closed his eyes to sense the Tao rhythms that the boss was talking about. After a long time, her eyes widened and she returned the knife to its sheath. Her body's breath surged, and a faint yuan qi slowly grew from the sea of qi within her body. She raised her head in a huff and looked at Chen Jian in surprise. Boss, the first year is really extraordinary. I felt the withering cold and thick aura as soon as I entered my hand. I'm precocious. Chapter 111, A Visit from the Buddhist Kingdom of the Western Regions. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. This fish-killing knife he could think with his toes and understand that it could never contain any messy Tao rhythms. After all, in terms of Chen Jiming's money-loving deadliness, 20 yuan stones that can be properly built with cold iron are already on Chen Jian's face. The only reason for the earlier flimflam was that he didn't want his money back. I didn't realize that Li Qinger was a listener. The withering, cold, thick aura of, can a knife made of this cold iron not be cold and withered in the middle of winter? As for the thickness, this first year with the burning stick like, afraid of cold iron and the impurities are not get rid of all. Naturally, then the small Qinger always used the knife is more than 5 times heavier. This niece, on the other hand, has actually taken this opportunity to become a member of the innate realm. This moment, once again, he thought of his older brother who spent a lot of time in the library. A door of creation is closed and over 20 years of age has long been no possibility of cultivation of the girl. Just be led by him to walk through Chang'an. Actually became a genius of cultivation. Just how deep is he hiding? Li Qinger was in the middle of her excitement, ignoring Chen Jian's complicated mind, barked and pecked at his face, and happily carried the first one out of the drop treasure house, looking for Zhu Luer and Su Qi to show off. She had put up with the two sisters who didn't make the rouge list for a long time. After Li Qinger left, Chen Jian's gaze fell towards the willow tree downstairs. At this time, Lu Qi was burying people under the willow tree. This time the burial was of a Western Dharma monk. Dharma name immaculate, handsome face, wearing a robe made of ice silkworms to practice silk weaving. The back of the head is reflected in the light gold wheel. Words must say I Buddha. Everyone must bow to the Buddha. Extraordinary temperament. As soon as he entered Chang'an, he was courted by the powerful and wealthy. In less than half a month, he traveled around the powerful and noble clans, using Buddhism to rid the powerful and noble of bad luck, chanting sutras and reciting Buddha's name, which could be said to be a moment of great popularity. Rumor has it that he was on this trip to cure the demons and evils entrenched in Chang'an, and when people asked him where the demons and evils were the most numerous, he always kept his mouth shut and just looked in the direction of the crescent moon lake. So far, there are rumors going around again. Chen Jian, the owner of a greenhouse, is the reincarnation of a demon lord, and all the women in the greenhouse are his demons, who are best at bewitching. The purpose of the encampment in Chang'an is to plague the world. He even took a serious look at all the bloodshed that had occurred in recent years in Great Tang, and sure enough, every single one of them had something to do with that little marquis. Chen Jian didn't pay much attention to these rumors when he heard them, and only had the nightingales at various places to check on that unsullied Dharma monk's travels since he entered the customs. After all, the people of Chang'an City has always been like this. Do not look at the current rumors of the fuss. Face red, but privately the building should be strolling. Turn your head and forget about it. It wasn't until the Nightingale news came back that Chen Jian realized that Unsullied was indeed here for him, and it was Unsullied who spread these rumors. This guy, since the Minshan Jingdan Pass, submitted the entry paperwork, went straight to the Langya greenhouse, in front of the greenhouse, looked away for a long time, and went to the Royal Sword Sect. He also sat on his knees for half a day at 10 Mile Slope. It was only at last that he came to Chang'an in a spirit of charity. After Pai read this information, the corner of Chen Jian's mouth pulled into a cold smile. That group of barbarians in the West don't look at the Buddha's light. In fact, the people's life is worse than the people of Great Tang. Mount Sumero held the entire western region, coldly watching dozens of tribes within its borders warring and starving. It is about a person who does not get involved in karma and does not enter the earthly purgatory in order to achieve a mind like a glazed glass and achieve supreme fruition. Invariably they won't go hungry. Whoever became king had to kneel reverently under Mount Sumeru to pay tribute to them and be baptized in the Dharma. Otherwise, they are demonic sins that do not honor the Dharma. When the Nemo tribe among the great master realm leader is unwilling to make offerings, did not go to the Sumeru mountain to accept baptism on time, that night there will be a glazed Buddha's light from the Sumeru mountain fell. The Nemo tribe will be extinguished. People and animals all died. The glazed Buddha's light that glowed with a golden edge wasn't even half stained with blood. To say that the world is in turmoil. The culprits of the day are precisely the Buddha congregation perched on Mount Sumeru, the western region of the Buddha. The realm below the transformation of the virtual realm is called the vulgar monks. After all, the Een God is not yet, cannot condense the golden wheel, is still on earth in the purgatory of suffering, is not qualified to enter the pure land of Sumeru. The void transformation realm to the void spirit realm are called Dharma monks or martial monks, depending on what the great Tao refers to. The Tongxian realm establishes the Buddha's seed, and even the Buddha's seed becomes heaven and earth by itself after entering the cave, and is called Dharma Master or Vajra, which indicates that there has been a small success in Buddhism and that one can be the teacher of the monks. Return to the realm of the real after the cave does not fall back to the real, called the Great Master of the Venerable or Lohan, meaning the Buddha's great success. After being in the holy realm, connecting to the great Tao and the cave mirroring reality, they are all bodhisattvas who have glimpsed the true meaning of the Buddha's teachings, whether they are practicing the Dharma or cultivating the physical body. Now there are no bodhisattvas on Mount Sumeru, and the throne of the Buddha is vacant. The one who is in charge of Mount Sumeru is Venerable Guan Kong, the head of the sutra-preaching lineage who governs the Dharma Sangha and preaches the supreme Buddha Dharma, as well as the head of the precepts, the preceptor of the martial arts monks, the preceptor of the killers, the preceptor of the demons, the preceptor of the killers, the preceptor of the killers, the preceptor of the killers. The two of them shared power and authority, ruling over dozens of tribes and countries in the western region with the Buddha Lord's Dharma soldiers, and their territory was vast and boundless. It is only that the west is barren, and the great wasteland has been under the sky for hundreds of thousands of years, and no matter which generation is in power, they are always looking at the eastern land from Mount Sumeru. They had tried for countless years, burying countless corpses within the 100,000 mountains of Minchon, but had never truly broken out of the 100,000 mountains. Every time when they were about to succeed, on this land of the eastern lands, there would always be an inexplicable rise of a ruthless person who suppressed the contemporary invincible. 10,000 years ago so, 5,000 years ago so. The same was true 500 years ago. 500 years ago, the two bodhisattvas on Mount Sumeru with boundless Buddhist teachings just looked at Zhu Qingho a sword to open the sky from a distance. There was no time to do anything, and he was asked by Zhu Qingho to ask for the sword Sumeru Mountain. After beheading 2 saints and 3 archmages with a single sword, he borrowed the world of the sword to behead the quasi-emperor. Little is known about this, or rather, between the beheading of the paragons and the saints, people subconsciously ignored the 2 saints who had died silently, unsullied from the Buddhist kingdom of the West. It is the Dharma monk under the sermon leader's seat at Mount Sumeru. The golden wheel at the back of his head was glowing with golden light, and he was already among the void god realm. After reading the intelligence at that time, Chen Jian was about to go and find the 7th brother to come out and bury someone. But I saw that guy wearing a bright robe. Actually, first step into the Crescent Moon Lake. Crescent Lake is full of people watching the people of Chang'an. Under the crowd's gaze, Unsullied performed the Buddha's rite of passage to the door to ask for an audience, with gentle words and extraordinary demeanor, so that people could not feel the slightest bit of hostility. If Chen Jian hadn't already known that this guy was coming from a bad place, I'm afraid I've really fooled him. Wait for Unsullied to finish his salute. Chen Jian smiled sorrowfully and waved his hand. The green shirt and downtrodden Lu Qi appeared, his palm pressing down on the golden wheel behind Unsullied's head. Unsullied was silent in an instant. Chen Jian took the opportunity to plant another mind seed, wanting to rummage through Unsullied Seeing God's memories. Unfortunately it failed. It was because there was no God within the Unsullied Sea of Consciousness at all. This was not Unsullied's original body, and the instant Lu Qi's palm fell, the consciousness within its sea of consciousness instantly collapsed. There is only a golden statue of Buddha sitting on his knees. A wry smile hangs on his blurry face, in a dilapidated temple outside of Langya. A young monk wearing a gray monk's robe cleaning the cobwebs of the Buddha statue suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Chang'an City from afar, his brow slightly frowning. 3 now. Sure enough, a group of demons who have entered the devil. This monk, it is the Dharma monk Immaculate who came to earth from Mount Sumeru. Unsullied in Chang'an City wasn't the first of his doppelgangers to be buried. The first doppelganger to be buried was the peddler selling buns outside the Chunlu Marquis residence. He was just mixing in the crowd to take a look. Perhaps his gaze was slightly eye-catching, and then he was pinched to death by that sorrowful old housekeeper. The second doppelganger who died was a sword seeker in Blackwater City. With the previous lesson of the peddler being pinched to death for no reason, he was prepared to sidestep and infiltrate from the inside. So instead of going to the sword furnace, he went to Zhongyan. Maybe I accidentally said a few more words. An ugly burning stick flew from within the sword furnace, directly nailing him to the wall. 2 doppelgangers were inexplicably killed. It was then that he realized that the demon seed Chen Lu predicted on the causal stone was indeed good. There's not a good person in that family, so he thought twice about taking the form of Unsullied, and first made a name for himself in Chang'an City, thinking that in public, he wouldn't die without even seeing his face. I didn't realize it was still dead, but not for nothing this time, because he finally saw Chen Jian. Previously, the Karma Stone topography within the Sea of Consciousness did not respond, and Chen Jian was not the heavenly destiny of the Western Buddhist kingdom. The eyes looked off into the distance. He frowned slightly as his 3 doppelgangers were destroyed, and the last one, Chen Jidong, he could only see for himself. Fortunately, Chen Jidong was only 15 years old and had no cultivation, and he was only followed by a golden-winged rock of the void transformation realm. I can destroy it with just one hand. It should be stable this time. Chapter 112, Down and Cut Your Own Throat. According to the scouts, that Chen Jidong got lost walking in the Jianghu. About half a day more will pass over the sky. After cleaning the clay golden body of Lord Buddha, Unsullied sat cross-legged inside the temple. Divine thoughts enveloped a 10-mile radius, keeping watch. Not long after, his eyes opened. Sure enough, there was a rock flying through that cloud. There's a slight discrepancy in the intel, though. That rock bird, after all, was not a void transformation realm lesser demon, but the void god realm, early void god realm. The advantage is on me. Not much of a problem. Unsullied mused for a moment. A Buddha statue silhouette coalesced behind him. His palm picked up a stone, and after Yuan Shi was transferred into it, the stone became radiant. Shoo! The stone swept across the sky like an arrow, instantly piercing through the thick clouds. Only a long, angry cry rang out in the air. Unsullied dispersed the Buddha's shadow behind him and sat cross-legged in front of the broken temple, quietly waiting for the thunderous wrath of that golden-winged rockbird. A peek at cause and effect on the stone of cause and effect. Before the first Buddha Lord returned to his death, he left behind his Tao Seed Karma Stone, which can be used to peek at karma, see heaven's destiny, and observe the chi. Hundreds of thousands of years down the line, Sumeru Mountain, by virtue of the Karma Stone, ferried many heavenly orders into the Buddhist sect before they rose to power, accepting them as Buddhist sons and daughters. With this and that, the depth of the Buddhist sect is getting deeper and deeper. At its peak, Mt. Sumeru even had the spectacle of one Buddha sitting on top of the 9 heavens, and 9 bodhisattvas, one for each of them. At that time, Buddha's light shone brightly within the pure land of Mount Sumeru, and the golden wheel was like the sun, illuminating half of the great desolate world. It even made the Tao sect at that time have to bow down and close all the 33 heavens left behind by the Tao ancestor. Even more, the passage to the earthly realm is blocked, and saints have imprisoned themselves in the Taoist sect for self-preservation. Just when that Lord Buddha wanted to fight his way into the Taoist sect and enter the 33 heavens, spreading the Buddha's light throughout the great desolate world, a great emperor walked out from within the sacred ruins. He stepped onto Mount Sumeru with his bare hands, dispersed the 9 heavens, killed 9 bodhisattvas with his fists, and sent Lord Buddha into the forbidden zone with a single punch from above the 9 heavens. That person was the desolate ancient emperor who sat on the great wall of the human race 10,000 years ago, suppressing the invincible in the world and forcing the forbidden zone to seal itself. It was just that the desolate ancient emperor was, after all, only one person, and there was no one who traveled alongside him. He killed the box solo, blood-stained vault battle to madness. The last is the extreme realm of sublimation overdraft future to kill 9 forbidden area of the royal family. After that battle, the desolate ancient emperor himself fell due to the withering of his chi and blood. He took one for the team, killed 10,000 years of peace for the great desolate world, rising and falling like a shooting star. Counting carefully, it had only been 10,000 years since the desolate ancient emperor stepped out from within the sacred ruins to his fall. Compared to those great emperors who lived for hundreds of thousands of years at every turn, it was like a wave splashed in the river of time, but it had left a strong mark in the history of the human race. When people in later generations mentioned him, even Immaculate Conception, who came from the Buddhist sect, couldn't help but feel respect. It's just that respect is respect. This karma stone, however, also became sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective as a result of his punch. Even karma and chi are not seen very truly anymore. Otherwise, why would he, unscrupulous, have traveled 18,000 miles from Mount Sumeru to Luengia, and had to see it with his own eyes in order to determine who that karmically entangled fate of heaven actually is? Thinking about all this has been, Unsullied quietly waited for the golden-winged rockbird to fall, after a long wait, but no one ever came. He frowned slightly as his divine thoughts spread out once again, only to hear Qin Ji Dong in the air pacifying the golden-winged rock. Good boy. My little brother said that when you walk in the Jianghu, remember that you can't enter a broken temple, and you can't mess with a loyal and honest monk. We've found the way with great difficulty. Let's not beat about the bush. Let's go to Langia for a good meal first, then fly a sword to send a message to second brother, so that he can come and avenge you. You can't enter a broken temple? A loyal and honest monk can't be messed with? Unsullied's face sank slightly. It's just a matter of not entering the broken temple. On what grounds do you call me loyal and honest? The reason why he was able to take on this great task was because of his weird Buddhist teachings, which allowed him to enlighten pious believers and steal their physical bodies without God's knowledge. In Mount Sumeru, who in Buddhism is lower than him? Who does not honor him with the name of Venerable Master Shinshio? Even those whose dharma is higher than his, at the very least, should call him Shior. But this Chen Ji Dong, how dare you call him loyal and honest? Seeing that the golden-winged rockbird seemed to be persuaded, spreading its wings and about to fly away, behind Unsullied, another Buddha statue silhouette emerged, picking up a stone and slamming it into the air. Chirp! After the stone was smashed out, the golden-winged rockbird in the air finally became angry. A long, mournful cry rang out, followed by a pair of knife-like feathers swooping down on Unsullied. Boom! While Unsullied stood still, the broken temple behind him was instantly reduced to rubble. Chirp! After the golden-winged rockbird landed, its feathers turned into swords, and another blanket of golden light chopped towards Unsullied. Unsullied monk's robe lightly waved. The Buddha's shadow behind him suddenly opened his eyes, and Unsullied said in the same voice, "Sinful animal, why don't you put down the butcher's knife and kowtow to become a Buddha?" These words were like the sound of the great Tao Brahma swinging towards the golden-winged rock, making its belly full of killing intent instantly fade away, and its eyes looked at Unsullied in confusion. Even his legs were slightly bent, and he even seemed to be bowing down to him. Silly bird, this bald ass has swindled you. Don't wake up yet. The little girl in red on the back of the golden-winged rockbird lightly shouted. The voice was crisp and clear, with no rhyme or reason in sight, as if scolding a child who had made a mistake. But after this statement, that golden-winged rockbird actually came to its senses and rolled up a slice of golden blade light to envelop Unsullied. Unsullied looked at Chen Jidong in surprise. Just one look, like a drop in the ocean. The causal stone topography within his divine thoughts suddenly trembled madly. My Buddha has shown mercy and found you, demon. Unsullied's face showed joy, and the Buddha statue's shadow behind him instantly skyrocketed, transforming into an 8-foot golden body, and his large hands pressed down on the golden-winged rockbird in Chen Jidong like a canopy. Chirp! The golden-winged rock let out a long cry, instantly spreading its wings and throwing Chen Jidong out, only it was locked by the Buddha palm's chi and could no longer escape. Boom! The huge Buddha's palm fell. The golden-winged rock wailed, its feathers instantly snapping, golden blood flowing as it curled up softly on the ground. My Buddha is merciful. Immaculate lightly recited the Buddha's name, his gaze looking deep into Chen Jidong, who had fallen to the ground. Girl, you have a sinful karma with our Buddha, so it is logical that the poor monk should wield his sword to cut off the karma. But I, Buddha, am compassionate and cannot bear to do so. Considering your deep destiny, I would like to take you to Mt. Sumeru to kneel and worship my Buddha. Please follow the poor monk westward. It was as if Chen Jidong hadn't heard him, just looking down at the golden-winged rock curled up on the ground. His Danfang eyes slowly picked up, and the corners of his eyes were inexplicably colored with a wisp of micro-white. When she looked up again, the eyes had become as black as ink. She rose slowly, standing on top of the ruins with his hands folded. The dark ink-like eyes were as deep as the sea, and the vermilion lips lightly opened. Kneel down. Boom! 2 words that couldn't be more plain. They fell on Unsullied's ears like a thunderclap. The moment. There was no more little girl in red hunting in his eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a peerless female emperor sitting in the clouds, remaining independent and overlooking all living beings. The Unsullied 8-foot golden body instantly collapsed, and the Yuan Qi within the Qi Sea rolled backwards. The blood is flowing out of the 7 orifices. Eyes plunged into darkness. The entire person even seemed to be tilted by the great Tao and knelt on the ground with 5 bodies. Cut your own throat. Chen Jidong spoke calmly again, then no longer paying attention to Unsullied, who was kneeling on the ground in 5 pieces. The palm of his hand stroked over the golden-winged rock. A 7-colored divine light overflowed from her fingertips, only to see the golden-winged rock's broken wings slowly healed. But in a few moments will be bright again. Chirp! The golden-winged rock called out in self-recrimination. No harm done. She'll wake up again. Chen Jidong looked up in the direction of Chang'an City. The eye seemed to penetrate through 1,000 mountains and miles, and saw the Chen Jian who was sitting with his legs crossed and eating melons in the greenhouse. After a long time, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. The road to seek the way is long and boring, but to be able to have a moment of warmth and peace on earth, to have a father who favors you, to have a brother who loves you, and to be an innocent little cutie, it's actually not bad, is it? Chirp! Where would Goldwing dare to express half an opinion on Chen Jidong at this time? Just crouching on the ground, spreading his wings to pave a path of golden light, eyes prayerfully looking at Chen Jidong. Let's go. Chen Jidong sighed lightly, stepping on the avenue paved with golden wings to pick up the steps. He held his hand behind his back, all the way to the east. Chirp! The golden-winged rock let out a long whistle of excitement and turned into a golden light and flew towards the east. After they left, kneeling on the ground, Unsullied pulled out a short blade from his Sumeru ring and cut off his own head without expression, and calmly self-immolating the netherworld. But in a few moments it dissolved into bits of starlight and dissipated. Mt. Sumeru Sutra Lecture Hall Shinsho, the Unsullied Venerable Master, who was given the title of Venerable Master by the head of the Sutra Lecture Hall after completing the Void God realm with his bizarre Dharma teachings, for the first time in the Great Tang Dynasty. Just by looking at these few demonic species of the Marquis of Chenlu's residence for a few moments, he lost 3 of his detachments, and because he threw 2 stones in this broken temple, he cut off his head, burned his nether spirit, and completely dissipated in this world. Chapter 113, The Anemic Monk Xuanzang, Chang'an. Just as Chen Jidong whipped out the 7-colored divine light to heal the golden-winged rock, the 7-colored bracelet on Chen Jinan's wrist also glowed with a faint shimmering light. Feeling the warmth coming from his wrist, Chen Jian frowned slightly, holding his melon and looking distantly into the distance. The body's consciousness instantly enters the main split. Luanjia Pathfinder Alley Greenhouse is buried in wiping the table of the doppelganger openly raised his head, as a gray straight line instantly swept towards the city outside. Jidong is in distress? Between the runs, the Yuan Qi was tyrannical, and the speed soared to the extreme, stirring up countless clouds wherever it passed, leaving a straight white trail in the air. But the broken temple is more than 300 miles away from Langia City. That is, the full force of the run. When he arrived at the broken temple has been no Chen Jidong's figure. The broken temple was in shambles, with golden blood slowly dripping onto the rubble in the courtyard. In front of that clay Buddha statue, a head had a smile on its lips and its eyes were open as it eerily looked at Chen Jinan. Its face, although completely different from that of the Unsullied buried in the greenhouse, appeared to be loyal and honest. However, Chen Jian could tell at a glance that this person must be Chang'an Unsullied's original body without a doubt. Only now he's dead, and it seems to have gone peacefully. Chen Jian's finger imprinted toward the Unsullied's head, and a mind particle broke into his sea of consciousness. A few moments later, Chen Jian withdrew his fingers. His face slightly slowed down. Unsullied was indeed dead through and through. The sea of consciousness dried up in a dead silence. Since Unsullied is dead, the old guys at home are indifferent again. So knowing the winter should be fine, it just puzzled him. This bald donkey on Mount Sumeru first slandered him with rumors, and then stood guard in this broken temple. What the hell do you want? For as long as he had lived, both the previous Chen Jian and the current Chen Jian had never crossed paths with the Buddhist sect. There was more than likely a root involved that he didn't know about, and it had something to do with Chen Jidong, or else Unsullied wouldn't have arrived in person in his own body. After all, they were all playing dirty, and in a different place. If it wasn't something of great importance, Chen Jian's main body would never put his body at risk. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and the Unsullied should do the same. With this in mind, Chen Jinan frowned slightly. Although Chen Jiming had said long ago that Chen Jidong would most likely not be in danger. But what if? She's a little girl without even a protector around her, and she's simple-minded and gets lost when she walks the streets. Now they are being targeted by those vultures of Mount Sumeru again. This time it is the golden-winged rock that bleeds. What about next time? It's just that those old sixes at home seem to trust Jidong a lot, never worrying about her safety, and actually letting her and that stupid bird roam around in the great wasteland. Half a day's silence. He sighed. He was always the weakest in the family. It wasn't his turn to worry about such things. It's just a little bit of checking and mending the edges. The divine thoughts spread out, erasing the traces left behind by Chen Jidong and the rockbird. Another gray mist was scattered, enveloping the entire broken temple, and his fingers snapped, instantly setting fire to it. The green flames burned the broken temple along with Unsullied's flesh into oblivion. In the meantime, 100 miles away in the void, Chen Jidong, who stood with his hands on the back of the golden-winged rock, his eyes warmed slightly as he waved his hand to disperse the clouds and sat down on his knees with his eyes closed. The arcane and mysterious aura of his body slowly dissipated. His dark ink-like eyes gradually became clear, and even the wisp of whiteness at the tip of his eyebrows faded away. When she opened her eyes again, she became that innocent little Jidong again. Ha, little Pong Pong, did you bring me to escape? Chirp. The golden-winged rock affectionately rubbed its head against her palm. Not only did you escape, and kicked that bald ass's ass? Good boy. Chen Jidong laughed crisply and rubbed the golden-winged rock's head fiercely as a sign of encouragement, then tilted his little head and said, since we've escaped, let's continue on our way? Chirp. Chen Jidong waved his small hand. Let's go. Xingqiu. The golden-winged rock circled silently for half a second and flew towards the east. When Chen Jian returned to Langya greenhouse, Iron Sword Wang Songyang was holding a stranger's sword in his hand, silently chopping into the air under the watchful eyes of a dozen old men. After entering the greenhouse, Wang Songyang, because of the door watchers, dutiful, silent, to the old men, handed over matters without complaint. Gradually by the old men valued, specially approved him for the greenhouse trainee deacon. Every month can receive 5 taels of silver wages. If the old Yangtu first entered Chang'an to supervise the construction of the Lot Pa loft, is considered to be acting under orders, and now can become the deacon of the greenhouse. Has been Chen Lu. Old men begged for a fat job. After all, everyone in the greenhouse is talented. They speak well, the wine and meat are sweet, they don't have to do anything, and they have 10 taels of silver per month after becoming deacons. They super like it here. The status of a deacon of a greenhouse represents the supreme honor of freeloading. The old men were able to grant Wang Songyang special permission to become a trainee deacon. It was evident how much they valued Wang Songyang. Wang Songyang didn't let them down, and after being beaten up twice, he threw the rusty, broken sword into the stinking gutter. Very much from the heart, I chose the stranger. This broken sword. It's okay not to learn. Under the wise teachings of the deacons, his goal nowadays was precisely to take off the word trainee at an early date and become an honorable deacon of the greenhouse. After all, the threshold for a greenhouse deacon is too high. There was no qualification for the Qi realm, and only after stepping into the void transformation realm and going through the heavy examination of the older generation of greenhouse deacons, could one barely wear a deacon's belt tag. Seeing Jiang Luo enter through the door with a gloomy face, Wang Songyang opened his mouth and gave even if he said hello. Over this period of time together, he realized that Jiang Luo wasn't a complete and utter bad guy. Perhaps being sensitized by the deacons of the greenhouse, those revolting eyes gradually became clearer. Chen Jian looked up at Wang Songyang and encouraged him. Cheer up, brother Wang. I see that your blade technique is gradually taking on a killing intent. If this continues, Xinglu Deacon is just around the corner. You, too. Wang Songyang held his tongue for half a day and dryly returned 3 words. He had wanted to exhort Jiang Luo to stay honestly in the greenhouse and work as hard as he did to become a deacon of the greenhouse. The Pai blade technique passed down by the old deacons was quite heavy and killing, clean and sharp, without any semblance of fancy and deadly blades. He liked it, but there are too many words and it's too much effort to say them. Had to shut up. Chen Jian smiled, knowing what Wang Sonyang wanted to say. The killing nature of the Pai blade was certainly heavy. After all, this was something that the Chunlua Black Riders had confirmed with countless heads. Even old dog Huang, who was a grand master, practiced the pioneer blade. Wherever the blade points, all armies will be repelled. The sword technique that Wang Sonyang had practiced before was a family tradition. Rusty iron swords too. From his great-grandfather generation to now, the highest cultivation is only the void god realm. Wang Sonyang can be included in the list of heaven's pride, and his family tradition of Gongfu has little to do with it. Purely just his heart is simple and simple. Natural talent is good. The decision to have the greenhouse deacon pass on his penetrating blade was also a decision that Chen Jian had looked at for a long time before making. After all, there is another layer of significance for a trainee deacon of a greenhouse. That is, a trainee Chen Lue. After saying goodbye to Wang Sonyang, Chen Jian went straight to Luanjia Qingluo's cabinet. Wu Guangxing's pavilion. Wu Guangxing is just an ordinary person, but the rallying cry is strong, and it's particularly good at getting things done. When Chen Jian led the stragglers into the city, he was the one who set off the wave of emotions every time. Later, Chen Jian had Lu Meier investigate his identity and secretly spy on his character before he finally made up his mind to recruit him into the greenhouse. Instantly went from being a straggler to being the head of a building. As for Lu Meier, it was enough for her, as a nightingale, to secretly control the intelligence and deacon system of Luanjia Qinglu. No need to throw in the towel. Chen Jian went to see Wu Guangxing in order to quit his job. After all, he was now a lobby boy, and there were still procedures to follow. Listen to him as he explains his intentions. Wu Guangxing gave him the money for his work after a short stay. Lu Meier had explained long ago when she left Luanjia that if Zhang Luer wanted to leave, she couldn't be blocked. It was just that Wu Guangxing still felt a bit of pity. Zhang Luer ushered in the guests very well. In a few words, he could make the guests smile and empty their pockets, almost truly treating the greenhouse as his home. A rare good employee. It's a shame to go. Before sending him away, Wu Guangxing said reluctantly, "Perhaps you are right. Kings and lords would rather have seeds. It's good to get out there. And when you get tired, welcome home." Chen Jinan smiled without saying anything. Taking the money for the work, he turned around and went to the 7th floor, knocking on the door of Sun Knitting, the top of the rouge list of Luanjia Green Mansion. See him come in with 3 taels of silver. Sun Knit's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, with her worth not to mention 3 taels, even 300 taels is not enough. He is just hanging out in the same building, and Zhang Luel is good-looking. Gritting her teeth and struggling for half a second, she reached out and took the silver, only once at most. Chen Jian walked to the dressing table and sat down, looking at the mirror with a head full of green silk and said quietly, "You think you're beautiful? Shave my hair. I want to become a monk." Half an hour later, under Sun Knit's grudging gaze, Chen Jian walked out of Sun Knit's house with a bald head. At this point, his clear face became solemn, clad in a white robe, holding a Buddhist salute like a pious Buddhist priest. He stepped out of the greenhouse as the sun set. He was asked where he was going. He replied with a Buddhist salute. Poor monk Xuanzong wants to go to the Western Heaven to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. At the same time, Chen Jian's thoughts returned to his body, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he muttered, "Poor monk Xianzang, from the great Tang of the Eastern land, wants to go to the Western Heaven to ask the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to abdicate." Chapter 114 Abdication. Sumeru and Brahma. With the sound of twilight drums beating, the grand and distant chanting of Buddha gradually ceased. On the lotus platform at the highest point, the head of the sutra lecturers, Grand Master Guan Kong, who was clad in a brocade robe, slowly put down the scriptures in his hands, sweeping his eyes over the numerous venerable masters in Vajrapani standing on both sides. Guan Kong said with a compassionate face, "The great desolate world will be in chaos, and the demons of the great Tang are rampant, and in 5 years' time at the most, there will be swords and armies in all directions, and I, the Buddha, am compassionate, and I cannot bear to see living creatures in distress, and the destiny of heaven dying young. I want to activate the Karma Stone, peek at the Karma and Chi, and seek heaven's destiny to enter the Sumeru Pure Land to take refuge in the world. Venerable Masters, are there any who are willing to go to the earthly purgatory to fulfill the heavenly destiny?" The young monk is willing to go. Under the lotus platform, a white-robed venerable master with a compassionate face stepped out, holding a jade purification vase, and softly said, "All sentient beings are suffering, and the young monk is willing to go into the earthly purgatory to fulfill the heavenly destiny of being initiated into our Buddha sect, and to pass on our Buddha's way." Guan Kong looked down at the white-clothed venerable master, his hand flicking his orchid finger to deduce, and only after a long time did he smile. "Venerable Master Guan Zizi, This seat deduces the future, and I see that the golden wheel of Mount Sumeru is like the sun, and Buddha's light shines brightly. This is the right trip for you. Go down to the mountain with my golden robe and 9-ring tin staff. Honor the Dharma order of Grand Master Guan Kong. Guan Zizi bowed and answered the promise, holding up the brocade surplice that the great master had shed, and receiving the 9-ring tin staff of venerable cessation of killing, with the golden wheel above his head glowing with Buddha's light. He descended down the mountain with a flourish and went away. After the monks had retired, the compassion on Grand Master Guan Kong's face disappeared, his brow frowning lightly. Demon Seed Shenlu and Mount Sumeru's karma are entangled, and after Immaculate entered the eastern land, his soul lamp was silent, and he only saw that Chen Jian wasn't a demon seed. Chen Aben, Chen Ji Bai, Chen Ji Life, Chen Ji Dong. Who, of these men, is it? Can Kong, you're obsessed. Preceptor Rohan opened his mouth, his grandiose voice falling like the void. The only thing that can stop you and I in the Marquis of Chenlu's residence is just that old yellow dog. When I kill Chang'an with my holy army, all demons and monsters will vanish. Guan Kong looked up at Preceptor's 16 feet tall golden body and sighed slightly. Venerable Preceptor, when discussing private matters with this seat, please collect your physical body. No, the magnificent voice of the Preceptor resounded again. Guan Kong, you are too timid. In the future it is better to recite the sutras and chant the Buddha's teachings, and subdue the demons and eliminate the devils as my Preceptor's seat of authority. It is better to hand it over to the seat to be in charge of it. 100-foot Buddha body floated up behind Guan Kong. Vast Buddha light fell down and pressed Preceptor's 16 feet golden body under the mountain, and the Buddha's voice resounded throughout the entire Sumeru mountain. Preceptor, this seat will tell you once more. When speaking with this seat, please collect your physical body, or else this seat will make you know what is called my Buddha's compassion. Preceptor Kill was pressed under the mountain. His 16-foot golden body instantly shrunk, turning into a burly man clad in a golden robe who gritted his teeth and said, "You have the bigger fist. You call the shots. A piker is not enough to plot." Quan Kwang dispersed the Buddha's body of 100 feet. Turning around, he walked towards the Maharaja's treasure hall, and after entering the hall, he waved his monk's robe to block the Preceptor who had accompanied him from the door before saying quietly, "The causal stone peers into karma, sees the fate of heaven, and observes chi fortune." Unfortunately, after being struck by the desolate ancient emperor with a crack, it was no longer possible to get a full glimpse of the future. Since you have joined my Buddhist sect, perhaps it is karma. Your offer is accepted by the seat. Inside the great hall, a white-robed monk who was devoutly saluting the Buddha looked back at Guan Kong, his voice hoarse. "Great master, in the future, you will be glad for today's decision." Chang'an and Chenlu Marquis residence. Chen Aban squatted in front of the orchid and chattered. "Daughter-in-law, those donkeys in the west are causing trouble, scaring our little Jidong. Poor little Jidong. It was so hard to climb out of the holy ruins to live again, and just after a few years of living a good life, he was targeted by that group of bald asses again. I'm afraid that when I'm gone, there'll be no one left to protect her. It's not like that brat Jimin has grown up yet. Acknowledge STH. LOL, no one even. I watched that little bald ass bully her and felt more pain than being beaten up by Chen Erniu, but I can't help it. She's destined to walk through a mountain of corpses. I can't protect her for a few years. Our poor daughter." Inside the book depository, listening to Chen Aban reciting in the courtyard, Chen Jibai's palm holding the book trembled slightly, looking up at the attic. His gaze pierced through the green tiles and was silent against the dark sky for a long time before he gently said, "Father, after you leave, I will watch over Jidong." "That's what you said, Ao." Chen Aban revealed an old cunning smile. Earlier these words, he appeared to be speaking to that orchid, but in reality, he was speaking to Chen Jibai of the book depository. After all, as an old man, not quite pulling down the face to beg his own son, having obtained Chen Jibai's promise, Chen Aban wrapped her cotton jacket and prepared to go back to the house. Just 2 steps. Suddenly, he turned his head again with a complicated face and said, "Take care of yourself first. You can't do anything stupid. I have a point." Chen Jibai smiled gently. "When the flowers bloom, mother can also wake up. Father has stayed for many years and has paid a lot, so feel free to go. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to your grandfather to tell him what it means to be a father's son." Chen Aban's old face slammed up. Chen Erniu was not a proper father. He rolled up the family's treasures and slipped away, not to mention leaving behind a pile of mess. Chen Aban, will definitely not be like him. Chen Jibai smiled without saying anything. After a long time only quietly said, "Jian to you did not condemn people to protect the road, little sister. The heart of the complaint is quite big. The split in a fit of pique shaved out of the home to go west. He's on his way home at the moment, so I'm afraid you'll have to squat for a while longer, or you won't be able to explain." "Not earlier?" The corners of Chen Aban's mouth twitched slightly. Eyes fell to the hesitant alley. "Sure enough, I only saw the end of the alley. My good eldest son wearing a sable cloak stepped in. His mouth viciously said something. Obviously the visitor is not good. Beside him, there was also Li Qinger, who had a fish-killing knife at her waist. Just squat a little longer for my father, Chen Aben. However, in a few moments, Chen Jian appeared in front of Marquis Chen Lu's residence, and when he saw that the center door was open, he stopped short. Li Qinger was instantly enlightened. Walking up and pulling the heavy door of the mansion to close it behind him, he then reached out with a slightly bent hand and said, "Boss, it's ready." Chen Jian passed an appreciative glance to Li Qinger, followed by his face instantly turning cold as he stepped forward and kicked the door open. "Chen Aben, get the hell out of here." This tawdry maneuver caused the corners of the mouths of Chen Aban, Chen Jibai, and Huang Laodog in the mansion to twitch at the same time. After giving Chen Aben a gloating and sorrowful smile, old dog Huang carried a tub of fodder towards the backyard, while Chen Jibai continued to read his book as if he hadn't seen anything. "Jian, you're here." Chen Aben squatted in front of that orchid and spoke hoarsely. At this point, he was a little stooped, and some gray frost had colored his ears and temples. China. Seeing his appearance, Chen Jian did not be cruel, but only said quietly, "Ji Dong almost had an accident today. Father already knows." Chen Aben sighed and slowly got up, but what father can do is limited after all. Although Chen Liujia is strong, he is not invincible. The Western region Buddhist kingdom has two great masters, as well as a flawless sacred soldier, and possibly even a crippled Buddhist soldier. Father is only in the realm of transformation. Even if we put the old butler in armor, it won't help. Is that so? Chen Jian looked at Chen Aban with a slight frown. The house was full of old sixes. He didn't believe that Chen Aban, who was the head of the family, was really just in the realm of void transformation. Alright, father will be honest. Father is at the Tongxian realm. Seeing Chen Jian's disbelief, Chen Aban changed his tone and sighed. But to Mount Sumeru, there is no difference between the Tongxian realm and the void transformation realm. To fight up Mount Sumeru, one must be at least a great master, and to step through Mount Sumeru, for the current generation, one must be at least a saint. It's also necessary for their Buddhist soldiers to be truly crippled. But, you said you could get wonder, Chen Jian said quietly. It's just bragging, you're not going to believe it, are you? Ha ha. Chen Abarn laughed twice, turning his head to see that Chen Jian didn't laugh. He suddenly withdrew his voice and weakly said, "It's not exactly bragging. Old Huang led 800 Chen Liujia to form a battle formation, and if he doesn't keep the price in mind, he can still get Wudu killed." Chen Jian looked at Chen Aban slyly and said expressionlessly, "Since you're so weak, why don't you step aside now and give me the position of candidate in Chen Liujia?" "Really?" Chen Aban suddenly looked up. A radiant light that Chen Jian had never seen before actually burst out from his gaze. Chen Jian frowned slightly, vaguely feeling something bad. However, he saw Chen Aban as if she was afraid that he would regret it. The body is like electricity. In an instant, he brought out from the house a military talisman, a seal, and a stack of pamphlets. He smashed as much as he could to Chen Jian as he was dumbfounded. After finishing, Chen Aban patted the ash on his hand. "Jian na, from now on, you will be the Marquis of Chenlu. Remember to show up in Chenlu. Let them know that the master of Chenlu is changed." As the words fell, he even gave Chen Jian a kick out of Marquis Chenlu's residence, slammed the door with a bang. Chapter 115, My Ungrateful Father. Outside the door, holding a thick stack of pamphlets, Chen Jian cocked his head and asked Li Qinger, "I'm now considered the Marquis of Chenlu?" Li Qinger was also a bit bewildered and hesitated. According to the usual practice, it is always the current Marquis who dies and the selected next generation of Marquis succeeds to the throne. But now that the old Marquis is still alive, I don't know if it counts. Leave him alone. Chen Jian shook his head. Since he's giving it, it's mine. He actually wanted to ask Chen Aban on this trip, what exactly was the origin of his little sister, and why did they all seem to have so much confidence in her? I didn't expect that just by casually provoking him, Chen Aban would give him the seal of Marquis Chenlu and the military talisman. How embarrassing. It's just strange that Chen Aban seems to be more excited about losing the husbandship than himself, and after half a day's thought, he can't think of a reason. Perhaps it's because of love. Putting the military talisman and seal into his arms carefully, and putting the stack of nearly man-high pamphlets into the Sumeru ring, Chen Jian walks down Doubtful Lane with his hands in the air. The moment he felt that the cramped path of the alley seemed to be much wider, Chen Aban in the courtyard thought the same thing. He even blew a cheerful whistle and paced triumphantly in front of the old housekeeper with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Old Huang Ah, in the future, for the family's usage in Chen Liujia's pay, don't reach out to me for it anymore. Look for the Marquis of Chen Liujia to ask for it." "Ho ho, you're ruthless." The old housekeeper smiled sorrowfully. Earlier, he said he wouldn't leave a pile of mess like Chen Erniu, but now he's just laying it out. Right? Old thing, how can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Chen Aban's old face slightly reddened as he loudly retorted. "What you saw, it wasn't me who had to give it, it was him who had to." Never mind. Anyway, your family are all pitiful contraptions, the old housekeeper said sorrowfully. Although that Chen Jian kid is quite a waste in every way, but earning money is at least better than you and your old man. Following him, the little brats underneath might still be able to get enough to eat. Old Huang, aren't you drifting a bit? Chen Aben became infuriated and clenched his fist and said viciously, it's fine if you say Chen Ernie was a waste of space, but on what grounds do you say that about me? Well, the old housekeeper saw Chen Aben blocking in front of himself as if he was facing a peaked mountain that was too high to see the top of. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes picking up, very much from the heart. Only Chen Ernie was a waste. You don't count. That's more like it. Chen Aben put on a simple smile on his face again and walked out of Marquis Chen Lu's residence with his hands behind his back, skulking towards the lane of doubt. It wasn't long before he was seen standing in front of the Marquis of Wuan's residence. Old dog, my good brother, are you home? Early the next morning, Chen Jian had just opened his eyes when he saw the old housekeeper standing hunched over the bedside. Beside him, there was a similarly hunched man in gray. The man's appearance was about 20 or so, only the bottom of his eyes had traces of age settling down. Probably his real age didn't match his face. With the experience Chen Jian had accumulated over the past year or so, this guy was at least an old man over 250 years old. Marquis, you're awake? Seeing Chen Jian open his eyes, the old housekeeper smiled sorrowfully. Yellow puppy, come, meet our Marquis. Hearing the old housekeeper's words, the gray-robed man who was called Huang Puppy by the old housekeeper smiled sorrowfully. Huang Puppy, the contemporary sword-wielder of Chen Lue, has met the Marquis, so it's the legendary contemporary deceiver Yellow Puppy. Chen Jian coughed lightly, climbed up from the bed and sat up straight, making a dignified appearance. Huang Zhaodao came all the way from Chenlu. Is there something to report to this Marquis? Marquis, I have been ordered by my father, old dog Huang, to come and see the new lord of Chen Lue. By the way, I would like to ask the Marquis to allocate the arrears of pay. Huang Puppy and Huang Old Dog are in the same lineage. Even if they are serious, the corners of their mouths are covered with a sinister smile, as if it is engraved in their bones. However, Chen Jian was not concerned with such minutiae at this time. He cares. It turns out that this guy's trip is not an audience with himself, the lord of Chen Liujia. Instead, they came to beg for money. This moment, his mind flashed through Chen Aben's ecstatic ghostly appearance yesterday. Where is this love? It's a sinkhole nah. Although Chen Jian has never led a soldier, but he knew that the most taboo thing for a leader to do was to withhold pay. After all, the soldiers were working with their heads attached to their waists. No matter whose head is bolted on, it's always a game of chance. But how dare this guy, Chen Aban, default on his pay? Although Chunlu is only a small county state, it is said that the annual tax revenue is only 60,000 silver. Less is less. It is not so much that 800 old guys cannot afford to support, right? Including Chang'an and Luanjia, plus the Blackwater City greenhouse that is under preparation. Chen Jian has already raised nearly 100 old men for Chen Aban. Moreover, the Chen Lu armor belongs to Marquis Chen Lu's private army, and the Black Riders belong to it, so if you really want to talk about it, all of them are their family's slaves. When Chen Ernia first built his private army, he stipulated a monthly rate of 2 taels of silver. At that time, there were still rumors from the families and gatekeepers that Chen Ernia was a stupid man with a lot of money, who had spoiled the slave market for nothing. Apart from the pay, the biggest gain for the Chunlua Black Riders was the reward for going out and cutting wood and hay. But the reward is not out of Chen Aban either. According to Lao Yang too, the proceeds from chopping wood and hay must be paid in full and then rewarded. Sometimes more, sometimes less, simply depending on how the crops grow in the grassland. Calculated in this way, Chen Aban a year need to pay the rates. Full calculation is only nearly 20,000 silver. The greenhouse will make this money back in less than 2 days. As for dragging it out, Chen Aban can really be my old wrong seed. After secretly spitting out a sentence, Chen Jian waved his hand. Huang Dai Dao. This kind of small matter in the future. Don't look for this marquis. Directly look for this marquis's private secretary Xiao Qing Eris. Huang Shogo's eyes flashed with admiration. His father said that the young marquis was extraordinary in martial arts, quick-witted, and most of all, he had a way of making money and was generous. It was many times stronger than the last marquis. He originally didn't believe it, but he didn't think it was true. A whole 500,000 taels of silver. The young marquis actually didn't even blink and just handed it over to his private secretary to deal with. This is more than generosity. This is regenerative parenting. With this in mind, he sorrowfully and sincerely said, Marquis, the puppy's previous audience was not sincere enough. Or, why don't you let me kowtow to you? Forget it. Chen Jian generously waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry about those details. Although we are master and servant in name, we are actually brothers in arms and legs. I'm not like some big bully who pays off his loved ones and brothers and sisters. Even his own son is screwed. If you lack money, come to this marquis. This marquis doesn't have much else, just a lot of money. Marquis is wise. Puppy Huang eventually kowtowed to Chen Jian. Otherwise this money, he was not at ease with it. After coming out of Chen Jinan's bedroom, Puppy Huang clutched the handwritten approval note from Chen Jian and walked towards Li Qinger's attic with a cheerful yet heavy pace. After all, this lot can be worth 500,000 taels. Out of breath, Huang Old Dog walked in front with his hands caged sleeves. Looking at his own son was bought by 500,000 taels of silver. His heart was disgusted, vaguely envious again. Narrowing his eyes, he thought to himself, how come I didn't run into this stupid, money-grubbing thing when I was a sword wielder? Chen Erniu and Chen Aben, the two masters, one is more useless than the other. Carefully stepping into the attic, he knocked on Li Qinger's door again. Puppy Huang coughed lightly and handed over the approval note, respectfully saying, Secretary Li, the Marquis asked me to come and collect my pay, and this is the note approved by the Marquis himself. At this time, Li Qinger was wearing a pair of rimless glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her fingers were rapidly rattling on the abacus, and the abacus beads were ringing non-stop. Today Luanjia Qinglu paid in the harvest finally into the account, plus the Qinglu nearly 2 months of profit, about 52 million taels. Although this money is not her, but can be counted is also quite good. At this point the crackling and snapping of the counting beads completely bolted her mind and body, and she couldn't hear another sound. It wasn't until the yellow puppy coughed herself hoarse that she looked up in bewilderment, into the eye, only to see that a gray-clothed boy was respectfully handing over an approval note with the boss's autograph and a greenhouse seal stamp, and behind that gray-clothed boy stood the old butler with his hands caged in his sleeves. Seeing her look up, both of them smiled deviously at the same time. Li Qinger was almost scared out of her wits, although she hadn't seen the old butler make a move. Who didn't know by now that the old butler of the Marquis of Chenlu's residence was one of the 2 strongest grandmasters of the Great Tang in plain sight? Legend has it that when he smiled sadly at someone with his hands cuffed, he had already thought of where to bury them. Chapter 116, A Day of Missing Dogs. Even worse, she was now facing not just one, but 2 old shady ghosts with almost identical smiles. The biased boss wasn't around. Legs soft and trembling received the approval note. Li Qinger stretched out her hand and indexed it for a long time. After determining the amount, she fell silent. 500,000 taels. That loser, do you think it's hard for me to earn money? At this moment, she even felt that the fear in her heart was reduced by half. Gritting her teeth and wanting to go to the boss to struggle a little, but the legs and feet did not obey, but could not stand up. Secretary Li, do you want me to help you? Yellow Puppy smiled sorrowfully, thinking that Li Qinger was going to fetch him some money. She took an attentive step forward, wanting to help her up, but this action in Li Qinger's eyes, is the meaning of this ghost impatient to bury her? Suddenly weakly said, don't come over, I'll give it. It's really worthy of being the Marquis' personal secretary. Delivering the heavy silver to the Sumeru ring without stopping, Yellow Puppy looked at Li Qinger, who was sitting on the table, with admiration. Although this little girl child's cultivation was low, even negligible, her vigor was extraordinary and could be called a heroine. 500,000 taels of silver were removed from her attic and she didn't even look at them. Just sit there and let yourself be moved. Compared to her with this vigor, even though Puppy Huang was a cave realm perfection patriarch, he was ashamed to be inferior. After all, he used to pay his brethren's salaries and had to count them at least 3 times before they came off. Finished moving the silver, the yellow puppy smiled sorrowfully at Li Qinger again as a sign of respect, before leaving after the old yellow dog with his hands folded behind his sleeves. Pops, we finally dared to go back to the camp during the spring planting. Ho ho! The old housekeeper smiled sorrowfully. Which year did your old man not dare to go back to the spring planting? It's that trash Chen Aben who doesn't dare to go back, and that's why I can't go back either. Ho ho! Me too! Father and son looked at each other and smiled, took a joyful step, stepped on the soft clouds, and swung toward Marquis Chen Lu's residence. In my life, I've never been paid such a rich rate. Meanwhile, Chen Jian, who had slept another night's sleep, woke up once again and walked towards the secret room with a bold step, ready to practice another wave of swords. Now that the Dead Man's Scripture and the Martial Dao Scrolls had both been cultivated to the Void Transformation realm, but the Sword Scripture was still lingering at the Royal Qi realm, he felt that there was still a need to struggle a bit more. The main thing is that the small amount of money from the Wanghua greenhouse has arrived. This time it could be a battle for riches. Even if you drop money on dismantling it, you still have to learn one of the 9 styles of the Sword Scripture, the Unwrathful Intent. At that time, when the physical body, Yin Shin, and the sword technique are all on par with each other, there is no short board, and he can walk horizontally within the void transformation territory, and it is not impossible for him to even be a bit more daring and go against the grain. It's a little exciting to think about. Pulling the key out of his pocket, he went through 9 steps and finally opened the door to the secret room. Chen Jian stepped in, and the smile on his face froze. As far as the eye could see, The scene of the room full of yuan chi was not seen, nor was the dazzling pile of yuan stones, not even the heavy silver. There were only a handful of 42 yuan stones piled up there alone, proving that Li Qinger had indeed come. Qinger, who took my money? From the drop treasure building to the 1,000 gold building, Chen Jian usually has to walk for a quarter of an hour, and if he walks in a hurry, it will be about half a quarter of an hour. But today Chen Jian only used 30 breaths. 30 breaths later, he had already pushed aside Chinga and sent out a soul torture question to Li Qinger, who was lying on the table in a daze. Li Qinger looked up at him. Silently, he pulled out his hand-drawn endorsement. There was no specific amount in that approval note, and it was written in a crooked way that the military expenses of Chunlue were to be drawn down without having to be reported. Li Qinger tossed and turned and couldn't sit still, carefully reading for half a day, and finally saw on the word phone. Throughout the whole text is written "people stupid money," a few big words. Chen Jian held the authorization note in his hand, and at this moment, the randomly written authorization note was as heavy as a mountain. You gave it all? After a long silence, he asked quietly. He had to. Li Qinger whispered. You gave it to him when he asked for it? Li Qinger said lifelessly. He has your approval note in his hand. I have no reason to refuse. Ugh. Chen Jian lamented, knowing that the fault was not hers. No longer staying here and not having the face-to-face Xiao Qinger, Chen Jian quietly groped and slipped out through the doorway. Back in the secret room, Chen Jian looked at the lone 42 yuan stones, his heart dripping blood. Inexplicably, I miss dog a little bit again. From his bosom, he pulled out the 10,000 silver bills given by Marquis Wuan, together with the bits and pieces of silver on his body. Chen Jian placed a brain on the table and sat on his knees. Sword scripture enlightenment. Luxury. Forget it, this time it's a small dark room. Only a burst of red light swept across the table, and the yuan stones on the table disappeared, while the silver tickets and broken silver remained there. Chen Jian frowned slightly and was about to speak. In due time, the system's mechanical and indifferent voice rang out. Silver bills and broken silver are not accepted. Please exchange the host for yuan sure trading. Hear that? Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. Chen Aban's rebellious father pitched me even if it's not enough. But you want to pick a fight too? Who gave the commission when I was broad? And did I ever ask you to pay a dime? Fair trade, childless. Shut up. Chen Jian interrupted the system's sophistry and said viciously with a foot on the table. Little Master told you that trading with Little Master is not about what you are if you are. Instead, look at what the young master has. That's all for today. Love it or leave it. I'll never trade with you again. I've got people at the top, so I'll be a loser. And we'll see who starves to death first. This statement was made. The entire chamber was silent. It was as if the system was also silenced by this guy's shameless behavior. After a long time, another red light swept through. Just this once. Enlightened Sword Sutra 9 Styles of Unwrathful Intentions. Please position the host. Right foot back 5 inches. Shoulders and arms down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking down on who? In the darkness, Chen Jian skimmed his lips with the undisputed sword in his hand, silently striking the pose that the system wanted. 308 years of Wudu Zhengtong. In the first year of the false emperor's reign, February 14th, clearing on the same day, it was drizzling in Xinghe County, and the sky, which had been a bright spring day yesterday, was gray and cloudy. It is as if the vitality has been drained away overnight, and one can't bring up any interest. At this point, in front of a field in Yangjiazhuan under the jurisdiction of Xinghe County, 2 youths were squatting on the ridge of the field with thatched grass in their mouths, gazing at each other with a lack of interest. As far as their eyes could see, hordes of farmers carrying hoes wandered across mountain streams, river edges, field ridges. Most of the tawny faces had goofy smiles on them. Brother dog, what do you think the head of the co is trying to do by not practicing his army or plundering the land, but asking us to guard the farmers to measure the land? One of the youths looked at these farmers who were busy measuring the land with a puzzled expression. The youth's face was like a crown of jade, wearing a brocade robe, with a head of long black hair tied up high, letting people know at a glance that it was a male son of an extraordinary family. Instead, the one he called dog was a thick-browed, wide-eyed man with a hideous long knife hanging from his waist. Hearing the brocade-clad male, dog spat out the thatch in his mouth. You're asking me? Also, the brocade-clothed male's face darkened slightly as he pulled out a wine jug from his sumaru ring and handed it to the old dog. I'm sorry, brother dog, when I didn't ask. That's more like it. The corner of dog's mouth turned away. Jian is my favorite friend. He won't screw me over. Since he said that if you follow Kosho, you'll have meat to eat, then you definitely won't just eat vegetables. So why do you care so much? Xiao Shui, you're good at everything, but you think too much and aren't as smart as me. The brocade-clad male nodded vaguely. This thick-browed old six. I don't know if he's really stupid or pretending to be stupid. The brocade-clad male was none other than the Shui man. After the 9th day of the 9th month of September, he didn't leave, but chose to go into seclusion. With the gun intent that Old Li had sent him plus a fight with Zhang Huayu, he had finally truly stepped into the transformation realm with both feet. After taking 2 months to tamp down the killing means of the void transformation realm, he thought that he had no fear of anyone in the younger generation except for that demon Shin Jiming. So while the great elder Yin Shin traveled back to the White Horse Villa to report his good fortune, he secretly mounted a white horse and hummed a little song and left the city alone. I bumped into Dog outside of town who was thinking the same thing. The two of them met once, looked at each other, and passed by on the wrong side of the road, without making half a ripple, until 3 days later, the man in Shue's clothes was sneak attacked by Zhang Kan, who fell from the sky in a dignified manner, and was beaten up by this thick-browed old 6 set of sacks, then tied to the Black Wind Cottage for a feast. Inexplicably became the 15th largest bandit in the Black Wind Wall. After the two got acquainted, the man in Shui asked why he had to tie himself up when he had no grudges. This guy even said in a serious manner that after all, it is to be a bandit. Empty-handed door is not very good to see, and one happens to have the face of a man with whom he has a vendetta against his wife. As for why the sneak attack, because CZK tied it up. That old 6 was afraid that he couldn't beat it. Chapter 117 Qinghe changes sky. The Shui people had thought that after entering the underworld, the next step was to eat meat and drink wine, and to pick the enemy's head and spill blood in the sand. Who would have thought that after eating half a month's banquet in Black Windwalled City, he was arranged to come to Qinghe County to protect the road for the farmers who measure the land in Qinghe County. The Lance had picked some heads, but they were just some obstinate slaves of the world's families. The highest cultivation level was only at the royal Qi realm, and it was completely different from the rebellion he had imagined. In his opinion, the great desolate world is still the world of the cultivators, and the most important thing to rebel is to recruit soldiers and horses and spread out a vast amount of gold, silver, treasures and cultivation Dao collections. Together, we will kill our way into Chang'an City, hacking from the west to the east of the city, and then from Jinka Alley to Baiyu Jing, drag the emperor's old man out of that chair, and it's done. But Kuzu seems to be pinning his hopes on these mudbloods. The Xeroxed man didn't think it was a wise move. After all, no matter how many mud legs there were, it was just the difference between 1 or 2 swords to a great master. SSSTH. Is it really feasible to offend all the lineages holding power in the Great Tang? The Xeroxed man muttered. Any way he thought about it, he thought it was extremely unlikely. Staying and being bored. I was about to ask Dog for his opinion, but I saw that the guy was catapulting himself towards a distant mountain stream. This old 6. The corners of the Schwerobed man's mouth twitched. A void transformation realm powerhouse, killing just a few Qi royalty realms. Why catapult over to sneak attack? Sure enough, it wasn't long before a mournful and urgent scream was heard from the mountain stream, and then the thick-browed old 6 stood at the top of the tree carrying the still-bloodied head and raised his chin to him triumphantly. Who's the unlucky one this time? The man in the suit asked. The Yang family of the minister of the household. Qinghe County Sheriff's Office. Li Xuanze, who was dressed in white, was sitting on an official chair and pretending to sleep, and underneath him, the original Qinghe County Sheriff Yang Zhongjuan was waiting with small intentions. Not long after, the county governor's cleaner pushed the door in and attached his ear to Yang Zhongjuan's side and said something. Yang Zhongjuan's face was complex as he picked up the milliput pen resting on the inkstone and drew a striking circle on the parchment drawing. Its pen is behind. The entire Clearwater County is circled by vermilion lines. Brother Wayman. Li Xuanze woke up at an unknown time. His eyes swept over the map. The corner of his mouth slightly curled. Brother Wayman is worthy of being an example of loyalty to the king and the people. Qinghe County under the rule of Brother Wayman is a precedent in history and a feat for the ages. Afterward, when the people of Qinghe recall this past, they will probably all have to praise Brother Wayman as Master Qingtian. It's all due to Mr. I don't dare to take credit for it. Yang Zhongjuan wiped the cold sweat from the corner of his eyes. He could imagine what kind of offensive crusade he would endure when Qinghe County's land reform law of apportionment of land into mu spread throughout the 18 states. This move risked universal condemnation and was a backstabbing of the Yang clan's Zong clan, and even more so of the gatekeeper families. Whether or not he would be known as the Grand Master of the Green Sky in the future he didn't know, but in the future he would be nailed to the pillar of shame by the worldly families and clans. He confirmed it 10,000 times over. Yang Zhongjuan, character Wayman, Qinghe County Sheriff, early Tongxian realm cultivation, is inherited nearly 1,000 years Qinghe Yang contemporary dynasty spokesman. Compared to him, Minister Yang of the Ministry of Revenue is just a junior, but it was such a downright worldly spokesman who suddenly went crazy and quietly introduced land reform, measurement of land in the Qing River, abolition of the Ding tax, and the apportionment of Ding to Mu. Such initiatives, undoubtedly, the interests of the world's families fell to pieces, and even crushed a foot hard. After all, tens of thousands of years down, the world's families have another name, landlords, but he had to do it, because compared to the impending backlash from the lineage, The current knife hanging on his neck was even more frightening. Li Xuanzhe, white clothes fluttering under the scenery of the moon-covered, is a head of cold bloodthirsty devil. When he boarded the door in a white coat, to stir up the hearts of the people with demonic words, watch the fire from the other side of the river, and disintegrate the Qinghe Yang clan, which has been inherited for nearly 1,000 years, without spending a single soldier or a single pawn. Yang Zhongjuan had even personally ended the Yang clan's family head, an old ancestor at the late Tongxian realm. Thinking that this devil was the very compound of the Yang family that he had invited himself into, Yang Zhongjuan couldn't help but shiver. What is Brother Weiman afraid of? Li Xuanzhe picked up the official seal on the table and gently hailed it, carefully wiping it before handing it to Yang Zhongjuan, getting up and pushing open the tightly closed window. Look, they are already here. They came carrying hoes and sides. You're just giving them back what is rightfully theirs, and they show you what it means to be loyal with their actions. Drop the seal. The charges have been listed. 127 officials of Qinghe County, the heads of 36 families, harboring the abrogated Prince Li Chang'an, colluding with the rebels, and attempting to revolt. It's not worth dying for. Yang Zhongjuan numbly received the official seal and looked at the charges listed on the paperwork, his face complex. Because of these sins, it happens to be all he committed. Holding the seal with both hands, Yang Zhongjuan closed his eyes and pressed down hard. Since then, there's no turning back from this desperate road he's on. Brother Weiman. Seeing Yang Zhongjuan drop his seal, Li Xuanzhe turned back and suddenly bowed with a long gesture. Xuanzhe does not do this for the throne, not for Chang'an, but only for the people of Qinghe County who do not have enough to eat, and pays his respects to Brother Weiman. Ugh! Yang Zhongjuan turned back to Li Xuanzhe with a long bow to the ground and sighed deeply. This white-clothed Confucian scholar, sitting in this gloomy government office, in just over a month, his hands are not stained with blood, but he has already bloodily slaughtered nearly 10 families who intended to start a riot. That vermilion millimeter pen, each circle drawn represents a bloody massacre. The person who wields the sword is Yang Zhongjuan, the county governor of Qinghe County, who holds 50,000 soldiers and has the power of life and death in Qinghe. Helping Li Xuanzhe up, Yang Zhongjuan sighed. My late father named me Zhongjuan, and after joining the dynasty as an official, I was given the character Min by my seatmaster, Su Xiang. Just stealing the high position for nearly 100 years. Loyalty to the king and the people has long been eaten up. Only a young character remains. It's done. Just to survive. Those who are in office regard signs regardless of heart, and emphasize results rather than process. Li Xuanzhe looked at the tide of people surging through the streets with his hands folded. Brother Weiman, look how happily they are laughing. It's just a flash in the pan. Yang Zhongjuan was not as optimistic as Li Xuanzhe, and said quietly, I'm afraid that this matter will cause a shock when it reaches Kyoto. And then when the army presses in, the people who are laughing and smiling at this moment will instantly become the dead souls under the sword. So how can they laugh again? The army will not press in, and Kyoto will not be shaken by it. Li Xuanzhe's gaze looked away in the direction of Chang'an, that teacher of ours. Has waited for today for 500 years, and how could he possibly let Chang'an be shaken because of this? The sword owed by Kyocha from yesterday has been raised. What? Yang Zhongjuan's face changed slightly. It didn't occur to me that behind this matter, there was actually the shadow of Master Su. Silent for half a second, he said in a low voice, if Su sure intervenes, this matter may also fall to the ground, but it is still not enough. The World family has been entrenched in this land for many years, and coldly watched the change of the imperial dynasty. How can it be easy to admit defeat? Brother Weiman, you think too highly of them, Li Xuanzhe said quietly. If they really are as strong as they think they are, why aren't they the ones sitting in that chair? Is it because you don't want to? It's a no-go. In the final analysis, the real beneficiaries of the land reform are not the mudbloods like us. Rather, it is the Emperor Wuda sitting in the Tai Chi Hall, the Li who rides on the head of the Shijiazhuang clan. The worldlings stole it. It is his land, the silver that should have been handed over to him, even if he's scared to death right now. But as an emperor, when a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is delivered to him, he will eventually be unable to resist reaching out and catching it. Speaking of this, the corner of Li Xuanzhe's mouth hooked up. The two strongest people in Great Tang are on our side. Do you still think that we don't have a chance to win? The two strongest? Yang Zhongjuan asked in shock. Could it be that Marquis Chenlu's residents will also make a move? And will? Li Xuanzhe looked at Yang Zhongjuan with a ghostly gaze. Do you know who proposed the land reform? I don't know. Yang Zhongjuan said honestly. Food for the stomach, clothing for the body, and a roof over one's head. What a simple and pure vision. By our only 18 years old Chen Luho proposed. Su Shirin traveled to the Qinglu to check and fill in the gaps together with the finalization of the Tiantian plan. Do you think that the Marquis of Chenlu will make a move? Chapter 118, Old Bastard Zhou. No anger. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. In Chang'an City, Chen Jian looked at Zhuang Mo. who was blowing his beard and eyes, and said with a smile, "What kind of person is Minister Su? I'm a small Chinliu Marquis and the owner of a greenhouse. Where do I have the qualifications to talk with Minister Su about wolves and wolves by candlelight at night? Really?" Zhuanyamo was obviously not convinced. He vaguely felt that his teacher and this kid had definitely reached some kind of private agreement, and it was even highly likely that he had pulled the strings and built the bridge. "But I don't know anything about it." This made Shomo, who was known for his wisdom and culture, feel greatly insulted. "It's really not," Chen Jian said seriously. "Elder brother Zhuang, you have to believe in yourself. You are as wise as a torch, so how could I possibly mess things up under your nose?" "That's true." Zhuanyamo rubbed his stomach and pulled out a booklet from his arms and threw it to Chen Jian. "This is what teacher asked me to send you, saying it's useful to you." "Oh?" Chen Jian was also a bit curious and took a look. Then his pupils shrunk slightly and he was silent for a long time before asking, "You haven't seen it? The teacher gave it to you. Why should I read it?" Zhuanyamo contemptuously looked at Chen Jian. There owned at least this kid before a shoulder to pick up the whole of the great tang bones of the literary world of the great scholar. Nonchalance is the base of the gymnastics. "It's good that I didn't see it." Chen Jian put the booklet into his sumaru ring and said seriously, "Elder brother Zhuang, you can rest assured about the students of the state prison. If the false emperor Li Chengding dares to raise his butcher's knife in disobedience, this marquis will dare to mobilize his troops to enter Chang'an and slaughter him." Zhuanyamo was slightly stunned, not understanding why Chen Jian was suddenly so murderous. However, he was so burnt out at the moment that he didn't think much of it, and got up to take his leave and leave. As the high priest, he's been a busy thief lately. Crown Prince Li Chengding did not know what the wind suddenly at the beginning of the year announced that the emperor ordered him to choose a good time and auspicious date of the temple to sue the ancestors. It was expected that this absurdity would be vetoed by the 3 cabinet ministers. Zhuanyamo was naturally masculine, but I did not expect that the prince of the year are given to change the number. The dragon robe also put on. The 3 cabinet ministers, but always indifferent, not to mention letting the prince run amok. They all shunned him. He had no choice but to use the excuse of sweeping the graves at Qingming to make Li Chengding's creepy thing go his way. The other thing is that the selfsame teacher screwed up. Now the whole Chang'an is in a state of panic. In just half a month, the vegetable market has already chopped off countless heads. It's reasonable to say that this kind of thing has little to do with him. The students of the state prison do not look at it this way. After all, they were out of force during the Beijing inspection a year ago. Seeing that the seed sown is finally reaping a harvest of heads, the students of the state university were enthusiastic, even spontaneously began to collect evidence of the crimes of the ministers in the court, and set up some kind of Lauscher supervisory academy, saying that it wanted to be the searching officer for the people of the Great Tang. In addition, rumors have been spreading lately that the respected old minister of the Zhou House of the Ministry of Rights, in order to renew his life, even colluded with the Pill King Valley, the Everlasting Life sect, and the Heavenly Devil sect, which are several sects that engage in the trade of human beings, using the heart blood of children to make medicine. They want to live forever. When this rumor spread to the state prison, the students could no longer sit still. Nowadays, they don't even go to school anymore, and they split into 2 groups, blocking the Ministry of Justice on one way and demanding a thorough investigation of the Ministry of Rights residence. The other way blocked the Minister of Rights residence and threw rotten eggs inside, asking that old bastard who had lived for nearly 1,000 years to come out and suffer death. Seeing that things are getting worse, the students already have a tendency to turn their anger on the head of the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Bin, the Minister of Justice, removed his official robe and stood in the doorway in a long shirt to give a heartfelt speech. The general idea is that the mood of all of you as seniors can be understood. It's something I'd like to do, but Zhou Lao Shangshu is the founding father of the country. When an Emperor Taizu fought the world for him to block the knife, not he, a Ministry of Criminal Affairs secretary, said to take it. The brothers mistakenly called the Taoist priest a bald donkey. This anger burned to the cabinet Feng Jingji there, because the Ministry of Rights is under his jurisdiction, and that the Zhoufu old Shangshu is his subordinates. Feng Jingji is an immovable object. Let the students of the state prison block the door to scold the street. He froze face are not exposed. The door is closed. And do not say to thoroughly investigate the Zhou house. After blocking the door for a few days, the students of the state academy were furious. I don't know who started it, but they rushed by Yu Jing in unison in a fit of rage. They failed. Naturally. Without even entering the door, they were taken and thrown into the heavenly prison by the divine strategist army. When Shomo received the message, scared out of his wits, he entered the White Jade Palace without saying a word, intending to force his way into the Taiji Hall to plead for mercy. Then he was stopped by Su Ru. Not only did he not allow him to enter the palace, but he also sent him to send pamphlets to Chen Jian. It was only after Chen Jian gave him a round of analysis that he realized that this was not a simple matter. I have a vague feeling that the teacher and Chen Jian are probably up to something, but there's no proof. After Shomo left, Chen Jian returned to the secret room with a gloomy face and opened the booklet sent by Su Ru. As he swept his eyes over the scribbled contents recorded inside, he only felt shocked, and his body curled up with a cold sword intent. The undisguised killing intent instantly churned the tables and chairs in the chamber. The Ministry of Rights, that old bastard who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, has really done something tragic and heartbreaking, and it's much more than just taking blood from the tip of the heart. The children who have died at their hands have numbered nearly 3,000, and form a complete chain. The Eternal Life sect is responsible for traveling the counties of the Great Tang to recruit disciples in the name of practicing the law of eternal life. After recruiting the disciples, they tested the gate of creation, and the children who had the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation stayed in the sect. It's a long shot. It was sold to the Heavenly Devil sect, and because of the Sky Demon sect's notoriety, it was hard to recruit disciples. In keeping with the principle of wastefulness, the test was retested again, leaving the ones with a slightly better chance. The rest of the waste will be packed up and sent to the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley doesn't need disciples. They use children to make medicine. For the medicine made, 40% of the Medicine King Valley, 20% of the Heavenly Demon sect, 10% of the Eternal Life sect, and 30% of the Ministry of Rights. These reclusive immortal practitioners tricked children under the age of 10 from their parents and turned a few hands into scraps. It's something they do with extreme secrecy. The disciples recruited are chosen from remote mountainous areas. He even declared that after embarking on the path of cultivation, the immortals and mortals would be separated and could not have too many ties. Parental visitation is prohibited for the sake of the child's future. Plus there's the rites of passage to cover it up. They've been doing this for over 20 years and no one has ever found out. This time, the reason why the wind had leaked out was because one of the deacons in charge of delivery within the Everlasting Life sect had discovered that there were actually grandchildren in this batch of boys and girls that he had lost outside. He had wanted to sneak in and save his grandson. Unexpectedly, the deacon of the Heavenly Demon sect who was responsible for receiving him noticed that there was something strange in his gaze, and in line with the principle that it was better to kill a mistake than to let it go, the deacon of the Heavenly Demon sect sneak attacked the deacon of the Everlasting sect, and even slapped this batch of boys and girls to death. The Everlasting Life sect deacon's cultivation was half a level higher than the Heavenly Demon sect deacon. He didn't die after taking a stab and desperately killed the Heavenly Demon sect deacon back. Seeing his own grandson die a horrible death on the spot, and failing in his own mission, he would never be able to go back and live. So he fled Chang'an and tried to expose the matter. Unfortunately, he was tracked down by his pursuers just after he left Yangzhou. Knowing that they will die, he wrote it down in a booklet, found a random scholar, and silently threw the booklet into the bookcase behind him before killing himself. He was extremely lucky. That senseless scholar happens to be a scholar of the State Scholarship Academy who returned to the capital from Yangzhou after the year. After returning to the capital, the scholar found the booklet while rummaging through the bookcase. Did not think so. After all, the things written in this booklet were too shocking. He did not believe that there were such heartless people in this world. And the old Minister of Rights has been showing up less and less over the years, gradually developing a reputation for being somewhat virtuous. And in that scholar's mind, it's about the image of a kindly old grandfather. There is no way that such a heinous act could be done. Only once when he was drunk he bragged about it with a friend and made it a talking point. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. His friend was worried about catching the big one lately, and it was immediately on his mind. Go back to read through the history books and found that the Ministry of Rights Zhou Old Shinshu but Tongshan realm cultivation actually has lived for nearly 1,000 years. Horrified, he immediately informed his father of the incident. And his father, it was one of the housekeepers from Su Ru's house. That night, Su Ru appeared at the scholar's bedside. So the city of Chang'an, which was already as chaotic as a pot of porridge, became more and more chaotic. The Zhou mansion. Chen Jian slowly closed the booklet, and a sword intent swept through his fingers. It was precisely one of the 9 styles of the sword scripture. The unwrathful intent. Not to be angry is not to not be angry. Rather, we must be angry but not chaotic. The angrier this sword style is, the stronger the killing intent will be. On that day, Chen Jian was furious without boundaries because he had been punked, and he quickly comprehended the meaning of not being angry in the small dark room. Even the proficiency was higher than 8 steps to catch the cicada. Now that he had made up for his shortcomings, he was considered a mature void transformation realm cultivator, just not quite a pure sword cultivator, because he didn't have an original sword, and the benched sword, soon to arrive. Chapter 119 The Forgotten Sackcloth Lane. After coming out of the chamber, Chen Jian stood at the highest point of the Lakpa building, looking at the lights of Chang'an City with his arms crossed. There were a few gorgeously dressed children laughing and playing in Jinka Alley, and they were followed by the mansion's guards and slaves, carefully and vigilantly glancing around. There were poor children carrying heavy baskets on their bare feet, walking past them without looking. He was just too young, after all, to learn to hide his heart's longing like the adults did. and couldn't help but look back as he was about to step out into the street. Immediately, it drew warning squints from the slaves. The barefoot child carrying a basket suddenly withdrew his gaze, revealing a somewhat raw and pleasing smile. Chen Jian calmly watched the scene. No matter what kind of world, none of this scene is going to go away. It's just, but even if you are as humble as an ant, nor should they give their tender lives on behalf of rotting people who should have been buried in the dirt long ago before they've really seen the world. Mr. Ryu, I am. In the darkness, Lu Qi, whose green shirt had fallen down, slowly walked out and stood side by side with him. Remember that line? Chen Jian asked with a low voice. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. Lu Qi slowly said. You said, this is the path that a scholar should take. I'm not a reader. Chen Jian smiled. I don't have that much ambition, nor do I want to be a morally flawless saint. Just, I've seen a better world. Once you've seen it, you can't help but compare, can't help but be angry when you look at some of this mess. Lu Qi was slightly stunned. Boss, wants to take on the Minister of Rights? Chen Jinan didn't answer. Only his eyes chased after the child who was barefoot and carrying a basket on his back, until the child's slightly curved back could no longer be seen in Jinka Alley. Then he slowly said, in fact, in this matter of choosing an emperor, I don't want much. I have only one request for the emperor. I hope that under his rule, there will be fewer starving people in Datong. I hope that the people of Datong can be clothed, fed, and have a roof over their heads. I hope that when the people of Datong meet injustice, they can straighten their spine, not pandering to the powerful at the top and not bullying the weak at the bottom. I hope that every young man in Datong has a heart like a flower or a tree and grows towards the sun. On the shoulders of young men should be carried warblers and grasses, not heavy backpacks. Lu Qi was silent. In his eyes, Chen Jian was an extremely contradictory person. On the one hand, he is lazy and roguish, idle and loose, no different than the vast majority of dudes. But on the other hand, he can't stand the suffering of the people and somehow empathizes with them, like a cynical cynic. Two very different personalities coexisted in Chen Jian. Lu Qi didn't feel it was sudden. She just didn't understand a little. Mr. Ryu. Chen Jian slowly retracted his gaze, reached out and tugged. The black as ink marquee of Chen Liu's official robe was draped over his body. Summon the deacons of the Qinglu building, shed their shirts and put on their armor, and follow this marquee into the Ministry of Ceremonies Shangshu Mansion. Yes, Lu Qi nodded in response. At the same time, the new butler of the Chen Lu Marquis residence, Huan Puppy, looked up suddenly, and his god instantly traveled far away, appearing on top of the green building, kneeling down on one knee. The last general has met the Marquis. Chen Jian slanted his waist without a double, calmly looking at the Chen Liujia deacon who was kneeling on one knee. Huang deacon, how much time do you need to exterminate the everlasting sect, the heavenly demon sect, and the Pill King Valley? 3 days, Yellow Puppy said in a deep voice. Chenlu is 10,000 miles away from Yangzhou. The Black Riders need 1 day to run at full speed, 2 days to feel out the hidden forces of the 3 clans outside, and half a tea for the extermination of the door. I'll give you 5 days to bring back the heads of the sect leaders of these 3 sects, and the rest of the sects belong to. No dogs or chickens will be left behind. Nah, the Zhou Mansion is not located in Jinka Lane, but is situated in the south of the city on Ma Yi Lane. Since the founding of the Great Tang Dynasty 500 years ago, no matter what era, Ma Yi Alley is the most easily forgotten place, because Ma Yi Lane is inhabited by the lowest group of people in Chang'an City. They are either pickers, beggars, or untouchables. They live in the most cramped and simple house on Ma Yi Lane, and the most important thing they think about when they open their eyes every day is how to fill their stomachs. They were in Chang'an, the most prosperous city of the Great Tang Dynasty, but it's out of place in Chang'an City. Even the Kyoto prefect, Wang Fugue, who was known for pulling hair out of the goose, couldn't bear to let the scavengers get their hands on the place. After all, in the city of Chang'an, you can't find a more humble place than Ma Yi Alley, but the Ministry of Rights is located right here. When the Shangshu house moved its family 20 years ago, the powerful people of Chang'an City were a bit shocked. After all, with Zhou Lao Shangshu's position, he would not be able to afford to live in Jinka Lane. Zhou Jun, the Minister of Rights, explained that his father liked to be clean. Chang'an is noisy everywhere, so he had to move to Chang'an City's cleanest Ma Yi Lane. Of course people don't believe it, because if you want to talk about the noisiest place in Chang'an City, it's Ma Yi Alley where the untouchables gather. Afterward a scholar who had joined the Ministry of Rights thought hard and finally figured out how to explain it. Mr. Zhou must have moved there because he couldn't bear to see the pariahs in Ma Yi Alley without support. In its push, for the late emperor blocked the knife of the old Shangshu Zhou, in addition to loyalty to the emperor, but also a love of the people as the son of the praise, the image more and more tall and magnificent up. Only the pariahs of Massacre Alley know. Since the Shangshu residents moved in, Their days hadn't half improved, and were even getting harder. The secluded enclosure that encircled more than 300 acres of land and was 3 feet high compressed their already sparse range of motion wildly. Nowadays it's already a sin to even stand up straight and speak up. At this point, at the end of Ma-Yi Alley, in front of the Vermilion Gate, nearly 100 students of the State Scholarship Academy were cursing and throwing stones at the Shangshu mansion. Outside the alley stood some watching untouchables from afar, with envy in their eyes. If they could, they would actually like to be like these readers, ruthlessly spitting a few mouthfuls of spit at that vermilion door and pissing on it. It's just that they don't dare. The students of the State Council had a good time cursing and then patted their asses and left. Instead, they have to live in this dark, sackcloth alley for the rest of their lives. The children and grandchildren are destined to kowtow to the Juman Gate. So how can they dare to do this thing that violates the laws of heaven? The hour of midnight will pass, and the night is deepening. The untouchables sparsely return to the doghouse. After all, watching the students of the state prison angrily scolding the old Wangbang, although it is a good time, but cannot fill up the stomach. Tomorrow still have to go to the inner city to earn money to make ends meet. The crowd dispersed. The students of the State Academy also gradually extinguished their voices. After cursing all day, I'm a little tired. I have to go back to the inner city and make an appointment to collect some rotten eggs tomorrow. The stones are strong enough, but smashing them is not as soothing as the rotten eggs that are spreading a bad odor. Just as they were walking out of Ma-Yi Alley, suddenly a scholar stopped in his tracks, eyes staring blankly into the darkness beyond the alley. Puzzled, the students followed his gaze and froze in unison. As far as their eyes could see, thousands of scavengers, armed with clubs and sticks, approached Massacre Alley at a neat pace. As they stepped forward, a suffocating sense of oppression spread toward Massacre Alley. Is Wang Fugue going to make a move against Ma-Yi Lane? A student swallowed and shuddered. Or, for us? I don't think so. The scholar who was the first to stop was slightly pale, forcing himself to calm down. We are students of the Imperial College. The scavengers don't dare to touch us. Don't be afraid. Just saying that. They remained nailed to the spot, afraid that the slightest movement would draw the attention of the scavengers. About 10 breaths later, the scavengers got closer and closer to them, and the silence spread out to the sides, encircling the students of the state prison and Massacre Alley. The students' faces instantly changed when they saw this. The scholars summoned up courage and suddenly shouted, "We are students of the Imperial College, and this act is a plea for heavenly justice. You can't take offense with the curfew order." After this statement, the silent scavenger finally dropped his gaze to the state student before skimming over it extremely quickly to look into the true darkness with fear in his gaze. It was as if there was something in that black as ink darkness that frightened even them. Tada! The streets resounded with the dull sound of horses' hooves. The students of the state prison followed the voice, and in that darkness, an old one-horned horse stepped forward, its back. Sitting at the end of the table was a young man clad in black and gold official robes with a sword at his waist. Behind the teenager, followed by 42 riders clad in black armor. They rode on black horses and wielded strangers' swords in their hands, stepping noiselessly, as if they were true ghosts of darkness. Seeing this scene, the students of the state elementary school's faces changed slightly, finally realizing what scavenger was fearing. Marquis Chen Liu, Black Rider, Chapter 120, entering the Zhou Mansion, killing Zhou Qian. Here comes the Black Rider of Chunlu. Since last year's Jinka Alley massacre of Hearing Wind House, Chen Liujia once again appeared in Chang'an City, and, this time, they were clad in black armor. It was led by Marquis Chen Lu himself. The students of the state prison looked back at the Vermilion Gate at the end of Ma-Yi Lane and couldn't help but well up with a sense of security that they had something to rely on. There was only one possibility for Chen Liujia to come to Ma-Yi Alley, the literary leader Chen Jian, who had taken the throne of Chunlu at a young age and was known as the leader of half of the Tang dynasty by the Zhuang. It's time to raise the butcher's knife. The crowd parted like a tidal wave. The students of the Imperial College watched Chen Liujia walk toward Ma-Yi Lane, hating to be able to follow him around. It was just that they didn't dare to open their mouths in front of the oppressive and terrifying Black Rider. Then when the alley was full of silence, a Shu Lang voice came, praying Cloud brother. You are not to catch Joe old bastard it. How not to follow? Not to this marquee one person draws the knife on it? The scholar who first discovered the scavenger was slightly stunned. Then his face showed joy. Yan Qian is begging for it. Dare not differ? The words are gone. The scavenger silently parted the blocked alleyway and allowed the nearly 100 students of the State Academy to follow. After the Black Rider left, Wang Xiaogue, the leader of the scavengers and the most honorable masonry member of the Qinglu, wiped away the sweat on his forehead, drew out the straight sword on his waist and droned. The Marquis of Chunlu has ordered that today, no one is allowed to come out of the Ma-Yi Alley. The brothers will draw their swords and wait for their orders, and anyone who dares to break through the barrier will be killed without pardon. Nah, Master Su. Chen Jian has led the Black Riders into Ma-Yi Lane, Kinko's Lane Su House. Su Ru stood in front of the case with his hands folded, his gaze falling towards Qingzhou. which was outlined by a vermilion line. Young man, still some blood. Hearing the report, Su-ru waved his hand to the map into the Sumeru ring, with his hands in the air, sighed. Qin Weixian is in charge of the Ministry of the Army. Jinnan, Jindong, Jinshi, the three generals of the realm of the cavernous realm are his disciples. Such a mixed and deep-rooted network of relationships. His Majesty has always been relieved to allow him to sit in the center of the power. Naturally, because of the absolute trust, I cut off his ambition to run the Ministry of War. With his temperament, he should have jumped up and hit me on the knee long ago. This time, he did nothing but watch the Chang'an mess with a cold eye. So it seems that His Majesty has more than likely landed. Otherwise, with Li Qingnan's and Xuanz's petty tactics, it would never be possible to change Qingzhou so easily. The corner of the visitor's mouth twitched. My own teacher may seem to outsiders as a giant, unsmiling scholar. Only those who are familiar with him know that he is actually just a sourpuss showman with a poisonous mouth. Otherwise it wouldn't have been the case that the man who carried the literary world on one shoulder was called Zhuang Mo instead of Su-ru. Wiping away the disrespectful thoughts, the visitor's ugly face wrinkled into a ball. Your Majesty's pawn in Qingzhou, is it the Yang family of Qinghe, or the Bai family of Haja? That fool, Weiman, has no business being a pawn. Su-ru looked away. Sure, Yuan, next time you come to see your master, cover your face first, just in case someone crashes through our relationship. It won't be safe for you. Yes, Sensei. Pang Shiyuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This dead old man obviously thinks he's ugly, but he still pretends to care about his safety. The situation has come to this. There was no longer any need for himself to lie in wait for the fourth prince. Or rather, the fourth prince's seemingly benevolent but actually thin-natured idiot had long since lost the value of continued observation. Even if the fourth prince Li Changbang was full of benevolence and morality, and even treated himself as a teacher, but in Pang Shi Yuan's opinion, that idiot might as well be prince worth investing in. After all, the prince's creepy thing had actually developed a bit of inexplicable dominance under Phoenix's neglect. All dare to call themselves emperor. At least ask Pang Shiyuan to think highly of him. Su-ru also felt that he was a bit too much. Changed the topic and said, Feng Jingji, that old man remotely commanded the Ministry of Ceremonies for many years. Joe, old bastard thing. I do not believe that he is half unaware of it. I'm afraid there's something I don't know about him this time. We did it in a hurry. It's just that a gentleman does what he has to do. As important as uprooting is, the lives of those innocent children are more important. Ministry of Rights House. Chen Jian rode his one-horned old horse and stood in front of the huge vermilion iron gate, his divine thoughts silently crossing into the Zhou mansion. Inside the vermilion door was brightly lit. People were in shadow, and the servants of the Zhou mansion were busy collecting valuables, so they must have heard the wind. The vermilion door stinks of dog meat, and there are frozen bones on the road, just a wall away. Inside the walls, jewels were scattered and yuan stones filled the houses, but outside the walls, there were untouchables with no clothes and no food. Fitting. Silently withdrawing his divine thoughts, Chen Jian's palm fell. Old Yangtu stranger's sword, clad in black armor, was raised. Boom! The vermilion door that had stood firm against the students of the state prison for half a month shattered. Chen Jian rode his horse up the steps and stepped into the Zhou mansion, sweeping his eyes across the yard. When he saw Zhou Qian, who was dressed in night clothes, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking smile. Mr. Zhou is in a hurry. Is he going out of the city? Chen Jian. Yard. Zhou Qian, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks, his face as gloomy as water. I didn't expect Chen Jian to actually come, and it came so fast. You seem surprised? Chen Jian looked down at Zhou Qian and said quietly, the students of the state prison blocked the door and cursed for more than half a month. You guys didn't panic. The Ministry of Criminal Affairs handed so many folders to the Crown Prince requesting a thorough investigation of the Zhou mansion. You guys didn't panic either, and now it's suddenly panicking. Is someone smelling a crisis? Or is it that old bastard who's been lingering for nearly 1,000 years who's finally breathed his last? Chen Jian, don't bully people too much. Zhou Qian's face was full of gloom, and he said in a cold voice, my late father shed blood for the great Tang, and blocked swords for the late emperor. My father's body is still cold. You all just barged in with swords and insulted my late father. Are you trying to rebel? So it's really dead. The mocking smile at the corner of Chen Jian's mouth faded. The old bastard didn't die sooner or later, but at this time of the day, there is indeed a shadow behind this matter. I just don't know who shadow is. On the surface, the right minister Feng Jingji is the most likely. After all, he is that old bastard's top boss. Before the founding of the Great Tang, the two have been up and down one heart, and Feng Jingji is getting old. Even if he was in a high position of power, the royal family would grant him a blood elixir every 3 years to renew his life. But the effects of the drug will eventually wear off. A moment of contemplation. Chen Jian swept his gaze over the Zhou family's family members, his eyes slightly closed. Mr. Zhou, We know each other well. If you have any last words, please do so as soon as possible. This marquee will give you the opportunity to say 3 words. What did you say? Zhou Qian's face instantly changed, and he looked at Chen Jian with a grimace. In his opinion, his father's use of boys and girls to make medicine is pure nonsense, and this matter is just someone in the court who is jealous of the Zhou family's control of the Ministry of Rights and throws sewage at the Zhou family. The reason why he was packing up and getting ready to leave the capital tonight was also just a temporary retreat after his father's violent death for no apparent reason. He had never imagined that the Zhou house, which had held the Ministry of Rights for nearly 500 years, would have the day when his family would be copied and destroyed. One sentence. Chen Jian looked down at the peerless scabbard. Chen Jian, you've bullied people too much. Zhou Qian's breath rippled. His qi realm cultivation was unabashedly displayed. This matter is not to say that it is a slander. Even if my Zhoufu really did it, so what? It's just a bunch of pariahs. It's their good fortune to be able to renew their father's life. My father has shed blood for the Great Tang and blocked swords for the late emperor. The house is dedicated to the Dan Book and Iron Ticket. How dare a yellow-mouthed child insult it like that? Chen Jian looked at Zhou Qian with a compassionate gaze. It seems that you really don't know anything. Idiot, wasting my marquee time. The words fell. A blade flashed. Zhou Qian, who was preparing to scold Chen Jian, had his head yanked in the hands of old Young Tu, his eyes glaring round and his mouth still ho-hoing. Seeing this, the Zhou clan members shrieked and scattered to flee for their lives. It's just that they're faster. And how could it be faster than Chen Liaojia's sword? A blade fell, and the Black Rider's hand rose and fell, silently launching a bloody massacre. Just for a moment, the smell of blood wafted out in front of the lobby. Meanwhile, a figure swept violently towards the sky, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Part of them were Zhou House's direct lineage, but more were Zhou House's captive offerings, with both high and low cultivation levels. The lowest person was only at the royal qi realm. The tallest, a Tong Xian. The Zhou mansion had been in charge of the Ministry of Rights for many years, patrolling the world's sex on behalf of the emperor, and was extremely powerful, so naturally there was no shortage of cultivators who came to the door to join them. But with the violent death of the old minister, it is inevitable that the tree-toppled monkey's scattering ship. What's more, the one leading the troops to raid the house today is also the new Marquis of Chenlu, with the royal sword sect and the Misty Sect's miserable end in front of them. Who would dare to draw their swords on him? The cultivators of the Jianghu sect? Turning a blind eye to the fleeing offerings and the Zhou house's direct lineage, Chen Jian simply rode his one-horned horse towards the Zhou house's inner lobby, because above that void, there was a greenhouse slowly spread out. Lu Qi, who was sitting under the willow tree with his sword across his knees, was inviting them to sit down and listen to the music. Chapter 121. It is God's business to forgive them. Chen Jian rode his horse and stepped into the lobby. At this moment, inside the lobby, there were 2 figures in mourning kneeling in front of the casket. They fell to their knees, their hips puckered high, deaf to the screams that filled the house. Even when Zhou Qian's head was cut off, they didn't even look up. These 2, it was Zhou Jun, the Minister of Rights of the current dynasty, and Zhou Li, the Minister, the 2 most powerful people in the Zhou house in plain sight. Greetings to Marquis Chen. Zhou Jun looked up at Chen Jian. His extremely well-maintained face appeared a little pale. It seemed that he wasn't as bland as he appeared. Chen Jian ignored the 2 people kneeling on the ground. Self-consciously, he rode towards the casket, his eyes looking slyly at the ink-red painted coffin. This old bastard is too extravagant. So much for being dead, and actually using goldenrod. The palm of his hand lightly gripped Wushuang, and a sword light flashed by. The coffin made of goldenrod broke in half. Pick up the white cloth covering the body with the tip of the sword. What came into view was a withered old man covered in corpse spots, whose face was vaguely similar to that old undead in the Zhou mansion. A single mind particle silently crossed into the sea of consciousness, and Chen Jian flipped through his memories, wanting to observe the last images of his deathbed. Marquis Chen Liu, you've overstepped your bounds. Seeing Chen Jian split the coffin with a sword and pick up the white cloth to insult the remains, Zhou Jun slowly raised his head, his voice cold and ghostly. This matter is not yet finalized, and the holy decree of Bai Yujing has not yet been issued. Marquis Chen led his troops to massacre my minister's residence. May I ask which law of the Tang dynasty you relied on? The Ministry of Justice has not yet filed a case. And what qualifications does Marquis Chen Liu have to overstep his bounds? This official needs an explanation from Marquis Chen. Over the top? Chen Jian looked at Jun Zhou mockingly. This official is the Minister of Rights Hospitality, a full 5th rank official, patrolling the world's sex on behalf of His Majesty. I have received a report from the enthusiastic public that old bastard Zhou has colluded with a Jianghu sect to use children to make medicine, which is unconscionable, and it is precisely my duty to lead the troops to investigate. Mr. Shangshu, haven't you forgotten that I'm the hostess? You recommended him to the crown prince. As for the explanation, the Wushuang sword wiped through the corpse's neck and the withered old man's head fell like a melon. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth was slightly raised. This marquis has acted in his life. Why do I need to explain myself to others? How dare the harridan? Zhou Jun and Zhou Li, who had been kneeling on the ground, stormed up at the same time. Their terrifying killing machines instantly swept towards Chen Jian. The two vicious sword lights were as fast as lightning. The light of the sword is pointing. It was Chen Jian's arms. One void god, one transformation void, and two practitioners hid their swords in their bodies, not kneeling down to pay homage to my late father. Instead, he wanted to build up his strength to land a blow. The moment old Shangshu Zhou suddenly and violently died, they knew there was no longer any possibility of survival. Zhou Qian might be able to escape, but they couldn't, because they have been in charge of the Ministry of Rites for many years. No one will believe that they know nothing, even if that is the truth. No one knew the real power holders of the Zhou mansion better than they did. That old undead man wants to live forever, wants to live in the world, and even though both feet have already stepped into the coffin, he still firmly tugs at his power. Moreover, the old undead has been hiding by day and by night all these years, acting more and more bizarrely. His smile is getting colder and colder, and the sound of gnawing bones often resounds in the secret room. From the day the rumors came out, they knew it was no rumor, only they did nothing when they guessed the truth, but instead executed all those who spread rumors in the house, because they understand that the reason why the House of Zhou has stood in the Great Tang and even ruled the Ministry of Rites for nearly 500 years is because the old undead has not yet breathed his last. As long as he's alive, Zhou Fu will still have a chance to turn the game around. Unfortunately, the old undead they had high hopes for was treated as an outcast after all. More's the pity. Retribution came too quickly, and it came in the form of the Chen Lua Black Rider. The moment they saw Chen Jinan, while despairing, the same thought inevitably flashed through his mind. Catching this trash with a deep background will have a silver lining. So they coldly watched as the whole house was slaughtered, and secretly instructed the practitioners to scatter and run for their lives, and then knelt in front of the spirit hall in mourning, and so on. It is that there is no one behind Chen Jinan. The vicious sword light swept through. The sword, which was poured out with all its strength, even cut a dark dotted line out of the void. This deliberate sword, even a Tongshan realm minor patriarch couldn't dodge it in a hurry. Chen Jian is even more unlikely. So at the same time as the sword, they put their palms out as well, to get it in their hands in the fastest time possible, in order to live in death. Ding! The sword light fell towards Chen Jian as desired. The imagined images of limbs and pieces of blood raining down did not appear, because although Chen Jian had no one behind him, there were two dark hooves in front of him. The hooves belonged to the old, bony, one-horned horse that looked as if it might die violently at any moment. At this point, its cloudy eyes flashed with contempt and indignation. It's like you're angry at me for not being able to see it. And as if they were despising these two idiotic humans, why did they dare to strike their swords in front of it? It then raised its hooves and landed hard towards Zhou Jun and Zhou Li. Put! Like a ripe watermelon bursting open. The two men's heads instantly exploded, red and white staining the ground, and even the Yin god shattered open. Seeing this, Chen Jian slapped the seated old horse in dissatisfaction and hurriedly threw out two mind particles to be hosted on their shattered Yin spirits. Start rummaging through memories. The old undead sea of consciousness was already withered. He had gained nothing earlier and could only hope for these two. Just did not expect this crippled horse to hoof down viciously, and directly shoot their Yin Shin also shattered to go. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. A minister of rights. A minister of rights. Is that all that's in your head? These two poor stooges. Although the old undead had retired for many years, the real power of the Zhou mansion had always been firmly grasped in his hands. These two could be the biggest masters, probably sleeping with the disciples of whichever clan they paid tribute up. For that matter they didn't quite make it, because sometimes that old bastard has to get out of bed to do their work for them. Carrying Zhou old bastard's head out of the spirit hall, Chen Jian casually threw it to Yan Qiyun of the state prison. Yan Qiyun is the same scholar who carried the pamphlet into Chang'an. After all, the students of the state prison have been throwing rotten eggs in front of this Vermilion Gate for half a month. At this point the dust has settled. More or less they have to be a bit involved or they won't be so good at fooling them later. Marquis. Yan Qiyun held his head, and instead of the joy Chen Jinan expected, he looked a little sad. A moment of silence. He hesitantly said, "The rest of the people in the Shangshu residence are innocent." Innocent? Chen Jian turned his head to look at Yan Qiyun, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. Brother Qiyun, tell me, the more than 3,000 children who were sold again and again, changed hands again and again, and finally turned into ashes in the furnace, were they innocent? They don't know anything, maybe even with an innocent smile on his face before being pushed into the oven. Still looking forward to a quiet trip home after becoming a practitioner. Not meeting, just watching from afar. Leave some money for the family so that the younger siblings don't starve anymore. The killing didn't stop when Chen Jian spoke. When his last word fell, more than 300 members of the Zhou family have been slaughtered by Qin Liujia. Even the young master at the end, whose gaze was filled with resentment and fear, had his head chopped off by the old cripple. Sweeping his eyes over the corpses all over the ground, Chen Jian slowly said, "When the snowy mountain collapsed, not a single snowflake was innocent. Old man Zhou single-handedly supported the Zhou mansion, using the lives of other people's children as a ladder for his children's advancement. The whole house, all grew up eating human blood buns under the shelter of Zhou Laopi. If they're innocent, what about the kids who haven't even eaten meat? Whoever spoke for their innocence when they were pushed into the fiery furnace?" One of the greats once said, "It's God's business to forgive them, and all I have to do is send them to God. I don't have the means to bring them back to life, but I do have the means to bring the people who caused their deaths. Send them all down." Yan Shiyun's face was complex as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. He did not want to take revenge for those innocent children. Otherwise he would not have led his fellow students to curse in front of the shoemen for half a month. Just witnessed the tragic death of more than 300 people from the Zhou family. He still couldn't help being soft. The culprits have already been put to death, so why kill them all? After killing all the people in the Zhou mansion, Chen Liujia returned his sword to its sheath and followed behind Chen Jian towards the outside of the mansion. Before stepping out of the threshold, Chen Jian turned back and swept his eyes over more than 100 students of the state scholarship. "If you all think this way, why do you have to come to this door all day long to block it? Wouldn't it be better to wait quietly for him to die of old age? Or is it your outrage, your so-called justice for the people, your justice for the children, just used as a stepping stone to the temple?" This statement was made. The house full of students from the state prison, all of them bowed their heads in shame, not daring to meet Chen Jian's eyes. When they looked up again, there was no longer any Chen Jian and Chen Lujia in this room. "Qi Yun, you're wrong." Chapter 122, cannot change who they are. "Your Majesty, the Zhou mansion has been exterminated." Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence. Zhu Wuchang looked at Li Changding, who was embracing him left and right with a face full of pity, and said, "Chen Jian, that butcher, didn't even spare a 12-year-old child. Dead is dead." Li Changding glanced at Zhu Wuchang with dissatisfaction. "Zhou Jun, that traitorous thief swore that he was loyal to me at first, but once I lost my power, he ran away faster than anyone else, and after all, he was not one of my people, and he deserved to die." The corners of Zhu Wuchang's mouth twitched slightly, and he was silent for half a second before continuing. "Your Majesty, the Zhou mansion did that kind of harm to the heavens and the earth, and being exterminated would be a justifiable death. It's just that Chen Jian was too overbearing when he mobilized his troops to slaughter them without saying a word. If he dares to mobilize troops into the Zhou Palace today, he will dare to mobilize troops into the Eastern Palace tomorrow. In my opinion, it would be better to order Chen Jian to think about his life behind closed doors in the name of his militarism and killing important ministers in vain, so as to show your Majesty's imperial authority." This statement was made. The palms of Li Changding's hands that were holding the hill trembled slightly as he waved his hand for them to retreat. After the two consorts left, Li Changding looked at Zhu Wuchang with a furtive gaze, his thick eyebrows furrowing. "Minister Zhu, have you been drinking today?" "Your Majesty, I have always been a light drinker, and today I will only have 2 small drinks." Zhu Wuchang was puzzled. "Is your Majesty suddenly aroused? I have nothing to do on my left or right, so I can accompany your Majesty to drink 2 more cups." No wonder it started talking nonsense. Li Changding lowered his voice and grunted angrily. "Who do you think Chen Jian is? It's the contemporary Marquis of Chenlu, the Lord of Chenlu. Ah, he has a great master in his hands. When his palm falls, even my head will have to move. You actually want him to think behind closed doors? How dare you? I'm just a self-appointed emperor, so I'll just get over it." Even Wuda, that the rightful owner, is still in the Taiji Hall simmering. "The Secretary of the Ministry of Rights dead or not about what I have to do?" The unseen frowns furrowed their brows, quietly sizing up Li Sundin. Though he takes credit for what the prince has become and appreciates this peaceful attitude of his, but it always felt a little out of place. After all, before, this one was ambitious to ascend to the top of the world. Didn't we agree to ascend the throne on our own? Murphy, in the eyes of this one, by ascending to the throne on your own, you mean declaring yourself emperor and sitting on it for the rest of your life? "Your Majesty." After looking at him for a long time, Zhu Wuchang said, "Since your Majesty is thinking this way, I do have a proposal that can not only show your Majesty's authority, but also block the world's mouths, and also mend the relationship with Marquis Chenlu. Ai-chan, please." Hearing that he could show off his authority without offending Chen Jian, Li Changding suddenly put on his emperor's airs. As for plugging the yo-yo, he didn't really care. After all, this world is not his own. It does not matter if it is overturned. "Your Majesty, the destruction of the Zhou mansion has become a fact, and it is also a fact that old Shangshu Zhou colluded with the Jianghu sect to use children to make medicines that are unconscionable. Both. Why doesn't your Majesty issue a decree to send Chen Jian a master? In this way, it will appear that your Majesty has a heart for the people, punishing the wicked and eliminating the evil, and at the same time selling Chen Jian a bad face." Li Chengding raised his eyebrows slightly, silently combing through Zhu Wuchang's words in his mind for a long time before hesitantly saying, "If the division is to be known, the Minister of Justice for him? No, Xiao Shaoqing is now the commander of my guards, and I can't bear to remove Xiao Bin for no reason." Dimwit, Zhu Wuchang cursed in his heart. After releasing his natural instincts, this creepy thing actually reached into his vassal's residence. No wonder see that guard's commander looked familiar. It is Xiao Bin, that handsome son. Your Majesty. Suppressing the emotions at the bottom of his heart, Zhu Wuchang slowly said, "The Ministry of Rights patrols the world's sects on behalf of His Majesty, and the Eternal Life sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, and the Pill King Valley are also among the patrols, and that son of a Qinjian happens to be the Minister of Rights Hospitality." I remember. Li Chengding's eyes looked at Zhu Wuchang in a ghostly manner. It was Zhu Wuchang who proposed that Chen Jian should be the angel in the first place, and Zhou Juntai, the Minister of Rights, agreed. It was no wonder that Zhu Wuchang was on fire to make Chen Jian think behind closed doors. I'm afraid that seeing the miserable state of the Zhou mansion, I'm afraid that I'll follow in its footsteps. With this in mind, Li Chengding, who had felt that the matter was none of his business, suddenly panicked a little. Chen Jian slaughtered the Zhou family for such a trivial matter. Is he even more murderous than Chen Aben? Fear flooded his heart. He pondered whether he should find a reason to get Zhu Wuchang killed and send him to Marquis Chen Lu's residence as well. It would be good to extinguish the anger of that arrogant and domineering waste. Your Majesty? Seeing Li Chengding's deep gaze, Zhu Wuchang still had a smile on his face, but his heart grew cold. Can the leopard change his spots? After the failure of the assassination plan for the greenhouse business, Li Chengding was afraid of the conspiracy to leak. Even a small jailer was silenced. And afterwards it was a silent execution of several strategists in the prince's residence. After the incident at the Langia ceremony, Zhuang Mo knelt in front of the Taiji hall. He did not hesitate to push himself out to top the pot. Even after Chen Jian returned to Chang'an, Li Chengding gave the order to execute Gao Lishur. It was only by a fight in Jinka Alley that the plan was messed up, and only then did Gao Lishur pick up a life. Think of the past. Zhu Wuchang laughed. Your Majesty, my humble servant suggests that Chen Jian be appointed to the position of Minister of Ceremonies and patrol the world's sects on behalf of your Majesty. Why not do it in one step? Li Chengding suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said quietly, since we want to give him a step to make his division famous, we might as well give him a big one. Your Majesty. Zhu Wuchang's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed. With pavilion leader Feng on the throne, do you think that the authority of the Minister of Rights is something you can give away just because you want to? Just let it be. Li Chengding probably also thought of his own embarrassing situation, and waved his hand in disinterest, letting Gao Lishur, who was waiting at the side, help him get up and walk toward the inner palace. Zhu Wuchang stood within the cold and gloomy hall, looking at Li Chengding's back from afar, with no more semblance of gentleness in his eyes. He was almost certain of it. If he hadn't poked and prodded himself to remind Li Chengding that he was now alone, Li Chengding was afraid that he might really kill himself to give to Chen Jian. After all, with his nature, the closest partners are just pawns that can be discarded at any time. Lord Wang, outside of Ma Yi Alley, Chen Jian rode on a one-horned old horse, overlooking the disheveled Wang Fugue, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Tonight, heads are rolling and fires are raging in the sky, but Lord Wang, as the prefect of Kyoto, slept soundly. My humble servant is getting old, so I hope the Marquis will forgive me for being late. Wang Fugue straightened the official robe. Will be missing half a boot-foot hide? Fat white face is full of sycophantic smile. Besides, with the means of the Marquis, apprehend the Zhou house, that group of unscrupulous beasts of burden, but hand to hand just, there is no subordinate are the same. Chen Jian swept his gaze over Wang Fugue. He remembered that a year ago, in order to get Lu Qi out of jail, he had licked his face to pay tribute to Wang Fugue, together with the approval to open a greenhouse and the messy formalities. This big-bellied Kyoto prefect, the silver that was scavenged from him amounted to 625 taels and 8 coins, not counting the 3,000 taels that Chen Aben gave privately. I didn't realize that a year had passed, and now the one riding on the horse overlooking Wang Fugue had become him. Chen Jian. Meeting Chen Jinan's gaze, Wang Fugue, fat face slightly trembling, body as fast as lightning, crouched down, picked up a money bag from the ground, smiled and said, Marquis, this ground has grown a bag for nothing, like the one you lost yesterday? Chen Jian suddenly became interested, the corner of his mouth hooked up. It's really like the bag containing 625 taels and 8 coins of this Marquis. The corner of Wang Fugue's mouth twitched, taking out 3,000 taels of silver bills from his bosom and putting them into a bag. He cupped his hands and handed them to Chen Jian, smiling fawningly. Oh, what a coincidence. It happens to be so much. It's quite a coincidence. Chen Jian took the money bag. Lord Wang, we're clear. Hear that? Wang Fugue's face was happy and at the same time his heart was afraid. yesterday from the Marquis of Chunlu extortion of silver, not more or less exactly 625 taels of 8 money. This guy remembers so clearly, is not already in mind to move towards their own knife? Luckily, I came prepared this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that sooner or later, I'll have to follow in the footsteps of the Zhou mansion. This dude Jarius, a power on even the feud is not big. Zhou house called him to find a reason to extinguish. They caught their family grip, afraid of not be put to death 9 clans? Just when he was thinking about something that wasn't there. Suddenly, I heard Qin Jian's quiet voice ringing out, "Elder brother Wang, you don't want His Majesty to know about your bribing this marquis in full view of everyone, do you?" Chapter 123, Opening a Kiln. What does the marquis mean? Wang Fugui's face trembled. I didn't expect this dude to be so ruthless. He had paid back the money. He actually wasn't satisfied. Trembling and pulling out 2 more silver bills from his pocket, Wang Fugui gritted his teeth and handed them over. "Marquis, this is all I can do. This is all I can do. If it's not enough, I'll lock myself in the jail." Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, nimbly took the silver ticket into his pocket, before he leisurely said, "This is more than sorry. This marquis just have a business want to talk to Wang old brother. I didn't expect old brother Wang to give such a great gift." Talking business? Wang Fugui's gaze went to where Qin Jian was carrying the silver ticket. Since we're talking business, it's always others who send him money. How can there be a reason for the prefect of Kyoto to pay money out of his pocket? Nay, Chen Jinan simply ignored him, just pointing to the innermost part of Ma Yi Lane. He laughed. "Old brother Wang, do you see that 3 feet high fence? See, it's high." The corner of Wang Fugui's mouth turned away. Zhou house that group of knives. When he was enclosing the courtyard, he mentioned his opinion. The wall is too high. They cannot grasp. Sooner or later have to collapse. Unfortunately, that idiot Zhou Jun, relying on his Dan Shu Tai, was not only unwilling to change, but also told him to get out of the way. Now it seems that they really can't grasp. Do you know what that fence is made of? Chen Jian sighed quietly. It's green bricks. Thousands of green bricks. A green brick is sold at 8-1. Just this fence. Zhou family's spending difference. I'm afraid that no less than 50,000 taels. Even little master's greenhouse isn't this extravagant. Hearing this exclamation, Wang Fugui secretly despised it. I thought that your girl's greenhouse is almost 10,000 taels a day. Still thinking about a wall? And who doesn't know that the reason why this Ma Yi Lane has become such a hell is because the brick kilns are everywhere and the environment is too harsh, resulting in Zhou house is entrenched here for more than 20 years. Secretly I don't know how many brick kilns I control. Naturally it's not bad for green bricks. After despising, he hesitantly asked, Marquis is trying to smash the wall of the Zhou residence to sell it for money? This is something that my humble servant can get involved in. This high wall is originally an unauthorized building. If the Marquis is interested, I will immediately write a letter of repudiation, so that the Secretary for Urban Construction can demolish it. It's just that for this kind of unauthorized building construction, the government office will pay 30% of the carriage fee. The Urban Construction Division will keep 30% for itself and pay 40% to the National Treasury. The 30% of the carriage fee for the government office this time. My humble servant will keep it for the Marquis? Chen Jian's face was slightly dark. Is my master's reputation that bad? I'm not Chen Jiming. Who gives a about this kind of money? Let's not talk about tearing down the wall. Waving his hand to stop Wang Fugui, who was full of meat pain, Chen Jian coughed lightly and organized his language. The idea of this marquee is to seal off the small brick kilns that are blossoming all over Ma Yi Alley. Establishment of the brick kiln department to standardize regulations in management. Otherwise, if we let those unethical and smoky brick kiln owners keep on digging like this, Ma Yi Lane will always be in a mess. It doesn't matter if the owners of the brick kilns don't live here, but who cares about the old and the sick who live here and suck up all the dust all day long? After the establishment of the brick kiln department, let's sell the bricks at a higher price, but those who can afford them are big families, so there's not much difference between 8 and 10 cents. Wang Fugui looked at Chen Jian blankly. It was not understood why Chen Jian, with his status and position, would be concerned about such a trivial matter. In his opinion, as the master of Chen Lue, Chen Jian should be concerned about who to choose as emperor in the future or who to call to bed tonight, not the bodies of this group of pariahs from Ma Yi Alley. Then again, he did not see the need for a brick kiln department. Although the bricks are expensive, but the casting process is cumbersome, the output is small, the labor cost is high. Even if those brick kiln owners have been hard to squeeze the pariahs, the net profit of a brick is only about a penny. It was incomparable to the daily income of nearly 10,000 taels from the greenhouse. Most of all, brick kilns don't burn bricks. Do they play with clay piles of mud, people? Lord Wang, you're not a pure and beautiful servant girl, so please don't stare at me with that stupid eyeball obsession. Seeing the muddy stupidity written all over Wang Fugui's face, Chen Jian teased, instead of burning green bricks, we can burn red bricks. Red bricks? Wang Fugue frowned slightly. He had been an official for decades and had not heard of red bricks. Red bricks and bricks compared to, although less durable, but in the firing is simple. To clay, shale, gang mix firing from, finished product is not as harsh as green bricks. If it costs 6 cents to burn green bricks, to burn red bricks, it costs at most a penny or even less than a penny. Even if you only sell it for 2 cents, you'll make a fortune. When the price comes down, more people will be able to afford to repair their mansions. And it's better to have a piece of tile to cover your body than to stay in a thatched hut that leaks all over the place and falls apart when the wind blows. 2 cents for a red brick, Wang Fugue murmured. The great wasteland is barren of resources, and the legendary exotic treasures, divine medicines and minerals, and divine beasts and immortal birds have gradually disappeared from the great wasteland world since the great wall of the human race was forged 500,000 years ago. With the passage of time, even the gold and silver mines that the cultivators in the ancient times had regarded as wasteland had become precious. At present, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 2 guanxian, or 2,001. In the Great Tang, the average Chang'an citizen could earn about 80 yuan per day. Look at it this way, is 8 cents a lot? Not much, actually, but the number of people who can take 8 cents for a brick is by no means large. After all, repairing a house is not building a nest, and at the very least, you need 20,000 bricks, 8 yuan apiece, or 80 taels of silver, 80 taels. It can buy 4 Li Qing heirs. As Chen Jian said, for those who could afford to use green bricks, there was really not much difference between 8 and 10 cents. So much so that those who build houses with green bricks today are basically well-off people or dignitaries. But if the introduction of the 2-cent brick, the situation is certainly different again. After all, 8 cents cannot afford to pay out. 2 cents still cannot afford to pay out? This is a matter of great promise. After calculating the account clearly, Wang Fugue pulled up a treacherous smile, fawningly said, Marquis, this matter you see how to operate, or the next official first to tear down that wall? How much does this guy resent that wall? Chen Jian looked deeply at Wang Fugue and slowly said, Lord Wang, this time, I hope you can collect the aptitude of the wild geese. After the brick kiln department is erected, this marquis will arrange for people to move in, and this marquis people must have absolute say. The position of director of the brick kiln department will always be reserved for the marquis. Wang Fugue smiled fawningly. It's just that this share of the profits, I still ask the marquis to show me, a share of the profits. Chen Jian looked back at the high wall and slowly said after a moment of silence, the startup capital of the brick kiln department will be offset by the Zhou Palace's industry. You take 10% of the profits, surrender 20%, the greenhouse 20%, and the remaining 50% is filled into the Silesian Bureau under the supervision of the State Council and the greenhouse. Wang Fugue was slightly stunned. It was understandable for him to take 10%, and it was also understandable for him to surrender 20%. But it was just that 20% for the greenhouse and 50% for the Silesian Bureau were a little hard for him to understand. What is the Silesian Bureau? The official institution that takes in orphans. Counting up several imperial dynasties, all have a Silesian Bureau, but basically they are all just for show. Because the conditions for admission to the Silesian Missions Bureau are extremely harsh and the approval procedures are cumbersome. Genuine orphans rarely survive to the end of the inspection and approval process before they are sold or starved to death. Even in this imperial city of Chang'an, the Silesian Bureau has only taken in over 200 orphans. This is still he, Wang Fugue, who thinks he has a good heart and can't see the suffering of the people. Chen Jian actually want to take 50% to fill the Silesian hospital. This is stupid. He had thought that Chen Jian's interest in burning bricks was to earn money. After all, although the profit from selling bricks was meager, but if there were really red bricks selling for 2 cents, it might not be worse than the greenhouse when a little goes a long way. But judging from the meaning of this, it seems that the greenhouse only takes 20% and doesn't seem to want to make any money out of it. Then what is Chen Jian doing this for? Is it really for that group of pariahs in Ma Yi Lane and the laborious Silesian home? Wang Fugue didn't believe it. After half a second of silence, he asked in a low voice, Marquis, is it that you want to use money to knock out my officer? Tie my officer to His Highness the Third Prince's thieving ship, and wait for the day of the change of day to open the city gates to receive His Highness the Third Prince into the city to ascend to the throne? Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, not seeing that this guy was still a self-starter. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he whispered, if that's the case, would old brother Wang be willing to abandon his darkness and work with this marquis? No way. This goes against the way of an officer. Wang Fugue refused categorically and said with great righteousness, my official is only loyal to His Majesty. Then forget it. Chen Jian shook his head inside, making a move to leave. However, he saw Wang Fugue tugging on his sleeve, and smoothly slipped his palm through the sleeve, holding 2 of his fingers, and said silently with his lips, you have to add money. So much. Chen Jinan shook his head and retracted a finger. Discontent flashed across Wang Fugui's face. Seeing this, Chen Jian's other finger was ready to retract. However, he was tugged by the guy and said viciously, "Deal." Chen Jian laughed silently, patting his horse lightly and leading Chen Lujia away. Wang Fugui would be a pure idiot if he believed this gesture. This guy can sit steadily in the Kyoto prefect for more than 20 years, perhaps greedy for money, or perhaps lustful, but never a heartless little cutie. This strange move was either because he could see that Wuda had little chance of winning that future battle and wanted to take sides in advance, or he was authorized by Wuda. There's also the possibility that this guy was, from the beginning, one of their own. There are all three possibilities, and it's precisely unlikely that it's because of the money. Chapter 124, Qi Tian Dishang. Outside of Mai Lane, Wang Fugui watched Chen Jian disappear into the darkness, and a smile appeared on his obese face. Turning his wrist, a boot appeared in his hand. Slowly and methodically set on the frozen green left foot, leisurely spoke, "Ague, tomorrow go to Mai Lane. Tear down that obtrusive fence for me. The brick kiln sealed. The little marquis can't see the suffering of the people. We can't just eat white rice." The thief, his mother. It's not easy to get back the pay. And then asked him to jerk me off. On the way back to the greenhouse, Chen Jian waved his hand for the old crippled horse to go back to Foxer Mountain on his own, while he walked side by side with Lu Qi. Wang Fugui is not simple. After walking side by side for a few steps, Lu Qi frowned lightly and said, "He just looked up at me. Of course he's not easy," Chen Jian said in disbelief. As the prefect of Kyoto, balancing left and right among so many powerful people in Chang'an City, seeking to live in the cracks, if it were really as simple as he has shown himself to be, he would have already died I don't know how many times. And he's the only person I've ever met who's ever gotten money from Chen Aban. To Chen Aban that even his own son pits stingy nature. It is impossible to give that guy 3,000 taels of silver for nothing. After all, the person who swayed whether or not I could get out of the prison was just Chen Aban alone. Previously did not comprehend this layer. Called Chen Aban that guy cheated, but also moved for nothing. I invited Wang Fugui to join the stock, besides being too lazy to deal with those brick kiln owners. More than that, it's also to see what he's made of. Lu Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. "Boss, you are getting more and more treacherous now. Like a marquis. What do you mean like?" Chen Jian glared at Lu Qi in dissatisfaction. "I was already." Lu Qi gave a non-committal smile and changed the topic. "Burning red bricks. Did the boss do it on the spur of the moment or did he have a premeditated plan?" "It's not really premeditated. It's just that when I built the greenhouse, I was bluffed by the price of that green brick, and I came to Mai Lane once, and I happened to know the burning method of the red bricks, so I just did it by hand." Chen Jian sighed. "Luckily, the land price in Great Tang is not too expensive. Otherwise I don't even have enough silver to build a building, so I can get a wide building with 10 million rooms, and shelter the world's poor people with happy faces." Thief mother *********. The price of green bricks is so expensive. It's more like settling for 1,000,000 thatched houses. Lu Qi was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that Chen Jian was because of this. After a long moment of silence, he opened his mouth and asked, "Over at the Silesian Bureau, the boss should have a plan as well?" "The Silesian Board." Chen Jian frowned slightly. "Zhuang Yamo asked me to be a professor of the State Council. I knew my own weight and didn't dare to agree. I just gave him a little bit of advice. In the future, the State Crown prison students will be put down to the Silesian Bureau of Practical Training, Preaching and Teaching. The greenhouse also want to send deacons to teach martial arts. The greenhouse expansion is too fast. Recruiting deacons, employees of good and bad. My intention is, on the one hand, to make a way for those poor little fellows, and on the other hand, to cultivate fresh blood for the deacons of the greenhouse. Of course that's at least a couple years away." Ahead of the boo, Chen Jian suddenly paused, looking at the west with a slightly raised eyebrow. "There's a mountain after you get out of the Minshan 100,000 mountains." The mountain towered above the clouds and stood as 5 pillars of heaven stabbing toward the firmament. At this time, at the foot of that mountain, a white-robed monk was pacing around the base of the mountain, seemingly looking for something. White-robed monks followed by a head of the golden wheel of the Venerable Master. Then this went half a day later. The Venerable Master frowned slightly. "Xuanzang, in the end, what are you looking for?" The white-robed monk turned back. "Venerable Goddess of Mercy, the poor monk is looking for monkeys. Ever since I met the Venerable Master, I have always felt that there is a born and bred monkey pressed under this 5 elements mountain that would have a master-disciple relationship with the poor monk." "Born and bred monkeys?" Guan Zizai tilted his head and looked at the 5 Fingers Mountain. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. "What?" Xianzang said. "Is it not the great sage of Qi Tian who was pressed under this mountain by Lord Buddha 100,000 years ago? Speaking of which," Guan Zizai shook his head and said, 100,000 years in the past. That is, the Lord Buddha has also long since passed away. That Qi Tian Dishang is only a holy monkey. It is impossible to still be alive." Xuanzang, you are afraid to perceive the wrong. Still got it? The corners of Xuanzang's mouth twitched. Last winter, he set off on a westward journey and met Guanzizai, who was traveling eastward, in the vast Minshan mountains, and the two of them smiled at each other. With just one glance, they perceived an unfathomable bond with each other. When Xuanzang heard that this bald donkey was called Guanzizai, and that this trip was ordered to hold the golden robe and the nine-ring scepter to enter the eastern land in search of heaven's order to enter Mount Sumeru, his brain buzzed, instantly stunned. He didn't believe that there could be such a coincidence in this world, and the Guanzizi was similarly surprised, because when he saw Xuanzang, the fragments of the karma stone within his sea of consciousness trembled crazily, nearly shaking the golden wheel at the back of his head apart. This situation, only when it encounters a true heavenly destiny, or when the karma stone encounters a Buddha child it wishes to host, will it move. That moment, Guanzizi couldn't help but remember what His Holiness the Great Venerable Master Guankong had said before he descended from the mountain. Venerable Guankong said he saw the Buddha's light shining on Mount Sumeru, the golden wheel like the sun. Isn't this kind of vision exactly the scene of Lord Buddha's return to the throne in the prime of life? Could it be that this Xuanzang is the reincarnation of Lord Buddha? Why else would Karma Stone be so agitated? Guankong Great Master said this trip should come by him. Most likely is to see Xuanzang. After figuring out this section, Guanzizi's head shook with a golden wheel and asked in a trembling voice, Xuanzang, are you willing to enter my Buddhist sect and propagate the Dharma? Xuanzang said with a compassionate face, the poor monk's trip is precisely to the Western paradise to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. The two hit it off. Xuanzang happily entered the Buddha's door, and Guanzizi joyfully sent the brocade robe and the nine-ring tin scepter, originally in accordance with the meaning of the view from the sky. Since it has found the fate of the sky, nature is to take Xuanzang out of thin air back to Mount Sumeru, the bag for the good. Xuanzang, however, was reluctant, because he felt it was a little too ridiculous and a little too coincidental. Righteously, he said that he would walk 108,000 miles on foot to Mount Sumeru, and that he would only appear to be sincere when he had to fight demons and suffer all the way there. Viewing him as the reincarnation of Lord Buddha, Guanzizai naturally did not fail to oblige, so the two of them traveled together, and after walking for more than 2 months, they finally walked to the bottom of the Five Elements mountain. See Xuanzang immortalized around the five-fingered mountain turn, the view from the only to follow behind the escort, but in the bottom of the heart feels Xuanzang some whimsical. 100,000 years of sea changes. Even the great emperor cannot survive the erosion of the years. The monkey was suppressed when the saint realm only, I am afraid that has long been turned into flying ash, walked for most of another day. Just when Guanzizi was feeling a bit annoyed, suddenly his eyes trembled, only to see that under that five-fingered mountain, there was actually a monkey with withered hair pressed down. The monkey was suppressed within the stone, his pale golden eyes slightly closed, his head hanging low. If he wasn't purposely looking for it, I'm afraid he would be ignored as a weed. It seemed to sense his gaze. Monkey glanced up at him and dropped his head back down. Gaze cannot see half a point of untamed, but rather twilight, through the boundless decay and bleak. Incredulously turning his head, Guanzizi realized that Body Xianzang was looking at the monkey with a complicated gaze. There was shock, disbelief, and some sadness in his eyes. Great sage, silence for a long time. Xuanzang voice hoarse shout, like seeing an old friend who has not seen for a long time. Seeing this, Guanzizi's heart was shocked again. It is said in the Buddhist scriptures that when Lord Buddha suppressed the great sage of Chi Tian 100,000 years ago, a Buddha's son on Mount Sumeru interceded for him, even going so far as to sit down and argue with Lord Buddha. And after that, Lord Buddha smiled with a flick of his hand, and one of his palms fell down, sending that Buddha's son to his next life. Could it be that this Xuanzang is not the reincarnation of Lord Buddha, but the son of that Buddha? Hearing Xuanzang shout, that monkey looked up again, and when the four eyes were facing each other, the field was plunged into an eerie silence. Guanzizi looked at this scene in a daze, looking left and right, and in his heart he had already settled on the idea that Xuanzang was bound to be the reincarnation of that Buddha son from 100,000 years ago. Roar! The monkey's pale golden eyes abruptly emitted a golden light. A heaven-shaking long whistle came out from his mouth, and the broken rocks on the Five Elements mountain shook and rolled down like a meteorite. Just as he was about to break through the mountain, the golden light on the Five Elements mountain was like a blaze, and there was even a Buddha's will manifested, suppressing the monkey. Xuanzang, no, Chen Jian, whose consciousness had descended, looked up at the scene and wondered if he should climb up and tear the Buddha post next. It's just that this Buddha's light is like a blaze. I'm afraid that I won't be able to get close enough to be melted. Just when he didn't know what to do, a clear wind from nowhere lifted him up and sheltered him as he flew toward the Buddha's will in the sky. Chen Jian's thoughts were clear. With both eyes closed, He tugged at the golden light like blazing Buddha's decree without hesitation and ruthlessly tore it into pieces. After the Buddha's decree shattered, the golden light scattered like rain, as if it had rained gold. Chen Jian, with the clear wind as his companion, stood in the rain and bathed in Buddha's light. His sea of consciousness inexplicably gushed out the Buddhist texts, followed by a golden wool slowly emerging behind his head. Buddha's son. Chapter 125, Chen Jian's sword case. Son of Buddha. Sure enough, it's a Buddhist son, under the 5 Elements mountain. With his hands upward, Guanzizi knelt on the ground and reverently received Lord Buddha's Dharma decree, still chanting Buddha's son under his breath, before he was drowned by the meteorite rolling down the mountain. Boom! After a roar, the monkey with withered hair blew up the 5 Elements mountain that had been pressing down on him for 100,000 years. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chen Jinan. The eyes transported a golden light, as if they were trying to see through him from the inside out. Great sage! The corners of Chen Jian's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't dare to mention the matter of worshipping the master. Monkey ignored him and just looked at him without saying anything. After a long time, his thin body suddenly bent down and his voice was hoarse. Disciple Sun Wukong, meet master. Me. Chen Jian felt like he was going crazy. Dumbfounded, the monkey even gave himself a hard slap on the face. Wanted to make sure that I wasn't dreaming. Once or twice is a coincidence. 3 times out of 5, it's never going to be. Someone is bound to be manipulating this. The mind frantically called out to the system, but the system was unresponsive. After a long time, Chen Jian sighed viciously. His main consciousness faded, and Venerable Xianzang came online. Wukong, dig up Guanzizi's eye. He's buried. Yes, master. Chang'an greenhouse. Chen Jian looked up at the moon in the sky, his face full of rawness. He had thought that after becoming the Chen Lu Ho, left hand holding the greenhouse, right hand ruling the black ride, properly drunk on the knees of the beautiful people waking up in charge of the world's power. In this acre and 3/4 of the Tang dynasty is considered to be the character of the only hand to cover the sky. But I didn't realize. One still calls for mastery. The road to invincibility is a long way to go. You can't float. You have to continue to live. Blackwater City. The fire burned inside the Sword Saint furnace. Chen Jining's fingertips flared with a touch of miserable white flame, and as his fingers wiped across the burning stick, a buzzing sword roar resounded. Glancing at the sword in his hand with satisfaction, the corner of his mouth hooked up. 9 swords. Not only do I only want him to have 5,000 yuan stones, I even engraved them for free. There's no other brother in the world as good as me. Old Li's mouth dropped. This bastard who pits his brother is not soft when it comes to his own family. Aside from Fan Jian's sword one, when have you ever taken on a job with more than 200 yuan? Sure. Are you idle? Why don't you go practice your sword? Seeing Old Li bristle, Chen Jiming glared at him with dissatisfaction. As the most famous swordmaker in Blackwater City, the sword I cast is worth the price, and I also crossed the market fire for him inside the sword. As he rises in the realm, there will be a day when it will shed its impurities and become a true immortal sword. What more do you want from me? The furnace master is right. Old Li, who was a parasite and didn't dare to be stubborn, picked up a burning stick and stood at a distance and began to draw his sword. Out of it, the burning stick drew a trail of residual shadows under his hand. Chen Jinyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Too fast. Slow down. At the sound of Old Li's voice, his burning stick suddenly lurched, slowly handing out a sword into the void. After handing out the sword, his arm trembled slightly, and 2 lines of turbid sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead, as if the burning stick weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. If anyone saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be shocked beyond words. One might even suspect something is wrong with their eyes. The sword master is the most skillful swordsman after Zhu Qingho. He practiced the sword all his life, and his sword-pulling technique is the best in the world. I don't know how many people's heads have been decapitated under his sword, but he can't even pass a slow sword. Seeing that Old Li had slowed down, Chen Shiming didn't pay any more attention, looking down at the 9 swords on the stone platform. After a moment of contemplation, his fingers lightly knocked, and the 9 burning sticks emitted a sword sound, like a fish entering the water, swimming more than just in the void, tracing out a path of void sword light. With each sword light, the sword intent driven by it was very different. It was generally the same as the 9 styles of the sword scripture that Chen Jian had seen. After cruising in the void for a long time, Chen Jian gripped his palms lightly, and the 9 sword lights suddenly hovered and stood in formation in front of him, as if they were generals waiting for a military parade. At the hilt, outlining the names of the 9 burning sticks, catching cicadas, not angry, shocking the wind, falling rain, whisking candles, destroying the city, 18 states, opening the sky, stroking the top, fancy. Chen Shiming glanced at these sword names in disgust, thinking that it was better to have his own sword one to sword 3000. When he thought of his sword, the 3000, he could not help but think of Fan Jian. It's a pity that after casting more than 20 swords, except for that stupid kid, I haven't met anyone who can pay that much money. Ugh. Sighing quietly, Chen Jimian pressed down his fingers, and the 9 swords meekly scurried into a black as ink sword case. Closed the sword case, Chen Jimian carried it on his back towards the busiest section of Blackwater City. There, a 12-story high-rise has taken shape. There were sword furnace owners sitting on the threshold of the street resting, and when they saw Chen Jiming passing by, they all had complex looks of respect and dislike on their faces. After the sword pavilion was relegated to the background, Blackwater City was the most centralized place for sword cultivators in the world today. The average person might not recognize the wooden candle that Chen Jiming was carrying, but as sword makers, they would never not recognize it, because before every sword maker enters the door, he has to kowtow respectfully a few times towards the wooden candle portrait. So after Chen Jiming's sword Saint furnace opened, in just half a month, almost all sword makers knew the identity of the owner of the furnace, the contemporary lord of the sword pavilion. They flocked to the sword Saint furnace to bow down to the contemporary sword master with a pilgrimage-like mood, and then returned home again in a state of disillusionment. From then on, he never mentioned that Lord Sword Master had opened a sword furnace in Blackwater City. When asked by sword makers whose status was not enough to enter the Sword Saint's furnace, they would always deny it, and even strictly forbid them to mention it again. Where is there any Lord Sword Master? That wooden candle is nothing more than an imitation soldier. Lord Sword Master could never be that idiot who doesn't even know the basic law of sword casting. Chen Jiming ignored their complicated gazes, because in his opinion, these guys were jealous of the fact that he had become the only 2 highest-priced sword casters in Blackwater City on his first day of business. In a few moments, he arrived at the greenhouse and stood straight up. A green-shirted woman walked out from within the tall building, and it was none other than the third in the nightingale sort, Lu Meier. Lu Qi was distracted by the fact that she was the one to complete the preparations for the pre-preparation of the greenhouse in Blackwater City. Seeing his arrival, Lu Meier also had mixed feelings. This is the boss's second brother, or the contemporary sword master. He just doesn't have a good reputation in Blackwater City, and they say he's an idiot who doesn't know anything about sword casting. If he wasn't good at tying people up, he probably would have been the first sword caster to starve to death in Blackwater City. Since hearing about the opening of the Sword Saint furnace, he had spent more time tying up customers outside of Blackwater City, in addition to forging swords. The time up to the present, 23 young men who had come to seek the sword had already been tied up. It was just strange that those sword cultivators who had been tied into the Sword Saint furnace, carrying the burning stick out, although their faces were as pale as a mother's death, and their pockets were even cleaner, but they had never seen the elders of their families come to Chen Jiming's trouble. Willow Meyer still knows. Those sword cultivators who left Blackwater City carrying burning sticks all went in the same direction. The sword pavilion ruins. Second Prince. Suppressing the thoughts in her heart, Lu Meier bent over slightly, her gaze landing on the sword case behind Chen Jiming. This sword box, she had purposely sent it into the sword furnace. Chen Jimian removed the sword case and held it in his hand calmly saying, "Jinan's sword is cast." Lu Meier reached out and was about to take it. However, he saw Chen Jiming frown slightly, slinging the sword case onto his back and stretching out his palm. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. The corners of Lu Meier's mouth twitched slightly. The boss and the second prince were worthy of being blood brothers. One wrote to say that he must not pay for the sword case if he could get it, and the other had to be paid before handing over the case. Chen Jiming eventually got the money. It's just an IOU. Walking down the street with 2 sleeves in the breeze, Chen Jiming was not in a good mood, because he knew that the money was probably not going to come back. There's no reason to pay back money borrowed on merit. I only blame myself for still not being as talented as Chen Jinan in doing business. When he heard the words relayed by Lu Meier, he knew that he had lost. That asshole with a bad conscience. Seizing his own soft underbelly, he blackmailed himself into accepting the IOU by saying that no one else but him would want this sword case. This is indeed true. There's no way to refute it. After all, these 9 swords carried the sword intent of the 9 styles of the sword scripture, and there might not be a third person in the world who could use it besides him and the future Chen Jian. Your Excellency is the sword bearer chosen by Wood Candle, the contemporary lord of the sword pavilion? Just as Chen Jiming was walking towards his home with the heavy heart of having missed out on 5,000 yuan stones, a young man in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared in front of him. That young man was around 20 years old, his eyes were indifferent, and he stood on the street with his hands on his back carrying the Dao sword. As he stood there, it was as if he became one with the 3 feet of space, and people would subconsciously ignore him as they walked past him. Chen Jiming looked up at him and saw that he was carrying the Dao sword on his back, so he ignored him again and walked straight away. My name is Zhao Wuji. The young Taoist took half a step to the right, blocking the way, and blandly said, "Come to ask the lord of the sword pavilion. Get out." Chen Jimian reached out and yanked his hand toward the void. The Dao sword that Zhao Wuji carried on his back was instantly sheathed, the tip of the sword raised. hanging 3 inches from Zhao Wuji's eyebrows. Chapter 126, Instinctive Sword-Catching Cicada. Not angry. After Chen Zhimian only waved his hand, he walked towards his home with non-stop steps. Zhao Wuji stood stiffly on the street, looking at the Dao sword hanging 3 inches from his brow, his bland expression finally ceasing to exist. It wasn't until Chen Zhiming's figure disappeared around the corner that the Dao sword, which was radiating sword chi, fell limply to the ground. Zhao Wuji looked down at the Dao sword, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. This is his original sword. After Winter was ranked in the Void Transformation realm last year, the Taoist sect master personally bestowed the sword, which represented a supreme honor, as it had been the sect master's sword. Before leaving the Dao gate, Zhao Wuji had thought that by holding this sword, he would be considered to be holding the heads of sword cultivators of the same realm in the world. So when he heard the rumor that Chen Zhiming was alone in a Jianghu in the Dao of the sword, he was unimpressed and crossed all the Taoist temples and carried the Dao sword on his back to come to Blackwater City. He wants to prove it to the world. Who is the being who stands alone in a jungle in the way of the sword? But Chen Zhiming didn't even draw his sword. He just yanked it in the air, and the Dao sword that he regarded as his life betrayed him. Looked down for a long time. Zhao Wuji slowly crouched down and picked up the Dao sword and sheathed it. When he raised his head again, a blazing fire lit up under his eyes as he looked in the direction Chen Zhiming had disappeared. I will not admit defeat. I am still young, only 20 years old and already at the early stage of the Void Transformation realm, even stepping into the middle stage right away. I'm gonna come after you. Cut off your head with the sword that brought me shame. It's really ugly. At the Chang'an City greenhouse, Chen Jian looked at the 9 burning sticks in the sword box and slightly disliked them. However, on second thought, thinking that this is, after all, from Bai Park, and feel that this sword is ugly but better than the sturdy, enter the chamber with the sword case on your back. Chen Jinan summoned the system and instantly appeared on the beach in virtual space. With the recent lack of money, he hadn't been on vacation for a long time, except that this time, after all, he was sacrificing his natal sword, and the small dark room was pitch black, so he was afraid that he would accidentally cut his head off. The sword case weighs 1,000 pounds. Chen Jian smashed a shallow crater in the ground when he erected it on the beach, and the sunlight shot on the sword case, radiating a distorted halo. It was as if even the sun was swallowed up. This sword box is also non-fantastic iron, and the 9 swords with the same material, from the Chunliujia treasury moved out of the black material, like iron non-iron. Chen Jian felt that this substance was déjà vu, but could not recall where he had seen it before. After surveying for a long time, his palm gently caressed the sword case, only to hear a crisp sound of the mechanism. The sword case lined up, revealing 9 engraved burning sticks inside. Chen Jian picked up the first-ranked catching cicada. It was heavy in his hand, and when his fingers skimmed over the blade, there was actually a hint of a cold burning sensation. After a moment of silence, Chen Jian sat down on his knees. The Dead Man's Sutra was in operation, and 2 ethereal shadows slowly rose within the sea of consciousness, with faces that were generally the same as Chen Jian's. After the 2 silhouettes looked at each other, they took a step and appeared on top of the beach. A sword intent swept up between one of the fingers, which was divided into 8 and swam erratically in the void. At the same time, the catching cicada sword that was quietly inserted on the ground let out a sword chant, and the sword body floated up, chasing after the 8 fluttering sword intent in the void. Perhaps because it was too heavy, it floated a little slow and shaky. Chen Jinan lamented, signaled that the vapors blend in. The shadow also skimmed and dissipated into bits of starlight, merging into the sword. Buzz. Right at the moment the shadow entered the main body, the catching cicada sword let out a buzzing sound and its speed suddenly soared, turning around and engulfing the wandering sword intent, and 8 fluttering sword shadows appeared where it passed. It violently merged into one again and appeared 10 feet away. Seeing this, Chen Jian's fingers lightly knocked, ready to summon it back to the sword box. Suddenly, he saw a miserable white flame emerge above its sword and autonomously began to sacrifice it. Chen Jian watched the scene with dumbfounded amazement. I didn't expect Chen Zhiming to be so willing to put in the blood this time, refining the sword with the ruin fire. He had asked Chen Zhiming about the origin of this market fire. Chen Zhiming wasn't very clear about it, but he suspected that this ruin fire was at least a soul fire left behind after a saint returned to the ruins. I'm afraid that there is only that one strand in the entire great desolate world. The fire of the marketplace has no roots or boundaries. It can burn all things, and it can mend all things. Buzz. Under the burning of the ruins fire, Chen Jian could sense the catching cicada after it had already become an instinctive sword leaping for joy, visible to the naked eye. The pitted sword was slowly melting, pitch-black impurities dripping from the tip. After a long time, as the wisp of ruin fire completely fused with Chen Jian's sword Dao shadow, the catching cicada sword emitted a joyful sword sound. Only a dark shadow of a sword swept past, and it appeared in Chen Jian's hand in a flash. Chen Jian held the catching cicada in his hand, and the 8 steps catching cicada sword intent, which he had earlier comprehended and was not considered thorough, instantly blended together. With a single step, 8 figures holding catching cicada swords instantly appeared on the beach. Their sword light was dark and mute, yet they seemed to be omnipresent. Snort! After a sword, Chen Jian's figure appeared 10 feet away, and in front of him, there was a thin line that split the void into 2 halves. Ha ha! Chen Jian's mouth grinned as he looked at the long-lasting sword marks in front of him. With this sword, it was believed that there was almost no one within the void transformation territory who could receive it. Chen Shiming doesn't count, because that guy is already in the void god realm. After being burned by the market fire, although the catching cicada sword was still dark and dull, it had already taken on the shape of a famous sword. 3 feet long, not too light and not too heavy in the hand. Just right. Even Chen Jian could feel that the Yin God's shadow that he had incorporated into the sword had become much more solid, and was no longer as illusory as it had been earlier. Originally, the Yin God void that he had split out with the dead man's scripture wasn't as pure as a sword cultivator's Yin God. It's like a sea divided into a lake, and it's still nearly as interesting compared to a real Yin God, but after fusing with the ruin fire, the lake remained the same, and the impurities were vaporized, became a pure sword cultivator, and the catching cicada sword had truly become his original sword. The heart of the sword is connected, where the mind points is where the sword light goes. With his fingers lightly knocking, the catching cicada sword returned to its sheath, and Chen Jian turned his gaze to the other Yin God silhouette. Feeling his gaze, anger welled up on the face of that Yin God shadow. Visions! A furious roar suddenly rang out, and inside the sword box, the burning stick with the sword name of Unwrathful boomed and rolled up the vast yuan chi to pull up the sky, and the Yin God's shadow stepped in. This time, the split-out Unwrathful Yin God void instantly merged into the sword. Just like the catching cicada sword, there were similarly miserable white flames igniting within the Unwrathful sword. In a few moments, a dark, heavy sword fell, radiating a blazing sword intent as it proudly stood in front of Chen Jian. Seeing this, Chen Jian reached out and gripped the hilt of the sword in an attempt to pull it up, but realized that he actually couldn't. The corners of his mouth slightly skimmed as he glared angrily at the dark, heavy sword. In a split second, the Unwrathful sword emitted a stirring sword chant as Chen Jian chopped forward with his heavy sword in hand, a 10-feet-long sword light cutting out from within the Unwrathful sword, leaving a terrifying crack on the beach. The sword light was more than that. He also chopped at the waves that were stirring up, and actually broke the waves into 2 halves, and only after a long time did they merge back together and return to peace. Chen Jian's face turned slightly white as he watched the horrifying sight caused by this sword. No rage is strong, but it's a bit of a waste of life. The power of this sword. I'm afraid that in terms of killing power, it was already no less than a cultivator at the early stage of the Void God realm. It only chopped the rivers of chi and blood within his chi si by 0.5% as well. With the strength of his chi and blood at the early stage of the void transformation realm of the martial Dao remnants, his physical body was not inferior to that of a Tongxian realm minor patriarch who followed the path of spells, just that his killing power was insufficient. But even so, I actually felt a bit weak even after urging the Unwrathful intentions one sword. After half a second of silence, Chen Jian returned his sword to its sheath. Sitting cross-legged on the beach, he began to absorb the yuan chi that was swimming in space, and after entering his body, he transformed it into pure chi and blood, merging it into that babbling stream. Months have passed since then. Feeling that the chi and blood in his body had regained its peak again, Chen Jian slowly opened his eyes. Intentional perception of the Sumeru ring. Gada. The yuan sure that he had earned with great difficulty recently had been consumed again, and even the wool that he had gathered from Wang Fuguei had disappeared, and only the pitiful 24 taels of broken silver remained alone in it. Not caring about his senses, Chen Jian nimbly picked up the sword box and left the virtual space. Upon entering the chamber, Chen Jian's mind moved slightly, and the 2 swords trembled within the sword box. For the average sword cultivator, they could only have 1 natal sword in their lifetime. After the shattering of the original life sword, cultivators below the Tongxian realm almost only have to wait for death. It is just a matter of whether it is sooner or later. This is because the original life sword is the sword cultivator's life. It is the place where the sword cultivator's in spirit is hosted. After Tongxian realm, the native sword was still the life of a sword cultivator. The difference was that the Tongxian realm set up a Dao seed, and in addition to the innate sword, the place where the Yin spirit truly rested became the Dao seed. It's just that most of the sword cultivator's Dao seed is the original life sword, so the original life sword is shattered. It's still a very serious injury, not fatal, but the Dao path is basically even broken. Very few people have 2 natal swords. For one thing, they won't die to the scriptures and can't split the Yin God. Secondly, there is limited energy. A single instinctive sword would require them to spend their entire lives sharpening it, let alone 2. Not so for Chen Jian. Not only did he have 2, but he would have 9 more in the future. As for Chen Jiming, That's a monster that doesn't need an insta-sword. Because the swords of sword cultivators of the same realm in the world are all his native swords. Chapter 127, Oldly Family. I'm afraid the bloodline will be in chaos. After smoothing out the two instinctive swords that were trembling within the sword box, Chen Jian took the box back into his Sumeru ring. He had thought that 8 steps to catch the cicada was already invincible in the realm of transformation. I didn't realize that the non-rage was braver than it was. In the future, you can only use 1/3 of your strength against enemies in the same realm. Otherwise it's too bullying. Dead man's scripture god unknowingly eroded the Inshun. 8 steps to catch the cicada's erratic instantaneous kill. The transformation of the virtual territory. Probably no one can withstand a sword. As for the terrifying battle body cultivated from the martial Dao scroll and the unwrathful intent of one of the 9 styles of the sword scripture, they were left to the old geniuses of the void god realm. As Chen Jian counted his cards, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, without realizing it. I'm actually this strong? Delighted less than a moment. Suddenly thought of the westward journey of Xuanzang. He raised the corners of his mouth and skimmed down. Ugh. Recovering into a mediocre innate realm greenhouse boss, Chen Jian walked out of the secret room and lay down again to fish at the drop treasure house. Speaking up, he hadn't really fished leisurely for a long time, and since he had taken a trip out to Chang'an City, he had come back with one thing after another, making him busier than the false emperor in the Eastern Palace. Zhuanyamo came to the greenhouse to beat the wind whenever he was unsure of something, and so was Chen Aban, said to abdicate. Now Chen Lu's side of the official documents all sent to him. Chen Lu was his fiefdom, although it is only a county state, but the people under the jurisdiction of more than 1 million, and this is only naturalized. There are many from the northern wilderness fled back to the people of the Great Tang. When Chen Aban was on the throne, he didn't care about anything, and left all the political affairs to Chunlu County Magistrate Su Lai, who didn't care about it and lived on the tax money every year. If it is not Chen Liujia will find their own food to eat. I am afraid that long ago business cannot go on. The feudal lords and vassals of the Tang dynasty were cognizant, nominally only enjoying the fiefdom's tax revenue, not participating in the management of government affairs. But the name is the name, but the actual situation is another one. Great Tang was founded only 500 years ago. Who can become a king and vassal of the clan who is not carrying the head to fight down the meritorious deeds? The fiefdoms are also mostly their old haunts. It's not possible to really just let the officials sent over by the court be in charge. Those officials, Yemeni Chinger, the first thing they go to when they take office is not the government office, but to visit the Earth Emperors with gifts, carefully testing the bottom line of the Earth Emperors. It's also good to know exactly what kind of mask you'll be wearing. This is not the case with Chen Aban. Whether he was the king of Chunlu or the Marquis of Chunlu, he had never meddled in local politics. After Chen Jian took office, Chunlu County Magistrate Su Lai was extremely eye-catching to send many official documents over to ask him to decide. Chen Jian seldom expresses his opinion, but will look at all. Just as Chen Jian was fuming with his fishing rod, he suddenly saw the crowds of people on the other side of the moon lake, and the people of Chang'an were clustering around an emperor's carriage coming in the direction of the greenhouse. Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. Old Gao is here. It seems that Zhu Wuchang has successfully fooled the pseudo-emperor again. The carriage traveled to the shore of the crescent moon lake and honestly stopped at the hovering division, where Gao Li Shi, dressed in dark red official robes, led 4 small eunuchs in line to board the island by boat. They hold the holy decree to convey the holy will, if it is to go to another house, not to mention parking queue. They even have to wait to receive the decree. Officials to return to the family kneeling all over the place before they get off the car in a high and proud manner. Only this time, the one who received the decree was not another family, but the Marquis who had to draw his knife and cut people at the drop of a hat. Gao Li Si even dare not disturb the girls in the greenhouse to receive customers. In the boat constantly explained to the 4 small eunuchs accompanying them, so that they put a bright move. Especially don't look at the girl Li Qinger. She's not a flower girl anymore. She's Marquis Chen's personal secretary. Entered the house of falling treasures. Gao Li Shi saw a silver armor-clad guard standing in the doorway, only to feel familiar. And only after a long time did he remember that this guy was the chief of guards of the crown prince's residence. When I told Gao Li Si to assassinate Chen Jian, it was this guy who turned 3 corners to deliver the news. 4 eyes. The silver armor glanced at the crotch of Goliath's pants and grunted arrogantly. Gao Li Shi held his head up and walked past him as if he were no one else, ascending the steps before he turned back and sneered in contempt. Idiot. Climbed up to the drop treasure building. Gao Li Si saw Chen Jian fishing, just about to pull out the imperial decree and put it back, all the way jogging over squatting for him to bait. The 4 little eunuchs behind him had their mouths slightly twitching as they looked at this scene incredulously. Eunuch Gao in the palace that is just red corner, the left hand of the chamberlain's supervision, the right hand to listen to the wind building, full of civil and military in addition to those a few cabinet ministers. Who dares to speak loudly in front of him? Why are you acting like a lapdog when you're in this greenhouse? It was difficult for them to know what was going on outside of the White Jade capital with their position. In their view, the emperor has long lived in Taiji Hall. The highest status of the Tang dynasty is the highest power is once the crown prince of today's His Majesty. But in the East Palace, have not seen the high eunuch this dog look ah. What shocked them even more was that Marquis Chen Lu actually pulled out the holy decree from eunuch Gao's arms and used it to wipe his hands after casually glancing at it. And it's not moist enough. The worst part is that instead of stopping it, eunuch Gao Ing apologized. At this time, even the most stupid people should know that Chen Luho is by no means an ordinary person, and the 4 resourceful little eunuchs can follow Gao Lishur out of the palace. So naturally they are not stupid. After confirming each other's eyes, they straightened up and knelt down, saying in unison, "Greetings to the Marquis, may the Marquis have peace." Old Gao, these few young disciples of yours are quite resourceful. Chen Jian glanced at the young eunuchs kneeling on the ground, seeing that their maximum was but 16 years old, and the youngest one was only 14. To be placed in the latter days, it was still a child, but in this great Tang, they have lost the chance to be men. Gao Lishur smiled and said, "Little Marquis, our family, I just see that they are resourceful and have good hearts, so I led them over to show you. If you think it's okay." Chen Jian lifted the fishing rod. A shining silver knife bites the hook, struggling in the air dead reluctant to come up, and finally the fish line is stuck on the flying eaves of the 11th floor of the fallen treasure building. Seeing this, Gao Lishur made a wink towards the 4 little eunuchs. The little eunuchs hurriedly got up and swarmed around. One tugged on the line, and the 3 of them rolled over the railing and took over on the wall, carefully unraveling the line that was wrapped around the fly. After the fishing line was untied, the 4 men knelt on the ground holding the 3-foot-long silver sword, raising it above their heads and saying in unison, "Thank you, Marquis, for completing." The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly, inexplicably thinking of the 9,000 years old Wei eunuch. Receiving the silver sword, he casually threw it to Li Qinger, who was serving his left and right, and glared at Gao Lishur in dissatisfaction. I thought to myself, I'm a good Chen Liu Ho, why do I feel like I'm going in the direction of Wei Chan Yu? If this scene is shown on the screen in the future, I'm afraid the image of a powerful and treacherous minister will never be cleared. Old Gao, don't come this way in the future. Your official is big enough, and the emperor doesn't need the golden toad as a medicine guide. I can't give you any more errands. Goliath smiled and answered. In addition to presenting the little Marquis with an imperial decree, the main reason for his trip was to take the opportunity to ask the little Marquis to teach the immortal cicada to the little eunuchs under his hand. Now with the approval of the young Marquis, he was also ready to make his mark within the White Jade capital. With such a heaven-defying technique as the immortal cicada, as long as the eunuchs he looked at, it was impossible for them to refuse their allegiance, and even hesitating for half a second would be an unfilial act against their ancestors and a sin against their future generations. Pulling a booklet out of his pocket, Gao Lixi let a few small eunuchs point to their crotch to swear eternal allegiance to Chen Liu Ho, and set up the most miserable heavenly oath. Let them sign and draw and drop their names. Then the corner of his mouth hooked up. Little ones, your successive ancestors and future generations will thank you for the choice you made today. The little eunuchs looked at Gao Lixi with confused eyes. They didn't even know why they were loyal to Marquis Chen Liu, and they didn't even know what Marquis Chen Liu had promised eunuch Gao, swearing allegiance, simply just from the heart. As for future generations, where are their descendants for these severed eunuchs? Gao Lishur coughed lightly, slowly unclasping his alabaster belt in the confused gazes of the little eunuchs. Chen Jian was quick on his feet and kicked him off the locked building, shooed the 4 little eunuchs down again and told them to find a secluded place to look at it more slowly. After the locked building had regained its purity, Chen Jian looked at the distant Bai Yujing from afar, and his eyes couldn't help but be flooded with sympathy. Lao Li's family, the bloodline is afraid to be messed up. Chapter 128 The Disobedient False Emperor. On the first day of March, rain produces 100 grains. In Chang'an City, the sky was not yet bright at dawn, the chickens had not yet crowed, and the dark sky was still drizzling. Outside the White Jade capital's Palace of the Two Eyes, however, it had already been lined up with officials wrapped in rain ponchos. Since the pseudo-emperor since the throne, leaving aside the initial time as usual 3 days of small dynasty, 9 days of a general assembly, slowly and surely, he didn't bother to go to court. Later on, it even simply announced that the March 9th pilgrimage would be abolished and replaced by one in January. The motion was approved unanimously. Even the 3 courtiers who sat at the small table didn't have half an opinion. They were about as lazy as they could be to see the creepy thing sitting on the dragon chair pulling the corners of his mouth in a sneer. Today, it is the day of the court again. Countless heads have been chopped off in the vegetable market since the beginning of the year, and there are many new faces in the Hall of Two Wonders. There are even many officials that people can't name, and they can only identify what kind of hood he's wearing based on where he's standing. So this time the court meeting, civil and military officials came earlier than usual to recognize people first. With the morning bell ringing, the door of the palace of the two eyes slowly opened, and the officials filed in. This time they didn't gather up their official robes and take a nap as they usually did, and they looked left and right for their familiar colleagues to make sure their heads were still on their shoulders. Beyond that, more importantly, to see if any of the newly promoted colleagues look familiar. Which family's late show, after the next dynasty, or to move around. Watching and seeing the familiar colleagues becoming fewer and fewer and the new faces becoming more and more. Those old greaseballs were celebrating in their hearts, and at the same time, they could not help but feel a little sad. It's not that I'm sad about the death of the rabbit or anything like that. It's just that in this son of a world, I'm too busy to eat the banquet. Those who were beheaded deserved it, but at least they were colleagues, so it was inevitable that they had to go and give them a ride. There is always a bewildering number of beheadings, and most of them are still related. People also use not worry about affecting their career, with a gift to leave a little incense love, lest by the time he was beheaded even adore condolences are not, leaving orphans and widows to be bullied. Just as everyone was unspokenly sizing each other up, a figure shrouded in black robes walked shippily outside the main hall. The visitor, clad in a black poncho, his entire body shrouded in darkness, idly stepped over the high threshold of the Hall of Two Instruments. After crossing the threshold, the visitor lifted the brim of his poncho as if he were no one else, revealing a clean-cut face. Seemingly sensing the gazes of the crowd, he lifted his head and smiled coyly, shaking the rainwater from his body again before he strode toward the great hall and stood at the position where Minister of Rights Jolie had previously stood, skillfully gathered his official robes and dozed off with his eyes closed. See this scene. The whole court and the military all showed surprise. On the one hand, surprised at the new Minister of Rights Young. On the other hand, surprised at this young man is so sophisticated. It was not like a newcomer to the court. Lord Chen. Delisi Secretary Julie rubbed his shoulder against Ministry of Public Works Minister Chen Beiquan behind him, nuzzling his mouth and whispering, "This teenager, is he not the new Minister of Rights? You are close to the Marquis Chen Lu's residence. Have you seen this teenager in their residence?" Chen Beiquan smiled awkwardly and impolitely. He were in Chen Lu Hofu relationship close. The biggest relationship is all surnamed Chen only. Their own even Chen Lu Hofu courtyard have not stepped into the past. It's just that he naturally won't expose his details in this courtroom. Pretending to smile mysteriously, he whispered, "Lord Zhu, look at that person's face. Does it look like a person?" Julie was slightly startled. Thinking of some possibility, he shot another quiet glance. This young man has red lips and white teeth, a clear face, and a bookish air, not like Chen Ahan, that reckless man. Just seeing Chen Beichuan's fervent appearance, he couldn't help but believe a few points, and lowered his head in surprise. "Really, that one?" "I didn't say anything." Chen Beiquan gathered his sleeves to block the wind that leaked into the official robe, and stopped climbing and started to doze off with an inscrutable face. Seeing this, the secretary of the Delisi, Julie, gritted his teeth and quietly stepped out from the queue, moving towards the position of the Minister of Rights. This young man is not Marquis Chen Liu is just a matter of fact. If it is true, he personally down in the court afraid of not a hand in the sky? This is the kind of opportunity that can't be passed up. It's enough not to seek promotion and wealth, and to make good relations, not to drop knives on one's head. There was a bewildering number of people who did the same idea as him, but for a moment, that teenager then gathered countless usually majestic and grand dignitaries around him, and even Xiao Bin, the Minister of Justice, shyly moved over. Only the Secretary of the Ministry of War, Zhu Wuchang, sat steadily, not even looking at it. This young official was none other than Chen Jian. It was not a whim to have Zhu Wuchang plot for the position of Minister of Rights. It was originally part of their plan. The Ministry of Rights patrols the world's clans on behalf of the Emperor, and is also responsible for the selection of candidates for the imperial examinations, which is extremely powerful. Since the founding of the country has been for the Taizu blocked the knife of the Zhou family to hold the Ministry of Rights can be glimpsed. This time, he slaughtered the Zhou family, and basically gave the Ministry of Rights a bloodbath up and down as well. Just the perfect time to install a crony. Unfortunately, Chen Jian had no one available in his hands, plus he also needed to enter the court to see which way the wind was blowing. Had to go down myself. It's not that he doesn't want to take a step up and sit directly on the position of the Minister of Rights. It's just that the courtroom has its own rules and ways of playing. In Chen Ban did not completely tear his face with Wuda before. He really want to sit up hard. Offended not only the royal family, but also the imperial court of Gungong. Eyeing everyone gathered around, Chen Jian didn't refuse, and with just the right amount of smile on his face, he and they blew each other off and had a good conversation. It's always just the same old, "I've heard so much about you. I'm sorry," and so on. For a while, the entire Hall of Two Eyes was filled with merriment. Even many old men with gray hair made appointments to sip at greenhouses and shamelessly paid their membership fees on the spot. This air of merriment did not dissipate until the three courtiers arrived late. The crowd dispersed. The courtiers who had previously been kind and smiling had quite a bad taste in their mouths. Thief's mother. 1,000 good things are better than a good father. Look at him. He's not only the Marquis of Chunlu, but also the Minister of Rights at less than 20 years old. His body was permeated with a light that one did not dare to look directly at, and compared to him, it appeared that the self-appointed pseudo-emperor on the dragon chair was somewhat pitiful. Li Chengding sat on the dragon chair at some point, with what he thought was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell on Chen Jian, not knowing what he was thinking. Feeling his gaze, Chen Jian looked up. When he entered the room, he saw a weird smile on the false emperor's face. His face was a bit greenish-white, but his eyebrows were thick, and when he laughed, his thick eyebrows were squeezed into a ball. It does look like a creepy thing. No wonder Su Xiang frowned every time he mentioned him. Speaking of which, while Li Chengding had already struck out at him several times despite his shady poking, they had never met in person. In the midst of the courtiers' perfunctory pilgrimage, Li Chengding slowly withdrew his gaze. The corners of his mouth hooked up. All the secretaries of state. I'm sure you've all met Marquis Chen Lu. I have asked Marquis Chen Liu to come to the court today, mainly because I have two things to inform you all. The first thing, the former Minister of Rights, Zhou Dai, used boys and girls to make medicine, killing innocent people and committing heinous crimes. I think about it every time. The anger cannot be curbed. The heart is very painful. Has been ordered to Chen Luho will be decapitated as a warning to others. The second thing, last year, Chen Luho in danger, led a delegation to Luanjia to watch the ceremony, holding the imperial decree to kill the grass of the Luanjia County Magistrate Zhang Daoma, and also led the Black Cavalry to step on the Royal Sword Sect, Misty Sect, crushing the two sects to control the wolves of the Jianghu ambitions, demonstrated the great imperial prestige, and set up the work. I intend to put Marquis Chen Liu in charge of the Ministry of Rights, take up the post of Minister of Rights, take charge of the world's rituals, sacrifices and tributes, and patrol the world's sects on my behalf. Everyone was in an uproar at these words. In particular, the three pavilion elders sitting at the small table coincidentally raised their heads to look at the pseudo-emperor slyly. This creepy thing is so disobedient that it dares to take liberties? The same was true for the entire court. They didn't know about the private dealings between the cabinet ministers and the false emperor, let alone that it was the false emperor's unauthorized decision, and they all thought that it was Chen Jian's use of power to pressure people. He only felt that Chen Jian was too arrogant and domineering. You are young, less than 20 years old, sitting in the position of the Ministry of Rights is just, we pinch the nose can be recognized. After all, who asked you to have a good father? But you're going to sit your ass down at the Ministry of Rights as soon as you're in the court. Ruling one of the 6 ministries and writing over us old guys and ting on them would be too much. How can those of us who are trembling with fear and treading on thin ice to get our seniority live? We have worked hard for most of our lives to reach the position. Yu Chen Jian went out to play a trip, cut off a few heads and sat on it, treating the law like a child's play, against public order. What's the point of being an official? Chen Jian stood in the crowd, meeting the gazes of discontent and jealousy from the courtiers, and he was also a bit confused in his heart. Didn't we agree on the Minister of Rights? This creepy thing doesn't play by the rules. Chapter 129, everyone here is a genius. I'm not doing it. In fact, for Chen Jian, the difference between the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Rights is not that great. After all, with his power, as long as he sits toward the Ministry of Rights, no one dares not take the squire as a cadre. He just needs a name to go by. Now Chang'an already has the image of rendering their family as a great traitor with power over the country and holding the emperor hostage. Especially after the slaughter of the Zhou family, the city's applause was also mixed with a lot of yin and yang and cynicism. Rumors are not to be feared, but the shadows that hide behind them have to be guarded against. In recent years, the borders of the Great Tang have been unsettled. Thieves and bandits are rampant. Swordsmen and soldiers are on the rise, and the people are living more and more miserably. But it's a different story when you really go back 20 years. At that time, the Great Tang was vibrant, the Holy Emperor was on the throne, and his might was overpowering the 4 seas. And although the days were also average, they were a lot better than the reign of Emperor Tianqi, the god of war of the previous dynasty. It's the contrast that scares me about this kind of thing. The people wonder why times are getting harder, why there are more and more bandits, why the ding tax is getting higher and higher. Let them stretch their necks and look up to see nothing more than a palm-sized sky. I only know that the emperor is always good. This world is rotten like this. It must be a traitor in the dynasty rebellion. Who was the great traitor who committed the rebellion? Looking around, being pushed slightly so gently by the shadow in the darkness, pushing the envelope. Emperor Wuda's imprisonment in the Taichi Palace was forced upon him by Chen Aban, the great and pitiful His Majesty Wuda, the king of Qin who loved the people like a son back then, was locked up by Chen Aban in the Taiji Hall to eat the leftovers, and even the decree couldn't get out of the White Jade capital. This is what led to more and more difficult times for everyone. Not having enough to eat, not having warm clothes to wear, the people being devastated and in mourning. Who will die if not these great traitors? Chen Jian knew that this kind of seething was horrible. Even if the four Xinhua generals and vassals guarding the borders were to raise troops into the capital under the name of purging the ruler's side one day, Chen Jian wouldn't find it strange. And it's not guaranteed that this is what Emperor Wunderkind is plotting. Really, to that day, the country up and down, the people's anger surging, the world family led them to rise up. The spearhead all pointed at the Qianlu Marquis house. The world is rid of Chen, and everyone is crying out to be killed. Could Chen Aban still slaughter the entire population of the Great Tang? Although Wu De imprisoned himself in the Taiji Hall, Chen Aban had an unshirkable responsibility. But Chen Jian thinks the world is in a pot of trouble. He can't carry it. After all, given their family's current strength, they had already kept an excessively low profile in Chang'an over the years. Emperor Wu De's self-imprisoned Taiji Hall want to grind out a holy realm of cultivation so as to wield the sword to kill. Regardless of the people of Tang dynasty, we still have to kneel down and beg him to come out to preside over the situation, is not it? And back then, it was his Li family that started it all. Thieving mother ********. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Now the Marquis of Qinliu's residence would have been roasted on the fire. Li Chengding, this weird thing, also took it upon himself to hold him up to the seat of the Minister of Rights. This is not showing good. This is holding up. Even pushed him in the opposite side of the full court. Especially Feng Jingji, who has long regarded the position of Secretary of the Ministry of Rights as a bag. If not handled well, I am afraid that it will be completely torn apart. This moment, although Chen Jian had a smile on his face, in his heart he was already calculating whether or not to directly get this creepy thing killed, open the city gates to welcome the new emperor into Chang'an, and stir up the sky and the earth. Silence for half a day. He couldn't make up his mind after all. It's not a soft heart, it's just that the time is not right. On the one hand, Chen Aban was waiting for the flowers to blossom and didn't seem to have the heart to kill Wu Du. On the other hand, the situation has just opened up in Qingzhou, and it is still only a spark. Want to start a prairie fire in the 18 states, but also need time. When the people of the 18 states really make waves and Li Chengnan collects the hearts of the people of the world, then it will be the time for him to truly enter Chang'an. Suppress the killing intent in your heart. Chen Jian stepped out of the queue and said with fear and trepidation, Your Majesty, what virtue and ability do I have? How dare I honor this high position? In terms of merit, who in the imperial court has not made great achievements for the Great Tang? Let's say that the right minister of the Ministry of Rights, Zhang Zhu. 20 years ago, Zhang held the imperial decree. A single person with a sword blood-stained Wushan to level the blood demon sect of the chaos, to save tens of thousands of people in the southern border, and made an unparalleled achievement. And the secretary of the Dulizi, Zhuli, when the riot in the heavenly jail, nearly 1,000 bandits robbed the prison. The scourge of Chang'an, it was Zhuli, the lord of one man, canes to kill the bandit leader Wang Mozi, to his own strength to wipe out the disaster, to save countless people in Chang'an. And your excellencies, they may not have sensational achievements, but they have two sleeves of cleanliness and peace and happiness. In the case of the emperor's long stay in the Taichi palace, ignoring the government to support the building and not fall, for the people of the Tang dynasty quietly support a piece of the blue sky. I rely on the ancestor of the shade, and Kan and Gun Gong Gong side by side has been fearful of self-conscious virtue does not match the position. How can I dare to shamelessly steal the high position? This position of Minister of Rights. Your Majesty will find another way. This statement was made. The rowdy courtroom was abruptly quiet. The courtiers who had previously handed Chen Jian knife-like gazes instantly became gentle. Even the three pavilion elders, whether they were sincere or not, nodded slightly to him and stroked their whiskers in secret praise. Chen Jian named two people. Zhang Zhu as Feng Jingji handpicked the next secretary of the Ministry of Rights. He was the Ministry of Rights of the right minister. Is Feng Jingji inserted in the Ministry of Rights of the balance of power of the House of Zhou's important pawns? It was exactly natural for Zhou Jun to take the throne by the way after his death. Earlier, when he heard that the pseudo-emperor wanted to push Chen Jian to take up the post of Minister of Rights, Zhang Zhu thought that Chen Jian had put a knife on the neck of the pseudo-emperor to insist on taking the throne, and the sinister knife almost took his eyes out of his head. At this time, when he heard Chen Jian's words, he realized that it was actually the false emperor who had taken matters into his own hands, and that it was not possible for the other Marquis Chen to do such a thing with his low profile and modesty, and his respect for his predecessors. Immediately, he secretly hated the false emperor again. So did Julie. He is the secretary of the Dilizi, from the third grade officials, and in charge of the criminal prison, and the Ministry of Rights do not match. According to reason, this matter has little to do with him, but because Su Ru's densely packed knives fell, this full of civil and military personnel were beheaded and removed their hats, and all of a sudden let him, a short man, pull up quite a bit taller. In terms of qualifications, he's the most qualified one. In fact, his heart is still quite wanna come up. but he knows that he is not the three cabinet ministers' close friends, and not the false emperor's beloved. Probably not much chance. I didn't expect that the little marquis actually valued him so much, and for a while his sour state of mind dispersed with the wind, and he made up his mind to go to a greenhouse no matter what after the next dynasty, charging him with 3,000 taels of silver, and becoming the most honored Yuan Shi member. As for the courtiers who never had a chance in the first place, even less so, Chen Jian did not move under a flurry of horse's ass, they just felt soothed. The people of the Tang dynasty, who have a clear conscience, who live in peace and contentment, who support the building without collapsing, and who quietly hold up the sky for the people of the Tang dynasty, are they not talking about themselves? Now can still stand in this 2E hall courtiers, perhaps each has its own problems, but in addition to a very few, by no means bad to smoke, because of the bad, smoky ones, the grass is now 3 feet high in the grave. As they pondered in their hearts, they realized that Marquis Chen Liu had simply said the right thing. Wudu does not care about things, since the prisoner Taiji Hall simmering, pseudo-emperor is another idiotic creep. Isn't it because of them that this great Tang is able to stand? All these years of trembling under the lewd authority of the 3 pavilion elders like treading on thin ice, and thought he was a useless waste. If it wasn't for Marquis Chen Liu saying so, they wouldn't have known that they turned out to be so great. Between the ups and downs of their hearts, they disliked the false emperor more and more. It also felt that Chen Jian being the Minister of Rights was actually not unacceptable. It's not my turn to sit. Who's not sitting? The atmosphere gradually became weird. Li Chengdang, who was sitting in the dragon chair with his legs crossed to watch the show, caught these changes and his face changed slightly. How come all these knife-like gazes, one by one, were being handed to him? The reason why he played this game was just to push Feng Jingji out to block the knife, wanting to make Chen Jian and Feng Jingji dry out, or to divert Chen Jian's attention. Otherwise he can't sleep well. It always feels like the knife on your neck is about to fall at any moment. I just did not expect Chen Jian this traitor, but not in Feng Jingji dry on, but instead 3 words on the anger of the courtiers transferred to their own heads. Seeing the atmosphere getting weirder and weirder, Li Chengdang's pleading eyes looked toward Zhu Wuchang, who was standing at the forefront. Now only his own crouching dragon can even things out. Unexpectedly, Zhu Wuchang's eyes are slightly closed, but he's actually dozing off, and there was the sound of snoring. Chapter 130, I think Lord Zhu is not bad, Your Highness. Just when Li Chengdang was riding a tiger, the cabinet minister Feng Jingji finally opened his golden mouth, only to see his eyes slightly lifted. His demeanor blandly said, since Marquis Chen Lu thinks that his virtue does not match his position, and he is not qualified to be in charge of the Ministry of Ceremonies, then Zhang Zhushang. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth was slightly skewed. This old bastard can talk or not. I'm just being modest. Do you really think I'm not worthy to stand with you? Li Sungdin was not happy in the bottom of his heart either. After all, he had now ascended the throne as emperor. But these 3 old nobodies were unwilling to change their words. He even bit the word Your Highness extremely hard every time, reminding him at all times that he was a false emperor. But now that Feng Jingji has given him a ladder, it would be a bit ungrateful for him not to climb down it. Coughing lightly, Li Chengdang said expressionlessly, Zhang Yiqing is also good. Since Marquis Chen Lu does not intend to take the position of Minister of Rights, then Zhang, Your Majesty. In Li Chengdang's mouth that is about to spit out the word islets, Shu Wuchang snoring stopped, opened his mouth, Your Majesty, since Chen Luho does not intend to Minister of Rights position, on the qualifications, on the talent, I thought the secretary of the Delizy Julie adult responsibility should take up the heavy responsibility. This statement was made. The entire court was stunned again. Even Julie looked at Zhu Wuchang with a black line in his head. This guy has been hanging out with the pseudo-emperor for a long time and has also been infected into a weird thing? With Feng Jingji pressuring him, how would he dare covet this position? Sure enough, just when the hall was in an uproar, Feng Jingji's half-open, half-closed eyes instantly opened and said in a tone of voice, when did all the adults enter the Jiangsu province? How come I don't know? Or is it that Lord Zhu thinks the Ministry of War is too idle and wants to hold even the Ministry of Rights in his hands? Facing Feng Jingji's cold gaze, Zhu Wuchang's face was as usual, calmly said, I do not dare to overstep the rules. Just mention a trivial opinion. Xiangshu is a first-ranking official and one of the 6 ministries in charge. I've never heard of this. The appointment and dismissal of the first-ranking ministers is decided by Feng Gong's words, and it's a fault for me to even mention my opinion. Is Feng Gong treating my Tang Emperor as a group of clay bodhisattvas in the West, and making them up as he pleases? Shu Wuchang this soft knife, all of a sudden poked Li Chengding heart. Originally he was dissatisfied with the arrogance and domineering of Feng Jingji, at this time to see his own lying dragon out to block the gun. At once the Yin poked and prodded and withdrew his appointment, crossing his legs and watching the show, even glanced encouragingly at Julie, who was cowering in the crowd, trying to arch the fire. Feng Jingji sneered, as the founder of the dynasty, No one in this dynastic hall has dared to talk to him like this for many years. Slowly getting up, his eyes swept over the entire dynasty, finally landing on Julie. He said sorrowfully, "Lord Zhu, the Minister of Military Affairs has elected you to be the Minister of Rights. What do you think?" Julie's body shuddered. "This old man, you fight the ring to push me out for what? Because I do not have a backer. You have to let you arbitrary pinch? If I had a backer, this Minister of Rights, I'd really do it." Unfortunately, meeting Feng Jingji's grim gaze, he didn't dare to say, "Feng Jingji is the right Prime Minister." Taizu did not claim the throne on the temporary emergence, and in the courtroom entrenched for many years. I do not know how many dogs in private. He is a small secretary of the Delizi, where he dared to hard with him, just as he was saddened in his heart. His lips quirked as he prepared to bow his head and admit his mistake. Suddenly, a calm voice was heard. "This Marquis thinks Lord Julie is not bad either." Boom! Hearing this voice, Julie looked up incredulously, only to see that Marquis Chenlu had stood in the center of the hall at an unknown time, and was looking at himself with an encouraging gaze. At the same time, Chen Baikuan, the Minister of the Ministry of Public Works, also suddenly opened his mouth. "I second the motion." That's not all. As Chen Beichuan's words fell, in the parade of military generals who were used to being silent in the past, there were actually more than 20 people who stepped out and said in a loud voice, "I second the motion." Finally, there is even the Ministry of Criminal Affairs Minister Xiaobin led several ministers of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs in unison to agree. One time, the entire two-year hall was bustling with noise. There was a chorus of seconding voices. Julie's body slowly straightened as she listened to the voices, and a fire flared up even more in her chest and stomach. Thieving mother ********. Old man, there's a backer. Looking straight at Feng Jingji, he said word for word, "Lord Feng, my humble servant. I also feel that I am not bad." Feng Jingji's face was blue and he didn't even look at him. He only looked at Chen Jian, who suddenly got involved. This young marquis who was covered in gold trim. In Feng Jingji's opinion, the strongest means of the Chunlu Marquis house, one of which is the old housekeeper Huang Lao Dog, and the other is Chen Liujia. Both are nothing more than pikers. Strong is strong, but in this acreage of the court, it is still a younger brother after all. As long as the situation is not so bad that it raises the table and draws a knife, Chen Jian is just a loner in the court. But now this scene had completely overturned his perception. The Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Public Works, the Delizi, and those stupid as a pig military generals. Turn out STH. The Marquis of Chunlu House has long since extended its hand into the court, and he knows nothing about it. Meeting Feng Jingji's gaze, Chen Jian slowly removed his official robe, revealing a black and gold python robe and the peerless sword at his waist. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. "Feng Gong, this Marquis recommends Julie as the position of Minister of Rights. What do you think?" Feng Jingji's face turned blue and he whisked his sleeves and sat down. "What do I have to say when you've got your ing knife out?" Back then, King Chenlu, as the only king of a different surname in Great Tang, was given the right to bring a sword into the hall. After Chen Aban was relegated to the position of Marquis of Chunlu, Emperor Wuda, not knowing whether he had forgotten or did not issue a decree to take back this honor, and even the python robe was not taken back. That's why no one dares to say anything when Chen Jian is wasteless and clad in a python robe. Seeing Feng Jingji brush his sleeve and sit down, his line of officials who were just about to take a step retracted their feet. The court master had already abandoned his son and conceded defeat, so how dare they risk their lives without knowing what to do? The dragon chair. Li Chengdang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and without moving, he glanced out of the Hall of Two Eyes. Chen Jian, this traitor, hung his sword into the hall. He wouldn't have invited that great master too, would he? Just as he was in a state of fear, it so happened that Chen Jian also turned his gaze to look at him, and the corners of his mouth rose, hooking a smile that was generally the same as the old housekeeper's. Li Chengdang hurriedly sat up straight and coughed lightly. Since Marquis Chen Lu proposed that Zhu Aiqing assume the position of Minister of Rights, and the 3 cabinet ministers of the Jiangsu province have no objections, it's settled, with the former secretary of the Delizi Zhuli as secretary of the Ministry of Rights, the former Ministry of Rights Hospitality Chen Aiqing, as the Ministry of Rights left minister, hand in hand with the common, in charge of the world's rituals, sacrifices and enjoyment, tribute to the decree, on behalf of the I patrol the world's clansmen, retreat from the court, greetings, Your Majesty, full of civil and military perfunctorily send off the pseudo-emperor. Busy not lose iteration of Chen Jian surrounded, congratulate him on his appointment to the Ministry of Rights of the Ministry of the Left Minister of the Post, Zhuli, the newly promoted Ministry of Rights of the Minister of a few steps forward, but was crowded out again, but he wasn't in a hurry at all, hands cuff sleeves standing outside the crowd quietly waiting. After all, compared to these guys, he has already branded Chen Lu Ho, is his own people. The crowds surrounded a small half-hour before dispersing. Chen Jian rubbed his face, which was a bit stiff from smiling, and slightly arched his hand at Julie, who was waiting at the side, signaling him to walk and talk. Naturally, Julie obliged, lagging half a step behind and heading out of the great hall. The two men picked their way down the steps in silence. After a long time, Chen Jian opened his mouth and asked, "Lord Zhu, what do you think of today's matter?" "It's just the right time." Julie pondered for a moment, scoffed to himself, "Thanks to the Marquis love? So that the next official accidentally sat in this position. After the Ministry of Rights, Marquis said go east, never go west. It doesn't have to be." Chen Jian glanced at Julie and slowly said, "I'm afraid that the entire court and even Lord Zhu thought that this Marquis had no choice but to go along with it and bring you up to fight Feng Jingji. The truth is that it is not. In fact, Lord Zhu's resume and past have long been laid out on this Marquis case. Even without these changes today, the person who sits in this position will only be you." Julie was slightly stunned. He didn't have any interactions with the Marquis of Chunlu, and he didn't even have many interactions with the courtiers in the court. If it was hard to assign camps, he would have been a wunderkind. To be able to sit on the position of the secretary of the Delizy, all rely on his own ability to climb up step by step. It is just that he did not understand the franchise in the early years, thinking that he was doing the right thing, honestly handling cases, diligently doing things sooner or later can be further. How could I have wasted half a lifetime watching the seniority than his shallow, less capable than him one by one are in a high position to ride on his head? It was only then that he realized with a sudden shock that he was afraid he was on the wrong track. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, no one in the courtroom would accept him. After all, who dares to believe that a veteran who has been in the officialdom for nearly a century has been running around naked all the time? He had thought that he was being racked up today because of Marquis Chen Liu's impromptu intentions. Listen to this. I can't believe it was premeditated. Chapter 131, I have that big disease. Think it's weird? Chen Jian laughed. A person with a heart who has been silently sending money to the Compassionate Children's Bureau for 60 years. And a cultivator who has gone so far as to destroy his own Dao seed to block the heavenly prison for the sake of the people's safety and security. It shouldn't be suppressed for things like not having a backer. Since you don't have a backer, this Marquis will be your backer. Marquis. Julie looked at Chen Jian in shock, not understanding why he knew these things. He didn't consider himself a good person. The reason why he silently sends money to the Silesian Bureau every year is because he himself is an orphan who came out from the Silesian Bureau, and it was only by good luck that he stepped onto the road of cultivation that he was able to change his destiny against all odds. He knew how miserable the children of the Silesian board were living, and sending money was just a way to make himself feel better. As for self-destruction of the Taoist seed, purely because he had no choice at that time, who told him to bump into it when he went to the heavenly jail to ask about the case? At that time, he was the most official in the heavenly prison and had the highest cultivation level. If he doesn't top those 1,000 cutters, he's really going to have to run out and kill them all. Inferior to his origins, and afraid of being known that his cultivation has been abolished to affect his career, so he has never mentioned these things to anyone. It was thought to be extremely well concealed. I didn't realize it was still known by Marquis Chen. After half a second of silence, he couldn't help but explain. Marquis, my humble servant is actually not as good as you said. My humble servant is greedy for money and lust. My family not only raised 5 concubines, but also received a lot of bribes from Wang Fuguwei. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. What's this guy's point? Everyone else is trying to stick it in their face, but he's playing with me by blowing himself up? Staring at the head sweating Julie for a long time, Chen Jian helplessly sighed. As you think well, always rest assured that in the future to boldly do your Ministry of Rights, the need for you to cooperate with the time, there will be someone to tell you what to do. Also take a leave of absence from the false emperor for me, and tell him that this Marquis will not be coming to the court from now on due to a health problem. After saying that, Chen Jian walked away with big strides. He was afraid that if he stayed with this old thing any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist drawing his sword and slashing him. Julie looked at Chen Jian's back, a heartfelt smile floating on his face, his slightly hunched spine straightening. Comfortable STH. From now on, I'm also a man with a backer. When Chen Jian returned to the greenhouse, the hovering division has been filled with luxury carriages. Those civil and military men who had made an appointment to come for a drink after court did not miss a beat. After changing his green shirt and putting on a wooden hairpin, Chen Jian went from one to another to greet them, inevitably exchanging pleasantries for a while, sending a few jugs of wine, and harvesting a wave of yuanshi members, before leaving with satisfaction. In the court attached to him, those ministers he is accompanied by a few cups, pushed the cups between, soon became a close friend. The most outrageous was Chen Baikuan, the minister of the Ministry of Public Works. The two met at first sight and hooked up for a few drinks afterward. Chen Baikuan pulled out the thick genealogy from his arms and ran through it for most of the hour, finally running through the words to find out the fact that they were the same ancestor 80. 000 years ago, and Chen Jian is still an old-timer, Chen Baikuan said with a deep expression on his face. By all rights, he had to call Chen Jian his uncle, so Chen Jian gained another great-nephew. Finally, he had another drink with Zhuang Mo, the autumn wind guest, before he was done. After the greenhouse, it was already sunset when Chen Jian stumbled back to the drop treasure house. Climbing up to the roof, Li Qinger was squatting in the corner to boil water for him, perhaps because the fire was too hot. She had some sweat hanging on her forehead, a few strands of green silk sticking to the corners of her lips, and the light of the fire was reflected on her face, which was very much the messy beauty that I feel sorry for. This kind of thing of boiling water. In the past days, it was the 4 maidservants of spring, summer, autumn and winter who moved to the drop treasure house to do it. Today, however, the rain is falling, and Chen Jian released them to return to their hometowns for the spring festival. Li Qinger was not comfortable with someone else doing it, so she had to roll up her sleeves and do it herself. When the water is hot, Li Qinger waited for him to bathe and change his clothes, carefully combing his green silk, seeing him in a trance. Finally, he couldn't help but complain in a small voice about those courtiers and Zhuang Mo. After all, she hadn't seen her boss get drunk since he took her away from the Qing Lefeng. Inexplicably a little heartbroken, little Qinger, Chen Jian was lying in the bathtub, listening to Li Qinger's disgruntled mutterings. His heart warmed slightly, and he ghostly dragged her into the bathtub. The thin shirt was instantly soaked. Li Qinger's body trembled slightly as she gave Chen Jian a grudging look. Finally figured it out? Pass. Chen Jian spat out vaguely, and all of a sudden the water splashed up. Early the next morning, Li Qinger was no longer in bed when Chen Jian woke up. The greenhouse is busy, and now everyone in the building knows that the boss is just a poseur. So they all come to her for big and small things. A large greenhouse, with the addition of the Qing Lefeng by the lake, was well organized under her care. Sometimes when I think about it, she does seem pretty miserable. No wonder he was always staring at himself with a sultry gaze, just when he was thinking about something that wasn't there. Li Qinger pushed her way in holding a set of green shirts, blushing slightly. Boss, it's my first time sewing shirts. I just learned it from Su Qid. Do you want to try it? I'm not picky. Chen Jian took the green shirt and put it on his body. Not too big and not too small, just the right fit. Looking at Li Qinger through the mirror, Chen Jian sighed helplessly and said quietly, yesterday, I met an interesting person who was greedy for money and lustful. Not only does he often accept bribes from Wang Fugue, but also has 5 concubines. But he's a good person. So, I can forgive you for letting Su Qid secretly change the wine to Immortal Drunk. Never again, boss. Li Qinger grabbed her sleeves with both hands, hung her head low and did not dare to look at him. Her eyes were slightly red as she said glumly, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten this kind of idea. Now you know it's wrong? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked up. Next time, remember to change to a stronger wine. The Immortal Drunk thing doesn't help the boss. Don't you know, pretending to be drunk is very difficult. Li Qinger was slightly stunned. It was too late to think about it, but suddenly I saw a big hand pressing down. I'm sorry, I'm a man with a big illness. I've been thinking too much. I've let you suffer in these 2 years. Nope, no, close, door. Time rushes. Half a year had passed since the day Chen Jian entered the court. 6 months. A lot of things are happening in Chang'an City. First of all, the Ministry of Rights and chopped off 24 heads. The Ministry of Rights. The right minister Zhang Zhu also followed the dust of Zhou's house, was chopped off by the whole family, and it was Feng Jingji himself. After Chen Liujia caught those 3 palmists back and tortured them for 3 long months, Chen Jinan finally managed to devour their own gods and examined their memories to see the shadow of Zhang Zhu. Back then, Zhang Zhu holding the imperial decree single-person sword extermination, not for the scourge of one side of the demon clan, the very same innocent clan that crashed their crime. That clan is extremely bad luck. Righteous indignation into the capital, just happened to bring the case to Zhang Zhu here. With a little bit of means, Zhang Zhu had beaten that innocent clan into a demon clan and destroyed it with his own hands. After Zhang Zhu's death, the Ministry of Rights was completely and firmly in the hands of the Chen Jinan faction. Although Chen Jian seldom attended the court in these 6 months, his influence has gradually been on par with that of the 3 cabinet ministers, the Ministry of Rights, the Minister of Works, the Ministry of Justice, the Dalizi, and if you add in the Kyoto prefect, the Ministry of War, and even the woefully incompetent Minister Su, he could almost be considered to have power over the court. Then there is the news that the news of Qingzhou's amortization into Mu has finally reached Chang'an. As soon as the news entered Chang'an, it instantly caused a shock in the court. Yang Squire of the Ministry of Revenue was the first to take offense. He stood in the Hall of the Two Eyes and said bluntly that the Great Tang can have today, not by those pariahs, but by all our families in Qingzhou, by the 72 counties of the 18 states and by the gate valleys of the 72 counties. The Great Tang is not the Great Tang of Li's family, but the Great Tang of the lineage. He even roared in the hall of the two rituals and ordered the false emperor to send troops to Qingzhou to slaughter the city. Otherwise, we'll spit out all the bad things the false empire has done, and we'll all end up together. I don't blame him for being crazy. Anyone else would have to be, because his family was slaughtered. Except for the disabled son Yang Xianxian who was brought with him. All the family members, none of them were spared, were slaughtered by Li Xuanzi. At that time, Li Chengding looked at the crazy servant Yang with a blue face. He also wanted to send troops to Qingzhou to slaughter the city, even more so than Squire Yang, because he knows that the back of the amortization is Li Chengnan, and so Li Chengnan completely stood on his feet, wrapped in the world's momentum into the capital. He will no longer have a chance to live. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. In his mind, if he were in power, he would not let his brothers live. It's just that Squire Yang actually dared to threaten him. It made him feel boundless anger, because he had always thought that servant Yan was the most loyal person to him besides Zhu Wuchang and Gao Lishur. But I didn't expect him to backstab himself in the Great Hall. In a fit of rage, he directly slapped the uncultivated white-eyed wolf of servant Yang. He also ordered the secretary of the Ministry of War, Zhu Wuchang, to deploy 50,000 divine strategies in 12 cities military divisions, totaling 300,000 troops, to Qingzhou to fight against the bandits. Chapter 132. Take care in your next life. Zhu Wuchang promised, but said with a bitter face that he is a scholar, not good at leading the army, and the military minister to lead the army is not a ritual. The Emperor Qin Weixian's son Qin Badian was elected as the marshal of the conquest. The false emperor immediately summoned Qin Badian, who was idle at home, to the court. Qin Badian was 9 feet tall and his cultivation had reached the early stage of Tongshan realm. When he came to the hall with his armor on, his brave and invincible aura immediately conquered the courtiers who were rubbing their fists. Even Su Ru, who came from cloth, was quite pleased with him and strongly favored Qin Badian to take charge of the martial seal. And so the decree issued by the false emperor for the first time since his ascension to the throne, the first time he was actually the master, was transmitted out of Baiyujing amidst a hall full of praises. It went surprisingly well. Sitting on the dragon chair looking at the sincere praise of the civil and military officials. Then for a moment, Li Chengding had the illusion that he had actually become an emperor. The start of the army was half a month later. Secretary of the Ministry of War Zhu Wuchang broad-minded scenery, has been the prime minister temperament. Not only did he recommend Qin Badian, with whom he had a dispute over his official position, to be the commander-in-chief, but he also labored to select generals within the 12 cities military department and the Divine Strategies army who had superior cultivation and were capable of leading troops to go on the expedition. In the end, he recommended Pang Xiuan, who was also known as the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy of the world, as his military advisor. Raise your arms in the hall of the two temples to merit it. Present the head of the anti-king Li Sung into his majesty and crush the starry flame of the pariahs of Qingzhou. The false emperor was overjoyed. Immediately, he said that he would be the royal emperor and personally cut off the head of the anti-king Li Changnan and send it to the Taichi Palace. Unfortunately, he was glared back by Left Minister Su Ru with a glance, telling him not to get involved. Imperial teacher Qin Weixian also took the position to let him cool where to stay. The pseudo-imperialist had to angrily retreat from the court. Back to the East Palace smashed a pass only to smooth the heart of the child. The day the army started, the disgruntled pseudo-emperor climbed up to the Baiyujing pointing platform and personally beat the drums to send off. He also set up an altar of wine on the general's platform and shouted that when the army triumphed, he would personally pour wine for all the generals. August 15th and Mid-Autumn Festival. Qin Baxian, the marshal of the expedition, and Pang Xiuan, the military advisor, swung away from Chang'an with an army of 300,000 men. Later history records that this August expedition, made possible by the false emperor, was the only human thing the false emperor did in his short years of power. Historically, the moon is full in August in Chang'an, and the drums are beating to send the generals to give gifts to the people. Chang'an Greenhouse. Chen Jian stood on the flying eaves and looked at the endless marching generals from afar. They were clad in brand new iron armor and holding exquisite spears. Their aura was grand and none of them were proud soldiers. The early morning sunlight glistened on them like a sea of silver. For today, he and Su had been planning for half a year, and when the fire became a prairie fire, they let the news of Qingzhou's change into Chang'an, stimulating Yang to go crazy, taking advantage of the control of the Ministry of Revenue, and holding the power of the Ministry of Revenue, and arching up the anger of the families, sending 300,000 generals out of the city. With the concerted efforts of all the camps, the 300,000 strong army was equipped with enough provisions to last for 3 years. Even Zhu Wuchang also extended his hand to the world's families and valleys, and with a cry of poverty, raised 2 more years' worth of provisions and grain. After all, this time the army went out to Qingzhou. Although it was in the name of crusading against the anti-king, in reality it was to stifle the delusion of that group of pariahs, and to seek the 10,000 foundations of the lineage and valleys, and to shelter their interests. They shelled out the money without a moment's hesitation. As they watched the 300,000 strong army set off, no matter which camp they were in, they all revealed satisfied smiles. 300,000 generals are strong, and there are fierce generals of the world and flung daisies to lead the army. This trip will surely be a success. Credit where credit is due. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked into a smile. 300,000 soldiers, enough for you to start a prairie fire in the counties of the Great Tang. Warlord. After the army started, Qin Badian found Pang Shiwan riding on the back of a lame horse, and said with a serious face, "Military division, our army is strong. The anti-King Li Chang'an's government soldiers are only 30,000, and Xiaohou is cave-broken, so it's not enough to worry about." But behind him stands Marquis Chen Liu. If Marquis Chen Liu lifts the table and personally steps down, allowing the Black Riders to assassinate this marshal and the military division, I'm afraid that the group will be leaderless at that time, and I'm afraid that it will cause no small amount of damage. Does the military counselor have a good plan to break it? Marshal Qin need not be overly concerned. Pang Shiwan stroked his beard and laughed crookedly. Chen Liujia is strong, but the Taishang Emperor is still there. There is the Taishang Emperor sitting in the Taiji Hall for a day. Chen Liuho will not dare to set off the table for a day. Does the marshal know what the greatest reliance of Marquis Chen Liu is? Without thinking, Qin Badian said, "Grandmaster Huang, old dog." That's not true. Pang Shiwan smiled crookedly. The real reliance of Marquis Chen Liu is the Grandmaster Old Dog Huang and the Chen Liu Armor Black Horseman. You can't have one without the other. As we all know, back then, Old Dog Huang had led the Black Riders to surround and kill a great master. But Marshal Qin, don't forget that when His Majesty Wudu sat in the White Jade capital, he killed two great masters with just one hand. Without the Chan Lua military formation, His Majesty, holding the 12 immortal swords, would be able to crush Old Dog Huang at will. Chen Luho is not a fool to dare to exchange Chen Liujia for the marshals in my head. It's not worth scratching. Most of all, our trip represents a full dynasty and 10,000 families of the Great Tang. If he, Marquis Chen Liu, is stronger than the royal family and the world's families joining hands to eliminate Chen, to say the least, I'm afraid that His Majesty Wudu is now looking over his shoulder at the Taichi Palace, waiting for Chen Aban to send Chen Liujia or Huan Laodog to assassinate us. Chen Jian might condemn people in his youthful anger, but Chen Aban would never. A great master, and one that he, Chen Jian, could mobilize? So, Marshal Qin need not worry. So be it. Qin Baishan's face slowed down a little. He originally didn't think much of this ugly ghost who had the reputation of being the phoenix child of the world. The reason why I asked was that I was really worried, and I didn't have a good solution, so I was just treating the dead horse as a living horse. After all, the world knew that Chen Jian and Li Sunan stank and were known as close friends. At first, in order to save Li Chang'an, Chen Jian even had the audacity to transfer Chen Liujia to slaughter listening to the Wind Tower, and then had Old Dog Huang point and kill the Cave Realm Patriarch Xiao Nuer. With a previous lesson, it was hard for him not to worry about Old Dog Huang striking again. At this time, after Pang Shiwan's 3 words, he instantly put his heart down. Indeed, no matter how strong Chen Aban is he still stronger than the joint efforts of the world's families and royal clans? The stone in his heart fell to the ground. Qin Badian also had a few smiles on his face. Sizing up the lame horse, he joked, "Military master, this old horse is not too cowardly. Lame legs can keep up with the team. Just slightly shabby. It's just a bit shabby. It doesn't match the status of the military master." Ahem. Pang Shiwan's face changed slightly, did not move and patted the back of the lame horse. A face of color. Said, "People cannot look at the face. Seawater cannot be measured. Although the old horse is lame, but the veteran of 100 battles, for the Great Tang has made the sweat and toil. Qin Shui cannot be due to the appearance of the discrimination of the horse. Hurry up and apologize." Qin Badian was slightly stunned, not understanding why Pang Shiwan was suddenly so serious. Wait until you see the ugly face that is convulsing with anger. In a split second it became clear. Perhaps the military counselor has been discriminated against because of his ugly face, and his heart is a bit paranoid, seeing that this marshal dislikes the lame horse, and that things are hurtful to him. In response, Qin Badian was somewhat unimpressed. I feel that Pang Shiwan is narrow-minded and makes a big deal out of it, and more or less does not know the sky and the earth. I am the marshal, the son of the emperor. How can I bow down to a lame horse? It doesn't have a horn on its head. It's not the one-horned heavenly horse from the Marquis of Qinliu's residence that is at the perfect level of the cave heaven realm. It is just that it is not good to argue with the military division considering that the army has just started. He laughed lightly and patted the crippled horse's head, casually saying, "Crippled horse, this marshal has no intention of discriminating against you. Don't misunderstand." The crippled horse looked up at Qin Badian. The horse's lips revealed 2 missing teeth, and after a sorrowful smile, It lowered its head and nibbled on the tender green thatch. Seeing this scene, Pang Xuan, who was riding on horseback, closed his eyes. It's just, pay attention in your next life. Chapter 133, thanking Marshal Qin for the ride. Black Wind Walled City. Li Changnan squatted on a boulder with a piece of thatch in his mouth, looking at the direction of Chang'an City in a daze. After a long time, he spat out the thatch and looked back at Xiaoho, who was sharpening his sword. General Xia, with 300,000 troops gathered, how long will it take you to take Sangzhou? 3 days. Xiaoho surveyed the newly minted crescent moon blade and narrowed his eyes. With 300,000 elites in hand, Sangzhou is within reach. After taking Sangzhou, we must cross the Zhangjiang River in the fastest possible time and plunge straight into the hinterland of Jingzhou to seize it. This is how we can hold the Heavenly Pass and cut off Chang'an from the 7 southern states. Sitting south to north in Jingzhou, it confronts Chang'an. At that time, the 7 southern states are your backyard. You can outline and depict them as you please, and the fire of the stars will start a prairie fire, burning him cleanly and returning a clear sky to the great Tang. Starburst. Li Changnan got up and looked at the long empty black wind-walled city under the mountain, his face complex, and said, yesterday, Jian and I were still here spitting at each other carefree, still hooking up to go to the walled city to eat the mat. In less than a short year, we are instead starting to think about starbursts. This is your destiny. Xiaoho looked at Li Changnan and said in a deep voice, the moment he brought Chen Liujia to save you, you were destined to go down this road. With 300,000 troops on the move, there is no turning back for you. It's not predestination. Li Sung'an scoffed to himself. At least not for Jian. He had better options. He could have stood by coldly and watched me die. He could even have Chen Ab cut off Wuda's head and take that seat himself. But he didn't. He sent the 300,000 strong army to me, the house of the Marquis of Xibe, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Household, the Ministry of Rights. All of this belongs to him, and he gave it to me without hesitation, just because we're friends. So yeah, General Xia, no matter what schemes you and Uncle have, you must not count Jian. Xiaoho's face changed slightly. He knew that Li Sung'an wasn't putting on a show. Because of Li Xuanzi, he had been looking at Li Changnan coldly for 20 years. He watched a teacherless and fatherless child hiding in a dark corner, knocking on the door of creation with great difficulty and stepping onto the path of cultivation step by step, watching his own god travel far and wide. At only 23 years old, he was among the Void God realm. The world said that Chen Zhiming was the youngest Void God realm, but it was not true. Li Sung'an is the one. Xiaoho dared to bet the fate of the whole house. Li Xuanzi is part of the reason. More, in fact, because Li Changnan, because he saw in Li Changnan the possibility of Great Tang's power over the 4 seas and the unification of the great wilderness. General Xia, I know what you and Uncle are thinking. Li Changnan looked back at Xiaoho and said seriously, I am not Wudu. I don't like to hide in the darkness to spy on people's hearts, and I am even less interested in becoming a loner. I don't even want to be an emperor. If Wunderkind loses, I'll cut off his head with my own hands. I won't allow anyone to use my friendship with Jian for anything, now or in the future. That's what I owe him. I'll cut off the head of whoever does it. You should know that I can do it. Got it. Xiaoho slowly put away his crescent moon blade. I'll pass it on to Xuanzi. After more than a month of hasty traveling, the army that conquered the anti-king Li Chang'an finally arrived at the border between Chang'an and Qingzhou. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Qin Badian, the marshal of the conquest, waved his hand and ordered the army to set up camp, started pots and fires, cooked sheep and slaughtered pigs to reward the soldiers and to build up their strength, and let all the generals enter the camp of commanders to confer. In a short time, 36 generals arrived in a hurry. Qin Badian sat in the main seat of the martial camp, looking at the generals of all the ministries who were streaming in with a slight nod. He was previously dissatisfied with Zhu Wuchang, believing that he was relying on the false emperor to blackmail the courtiers to get the position of secretary of the Ministry of War, and that his virtue did not match his position. But after this, he realized that the impermanence was not all bad. Both the selection of generals and the preparation of provisions were well organized. Although Qin Badian had led the army for many years, and was in a different place, he asked himself that he wouldn't be able to do better than Zhu Wuchang. Sweeping his eyes over the valiant generals, Qin Badian was full of vigor and lifted his wine cup and laughed. 2 more days until we reach the boundaries of Black Wind Mountain. Building a career is now. Today, this marshal will toast you all with tea instead of wine. When our army presses in and cuts off the head of the anti-king Li Chang'an, we will drink with you all again. The 36 generals also raised their cups in response and drank the tea in their cups. Qin Badian led the generals to drink a few cups of tea, collecting the ink in the stomach, pulling half an incense burner after the door. There is a guard outside the door to report that the military division has arrived. Qin Badian grunted lightly in dissatisfaction. He had long ago sent someone to invite the military division, but the military division had dawdled for so long before coming. just that all the generals were there. He could not turn his face, slowly put down the wine cup, let his personal guards lead the military division into the tent. When Pang Shiwan entered the tent, he saw Qin Baishan's gloomy face and slightly arched his hand and said, "Marshal Qin, generals, I was patrolling the camp when I received the marshal's order, and I'm sorry for coming late because it was a long way to travel." Qin Badian sneered, pointing at the generals, "We all rode beasts that pranced in the clouds, and horses that traveled 10,000 miles in a day, while you rode a half-dead, lame horse. No wonder you were late." Pang Shiwan's ugly face twitched. The eyes looked at Qin Badian with pity. This guy is getting farther and farther down the road of death, and he can't even pull back. Coughing lightly, he asked, "Marshal Qin has summoned us, but is there something important to negotiate?" "Humph." Qin Badian hummed lightly again, getting up and looking around. He said, "In 2 days, we will arrive at the boundary of Black Wind Mountain. The Black Wind Mountain Canyon Road is narrow, only allowing 5 riders to pass. The mountain is high and craggy, easy to defend and difficult to attack. This marshal wants to send the frontward battalion of the Divine Strategist Army to detour and encircle, and climb the mountain from the side to occupy the 2 hills in case of an ambush by the enemy army. What do the military division and all the generals think?" Pang Shiwan nodded and nodded. "What Marshal Qin is considering is very true. Black Wind Mountain is the lair of the anti-king. It is very likely that an ambush will be set up here, and there are rumors that there is a shattered cave in Black Wind Mountain. Perhaps there is something inside. I would like to lead the troops in person to go and investigate, even if it's the master-at-arms." Qin Badian waved his hand and refuted. "By the time the military commander climbs the hill on that skinny lame horse, I'm afraid the rebels would have already fled. So what's the point of checking?" Sigh. A disgruntled neigh suddenly came from outside the tent, followed by the dull sound of horses' hooves. "Ugh." Pang Shiwan looked at Qin Badian with a compassionate gaze. He originally thought to wait until he entered the Black Wind Mountain before making his move, but Qin Badian insisted on making a fool of himself, always mentioning the crippled horse twice. Hearing Pang Shiwan sigh, Qin Badian was slightly stunned and was about to ask a question. Suddenly the tent curtain was lifted by a hoof. Immediately after that, a crippled horse stepped in, its hooves stained with blood, its eyes looking at Qin Badian in a ghostly manner. "Warlord, what's with your horse's madness? Men, behead this lame horse." Qin Baishan's heart vaguely felt something bad, and he took a few steps back, standing in front of the marshal's seat and shouting at the 36 ministers. This statement was made. 2 Void God Realm generals immediately sprang out of the 36 generals and drew their swords to slash at the crippled horse. The rest of them, however, had strange faces as they surrounded Qin Badian in the center. The crippled horse showed its teeth and smiled sorrowfully, its front hooves raised, and the 2 Void God Realm generals were instantly stepped on into pieces, along with the stranger's sword. As it fell on both hooves, a snow-white unicorn horn stood out on top of his head, gleaming in the light. "Unicorn, Pegasus." Qin Baishan's face instantly changed as he looked at the crippled horse in horror. "Marshal Qin." Pang Shiwan looked at Qin Badian compassionately. Anti-King Li Chang'an's military advisor. Pang Shiwan, with his 34 departmental commanders and 300,000 generals. "Thank you for seeing Qin Marshal all the way." Chapter 134, The Army Rendezvous at Black Wind Mountain. Qin Badian was confused. He came all the way with his 300,000 strong army in high spirits, thinking that he was going to crush the rebels and decapitate Li Sunan. As a result of his own C-36 generals in addition to the 2 unlucky thieves all anti-king of the people? For a moment he couldn't tell whether they were undercover or he was undercover. "Marshal Qin." Pang Shiwan signaled the generals surrounding Qin Badian to disperse, and pulled out a diatribe from his pocket and handed it over. "There are now 2 paths before Marshal Qin. One of them is to hand over the seal of command, abandon the darkness and recite the diatribe, and conquer for the people of the world, and then graze the northern wilderness and raise horses after accomplishing the task. The second is to let Master Ma stomp you to death, so as to fulfill your reputation of loyalty and righteousness. Will you choose for yourself, or shall I do it for you?" Qin Baishan's lips wriggled, silent for half a second before saying in blackface, This marshal has actually been a longtime friend of His Highness the Third Prince. Can the military division speak favorably for this marshal at His Highness, not to go to the northern wasteland to raise horses?" "Sorry." Pang Shiwan glanced at the crippled horse who was grinning sorrowfully. Raising horses in the northern wasteland was a request made by Master Ma, and the anti-king probably couldn't sway it either. The flags on Black Wind Mountain were hunting and waving in the wind. The anti-king Li Chang'an killed pigs and slaughtered sheep, leading the 13 bandits of Black Wind Mountain to welcome the 300,000 troops into Qingzhou. When Qin Badian, the marshal of the expedition, knelt down and presented the seal of command to proclaim his allegiance, it signaled that the fire of the stars had become a prairie fire. Since then, Black Wind Wall 13 bandits are no longer small-time bandits, but the behemoth entrenched in the great Tang dynasty. The point of view of the troops, the southern 7 states no longer dare to fight with the people. That day, Li Chang'an stood on Black Wind Mountain in a golden python robe, overlooking the generals roaming the mountain, his seal of command raised high, his voice resounding through the clouds. All the generals, I am Li Chang'an, the leader of the 13 bandits of the Black Wind Wall and the anti-king of Qingzhou. In fact, I have no great ambitions. I just want to be a hooker listening to music and waiting for death, dude. But this thief god is unwilling, Wu Du is unwilling, and the powerful nobles in the capital are unwilling. Step by step, they have forced me to become a traitor and an anti-king. When I first rebelled, I didn't even know why I was rebelling. I just want to find a way out for the officers of the Ministry of War and the generals of the Southern Military Department who fled from Chang'an with me like lost dogs, until I got a letter. The letter is from Chang'an City. A letter from my friend. He said the world shouldn't be like this. He said that this world is not the world of one family or one clan. Rather, it is the world of the many people who grow in this land. He said that untouchables should not be grass, should not kneel at the sight of people, and should not be allowed to be beaten and killed at will. He said, I hope that one day the people of Datong will have clothes to cover their bodies, food to feed their stomachs, and a roof over their heads. I hope that when the people of Datong meet injustice, they can straighten their spine, not pandering to the powerful at the top and not bullying the weak at the bottom. I hope that every great Tang teenager has a heart like a flower or a tree, and is born to the sun. These words were narrated by Li Sunan as he stood on a tall boulder. The 4 fields were silent, and only his voice floated like a magic sound, spread in the hearts of 300,000 generals, a pomp and circumstance never seen before. The sunlight poured over him, setting off the golden python robe-clad man like a god. When I asked him how I could see this bloom, he said it would be difficult, but there would be. The one who wears armor is not a Jumanite. I realize that the absolute majority of you are civilians, and many of you are even pariahs who were forcibly recruited into the military. You've come a long way, to feed my family, to cut off my head and build a career. My Li Sunan's ambitions have nothing to do with you, nor do you even have anything to do with the Shang dynasty. But, when you return to the field, facing the barren land, facing the hungry parents, wife and children, facing the leaky huts, how can you 7-footers hold your back straight? How can one not kowtow to the powerful? Gentlemen, see these flags all over the mountain? This is not my Li Sunan's anti-flag. It's yours. It's for your parents, wives and children who are freezing and starving at home. It is for the tens of thousands of people who have been oppressed and exploited by the world's families. Every flag is a ray of starburst. Gentlemen, please plant it throughout the whole of the Great Tang. Let this banner spread. Let this starry fire start a prairie fire. Please take the sword in your hand and cut down the black clouds that have been hanging over our heads for tens of thousands of years on behalf of the people of the world. Please straighten your spine and roar to the high and mighty with the roar that kings and lords are better than men. When the flags are flying and the stars are on fire, I want each and every one of us, all can be the unique king within themselves. Clank! Li Chang'an drew his sword towards the sky, and rose up step by step to ascend to the sky, cutting the strongest sword of his life towards the dark clouds above his head that blocked out the sunlight. Boom! After the sword, the clouds collapsed and the golden light sprinkled back onto the earth, sprinkled on the head of every general in armor. The 360,000 general spears were pointed toward the sky, and a tsunami of roars stirred up. King! 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 The voice resounded in the sky, shaking the heavens and spreading to the 4 wild places, and the grievances that had been suppressed for 10,000 years poured down at this moment. Li Chang'an stood in the void and looked down at the 300,000 generals who looked up to the sky. After a long time, the corner of his mouth hooked up, and most importantly, in the future, the rates raised 30%. 6 months later, White Jade Palace of the Two Eyes. Li Chengding sat on the dragon chair in a daze, listening to the noisy as flies buzzing in his ears. His eyes gradually reddened. The Grand Marshal of the Conquest, Qin Badian, mutinies. Military Counselor Pang Shiwan and 36 generals mutinied. The Divine Counselor Army, the 12 cities military division, and 300,000 elites mutinied. Sanzhou was lost. Jingzhou was lost. Qingzhou, Sangzhou, Jingzhou, Wuzhou, Ningzhou, Shuzhou, and Haizhou changed their banners and proclaimed their support for Li Chang'an, the third prince of the Great Tang dynasty, as emperor. The 7 states and 16 counties in the southern border of the Great Tang dynasty and the Chang'an imperial capital are completely cut off from each other. Your Majesty, Qin Baishan's ambition to lead a 300,000 strong army to mutiny has caused our Tang dynasty to fall apart. Nearly 1,000 families to be slaughtered, and hundreds of millions of people to be displaced, which is a crime of extermination. I'll die admonishing you, please, Your Majesty. Execute Imperial Master Qin Weixian and exterminate his 9 clans. The Secretary of the Ministry of War, Zhu Wuchang, was furious, hugging the pillar and banging it with a clang. A look of martyrdom so that the courtiers have sideways glances. Shut up, you sycophant. Just as Zhu Wuchang hit his head against the pillar, Auxiliary General Peng Hua stepped forward and said angrily, Your Majesty, the deployment of troops and generals is handled by the Minister of War, and even the 3 army commanders and military advisors are also strongly recommended by Zhu Wuchang. I suspect that Zhu Wuchang is the traitor of the anti-king and is working with the anti-king to disrupt our dynasty. I request that this fawn be executed. Qin Wei Xian is the mole. A cadre of courtiers from the Ministry of War stepped out and set fire to their anger, and Peng Hua, you are also a traitor. You are under Qin Weixian's ministry and Qin Baishan's division. You are working in tandem to place bets on both ends and curry favor with the anti-king. Zhu Wuchang is a sycophant. Qin Weixian's generals are also not willing to be left alone, rubbing their fists and clapping their hands to come out of the line to drink and curse. Bah, you old bastard. I'll beat you to death. Come on, dog. I'm not afraid of you. The courtroom was in chaos, with official robes flying around and screams of fury. I don't know who scolded Chen Jian for being a traitor, and the officials of the Ministry of Rights and the Delizi rolled up their sleeves and joined the battlefield. Again, I do not know who called Feng Jingji old but not dead as a thief. The officials of the Ministry of Mandarins and the Imperial Palace of Justice could not help but intervene in it, and I don't know who called Suru fake purity as a sour show kai. The Ministry of Criminal Affairs, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Household, the state prison officials swarmed. Finally a group of masterless courtiers joined the fray with their eyes closed and punched whoever they saw as disagreeable. There's always revenge for revenge and revenge for revenge. On the small table, the 3 cabinet ministers glanced at each other, all seeing only a deep dark obscurity. Li Chengdang looked at the chaotic courtroom with scarlet eyes, watching them squirm like shrews. Can't wait to rip all their heads off and kick them in the balls. Bunch of losers. The 300,000 strong army was eaten up and the 7 southern states fell into the hands of Li Chengnan, holding the heavenly pass, sitting south to north. He knew he'd never get another chance to get that killed. That won't die. He would have to die. Whether Wu Du loses or wins, he will only choose that to ascend to the throne. He even suspected that Qin Baishan's defection was precisely Wu Du's authorization for the old pimp Qin Weixian to send troops and horses to that cheap bastard. With scarlet eyes, he looked toward the courtroom and landed on Qin Weixian, who was sitting stolidly on the small table. Li Chengdang's hatred was so great that he almost burst his qi. Boom! Vast yuan qi tore the void. Li Chengdang, like a trapped beast with no way to escape, raised his fist and smashed it against Qin Weixian. Chapter 135 Imperial Master Qin Weixian. You all want me dead. This hateful punch instantly caused the rowdy hall to become silent. Everyone looked at the pseudo-emperor with unbelievable gazes, and then at Qin Weixian on the small table. At this point, the official hat on top of Qin Weixian's head was stirred into pieces by Yuan Qi. His meticulous white hair was spread out, his snow-white blade eyebrows were wrinkled, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, as if he had aged in an instant. In front of him, Su Ru knocked lightly with her palm and held Li Sung-din's fist. Li Chengdang's anger-containing strike had actually caused a crack to appear in the bottleneck of the cave heaven that had trapped him for 16 long years. When the fist falls, Li Chengdang was already a cave realm patriarch. Your Highness. Qin Weixian slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up to look at the scarlet-eyed Li Chengdang, his eyes full of disappointment. My great Tang has more than 1 million soldiers, a vast territory, 18 states and 72 counties. Li Sunman is only holding a mere 300,000 soldiers and half of the southern border and letting you panic and get confused. How can you afford to be the head of a country, when His Majesty sent you to the old man's tent? I treat you like a son, teach you the art of war, teach you to look at the world, teach you that flowing water does not compete with the first, lies in the gushing, didn't realize. How dare you teach a disobedient who has no ruler or teacher? Qin Weixian had a face of anger and sorrow, and his hunched body was even trembling slightly. Old piker, don't be a sycophant. Li Chengdang looked at Qin Weixian with a sinister face and hissed, if you really teach me with all your heart, will I become what I am today? If you really treat me like a son, why did you let Qin Badi in defect? You knew that I would not have another chance to kill that bastard Li Chengnan after he seized the southern realm, yet you still allowed Qin Badian to defect with an army of 300,000 men. Qin Weixian, you want me to die. Qin Weixian, you want me to die. As Li Chengdang shouted this at the top of his voice, a pin drop could be heard in the Hall of Two Eyes. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene in silence. A ruler is a ruler, a father is a father, and a son is a son. The imperial teacher Qin Weixian sat at the small table for more than 500 years, and even Emperor Wu De had to bow to him as a teacher. He was a subject and a master. But today, he was almost punched and killed by the false Emperor Li Sung-din in the Great Hall. Although he was also a cave heaven realm cultivator, he was already old. His qi and blood were withered and his flesh was corrupt. If it wasn't for Su Ru's hand, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Pseudo-emperor with this punch. completely smashed the last bit of affection he had with Qin Wei Xian. The courtiers shuddered to think of what was going to happen next. With Qin Wei Xian's temper, I'm afraid I won't let the false emperor sit in that dragon chair and strut his stuff anymore. Not even as a clay bodhisattva. He's got the credentials. He was an imperial master. An imperial master who had personally taught a great master. His disciples and old friends are all over the 4 fields of the great Tang dynasty. Zhen Shi, Zhen Dong, Zhen Nan, and the 3 Zunzan cave realm Jinghua marshals are all disciples under him, including the auxiliary generals and more than 5 dozens of military generals in the court, all of whom have intricate relationships with him. Even the left minister Su Ru and the right minister Feng Jingji were only younger brothers in front of him. He was now looking at the false emperor with a ghostly gaze, the emotions under his eyes dispersing as Li Chengding drank. No more half-warmth. Like a lion in his twilight years, he looks coldly at the jackal that shows his teeth. Lord Qin. Just as Qin Weixian's pale voice was about to spit out, Su Ru suddenly turned around and condescendingly said, "He is the supervisor chosen by His Majesty." Qin Wei looked up at Su Ru first. When did this 8-foot-tall sourpuss, the scholar who broke the Western region's Buddhist teachings with a single word 500 years ago, stand with Li Chengdang? Old Qin, don't be impulsive. Feng Jingji, who was sitting on a small table napping, also suddenly intervened. His eyes slightly closed. "We are always subjects. The general situation is not yet determined. Why are you in a hurry?" A Su Ru Qin Wei first does not care, but then add a Feng Jingji. Qin Wei Xian swept his gaze across the courtroom. Except for the old generals who followed him, the rest of them had averted eyes and didn't dare to meet his gaze. After a long silence, he slowly walked toward the outside of the temple, and his old voice came out, "Your Highness, take care of yourself." Li Chengding looked at his back and a struggle flashed in his gaze. Suddenly, they all turned into viciousness. He doesn't trust anyone in this courtroom. Even Zhu Wuchang, who was single-handedly promoted, could not be trusted when 300,000 troops were buried. Jian, you guessed wrong. Qin Weixian was originally from the false emperor. Greenhouse Deer Pavilion. Zhuang Yemo rolled up his sleeves and peeled the bamboo shoots, and said carelessly, "You didn't see his expression of misplaced disbelief when he was in the Hall of Two Eyes, and I haven't seen his disoriented demeanor in all these years. It's a pity that the false emperor is a man who can't hold up a wall and can't distinguish between loyalty and treachery." But he almost smashed him to death with a single punch. Chen Jian took the spring bamboo shoots from Zhuang Mo's hand and placed them in the bamboo basket, mocking, "When we look at a person, we can't look at what he says, but what he does." What kind of person is Qin Weixian? Who is in charge of the world's troops and horses? The disciples and old friends are all over the Great Tang. How could they not see the inside story of this expedition? It's nothing more than just going along for the ride. Don't look at him like he's got a dead son's ghostly face right now. It's a good bet he's laughing about it at home. Zhuang Mo's brows furrowed. You're saying he purposely sent his own son to Li Chang'an to bet on both ends? That's his own son. Aren't you afraid that Li Sun'an will really click for him? Qin Badian, is it really his son? The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked up. I've been watching to see just who of our 3 pavilion elders is the one that Wu De trusts the most, or is the most loyal to Wu De. Nowadays, it seems that Imperial Master Qin Weixian must occupy a seat. How? Zhuang Mo asked in disbelief. Chen Jian slanted a glance at Zhuang Mo. Qin Weixian came from a family in Yuzhou, and his family has more than 10,000 hectares of good land. But this time, he turned his hand to the worldly families and even covered up for us, allowing us to send 300,000 troops into Qingzhou. If it wasn't authorized by Wu Du, beat me to death and I wouldn't believe that he'd be happy to let Li Changnan claim the throne. You're winding me up, Zhuang Mo said in confusion. Isn't Wu De going to kill Li Chang'an? How would you let Qin Wei first to help? Li Changnan standing behind. Not always your Chunlu Marquis house? It's basically an open secret that Wu De wants to knife your Chunlu Marquis house. So how could he do such a stupid thing as funding an enemy? You don't know? The corners of Chen Jian's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Zhuang Mo seriously. Seeing his blank face didn't seem to be a fake. I thought to myself that no wonder this guy didn't even know about Zhu Wuchang, Pang Xuan, Li Xianzai. A few of these sly geniuses are his senior brothers. It was probably because Su Sang resented him for being too stupid. Coughing lightly, he laughed. Old Zhuang, didn't you say yesterday that you had another new work? Let's talk a little bit about the wind and the flowers. Those machinations in the court are too vulgar to be worthy of your position. It just so happens that another newcomer in the building recently rated on the Rouge list, and has the disadvantage of having a literary rhyme next to her. Take that. Zhuang Mo thoughtlessly threw out a poem. Cannot help but feel sorry and complained. You kid for no reason must be closed pen. Old man Hall of Literature giant Confucian. To his mother became your Qinglou's imperial wordsmith. Chen Jinan grinned, picking up the poem and putting it into his sleeve. He also asked Li Qinger, who was waiting at the side, to send the peeled tender bamboo shoots to the kitchen, and one old man and one young man used the poem to drink wine. and really discussed the wind and flowers. The two drank from morning to evening. Zhuanyamo was so excited that he dropped 2 more lyrics and staggered back home with a basket of spring bamboo shoots. Chapter 136, The Taoist Sect. Boss, old Taijun of the Shibua Marquee House has an invitation. Just as Chen Jian was watching Zhuanyamo leave, Lu Qi suddenly knocked on the door and entered, his face calmly saying, "A Taoist priest has come to the Shibua Marquee residence." Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji? Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. The Taoist genius who was betrayed by the benevolent sword? It's him. Perhaps he couldn't get out of his sword at Chen Jimian's place and has come to you to seek revenge. The bottom of Lu Qi's eyes flashed with derision. I'll go with the boss and invite him into the building to listen to the music? No. Chen Jian laughed. Some people, sit in a well and watch the sky for a long time. They think that the world is only as big as the mouth of the well. If the Taoist sect are all the same kind of goods as him, it's not a loss for you not to join the Taoist sect. The Taoist sect is certainly not full of his kind of goods. At least 20 years ago I have seen the Taoist sect walking. Already invincible temperament. Lu Qi gazed into the distance. But even so, I won't regret my choice. The house of the Marquis of Westborough. Zhao Wuji stood in the hall with his sword on his back, a reserved smile on his face. Old Taijun. When Wuji left the Taoist sect, Sister Xining was already in the Qi realm. I'm afraid that by the time I get back, she will have transformed into a void. Sect leader Taiyang Xuanzi said that she was born with a Dao body, and that breaking through the realm would be like drinking water, and that she wouldn't be hindered in any way until the Tongshan realm, and that he'd even already taken her in as a protege. So be it. When Elder Taijun you heard the news of Li Xining, her cloudy eyes revealed a few moments of radiance, and laughed. Xining, that niece has been stupid since she was a child, and she can't learn how to use the Shibua Marquee family gun technique, and I thought that she was not destined for the great Dao, but I didn't expect to get the Taiyang Xuanzi sect master's true teachings. It's a pity that I'm dying and don't have much time left, so I'm afraid I won't be able to personally pay my respects to the sect leader. The corners of Zhao Wuji's mouth rose as he flipped his wrist and a delicate porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Old Taijun, this is my Taoist sect's nourishing pill, which can be eaten to replenish qi and blood, and Wuji purposely begged for it from my brother when he left the Taoist sect. 1 nourishing life pill, at least 2 years of life expectancy. Here are 5 of them, enough for the old Taijun to wait until the Xining sisters come out of seclusion. Speaking of which, Zhao Wuji offered the porcelain bottle and smiled haughtily. Although my brother Zhao Wuji is a Taoist walker with a Tongshan realm cultivation, he doesn't have much. I appreciate the thought. The old Taijun didn't reach out to receive it, gathered up the sable cloak draped over her chair to block the slightly chilly night wind, and looked at the door from afar. No merit, no reward. Taoist Master Zhao, please take it back. Zhao Wuji's reserved smile froze. His qualifications were heaven-defying, and he was only 20 years old when he was among the Void Transformation realm. Plus there was a demonic elder brother who was among the Tongshan realm at the age of 38. Everyone in the Taoist disciples touted him, and even the elders of the older generation held him in high esteem, and he had never suffered half a bit of hardship since he was a child. The only setback was still the betrayal by the benthic sword when he was in Blackwater City, but even if frustrated, he found himself a suitable reason. After all, he is only 20 years old, while Chen Jiming has already passed 27, with 7 years to catch up. He thinks he can catch up. Most of all, Chen Jiming had a younger brother, just like he also had an older brother. His opponent should be Chen Jian, who was of similar age. So he came to Chang'an. On the one hand, is for Xining's sister to send medicine. On the other hand, is to let Chen Jian that waste of time to let you know, toad and swan between the essential difference across the species. Even coveting is a kind of fault. That engagement, it's time to back out. This idea of his, to put it nicely, it's called a redneck, but to put it bluntly, it's a dumbass with a lack of heart. In his 20 years of being touted by the short monastic career constructed by the concept of his own a long way to send medicine, this old woman, even if not head kneeling, at least should be happy to accept his. How seems to be not quite the same as what he thought. He had a hard time understanding the old woman initiative. Elder Taijun, you didn't explain. Didn't even seem to want to talk to him much anymore. Zhao Wuji's frozen, reserved smile gradually turned cold. Master is right. These filthy existences on earth are not worth the effort of one's mind. When Sister Xining joins the Taoist sect, she should cut off mortal dust. Thinking about it, he slowly retrieved the porcelain vase and indifferently said, "It is I who is meddling in my own business. Old Taijun, I have one more thing to tell you on this trip. Senior Sister Xining is a Dao son of my Dao sect, born with a Dao body, not an existence that can be coveted by mortals. Xining and Chen Jian's engagement, it can be lifted. If the old Taijun can't wipe her face, she can hand over the marriage certificate to Xiao Dao, and I'll personally make a trip to the Marquis of Chenliu's residence." The old Taijun looked up at Zhao Wuji with a ghostly gaze. Is it sect leader Taiyang Xuanzi's wish, or Xining's? It's my brother's idea. Zhao Wuji indifferently said. My brother Zhao Wuji is a contemporary walker of the Dao sect, a Tongxian realm minor grandmaster, the sect master's protege, senior sister Xining's senior brother, and the future sect master of the Dao sect, and he doesn't think that Chen Jian's name is worthy of being ranked alongside senior sister Xining's. Sure, I think so, too, in my humble opinion. Ho ho, the old Taijun laughed, her face pale, like the old skin of a dead tree blossoming, her lips wriggling. Get lost, the old lady. Hearing these familiar words, the word roll in the streets of Blackwater City was like a magic sound entering his ears. Zhao Wuji's eyes instantly reddened, and the Dao sword that was carried behind his back was buzzing with a long sound. The breath is not in the right place, and the sword will come out. The old Taijun looked at him expressionlessly, and a mocking smile even hung at the corner of her mouth. She was also a Cave Heaven realm sect master back then. Only that battle 500 years ago she shattered her own Cave Heaven extreme sublimation to kill the enemy. The destruction of the Dao seed caused her to continually fall down the realm. Nowadays, the line will be rotten. The cultivation level is 1 out of 10. About just the realm of transforming emptiness. But even if one's cultivation was completely wasted, it was unlikely that one would be afraid of this so-called Taoist walk. A veteran who climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would not be afraid of a moron with only qualifications and a deluded moral heart? Zhao Wuji's chest and abdomen rose and fell. The Taoist soared longs. After a long time. After all, he didn't dare to make a move. After all, this was Xining's grandmother. Although there was a difference between immortals and mortals once they entered the Taoist sect, but what if Xining still had a fondness for the earth? Suppressing his anger, Zhao Wuji indifferently said, I won't bother with a dying person. Since you won't give me the marriage certificate, I'll go to Marquis Chenlu's residence myself. No, I'm already here. Just as Zhao Wuji was about to step out, the center door of the Shibua Marquis mansion opened wide, and the servants surrounded a young man walking towards the hall. The young man's face is clear, the green shirt is down to earth, the head dons a wooden hairpin, the waist hangs without a pair, walks leisurely and elegantly. In the servants surrounded by seems to be the master of the Shibua Marquis residence. Zhao Wuji looked at the young man indifferently. The heart has many more grievances, because when he entered the Shibua Marquis residence, the Shibua Marquis residence opened only a side door, and there was only a concierge to lead the way, and he didn't get the respect that he should have as a disciple of the Taoist sect. Grandma! Chen Jian automatically skipped over Zhao Wuji and walked up to wrap the old Taijuan's sable cloak for her, and chided the housekeeper beside him. Why haven't you turned on the lights when it's dark? The butler answered and hurriedly ordered the maidservants to turn on the lamps. Just now, old Taijun and Zhao Wuji were talking in the hall. And Granny Yu wasn't in Chang'an, so they didn't dare to make any unauthorized decisions. There you are. The old Taijun beckoned to Chen Jian to attach his ear. Chen Jian had to attach his ear. Old Taijuan's withered palm covered Chen Jian's ears, slanted a glance at Zhao Wuji, who was standing in the center, and said in a low voice, There's an idiot here who robbed your daughter-in-law. Will the old woman take care of it for you or will you do it yourself? Maybe it was because she was too old and a little deaf. Although it appeared to be talking quietly with Chen Jian, the voice was actually not too small, and the entire hall was clear to the ears. Chen Jian also negatively placed his palm on the old Taijuan's ear and exclaimed, Grandma, this kind of idiot Jian handles himself. You can just watch from the sidelines. The servants couldn't help but laugh, wanting to but not daring to, with their aunt in the room. They didn't have much to fear from this so-called Taoist genius, and the only reason why they didn't dare to laugh was because they had been rigorously trained not to laugh in general unless they couldn't help it. Zhao Wuji stood in the hall with a dark face, and the sword that was on his back began to hum continuously again. Chapter 137 Zhao Wuji's Taoist heart is shattered. You're Chen Jian? Watching the old Taijun and Chen Jian singing in unison, he felt the undisguised mocking gazes of those slaves in the hall. Zhao Wuji could no longer endure this indifference and mockery. The Dao sword that was carried on his back was suddenly sheathed. The tip of the sword was pointed at Chen Jian, who was half crouching and chatting with the old Taijun. I'll give you 3 breaths. Hand over Xining's marriage certificate. Oh, Chen Jian looked up at Zhao Wuji. His eyes lingered briefly on the Dao sword in his hand, and he said with a seeming smile, In my life, I hate it when someone points a sword at my head, but I can forgive you, because I know, you can't hold the sword in your hand. Zhao Wuji's hand holding the sword trembled. Inexorably, he thought about the betrayal of his native sword. With an iron face, he said, Chen Ximing is 27 this year and is at the Void God realm. So, Chen Jian slowly got up and teased, I'm 19 this year. Why don't we make a bet? I bet you can't hold the sword in your hand. Shut up. Yuan Qi surged from Zhao Wuji's body, and wisps of his morose sword aura overflowed. There is only one Chen Ximing in the world. You're a loser in the middle of the innate realm. Who are you to look down on me? Who am I to say I can't hold a sword? Because, well, that's just the way it is. Chen Jian sighed lightly and looked down at Zhao Wuji. Have you heard of the saying that the world's sword Dao enlightenment totaled 10 buckets? Chen Jiming solely occupied 12 buckets, and the world owes him 2 buckets? It's just nonsense, Zhao Wuji said. Chen Jian, stalling for time is pointless. The world is afraid of Chen Liujia, afraid of the old dog Huang, but for my Taoist sect, not to enter the holy realm are just dirt. Surrender the marriage certificate. I'll spare your life. Chen Jian gave a non-committal smile. Dropping his eyes to look at Zhao Wuji, he said quietly, in fact, the original words of this sentence are, the world sword path enlightenment is a total of 10 buckets. Chen Jiming solely occupies 12 buckets, and Chen Jian owes him 2 buckets. The words fell. Chen Jian gave a gentle tug of his palm toward the void. The Dao sword in Zhao Wuji's hand suddenly struggled wildly, a few times as the little lady met Simon the Great. Throw away the first time you want to refuse. The second time that was a breeze and a delight. Boom! Chen Jian stepped out. With every step he took, his aura became 1 point more severe. 7 steps later, when he stood in front of Zhao Wuji, his stern aura almost turned into substance and poured towards Zhao Wuji. Meanwhile, the Dao sword came out of Zhao Wuji's hand. The tip of the sword is turned around. It hangs 3 inches from his brow. Chen Jian stood in front of Zhao Wuji, holding his sword in his hand with a smirk. It seems, I won the bet. Put. Zhao Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood. The freshly mended Dao heart instantly cracked again. The cracks grow wider and finally fall apart into pieces all over the place. Again. Once again. His original sword betrayed him. The first time he could have lied about being careless or the age gap. It is possible to mend and regain invincible faith in the deluded heart of the way. But this time, there was no way he could lie to himself. Because Chen Jian had told him beforehand to seize the sword. And the age is more just 19. A year younger than him. Looking miserably at the Dao sword hanging 3 inches from his brow, Zhao Wuji asked hoarsely, Mid-void transformation realm. Sword cultivator? Not foolproof. Just paid for the middle realm. The corner of Chen Jian's mouth hooked up, holding the Dao sword hanging in the air. Silky sword intent overflowed. Your Dao heart seems to be shattered. Do you still need the marriage certificate? Seeing that the Dao sword was as meek as a little daughter-in-law in Chen Jian's hands, Zhao Wuji spat out another mouthful of blood. The breath of the body is disorganized, even in the continuous fall of the realm. Chen Jian saw this. Fingers and sword wiped from the Dao sword. Scad and exclaimed, worthy of a Dao sect with 33 heavens, Zhao Wuji, this sword of yours, it's very moist. Put. Watching his native sword leap in Chen Jian's hand, Zhao Wuji was so angry that his whiskers flared. Spitting blood from his mouth, he frantically shouted, you are too deceitful. You guys are too deceitful. The words fell. He threw his head back violently and let out a howl. Go to hell. Boom. The Dao sword let out a wail. The wisps of sword intent were suddenly manic. Chen Jian's face changed slightly and his palm holding the sword instantly loosened. The black as ink sword case fell to the ground. With the crisp sound of the mechanism, the catching cicada sword inside the sword box broke out of the air. 8 dark mute sword shadows rolled up the soon-to-be shattered Dao sword and rushed up into the sky. Boom! A boom exploded in the sky of the Shibua Marquis mansion. Wisps of sword intent churned the void to pieces. The 8 dark mute sword intent swam around, trapping it in that square inch. Just the moment the Dao sword exploded, within a 10-mile radius of Kinko's lane, everyone tilted their heads to the dark sky, and then dropped their gazes to the Shibua Marquis mansion. Sitting in a wheelchair, the old Taijun slowly got up. The voice resounded within a 10-mile radius, gentlemen, Shibua Marquis house has a bad guest boarding the door. The old body a little punishment. Disturbing you, please forgive me. No harm, no foul. Old Taijun suffers. What kind of youngster doesn't know the heights of heaven? Who dares to cause trouble in the Shibua Marquis residence? Old Taijun, need the last general to deploy troops to come? Practitioners in Kinko's lane have spoken. Chastise the unknowing and wicked guest. There were even people who had already leaped into the air and were heading towards the Shibua Marquis mansion. The old Taijun glanced at Chen Jian and spoke. All of you are kind enough to appreciate this. It's just a junior. No need to labor on it. Please go back. Someone in the void returned with a hug. There were 3 void god realm cultivators, but they still moved forward, even going 3 times faster. Chen Jinan raised his eyebrows slightly. Just as they were about to step into the void above the head of the Marquis of Shibei's mansion, a green building descended from the sky and enveloped the 3 of them. Lu Qi sat cross-legged under the willow tree with his sword across his knees. Gentlemen, please take your seats and listen to the song. 7th brother, leave them half alive. Chen Jian ordered a sentence and then stopped paying attention, turning his head to look at Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Zhao Wuji fainted on the ground with his clothes stained with blood. Green silk gray. Qi high collapse. Wisps of yuan qi overflowed from the limbs and bones. The realm had fallen to the Qi royalty realm. It's even dropping realms. I'm afraid that in a short while the Qi sea will wither. And even if he saves his life, he will be completely reduced to an invalid. This Taoist genius with a deluded Taoist heart, one after the other, he was betrayed by the native sword. In a fit of anger, he even shattered his own life sword. Jian, give me the sword. You go first. Old Taijun swept her gaze over the fainting Zhao Wuji. The muddy, aged eyes were filled with killing intent. Today's incident was caused by Xining, so let the old body pay for the Taoist sect's life. Chen Jian frowned slightly as he looked in the direction of Marquis Chen Lu's residence from afar. Taoist sects are not like ordinary Jianghu sects. 10,000 million years ago, he had already transcended the world, overlooking the entire great desolate world from the 33 heavy heavens. The only time he fell off the altar was when a Buddha of the quasi-imperial realm and 9 bodhisattvas of the saintly realm knocked at the door on Mount Sumeru, but that time Sumeru didn't really punch in either. Even if the desolate ancient emperor didn't make a move, with the depth of the Dao sect, I'm afraid that it wouldn't really be breached. Zhao Wuji was a genius of the Dao sect and was among the void transformation realm at the age of 20. There was even an elder brother who walked in the Dao sect, Zhao Wuji, who had already had an invincible aura 20 years ago. This time, Zhao Wuji was so angry that he shattered his own vital sword, and his life was hanging by a thread as his sea of qi withered. I'm afraid the Taoist sect won't take it lying down. I don't know if Chen Aban can stand up to this pot. Just letting the old Taijun carry this scourge of extermination herself to stay out of it. Chen Jinan didn't even think about it. Old Taijun has been very kind to him these past few years, even transferring a little bit of the power of the Westboro house to him. Last year when the competition for the position of Minister of Rights that stood out more than 24 military generals, all the people of the Shibao Marquis House, now Li Qingnan's 36 battalion generals, but there are 23 of them are the young leaders of the Shibao Hofu lineage. Chen Jian thought that even though he was not a good person, he could not do such a thing as enmity and revenge. Even if he ends up parting ways with Li Xining, he must also protect the Shibao Marquis House. Just as Chen Jian was pondering how thick his family's bottom card was, the old Taijun was already carrying an ancient lance, slowly walking towards Zhao Wuji who had fainted on the ground. Chapter 138 Zhao Wuji, the Taoist sect walker. Clank! The ancient lance rolled up a blood-colored yuan qi and smashed towards Zhao Wuji without hesitation. The old Taijun is dying, but her killing nature is heavy. This gunfall was actually going to smash Zhao Wuji into pieces. The corners of Chen Jian's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. Old Taijun's killing nature is even heavier than her own, killing when she says she will, without any hesitation. It's just that Zhao Wuji, more than likely, wasn't that easy to kill. Wrist flipping a piccolo to his lips, Chen Qian is always ready to shake people. Zhao Wuji was the Taoist sect's unseen genius. Although he is not a Taoist walker, he is the brother of a Taoist walker. At the age of 20, he was among the void transformation realm and even comprehended sword intent. Such a genius, the Dao sect would not let him die halfway even if they were indifferent. He must still have cards on him. Boom! The old Taijuan's long spear smashed down brazenly. As expected, as Chen Jian had guessed, the sight of blood and flesh did not happen. Zhao Wuji lay unharmed on the ground. In front of him, an ethereal figure in a Taoist robe appeared out of thin air. The ethereal figure's face bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Wuji, appearing out of nowhere yet halfway out of nowhere. It was as if he had been here all along. It just blends in with the surrounding heaven and earth, so that people can't help but ignore him. The ethereal figure lifted his fingers lightly, clamping down on the ancient lance that was suffused with the color of blood. He nodded slightly and said, Daoist sect Zhao Wuji, meet old Taijun. The old Taijuan's figure retreated violently. Eyes alertly looked towards the ethereal figure that suddenly appeared. Zhao Wuji, the contemporary walker of the Dao sect, Tian Xuanzi's personal great disciple, the future headmaster of the Dao sect, and the 38-year-old among the Tongxian realm. The undertaker arrives across the Taoist gate. My brother was foolish and took it upon himself to meddle in the marriage between Xining and Marquis Chenlu. On behalf of Wuji, I apologize to old Taijun. Zhao Wuji curtsied slightly. The words are sincere, God is light, but that condescending and subdued demeanor gave the impression not of an apology, but of a handout. The old Taijun ho laughed. Instead of dispersing, the color of blood is getting thicker. I can't afford to accept the indemnity from the Taoist sect. If your excellency wants to make amends, why did you lock your aura on my old grandson's son-in-law? Zhao Wuji looked down at Zhao Wuji, whose qi had collapsed, and blandly said, because after this seat makes amends, it has to ask for punishment. The old Taijuan's face changed slightly as she moved to stand in front of Chen Jian and said in a deep voice, Zhao Wuji attempted to badger Xining's marriage, failed to ask for the sword, and shattered his own life sword when his skills were inferior. Jian is just suffering from an undeserved disaster. The Taoist sect can ask me to take the blame. What's the matter with Jian? Zhao Wuji turned a blind eye to the old Taijun and said blandly with his hands in the air, my brother's foolish sword heart is unstable, and asking for the sword Chen Luho was thwarted is not as good as his skills. This seed has nothing to say, but Chen Luho shouldn't have destroyed Wuji's Qihai. He even provoked Wuji's state of mind, messed up his sword heart and destroyed his own sword, breaking his path. It is an unforgivable sin. If it weren't for the fact that it was my humble brother who asked for the sword before him in this matter, he would already be a dead man, destroy his own chi-si and kowtow to make amends, and this seat can spare his life. He said these things in a bland tone, didn't even look at Chen Jinan. It was as if an immortal on high was showing mercy to an ant. Chen Jian stepped out from behind the old Taijun, a rich mockery hanging from the corners of his mouth. Since you're relying on your cultivation to oppress others, don't say these grandiose words. Don't say that the Dao heart was messed up by him, Zhao Wuji, or that the honored sword was shattered by him, even if it was done by little master. Then he deserved it. When he drew his sword, it was to ask for the sword from the little master. It's only right that the young master cuts off his head. Why are you acting like a wolf? Self-abolition of the sea of air? It's not necessary. Zhao Wuji, you can come and kill me. Try to see if you can get out of Chang'an alive. Oh, Zhao Wuji raised his head to look at the void and blandly said, whose power is Marquis Qinliu relying on? Lu Qi, who possessed the fledgling form of the cave heaven at the Tanshan realm? Or is it Grand Master Old Dog Huang? When he raised his eyes, a green building came crashing down to envelop it. 360 green-shirted women sword dances in the greenhouse. A sword mark nourished. Lu Qi was holding Hao Ran and stood under the willow tree with heavy eyes as he looked at Zhao Wuji. 7. After wasting so many years, you finally found your way. Zhao Wuji turned a blind eye to the sword marks around him and laughed gently. The current you can fight the me from 20 years ago. The words fell. A figure within him stepped out and stood alongside it. The figure had the same face as him, but his temperament was very different. Carrying a mortal iron sword on his back, he exuded a stern aura. The eyes opened and closed with an invincible aura. It was as if an emperor was looking out of the corner of his eye. One breath transforms 3 purities. Lu Qi sighed softly. I didn't expect that 20 years have passed, but you have already been ranked in the cave heaven realm. 7. You're no match for me. Stand down. The figure carrying the mortal iron sword spoke. I know. Lu Qi gazed at Chen Jian and said gently, Boss, Zhao Wuji's Dao seed is natural. Since he has already stepped into the cave heaven realm, the Shibua Marquis mansion is bound to have merged with his cave heaven. This side of heaven and earth is isolated. Not even a great master could perceive it. Later on, I'll break open the gap in his cave. Whether we live or die depends on whether you can play your piccolo. Chen Jian's face finally changed. No wonder Zhao Wuji was emboldened. So it turned out that he had actually isolated this heaven and earth. The cave realm doesn't matter. To Chen Jian, there was no difference between a cave realm patriarch and the Tanshan realm. After all, Chang'an City is besides Wudu. No one was able to kill a great master under his nose. But if it's true what Lu Qi said, Zhao Wuji's cave heaven was actually able to merge with this heaven and earth, and even the great masters were unable to perceive it. Everything he relies on. I'm afraid that instead of being able to save his life, it will become a life-saving spell. Silence for half a day. Chen Jian opened his mouth and asked, 7th brother, what kind of price will you pay for breaking open the cave gap? He will die. Zhao Wuji said indifferently. This seat will execute you all before the great patriarch descends and returns across the Dao gate. This seat has the sacred soldier Dao ruler, a stone's throw away. Even a great master can't stop it. So you can persuade him. Tell him not to do such senseless foolishness. He has the qualifications to become this seat's rival in the future. And if the path dies here because of a mole like you, this seat would feel regretful. I thank you. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. The god looked at Zhao Wuji with a grave expression. He understood that Zhao Wuji was telling the truth. Because this was the Taoist walk that had already had an unrivaled aura 20 years ago. He didn't have to lie. He said that Lu Qi would die, so most likely he would really die. Even he could feel Zhao Wuji's genuine regret in his heart. Boss, get ready. Lu Qi stood under the willow tree. The willow tree branches drooped a strand of yuan qi that became as if it was substantial. And the 360 to the green-shirted women inside the green building. Their sword lights pointed at Zhao Wuji at the same time. Green buildings loom and sword marks rain down. Lyrics of Lu, Hao Ran, and Qinglu. The moment. Lu Qi poured out all his cards and was ready to die. Wait. Chen Jian drank down Lu Qi. Lu Qi was nominally his subordinate. In fact, the two were also teachers and friends. So how could Chen Jian let him die? He tried playing the piccolo. Without any effect. He also tried to descend into his own body, but found that the Shibua Marquis mansion was really cut off from the great wilderness world, and even his consciousness could not descend into it. But actually descending into the split doesn't mean much. Monkey was pressed for 100,000 years, although somehow did not die. But the cultivation has long since ceased to peak. But the cave realm only. A sect master of the cave realm. There's no way to get there instantly across 100,000 miles. You're not useless. When Zhao Wuji saw Chen Jian drinking down Lu Qi, his eyes revealed a few points of appreciation, and he blandly said, I'll give you 3 breaths. If you're not willing to abolish your own chi, I'll have no choice but to send you into the returning ruins. Chapter 139, My name is Chen Jibai. Sannyasin. Chen Jian's mind was spinning frantically. Charge. No, he didn't have much money on him, and with his current cultivation in the middle stage of the void transformation realm, wanting to charge up money to be among the cave realm was tantamount to a fool's dream. 2 breaths. Zhao Wuji looked at Chen Jinan, whose face was blanched, and calmly said, Lu Qi's sword chi would come out. The old Taijuan's figure slowly straightened up, holding the ancient lance in her hand, and a blood-colored yuan chi filled the air. 1 breath. Zhao Wuji ignored the 2 and looked at Chen Jian and said blandly, It seems, you don't have the courage to do this. At 19 years old among the void transformation realm, among the mole crickets, you're considered relatively strong. In the future, if you can make your own way like 7, you might be able to fight with this seat. It's a shame you committed the unforgivable sin. Although Wuji is an idiot, he is my own brother. Kissing brother. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Chen Jian's eyes instantly penetrated. Tilting his head, he howled miserably, Big brother, save me. Zhao Wuji was slightly stunned. Indifferently, he said, This seat has misjudged you. With such a state of mind, you won't even have a chance to see the seats back in the future. It's not a pity to die. Besides, this place is isolated by this seat. So what's the use of screaming your head off? Do something stupid for nothing. With those words, he raised his palm. Killing a void transformation realm was not even necessary for him to draw his sword. I don't think so in my humble opinion. As Zhao Wuji's palm was about to fall, the closed door of the Shibua Marquis residence slowly opened, and a man with a scroll in his hand pushed his way in. The man was about 30 years old. Gentle eyes, slender figure, straight back, a wooden hairpin pinned casually on his head, a green shirt on the ground and cloth boots on his feet. As he pushed his way in, Zhao Wuji realized that his raised palm could no longer fall. The Dao body carrying the mortal iron sword snorted coldly. Draw your sword. The man's gentle gaze looked up. The iron sword instantly shattered. The invincible Dao body that looked out at the world like an emperor collapsed. Zhao Wuji's face instantly changed, activating the sacred soldier Dao ruler the moment his Dao body collapsed, and a Dao gate appeared. He yanked Zhao Wuji to try to vanish into the Taoist sect. However, just as he was about to step in, the man took another glance, and the Dao gate suddenly collapsed into nothingness. Meet the Dawn Gate Walker. The man nodded and said gently, My name is Chen Jibai, Jian's elder brother. Zhao Wuji stiffened and looked at Chen Jibai. He has the strongest killing power and the heaviest killing nature of his 1 chi transforming 3 Chang and back sword Dao body, and he walks the path of invincibility. After being in the cave realm, he asked himself that even if he faced a great master, even if he was not defeated, he could never be powerless to fight back. At least there was no problem in escaping. But this gentle man in front of me, just a glance. Just look at his Dao body with the strongest killing power and shatter it. Another glance at the Taoist door constructed by the Taoist ruler. In his lifetime, whether in the Taoist sect or in the secular world, he had never seen someone as terrifying as Chen Jibai. Now he realized, why did Chen Jian's eyes brighten so much when he heard himself say the word dear brother? The moment. He actually blamed his parents a bit for why he didn't have an older brother. Big brother. Chen Jian looked at Chen Jibai who pushed the door in. The hanging stone finally fell to the ground, ran to his side in a puff of smoke, said miserably, Big brother, this grandson wants to kill me. If you come a moment later, I'll land on the ground with my head on the ground. Sorry, Chen Jibai apologized. I was tired from reading and took a nap. Chen Jian's old face slightly reddened as he vaguely said, It's not too late. It's just right. Chen Jibai smiled, turning his head to look at Zhao Wuji. He said gently, Your Excellency said that Jian won't be able to see your back in the future. But I don't think so. People have their own paths, and even though your excellency is strong, you can't judge Jian's path. If possible, I would like you to apologize to Jian. His face was mild when he said this, but his expression was extremely serious. It was as if Zhao Wuji's casual remark had really affected Chen Jinan's future path. Meeting Chen Jibai's serious gaze, Zhao Wuji was stiff and his face was as white as paper. He felt that if he didn't apologize, he feared that the consequences would be more than he could bear. It was just that he was asked to apologize to Chen Jian, and he resisted inwardly. The invincible beliefs that he had cultivated long ago as a Taoist walker made it impossible for him to bow down to anyone, and it was still only a small cultivator of the void transformation realm. Because of this bowing of the head, it would leave a crack in his invincible mind. Chen Jibai looked at him with a gentle expression, as if he would have kept watching if he hadn't said yes. There was a long silence. Zhao Wuji slowly bent his straight spine and his lips quirked. I'm sorry. Chen Jian was silent and did not respond. Chen Jibai looked deeply at Zhao Wuji and said gently, Your Excellency was amongst the cave heaven realm at less than 60 years of age, fitting in with the way of tranquility and nature, transforming the 3 purities into a single breath. yet cultivating an invincible Dao body with an extremely strong killing nature. A broken Dao body is not a good thing. In the future, if you can treat this bowing of the head as if it were normal, the road can be expected. As for your brother, Your Excellency, let him go to Blackwater City and join Marquis Zibio's residence. Your intention is to borrow my Chunlu Marquis residence to grind his heart, so why should he be accountable to Jian? The same realm against the enemy will not be heeded by the next, but Your Excellency deceived Jian's youth, making it very difficult for me. So, leave Chang'an, Your Excellency, and don't leave the Taoist sect until you've entered the Grand Master realm. Zhao Wuji sighed with a complicated face, arching his hand slightly to Chen Jibai. He carried Zhao Wuji and turned to leave. Just as he was about to take a step out of the Shibo Marquis residence, Chen Jibai seemed to remember something else and said with slight embarrassment, "Please leave Your Excellency with the Dao ruler, and then convey it to the seniors of the Dao sect. Don't enter Chang'an before the world is in chaos." Zhao Wuji's back stiffened. With a muffled voice, he took out a Taoist ruler about a foot long from within his Taoist robes and placed it on the ground, and his body departed in a sluggish manner. Chen Jian looked at Chen Jibai. Another look at the Taoist ruler sitting on the floor. Chen Jibai smiled and said, "Compensation for you. Just your current realm, I'm afraid you can't catalyze it. I'll seal it for you. You can instantly move within 10 miles. Whenever you're among the cave realm, then I'll unseal it for you." Chen Jian's eyes bristled with light. He had just wanted Chen Jibai to leave the Dao ruler behind, but he hadn't dared to open his mouth considering the unfathomable depths of the Dao sect. "I didn't realize that Big Brother was so forceful that he thought of a place with him. Not only do they really want it, and tell those old bastards from the Taoist sect not to come to Chang'an. Thieving mother asterisk. He finally found out who the thickest thigh of the Chunlu Marquis residence really was. What voodoo? What Buddhist? Get out of here. Hey! Chen Jian ran to the doorway and picked up the Dao ruler that was placed on the floor and cradled it in his arms. It is only slightly heavy in the hand. There was no flow of Dao, and it didn't seem too different from the Saint Soldier white tiger seal he had seen. Doubtfully, he looked at Chen Jibai. Chen Jibai nodded slightly and said, "Take it. It has already sealed itself." Chen Jian's mouth twitched. Is this even possible? What kind of a being is Big Brother anyway? Saying seal the holy soldier, and then the holy soldier obediently seals itself? Don't get any ideas, little brother, Chen Jibai said gently. I'm not as strong as you think, at least for now. He's a prisoner, not a free man. The great power dump is imminent. Since you've taken over the position of Marquis Chenlu, the family will rely on you to support them after father's departure. Oh, Chen Jian responded in confusion, and after a half-second of silence, he said doubtfully, "Actually, I've been curious about one thing for a long time and never dared to ask. Knowing the life of the sword is high, and he is alone in a jungle. Knowing winter was weirdly tight again. No matter how you look at it, I'm the weakest in our family. Why did Chen Aban have to leave Chen Lujia to me? Could it be that other than Big Brother, he also saw the demonic talent hidden under my plain and unimpressive appearance? Ahem." Chen Jibai coughed lightly and hesitantly said, "Maybe so." Chapter 140, They. Who the hell are they? Chen Jibai curtsied slightly to Lu Qi and the old Taijun who were standing quietly, then turned to leave. The gate seems a bit hurried. The moment he stepped his feet out of the Marquis of Westborough's mansion, it was as if frozen time had returned to the world, or as if a framed photograph had become an image. The entire Marquis residence suddenly became lively. Blood mist filled the old Taijun's body. Lu Qi drew his sword and was about to come out. Chen Jian bellowed, "Stop!" Both of them simultaneously turned their gazes toward Chen Jinan. See him at peace. And there was no sign of Zhao Wuji. Both gazes were filled with confusion and amazement. A moment of silence. Lu Qi frowned slightly. "Boss, what just happened? I seem to remember someone coming by just now, and can't remember what he looks like." "Old Dog Wong was here," Chen Jian said without changing his face. He forced Zhao Wuji to retreat, in order to prevent what happened here from leaking. "Wiped your memories. Wipe your memory?" Lu Qi's frown became more and more intense. As far as he knows, Huang Old Dog has unparalleled killing power, and the Taoist seed is a 6-foot stranger's sword as black as ink, which can surely be used to chop people's heads. Erasing memories does not seem to be a means to do so, Chen Jian calmly said. It's a skill he just learned. So that's it. Lu Qi no longer asked more questions, just slowly said, "Boss, with Zhao Wuji's temperament, one day he will definitely make a comeback. We are still too weak. We have to continue to open the greenhouse." "Yes," Chen Jinan sighed. "The oldest 6 in the family. When is it going to be my turn to step up and pretend for once?" After a sigh of relief, Chen Jian asked Lu Qi to release the heads of those 3 Void God Realm cultivators. 3 mind particles eroded their sea of consciousness. In a moment, he waved his hand and crushed the 3 heads, and slowly said to the old Taijun who was fuming at the side, "It's Feng Jingji, Qin Wei Xian, and Shu Fei's people." The old Taijun gave a blank ah, as if she had not heard Chen Jian's words. Chen Jian looked over suspiciously, only to see that the old Taijuan's pale white hair actually had a wisp of green color in it, and his stooped body became a little straighter, and the rottenness of his body dispersed. Most notably, her cultivation level, which had been constantly falling, had actually re-entered the void god realm. Jian, the one who came earlier, was it really that old dog? The old Taijun frowned as she felt the changes in her body and asked. Of course, Chen Jian said categorically. Grandma must have previously had her qi and blood rushing through the gate, the withered tree springing up and growing against the grain again. Maybe. The old Taijuan's brows stretched as she lamented. Back then, my old self had seen someone's cave heaven shattered and remodeled, coming to life. I just didn't think that this kind of thing could happen to my old body. Perhaps he was previously bent on death. The broken Dao seed was stimulated when the extreme realm ascended, and in turn allowed it to take root again. Speaking of this, the old Taijun ho-ho laughed. The old body has not felt this free-breathing euphoria for a number of years, and I didn't realize that this time it was a blessing in disguise. Grandma, this is good people getting good karma. Chen Jinan nodded. Boss. Just as Chen Jian was busy trying to fool the old Taijun, Lu Qi suddenly spoke. Look at that willow tree. Chen Jinan looked up, only to see the void under the green building spread out by Lu Qi. A willow tree swayed. Strips of willow branches dangled down, and each willow leaf had strands of yuan qi flowing through it, exuding vitality. If earlier this willow tree was nearly materialized, now, the word nearly could be eliminated. The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched slightly. After deliberating for a long time, he spoke. Zhao Wuji's Dao is natural, and when his cave heaven and the Shibua Marquis mansion fused into one earlier, your willow tree infiltrated the natural Dao, so it manifested into substance in advance. That makes sense. Congratulations on taking another step on the path to the cave realm. Lu Qi didn't believe this explanation, but he couldn't think of any other reason, so he had to believe it. Chen Jinan let out a breath. Coughing lightly, he rehashed the old story. These three void god realm cultivators just now, they are Feng Jingji, Qin Wei Xian, and Shu Fei's people. Grandma, 7. What do you think? The only ones in this Chang'an who can take my words as a whisper are those few pavilion elders. The old Taijun didn't seem too interested in those three void god realm cultivators, and without lifting her head, she said, it's normal for them to want to enter the Marquis of Shibei's residence to see what's going on. Lu Qi took over and said, behind Shu Fei stands the Hatianbai family, and I heard that she has recently gotten pregnant with the dragon seed again, so perhaps Wuda promised her something. Chen Jinan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a few moments of silence slowly said, I used the ding-ding into the acres to attract Wuda into the game. The trend will be 300,000 troops into the Qingzhou. It can be said that he and his conspiracy to conceal the sea will be the great Tang dynasty family valleys in the palm of your hand. But the news of the betrayal of the 300,000 strong army reached Chang'an. The worldly families and gate valves seemed to be furious, but in reality, they did not act half-heartedly, and were even a bit too calm. I was vaguely disturbed. This is not like the attitude of a family gate valve that has been ruling the world with the imperial family for tens of thousands of years. That's normal. The old Taijun ho-ho laughed. You should understand that the reason why lineages are lineages is because they live long enough, and stoic enough. They have witnessed at least one change of dynasty. A change of dynasties. They are a history. For them, emperor is just a title. Who can represent their interests? Who is the emperor? You think they are excessively quiet because they have long smelled a crisis in the stormy courtroom. They're all waiting. When that battle between Wuda and the Marquis of Chenlu came to an end, the big battle would be the time for them to take the stage. They don't even need to collude. As soon as the time is right, they will unanimously strike and push up the emperor they want. As for Li Sunan, no matter how much more joyous and loud the dance is now, when the Great War falls, it will be of no importance. In the eyes of the world, without you in wonder, he didn't even get a chance to sit at the table. Chen Jian frowned slightly and mused. Grandma means that they are waiting for Wuda and us to lose both of them and then step forward to clean up the mess. The person they chose, just be obedient enough. All the emperors except Li Sunan? Nice. The old Taijun laughed quietly. If Li Chang'an were to rejoin their embrace, they would be happy too. One last question. Chen Jian slowly said. Who, exactly are they? The old Taijuan's voice was dark and hoarse. They could be Feng Jingji. They could be Qin Wei Xian. They could be Su Ru. They could be the Langya Jiang clan. They could be the White Horse Villa. They could be everyone. If my Shibua Marquis house hadn't been depleted and granted Xining to you, it might even have been my Shibua Marquis house. Until the situation is clear, they are a scattered bunch. When the situation will be clear, they will be the great Tang. Chen Jinan frowned slightly. If Big Brother had not made that remark to him, he would not have considered them. After all, more intrigues and tricks. In front of Chen Jibai about her just a glance to see broken life. It's not even dirt. But Big Brother says he's just a prisoner behind bars, not allowed to be free. Until it was a desperate situation of life and death. Chen Jian didn't want to involve him in it. And Chen Aben is leaving. The next burden of the Marquis of Chunlu House would fall on his shoulders. So much for that. At that time, even if Chen Aben killed Wu De, with Chen Jian's current strength, it would be difficult to defend the current prairie fire. This situation. It's probably just Chen Jian fighting to the death in front of him, but someone else is watching with cold eyes, waiting to pick his peaches. Didn't expect diversionary banter. I can't believe I'm chatting about ghostly hearts and minds like a mess. Chen Jinan thought about it. It actually felt like there weren't many trustworthy people in the courtroom right now, including the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War held in the hands of. It's an unpleasant feeling. Sword in hand, without knowing who the enemy is. It gave him the feeling of drawing his sword and looking around. Chapter 141 Marquis Chen Liu's visit to the door. I don't know what Chen Aben is waiting for, the old Taijun said quietly. It's just that if we continue to wait, I'm afraid the situation will evolve into the worst possible shape. With Wunderkind's temperament, he would never sit still. Half a lifetime of hard work and self-imprisoned Taiji Temple stayed up for 16 years. I even suspect that he is afraid that he has already woven a deep and dark web, just waiting for Chen Aben to enter the game and purge this world in one fell swoop. Just like back in the day, he clearly could have entered Minshan, but he still waited until my Shibuya Marquis house was dead or wounded, and Su Xiang only went to his death before leading the divine strategies to run and attack. Chen Aben says he's waiting for the stranger to bloom. Speaking of Chen Aben, Chen Jian's brows furrowed again for a moment. That old man has unloaded the position of Marquis of Chunlu since. Initially, in addition to going to Marquis Wuan's residence to beat the autumn wind, is to guard that orchid broken? But also honest. But lately I don't know what's gotten into me. Suddenly it became literal. He took off his brocade robe, put on a green shirt, and pretended to be a poet with the Book of Psalms. And rightfully so, he reached out toward Chen Jian for money, asked for more and more. Green shirt after green shirt, jade hairpin after jade hairpin, waving through the city, live as a gnawing son of the second generation. Boss, Lu Qi, who stayed silent, suddenly spoke up. Old Marquis, is there any certainty of killing Wuda or not? I don't know. Chen Jian frowned and said, Chen Aben never talks to me about this, but looking at his appearance, he probably doesn't have much of a problem, but we can't pin our hopes on him, because his soul is no longer in Shangan. Even if it kills Emperor Wudu, he more than likely won't be around much longer. It's hard for me to grasp what the old guy is thinking. If he had the heart to give me the whole grandchildren and pat myself on the back, we have no place to cry. It's not wishy-washy. We have a family of rebellious fathers with priors. I heard that when my unreliable grandfather disappeared into the holy ruins, instead of taking care of his tail, it even rolled up the money and ran away, leaving a mess for Chen Aben. Lu Qi was slightly stunned, not realizing that Marquis Chen Lu's residence actually had this kind of tradition. There was some silence for a while. For her part, the old Taijun Ho-Ho laughed. This is something Chen Erniu can do. Back when Chen Erniu was the king of Chenlu, he was known for his shamelessness in the world. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten that reputation. Thinking of that widely circulated saying, Lu Qi coughed lightly and said, if that's the case, the situation after that drastic change is indeed very unpromising for us. We want to win. One must first know who the enemy is and eradicate the situation before it becomes clear, lest they jump out and pick the peach afterward. The problem is not knowing who the enemy is. Chen Jian sighed. I now look at everyone like old Six who wants to pick my peaches, and I want to give him a stab. Lu Qi ignored Chen Jian and mused to himself. One can divide this chaotic Great Tang into three factions. Wunderkind. We're a family, the lineage of the family. Wu Du resides in the Taiji Hall, seemingly ignoring the government, but in fact he has the Emperor Qin Weisan in charge of the world's troops and horses, and there are countless loyal subjects in the 18 states. Strongest, and this department of ours. There was the old Marquis confronting Wuda, and there was the boss holding the Ministry of Rights and the Delizi, Xu Wuchang holding the Ministry of War, plus the Ministry of Punishment, the Ministry of Public Works, and the State Scholarship Academy held by Su Xiang. It looks like the upper half of the court is in our hands. It doesn't really have to be all about us. Even Su Xiang, although he and his boss had joined forces to send 300,000 troops out of the city. But who knows if he really supports Li Sunan or not? Or is it like Qin Weixian that it was only because Wunderkind authorized it? The last is the family gate valve. They seem to be a scattered, but actually hidden Detong four-field cold eyes. Until the situation is clarified, we don't even get to know who they are, and what kind of power is hidden. That's why they're the most dangerous to us. My advice, since they're sinking underwater, let them stay sinking. Boss, it's time for you to meet Qin Weixian and Su Xiang. Chen Jian was slightly stunned, then suddenly realized, and laughed sorrowfully. Old Seven, you've changed for the worse. Emperor Qin Weixian's residence was on Jinke Lane, adjacent to Baiyu Jing. As an imperial master, and the head of the Yuzhou family that had been passed down for 10,000 years, the Qin mansion was naturally not as simple as the Marquis of Qinliu's mansion. Carved railings, brick paving, even the two stone lions in front of the door are lifelike. By now the night was late. The Qin mansion was still brightly lit, and the sound of golden gobbles clashing resounded from time to time in the martial arts arena. Qin Weixian, who was more than 1,000 years old, dances with a 9-ring sword. Where the blade light swept through, there was a turbulence in the void. Just as his qi reached its peak, Yuan qi stirring, a flush suddenly appeared on his aged face. The light of the blade suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a mouthful of blood was spat out. His figure trembled slightly, and the 9-ring treasure sword came out of his hand and violently slammed onto the lapis lazuli board. Debris splattered. There was a loud roar. "Master, why don't you take a break today?" Outside the martial arts arena, the old servant of the Qin mansion said with a worried face, "The prince's punch hurt your qi, and the injury will be aggravated if you try to move your vital energy. So it's important to take care of your body. No harm done." Qin Wei first reached out and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, picking up the 9-ring sword weighing 1,000 kilograms on the ground, and said in disbelief. Back then, the old man had suffered even heavier injuries, and that punk was only at the beginning of the cave realm, but he couldn't hurt the old man. The old servant wanted to continue admonishing, just to see the master dancing with his sword again. There was only silence. Qin Wei finished a set of sword dances first, and the old servant hurriedly handed over a basin of fresh water. "Have you found out what happened in the Shibao Marquis residence?" Qin Wei first took the water, while washing his hands, said, "The little widow these years languishing, bitterly holding up the Shibao Marquis house, and do not fall. A cultivation does not advance but retreat, but also miserable. Tell the sons and daughters below that the house of Shibao is a credit to the nation. Be courteous and don't around." The old servant coughed lightly and hesitantly said, "Qinli, who went to the Shibao Marquis mansion, his soul lamp has been dispersed." "Scattered?" Qin Wei first wiped the water-stained palms, slightly paused, silent for a moment, and then laughed. "The little widow half-dead simmered for so many years. The temperament is not changed at all. The killing sex is still so heavy. It was killed by Lu Qi," the old servant said in a deep voice. "Earlier, Lu Qi spread out his greenhouse to envelop the entire Marquis' mansion. His qi stumbled. The old slave suspected that he had encountered a strong enemy, at least in the cave heaven realm." "Oh?" Qin Weixian's gaze was silent as he looked in the direction of the Shibao Marquis mansion. "Zhao Wuji went straight to the Shibao Marquis mansion when he entered Chang'an, and I thought that he was entrusted by that little girl in Xining to deliver the medicine for the little widow. Now I'm afraid it's more than that. Mostly, the Dao sect took it upon themselves to try to sever the hold of that girl in Xining. That's what led to Chen Jian's entrance and Lu Qi's murder." Zhao Wuji was an unseen genius of the Dao sect, and at only 20 years old, he was among the realm of void transformation, with a promising path. There was another master of the Grand Master realm and an elder brother who walked in the Dao sect. If that earlier commotion was due to him, a Taoist genius with an unobstructed Taoist path had his original sword shattered, and it was normal for the little widow to stop our people from prying, even going so far as to let Lu Qi kill someone. After all, the Taoist sect transcended the world, and in the past 1,000 years, no one had dared to ignore their wrath except for the sword saint Xu Qingho. Oh, Chen Jian's idiotic temper was exactly the same as Chen Aban and Chen Ernyo. It's just that the means are weak. Inform my son, Bully, and tell him to meet Zhao Wuji and Zhao Tianlai. Just say, His Majesty invites them into Chang'an. Yes. The old servant bowed and was about to leave. Suddenly a steward came to report. Marquis Chen Luvo came to the door to ask for an audience. Chapter 142, Lord Qin, do you want the Ministry of Justice? Marquis Chen Lu? Qin Weixian frowned slightly. What is Chen Aban doing here in the middle of the night looking for Lao Fu? It's not Chen Aban. It's Chen Jian. The steward whispered. Chen Qian? Qin Weixian's face turned cold. Not see. What qualifications does a brat with no hair grow have to come and see Lao Fu? Let him roll. The old servant also chided in a low voice. What is the master's status? And what is Chen Jian's status? Wait until he can move Chen Liujia. Others don't know that you, as the old man of the house, can one still not know that Chen Jian is just a puppet introduced by Chen Aban? Blind your dog's eyes and dare to lead anyone to the house. Get out. The steward bowed his head in cowardice, but his feet seemed to have taken root as if they were not moving. That puppet said. He said that if master doesn't see him, he will immediately fly to Qingzhou and have Li Cheng'an chop off young master's head. The old servant's face changed slightly as he looked at Qin Wei first and hesitated. Master, should we meet? Interesting. Qin Wei first laughed and commanded. Open the center door to receive him in. I'd like to see what he has to say. Outside the Qin mansion, Chen Jian was circling around the two lions with great interest. The stone lion was 2 feet tall and black, probably an imitation of the ancient beast, the ink lion. Even the legendary vertical pupil on his forehead, which opens his eyes to kill, was carved vividly, half open, half closed, as if they really wanted to open their eyes and kill someone. If only Chen Jian doesn't have to circle around them either. What made Chen Jian feel surprised was that these two stone lions were not dead. Rather, there is a Yin god hosted in it, although hidden as silk if not, but Chen Jian is confident that it will never perceive the wrong. He couldn't catch up with Chen Jiming even though his sword Dao pulled crotches all over the place and even cheated. But in the cultivation of the Dead Man's Sutra, he realized that he was gifted with a strong sixth sense. With just one glance, he could see the fainting god fluctuations of these two lions. Just as Chen Jian was about to release two mind particles to investigate, the middle door of the Qin mansion was wide open, and the old servant of the Qin mansion led the 24 maidservants out in a parade. His eyes lowered as he said, "Marquis Chen Liu, my master has an invitation. Lead the way." Chen Jian retrieved his mind particles and stepped into the Qin mansion with Lu Qi. Inside the hall, Qin Wei Apex sat on a tall eunuch's chair, condescendingly looking at Chen Jian and Lu Qi who stepped in. "A descendant died in the old man's residence this evening. Was it you who did it?" "Yes," Chen Jian calmly said. "People die in Chang'an City at any time. He was probably unlucky that it happened to be his turn today. It doesn't matter." "Ha!" Qin Wei pulled up his face first and smiled. Abruptly a vast aura pressed towards Chen Jian and Lu Qi. His face turned cold. "Since people die in Chang'an at any time, what makes you think that it's not you who will die?" Lu Qi stepped forward. A willow tree spread out from the void. Willow branches waved and strands of yuan qi hung down, enveloping Chen Jian. It actually prevented Qin Wei Xian's vast yuan qi from advancing an inch. "I'm ashamed to say, it was almost me who died tonight." Chen Jian searched for a chair to sit down, looked up at Qin Wei Xian who suddenly changed his face. "Duke Qin is not a playwright on the stage, and this marquis is not a spectator in the seats. No need to show your face in front of this marquis. This marquis has come to visit late at night to discuss important matters with Lord Qin, not to watch a play." "Bold," the old servant waiting at the side rebuked. "Even Chen Aben wouldn't dare to speak to the master like this. You, a junior, how dare you disrespect the master?" Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Which one are you?" "I, Qin Zhong, master's third servant." The old servant's chest rose, his Tongxian realm cultivation displayed, and he seemed to be very proud. "So it's the old Yakuza." Chen Jian glared at him in dissatisfaction. "Scared me, looking at your deadbeat ghostly appearance. This marquis almost thought you were Qin old dog." After saying that, he waved his hand and asked Lu Qi to invite him to listen to the song. Lu Qi settled down to play the zither. A zither sound rang out, and the old servant's eyes instantly became confused. Seeing the old servant take his seat instantly, Chen Jian looked up at Qin Wei Xian again. The corners of his mouth hooked up. "Lord Qin, do you want the position in the Ministry of Appointments? The Mandarins?" Qin Wei Xian frowned slightly. "I don't understand why Chen Jian suddenly mentioned the Ministry of Mandarins. The Ministry of Appointments is responsible for appointing, removing, evaluating, elevating and transferring officials. The authority is so heavy that it's impossible for Qin Wei Xian to say he's not interested. But the Ministry of Administration has always been Feng Jingji's own land. Even Su Ru that acidic Shotsai wanted to intervene were thrown out." Qin Wei Xian asked himself that he was not as cunning as Su Ru and never dared to think about it. How dare this little thing with no hair in front of her say such a thing? Okay, with the influence of Marquis Chen Lu's family in the court nowadays, it is not impossible. After all, the Ministry of Rights and the Delizi were robbed by them in a brutal way. Even if Chen Jian could do it, what makes him do it? What does he get out of giving the mandarins to himself? Is Lord Qin suspecting this marquis motives? Chen Jian saw Qin Wei Xian's face move a little, and lightly laughed. Qin Gong is not forgetting how the 300,000 troops got out of the city? Qin Wei Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he frowned slightly. How did 300,000 troops get out of the city? He certainly knew. It was Su Ru who authorized Xu Wuchang to manipulate the whole situation, and he pushed the situation in the dark, playing the whole dynasty in the palm of his hand, and the false emperor was sent out by beating the drum with joy. How does that sound? This puppet also saw the inside of it? This marquis admires Lord Qin's means of turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Chen Jian laughed lightly, but Lord Qin must not forget that even the false emperor can see that you want him dead. What about the courtiers? Couldn't they see that Duke Qin had betrayed the worldly clans and become Li Chengnan's protector? This marquis supports Li Chengnan and Duke Qin also supports Li Chengnan. In the end, we're all in this together. If I don't help you, do I help that treacherous sour showman Su Ru? Say these words. Chen Jian's face was sincere, matched with that slightly boyish and clear face. It's like a little white rabbit saying to the big bad wolf that we're family. Qin Wei looked at Chen Jian first. After a long time, the frown gradually stretched out. It's not bad if you say so. Su Ru, that sour showman, has a deep heart. No one knows who he really supports. Not to be trusted. Yes, Chen Jian sighed. Wuda had saved Su Ru's life back then. I dare not trust him. Otherwise, with my relationship with Zhuang Mo, the position of the Ministry of Officials should have been his. You don't dare to trust Su Ru, but you dare to trust old man? Qin Weixian laughed boldly. I'm a founding father and a Wudu seat master. So you're not afraid that you're working with a tiger for its skin if you cooperate with me? Of course I'm afraid, Chen Jian said quietly. That's why I kidnapped Qin Badian to the northern wasteland to raise horses. If Lord Qin is not afraid that Qin Baishan's head will be chopped off and kicked as a ball, he can plot for a bit of skin. Poof, Qin Weixian snorted coldly. If you dare to hurt a single hair on my son's head, I will break you into pieces. As long as Lord Qin and I are always on the same page. This marquis promises that instead of being kicked as a ball, Qin Badian will be able to kick someone else's ball. Chen Jinan said with a smile. It better be. Qin Weixian also smiled. Tell me about the Ministry of Appointments. What do I need to do? Feng Jingji, that old piker. I've been displeased with him for a long time. It's easy. Chen Jian laughed quietly. Let's also be the traitorous minister who has plagued the dynasty, excluding dissenters and forming parties. Hold the court firmly in your hands. When the time is right, when the flowers bloom on the stranger, welcome the new emperor into the city. Chapter 143. I never need evidence to kill someone. Chen Jian and Qin Weixian conspired until midnight before excusing themselves and leaving. The old servant Qin Zhong sent the two out of the mansion in disheveled clothes. When their figures disappeared into the street, they sighed regretfully. So close. Back at the house, seeing that his master was still sitting on the high taiji chair, Qin Zhong hurriedly collected his mind apes and asked suspiciously, Master, do you really want to cooperate with Chen Jian? Why not? Qin Wei first laughed. That idiot thought that by holding Badian he would be able to hold Lao Fu, not realizing that Badian was originally a pawn that Lao Fu had purposely sent over. They will never know what kind of cards His Majesty is holding. When Chen Aban's head falls to the ground, the so-called 7 southern states can be returned to the Great Tang with an imperial decree from His Majesty, and those worldly families and clans that prevented His Majesty from ruling the world will also cease to exist. The more they do now, the more they'll lose when the time comes. Then does the old slave still have to notify young master Baidao to let Zhao Wuji and Zhao Tianlai enter Chang'an? Of course. Qin Weixian laughed quietly. One size fits all. When Chen Jian went to the Su residence, the sky was already greenish in color. The Su house was dark, and only the study was still lit with candlelight. Su Ru wasn't surprised when she saw Chen Jian. He even pointedly complained that he had gone to the Qin gnome's residence first instead of his Su residence, making him wait all night for nothing. Chen Jian had to apologize and promise several jars of apricot wine before he was allowed to take his seat. Take your seat. Chen Jian looked a little silent. He and Su Ru, through Zhuang Mo's matchmaking, have complimented each other in the imperial court, and I don't know how many heads have been chopped off jointly in the past 2 years, but in reality they were sitting down to talk for the first time this evening, and the talk is still about the future fate of the Great Tang. It was like two sympathetic swordsmen who finally drew their swords in their hands after countless attempts. Whether they go their separate ways or work together in good faith after this depends on where the sword is pointed. There was a long silence. Chen Jian was the first to speak. Prime Minister Su, I'm going to join forces with Qin Wei first and take down Feng Jingji's Ministry of Revenue. Aha! Su Ru nodded and said, borrowing a knife to kill, borrowing Qin Weixian's soldiers to cut the flesh of the families. A good plan. But aren't you afraid that Qin Weixian will get bigger? You don't really think that if you hold Qin Badian in your hands, he'll be obedient? Of course not. Chen Jian laughed quietly. Qin Badian is nothing more than a bait that Qin Wei first sent into Qingzhou. I let him take the position of the Ministry of Administration because only the worldly family knows the worldly family best. He's the only one who knows where the knife goes and where the most ghosts are. Su Ru frowned slightly. You're a bit anxious. Is it because you don't have confidence in Chen Aban? I have a lot of confidence in Chen Aban, Chen Jian said helplessly. Unfortunately, he seems to have more faith in me, and is already packing up his things and preparing to go out into the world. So it's because you're afraid that you won't be able to suppress the backlash from those lineages after Chen Aban and old dog Huan leave. Su Ru laughed softly. You said earlier that the Qin dwarf had forgotten how the 300,000 troops left the city, but you also seem to have forgotten why those 300,000 troops left the city. Chen Jian looked up with a huff. The old guy. What happened half an hour ago? He knows now, and also knew what he and Qin Wei had talked about first. Don't be too surprised. Su Ru said quietly. I have been fighting with the Qin dwarf for hundreds of years. Even if I am just a pig, I should know the importance of knowing oneself and one's enemy. Not to mention the fact that I ask myself to be quite smart. Knowing Anna, you have to realize that 300,000 troops didn't leave the city to go to a banquet. They are struggling for their lives. Struggle for your own life, and for the lives of all the people in the world. You are never alone. Behind you stands the prairie fire that is sweeping toward the entire Great Tang. The hundreds of millions of people who don't have enough to eat or warm clothes to wear. The enemies hiding in the shadows are powerful, but they are old. You have to believe. When the stars are on fire, all the decay of the past will be burned clean away. Chen Jinan frowned slightly. He understands this better than anyone else. It's just that garbage doesn't walk into a garbage dump by itself, and decay doesn't jump into a fire and burn itself. They even disguise themselves as flames. And now chaos reigned, and Chen Jian didn't know who was in disguise. That was why he had come to the Su mansion tonight. After half a second of silence, Chen Jian looked at Su Ru's eyes and asked seriously, "Prime Minister Su, are you wearing a brocade robe or a short shirt?" Su Ru was silent. Only after a long time did he slowly say, "Back then, when I first entered the cave realm, I broke the Western region's Buddhist teachings with a single word at Minshan Mountain, which sounded dashing and fastidious, but in reality, at that time, I would vomit a mouthful of blood with every word I spat. By the time I finished that sentence, blood had soaked through my green shirt. When my life was on the line, it was His Majesty who saved me. He saved my life. So, you're a wunderkind." Chen Jian looked at Su Ru with a complicated face. This sour scholar from a humble background, the left minister who shoulders the rise and fall of the entire humble family. It turns out that from the time he set foot in Chang'an in cloth and sword, it's already labeled wunderkind, and it's been the same for over 500 years. "That doesn't stop me from supporting Li Sunan," Su Ru slowly said. When His Majesty was still the king of Qin, he also had the heart of the world, and he also had the ambition to purge the tens of thousands of tumors that had long been entrenched in this land. It's just that when he took that seat, everything was out of his hands. Back then, His Majesty told me that he wanted to be a holy emperor who ruled over a calm sea and a clear river, to purge the man-eating lineage clans, to wield the sword northward and drive the group of barbarians, who were like wild dogs, back to the northern plains, to travel westward to exterminate the Buddhas, and to travel southward to slaughter the witches and unify the great wasteland world. We must gather the power of the world, travel east to the desolate sea, rekindle the beacon of the great wall of the human race, and step on the forbidden zone. Just as you told Li Chang'an that you hoped that the people of the Great Tang would have food to eat, clothing to cover their bodies, and a roof over their heads. I've been thinking about it all these years. What kind of emperor does Datong really need? It seems that whoever it is, when wearing the dragon robe, can never really be free again, but I've never been able to find the answer. It wasn't until you proposed amortization that I would see a glimmer of possibility for the future, and understand why His Majesty failed in the first place, because he sat so high. He never really lowered his head to look at the ants on the ground. Just anyway, he saved my life and we're friends. You asked me whether I wore a brocade robe or a short shirt, but you forgot that what I was draped in was always a green shirt. I see. Chen Jinan thought of many possibilities. I thought that Su Ru was attached to power and authority, that he supported the second old man who was far away from Baidi City, and that he was really optimistic about Li Changnan. Even thought about him hooking up with Suk Fei. The only thing that didn't occur to me was that he was really a wunderkind, and for the simple reason that just because Wunder had saved his life, they were friends. If for anything else, Chen Jian might be able to try to turn Su Ru's mind around, but it was because of this that all the words he had prepared were dead in the water. A person who wears a green shirt, even if he is as cunning as a fox and has a mind like an abyss like the sea, will inevitably have some seemingly stupid obsessions, like friends, like saving lives, like moral. It is exactly as if the king treats me as a man of the country, and I will treat you as a man of the country. Chen Jian slowly sighed and got up to leave. Get rid of Feng Jingji. I will cooperate with you. Su Ru sat in front of his desk, his voice dark and hoarse. I suspect that the mastermind behind the case of those 3,000 children was Feng Jingji, and that the old man Zhou did not have the guts and vigor to do so. How sure are you? Chen Jinan turned around and asked. 70%, Su Ru said. It's just that there's no evidence. You're in charge of the Ministry of Rights now, so you can look into it properly. 70% is enough. Chen Jian's face was ghostly cold as he said, I never need evidence to kill. Chapter 144. I didn't realize that Minister Su was really a man of wudu. After leaving the Su mansion, Lu Qi frowned and said, in that case, Zhu Lu Chang, Pang Xuan, Li Xian Se, and even Xia Ho, who exactly they are supporting, will have to put a question mark. It won't be a problem for a while. Chen Jian looked back at the not-so-tall gateway, his face complex. Su Xiang was bound by wudu with love and justice. There was no way to cross that line, but he knew very well in his heart who was right. He himself is so deep in the mire that it is difficult to extricate himself from it, and he will not pull his disciples into the darkness as well. Just, when the poor map dagger appeared, on one side was the benefactor and on the other side was Li Sunan. It was impossible to say how they would choose. Wunderkind is one step ahead. He used Li Sunan's life to lure me into the game, and then he used Su Ru to clear the way for Li Sunan. If he wins, he only needs to send Su Xiang into the southern border, and one person can stand up to 1,000 troops. The sky is still his. Even Li Sunan and I became the knives he swung at the lineage. So what do we do? Lu Qi said quietly. Why don't we pull out and let him play his own monologue? That won't be necessary. Chen Jian suddenly laughed. Not only can we not pull out, but we have to cooperate with him and sing the play for him, using each other as a knife and chopping board to slash at that group of fish hiding under the water. As for when the fish die out, not that I should care. Chen Aben will strike. The rights department office is located in Junzi Lane in the east of the city. Rumor has it that the name was given by Emperor Taizu with a stroke of his royal pen. Although Emperor Taizu chopped off angels, broke his back, and wore a yellow robe, he considered himself a gentleman. The Ministry of Ceremonies ushered in and out, and in a way, it also represented his face. So when the old piker Joe begged him to give him a name, he waved his pen and hardened the locked chicken lane, which had been handed down for countless years, into Junzi Lane. Afternoon. Gentleman's Alley was crowded. Officials in the rights department Yamen came in and out clutching their dossiers, and clan deacons came and went. Traditionally, March is the busiest time for the Ministry of Rights. Even if the Ministry of Rights and then marginal small people, in the March days, will become important, because the third day of March is the beginning of the World Sect Performance Appraisal. Test scores don't matter. The beginning doesn't matter either. It's the PAS that counts. The so-called performance appraisal is a mapping of the clan's performance over the course of the year, such as what the clan has done this year, the geometry of the cultivators in the clan, how many disciples have been recruited, and other such trivial matters. This performance appraisal. Initially, there was no clan willing to participate, not to mention that the performance appraisal had to pay a fee. Even if they were invited for free, they all thought that the waste paper was too hard to wipe their asses. After all, for tens of thousands of years, the imperial court and the Jianghu had always been well watered. The belief is that the jungle is a jungle, and everyone goes their own way. Just pay the full D-tax. The rest of them, even if the Jianghu kills him, the court will not look at it. At best, dig a hole for them when there are too many dead people. But after Wu Du ascended the throne, perhaps in the family gate valves have eaten enough soft knife. Seeing that the treasury is empty, those mud legs and really cannot scrape the oil, his heart is hard, finally cut the knife to the jungle. The world sect laws and regulations were issued, requiring sects to take an annual performance appraisal. Those who did not participate in the performance appraisal were outlawed from their clan title, not recognizing the legitimacy of their clan. It's a criminal gang that breaks the law. Once this law came out, the 18 state clans ridiculed Emperor Wuda as being poor and crazy, whimsical enough to want to get his hands on the Jianghu. The first year nonetheless did not have any clans participating in the performance appraisal. The Ministry of Rights has also stolen. Later on, rumors suddenly spread in the Jianghu that Emperor Taizu had entered the emperor's tomb of the desolate ancient emperor and found the opportunity to become a saint. Then came the story of the two great masters who joined forces to break into the White Jade Palace and were churned up by the 12 immortal swords. Since then, aside from clans with great masters or clans with flawless holy weapons, the rest began to obediently participate in the performance appraisal and no longer dared to make any comments. After all, the imperial court might not be able to trample all the clans in the world on horseback, but it can certainly crush itself. At this moment, Acacia sect patriarch Jiang Yuli was sitting in the most luxurious elegant pavilion of the minister. Why of rights? Just see the corner of her mouth holding a smile, jade leg lightly raised, charming bone heavenly, combined with those mesmerizing peach blossom eyes. It was even more seductive than the girls in the greenhouses. Across the table from her, a deacon of the Ministry of Ceremony, who was about 40 years old and had an upright appearance, was carefully reviewing the Hepatite Sex performance appraisal form and was oblivious to her gesture. After looking at it for a few moments, Deacon Lang's face sank slightly as he pointed at the dossier and slowly said, Patriarch Jiang, this examination result of yours is almost interesting. There was a period of blankness in the spring of last year. Could it be that your clan didn't do anything during this period of time? Jiang Yuli secretly crushed a bite. Without moving, he handed over 2 yuan stones and said pitifully, Lord Zhang Fu, you are not unaware that my Acacia sex gong method is special, and during that time, my slave led the girls to beg for a mouth to go. Zhang Fu glanced at Yuan Shi and said with a slight frown, if this official remembers correctly, the heavenly demon sect is also in the boundaries of Yangzhou, right? Recently, this official has heard some rumors that Patriarch Zhang seems to be an old acquaintance of the heavenly demon sect patriarch. The Acacia sect is far away from Ningzhou, but they went to Yongzhou to ask for a mouth. Patriarch Zhang knows the squire's attitude towards that matter, which makes it difficult for this official. Hearing Zhang Fu talk about that Lord Squire, Jiang Yuli's face changed slightly, and she pulled out another 10 yuan stones and handed them over, saying in a low voice, Lord Zhang, my concubine went to Yuzhou, which is adjacent to Yangzhou, last year, and I can't recognize any heavenly demon sect patriarchs, so I beg you to be magnanimous, and my concubine will wait for you at the drunken guest house tonight. Oh, Probably this official has misremembered. Zhang Fu did not move to receive the Yuan stone, lifted the milliput pen to write a word of superiority on the dossier, and solemnly dropped his own name before whispering, "This official is good at grafting. My slave understands." Zhang Yuli smiled sweetly and got up to take her leave. After walking out of the room, the smile on her face gradually dispersed, and her eyes, which were like autumn water, gradually turned cold. "Marquis, is it really good for us to do this?" Inside the government office, Julie, the Minister of Rights, looked at Zhang Yuli, who gradually disappeared in Junzi Lane, and said with a worried expression, "After all, that's the right minister. Ah, with a high position of power, can we bring him down with just these? Old Zhu, there's something wrong with you." On the throne of Shangshu, Chen Jian crossed his legs and said, "Say you are good, but you are not good enough to be pure. Say you are bad, but you are not bad enough to be thorough. This is not going to work. Since we are determined to mess with Feng Jingji, just don't shy away from it." If that guy Lu Qi hadn't insisted on having proof, according to the nature of this marquis, a sentence of Mojo Kai will cut it off. Where's the need to hook a charge for him? The corners of Zhu Li's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that he had not gotten into a pirate ship, and that this Marquis Chen Lu did not look like a good person. The ritual is off duty at 5 o'clock. The hour is up. The deacons of the Ministry of Ceremonies nimbly picked up their seals and brushes, and with a cold face, they whisked out the elders of the sects that had a hard time getting a turn, and left in groups of 3 or 5. The same goes for Zhang Fu, just that he was upright and rigorous, although he refused the pleading clan elders, but did not leave, unlocked the door and then re-picked up the dossier and began to check. Every file he handled was carefully reviewed, and those that were problematic were noted in a booklet, ready to be submitted to the hospitality groom for finalization afterwards. After about half an hour or so, he flipped to the Harmony Sect's dossier, looking at the blank space with a slight frown. After a moment of silence, he pulled out another pamphlet from his Sumeru ring, flipped through the cryptic contents recorded inside. Yangzhou Leaning Mountain Clan, a small clan of more than 50 people, inherited for more than 100 years. The patriarch is a realm of virtualization. It is he who inadvertently crashed the Acacia Sect's Zhang Yuli and Heavenly Demon Sect Patriarch's rendezvous. He wanted to exchange this news for the Mountain Sect's merit rating, and gain the priority to purchase the Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain. Would it be too much of a coincidence? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Fu put the dossier back, looked up at the already darkening sky, and got up to leave. Chapter 145, I don't think so. When Zhang Fu arrived at White Tiger Street, the hour of midnight was approaching. The scavengers, armed with clubs, began shooing people through the streets. Hundreds of people were in a hurry. Fear of missing curfew. Zhang Fu went with the flow in the crowd, as inconspicuous as a drop of rainwater blending into the river. When he passed by the drunkard's house, he twisted his body and scurried in like a ghost. Even the shopkeeper who was yelling at the door to send off the customers didn't realize that someone had entered the building. Not much longer. He appeared on the 6th floor of the clear pavilion and knocked lightly on the concierge. Inside the house, wearing a red wedding dress, Zhang Yuli heard the knocking sound. Her red lips curled slightly and opened the door of her room and said in a sly manner, "My lord, my concubine thought that you weren't coming." "How?" Zhang Fu lightly laughed. "Beauty has an appointment. I have no reason not to come, but the Ministry of Rights is full of people, and at this time is in the wind. I have to be more cautious." After saying that, he stretched out his arm and made a gesture to take Zhang Yuli into his arms. Zhang Yuli took half a step back to avoid it and laughed. "My lord, concubine's dossier is fine, right? Whether or not there's a problem depends on how you behave." Zhang Fu paced forward, the corners of his mouth rising. "Patriarch Zhang, you said that Chang'an City is so big, and there are so many Ministry of Rights Deacon Langs, so why are you so unlucky as to enter this official's room?" The words fell. His palm stretched out like lightning. Yuan Qi scurried between his fingers, emanating the might of the void god realm, and Yuan Qi was like a needle, pushing straight for Zhang Yuli's throat. After all, it's not about picking flowers, it's about destroying them with a hot hand. Zhang Yuli licked her red lips. The moment Zhang Fu's finger fell, the finger flicked and a blade of light swept through, chopping the Yuan Qi to pieces. After chopping up the meta, she floated back like a ghost and stood at the edge of the bed and laughed leisurely. "Mr. Lu, he really did come to kill my slave. Mr. Ryu?" Zhang Fu's face instantly changed. The Yin god instantly exited the body, wanting to disappear far away. Just as his Yin god was about to travel far away, a green building fell and trapped him in nothingness. On the bed, Lu Qi lifted the covering curtain. "Lord Zhang, you've come. Why are you in a hurry to leave?" "Mr. Lu, I found out that Zhang Yuli of the Acacia Sect is suspected to be a remaining member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and I was about to arrest him for questioning, but I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be there, so I hope to forgive you." Zhang Fu was trapped in the greenhouse, and seeing that there was no hope of escaping, he immediately became righteous again. So that's it. Lu Qi laughed softly. Lord Zhang has devoted himself to the Ministry of Rights, and in order to investigate the case, he would not hesitate to feed a tiger with his body. If the boss knew about it, he would probably be very happy. I have some doubts, but I'd like to ask you to give me some advice. I belong to the greenhouse. I wonder when I became a remaining member of the Sky Demon sect. Zhang Fu's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Mr. Lu, my humble servant did not know beforehand that Zhang Yuli was a member of the greenhouse. This matter was a mistake on my part. My humble servant will leave now. Of course you don't, Lu Qi said quietly, because you are not here to investigate the case, but to silence the people. Mr. Zhang, since you showed up here and didn't hesitate to strike and kill, there's no need for any more drama. Let's talk. Do you want to die by yourself, or all 9 clans together? How did Mr. Ryu find out there was something wrong with me? Zhang Fu see Lu Qi poor figure dagger. No longer struggle. Just cold voice. I in the Ministry of Rights fear and trembling. Never made a mistake. Even Zhou Jun doesn't know my roots. Mr. Lu, however, set up a scheme to harm me, and seems to have long been certain that something was wrong with me. Lord Zhang may not know. I have read all the resumes of the officials of the Ministry of Rights. Lu Qi pulled out a dossier from his arms. When everyone is making mistakes, the only person who doesn't make mistakes becomes the one with the greatest fault. Just because I never make mistakes? Zhang Fu coldly said. Mr. Lu is too much of a child's play. This official is not surnamed Zhou, nor is he the son of Zhou's family. In the Ministry of Ceremonies want to climb up the ladder. It is natural to do things diligently. This is not strange. Elder Zhang has a point. When the boss landed his eyes on you, I said the same thing. Lu Qi sighed. If you hadn't taken Yuli's yuan shirt today, and hadn't come to this drunken guest house, tomorrow your name would have appeared in the Imperial Study Room as the new Right Minister of Rights. Unfortunately, not only did you take the yuan stone, but you also came to the drunkard's house. And on top of that, you want to kill people. Zhang Fu frowned slightly. So you guys don't know anything, so you set up a trap to catch me? Lu Qi was silent. He just thought there might be something wrong with Zhang Fu and couldn't confirm it. Together with the dossiers of the 3 suspicious officials of the Ministry of Rights, they were handed to Chen Jian, which Chen Jian didn't even look at it and casually ticked Zhang Fu's name. Then there is the Yangzhou Leaning Mountain Sect's Patriarch's denunciation. And there is also the Nightingale sorted second Jian Yuli to offer a blank resume that is also true and false. Did Jian Yuli know the Heavenly Devil Sect leader? Of course I recognize it, because back then, Lu Qi had saved her from the Heavenly Demon Sect Patriarch. At that time, the greenhouse had not yet opened, and Lu Qi was still just a scholar hanging out in the brothel. Even Lu Baipu's reputation had not yet spread into Chang'an, but only gradually gained some fame in Ningzhou. Jian Yuli is only a disciple of the Acacia sect, and his cultivation level is only at the Qi realm. Lu Qi was listening to the song at the hookah. Unintentionally, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yuli, who was being carried on the shoulders of the Heavenly Demon Sect Patriarch. So he stole her from the hookah while the Heavenly Demon Patriarch was slightly drunk. It was only afterward that Willow 7 realized. It turned out that Jiang Yuli was actually sent out by the Acacia sect Patriarch, and she was not the only one who was sent out. The entire Acacia sect's disciples were gifts that Patriarch used to give away. After Jiang Yuli got out of the trap, instead of having the joy of escaping from life, she was trembling with fear, because compared to losing her body, the Acacia sect Patriarch's cruelty was what caused her the most despair. Lu Qi is in a daze after doing something bad with good intentions. Ranking in the Void God realm after sitting for a night, holding Jiang Yuli's hand, he broke into the Acacia sect, stained his green shirt with blood, and slaughtered all the pimps and big teapots in the cultivation. He also burned the Acacia sect's Dao collection and passed down the flickering flower decree. It's over and done with. Alone, I entered Chang'an. Jiang Yuli practiced the flickering flower skill to break through the realm one after another, and now 10 years later, he has become a great cultivator of the Void God realm, and a nightingale in a greenhouse. So this setup wasn't all fake, and because of that, it was Zhang Fu who fell into the trap. As for why Zhang Fu, it's probably because his dossier is at the top. It's just that what Lu Qi didn't expect was that Zhang Fu actually has a real problem. After half a second of silence, Lu Qi said in a deep voice, Lord Zhang, say something. What did Feng Jingji promise you? How much do you know about the drug child case in the Zhou mansion? Or were you in on the whole thing? Ha! Zhang Fu's expression suddenly became weird. The Yin god that was trapped in the void even started to dissolve little by little. Mr. Lu, within your cave, although I have no way to decide my own life, and yet, you can decide your own death. You want to get Feng Gong's evidence from me. In your next life. Lu Qi frowned slightly, and the cave sky abruptly tightened, trying to stop him from melting himself. Useless Mr. Lu, I was already dead when your cave spread out. Zhang Fu laughed wryly. To tell you the truth, I know more about human medicine than you think. It's just a shame that it's destined to disappoint you. Yes? Just as Zhang Fu's yin god was laughing eerily in the void, his fleshly body, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly opened its eyes and said with an eerie expression, I don't think so. As the words fell, Zhang Fu's fleshly body pointed toward the void, and his dissolving yin god instantly returned to its sheath. Until then, it was only then that Zhang Fu truly panicked. He was horrified to realize that he couldn't actually control his physical body, and in the sea of consciousness, an ethereal figure was watching him from above, rummaging through memories. Chapter 146, The bigger the storm, the better the chance to fish in it. I didn't realize that this guy was born with an iron face and plays with such flowers in private. Inside Zhang Fu's sea of consciousness, Chen Jian scat inside, holding back from looking at the red waves rolling in. Flip through it as soon as possible before Zhang Fu's spirit completely melted. In a jiffy, his face turned cold. Zhang Fu was really Feng Jingji's man. It was just that aside from Feng Jingji, those three clans and old Pitbull Zhou didn't know of his existence. This was because Zhang Fu was not in direct contact with those three clans and the Zhou mansion. It is only by analyzing and calculating their inputs and outputs through the minutiae of data on the performance appraisal file. It's a shadow that hides in the shadows. In order to refine a divine medicine, there was another herb that was essential in addition to the child. Teo. Perhaps it was to cover their tracks, or perhaps the Pill King Valley felt that the Taiyu were more precious than those children. They named the medicine those children made Taiyangdan. On the performance appraisal form handed over by the Medicine King Valley every year, the dosage of Taiyu will be recorded. One cut on a Taiyu Kai is a human life. Beyond that, Zhang Fu also estimated how many people they had sent to the Pill King Valley and the geometry of the medicines based on the eternal life sex and heavenly demon sex sect performance appraisal forms and from some fragmented data. Feng Jingji was firmly in control of Zhou Laopi and the three clans through the data he had submitted. It puts fear in their hearts to fudge a little, not to blame Feng Jingji for being petty. It was really that the Tai Sui Dan was too precious. Even the blood pills of the royal family were slightly inferior compared to it. Children under the age of 10 have not yet dispersed their innate chi. The Pill King Valley refined their innate chi with a secret method, complemented by taiyaki to become medicine. It can be said to be the creation of heaven and earth. A Tai Sui Dan, in addition to renewing one's life, has a temptation that a practitioner cannot refuse. That is to raise the potential and break the barrier. Zhang Fu does these things. Feng Jingji would give him a Tai Sui Dan every 10 years. Zhang Fu was able to reach the Void God realm at the age of 80 precisely because of this. If he were to let himself cultivate painstakingly, with his qualifications, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a chance in this lifetime. Read these memories. Chen Jian suppressed his killing intent. Keep scrolling ahead. Just as he was about to lift a hidden secret, Zhang Fu's dissolving in spirit suddenly let out a mournful scream, and even collapsed instantly. Chen Jian frowned slightly and had to withdraw from the sea of consciousness where the giant waves were rolling. Boss. Seeing Chen Ji and Yinshan withdrawing, Lu Qi and Jiang Yuli both turned their gazes to look at him. Lu Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, while Jiang Yuli was curious. Chen Jian's qualifications are once in 100 years. Although the Marquis of Chunlu had initially declared to the public that he was a genius and a Qilin son, but in reality, cultivators who could step into the innate realm before the age of 20 were basically a once-in-a-century occurrence. After all, even the weakest innate realm, as long as you don't die in the middle of the day, you'll have no problem living to be over 100 years old. The resulting view, Chen Jian's qualifications could not be considered very good, or even only average. Plus, Chen Jian was either fishing or listening to tunes every day. It never seemed to be practiced. The longest cultivation was probably the time when Li Chang'an was besieged by the 7 great families, yet it was only a little over 2 hours, so it was hard for Lu Qi to understand why he suddenly became so strong. Previously, when Chen Jian waved his hand at Zhao Wuji's original sword betrayal at the Shibuo Marquis residence, Lu Qi was already surprised enough. It just occurred to me that demon Chen Jiming had done the same thing. He guessed that perhaps the sword had been smoothed out. The reason for habitually bowing down and being small when seeing the sword intent of the same clan and origin. But what is it now? The physical body of a Void God realm grand cultivator. Even if his Yin God was melting away, it wasn't like he could just occupy it. Even he could only watch. But Chen Jian actually turned against him with ease. It even dared to take the initiative to detain the original owner's Yin spirit back into his physical body. Such tactics he had never seen before. I'm afraid those tricksters from the 5 Poison sect who had practiced the Dead Man's Sutra for years couldn't even do it. Chen Jian got the Dead Man's Sutra for 2 years before it expired. To have practiced to this level, where is this a once-in-a-century sighting? Even if it were 1,000 years, you probably wouldn't see one. Then he thought of the Marquis of Qinliu's residence that no one could see the bottom line even until now. Lu Qi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This family is all 6s. Jiang Yuli, on the other hand, was more innocent. She took it for granted that Chen Jian must be very strong. After all, to be able to become Mr. Lu's boss. It was only reasonable to be even more demonic. Chen Jian took in the two men's expressions, and no explanation, just looking at Jiang Yuli, who was dressed in a dowry. She smiled and said, "The moonlight is nice tonight, the dowry is on, seize the opportunity." Jiang Yuli was slightly stunned, the autumn watery eyes lit up in a flash. Lu Qi coughed lightly in embarrassment and was about to take his leave. However, he saw Chen Jian's quick eyes and hands, instantly occupying Zhang Fu's physical body, slipping out of the room like a ghost, and locking the door in his hand. After waiting at the door for a few more moments and seeing that Lu Qi did not follow him out, Chen Jian slowly left with his hands behind his back. He didn't go back to the greenhouse. Instead, they went to Zhang Fu's house. Zhang Fu's mansion was located in Junzi Lane. It was not considered luxurious and could even be described as simple. There was not even half a maidservant in the mansion except for one old servant. It was probably because of this that he was obsessed with the dowry, and even made them change into the dowry every time he went to the hookah and walked through the procedure with extreme seriousness. Send away the old servant. Chen Jian sat down at his desk and put up his pen to start writing the offense. Drop on paper all the details of the case of the 3,000 children for 20 years. After writing the sin, his main consciousness dispersed, leaving only one mind particle inside Zhang Fu waiting for the right moment. The testimony is there, and the storm is due to rise. Time turns to April. Chang'an City, which had just subsided for a few days, was suddenly in chaos again. The students of the state elementary school once again gathered at the Feng Mansion on Jinka Lane. The magnitude of the sound this time, even more so than before, because the one leading this time, was the Grand Priest of the State Scholarship Academy, Zhuang Mo. When the city was still spreading the gossip that Feng Jingji was old but not dead and actually kept 27 concubines, Zhuang Mo had already put up 12 Zhangfu in a row. Demand a reinvestigation of last year's head-rolling human drug case. The spear pointed directly at Feng Jingji on the small table, almost pointing at his nose and cursing the old undead. Feng Jingji stood firm, the minister of mandarins and the royal historian under his door. However, suddenly made an issue of it. The wind is heard and the matter is played. Impeachment of Zhuang in the greenhouse night and day. Must be ink corruption and bribery. The false emperor sat in his dragon chair and crossed his legs as he watched their mouths splutter. Instead of pacifying the two feuding factions, they even kept arching their fires, yelling for Lord Feng to come out and say a few words. Because of the 300,000 troops given for nothing, he was now extremely dissatisfied with the courtiers and looked at everyone as an inside thief. Even Zhu Wuchang he hadn't summoned into the East Palace for a long time for a secret talk. The only person he still trusts these days. Only one Goliath remains. Gao Lixi did not let him down, and sought out a lot of talent for him. Nowadays, listening to the Wind Tower is getting stronger by the day. There were even two Tongxian realm minor patriarchs who pledged their allegiance. He was worried that there was no suitable place for them. This time, Zhuang Mo and Feng Jingji had a hard fight, and he couldn't wait to die in a direct fight before he could do so, especially these old guys sitting at the small table. He doesn't even care if they all die. After all, the bigger the storm, the more chance he has to muddle through. Chapter 147, Feng Jingji, the Lonely Man. Your Majesty, I have this message. Just when the Tui Hall was in a row and fighting, Zhuang Mo and the imperial court Zhangzhou were spitting at each other. Julie, who stood quietly napping, finally got her fill of sleep. He was seen rubbing his eyes. Stepping out of the queue, he calmly said, Minister Julie, impeaches Right Minister Feng Jingji for using a young child to make medicine, brutalizing more than 3,000 innocent people, a heinous crime. I ask your majesty to execute the 9 clans of his family to honor the souls of the innocent children in heaven. I impeach Sun Yu, the minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Wu Yon, the left minister, Yan Xuanyan, the right minister, Yu Ting, the minister of the Department of Literature and Election, and Chao Yusi, the minister of the Department of Examination and gang up for personal gain, sell government posts and enrich oneself. I ask your majesty to strip him of his black hat and have him investigated by a court of law. I impeach the imperial historian Zhang Zhou and the imperial chancellor Li Yan for favoritism, striking at dissidents, and wreaking havoc on loyalists. I ask, thoroughly investigate the cabinet, the Ministry of Appointments, and the imperial household. Eradicate the Feng party and purge the dynasty. Julie didn't say those words in a loud voice. There was even a yawn because he had just woken up. But when his words fell, the entire 2-year hall was like a thunderous explosion. Abruptly, it became pin-drop audible again. Everyone's hearts trembled underneath them as they looked at him in disbelief. Julie is the Minister of Rights and has a high position of authority. But everyone in this court knows who is really in charge of the Ministry of Rights. Without the nod of that noble little marquis, it would have been impossible for Julie to lash out in this great hall, much less be so brave as to impeach so many important ministers in one breath. Now that he's stepped up, imply STH, that little marquis was finally going to take a shot at Feng Jingji, and not to one of its people. It's trying to uproot. Previously, Zhuanyamo noisy to hit the pillar, and even on the 12 Zhangbiao, and encourage the state council students around the Fenggongfu. It seems to be boiling over with sound. In fact, to Fengjingji it was just a breeze brushing against the post. After all, everyone knows that Shomo is 100% bookworm. A suspected charge of embezzlement and bribery made him and Zhang Zhou spit on each other, and they even almost hit their heads against a pillar to prove their innocence. It's just as much fun as it is, but not that little marquee. Langyajong clan, Royal Sword sect, Misty sect, Riverway clan, Listening to the Wind House, Everlasting Life sect, Heavenly Demon sect, Pill King Valley, Zhou Fu. 3 short years. The number of lineage clans that had directly or indirectly suffered losses at his hands was already fast approaching 2 handfuls, and it's easy to copy the family and destroy the family. Now he has his eye on Fengjingji. I'm afraid that the city of Chang'an, which has just subsided for a few days, is about to experience another storm of bloodshed. Julie made this mess. Even Li Chengdang, who had crossed his legs to watch the show, subconsciously put his feet down and secretly glanced at the queue of the Minister of Rights. Seeing that it was empty, only then did he recross his legs, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Pavilion Master Feng, what do you think? Fengjingji looked at Julie with a dark gaze, looking at the secretary of the Delizi who had once groveled and coy before himself. Julie met his deep gaze and flicked the dust off his body as if nothing had happened, his voice calmly saying, Lord Feng, is he trying to stare my humble servant to death? Ho ho. Fengjingji retracted his gaze and said coldly, Old me just wants to confirm. In just 1 year's time at first that timid as a mouse Julie. Just whose guts did you borrow to dare to slander old man like this? The words fell. He swept his gaze across the 2 temple and landed on Xiao Bin, the Minister of Justice. His voice hoarse, Lord Xiao, according to my great Tang law, non-officials of the Imperial Palace of Government, the following offenses to defame this official. What should be the crime? Back to Lord Feng. According to the law, he should be beheaded. Xiao Bin stepped out of the queue and arched his hand. Your Majesty, Duke Feng is the founder of our great Tang dynasty, following Emperor Taizu to fight against the tyrannical Yang and open up the flourishing Tang dynasty, and he has made unparalleled achievements. Entered the court to worship the minister, ranked among the 3 publics. Emperor Taizu gave Feng Gong Danshu iron coupon, enter the temple free of worship. Impeachment is not subject to. Julie slandered the right minister of the dynasty and violated his superiority. I request that he be removed from his hat and beheaded at the noon gate. My equals please. Xiao Bin words fell. The queue stood out a group of people. Said in unison, Julie below the offense, when the decapitation. Li Chengdang looked at the ministers with a smile, and then he turned his attention to Julie. Seeing them dog-eat-dog was more than a little bit of gloating. Laughed for a moment. He looked toward the snoozing Qin Wei Xian, gave a cold snort in his heart, and slowly said, Duke Qin and Minister Su, what do you think? Qin Wei Xian ignored him as if he hadn't heard him. Su Ru looked up at Fengjingji and just met Fengjingji's gaze. Silence for half a day. Su Ru sighed. Your Highness, Yuri is indeed guilty of committing the following offense. Does Minister Su mean to push Julie out to be beheaded? Li Chengdang smiled slyly at Julie. Lord Zhu, Minister Su and Duke Feng both think you deserve to die. There was also a request for orders from the Minister of Justice and the ministers. I'm a puppet. Even if I can't bear it anymore, I can't save you. I do not fear death. Why should I fear death? Julie took off his black hat. His eyes swept over the entire court and sighed quietly. It's only a pity that my Minister of Rights, Lord Qinji. He vomited blood and exhausted himself so much that he couldn't even climb up to attend the morning court. After all the hard work to get the incriminating evidence, His Majesty and the courtier won't even look at it, even to push the minister out of the noon gate to be beheaded. Wei, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of the loyal ministers, and will chill the hearts of the princes who are mindful of the people of the world. This statement was made. The courtiers who were clamoring for Julie's head were suddenly quiet. Even Su Ru's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't realize that Julie, who had been soft for most of her life, had now learned to threaten people sorrowfully. What vomiting, what exhaustion, what not even being able to attend the morning court. When did that guy come to the morning court? I'm afraid now he's even forgotten that the door to the Hall of Two Grades opens that way, although everyone knew Julie was threatening, or blatantly intimidating, and yet no one dared to take it seriously. After all, that little marquis had the Qinglu in his left hand, the Chen Liujia in his right hand, and behind him stood the unknown Chen Abin. What if he kills one of his men and he lifts the table and draws a knife? Feng Jingji saw that the courtiers were silent. His eyes went toward the Minister of Justice and the Imperial Historian, and he was about to open his mouth. But Su Ru snatched his mouth and rebuked. You idiot, if you have evidence of guilt, why don't you present it earlier? The words fell. Su Ru smiled at Feng Jingji again and said, Lord Feng, we are not afraid of shadows. Why don't we take a look at his so-called incriminating evidence? 1. To call the following offenses disobedient death of the heart, lest Chen Luho angry. Secondly, it is also good to plug the world's long mouth. For Feng Zheng's name. Feng Jingji turned his head in a huff and looked coldly at Su Ru. As good as it gets. Just why should I look? The old man enters the court without worship or impeachment. If we don't behead Chuli, if any cat or dog comes to defame me, where is my majesty? What was the significance of entrusting the late emperor with his life? Beheading the envoys of the apocalypse, cutting off their paths, sewing the emperor's robe, and leading the Qingzhou lineage to kneel and worship? That's all there is to it. He also removed the black hat from his head, tilted his head back to look at Li Changding, who had crossed his legs to watch the show, and said with a ghostly cold voice, "The heads of the 9 clans of the old man's 3,672 mouths are here. Your Highness, if you also think the old man deserves to die, you can take back the Danshu iron coupon given by the late emperor. Remove this square table, and strip off the old man's official robe. If not, please call the Golden Guard into the hall to execute this bureaucrat to purge the court. I ask your majesty to execute this bureaucrat." Seeing Feng Jingji remove his black hat, his line of courtiers stepped out stiffly, placed the oubliette on the ground. The sound rang out like a wave. Xiaobin and Zhang Zhou even suddenly rose up, one in front of the other to Zhu swept away. Actually want to kill Zhu in the 2E hall palm. Bold, right in the gap between the two men strikes. The eyes of Qin Weixian, who had been dozing with his eyes closed, instantly opened. In the meantime, the aura of the 2 military generals among the courtiers skyrocketed and their palms were like swords, chopping Xiaobin and Zhang Zhou back. Qin Weixian. Feng Jingji's face instantly changed. So much for Su Ru. After all, that sour showman came from a cold family, and over the years, he had fought countless times in the courtroom, both openly and secretly, and were enemies of each other. But why Qin Weixian? Qin Weixian was also from a worldly family, and also the biggest landlord in Yuzhou. How could he really be on the same page as Chen Jian? Chen Jian pointed the finger at him for no other reason than to cut off the hands of the lineage reaching into the court, to pave the way for Li Sun and to amortize into the Mu, and to clear the field in advance for the great war to come. He didn't believe that such shallow reasoning Qin Weixian would not be able to see it, but now Qin Weixian actually made a move to target himself. There are only 2 possibilities. Either he's Li Sunan's man, either Wudu's thieving heart never dies, and after imprisoning himself in the Tai Chi Palace, he actually tried to cut the Shijia. Thinking about it, a coldness flooded Feng Jingji's heart. Now in this court, without realizing it, he has become a loner. P.S. Leaders, I'm a bit busy at work today. Only one more chapter. I'll make it up over the weekend. Chapter 148, The Storm Will Rise. Old Feng, don't be afraid. Let him take it out. I'll support you. Qin Weixian tilted his head and looked at Feng Jingji with a sincere face and said, "We sat together for more than 500 years at the small table. You know me. Life hates to insult people's innocence of the acidic Confucianism out of thin air. If he really dares to slander you, I'll chop him up for you. Marquis Chen Liu's anger will be carried on my shoulders." Feng Jingji's face of shock and anger slowly dispersed, overlooking Qin Weixian. "I thought that although you are not tall enough to 5 feet, at least the heart of the gully is a lord. Today, I realize that you are a cheap dog who sells his friends for glory. Since the establishment of the Great Desolate Dynasty, tens of thousands of millions of that year to come, I've always heard of the world being ruled by the royal family, but I've never heard of sharing the wealth with the untouchables. Even during the period of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, how powerful the imperial clan Ji was. It had treated the Shi with courtesy and even divided the world into lords. Qin Wei first, have you got the guts to eat a bear's heart? How dare you seek power over my family with Li? Ha! Qin Wei first saw Feng Jingji tearing his face off, and no more posturing. Laughing coldly, he said, "Feng old dog, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry first. We're discussing the matter of you refining medicine with a childish child. What kind of lineage is being brought up?" The old man walked the walk and never betrayed. "As for seeking power in the world, you're nothing. Can you represent this world's families? The words are gone." He spread his palms out and looked at Julie. "Bring it on. I'd like to see what kind of stupid things he's done." Julie snorted and said leisurely toward where the Ministry of Rights official stood, "Lord Zhang, Lord Qin wants to see the evidence. Why don't you present it yourself?" As his words fell, the officials of the Ministry of Rights separated in a split second, revealing an official inside with a face full of integrity and seriousness, only to see him pull out a booklet from his sleeve and said aloud, "This booklet records all the incriminating evidence of how Feng Jingji colluded with Zhou Deacon, and how he secretly took control of the Tai Sui Dan through the hands of my humble servant. My lords, I would like to make a heavenly oath that the contents of the booklet are in no way false." Lust for the world. Seeing Zhang Fu showing up, Feng Jingji's eyes abruptly turned cold. Instantly appearing in front of him, black as ink Yuan Qi swept across the entire 2 elemental hall and slapped down with a palm. Boom! vast yuan qi fell. Zhang Fu, who was pacing towards Qin Weixian, exploded into a mass of flesh and blood, along with the booklet in his hand. It was also twisted into fragments by the violent qi machine. The gazes of the entire court looked at Feng Jingji, who had suddenly risen up in horror. The world said that Feng Jingji was unable to break into the cave heaven realm due to his old age and decaying flesh, and that he was about to die. The reason people believe what Julie says, actually, it's also because Feng Jingji does have this motive. I didn't expect him to rise up in a storm. Not Tongxian, but cave heaven? Feng Jingji's hands were stained with blood, and his shadowy gaze swept across the hall of two eyes. I told you earlier that if you want to commit a crime, there is no excuse. The old man has long been ranked in the cave realm and has a long lifespan. And why do we need to kill people to make medicine? The words fell. He looked up at Li Chengdang with a face full of mockery. Your Highness, you crossed your legs on the stage and watched the show, and it was not a matter of concern to you. But do you know, everyone in this hall is looking at you like you're an idiot? A discarded waste of a man. Reseated in the dragon chariot, he can't even tell who exactly is his own. No wonder the more you mix, the more you go back. The false emperor frowned in bewilderment. In his opinion, this full of civil and military, in addition to standing beside Gao Lishur, even his own hand to promote the Zhu Wuchang, are no longer trustworthy. It's all messed up. But Feng Jingji meant this. It seems that the court has its own people? And that person, it's him? Li Sungdin didn't believe it. Idiot. Seeing Li Chengdang's bewildered face, Feng Jingji hated the iron and said, Your Highness may use your stupid brain to think about it. This world's families and clans. Does one prefer an ambitious emperor or a clay bodhisattva? The old man has been waiting for you to meet me. I didn't realize you were so stupid. Self-destruction after being abandoned by His Majesty. Getting a pseudo-imperial name and getting complacent. A big mess without realizing it. If you don't come to your senses now, when will you? Do you have to wait until Li Cheng'an's army presses in and cuts off your head before you realize who is really one of your own? Li Chengdang frowned slightly. His eyes subconsciously looked towards the Minister of War, Zhu Wuchang. He had the illusion that he was about to peer through the fog and wanted to seek answers from him. Just as he was in a trance, Feng Jingji continued to scold again. Idiot, still looking at him? Zhu Wuchang is the one Su Ru sent to you. It was Su Ru and Qin Weixian who were in cahoots with each other and turned around and gave your 300,000 troops to Qingzhou. Otherwise, do you think that Qin Weixian's midget alone can hide from Lao Fu's eyes? This statement was made. Li Chengdang couldn't care less about being angry that Feng Jingji had scolded him. His face turned cold all of a sudden. He had some vague guesses though, but the heart still has fantasies about all the impermanence. After all, if it wasn't for Zhu Wuchang pulling him out of the abyss, he was afraid that he would still be haunting the Eastern Palace. But after Feng Jingji said, the seed of doubt that had already been planted long ago took root in an instant. He asked himself to pour his heart out to the irregulars. Even when Chen Jian slaughtered the Zhou mansion, he didn't push Zhu Wuchang out to quell Chen Jian's anger even though he was trembling in fear. But the impermanence. Was Su Ru an undercover agent at his side from the beginning? The moment. Boundless resentment grew in the pseudo-emperor's heart. Zhu Aiqing, my Mr. Wulong, Lord Feng said that you are the person that Su Xiang buried beside me. In response, is there anything you want to say? He said these words with an icy look on his face, every word popping out of his mouth. The berserk Yuan Qi was even pressing towards Zhu Wuchang. The first-ranking minister was actually pressed to his knees by him in front of the group of ministers. Zhu Wuchang knelt on the ground and said in a sullen voice, Your Majesty, those who are clear and those who are turbid. If I am really the person that Minister Su buried by your side, why did we have to persuade you in the first place? Wouldn't it have been better to let you fall into the dust and perish on your own? The Feng thief's move is merely to mess with your Majesty's mind and pray for your Majesty to come to his rescue. He's isolated now and bites on sight. Believe it or not, if I let him say more, I am afraid that I will not only be the person of Minister Su, but will even become the person of Marquis Chen Lu again. You are aware of that. When the murder. Okay, stop it. Li Chengdang waved his hand to interrupt Zhu Wuchang's words, fearful that he would tell the truth about the murder of Chen Jian in the first place. Only the seeds of doubt in his heart could no longer be uprooted. It had even gradually evolved into killing intent. The eyes swept over Feng Jingji. It so happened that Feng Jingji also turned his gaze and nodded slightly. In a jiffy, Li Chengdang slowly said, Since Zhang Fu has died, I see that there are still many doubts about this matter. The Ministry of Justice Secretary Xiao Bin, the Ministry of Justice Secretary Sun Yu, I will give you 3 days time limit. Thoroughly investigate the case. Be sure to find out a stone out of the water. I accept the decree. A hint of joy flashed across Xiao Bin and Sun Yu's faces as they hurriedly jumped out and bowed to receive the decree. Xiao Bin is nominally under the jurisdiction of Su Ru, but he is from Qingzhou and has been Feng Jingji's man from the beginning, and Sun Yu has even long been branded as Feng Jingji. The false emperor had asked the two of them to investigate the case thoroughly, and his mind was self-evident. Just now, when Su-ru and Qin Wei-xian lashed out one after another. They were almost scared out of their wits. I thought it was going to be a disaster. I didn't expect Lord Feng to put an end to a disaster with just a few words, even completely pierce the window paper, tearing down the disguise of Qin Wei-xian and Su-ru. From then on, officials from the worldly families in the courtroom, nature knows who to stand with. Unlike Xiao Bin and Sun Yu, Feng Jingji at this time, instead of having half a bit of joy, his face became more and more gloomy, because he knows, Qin Wei-xian, Su-ru, Chen Jian, the three men in power joined forces to make an attack, and it could never be uncovered so easily. Moreover, Chen Jian hadn't shown up all this time, making him feel vaguely uneasy in his heart. Got to get out of here. Only when we return to the Feng residence will we have a chance of survival. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to leave, outside the palace of two instruments, a figure wearing a python robe and carrying a peerless waist, carrying a bloody human head, came walking leisurely. Chapter 149, Powerful in the Imperial Court. See that figure? Qin Wei-xian showed his teeth and grinned. After waiting for so long, that idiot Chen Jian is finally here. With that, his aura skyrocketed. A giant palm was like a heavenly tilt, instantly pressing toward Xiao Bin of the Ministry of Justice, Sun Yu of the Ministry of Mandarins, and Zhang Zhou of the Imperial Palace. Feng Jingji's face instantly changed as he looked at the head Chen Jinan was carrying in his hand. The cavernous sky spread out, and the vastness of Yuan Shi raged. It was instantly dark inside the Hall of Two Eyes, a few as the legendary demonic realm descended, covering heaven and earth. Feng Jingji took a step forward. The rotting remnants of his body faded. His white hair reversed and became scarlet like blood. The steps were like a demonic giant walking in the darkness. Just as the darkness was about to engulf Chen Jinan, Su-ru got up and whisked his sleeve. Retreat. This statement was made. Feng Jingji's footsteps instantly stopped and the cave rolled backwards. Su-ru, on the other hand, had already appeared in front of Chen Jian, his eyes like two rounds of blazing sunrise, piercing through the darkness. Su-ru, are you going to stop me? Feng Jingji was a few hundred years younger at this time. His body was entangled in demonic fire. His long scarlet blood-like hair fluttered, and the place where he stood was in darkness, looking demonic. Sooner or later, you'll become rivals. I'll kill him for you. Su-ru sighed softly. Duke Feng, a gentleman does what he wants. Even if I draw swords with him in the future, that's still in the future. Today I'm in. You can't kill him. While the demonic fire has not dissipated, Lord Feng himself will find a place to bury his bones. Ho ho! Feng Jingji's hatred was so great that the rewinding cavern abruptly surged towards Su-ru. In that case, there's nothing more to say. The words fell. He flipped his wrist and a bloody blade was in his hand. Seeing the bloody blade, Su-ru frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the alien race's quasi-saintly weapon, the blood demon blade? Ho ho! Feng Jingji smiled wryly. The demonic fire was like a wisp of green-colored fire snake scurrying into the blood blade. In the meantime, the Yuan Qi within his Qi Sea was like an open floodgate, surging down his arm towards the blood demon blade. In an instant, the sea of Qi was drained, and he became bone-thin. Feng Jingji looked down at his palm that was like a withered bone and smiled wryly. Su-ru, this knife was meant for you. You can't stop me. Su-ru took half a step back and drank. Miku. As his words fell, a heavy mountain appeared in front of Chen Jian. Chop! Feng Jingji violently let out a long, piercing whistle. The blood-colored blade light was like a horse, chopping towards Chen Jian. The blade light instantly split the 9 mountains, and the blade continued forward. The power of this blade was even comparable to the power of a grandmaster. Retreat 10. Su-ru's face instantly changed, and at the same time that Feng Jingji's blade light chopped out, he shouted out 3 words with difficulty with Tian Xian in his mouth, wanting to send Chen Jian away, but he failed in the end. Before his last word was about to come out of his mouth, the light of the blade had already fallen blatantly. Feng Jingji with this one, sublimating at the very end, sacrificing himself to chop out. Even as strong as Su-ru, he failed to completely resist. Boom! The blood-colored blade light drowned the two. Su-ru's official robe shattered and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as his figure appeared dozens of feet away. His gaze cold and silent as he looked at the bone-thin Feng Jingji. You have indeed shed your bones and melted the blood and flesh of a foreigner, and have completely become a demon. What is the devil? Feng Jingji looked at the empty stone steps and hissed. This world is not either black or white. I beheaded the ambassadors of the apocalypse for Li Yuan, broke the back of the apocalypse, and put on the yellow robe for him. He put his entire family's lives on the line to help him change the dynasty and fight this world. The old man has been meritorious to this world and to the gods of earth and grain. But what did the old man get in return? In exchange for a broken road and a broken wife, the Fae can remake the path for the old man, can renew his life. Is it wrong to give just a little bit of those piggish untouchables' lives? Su-ru, you are not qualified to judge the old man. In this great Tang, no one is qualified to judge Lao Fu. No one. Su-ru was silent. It wasn't that he agreed with Feng Jingji's words, but he knew there was no need, because Feng Jingji is no longer considered a human being. Why don't you say something? Feng Jingji held the blood demon blade in his hand and hissed, you also think that the old man is right, don't you? Su-Ru, come on, we've been fighting most of our lives, I'm going to die, so it's up to you to give me a ride. No, Su-Ru shook her head. No? Feng Jingji's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, his eyes scarlet as he glared at Su-Ru, you are unwilling? You think that old me is not worthy of letting you fight? The cold silence on Su-Ru's face faded, and the corner of her mouth hooked up. It's true that you don't deserve it, but it's not because of that. The words fell. He actually smoothed his official robes and turned around. Feng Jingji angrily looked at Su-Ru, and his blood demon blade shook crazily, wanting to cleave Su-Ru to death. But he was extremely sublimated. His sea of chi withered, and he had long since run out of gas, so there was no way to bring up his sword again, and he could only be impotent and furious. Just as he was howling madly, a door suddenly appeared in the void behind him. Chen Jian, who should have died, stepped out and leisurely said, Su Xiang felt that you did not deserve to die in his hands, but this marquis does not have so many moral cleanliness. Feng Jingji turned back abruptly, his gaze falling on the Dao ruler in Chen Jinan's hand. Lips as thin as cardboard opened and were about to speak. Only a sword light was seen coming. His head instantly fell to the ground. Chen Jian returned his sword to its sheath and said in disgust, your voice is too shrill. Stop it. Chen Jian picked up the steps carrying Feng Jingji's head. The civil and military officials surrounding the entrance separated into two columns and watched him walk towards the deepest part of the Hall of Two Eyes. Again, he watched as he slowly sat down in the chair that Feng Jingji had once sat in. Just the moment he took his seat, Julie suddenly said in a loud voice, Gentlemen of the Ministry of Ceremonies, please follow me to meet Marquis Qianlu. The words fell. The officials of the Ministry of Rites bowed and saluted, followed by the Dalizi, and then Zhu Wuchang led the ministers of the Ministry of War in curtsying, and up sth. All the courtiers in the entire too elegant hall, except for Qin Weixian and Su Ru, bent down, their voices drifting like a tidal wave. Greetings to Marquis Qianliu, 10,000 pardons to Marquis Qianliu. The sound was even greater than when he had an audience with the false emperor. The civil and military officials made this obeisance. It represents the fall of a powerful generation. It also represents another powerful prince who is rising on the bones of his predecessor. Chen Jian threw Feng Jingji's head on the ground, his black and gold python robe hanging down, tinted with a piercing golden edge as the sunlight poured down. Li Chengding sat on the dragon chair and felt that the gold trim was a bit harsh. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze to Zhu Wuchang. However, he saw that the guy was bowing to Chen Jian. Sure enough, Feng Jingji was right. He was Chen Jinan's man, but Feng Jingji spoke too late and had already had his head cut off by Chen Jinan. This court is full of civil and military personnel in one place. It is reasonable to say that they are all his subjects, but Li Chengding feels so lonely. Your Majesty, just as Li Chengding's mind was in a trance, sitting on a small table, Chen Jian pulled out a booklet from his sleeve and said quietly, this is the evidence I searched out in Feng's residence. Please take a look at it. Your Majesty. Ha! Li Chengding sat up straight and muffled his voice. Chen Aiqing looked at it. I don't see anything. That won't work. Chen Jian said with a serious face, Your Majesty is the Emperor of my great Tang, ruling the world and suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. I cannot overstep my bounds. Knowing understands that Your Majesty is trusting me again. For those who don't know, they would think that I am a traitorous minister who holds the Emperor hostage. I'm not taking the blame for this. Then look, the corners of Li Chengding's mouth twitched slightly, wanting more than ever to draw his sword and hack Chen Jian to death. But to think that Feng Jingji's unrivaled slash earlier had failed to kill this traitor. He had to hold back his anger and asked Gao Lishir to go and invite the booklet up. Goliath answered the promise. Hans cupped the booklet and handed it to him. Li Chengding flipped it open and his face instantly changed, looking at Chen Jian in horror. This booklet, in addition to the incriminating evidence, densely recorded countless Li Chengding's familiar names, and on those names, outlining the scarlet as blood fork. Chapter 150, The Butcher's Sword Raised. Out of Chang'an again. Li Sungdin has been on the throne since. I think I've honed my mind enough to be strong. Even if all the heads of this entire dynasty were chopped off, he wouldn't even frown, and even a couple kicks. But look at the names densely packed in the booklet. He was actually a little scared, because the vast majority of the people up here are officials of the world's families and clans, and there are many of them standing in this courtroom right now. He didn't dare to imagine the storm that would be raised when the butcher's knife was raised. Looked at it for a long time. He said with a complicated expression on his face, Marquis Qianlu, is that really necessary? Chen Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. Your Majesty, this booklet did not come out of thin air, and I was really tired after staying up for most of the month to thoroughly investigate in order not to accidentally kill a good person. As long as there is one person whose name is on the book, there is a way to take death. Of course, The decision is your majesty's. Anyway, although this booklet was handed over by the minister, the people who provided the names were the Duke of Qin and Minister Su. I'm just a patchwork. As long as they're okay with it, I'll do anything. This statement was made. Qin Weixian and Su Ru's faces darkened. It was agreed before that Chen Jian would lead the killings and they would cooperate in secret. This guy was so treacherous that he turned his hand and sold them out. Seeing that Qin Weixian and Su Ru did not retort, Li Chengding's face changed slightly. When Feng Jingji didn't die, the three cabinet members fought each other. At least he was able to find some opportunities to install his own people, although the person he installed was an undercover agent. But he did some insignificant master. But now Chen Jian has just taken his seat, but he has already been in collusion with Qin Weixian and Su Ru, sharpening his knife and clamoring to kill. He didn't even have room to refuse. At this moment, when he looked at the three power traders with their eyes flowing on the small table, he only felt that the future was dark. This emperor, don't do it, your highness, what are you waiting for? Seeing his hesitation, Qin Weixian snorted coldly and said, where are the Golden Guard? The last general is here. Inside the palace of the two instruments, two gold-armored generals, one on the left and one on the right, stepped in with swords and half-kneeled and saluted towards Qin Weixian. Qin Weixian swept his gaze over the ministers and sneered, close the door, beat the dog. Nah, the two golden-armored palms were raised, and instantly all the doors of the entire two-element hall were closed. Outside the door, nearly 1,000 golden guardians drew their swords and stood, only waiting for Duke Qin to give the order to swing their swords and kill. Pitbull. Li Chengding looked at the two gold-armored generals with shock and anger. The generals of the Qingwei who guarded the White Jade capital are considered to be Li's vassals, and Qin Weixian's command is even smoother than his emperor's. See this scene. He knew it didn't really matter if he nodded or not. These three traitors have raised their butcher knives. Damn it, or die. And he is bound to take the blame for this pitfall of killing his ministers. Handing the pamphlet to Gao Li Shi, Li Chengding said in a low voice, read it. Gao Li Si received the booklet. The voice resounded throughout the hall. Cabinet Minister Feng Jingji, in order to seek immortality to childish children refining medicine, brutalizing the people more than 3,620 people, colluding with the foreigners in the Forbidden Zone with the intention of overthrowing the world. The party is in trouble with the government. The crime is unforgivable and unconscionable. According to the law of the Tang dynasty, the 9 clans should be executed. The head of his party, Xiao Bin, the Minister of Justice, Zhang Zhou, the Imperial Historian, Sun Yu, the Minister of. According to the law of Great Tang, the family should be copied and exterminated. Wu Yong, the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yan Xuanyan, the right minister, Yu Ting, the minister of the Department of Literature and Election, Chao Yusi, the minister of the Department of Examination and Merit, and Li Yanian, the minister of the Imperial Historian. According to the Great Tang law, you shall be beheaded. Gao Li Shi's slightly low voice drifted, like a hypnotic spell. Each time a name was read out, the left and right generals of the Golden Guards cut off a head. Read the back. The Great Hall was already littered with corpses, and the heads of 50 civil and military officials fell. The names within these two halls were read. Gao Li Si cupped his throat and began to read the officials who were not qualified to enter the hall. Each reads one person. Then there is a pen eunuch to write down the imperial decree. Li Chengding numbed his fall seal. The King's Guard will lead the way out of the White Jade Palace. Wudu Zhengtong 309 years. In the second year of the false emperor's Songjian, on the first day of April, knives rained down. Heads are piled up like mountains. A bloody cleansing of the world's families and gatekeepers was set off with thunderous force after Feng Jingji's death. Many had their heads cut off before they could react. And that's all. It all started with the 3 great traitors who were in power. The Emperor Qin Weixian was the first to take the lead, disguised as the leading party, with a heart as hard as iron, killing people, showing no mercy to his former companions, and wielding his sword most ruthlessly. Killed Chang'an heads rolled and blood flowed. Su Ru, the left prime minister, was in charge of the court, sitting in the hall of 2 instruments and covering the sky with only one hand when the world's families and sects tried to turn the sky upside down. Now, among the 6 ministries, except for the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War, which have long been purged, the rest of the ministries have all been replaced by a round of blood. Compared to them, Chen Jian, on the contrary, did not make any waves and appeared to be silent. In addition to destroying Feng Jingji's entire family, he did not take the initiative to kill anyone afterwards, just leading the Ministry of Rights to open the imperial examinations, set up schools, and used the amazing wealth of plagiarism and extermination to silently open the cultural reform in the 18 states of the Great Tang. The Great Tang had imperial examinations and official schools, but not perfect. One could even say it's a mess. The Great Tang was founded nearly 500 years ago. and there are very few sons and daughters of the humble family who have really entered the government through the imperial examinations. Even Su Ru, who is now the noble left minister, did not enter the court through the imperial examination. If you want to participate in the imperial examination, you need to be recommended by someone, and the recommender must be an official of the 9th grade or above. They submitted a list of names, and then the Ministry of Appointments assessed their character, virtue and ability, and only those who made the grade were allowed to sit for the imperial examinations. In this way, the children of the Cold family want to get out. Either the family is well off and has connections to buy recommendations, or they have a reputation for being incredibly talented. Otherwise it's hard to sit in the exam room. Chen Jian didn't dare to make drastic reforms this time when he opened the imperial examinations. Just let the officials of the Ministry of Justice to put out the wind. The court to use people, to be unrestrained talent, can't limit the threshold too much. In order to take advantage of the Qin Wei first wielded the butcher's knife. The family gave Valve to take care of their own time to get things done. After all, the family is not all stupid. Don't look at the current Qin Wei first butcher knife waved cool. Actually to kill those people. They racked their brains for a long time, crocheting charges and listing parties. Julie's claim that Chen Jian vomited his heart and soul and was too tired to climb out of bed was not all a lie. The dead man's sutra was overloaded and nearly made him deflate. They killed this time, killing those who deserve to be killed. Charges are also arranged clearly, and even mixed with several of them have committed a crime of cold officials, plagiarism. Even so cautious, the greenhouses have all taken numerous hits. April 1st to present, in just half a year's time, he had suffered no less than 10 assassinations, and apart from the very few idiots who had given away their heads, the rest of them were all clear-cut Cave Realm sect masters. If not for this beheading, he didn't even know that there were so many patriarchs in the Great Tang, so much so that nowadays, when he travels, Chen Liujiao's swordbearer, yellow puppy and crippled horse, must be arching to his left and right. It was the time of the September sunrise. Once again, Chen Jian set out on the road to leave Chang'an and travel north to Yangzhou. Beside him, Lu Qi and Huang Zhidao arching left and right. Two teams of black horsemen in armor dispersed into the wilderness, clearing the mountains of hidden killing opportunities in advance.